Xiao Chen traversed into a fantastical realm, awakening a system that transforms waste into treasure. Initially, he presumed this system was merely for collecting refuse, yet it turned out to be the domain of a professional recovery queen and empress. His first recovery involved the Queen Medusa, followed by the Empress Xiao, the Demon Queen, and the Northern Domain's Demoness. Each of these formidable and stunning figures, upon being reclaimed, surprisingly expressed their desire to offer him their affections. Medusa wished to bear him offspring. Xiao intended to assist him in cultivation. The Demon Queen offered to wash his feet, and the Northern Domain's Demoness sought to accompany him in battle. Overwhelmed by such favorable circumstances, Xiao Chen soared to new heights. Within 2 months, he achieved the status of a sage. In 4 months, he became an emperor, and within half a year, he attained divinity. In less than a year, surrounded by the submissive leaders of myriad clans, Xiao Chen could not help but reflect on how effortlessly he had harnessed the powers of empresses for his own ascendance. Chapter 1. The Waste to Treasure System. Recovering all things to gain strength. Warm reminder. This book includes related images of beautiful women. Please suspend your brain before reading for an optimal experience. Ding. Detection of host's successful traversal. System activation and binding in progress. In a daze, as a mechanical voice echoed, Xiao Chen abruptly opened his eyes. I have traversed. Surveying the ancient-style room around him, he realized he was no longer in the factory he once knew. Xiao Chen sat frozen on the bed in the next moment. Before he could ponder further, a sharp pain surged through his head. Fragments of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. The Daqian dynasty, the wilderness state, the Xiao family of Luoyuan City. I truly have traversed. Upon assimilating these foreign memories, Xiao Chen was utterly bewildered. According to the recollections in his mind, he had entered a world called the Kanglan Realm, a fantastical domain where martial arts had reached their zenith. The original owner of his body, also named Xiao Chen, was the legitimate heir of the Xiao family in Luoyuan City. Not long ago, he had ventured to the Tai Sword sect, intending to become its disciple. However, during the sect's assessment, he clashed with the young master of the Lin family from Tiandu City and was ultimately rendered incapacitated. After being brought back to his family, he lay like a dead dog for 2 days, and in a fit of frustration, he had just expired. While traversals are common, this one feels rather hasty. It's all Wang Xian's fault. That flirt deliberately tugged at my collar, distracting me until I accidentally touched the electric switch. Recalling the memories from his final moments, Xiao Chen could not help but scoff that he never imagined that after 2.5 years in an electronics factory, he would succumb to electric shock due to the allure of a schoolgirl. Though he was a solitary figure without many ties, the abruptness of his demise was jarring. He hadn't even had time to delete his browser history, which contained private photos, and study materials for nocturnal relief. Well, since I'm here, I might as well accept my fate. As a weary worker from the 21st century, Xiao Chen was somewhat philosophical about his situation. He shook his head and redirected his focus. System, what functions do you possess? Taking a deep breath to calm his nerves, Xiao Chen inquired eagerly. Ding! The system is called the Waste to Treasure System, and it has 5 primary functions: recovery, repair, synthesis, upgrade, and appraisal. Recovery. Recover all valuable items, including but not limited to broken weapons, useless pills, corpses, and spoiled herbs. Items collected can be exchanged for corresponding points, which can be spent in the shop or for functional consumption. Repair. Consume a certain amount of points to restore damaged items to their original state. Synthesis. Spend points to combine multiple different damaged items into a higher quality, complete object. Upgrade. Use points to enhance the quality of a complete item. Appraisal. A built-in auxiliary function that does not consume points, capable of identifying the basic information of all things. In addition, the system features a monthly random recovery function, allowing for the acquisition of one item randomly within the Kanglan realm. Wow, this system seems remarkably powerful. After hearing the system's self-introduction, Xiao Chen gasped in astonishment, his face alight with joy. Wait, what about the beginner's gift package? Suddenly recalling something, he hurriedly questioned the system. Don't think I'm an honest person and try to skimp on the beginner's gift package. Ding. Beginner's gift package is being distributed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Imperial level technique creation of the universe, the life-saving item famous Blade of Destiny card, and the Imperial level movement skill Shadowless Steps of the Celestial Demon. Additionally, you received 2 free repairs, 1 free synthesis, and 1 free upgrade. Creation of the universe, an unparalleled technique created by the Emperor of Creation, capable of integrating the power of the five elements to master the yin and yang principles. When cultivated to its peak, it can shake the heavens and earth. Famous Blade of Destiny card. Upon use, it generates a mark of a famous blade that can shield the host from one fatal injury and grants 3 seconds of invulnerability. Note: once triggered, the mark enters a 24-hour cooldown, during which it cannot protect the host from any damage. Shadowless Steps of the Celestial Demon. A movement technique created by the Emperor of the Celestial Demon, when perfected, allows one to achieve an imperceptible state, completely concealing their aura and presence. The system's prompt faded. The 3 rewards fused into him, but a sudden cacophony erupted in Xiao Chen's mind, as countless intricate and esoteric pieces of information detonated within. In mere moments, he mastered both Creation of the Universe and Shadowless Steps of the Celestial Demon, while the famous Blade of Destiny card transformed into a mark that integrated into his being. Once a life-threatening crisis emerged, the mark would trigger instantaneously. Indeed, with the system in hand, the world is mine. This beginner's gift package is incredibly generous. With the 2 Imperial-level martial arts and the protective mark of the famous blade, a faint smile graced Xiao Chen's lips. First, I must address my injuries. His excitement reminded him of his physical wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. It was then that he realized he was still in a severely injured state. His dantian meridians had been destroyed, and his ribs were broken. Even though the Xiao family had expended considerable effort to acquire some Earth-grade healing medicine, it could only mend superficial skeletal injuries. As for the dantian meridians, they were beyond hope of restoration. System: can my injuries be repaired using the repair function? After contemplating, Xiao Chen posed the question. Indeed. Upon receiving the system's affirmative response, Xiao Chen unhesitatingly activated a free repair. As the system's prompt resounded once more, a gentle white light enveloped him. Xiao Chen's previously damaged dantian and severely injured body were restored to pristine condition in an instant. Even the shattered dantian can be repaired. This function is remarkably impressive. Feeling his body return to peak condition, Xiao Chen's face displayed a look of astonishment. Having fully integrated the memories of his original self, he was no longer a novice in cultivation. It is essential to note that the dantian is the reservoir of energy. Once injured, it is exceedingly challenging to restore. Even the most exquisite heavenly-grade elixirs are incapable of fully mending one's dantian, unless one possesses a more advanced sacred herb. As for sacred-grade elixirs, within the great empires of the Eastern Wilderness, they are, for the most part, mere legends. This time, the system has generously aided him in healing his injuries, effectively saving him a sacred herb. The sensation of having such an advantage is truly exhilarating. By the way, if my injuries can be healed, does that mean my physique and martial talent can also be enhanced? Upon contemplating this pivotal point, Xiao Chen promptly inquired of the system. After receiving an affirmative response, he immediately opted to upgrade his physique. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully upgrading your physique. You have unexpectedly triggered the effect of a 10,000-fold increase, transforming your physique from a mundane state to a congenital Dao body. The system's notification concluded. An overwhelming radiance of white light erupted from Xiao Chen's being. His previously ordinary physique underwent an astonishing metamorphosis. Vast amounts of spiritual energy continually coalesced within him, causing his cultivation to surge exponentially. Here are the cultivation realms: body refinement, opening the origin, spiritual aperture, Dan rotation, cave heaven, nirvana, transcendence, celestial being, entry into sanctity. Sacred king, supreme, and emperor monarch. 12 Significant realms correspond to the 6 major stages: yellow, profound, earth, heaven, sacred, and emperor. In the early stages, one typically only encounters realms beneath the celestial being level. The subsequent realms may be temporarily disregarded. Chapter 2. Is this a Medusa? The triple realm of spirit apertures. As the transformation of his physique reached completion, and feeling the depth of his newfound cultivation, Xiao Chen gasped in astonishment. The path of cultivation can be delineated into various stages: body refinement, opening of the origin, spirit aperture, rotating elixir, cave heaven, nirvana, transcendence, and celestial being. Each of these realms is further divided into 9 tiers. Beyond the 9th tier of celestial being, there exists an even more formidable realm known as the sacred realm. However, Within the 7 great empires of the eastern wilderness, few, apart from a handful of reclusive elders, can attain such heights. Previously, he had only achieved the 3rd tier of opening of the origin. To his astonishment, this latest enhancement not only bestowed upon him the innate Tao body, but also propelled his cultivation to the 3rd tier of spirit apertures. The sheer velocity of such a terrifying breakthrough would undoubtedly leave the Xiao family in shock. The sensation of newfound strength is indeed a marvel. One wonders if Lin Feng would be so startled by this development that he would find himself sleepless at night, feeling the surging true essence within him, capable of effortlessly vanquishing any practitioner of the opening of the origin realm. A cold smile crept upon Xiao Chen's lips. Lin Feng, he was the very one who had crippled his original self, the young master of the Lin family in Tiandu City. At merely 18, he had achieved the 7th tier of opening of the origin, his martial talent reaching the high grade of the earth tier. If nothing unforeseen occurred, this fellow would have already joined the Tai Sword sect, potentially becoming a disciple of some elders. After all, those gifted with martial talents of the earth tier often break through to the cave heaven realm, or even the more powerful nirvana realm, making them exceptional prodigies within the Deqian Empire, worthy of becoming inner disciples of certain sections. Yet now, Lin Feng was someone Xiao Chen could easily eliminate with a single hand. However, the foundation of the Lin family in Tiandu City far surpassed that of the Xiao family in Luyun City, boasting powerful practitioners within the cave heaven realm. Although he possessed a golden finger, he must not become overconfident. Until he had sufficient backing, he should proceed with caution in all matters. Xiao Chen's gaze flickered, and a resolution formed within him. Since fate had granted him this chance to traverse worlds and awaken his system, he would never again endure the humiliation that his original self had suffered. Otherwise, he would not be worthy of having once been a part of the Tomato Handsome Readers. Ding. The host has not conducted a random retrieval within this month. Would the host like to initiate a random retrieval now? As excitement surged within Xiao Chen, the system's unexpected reminder interrupted his thoughts. Retrieve, he replied after a brief moment of contemplation. The system was capable of randomly retrieving an item from the Kanglan realm, though each retrieval would incur a 1-month cooldown. This random retrieval bore a resemblance to a fortunate lottery, with the quality of the acquired items dependent on his luck. Ding. Congratulations to the host on the successful monthly random retrieval. The item is currently being transmitted back to the host. As the system's notification resonated once more, a dazzling brilliance erupted before Xiao Chen, causing the very fabric of space to warp at that moment. Before long, the blinding light vanished, revealing an object within the room. To his astonishment, it was a corpse. Xiao Chen's gaze fixed upon the lifeless form, and a look of disbelief crossed his face. The body before him had long black hair cascading to the ground, adorned with a gilded crown atop its head, and an exquisitely beautiful countenance that appeared deathly pale. A fiery red bodice encased a pair of towering peaks, while a slender waist, marked by a vertical navel, was exposed beneath. Even more shocking to Xiao Chen was the fact that beneath this delicate waist, a crimson skirt concealed the intimate areas, but below that, there was a serpent's tail. The purplish-red scales glimmered with a metallic sheen, exuding a captivating yet inexplicably noble aura. However, the serpent woman's skin was marred by numerous charred burn marks, and her tail bore many shattered scales, resembling a creature on the brink of death. Ah, a Medusa queen of the serpent folk. Truly, everyone deserves such a sight. Xiao Chen mused, addressing the system. Are you sure you are a treasure recycling system and not a funeral service system? After a brief silence, he gazed at the corpse, feeling somewhat at a loss. This is my first random retrieval. I had hoped to discover remnants of sacred or imperial weapons, yet instead, I find the lifeless body of a serpent being. This auspicious beginning feels rather ominous. Ding. The remains of a powerful being possess numerous extraordinary uses and are highly valuable treasures. The host may utilize them or exchange them for corresponding points. Upon hearing the system's response, a slight smirk appeared on Xiao Chen's lips. How exactly can one utilize this? Am I to engage with this stunning serpent woman as a beast would? The issue, of course, is that she possesses a serpent's tail. He recoiled at the absurdity of his thoughts, realizing the moral degradation he was flirting with. Suppressing his ridiculous notions, Xiao Chen turned his attention to the corpse and activated the system's appraisal ability. This is a Medusa queen from the serpent folk tribe. who attempted to forcibly absorb the celestial Willow to transcend the holy realm, only to be countered by the Willow and ensnared in a chaotic spatial current. Currently in a state of false death, she will soon perish completely. If life essence is infused, there may yet be a chance for salvation. By the heavens, is this truly the Medusa Queen of the Serpent Folk? Xiao Chen's face displayed sheer astonishment as the text materialized before him. Upon first glimpsing the crown, he had harbored suspicions, but this world was entirely new, and his conjectures were bound to differ from reality. To his surprise, this was indeed the Medusa Queen. It is known that among the Serpent Folk, the lineage of the Medusa Queen is the most noble, possessing the blood of the ancient devouring python, and she is the strongest of her tribe. Judging from the information provided, it was clear that this Medusa's strength had reached the 9th level of the celestial realm. Such prowess, when surveyed across the 7 great empires of the eastern wasteland, is undoubtedly among the strongest, surpassed only by a select few ancient beings of the sacred realm. To his astonishment, during his initial random recovery, he stumbled upon such a formidable entity. This was indeed a double-edged sword. As he gazed at the Queen of Medusa lying on the ground, Xiao Chen's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. At this moment, he found himself torn between the decision to rescue the Medusa or to deliver the finishing blow and thereby convert her into corresponding points. The Serpent people resided in the endless deserts of the Great Qian Empire, a staggering distance of tens of millions of miles from his current location in the Wasteland Province. Although he was perplexed as to how he had encountered this Queen of Medusa on his first recovery, he was acutely aware of the Serpent people's brutal nature and their historical enmity with humanity. He could not guarantee that, after saving this Medusa, she would not repay his kindness with malice. After all, to ascend to the rank of queen within the Serpent people, her hands must be stained with the blood of countless victims. If saving her resulted in his own demise, it would indeed mirror the tale of the farmer and the snake. Ding! A gentle reminder from the system. Every time the host employs the system's functions on external entities, an unspoken contract is established. Although this contract does not impose control over all things, it enhances their affinity towards the host. Just as Xiao Chen inhaled deeply, preparing to strike, the system unexpectedly interjected. This left him momentarily stunned, his lips twitching involuntarily. If such a capability existed, why had it not been clarified earlier? This wretched system seemed intent on leading him to the brink of committing a grievous sin. Suppressing his irritation towards the system, Xiao Chen turned his attention to the Serpent Queen. Since fate had brought her to him at such a precarious moment, he resolved to save her this one time. Slowly, he approached the Queen of Medusa and knelt, placing his right hand upon her chest. Chapter 3. No name? Let us call her Colorful Smoke. Ahem. Healing the wounded is not without its burdens. Feeling as though he had grasped the world itself, Xiao Chen coughed lightly to justify his actions, then activated his remaining free restoration. An endless white light instantly enveloped the area. Under the system's restoration, the injuries of the Queen of Medusa began to heal rapidly. Her previously ashen complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. He hoped this investment would not yield significant losses, as he sensed the vital energy of the Medusa becoming increasingly vibrant. He retracted his hand, whispering to himself. With the secret contract established by the system, there was no need to fear betrayal from the Medusa. He might even leverage this act of saving her, along with the covert contract, to turn the Queen of Medusa into an ally. At that moment, as Xiao Chen's thoughts whirled, the Queen of Medusa emitted a soft hum. Her previously closed eyes fluttered open, revealing her true form in a bridal gown. Am I not dead? As the consciousness gradually revived, Queen Medusa wore a perplexed expression. At this moment, her memories were still anchored in the past. To shatter the shackles of the sacred realm and enable her bloodline to achieve ancestral evolution, leading the Serpent people out of the endless desert, she had recklessly consumed a cluster of millennia-old earth fire. However, in a moment of carelessness, she was ambushed by others, leading to her ultimate failure and being swept into a chaotic vortex by the impact of the strange fire. Given her circumstances at that time, survival was impossible. How is it that she now possesses sensations and her body is completely unscathed? What do you feel? Observing Queen Medusa, who had regained her former state and was rising with a flick of her serpentine tail, Xiao Chen inquired with a refreshing demeanor. Unexpectedly, The restored Queen Medusa emanated an indescribable aura that made him feel slightly anxious despite maintaining a calm exterior. Whether he could win over Queen Medusa would depend on his ability to impress her. "Did you save me?" Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Queen Medusa's gaze sharpened, instantly locking onto him. As she beheld him, she was momentarily taken aback. Historically, she held no fondness for human males, yet for some inexplicable reason, this young human man invoked a sense of familiarity within her. This left her utterly bewildered. "You suddenly tore through space and fell into my Xiao family, gravely injured and seemingly on the brink of death. Fortunately, I possess unique healing methods, which allowed you to miraculously reclaim your life," Xiao Chen remarked with a gentle smile, his demeanor nonchalant. This casual indifference imparted an air of superiority, causing Medusa's pupils to constrict sharply as she regarded him with uncertainty. In her perception, Xiao Chen was merely at the spirit aperture realm, yet he had managed to pull her back from the brink of death. Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of even those of the same celestial rank unless they were exceptionally skilled in the healing arts. Yet this young human had accomplished it, not only saving her life, but also restoring all her injuries. What extraordinary ability is this? As shock and confusion roiled within her, Xiao Chen appeared increasingly enigmatic in her eyes. While the tumult of emotions surged within Medusa, Xiao Chen paused briefly before continuing with a glimmer in his gaze. "Although your injuries have healed, the dispersal of your essence has caused your cultivation to decline. To restore your former prowess, it will likely take considerable time. During this period, it would be wise for you to remain within the Xiao residence. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. If I can keep Queen Medusa by my side, there may be opportunities to turn her into an ally in the future. Moreover, as my wings are not yet fully developed and I have recently acquired enmities, having Queen Medusa as a guardian would significantly ease my troubles. The serpent people and humans have always been at odds. If I were to remain by your side, I fear I would only bring you trouble," Medusa said hesitantly, her voice tinged with concern. "Not to worry. I will find a way to conceal your identity. As long as your sworn enemy does not appear, no one will know you are Queen Medusa," Xiao Chen replied, nonchalantly waving his hand. As long as he could gather some resources to exchange for points, he would be able to temporarily transform Queen Medusa. At that point, as long as her appearance was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person, coupled with a veil, who besides her most familiar foe could recognize her as the queen. "Since that is the case, I shall impose upon you for a while," Medusa spoke after a brief silence. "The distance from the wild state to the endless desert is several tens of millions of miles. To return home, one must traverse the core territory of the human race." Her cultivation had temporarily fallen to the Nirvana realm, and crossing the vast Dacian Empire posed great risks. Thus, it was wise to take this time to recuperate and restore her power to its peak. "By the way, I am Xiao Chen. What is your true name?" Upon hearing Queen Medusa's response, Xiao Chen smiled slightly and casually inquired. The world only knew of a Queen Medusa among the serpent people, yet no one was aware of her true name. The name Medusa was merely a title passed down through generations within the serpent people, which piqued Xiao Chen's curiosity about the true name of this queen. "I have no name," Medusa replied, momentarily taken aback, her voice tinged with a hint of sadness. From the moment of her birth, both her parents had perished. Moreover, possessing the bloodline of the ancient devouring python, she inherited the title of Medusa at birth. Thus, unlike others, she had never been afforded a name of her own. No name?" Xiao Chen felt a bit awkward upon hearing Medusa's response. "How about we call you Cayenne? Referring to you as Medusa feels rather distant." "Cayenne?" Medusa was momentarily stunned by the name Xiao Chen had chosen for her. For some reason, she did not find it unpleasant. Rather, she felt an inexplicable fondness for it. "Cayenne is quite a nice name." After a brief silence, Medusa did not reject the name, a faint smile gracing her cool visage. The title Medusa represented more of a burden and responsibility to her. However, this name Xiao Chen had given her seemed to grant her life a soul of its own, beyond merely living for her people. Thus, she found great joy in it. "Haha, I'm glad you don't mind." Observing the queen of the serpent people, who ruled with an iron fist over the eastern wilderness's 7 great empires, exhibiting little of her usual aloofness before him, Xiao Chen smiled gently, feeling a sense of satisfaction. It seemed that Queen Medusa held a significantly favorable impression of him. In the future, through discreet collaboration, There may indeed be an opportunity to achieve greatness, akin to that of Su Xian, embodying the spirit of a wild and untamed hero. Of course, this thought must remain concealed, only whispered within the confines of my mind. After a brief pause, Xiao Chen continued, I shall arrange a private chamber for Miss Kai Yan, and during this period, you may restore your cultivation within the Xiao family, unless absolutely necessary. I shall refrain from disturbing you. However, should I encounter insurmountable difficulties, I humbly request your assistance, Miss Kai Yan. Chapter 4. The Objective. First, assist Queen Medusa in transforming. You are too kind, young master. Medusa did not refuse Xiao Chen's proposal. Instead, a gentle smile graced her lips. Though I am not naturally benevolent, I understand the importance of gratitude. You have saved my life, young Master Xiao, and regardless of the challenges you face, I shall do my utmost to assist you. Xiao Chen's eyes brightened at her words, finding Kai Yan increasingly agreeable. It was known that Medusa, the queen of the serpent folk, was a figure of cold ruthlessness, yet before him, she appeared as amiable as a neighborly sister. If the elders of the serpent tribe were to witness this, they would certainly be astonished to the point of immobility. Perfect. I have matters that require your cooperation. As he felt satisfaction towards Queen Medusa, Xiao Chen articulated his plan amidst her curious gaze. He was troubled, seeking a reason to persuade the Xiao family, facilitating his display of capabilities to elevate his standing within the clan, thus enabling them to assist him in gathering resources. With sufficient points of support, he could temporarily facilitate Kai Yan's transformation, hastening his own cultivation and even establishing his own faction. The presence of Queen Medusa had indeed simplified matters considerably. Creak. Just as Xiao Chen concluded his instructions to Kai Yan, a creaking sound heralded the opening of the tightly shut door. Young master, it is time for your medicine. As Xiao Chen and Kai Yan's attention was drawn to the newcomer, a young girl clad in white entered, carrying a bowl of medicinal soup. Ah, a serpent person? Before she could finish her sentence, the sight of Medusa rendered the girl's face as pale as a ghost. The bowl she held slipped from her grip, shattering on the floor. Due to the enmity between the serpent folk and humanity, tales of the serpent tribe's brutality circulated throughout the Dacian Empire, instilling fear in cultivators who believed them to be merciless creatures, prone to violence against humans. Do not be alarmed, she is one of us. Noticing the white-clad girl trembling in fright, Xiao Chen felt a mixture of exasperation and concern. This was his devoted maid, Yun Shi, who had only just turned 16. Upon noticing the situation, Kai Yan merely furrowed her brow slightly, casting a fleeting glance at Yunshi before retracting her gaze. Young master, your injury has healed. Yunshi, upon hearing this, finally noticed Xiao Chen standing nearby, her eyes widening in astonishment, her delicate face filled with disbelief. Just a couple of days ago, Xiao Chen had appeared on the brink of death, yet now he was able to stand, his complexion rosy and radiant, entirely unlike one who had suffered grave injuries. This revelation left her mind in a whirl. Where is the family head? In response to Yunshi's inquiry, Xiao Chen did not elaborate further. He simply waved his hand to shift the topic. The pressing matter at hand was to ascertain the current predicament of the Xiao family before determining his future strategies. The family head. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's question, Yunshi's expression altered slightly, her voice becoming somewhat choked. The family head acquired earth-grade healing medicine for you. But in his anger, he went to Tai's sword sect to seek an explanation. However, Lin Feng has already been taken as a disciple by an elder of the Tai sword sect. Not only did they disregard the family head's words, but they also physically assaulted him, casting him down the mountain. The family head was injured and had no choice but to return to the clan. What's worse is that the Lin family of Tiandu City, aware of the family head's visit to the Tai sword sect, now demands that the Xiao family produce 1 million spirit crystals as an apology within 3 days. If we fail to present this tribute, they will annihilate all of the Xiao family's enterprises. As she spoke, Yunshi's eyes reddened, her fair face brimming with concern. Interesting. Hearing Yunshi's response, a slight smile crept onto Xiao Chen's lips. He was poised to showcase his abilities and win the hearts of those around him. The Xiao family's predicament was indeed fortuitous for him. It is during times of peril that the unity of a family is truly tested, revealing whether it is worthy of his investment and nurturing. Enough, you may return to your duties. The Xiao family will be fine. Observing Yunshi's worried expression, Xiao Chen slowly approached her, gently ruffling her hair. After calmly uttering these words, he proceeded towards the Xiao family's conference hall. Witnessing this, Xian's gaze flickered momentarily, and she swayed her waist to follow him. Meanwhile, within the Xiao family's conference hall, damn that Tai sword sect, and damn the Lin family of Tiandu City. They are utterly outrageous. The elder of the Xiao family, after grasping the entirety of the situation, slammed his hand down on the tea table in a fit of rage, shattering it into splinters. As a prestigious sect within the Daiqian dynasty, the Tai sword sect not only disregarded the evaluators during the competition, but afterwards also sheltered those who had harmed others, leaving their family head severely injured. And the Lin family of Tiandu City, relying on the backing of an elder from the Tai sword sect, dared to extort 1 million spirit crystals from the Xiao family as restitution. It is important to note that 1 spirit crystal is equivalent to 100 gold coins. Thus, 1 million spirit crystals amounts to a staggering 100 million gold coins. Even if the Xiao family liquidated all their assets, they would still be unable to amass such a colossal sum. This was clearly an attempt to drive the Xiao family to the brink of ruin. Master of the house, perhaps we should pay a visit to Lord Liu of Luqing. There may be a chance we can leverage his assistance to navigate this predicament. As the eldest elder fumed in anger, the more composed second elder furrowed his brow and offered his counsel. Lu Tiannan, the lord of Luyun City, has attained the realm of Dongtian. If he were to lend his support, the situation might not be as dire. Feudal, Xiao Chen coughed up blood at these words, his fists clenching involuntarily. Before returning to the clan, I wished to pay my respects to Lu Tiannan, yet I was turned away at his door. Without a bond of life and death or sufficient benefits, the Lord's Mansion will not extend a helping hand this time. Apart from the Lord's Mansion, Luyun City is home to 3 other prominent families. Historically, the Lord's Mansion has favored the Xiao family merely to maintain equilibrium among the 3 clans, thereby solidifying their own standing. However, to expect the Lord's Mansion to intervene on behalf of the Xiao family, thereby provoking the Tai sword sect and the Lin family of Tiandu City, is utterly inconceivable. It appears that the Xiao family is destined to face a grave calamity. As Xiao Zhan's words echoed in the hall, despair enveloped the room. We shall initiate the bloodline transfer plan. I will remain and negotiate with them. After a moment of silence, Xiao Zhan slowly raised his head. Master. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's proclamation, the 3 elders looked up in unison, their expressions shifting dramatically. The bloodline transfer plan is a strategy previously deliberated by the higher-ups of the Xiao family, activated only in times of life and death, sacrificing the family's centuries-old foundation in Luyun City for survival. Enough, Xiao Zhan interjected, raising his hand to silence the elders, his voice heavy with gravity. The calamity befalling the Xiao family is a consequence of our actions, and it is our burden to bear. You 3 should lead the Xiao family away from Luyun City to seek a new path. With that, Xiao Zhan slowly closed his eyes, weariness etched upon his face. As a father, he could not bear to witness his son suffer indignities without intervening. As the master of the house, he could not allow personal grievances to jeopardize the entire clan. Thus, relocating the Xiao family to avoid these entanglements while he remained to negotiate with the Lin family was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. Master, we are not cowards. The 3 elders exclaimed in unison upon hearing Xiao Zhan's decision. For centuries, the Xiao family had risen from a beleaguered clan to firmly establish themselves in Luyun City through tenacity and unity. To abandon Xiao Zhan and Xiao Chen in favor of a collective migration would be an affront to their honor. Chapter 5. Who do you think you are to speak so arrogantly? Master, trouble is brewing. As the atmosphere in the assembly hall grew heavy, a middle-aged man rushed in, his voice tinged with panic. What is the matter? Why the haste? The 3 elders lifted their heads abruptly, their expressions grave as they inquired. There has been an incident in the marketplace. Under the intense gaze of the elders, the man's pallor deepened, yet he mustered the courage to respond. The Wang and Lin families have sealed off our marketplace, not only dispersing our guests, but also injuring many of our people. What? Upon hearing his words, the faces of Xiao Zhan and the others shifted dramatically, a terrifying aura emanating from them. Damn it, the Wang and Lin families dare to strike when we are down. Do they truly believe the Xiao family is a soft target to be manipulated at will? The usually hot-tempered elder bellowed coldly, nearly ready to charge at the Wang and Lin families on the spot. Ha ha, old man, you are quite correct. The The Xiao family is indeed a pliable target for us now. Just as the elder's words fell, a frail voice echoed, and several figures were sent flying from the courtyard at the front of the assembly hall, accompanied by their anguished cries. 2 elders emerged from the shadows, exuding a dreadful aura. Wang Xian, Lin Hai, how dare you intrude upon the Xiao family? Are you declaring war against us? The atmosphere grew icy as Xiao Zhan and the others regarded the intruders, their expressions darkening. Wang Xian, the second elder of the Wang family, possessed the cultivation of the 7th level of the Xiandan realm and had crossed swords with the Xiao family before. There was even an occasion when he clashed with the Grand Elder, nearly leading to an irrevocable rift between the 2 families. Lin Hai, the second elder of the Lin family, also at the 7th level of the Xiandan realm, had previously troubled the Xiao family on several occasions. Though he was not one for words, he excelled at covert schemes, causing the Xiao family significant losses and nearly igniting a feud between the Xiao and Lin families. Significantly, these 2 adversaries, who typically operated independently, had now allied to invade the Xiao family, indicating that the Wang and Lin families had potentially formed a temporary alliance against them due to some agreement. Had declare war? You Xiao family are too preoccupied with your own troubles to contend with us. Wang Xian sneered, his tone laced with derision. As the atmosphere grew increasingly frigid and tensions rose, Wang Xian, wary of provoking further, altered his tone, saying ominously, "But fret not, we are not here to cause trouble. Rather, we come bearing assistance. Do you expect us to believe that?" The Grand Elder scoffed as soon as Wang Xian finished speaking. A weasel wishing someone well can hardly be sincere. We are already aware of your grievances with the Tai Sword sect and the Lin family in Tiandu City. Wang Xian paid no heed to Xiao Mingyi's derisive laughter and continued speaking, undeterred. It is worth noting that 1 million spirit crystals is no trifling sum. Gathering such an amount is no simple endeavor. Our 2 families are willing to each contribute 100,000 spirit crystals as a gesture of goodwill accumulated over the years with your Xiao family. However, this comes with conditions. From this moment forth, the marketplaces in Luyan City shall belong to our 2 families. Upon uttering these words, a cold smirk appeared on the faces of Wang Xian and Lin Hai, seemingly confident in their manipulation of Xiao Zhan and his associates. Luyan City houses 3 major marketplaces, each owned by one of the 3 prominent families. If the Xiao family finds themselves cornered and compelled to relinquish their marketplace for funds, this would undoubtedly present the best opportunity for the 2 families to consume the Xiao family's assets. Otherwise, should the Xiao family face destruction, the marketplaces would revert to the city lord's estate, making it far more difficult for them to reclaim those assets thereafter. However, if they can acquire them from the Xiao family beforehand, even if the Xiao family is annihilated, the city lord's estate would have no grounds to reclaim these marketplaces. Enough. We, the Xiao family, will not transfer our marketplaces. Wang Xian's words were abruptly interrupted by Xiao Mingyi's furious outburst. Each family contributing 100,000 spirit crystals amounts to a total of 200,000 spirit crystals, equivalent to 20 million gold coins. To claim all of the Xiao family's marketplaces in such a manner is akin to taking advantage of a crisis. Xiao Mingyi, do not mistake our courtesy for weakness. At this moment, Lin Hai also interjected, observing Xiao Mingyi's fury. Should your Xiao family fail to produce 1 million spirit crystals within 3 days, once the formidable members of the Lin family from Tiandu City arrive, your Xiao family's centuries of legacy may vanish into thin air. Even the lives of your hundreds of kin could be at stake. Rather than allowing these marketplaces to fall into the hands of the city lord's estate, it would be wiser to transfer them to our 2 families. Who knows, should misfortune truly befall your family, we might even extend our assistance to your wives and daughters. Enough. Before Lin Hai could finish, Xiao Zhan erupted in fury. Stepping forward, he unleashed the terrifying aura of the 9th level of the Xiandan realm, which swept towards the 2 men in an instant. Return and inform your family leader that although our Xiao family is currently in distress, we are not so weak as to be preyed upon by any opportunistic scoundrels. If you wish to swallow our marketplaces, let your family leader come and plead on bended knee. At this moment, the 3 elders stood silently, each stepping forward to release their own imposing auras, locking their fierce energies onto the 2 intruders. It was apparent that upon Xiao Zhan's command, they would spring into action without hesitation. What spirit! Despite being targeted by 4 formidable Xiandan realm experts, Wang Xian and Lin Hai's expressions darkened, yet they did not display an ounce of fear. Since your Xiao family refuses to heed our goodwill, do not blame us for our lack of loyalty. With that, they turned to leave. Although the alliance of their two families was formidable, they understood that should the Xiao family retaliate in desperation, it could lead to significant losses for them as well. Come and go as you please. Do you truly believe that the Xiao family dares to act against you? Just as Wang Xian and Lin Hai turned to leave, a chilling voice echoed, and Xiao Chen entered the inner courtyard of the Xiao family. A palpable sense of murderous intent began to permeate the air. Xiao Chen. Upon seeing him, both Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi, among others, displayed expressions of utter astonishment. Ever since Xiao Chen had his dantian destroyed and several ribs broken, he had been like a living corpse, requiring a maid to feed him. Yet now, not only did he appear rosy and vibrant, but the aura of his cultivation was also inscrutable. It was as if a ghost had materialized in broad daylight. Chener, is your injury healed? Xiao Zhan asked incredulously, rubbing his eyes in a state of euphoric disbelief. The Xiao family's young scion, Wang Xian and Lin Hai, witnessing this, felt their pupils constrict slightly, their faces registering incredulity. They were well aware of the gravity of Xiao Chen's injuries. Such wounds would necessitate several days of bed rest, even with earth-grade spiritual medicines for recovery. Yet here he was, appearing before them as if nothing had transpired. Could it be that the Xiao family had exhausted their resources to procure some celestial-grade elixir for him? After exchanging glances, both Wang Xian and Lin Hai felt a wave of unease wash over them. They chose to disregard Xiao Chen and, with a cold snort, attempted to exit the courtyard. If you dare to step out of this courtyard, I assure you, you will meet a most tragic end. Xiao Chen's voice, laced with icy resolve, rang out as he addressed Wang Xian and Lin Hai. Arrogant child, even your father, Xiao Zhan, would not utter such wild words. Who do you think you are to speak so boldly? Wang Xian retorted with a scoff, turning back to deliver his derisive reply. However, before he could finish his sentence, a terrifyingly cold, murderous intent descended upon them like a storm. A striking figure, both regal and alluring, materialized from behind Xiao Chen. Chapter 6. What? She is the Medusa queen of the Serpent people? What a terrifying presence. This must be a formidable being of at least the cave heaven realm. When did the Xiao family acquire such a powerhouse? Locked in by the sudden surge of energy, both Wang Xian and Lin Hai felt their hearts race. Hastily turning around, in the next moment, their pupils constricted violently, their expressions mirroring that of someone who had encountered a great horror. A serpent people warrior. Though the Medusa queen before them was strikingly beautiful and enchanting, to their eyes, she resembled a primordial beast. The chilling aura that pricked their skin filled them with a profound sense of existential dread. This serpent people warrior could effortlessly obliterate them. Xiao Zhan, have you colluded with the serpent people? As fear gripped their hearts, the expressions on Wang Xian and Lin Hai's faces shifted dramatically, and they cautiously retreated. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan, Xiao Mingyi, and the others were equally bewildered. In the great Qin dynasty, any unauthorized collusion with the serpent people would lead to annihilation by the royal family. Now, not only had Xiao Chen's injuries suddenly healed, but he was also accompanied by a formidable serpent people warrior, leaving them in a daze. Were they to be killed? Amidst the crowd's panic, Kai Yin remained unfazed. After gracefully slithering to Xiao Chen's side, she casually inquired, as if the two before them were mere ants. Well then, let us eliminate them, Xiao Chen replied coldly, deciding the fate of the two. Boom. Almost as soon as Xiao Chen's words fell, Medusa unleashed her formidable aura. She raised her hand and flicked her fingers at Wang Xian and Lin Hai. Two fiery serpents roared forth, their terrifying presence sending shockwaves through the crowd. No, Xiao Zhan. If anything happens to us here, the Wang and Lin families will not let this go unpunished. Wang Xian and Lin Hai screamed in desperation upon witnessing the terrifying flaming serpents. At that moment, their cultivation erupted to its peak. True essence surging forth like a tsunami in an attempt to fend off this assault and escape the Xiao family's inner courtyard. However, as the collision erupted, Wang Xian and Lin Hai were like solitary boats amidst a raging sea, effortlessly swept away by the serpents' tails. They crashed into the courtyard walls like cannonballs, leaving deep craters in the ground. After spewing 2 jets of blood, they succumbed to death within the craters. Such a horrifying scene left Xiao Zhan and the others dumbfounded. their bodies trembling involuntarily. Two formidable cultivators at the 7th level of the rotating pill realm were effortlessly obliterated in a single encounter. Even a celestial realm expert could not act with such impunity. The serpent people warrior before them undoubtedly possessed strength surpassing the Nirvana realm. Elders, send word to the Wang and Lin families. Inform them that within 2 days, if all members of the Wang and Lin families do not voluntarily forfeit their cultivation and surrender all family resources, they should prepare for annihilation, Xiao Chen stated, his expression indifferent as he glanced at the scene. The Xiao family, once the weakest among the 3 great families, had only survived due to the support of the city lord's residents. Otherwise, they would have been driven out of Luyun City by the Wang and Lin families. But now, anyone who dared to provoke the Xiao family would have to pay a steep price, voluntarily forfeit their cultivation and surrender all family resources. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xiao Zhan and the others widened their eyes, utterly shocked. Not only had he killed the elders of the Wang and Lin families, but he was also pushing both families toward a path of despair. When did Xiao Chen become so resolute in his decisions? The Xiao family has long endured oppression from the alliance of the 2 great families, but from this day forth, they shall dominate Luyun City. Since the Wang family intends to strike while we are down, let them taste the same bitterness. As Xiao Chen's words fell, Xiao Zhan and the others trembled, gazing at him in astonishment. It seemed Xiao Chen aimed to provoke the Wang family into a confrontation, seizing the opportunity to annihilate them completely. However, upon noticing Medusa beside him, they hesitated to voice any objections. Should she choose to intervene, the Wang family would indeed be extinguished with a mere flick of her wrist. Yet, if this plan were to be uncovered, it could attract dire consequences from the powerful forces of the imperial court. Chinner, what is the meaning of this? How has your injury healed? And why is a member of the Serpent clan present in our Xiao family? After taking a deep breath to steady his shock, Xiao Zhan gravely inquired of Xiao Chen. Those who are not of our kind will surely harbor different intentions. Colluding with foreign beings is a grave offense within the Deqian dynasty. If the royal family were to learn of this, it could spell disaster for the Xiao family. She is the Serpent clan's Queen Medusa, a named disciple of my esteemed master. Xiao Chen responded promptly, revealing the explanation he had prepared to Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi, ensuring he had a reasonable justification for his subsequent actions. What? You mean she is the Serpent clan's Queen Medusa? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's revelation, Xiao Zhan and the others nearly collapsed in fear. After a startled exclamation, their eyes were drawn to Cayenne. Cayenne glanced over with an icy indifference. Her chilling gaze resembled ghostly flames emerging from an abyss, inducing a sense of dread in Xiao Zhan and the others, causing them to falter and collapse in terror. Queen Medusa, noticing your dissatisfaction with the previous illustration, the author has created a new one that perfectly embodies Queen Medusa's aura, aloof and enchanting, a renowned powerhouse among the 7 great dynasties of the East Wilderness. It is said that although she possesses an unmatched beauty, her heart is ruthless, and she delights in the slaughter of human warriors. The number of human warriors who have perished at her hands is no less than several thousand. Who would have imagined that such a transcendent being would appear within the Xiao family? Moreover, just moments ago, she had obediently followed Xiao Chen's commands. Surely, this is not some cruel jest of fate. Everyone need not panic. Cayenne is one of us. Observing their overwhelming reaction, Xiao Chen found himself at a loss for words and could only concoct a serious, yet implausible explanation. Just a few days ago, Lin Feng crippled my Dantian, and I thought my life was devoid of hope, but unexpectedly, I gained the recognition of a mysterious powerhouse. Xiao Chen fabricated a fictitious master and deceitfully claimed that Queen Medusa was his senior sister. At last, he provided a plausible explanation for his sudden transformation and the appearance of Queen Medusa. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that Chunner would experience such fortuitous encounters? Truly, the heavens have not forsaken the Xiao family. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's explanation, Xiao Zhan erupted into hearty laughter. A mysterious powerhouse capable of subduing Queen Medusa and taking her as a disciple must surely possess strength surpassing the Saint Realm. With such a formidable ally backing Xiao Chen, the Xiao family could finally stand tall and proud. My own master, elusive as a dragon, vanished after imparting some teachings. Therefore, for the time being, we must not draw too much attention. Observing the jubilant expressions of Xiao Zhan and others, Xiao Chen grew concerned that their excitement might lead to overconfidence. He felt compelled to add a few words of caution. No matter, your remarkable fortune is indeed a tremendous blessing. However, the development of our family ultimately relies on its members. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's admonition, Xiao Zhan understood the underlying meaning and waved his hand, responding. However, due to overwhelming emotion, Xiao Zhan's injuries flared up again, causing him to cough up blood. This sight made Xiao Chen furrow his brow. It seemed that the urgent task at hand was to treat Xiao Zhan's wounds and strengthen the family's power. In this manner, even without the intervention of Kai Yan, the Xiao family would still be of considerable significance. Subsequently, by exchanging points for a transformation pill, they could completely conceal Kai Yan's identity. The rise of the Xiao family would soon be within reach. Chapter 7. This is nothing short of a miracle. As these thoughts settled in, Xiao Chen promptly shared his plan with Xiao Zhan and the others. What? As long as you are provided with sufficient resources, you can not only heal my injuries, but also enhance the family's overall strength. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's intentions, Xiao Zhan and the others were once again astonished. Indeed, my inheritance is rather unique, allowing for an illogical and rapid increase in strength, but it necessitates a substantial amount of resources to sustain it. However, these resources do not require particular specifications, whether they are remnants of soldiers, discarded pills, demon cores, or spiritual herbs, all will suffice. Provided I receive adequate resources, the Xiao family will undoubtedly rise swiftly. Xiao Chen replied earnestly, feeling no sense of exaggeration. After all, possessing a system as a golden finger meant that he could grow stronger even without exerting much effort. This is the extraordinary advantage of having an extraordinary ability. Excellent. As long as you are confident, the Xiao family will spare no effort to assist you. Xiao Zhan responded with a gratified smile and, after a couple of coughs, issued his orders. Bring all the resources from the Xiao family's reserves to Xiao Chen and mobilize all available funds to thoroughly scour the resources of Lian City. Whatever can be purchased, whether remnants of soldiers, discarded pills, demon cores, or spiritual herbs, ensure that everything is acquired for Chener. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan issue his orders with such resolute determination, Xiao Mingyi and the others nearby could not help but gasp in astonishment. Although they were taken aback, none dared to voice their dissent against Xiao Zhan. If Xiao Chen truly possessed the means to transform the Xiao family, then they must support him, even at great personal cost. Chener, this is my collection from these past years. I hope it proves beneficial to you. While Xiao Mingyi and the others were still in shock, Xiao Zhan seemed to have an epiphany, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned a multitude of items. Various resources flooded the council chamber, their shimmering brilliance captivating the eye. These were remnants of weapons and demon cores that Xiao Zhan had gathered over the years while exploring various mountain ruins. He had kept them as reserve resources for the Xiao family, preserving them in his spatial ring rather than selling them. Now, they were indeed of great utility. To his surprise, several items had reached the profound tier. Observing the heap of remnants and demon cores before him, Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, a hint of delight gracing his features. The original owner had possessed little in terms of resources, and Kai Yan's spatial ring had been damaged, resulting in the loss of all contents to chaotic spatial currents. Thus, this collection represented his first significant fortune. He wondered how many points these items could yield. Ding. Detecting recoverable items. Would the host like to proceed with the recovery? As Xiao Chen's spirits soared, the system prompt resonated in his mind. Recover. Gratefully, he glanced at Xiao Zhan before issuing the recovery command to the system. In the next moment, with a flourish of his hand, a flash of white light swept through the room. All items vanished in an instant, and another prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Recovery complete. 7 profound tier items and 18 yellow tier items, totaling a value of 7,826 points. Over 7,000 points? Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled upon hearing the system's valuation. The system's recovery and point conversion followed a specific algorithm. Yellow tier items held a maximum value of 100 points. Profound tier items could reach 1,000, and so forth. Heavenly tier items were valued at up to 100,000 points, while sacred tier items ranged from several hundred thousand to a few million, and imperial tier items could be worth tens of millions to billions. The fact that this batch of resources was valued at over 7,000 points indicated their high quality and relatively low level of damage. Chener, how goes it? Seeing Xiao Chen close his eyes, seemingly in deep thought after stowing away the resources, Xiao Zhan and the others dared not make a sound. Finally, when Xiao Chen reopened his eyes, Xiao Zhan could no longer restrain himself from asking. This batch of resources was worth at least several thousand spirit crystals. If they proved ineffective for Xiao Chen, the Xiao family's hopes of rising through his aid would be rather futile. Not bad. With this core energy, we can indeed employ some legacy techniques. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's inquiry, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. In the next moment, he stepped forward and gently placed his right hand upon Xiao Zhan's chest. Ding! Would the host like to consume 2,300 points to heal all of Xiao Zhan's injuries and hidden ailments? Indeed, it was possible. As the system's prompt echoed in his mind, Xiao Chen felt a surge of excitement. The healing function could mend any injury, meaning that as long as he possessed sufficient points and drew breath, it would be nearly impossible to perish unless one were to meet their natural end. This ability was indeed extraordinary. Healing. After a moment of exhilaration, Xiao Chen promptly opted for the healing option. Ding! 2,300 points have been deducted. The system is now repairing Xiao Zhan's injuries and hidden ailments. As the system's notification resonated once more, a dazzling white light enveloped Xiao Zhan. In but an instant, all of Xiao Zhan's injuries and hidden ailments were completely restored by the system. This was nothing short of a miracle. Feeling his body return to its pristine state in a heartbeat, even the stubborn hidden ailments that had long plagued him vanished entirely at this moment, prompting Xiao Zhan to be overwhelmed with emotion. Were it not for the presence of his son before him, he might have almost knelt in gratitude. Such a marvelous means. Xiao Chen had managed to restore all of the clan leaders' injuries in an instant. Those nearby, including Xiao Mingyi, were left utterly astounded, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Even a master of medical arts at the celestial realm could not heal another in such a fleeting moment. Could it be that Xiao Chen's inheritance transcended the celestial realm, reaching the holy realm? Standing aside, Kai Yin remained considerably composed. After all, if Xiao Chen could mend injuries of her caliber, healing Xiao Zhan's minor wounds would be a trivial task. I wonder if he could upgrade his talents? As the crowd reveled in exhilaration, a sudden thought flashed through Xiao Chen's mind. Ding! Would the host like to expend 4,100 points to elevate Xiao Zhan's talent from the profound tier-top quality to the earth tier-top quality? Almost as soon as the thought crossed Xiao Chen's mind, the system's notification sounded unexpectedly. This momentarily caught Xiao Chen off guard. To elevate talent from the profound tier-top quality to the earth tier-top quality required 4,100 points for the upgrade. It seemed that his previous free upgrade, which had propelled his talent from the high profound tier to the supreme emperor tier, along with the transformation of his physique from a mortal body to an innate Tao body, had effectively drawn upon several million points in value, an achievement akin to a calf soaring through the skies. Upgrade. Without a hint of hesitation, Xiao Chen chose to proceed with the upgrade. Xiao Zhan had cultivated for decades, yet his cultivation had remained stagnant at the 9th layer of the Xiandan realm, hindered by both lingering injuries and limitations of talent. Should he successfully upgrade his talent, perhaps Xiao Zhan can seize this opportunity to elevate his cultivation to the realm of Dantian. Ding! The system has deducted 4,100 points of contribution and is now enhancing Xiao Zhan's innate talent and qualifications. As the system's notification resonates once more, an endless brilliance erupts anew. While the onlookers are left in a state of bewilderment, Xiao Zhan's talent metamorphoses from the pinnacle of the Xian rank to the zenith of the Earth rank. And at this moment, his cultivation appears to shatter some unseen shackles. A more formidable aura of power instantly surges forth from Xiao Zhan. Chapter 8. Concealment breeds strength for critical moments the family head has broken through. Witnessing the scene before them, Xiao Mingyi and others are utterly astonished. Xiao Zhan had been stagnating at the 9th level of the Xiandan realm for several years, and to their amazement, he has now achieved a breakthrough. Under the gaze of the crowd, as the breakthrough unfolds, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushes in ceaselessly. The Xiandan within Xiao Zhan shatters, and a Dantian emerges behind him. A phantom of a raging lion howls towards the heavens within the Dantian, and scorching waves of fire sweep madly around. The intense pressure immediately shakes the entirety of the Xiao family. Ha ha ha! Is this the marvel of the Dantian realm? I never expected that I, Xiao Zhan, could step into this domain. Sensing the true essence within the Dantian, which is exponentially more terrifying than before. Xiao Zhan cannot help but laugh maniacally. This breakthrough can be described as a culmination of accumulated efforts, propelling his cultivation directly to the second level of Dantian. Under this radiant glow, he feels that his innate talents have undergone a certain transformation, with a far greater affinity for the elemental energies of the universe than ever before. With the right techniques and some time devoted to diligent practice, he is absolutely confident in his ability to ascend to the Nirvana realm, or even to touch upon the more formidable Transcendence realm. This was once a mere fantasy, yet now it has unequivocally come to pass. And this is merely the beginning. Seeing Xiao Zhan in a state of ecstatic joy, Xiao Chen calmly smiles and speaks. With sufficient resources, not only can you achieve a breakthrough to the Dantian realm, but I can also devise ways for you to reach the elusive Saint realm. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xiao Zhan and the others are suddenly jolted, their eyes wide with astonishment as they fixate on him. The Saint realm. In the eastern wilderness, this is a realm spoken of only in legends. With their martial talents limited to the Xian rank, aspiring to reach the Saint realm seems nothing short of a delusion. Yet now, with Xiao Zhan's transformation, every person present feels a blind trust blossoming within them. Even Medusa, standing nearby, is profoundly shaken. Initially, she believed that Xiao Chen's ability to heal her injuries was already astonishing. She never imagined that he could facilitate others' breakthroughs as well. If Xiao Chen truly possesses the means to enable a breakthrough to the Saint realm, then could she not also ascend to the threshold of sanctity? Contemplating these thoughts, Kai Yan's heart trembled slightly, her gaze fixated on Xiao Chen, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Ah, Xiao Chen, this is a modest sum from my personal stash. Might you assist me in making a breakthrough? As Kai Yan's thoughts whirled, the Grand Elder Xiao Mingyi hastily produced a collection of items and approached Xiao Chen, somewhat embarrassed. He had been stuck at the 8th layer of the Xiandan realm for over a decade, having tried numerous methods to break through. Yet the barrier to his progress remained as impenetrable as a fortress. With the passage of time, his abilities had even begun to wane. After all, his innate talent was merely of the mid-level Xian rank, and he had relied on potions to reach his current state. Seeing Xiao Zhan's effortless breakthroughs felt like a dagger to his heart, stirring a deep envy within him. Goodness, these are pristine high-grade Xian rank spirit herbs. And here are fragments of earth rank spirit weapons. My word, you've hidden away quite a treasure trove, old fellow. Upon witnessing the items Xiao Mingyi produced, the second elder and the third elder could not contain their exclamations. Even Xiao Zhan, after taking a look, was taken aback. He had never imagined that the Grand Elder, known for his frugality, had hoarded so many valuable items. It seemed this old man was not as straightforward as he appeared. Do not misunderstand. These were acquired during my recent expedition in the Xuanhuan Mountains. I would never dare to pilfer from the Xiao family's resources, the Grand Elder clarified, clearing his throat as he noticed the astonished expressions of Xiao Zhan and the others. In these times, who does not keep a little something for themselves? Even while selflessly contributing to the family, one must reserve a portion for unforeseen circumstances. After all, it is wise to conceal one's hand until the critical moment. This is an age-old maxim passed down in the Xiao family, which I, as the Grand Elder, cannot forget. How about it? Is this sufficient? After explaining the origins of these hidden treasures, Xiao Mingyi looked eagerly at Xiao Chen. Quite enough, Xiao Chen replied, nodding. A gentle smile graced his lips as he addressed Xiao Mingyi. These resources are ample to facilitate a cleansing of your meridians and assist you in breaking through to the 9th layer of the Xiandan realm without any issues. With that, he did not hesitate to reclaim the items. The Xiao family had always been united, unlike other clans rife with intrigue and backstabbing, where the Grand Elder would harm his kin for the sake of power. In contrast, Xiao Mingyi had diligently served, managing the family affairs on behalf of Xiao Zhan, proving himself to be a competent Grand Elder. Ding. The system has completed the reclamation. 3 Earth rank items, for Xian rank items, and 8 Huang rank items, totaling a value of 14,732 points. Upon hearing the notification within his mind, Xiao Chen felt a surge of elation. Although the quantity of resources provided by Xiao Mingyi paled in comparison to those of Xiao Zhan, their quality was undoubtedly superior. The points have suddenly surpassed 10,000, which is truly an unexpected delight. Great Elder, I shall now channel the cleansing technique for you. Suppressing the elation within, Xiao Chen immediately approached Xiao Mingyi. placing his right hand over the latter's heart. Xiao Mingyi, completely unguarded, naturally surrendered his vital point to Xiao Chen. Ding. May I confirm whether the host wishes to expend 4,000 points to elevate Xiao Mingyi's talent from the mid-tier of the Xian rank to the high tier of the Earth rank? At that moment, upon hearing the system's prompt, Xiao Chen promptly opted for the upgrade. However, he chose to exercise restraint, as he needed to retain some points to enhance his own cultivation and assist Kai Yin in her transformation. Therefore, he decided to first elevate Xiao Mingyi to the high tier of the Earth rank, with the intention of assisting them to reach even greater heights once he amassed sufficient points in the future. Ding. The system has deducted 4,000 points and is currently upgrading Xiao Mingyi's innate talent. As the system notification resounded once more, a brilliant white light enveloped Xiao Mingyi. A familiar scene unfolded again. Enveloped in the white light, as Xiao Mingyi's talent was upgraded, the bottleneck in his cultivation began to loosen. In the next moment, Xiao Mingyi suddenly let out a roar towards the heavens, his cultivation aura erupting explosively. Under the watchful gaze of others in the council chamber, Xiao Mingyi broke through to the 9th level of the Xiandan realm, and his aura continued to surge rapidly. Eventually, he stabilized at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Xiandan realm, his energy gradually ceasing its ascent. Indeed. It is as if the old man has regained the vigor of youth, drawing back the bow to shoot the great target. This sensation is simply exquisite, as if he has undergone a sublime transformation. With Xiao Chen in the family, how could they not rise to prominence? Feeling the wondrous changes within himself and the world becoming increasingly clear, Xiao Mingyi laughed triumphantly. The second elder and third elder, witnessing the dual breakthroughs, could no longer contain their excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, they presented all their accumulated resources before Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, not one to be courteous, waved his hand to collect everything, and then proceeded to replicate the process. He directly assisted second elder Xiao Qixiong and third elder Xiao Delong in upgrading their martial talents. Both of their cultivations advanced from the 7th level of the Xiandan realm to the 8th level. However, the resources of the two elders paled in comparison to those of the great elder. After deducting the points needed for the two upgrades, Xiao Chen still managed to accrue over 7,000 points for himself. Coupled with the resources from Xiao Mingyi, he now possessed more than 10,000 points. Next, it was time to address Kai Yan's predicament. Chapter 9. What? You want me to assist you in your cultivation? In just a single day? The overall strength of the Xiao family has surged several tiers. Xiao Chen truly is the blessing of the Xiao family. Feeling the surging power of cultivation within, the second elder and third elder couldn't help but laugh maniacally. If all members of the Xiao family were to undergo the cleansing and marrow refining process under Xiao Chen, our clan would undoubtedly ascend to become the foremost family of the great Qin dynasty. This statement bears no exaggeration whatsoever. Rather, it carries an undertone of modesty. Should we possess sufficient resources, and if Xiao Chen were able to perform this transformation, perhaps in a few hundred years, the Xiao family could dominate the eastern wilderness. However, this notion may not be feasible. While Xiao Qixiong and Xiao Delong were reveling in excitement, Xiao Zhan shook his head, dismissing their thoughts. The rapid advancement of one or two individuals is inconsequential, but if such a phenomenon were to occur collectively within the Xiao family, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions among those with ulterior motives. By the time the Xiao family rises, we may find ourselves extinguished by rival forces. Therefore, until the Xiao family possesses sufficient confidence to contend with the covetous gazes of other factions, the fact that Xiao Chen can assist us in cleansing and refining must remain a closely guarded secret. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's words, the smiles of Xiao Qixiong and Xiao Delong vanished instantly, their expressions now etched with unprecedented gravity. His words made perfect sense. Just moments ago, the two elder gentlemen had momentarily lost themselves in their triumph without considering the implications. Now, Xiao Zhan's remarks felt like a bucket of cold water, swiftly calming their restless hearts. The head of the family spoke wisely. Beside them, Xiao Mingyi nodded in agreement, his tone turning serious as he added, "Although the Xiao family now harbors hopes for resurgence, our foundation and heritage are still weaker than many other factions. Should we attract the attention of a powerful force, our family could face annihilation. Therefore, I propose that we must keep everything that transpired today strictly confidential, with only the few of us aware of it. Moreover, in the future, Should we wish for Xiao Chen to assist our kin in cleansing and refining, we must ensure that the character of those involved undergoes rigorous scrutiny by the family. Additionally, when Xiao Chen makes an appearance, it would be best for him to conceal his identity. This way, even if internal issues arise within the Xiao family, we can safeguard Xiao Chen's secret from being exposed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Mingyi had already begun to prepare for possible contingencies. His succinct remarks prompted nods of agreement from Xiao Zhan and the others, who exhibited expressions of accord. They remained blissfully unaware that, following Xiao Chen's ascension, his status in their hearts had subtly risen several tiers, instilling a fervent desire to protect him. This was an unspoken pact forged by the system, subtly influencing their psyche and rendering any thoughts of harm toward Xiao Chen inconceivable. Why not let me serve as Xiao Chen's personal guardian? This would ensure his protection to the greatest extent possible. The third elder interjected suddenly, momentarily startling the others. The safety of Xiao Chen was indeed a matter of paramount importance to the family. Although Xiao Chen currently finds himself accompanied by the formidable Queen Medusa, her identity as a member of the Serpent people must remain concealed within the human empire. Hence, in public, he is unable to act freely. If one of them were to accompany him, it would alleviate some of the pressure in certain cities. No need. Xiao Chen interjected as Xiao Zhan and the others considered the suggestion plausible. I possess abilities that allow me to obscure my presence. As long as I conduct myself with discretion and avoid drawing attention, I am unlikely to attract the notice of powerful beings. Furthermore, as elders of the Xiao family, your constant presence by my side would, in fact, draw unwanted scrutiny. Therefore, for now, your assistance in gathering resources would serve as the greatest aid to me. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words and casting a glance at Kai Yan, Xiao Zhan and the others ultimately abandoned this notion. The presence of a family elder perpetually trailing a younger member would unequivocally signal to others that the youth is exceptional and holds significant status within the family, thereby placing Xiao Chen in a precarious position. In that case, let us collect resources discreetly to prepare for the troubles ahead, Xiao Zhan stated solemnly after a moment of contemplation. With his recent breakthrough to the Cave Heaven realm, the three elders' cultivations had also advanced. Given the current strength of the Xiao family, they held no fear even if the Wang and Lin families joined forces. However, they were still not in a position to contend with the Lin family of Tiandu City and the Tai Sword sect. Thus, they must devise a strategy. Meanwhile, as Xiao Zhan and the others deliberated, Xiao Chun and Kai Yan returned to the courtyard. Along the way, Kai Yan, with her serpentine tail, trailed beside Xiao Chun, her gaze flickering toward him, as if she bore unspoken thoughts. In the Wang family, upon receiving the Xiao family's message, the higher-ups were immediately engulfed in fury. What? Forcing all members of the Wang and Lin families to forfeit their cultivation and surrender their family resources for atonement or face annihilation. Has the Xiao family truly reached a desperate state, driven to madness to utter such reckless claims? The family head, Wang Long, spoke with a grim expression, his voice laced with icy disdain. It seems the Xiao family is unable to gather 1,000,000 spirit crystals and, after being threatened by the Lin family, intends to resort to such reckless measures against the two families. Do they truly believe that this desperate gamble will instill fear in the two families? Inform the Lin family and assemble all-powerful beings. It is time to eradicate the Xiao family. With this command, the Wang family descended into an atmosphere of bloodlust. Figures began to emerge, hastening toward the Xiao family, who had been seeking an opportunity to justify their destruction, and now the Xiao family dared to issue such threats. Is this not an opportunity for them? Even if they were to annihilate the Xiao family now, the city lord's mansion would have no grounds for retribution. After all, it was the Xiao family that first acted unjustly, and their downfall would be a consequence of their own making. Not only did the Wang family react in such a manner, but even the Lin family, located several dozen miles away, mobilized their forces upon receiving word. The formidable members of both families set forth towards the Xiao family almost simultaneously. Feel free to express any concerns. I am quite accommodating. Along the way, Xiao Chen felt a sense of embarrassment as he caught Medusa glancing at him several times. Clearing his throat, he ventured to inquire, does this woman not realize that her stunningly exquisite beauty might provoke the male hormones of those she gazes upon? Fortunately, his composure remained intact, preventing any untoward reactions. Kai Yan paused momentarily, her previously frosty demeanor revealing a hint of embarrassment. "Might I request your assistance in my cultivation?" she uttered, averting her gaze. Her inherent pride made this the first time she had sought help from another, particularly from such a youthful human. This left Kai Yin feeling quite awkward, unsure of the implications of her words. "What? You wish for me to assist you in your cultivation?" Hearing Kai Yin's seemingly loaded request, Xiao Chen nearly stumbled to the ground. Although he had heard tales in his past life of the mad monk Fai seeking the aid of a snake demon for his cultivation, encountering such a situation in reality left him utterly flustered. They had only just met a day ago. This progression felt exceedingly swift. Moreover, given his relatively low cultivation level, what if he were to be drained dry? Chapter 10. Turn around, and I will measure you. Upon witnessing Xiao Chen's reaction, Kai Yin was momentarily taken aback. Realizing the tales surrounding the serpent people within the Qin dynasty, she understood that Xiao Chen had misinterpreted her meaning. "My lord, you have misunderstood. The cultivation I speak of does not pertain to that sort of matter. I seek your assistance to cleanse my marrow and open my meridians, to help me successfully break through to the holy realm." Feeling a mix of embarrassment and shame, Kai Yin hastily clarified her intentions. The serpent people had long been known for consuming the essence of humans, but since ascending as Medusa, she had issued a decree forbidding her kin from mingling with other races in such a manner. While some tribes may clandestinely disobey, as long as she remained unaware, she turned a blind eye. After all, the serpent people harbored a long-standing enmity with humanity. As their queen, she could not eradicate her own kin over such matters. Despite her centuries of cultivation, she had never consumed human essence. It was unexpected for the illustrious Medusa to find herself misunderstood. "Ah, so that is the matter at hand. It appears I have misjudged," Xiao Chen responded, clearing his throat twice to mask his own embarrassment. "As long as sufficient resources are available, assisting you in your breakthrough shall be no issue." The reason why Kai Yin has been unable to break through lies in the limitations of her own bloodline. With the right assistance to elevate the celestial python bloodline within her, transcending into the realm of the sacred would be as effortless as drinking water. Of course, this is contingent upon possessing sufficient points. "Thank you, my lord. If you could help me ascend to the sacred realm, I shall surely repay you in the future." Upon hearing this, Kai Yan's gratitude was palpable, and her admiration for Xiao Chen rose to unprecedented heights. However, despite her words, she felt a deep sense of shame within. Not long ago, Xiao Chen had saved her life, and even repaired her severely injured body, preventing her from becoming a mere shell of her former self. If he truly aided her in breaking through to the sacred realm, the weight of these two favors would leave her at a loss as to how she might repay him. Would it mean offering herself? With such thoughts swirling in her mind, the usually composed Kai Yin found her cheeks flushed. Due to their differing physiological structures, it was generally challenging for the serpent folk women to unite with human men. However, should she ascend to the sacred realm, her body would undergo a transformative rebirth. At that moment, she could evolve into a human form, making such an offering a feasible prospect. Would a Medusa queen attire suit me well? What on earth am I thinking? As these absurd notions surfaced, Kai Yin quickly shook her head, chastising herself for such base thoughts. The esteemed Medusa, queen of the serpent folk, had never held any interest in men before. Now, she found herself contemplating such an intimate offering to a human male several centuries her junior. If the traditionalists of her kin were to discover this, they would undoubtedly invoke the clan's ancient precepts to lecture her. "Lady Kai Yin, what are you pondering?" Observing the queen acting like a bashful girl, Xiao Chen inquired with curiosity. "Nothing. I was merely wondering if, when you assist others in cleansing their marrow, do you always place your hand over their heart?" Upon hearing Xiao Chen's question, Kai Yin steadied her mind, and, with a candid demeanor, posed her inquiry. However, as soon as the words left her lips, an awkward silence enveloped the air. Xiao Chen stood momentarily stunned, gazing at Kai Yin with a bemused expression. Just a moment prior, while aiding Xiao Zhan and the others in enhancing their martial talents, he had indeed placed his hand upon their chests. Yet, as they were all men, he had not thought much of it at the time. If he were to admit such a practice, would it mean he could similarly place his hand upon Kai Yan's chest while assisting her in upgrading her bloodline? Clearing his throat, he pondered. The heart is the nexus of both the heart meridian and the life meridian, as well as the foundation of one's physical bloodline. Therefore, I must position my hand close to the heart to ensure the efficacy of my incantation. Xiao Chen's thoughts raced as he coughed lightly, attempting to divert the conversation. Although he had felt the substantial weight while treating Kai Yin earlier, he mused that if given the opportunity once more, he remained quite willing. However, upon observing the peculiar expression on Kai Yan's face, Xiao Chen paused momentarily before continuing, but rest assured, it need not be placed on the front. The back will suffice just as well. Young Master Xiao, that is not what I meant, Kai Yin replied, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, she was gently silenced by Xiao Chen's raised hand. Do not explain, I understand, Xiao Chen said with a faint smile, swiftly redirecting the conversation. Allow me to measure how many resources will be required to help you break through to the sacred realm. Kai Yin was momentarily taken aback, then comprehended his intention, promptly turning her back to Xiao Chen. Her skin, as fair as snow, radiated a lustrous sheen, with her exquisite back resembling a meticulously crafted masterpiece. Only a single crimson piece of undergarment adorned a delicate inch of skin, adding a touch of allure to her back. What a pity it is not for cupping, Xiao Chen mused, admiring Kai Yan's back with a hint of nostalgia. Young master, what do you mean by that? Kai Yan inquired, momentarily perplexed. Nothing. Merely complimenting the beauty of your back, Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly, clearing his throat, his demeanor unwavering. You jest, young master, Kai Yan responded, momentarily stunned, her head bowing slightly. A rare blush graced her cheeks, and the corners of her lips lifted into an almost imperceptible smile. Xiao Chen chose to remain silent, gently placing his hand upon her back. The sensation was akin to gliding over smooth, icy satin, an indescribable delight. As Kai Yin felt the warmth of his palm, her body involuntarily shivered, a wave of unfamiliar sensations coursing through her, causing her serpent tail to quiver. This unprecedented thrill left her feeling somewhat flustered. After all, in her 300 years of existence, it was her first encounter with a man's touch. Strangely, she found herself not repulsed by this sensation, but rather experiencing a subtle pleasure, leaving her heart in disarray. System, assess how many points are required to upgrade the bloodline within Kai Yan. Xiao Chen, oblivious to the turmoil within Kai Yan's heart, took a deep breath to quell his own emotions and commanded the system. Ding. To elevate Kai Yan's devouring python bloodline to the sacred realm level, 800,000 points are required. 800,000. Xiao Chen was taken aback by the system's response. Upgrading from a profound tier to an earthly tier only required 100 points. He had not anticipated that enhancing Kai Yan's bloodline would demand such an astronomical sum. What an immense resource that would be. Ding. The devouring python bloodline within Queen Medusa is an ancient variant that once dominated an era. Once the bloodline ascends to the sacred level, it can typically cultivate to the sacred king realm. As Xiao Chen pondered in confusion, the system elucidated the Saint King realm. Xiao Chen was once again taken aback. The Saint realm, a level above the celestial realm, is divided into the entry Saint realm and the Saint King realm. Within the 7 great empires of the eastern wilderness, even the most formidable ancient beings at the Saint realm level are, at best, in the entry Saint realm. However, upon reaching the Saint King realm, one would not only be a top-tier powerhouse within the eastern wilderness, even when considering the entirety of the eastern domain. Such an individual would be among the elite of the elite. Chapter 11. The Simplified Transformation Pill. Assisting Kai Yin in transformation. Young master, is something amiss? Kai Yin inquired anxiously, sensing Xiao Chen's startled reactions from behind. Nothing of great concern. It's merely that the bloodline of the heavenly devouring python within you is exceedingly advanced. The resources required to ascend to the Saint realm are comparable to acquiring a sacred artifact. Xiao Chen shook his head, responding candidly. What? Kai Yin gasped at Xiao Chen's revelation. It is essential to note that sacred artifacts are essentially legendary items within the 7 great empires of the eastern wilderness. Even a damaged sacred artifact, upon its emergence, would incite fierce competition among the major empires. In fact, a damaged sacred sword was auctioned off for an astronomical price of 100 million spirit crystals a century ago. Such a vast fortune would require significant sacrifices, even for a powerful empire. The Serpent clan, even if they exhausted all their resources, would likely be unable to procure 100 million spirit crystals. To think that breaking through to the Saint realm would be so arduous. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Kaiyan's expression dimmed. Without the ability to transcend to the Saint Realm, the Serpent clan would remain huddled in the endless desert, struggling to survive against the onslaught of two empires. After all, it is said that both the Tianlang Empire and the Dacian Empire harbor an immortal elder at the Saint Realm. Do not be disheartened. While we may currently lack sufficient resources, resources can be gathered with effort. Just grant me some time, and I assure you, I can facilitate your breakthrough. Observing Kaiyan's crestfallen demeanor, Xiao Chen offered a reassuring smile. This was not mere empty promises. He genuinely possessed the capability, though it merely required time. Before that, however, I will prepare a transformation pill for you, enabling you to navigate the human empires with ease, Xiao Chen suddenly declared after a brief pause. Now that he had accumulated a substantial number of points, he could indeed assist Kaiyan in concealing her identity. You possess such a rare pill? Kaiyan's expression shifted in astonishment as she lifted her gaze. The transformation pill. This is an 8th-tier pill. Even a celestial tier alchemist may not guarantee its successful creation. The primary ingredient for this pill, the transformation herb, is an exceedingly rare celestial herb. Thus, within the 7 great empires of the Eastern Wilderness, the transformation pill is indeed a treasure that is seldom encountered. It is not the transformative elixir you might envision. It merely alters one's appearance temporarily. Once 3 months have elapsed without continued consumption, one will revert to their original form. Furthermore, each individual may only consume it thrice in their lifetime. After 3 uses, a resistance will develop, rendering any further consumption ineffective. Observing Kaiyan's astonishment, Xiao Chen promptly elaborated. This is akin to a simplified version of the transformative elixir, available for merely 5,000 points in the system's marketplace, an amount he can currently afford. After all, the genuine transformative elixir is exorbitantly priced, requiring at least several tens of thousands of points for exchange. It would be more prudent to first provide Kaiyan with this simplified version, and once he gathers sufficient resources, assist her in transcending to the sacred realm. At that time, she could truly assume a human form. The modern incarnation of Queen Medusa would indeed be splendid. Moreover, after he utilizes the system to enhance her bloodline, that invisible bond will ensure her unwavering loyalty until death. By then, this Medusa Queen of the Serpent kin will, undoubtedly, become his partner. Such a potion exists? Kaiyan's expression brightened at his words. If she could alter her form, she could appear openly and better protect Xiao Chen. Not wishing to linger on the matter, Xiao Chen promptly expended 5,000 points to exchange for one. This is the elixir I mentioned. Once you consume it, you will transform. He added warmly, as if recalling something. Although this potion has no significant side effects, the transformation process may be somewhat painful. However, with your willpower at the celestial level, you should be able to endure it. Afterward, he handed the elixir to Kaiyan, gesturing for her to try its effects. Thank you, my lord. Kaiyan accepted the elixir without suspicion of it being poisonous. Yet, upon hearing that the process might involve pain, she hesitated and did not immediately consume it. Although she was confident in her ability to withstand the discomfort, she was concerned about embarrassing herself in front of Xiao Chen. Feeling shy about revealing her serpent tail before him, she excused herself and entered the adjoining room. This left Xiao Chen feeling somewhat disheartened. He had hoped to witness the transformation of her serpent tail into beautiful legs, only to discover that even this Medusa Queen could feel bashful at times. In his boredom, Xiao Chen seated himself on the grass of the inner courtyard and casually opened his character attribute panel. Host, Xiao Chen Physique, Innate Tao Body Cultivation, Spirit Aperture Third Realm Technique, Creation of the Universe Technique Abilities, Heavenly Demon Shadowless Step, Coiling Dragon Fist, 8 Desolation Strength. Diamond Skill Points, 12, 816 with over 12,000 points remaining. He decided to keep them in reserve for the time being. Glancing at the concise attribute panel, Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. He had not anticipated that after consolidating the resources of several high-ranking members of the Xiao family, he would be left with such meager assets. However, the enhancement of the overall strength of the Xiao family and the transformation of Queen Medusa into human form would ensure his safety, making all his efforts worthwhile. As the Xiao family gathered resources for him, his points would undoubtedly soar rapidly. Xiao, daring to imprison the elders of our 2 great families. It seems the Xiao family no longer wishes to coexist, a voice echoed ominously within the Xiao family. At that moment, the gates of the front courtyard were violently shattered. Even though Xiao Chen was in the inner courtyard, he could still feel the commotion. Indeed, they had come knocking. Xiao Chen raised his head in surprise. Directing his gaze toward the front courtyard, his eyes glinting with cold light. It was time to reap the rewards. After murmuring this chilling thought, he glanced at the room behind him and strode toward the front courtyard of the Xiao family. In the front courtyard, Wang Long, the head of the Wang family, and Lin Ming, the head of the Lin family, led their respective elders and stewards, invading the Xiao family's domain as though it were unguarded. Any Xiao family guards who dared to obstruct them were ruthlessly sent flying. By the time Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi arrived, the front courtyard was already in disarray. Wang Long, Lin Ming, you two families are courting death and will likely pay the price here. Xiao Zhan's gaze swept coldly over the assembled crowd, his voice reverberating ominously in the courtyard. Ha ha ha, pay the price here? Just because of your Xiao family. Wang Long laughed maniacally in response to Xiao Zhan's words. The imposing aura of his ninth-layer cultivation erupted, his gaze menacingly fixed on Xiao Zhan and the others. We, the two great families, came to negotiate with you out of respect for our shared heritage in Luoyuan City, hoping to offer some assistance. Little did we expect the Xiao family to harbor such treachery, daring to harm the elders of our clans, and even plotting to annihilate us. Since you have acted unjustly first, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Chapter 12. They dare to challenge me? Is it your intention to obliterate our Xiao family? Xiao Zhan's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression betraying no fear as he casually inquired. Had this been prior to today, faced with the oppression of the two families, the Xiao family would have truly found it difficult to resist. Yet now, the Xiao family had transformed beyond recognition. The two families were not qualified to trample upon them any longer. Heh, we offered you a chance, yet you failed to appreciate it, Wang Long sneered. Not denying this sentiment. Stop wasting time, Lin Ming interjected impatiently, sensing the delay could lead to complications. Quickly surrender Wang Xian and Lin Hai, and self-destruct your cultivation to kneel and apologize. Transfer the market to us, or from this day forth, there shall be no Xiao family in Luoyuan City. As his words echoed through the courtyard, Lin Ming stepped forward, his own aura surging explosively. Behind him, the elders and stewards of the Lin family unleashed their formidable auras, their gazes fixed on the members of the Xiao family like ravenous wolves. It seemed that with a mere command from Lin Ming, the Xiao family would be cast into an abyss of despair. Ha ha ha, shall there be no Xiao family left in Luoyuan City? We shall see who ultimately meets their demise. Upon hearing Lin Ming's audacious proclamation, Xiao Zhan's fury erupted completely. With the resounding roar of a lion, a realm of celestial essence materialized behind him. The terrifying momentum of the Dantian realm surged forth like a tempest. Xiao Zhan, enveloped in golden flames, gradually ascended from the ground, exuding an aura akin to a divine monarch. Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Delong also shared cold smiles as they unleashed their own power, swiftly overwhelming Lin Ming and his companion's aura with sheer force. Is that the Dantian realm? Witnessing Xiao Zhan levitate effortlessly with the manifestation of a celestial realm behind him, Wang Long and Lin Ming reacted as if they had seen a ghost, their faces contorted in disbelief. Impossible. Were you not injured by the elder of the Tai Sword sect? How could you have broken through to the Dantian realm before us? According to the intelligence they gathered, Xiao Zhan had indeed suffered at the hands of the Tai Sword sect, being cast aside by an elder's palm. Had it not been for the sect's desire to maintain their reputation, Xiao Zhan might not have returned alive. Yet now, he appeared far from wounded, and had even made an unexpected breakthrough. Who do you think you are? Must I inform you of my breakthroughs? Noticing the two who once stood at his level now pale with fear before his overwhelming presence, Xiao Zhan scoffed coldly and issued his command. Eliminate them. Those who dare to offend the Xiao family shall be left without mercy. As his words echoed, Xiao Zhan unleashed his power with ferocity, raising his hand to suppress the two. Brother Xiao, this is all a misunderstanding. It was Lin Ming who incited me. Our Wang family harbors no ill will. As he beheld the blazing lion spirit and felt the instinctive tremors of life-threatening danger, Wang Long frantically pleaded for mercy amidst the eruption of his own power. Each advancement in cultivation significantly amplified one's strength. It was no exaggeration to state that a first-level Dantian realm expert could easily annihilate several ninth-level Xiandan realm practitioners. Not only had Xiao Chen broken through to the Dantian realm, but his aura was as solid as a mountain, suggesting he had likely ascended to the second level of the Dantian realm. This level of power could undoubtedly obliterate them. At this moment, pleading for mercy might be their only chance of survival. Wang Long, you speak utter nonsense. It was you who instigated me, Lin Ming retorted angrily, cornered by Wang Long's accusations. Though their words diverged sharply, their bodies reacted in near-perfect unison. After unleashing a powerful fist toward Xiao Chen, they swiftly retreated from the Xiao family, hoping to escape and find a path to survival. The ugliness of human nature was laid bare as Wang Long and Lin Ming resorted to slandering one another in a desperate bid to save their own lives. Amidst Xiao Zhan's cold laughter, his prowess erupted with even greater ferocity. The phantom of a raging lion he summoned obliterated the shadow of their fists in an instant. The fiery claws struck both men, causing them to spew blood violently, their bodies crashing to the ground like cannonballs. In a mere encounter, former rivals, once evenly matched, now lay easily defeated and bleeding before him. This was the overwhelming suppression that came with a breakthrough in cultivation. Xiaomingyi, Xiaodalong, and others cackled as they charged at the remaining elders and stewards. Even with a slight numerical disadvantage, they dismantled their opponents effortlessly under the oppressive weight of their cultivation levels. It would not be long before the formidable warriors of the Wang and Lin families found themselves descending into the abyss, forced to repent. Was the battle nearing its conclusion? As Xiao Chen stepped into the front courtyard of the Xiao family, he was greeted by a scene of utter devastation. Not far ahead, two men lay on the ground, continuously coughing up blood, even fragments of their entrails. This sight caused his brows to furrow in surprise. He had not anticipated that enhancing his father's and the clan elder's talents would indirectly avert a looming catastrophe. Was this the phrase one attains enlightenment? And even the dogs and chickens rise in status? The feeling was exhilarating. As Xiao Chen entered the courtyard, Wang Long, lying on the ground and coughing blood, fixed his gaze on him with a glint of cold malice. Despite his grievously injured body, he sprang up as if revived from near death and lunged at Xiao Chen with fervor. "Chener, be careful," Xiao Zhan shouted in alarm, his figure transforming into a blur as he rushed towards them. How dare he come for me? The moment Wang Long launched himself at Xiao Chen, the latter's expression turned icy, instinctively unleashing his own power. His form flickered like an afterimage, deftly evading Wang Long's grasp. In the instant Wang Long's hand swiped through empty air, a chilling light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he delivered a punch that landed squarely on his opponent. With the invocation of the heavenly demon shadow step and the 8 desolation force, Wang Long was sent hurtling backward, blood erupting from his mouth once more. Had he not been injured, he might have fled at the first opportunity. Yet, even in his weakened state, he dared to provoke Xiao Chen, akin to an old hag courting death, the third level of the spirit aperture realm. Witnessing Wang Long being sent flying by Xiao Chen's punch, and sensing the latter's formidable aura, Xiao Zhan momentarily froze, shock and disbelief etched across his face. Previously, Xiao Chen had concealed his cultivation aura, and they only knew that his injuries had healed, believing his cultivation to be at the third level of the opening Yuan realm. To their astonishment, his cultivation had surged to an entirely new realm. At the tender age of 18, he had attained the third level of the spirit aperture realm, a feat that even the core disciples nurtured by the Tai sword sect could scarcely achieve at such a young age. The Xiao family was on the verge of unleashing a true dragon. How unexpected it was that the Xiao family could still undergo such a transformation. It seemed that this time, the old man had truly come to the right place. As Xiao Zhan pondered these thoughts, a voice, aged and chilling, echoed with authority. While the others below were still engaged in fierce combat, a figure materialized above the Xiao family, accompanied by the emergence of a vast heavenly domain, an overwhelming pressure that surpassed even that of Xiao Zhan, descending like a torrent, causing the expressions of Xiao Zhan and the others to shift dramatically. Chapter 13. The Unparalleled Beauty of Medusa. Those who strike at the young master shall perish. A powerful figure of the heavenly domain. As he beheld the gray-clad elder hovering above, Xiao Zhan's expression turned grave. As a fellow practitioner of the heavenly domain, he sensed an intense threat emanating from the elder, indicating that the latter's cultivation was likely superior, possibly at the mid-stage or beyond. Who might you be? And what is your intention? Xiao Zhan inquired with a solemn tone, raising his head in response. Xiao Chen also lifted his gaze slightly, though his demeanor remained unchanged. A mere practitioner of the heavenly domain, should he seek his own demise, he would not leave unscathed. I am Lin Xiongyan, the gray-clad elder replied with a cold chuckle, exuding an air of disdain akin to that of a sovereign, capable of annihilating the Xiao family at any moment. Lin Xiongyan. Upon hearing this name, Xiao Zhan's pupils constricted sharply, as if he had made a startling connection, and his tone shifted accordingly. Could it be that you are the grand elder of the Lin family from Tiandu City? After the Xiao family had incurred animosity with the Lin family of Tiandu City, they had conducted their investigations and discovered that the Lin family possessed 3 grand elders, each a formidable practitioner of the heavenly domain. Lin Xiongyan was one of them, having reached the 5th level of the heavenly domain. And he was also the great-grandfather of Lin Feng. Indeed, that is I, Lin Xiongyan remarked with a chilling smile, relishing the surprise etched on the faces of the Xiao family members. I have always been meticulous in my dealings. Since your Xiao family has offended my wayward grandson, it is only fitting that you vanish completely from this world. I never anticipated that my unworthy son would merely command you to compensate with 1,000,000 spirit crystals. This is akin to nurturing a tiger to plague oneself. Utterly foolish. At this juncture, Lin Xiongyan felt a twinge of admiration for his own caution, grateful that he had personally emerged from seclusion to stealthily travel to Luoyuan City. Otherwise, he would have remained oblivious to the Xiao family's unexpected resurgence, as the family head Xiao Zhan had abruptly advanced to the heavenly domain, rendering their strength far greater than the intelligence suggested. If the Xiao family were to relocate en masse and conceal themselves in some remote place for development, perhaps after a century, calamity would befall the Lin family. Alas, the Lin family is fortified by the presence of their prudent elder, and from this day forth, the Xiao family shall pose no threat. Elder Lin, swiftly eradicate the Xiao family. Upon learning that the Xiao family has offended the Lin family of Tiandu City, our 2 clans intended to avenge your esteemed young master. But we were taken aback to discover that the upper echelons of the Xiao family have all broken through. Just days ago, their cultivation was on par with ours. Yet in a mere 2 days, they have all ascended their realms. There must be some hidden agenda at play, as Lin Xiong'an's words echoed. The severely injured Wang Long and Lin Ming, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly lifted their heads and shouted in despair. And that young rascal, he is the one who has incurred the wrath of young Master Lin. Yet now he appears fully recovered, having advanced to the 3rd level of the Spirit Aperture realm. The Xiao family undoubtedly harbors a significant secret. As their voices resonated within the Xiao family, the expressions of Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi shifted dramatically. Lin Xiong'an's gaze locked onto Xiao Chen, his face betraying disbelief. Before arriving at the Xiao family in Luoyuan City, he had comprehensively grasped the situation and was aware that Xiao Chen had been crippled and gravely injured by his grandson. Yet, within 2 days, not only has he fully healed, but his cultivation has also surged unexpectedly. Such a miraculous transformation could only be attributed to extraordinary fortune and opportunity. This child must not be allowed to live. As he focused on Xiao Chen, a terrifying glint flashed in Lin Xiong'an's eyes. In an explosive surge of power, he transformed into a mere shadow, pouncing towards Xiao Chen like a hawk. An 18-year-old cultivator at the Spirit Aperture realm, given more time to mature, he could easily break through to the Nirvana realm. If this child does not perish, the Lin family is destined for annihilation. Old ghost, if you wish to harm my son, you must first contend with me. Witnessing Lin Xiong'an's assault on Xiao Chen, Xiao Zhan roared in fury, unleashing his power and transforming into a fleeting shadow to intercept him. Begone! Lin Xiong'an bellowed in response, summoning a celestial phoenix from the depths of his realm, unleashing a cataclysmic storm that swept across the heavens and earth. As the phoenix cried out, blades of wind descended like a torrential downpour, indiscriminately attacking the Xiao family below. Furious lions roar. In the face of Lin Xiong'an's formidable divine attack, Xiao Zhan summoned forth his most potent martial skill. The phantom of the furious lion roared amidst the raging flames, charging toward the celestial phoenix. Boom! In the next moment, the deafening clash of the powers of the 2 transcendents reverberated throughout half of Luoyuan City. Upon sensing the commotion, City Lord Lu Tiannan soared skyward from the City Lord's manor. Numerous cultivators within Luoyuan City gazed in astonishment towards the Xiao family, evidently shaken by the tumultuous disturbance. Lin Xiong'an, after all, is a seasoned expert of the Dantian realm, possessing a cultivation level that surpasses Xiao Zhan by a formidable 3 realms. When he unleashed his full power, Xiao Zhan's divine abilities could barely withstand the onslaught for 3 breaths before being completely obliterated by Lin Xiong'an's xuanhuan. The terrifying impact caused Xiao Zhan to spew forth a mouthful of blood, and he involuntarily tumbled backward into the distance. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Xiong'an charged towards Xiao Chen once again. Blades of wind surged from all directions, instantaneously sealing off Xiao Chen's escape routes. Poised to extinguish his life in the next moment. This scene left the members of the Xiao family in a state of frenzy, each one rushing towards Xiao Chen in desperation. However, the only one who remained unfazed was the man himself, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Xiong'an. For in that fleeting moment, an unfathomable aura erupted from the inner courtyard of the Xiao family, a chilling murderous intent capable of freezing the world in an instant. "Old fool, are you courting death?" As these words resonated, it was as if an invisible hand grasped Lin Xiong'an, rendering him rigid in midair. Firmly anchored 2 zhang away from Xiao Chen. Beside Xiao Chen, the enchanting figure of Kai Yin manifested like a specter, her raven hair dancing wildly without wind, surrounded by a halo of crimson flames. Unlike before, her lower half, which should have been serpent-like, had transformed into a pair of delicate, fair legs. Her exquisite feet hovered in the air, emitting a faint glow, enough to incite envy and madness among countless women and captivate innumerable men. The unparalleled beauty of Medusa, in this form, was breathtaking. To the astonishment of all, while the likes of Xiao Zhan and others were struck dumb, Lin Xiong'an exhibited no awe upon seeing Kai Yin. Rather, his eyes brimmed with boundless terror. For with her appearance, the space around him seemed to solidify, rendering him utterly immobile. Such a horrifying phenomenon could only be wielded by those who transcended the Dantian realm, commanding the forces of heaven and earth. He had not anticipated that this woman before him would be so fearsome. Insect, perish. Kai Yin paid no heed to Lin Xiong'an's dread. As he felt the chill of impending doom, she raised her right hand and grasped at the void. A terrifying force of heaven and earth erupted, engulfing Lin Xiong'an in blazing flames. Only a piercing, mournful scream escaped him, akin to a soul wailing from the depths of hell. This shocking spectacle plunged the entire Xiao family into profound silence. Chapter 14. The Infinite Celestial. Remember this next time. Dead. Witnessing Lin Xiong'an, who had just moments ago been invincible, now reduced to mere ashes, left everyone, including Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi, as well as Wang Long and Lin Ming, utterly stunned. Their pupils quivered and contracted, as if confronted with an unspeakable horror, their bodies trembling slightly. Lin Xiong'an, an existence capable of annihilating them all, now finds itself extinguished like mere ants. The psychological impact of this scene upon them is utterly staggering. Truly, the Queen Medusa wields terrifying power. As she hovers beside Xiao Chen, Xiao Zhan, overwhelmed by shock, cannot help but murmur a word of awe. With such a being by Xiao Chen's side, he need not worry about the latter's safety. However, the transformation of Medusa's serpent tail into legs suggests that her cultivation has reached the sacred realm. Recalling the ancient texts regarding the serpent people, Xiao Zhan trembles once more, his gaze flickering with astonishment. Goodness, in the blink of an eye, he is turned to dust, leaving not even a strand of hair behind. Just as the Xiao family descends into silence, Xiao Chen regains his senses. Upon witnessing Lin Xiong'an's complete obliteration, he feels as though he has lost something precious, his face betraying profound sorrow. After all, this was a formidable powerhouse of the cave heaven realm. In terms of strength, he equates to a 5th-tier demonic beast. His corpse should have held considerable value. Yet, to see him perish without a trace is a complete erasure of his life's worth. It is entirely his fault for being momentarily distracted by Kai Yan's alluring legs, which prevented him from intervening in time. Such a waste of potential. Young master, is something amiss? Kai Yan, startled by Xiao Chen's sudden exclamation of grief, quickly turns to inquire. It is nothing, merely the thought that his demise was so tragic. Leaving not even a hair behind, Xiao Chen replies, clearing his throat. Respect for the deceased is paramount. In the future, we should afford them some dignity. Ideally leaving their corpses whole, so that I may offer them my prayers. Oh, Nido Fuo, immeasurable Lord of Heaven, I must remember this for the next time. With that, Xiao Chen adopts a visage of sorrowful compassion, causing Kai Yin to momentarily freeze in bewilderment. Young master intends to reclaim their remains, does he not? Connecting the dots from Xiao Chen's earlier ability to recover items, Kai Yin straightforwardly inquires. Cough, cough. You blunt girl. Caught off guard by Kai Yan's perceptiveness, Xiao Chen coughs awkwardly to mask his embarrassment. Unaware of the term blunt girl, Kai Yin mistakenly believes Xiao Chen is praising her intellect. A subtle smile graces her lips as she shifts her gaze to the others. Shall we grant these ants full remains? With this indifferent remark, Wang Long and Lin Ming turn pale, collapsing in fear before Kai Yin. Spare us, my lord. We are willing to submit to the Xiao family. We beseech you to spare our lives. Driven by their instinct for survival, Wang Long and the others plead frantically, completely shedding their earlier bravado. The eyes of the Xiao family members fall upon Xiao Chen, refraining from offering suggestions. Clearly, the power of life and death has been entrusted to Xiao Chen's discretion. Let us ensure that the deceased are left intact. After all, life is not easy, and in death, they may retain a semblance of dignity. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen cast a dispassionate glance at Wang Long and the others, his tone devoid of any sympathy as he commanded. Had he not traversed dimensions and fortuitously encountered the Queen of Medusa, the entirety of the Xiao family would likely have been reduced to ruins, rendering the lives of those before him utterly expendable. No, within Luoyuan City, the slaughter of warriors is forbidden. If you take our lives, the city lord's mansion will surely punish you. Following Xiao Chen's declaration, Wang Long and Lin Ming unleashed terrified howls, desperately invoking the authority of the city lord in a bid to preserve their lives. They had not anticipated that their prior intentions to annihilate the Xiao family could lead to retribution from the city lord's mansion. In the midst of their pleas, Kai Yin slightly raised her hand, conjuring a sphere of terrifying energy that ignited into crimson flames. In an instant, she crushed the fireball, sending forth countless sparks that transformed into serpentine flames, which lunged menacingly toward the crowd with ferocious roars. Cease this. The slaughter is forbidden within Luoyuan City. Are you attempting to incite rebellion? Almost simultaneously with the emergence of the fiery serpents, a voice thundered like a clap of thunder. City Lord Lu Tianen descended upon the void above the Xiao family, radiating fury. City Lord, the Xiao family has not only slain our elders, but now seeks to obliterate us. Upon witnessing Lu Tianan's arrival, Lin Ming and his companions clutched at their last thread of hope, shouting desperately at him. However, before Lin Ming could finish his entreaty, the fiery serpents acted like chains of death, piercing through the ranks of the Wang and Lin families in mere moments. Their words faltered, and they collapsed to the ground, their bodies stiffening in death. A group of formidable Dan realm cultivators, along with numerous Spirit Aperture realm practitioners, met their demise in that chilling instant. The horrifying scene left Lu Tianen momentarily stunned. How dare anyone, in his presence as city lord, annihilate the high-ranking members of the Wang and Lin families without regard for him? Did you also kill this one? As Lu Tianan's rage surged, he was about to interrogate the Xiao family about their audacity when a chilling voice echoed, locking a terrifying murderous intent upon him, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. In that moment, Lu Tianen found himself frozen in place, as if he had plummeted into an abyss. The slightest movement could lead to his demise. He was the city lord of Luoyuan, not an adversary of the Xiao family. Xiao Chen, hearing this, let out a wry smile and waved his hand, remarking on the woman's ruthless intent. Lu Tianen's arrival suggested he had sensed Kai Yin's presence. Killing him would undoubtedly lead to significant complications, for Lu Tianen was a city lord, and his death could provoke the wrath of imperial forces. Now, Kai Yin has shed her serpent-like form, rendering further discord unnecessary. Upon the conclusion of Xiao Chen's words, Kai Yin finally relinquished her aura. What a terrifying woman. She is undoubtedly a formidable entity above the transcendence realm, capable of immobilizing me solely through her presence. As the surrounding space returned to normal, Lu Tianen found himself drenched in cold sweat. He never anticipated that after assuming the role of the Lord of Luoyuan City, he would find himself so perilously close to death for the first time. Who is this woman, and why does she heed the commands of the Xiao family? Lord Lu, the Wang and Lin families are attempting to seize this opportunity to conspire against the Xiao family. Fortunately, our family has the support of a noble benefactor. which enabled us to retaliate against these two families, who certainly deserved their fate. As Lu Tiannin grappled with his astonishment and confusion, Xiao Chen raised his gaze. Speaking in a detached manner, Kai Yin fixed her gaze upon Lu Tiannin, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Absolutely not. The Wang and Lin families openly defied the regulations of the Lord's manor, intruding into the Xiao family with malicious intent. Their demise at our hands is entirely self-inflicted. Feeling the looming threat of death once more, Lu Tiannin hastily replied without a moment's hesitation. Did he dare voice any dissent? If he even dared to utter a word of opposition, he would surely find himself lying prone in the next instant. Since the Lord is so reasonable, it would be unwise for us to oppose the Xiao family. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled faintly, a sinister glint in his eyes as he turned his attention to Xiao Mingyi and the others. Esteemed elders, since Lord Lu believes the Wang and Lin families deserve their fate, I kindly request you to lead a contingent to completely eradicate them. Furthermore, please also investigate their markets and enterprises. Should anyone dare to obstruct you, I shall summon my senior sister to intervene. Chapter 15. If you are tempted, seize the opportunity. Hiss. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's expressionless pronouncement, Lu Tiannin could not help but gasp sharply. His blood pressure surged at that moment, nearly provoking him to unleash a torrent of curses at Xiao Chen. His previous comments insinuated that the intruders from the Wang and Lin families were unworthy of pity, yet he did not explicitly state that the Xiao family should annihilate them along with seizing their assets and markets. This young scion of the Xiao family had audaciously taken advantage of the situation, showing utter disregard for his position as the Lord. Nevertheless, despite his indignation, even if Lu Tiannin had tenfold courage, he would not dare to contradict Xiao Chen. Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi, along with the others, wore expressions of exhilaration. Previously, the Xiao family had navigated the treacherous waters of Luyun City with trepidation, but from this day forth, they would finally hold their heads high. And all of this was thanks to Xiao Chen. Lord Lu, today my Xiao family has unexpectedly encountered misfortune, and thus I lack the heart to entertain you. I hope you will not take offense. Observing Lu Tiannin's visibly distressed expression, Xiao Chen paused momentarily before speaking with a gentle smile. Entirely unconcerned about whether Lu Tiannin would lose his temper on the spot. Although the Lord's manor had previously supported the Xiao family, it was merely a strategy to balance the two prominent families of Wang and Lin. Now, given this consideration, the fact that Kai Yin was spared from harm could be regarded as an act of utmost mercy. As for the necessity of lingering for idle conversation, that was entirely unwarranted. Lu Tiannin's countenance darkened upon hearing this, realizing that Xiao Chen was effectively dismissing him. However, he dared not voice any further objections and could only depart from the Xiao residence with a countenance of suppressed frustration. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, from this day forth, Luyun City would be dominated solely by the Xiao family, unless the great Qin dynasty deems it fit to send someone to oversee the Lord's manor. A mere small city in the wasteland holds no merit for royal intervention. Henceforth, even the Lord's manor would need to act in accordance with the Xiao family's wishes. Xiao Mingyi and the others refrained from unnecessary chatter and immediately set off with numerous strong warriors from the Xiao clan toward the two prominent families. A storm of blood and turmoil was about to unfold within Luyun City. Events such as these are all too common in this world. This time, however, they were poised to reap significant rewards. After Lu Tiannin's departure, as he gazed upon the lifeless bodies of Wang Long and his companions, an expression of exhilaration emerged on Xiao Chen's face. The annihilation of the two prominent families in Luyun City should yield a substantial bounty. Chenner, it is thanks to you that the Xiao family has managed to survive, Xiao Zhan remarked, placing a hand over his chest, his expression filled with gratitude and relief. Had it not been for Xiao Chen's fortuitous destiny and the recognition of a mysterious powerful being, the Xiao family would likely have been reduced to ruins today. They would never have stood here alive. Nonetheless, having exterminated the elder of the Lin family from Tiandu City, it was certain that the Xiao family would encounter further troubles in the future. Before that, they must devise a strategy. After a moment of reflection, Xiao Zhan's brow furrowed with concern. The death of an elder from the Lin family, coupled with the recent disappearance of Lin Xiong'an and the news of the Xiao family's extermination of the Wang and Lin families, would surely lead to suspicions. While the assistance of Queen Medusa allows the Xiao family to stand fearless against the Lin family of Tiandu City, The Lin family is backed by the Tai Sword sect. This sect is one of the foremost powers in the Wasteland region and holds considerable influence within the Great Qian dynasty, with profound practitioners residing therein. Should the Xiao family incite enmity with the Tai Sword sect, the situation could escalate dramatically, rendering the Xiao family's existence increasingly precarious. After all, Queen Medusa, due to her sensitive identity, cannot remain with the Xiao family indefinitely. Thus, they must devise a comprehensive plan to ensure the safety of the Xiao family. Do not worry. I will find a way to strengthen the foundations of the Xiao family and thoroughly conceal Kai Yan's aura, Xiao Chen replied with a gentle smile. Although Kai Yan's legs had transformed into a human form and appeared indistinguishable from the human race, her unique bloodline still emitted a slightly different aura. Some powerful beings who have encountered the serpent people might detect this subtle distinction. Thus, this remains a flaw in Kai Yan's guise. Clearly, Xiaozhan has also contemplated this, which is why he appears so concerned at this moment. Ha ha ha, since you are so confident, I can rest easy. Upon hearing these words from Xiao Chen, Xiaozhan suddenly trembled with exhilaration, bursting into hearty laughter. With the sudden series of events today, he harbors a blind faith in Xiao Chen. It seems that as long as the other party is assured, there will certainly be no unforeseen complications. Kai Yan, upon hearing this, exhibited a look of surprise, clearly intrigued by the method the other might employ to conceal her unique serpentine aura. By the way, your senior sister suddenly manifested legs. Could it be that she has transcended to the Saint Realm? After a hearty laugh, Xiaozhan, as if struck by an epiphany, quickly pulled Xiao Chen aside and whispered his inquiry. However, it seemed improbable, for there had been no commotion earlier, which left him somewhat perplexed. Senior sister merely ingested a special elixir, temporarily transforming her body into human form. Her cultivation has not yet ascended to the Saint Realm. Xiao Chen replied with a wry smile. If Kai Yan had genuinely reached the Saint Realm, the disturbance would have reverberated for miles, and the Xiao clan would not be so tranquil. Indeed, the Saint Realm is not easily attained. Xiaozhan paused for a moment. Then a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes as he leaned closer to Xiao Chen and confidentially advised, "You rascal, your senior sister, having transformed into human form, is indeed a rare beauty. If you are smitten, seize the opportunity." Kai Yan appears to be quite compliant with Xiao Chen, having assisted the Xiao clan twice today. Hence, Xiaozhan harbors a significant fondness for her. If she could be transformed into a daughter-in-law, the Xiao clan would firmly secure this advantageous alliance. After all, she is the Queen Medusa, a potential candidate for the Saint Realm. If she were to genuinely become a member of the Xiao clan, it would undoubtedly illuminate the entire family. How could one not be enchanted by such a captivating Medusa queen? Startled by Xiaozhan's words, Xiao Chen turned his gaze towards Kai Yan. She, too, seemed to have caught wind of Xiaozhan's remarks, as her previously composed countenance unexpectedly flushed. However, after exchanging a fleeting glance with Xiao Chen, she subtly averted her gaze, pretending not to overhear their conversation. It appears your senior sister holds you in high regard, otherwise she would not be so protective of you. The Xiao clan is not an antiquated family, even if she hails from the serpent race. As long as you are fond of her, we harbor no objections. Observing Xiao Chen and Kai and sharing a glance, Xiaozhan continued to counsel with a benevolent expression. This left Xiao Chen feeling somewhat awkward. Although he had internally resolved to win over the Medusa Queen, being so openly acknowledged by Xiaozhan was slightly vexing. Following this little interlude, with the assistance of the members of the Xiao family, Xiao Chen successfully performed the rite to guide the spirits of Wang Long and others, even seizing a substantial cache of resources. This achievement propelled Xiao Chen's points to an impressive 70,000. He also discovered several remarkable Earth-grade items within Lin Xiong'an's spatial ring, which could significantly bolster the foundation of the Xiao family. In the private chamber, gazing at the array of materials laid before him, Xiao Chen's face illuminated with anticipation. Among the materials acquired, a considerable number pertained to formations, including a damaged array disk, a tattered formation map, and various foundational materials. Several of these items reached the Earth-grade tier, while an even greater number were of the mystical grade, none of which he had exchanged for points. After all, he still possessed a complementary opportunity for synthesis. Should he succeed in crafting these materials into treasures, the Xiao family's resources would experience a remarkable surge. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chen opted to fuse the materials. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host. Material fusion successful. You have acquired the Earth-grade Supreme Formation, Forest of Blood and Hell. As the system's announcement faded, a brilliant light flashed, and all materials vanished, leaving only a blood-red array disk in their wake. Is it possible that he possesses such abilities? Kai Yin, who was also present in the chamber, was left astounded by the spectacle. Although she had witnessed some artifact refiners at work, capable of transforming numerous materials into a single treasure, she had never seen anyone, like Xiao Chen, seamlessly merge all fragments into one complete piece. Such an extraordinary skill, turning the decayed into the miraculous, was beyond even the capabilities of a sacred tier refiner. Yet, young Master Xiao had achieved it. Could he be a reincarnation of an unparalleled emperor? To have synthesized an Earth-grade Supreme Array disk suggests that this synthesis function is indeed extraordinary. While Kai Yin pondered in astonishment, Xiao Chen regarded the blood-colored array disk with a look of awe. A pristine Earth-grade Supreme Array disk could easily be valued at hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals. With sufficient energy support, it could even annihilate powerful Nirvana realm experts. The fact that such a valuable treasure was forged from mere scraps would likely incite envy from countless outsiders if they were to learn of it. Yet, possessing only an Earth-grade item seemed insufficient. Perhaps there was an opportunity to elevate its status further. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Xiao Chen made a decisive choice. Ding. Would the host like to consume 30,000 points to upgrade the Forest of Blood and Hell from Earth-grade Supreme to Heaven-grade Supreme? The system inquired, seemingly attuned to Xiao Chen's intentions. 30,000 points required for an upgrade. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Xiao Chen's gaze flickered slightly. A flawless Supreme Heaven-grade item would demand at least several 100,000 points for exchange within the system. However, if one were to invest 30,000 points to upgrade, it would yield a superb celestial-level array disk, which would undoubtedly be a tremendous gain for Xiao Chen. Without a moment's hesitation, he opted to upgrade the array disk. Ding. The system has deducted 30,000 points and is in the process of upgrading the array disk for the host. As the system's notification faded, a dazzling burst of white light erupted, enveloping the Xuanhuan blood prison array. Immediately, under the watchful gaze of Xiao Chen and Kai Yin, the Xuanhuan blood prison array disk trembled violently. A more terrifying aura of the formation suddenly erupted from the disk, causing the entire Xiao family to tremble in response. Kai Yan's hair stood on end, her eyes wide with horror as she gazed at the Xuanhuan blood prison array disk, her demeanor akin to facing a formidable adversary. In the blink of an eye, the array disk, which had just been at the Earth tier, had transformed into a rare celestial tier disk, instilling within her a profound sense of impending danger. She felt an overwhelming intuition that should this array disk be fully activated, even in her peak condition, she would sustain grave injuries if she were not cautious. The young master is truly terrifying. Not only can he easily assist others in healing their injuries, but he can also help them refine their essence and break through their cultivation levels. Now, he has even managed to synthesize discarded items into treasures. What is more astounding is that after the synthesis, these treasures can also be upgraded. What manner of being is he that defies all logic in such a way? A myriad of thoughts raced through Kai Yan's mind as she fixed her gaze intently upon Xiao Chen, her body trembling slightly. In her eyes, a mixture of admiration and curiosity blossomed, and her breathing quickened. At this moment, she was unaware that in less than a day, as she delved deeper into understanding Xiao Chen, he seemed to possess an enchanting allure, gradually drawing her into his depths. With the protection of this exceptional celestial array disk, even without Kai Yan's assistance, the Xiao family would have the means to safeguard themselves. Gazing at the magnificent celestial array disk before him, capable of vanquishing even the strongest of transcendent beings, a satisfied smile graced Xiao Chen's face. Even if Xiao Zhan and the others could not fully activate the array disk, merely in a defensive capacity, unless a transcendent being intervened, it would be exceedingly difficult for even those at the profound realm to breach the defenses of the array disk. Once this thought settled, Xiao Chen stored the array disk away. He would seek an opportunity to entrust it to Xiao Zhan for control when the time came for him to depart from the Xiao family. Having resolved the issues concerning the family's foundation, it was now time to address Kai Yan's vulnerabilities. Muttering to himself, Xiao Chen turned to Kai Yan. only to discover that the enchanting Medusa Queen was casually seated on the carpet of the chamber, her chin resting in her hands, gazing at him with an enamored expression. Her delicate, rosy cheeks and the gentle rise and fall of her chest momentarily left Xiao Chen bewildered. What on earth is happening? The colorful mist seemed to suggest an insatiable hunger for him. Could it be that her mating season had arrived? Lady Cayenne, are you feeling unwell? After a moment of astonishment, Xiao Chen, filled with curiosity, inquired subtly. He recalled from his readings that the serpent people possessed a unique constitution. Upon reaching maturity, they would experience surges of desire during certain periods, leading them to seek union. This was why rumors circulated in the Deqian Empire about their lascivious nature. Although it was said that Queen Medusa was inherently aloof and refrained from contact with males, one would assume that she too might experience some form of impulse. Was she in a normal state? Was this situation indicative of a primal urge surfacing within her? Would she subsequently act upon it? No. Upon hearing his words, Cyan's expression shifted, and she quickly turned away. Yet, being caught gazing intently at a man left even the proud Medusa Queen feeling somewhat embarrassed. What was she thinking? How could she have entertained the notion of enveloping Xiao Chen within her, fostering an intimate connection? For 3 centuries, she had never harbored such thoughts toward the opposite sex. Could it be that beneath her seemingly frigid exterior lay a yearning to be warmed by a man? Thank goodness, Xiao Chen, noticing Cyan's awkward demeanor, chose not to linger on the topic. With a candidness characteristic of him, he redirected the conversation. If you're feeling fine, then perhaps you should remove your garments, so I may. What? Before Xiao Chen could finish his sentence, Cyan's expression transformed again, disbelief flooding her features. Did he truly expect her to undress? In a private room with only the two of them, was this his intention? Chapter 17. So, was Cayenne truly unadorned beneath? Do not misunderstand. Seeing her sudden and dramatic reaction, Xiao Chen cleared his throat and hastily clarified. What I meant was, you should step behind the screen and remove your inner armor. I can assist you in synthesizing and upgrading it, which will help you conceal your aura. After much explanation, Xiao Chen finally managed to enlighten Cayenne. So that is how it is. Upon hearing his explanation, Cayenne felt her cheeks warm slightly, and her demeanor turned a shade more bashful. She had not expected her thoughts to stray so far. Was her mind truly so depraved? Or had her serpent people instincts merely been suppressed until now, only to resurface upon encountering Master Xiao? In a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts, Cayenne felt her heart racing, wishing she could dig a hole and bury herself in it. Who would have thought that the formidable Queen Medusa could experience such embarrassment? Are you all right? Beside him, Xiao Chen sensed the tumultuous aura emanating from Cayenne, her complexion fluctuating between shades of crimson, embarrassment, and chagrin, resembling someone on the verge of emotional upheaval. He promptly inquired, "Are you all right?" Upon hearing Xiao Chen's concerned question, Cayenne finally emerged from her state of shame. After taking a deep breath to compose herself, she refrained from elaborating further and instead rose to step behind the screen within the room. Subsequently, through the barrier of the screen, the sound of her shedding her inner armor could be heard. What a thrilling experience this must be. If only I possessed the gift of sight beyond sight, I could behold the spectacle, Xiao Chen mused as he sat cross-legged on the carpet. Young master, is it sufficient to merely remove the inner armor? Cayenne's voice, tinged with awkwardness, inquired as Xiao Chen's thoughts began to stir restlessly. What do you mean? Xiao Chen found himself momentarily speechless at her words. Could it be that Cayenne intended to remove all her garments for his enhancement? Even the bitter tea clothing? No, wait. Cayenne's lower half was a serpent's tail, suggesting she didn't require any such attire. Thus, it dawned on him that Cayenne had been entirely unadorned beneath her outer layers. Young master, are you listening? As Xiao Chen's heart raced with increasing agitation, Cayenne's awkward voice broke through once more. Clearing his throat, he replied, "Ahem, that's unnecessary. Just the inner armor will suffice." Regaining his composure, he responded with a hint of embarrassment. He was no beast of debauchery. It was far more prudent to focus on the task at hand. As for the mysteries enveloping Cayenne, he would wait for the opportune moment to unveil them in due time. A hasty approach could lead to unintended consequences. Once Xiao Chen had spoken, a fiery red piece of inner armor drifted out from behind the screen, eventually hovering before him. A fragrance akin to that of orchids wafted from the armor, igniting a fervor within Xiao Chen's veins. As the armor landed in his grasp, He could even feel a lingering warmth radiating from it. This only served to heighten his senses, prompting a flurry of thoughts. Fortunately, Xiao Chen possessed remarkable self-control. After suppressing the myriad distractions within his mind, he began to assess the inner armor. The personal inner armor of Queen Medusa. Crafted from the shed scales of her serpent tail, combined with celestial silkworm threads and red gold jade, possesses a terrifying defense comparable to that of a heavenly tier spiritual weapon. However, due to the scorching of the Millennium's core fire, the material has sustained a damage of 68%. It can be redeemed for 47,800 points, while full restoration requires 18,600 points. A look of astonishment graced Xiao Chen's face as the information materialized before him. While he had anticipated the inner armor to be extraordinary, he was taken aback to discover it was forged from Kai Yan's very own scales. Its quality has reached an exalted celestial grade, and with a little more enhancement, it could even touch the divine tier. Yet, astonishingly, this inner armor has sustained a damage of 68%. It is hard to fathom the kind of impact that Kai Yan must have endured, gazing at the charred sections of the armor. Xiao Chen could not help but feel a surge of emotion. Young master, can this inner armor still be repaired? Kai Yan, sensing Xiao Chen's fixation on her armor from behind a screen, could not resist asking again, her embarrassment palpable. This was her personal armor. The first time it had been touched by someone of the opposite sex. Clearing his throat, Xiao Chen replied, "Not to worry, leave it to me." The moment he heard Cyan's unexpected voice, he was startled, suddenly realizing that someone of Cyan's celestial realm strength could perceive his actions without even needing to see him. Thankfully, he was not distracted by the fragrance emanating from the armor, narrowly avoiding an inappropriate response. Suppressing his wandering thoughts, Xiao Chen retrieved an item, the Blood Jade Demon Stone. This is a rather unique high-grade mystical or capable of concealing and confusing the bloodline aura of living beings. He had not anticipated finding such a treasure among the spoils. However, this Blood Jade Demon Stone was slightly inferior in rank and required enhancement. Otherwise, it could not effectively mask Cyan's distinctive serpent lineage aura. As this thought settled in his mind, Xiao Chen issued a command. Ding! 1,000 points have been deducted. The system is upgrading the Blood Jade Demon Stone. After expending 1,000 points, the quality of the Blood Jade Demon Stone was elevated to a low celestial grade. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chen immediately issued a synthesis command to the system. Ding! 18,000 points have been deducted. The system is merging the two materials. As the system's notification chimed again, a dazzling white light illuminated the room. The Blood Jade Demon Stone transformed into a liquid, seamlessly integrating into Cyan's armor. With a resounding hum, the inner armor erupted in a mesmerizing red glow, akin to a fierce beast awakening from slumber. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire chamber, nearly toppling the screen. Fortunately, Kai Yan was quick-witted and steadied the screen, preventing any exposure of her figure. Truly, the system is remarkable. As long as the points are sufficient, failure is utterly absent. Observing the armor restored to a pristine state, now attaining the quality of high-grade celestial craftsmanship, Xiao Chen could not help but exclaim. No matter how powerful a smith may be, the risk of failure in crafting exists. Yet with the system, as long as the points are adequate, success is guaranteed. This is the extraordinary advantage of having such a cheat. Young master, has the armor been successfully repaired? Kai Yan, hidden behind the screen, asked with a hint of trepidation. Indeed. Fortune smiles upon us. It is perfect. In this inner armor, I have not only repaired it for you but also infused it with a piece of Blood Jade Demon Stone, sufficient to mask your serpent people's aura. As long as you do not encounter a sage-level expert, even those of celestial rank will be unable to discern whether you are of the serpent people or the human race from your essence. Upon hearing Kai Yan's words, Xiao Chen responded with a gentle smile. Subsequently, as he cradled the inner armor in his hands, preparing to return it, an idea seemed to strike him. He paused momentarily before continuing. By the way, since your lower body has just transformed into legs, you lack suitable clothing. I took the liberty of crafting a few garments for you, though their quality does not match that of this inner armor. If you do not mind, you may wear them for now. Afterward, Xiao Chen expended some points to exchange for several pieces of clothing from the system's shop, which he sent back alongside the inner armor. Among these were 3 red skirts, several alluring black stockings, and lace undergarments, as well as 2 pairs of high heels and a few pairs of black safety shorts. Chapter 18. Young master, are you gifting me such items to see me wear them? Kai Yin, covering her chest with her hand, was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Chen's words. She had not expected him to be so considerate, aware that she had no clothing after her transformation, and even to craft a few more pieces for her. But wait, she had clearly possessed a red skirt before her transformation. How could she possibly lack appropriate attire? Could it be that Xiao Chen had crafted her undergarments? As these thoughts crossed her mind, the slow-to-react Kai Yin finally came to her senses. Just as she pondered the improbability of such a notion, the red inner armor, upgraded by Xiao Chen, along with the other garments, fell behind the screen. Without a moment's hesitation, Kai Yin donned the inner armor upon receiving the clothing, alleviating her embarrassment. The quality had reached the pinnacle of heavenly grade. Feeling the transformation embodied in the armor, Kai Yin's body trembled with intensity at that moment, her eyes welling with gratitude. It had taken her decades to find suitable materials to forge this armor. She had thought that after being corroded by foreign flames, it was destined for destruction. Little did she expect Xiao Chen not only to repair it, but also to enhance its quality. Such selfless generosity, coupled with his prior assistance, truly felt more significant than the heavens. As she sensed the lingering warmth of Xiao Chen upon the armor, Kai Yan's typically cold and indifferent heart was touched. In her heart, she silently vowed, "I shall never betray my young master." After making this solemn pledge, she finally turned her attention to the other garments. Among them, the most striking were the 2 pairs of high heels, exquisitely crafted like works of art, instantly captivating Kai Yan's admiration. In her perception, the size of the shoes perfectly matched her feet. It seemed that after her serpentine tail transformed into legs, young master Xiao must have discreetly scrutinized her. At this thought, a subtle smile graced Kai Yan's lips. Her shape-shifted legs were undeniably exquisite, and the attention they garnered from Xiao Chen filled her with pride. However, in the next moment, upon encountering several other items, her expression abruptly froze. The shyness that was about to dissipate surged back, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Were these human undergarments? Gazing at the lace thong she held, she noted that the coverage it provided was scarcely larger than her palm. Most alarmingly, this garment was semi-transparent, adorned with a serpentine pattern, rendering Kai Yan's expression utterly fascinating. Were human briefs truly this ornate? Such a sheer item seemed equivalent to wearing nothing at all. "Young master, are you certain this is wearable?" Kai Yin inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity as she scrutinized the lace thong. She was accustomed to dresses. Yet donning such a garment posed a risk. Should a combat move be too vigorous, it could lead to an embarrassing exposure. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback by her question, but soon realized the implications, quickly offering an explanation. Ahem, the lace fabric of the underwear is incredibly soft and skin-friendly, making it ideal for girls to wear beneath. You can simply wear safety shorts over it. Wear it beneath and then don safety shorts? Kai Yin was momentarily stunned by Xiao Chen's words. Her gaze shifted to several square-shaped pairs of shorts, which must have been the safety shorts he referred to. They appeared secure enough to prevent any untoward exposure. However, she was perplexed. Why wear the semi-transparent garment underneath? Wouldn't it be simpler to wear just the safety shorts? This seemed an unnecessary step, akin to removing one's pants to pass gas. Did young Master Xiao intend for her to wear this for his viewing pleasure in the future? The thought sent a shiver down Kai Yan's spine. Does this not fit, my lady Kai Yin? Xiao Chen, unaware of her tumultuous thoughts, ventured to inquire after sensing the sudden silence behind the screen. He believed there could be no issue with fit, for he had utilized the discerning function to ascertain Kai Yin's measurements and subsequently exchanged for perfectly tailored items from the system's marketplace. He held confidence in the flawless proportions. Ah, no. Lost in her chaotic musings, Kai Yin jumped at Xiao Chen's question, her mind failing to process as she blurted out, "Young master, do you wish for me to wear such a thing for you to see?" Realizing the impropriety of her words, she almost faced a social embarrassment behind the screen. Cursed fate. What has happened to her today? How could such shameful and unreserved words escape her lips? This is hardly the sort of expression one would expect from a queen of the Serpent clan. Would young Master Xiao mistake her for someone who appears aloof, yet secretly enjoys enticing men like a wanton harlot? Not only was Kai Yin left in tears by her own folly, but even Xiao Chen was taken aback upon hearing her words. Has her favorability increased so dramatically? Is Kai Yin truly considering donning lace underwear for his viewing pleasure? Is this something he is supposed to witness at this stage? Curse it. Happiness has arrived far too abruptly. Should he accept this delicately, or should he feign indifference? This is a dilemma best left for the queen to decide herself. After a moment of silence, Xiao Chen cleared his throat and replied earnestly. To say he did not wish to see would be disingenuous. To admit he was eager to see would be utterly crude. Thus, it was most prudent to return the question to Kai Yin for her own decision, serving as the most appropriate evasive response. Young master, I shall return to restore my cultivation. No sooner had Xiao Chen's words fallen than Kai Yin could no longer maintain her composure. Clutching her garments, she dashed out of the chamber, retreating to her own quarters to regain her tranquility. The gust of wind she created nearly swept Xiao Chen off his feet. Is this what it means to be shy? He quickly steadied himself, observing the disarray left in the wake of her departure, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. It is hard to fathom that this fearsome Queen Medusa could exhibit such girlish shyness. Indeed, beneath the veneer of cold indifference, every woman harbors an unseen side known only to the world's gaze. This is undoubtedly a positive development. If their interactions become sufficiently enchanting, their feelings will naturally intensify. At that point, winning over this Queen Medusa may not prove impossible after all. Alas, he did not get to witness Kai Yin in black stockings. It seems he must wait a while longer to revel in that sight. After murmuring with anticipation, Xiao Chen quelled the restlessness within and proceeded to open his attribute panel. Having addressed the issues surrounding the Xiao family's resources and Kai Yin, it was time to elevate his own cultivation. Chapter 19. The Frenzied Consumption of Elixirs and Breakthroughs. This is the terrifying nature of cheating. Host, Xiao Chen Physique, Innate Tao Body Cultivation, Third Layer of Spiritual Aperture Cultivation Technique, Creation of Heaven and Earth Art Abilities, Shadowless Steps of the Celestial Demon, Coiling Dragon Fist, 8 Desolations Force, Diamond Skill Points, 16, 132 with over 16,000 points remaining. These points truly do not last long. After casting a glance at the attribute panel, Xiao Chen could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Earlier that day, he had slain Lin Xiong'an, a formidable expert of the Cave Heaven realm, and obliterated the Wang and Lin families, coupled with some reserves from the Xiao family, which had propelled his points past the 70,000 mark. Yet, after the recent endeavors, he found himself with merely over 16,000 left. It appears that accelerating the gathering of resources is an urgent necessity. As the thoughts settled, Xiao Chen refrained from spending his points to exchange for treasures in the marketplace. Instead, he retrieved some elixirs, xuanhuan pills, a common third-tier elixir capable of significantly enhancing the cultivation speed of practitioners at the Spirit Aperture realm. Even a low-grade third-tier xuanhuan pill could spare a practitioner a month of arduous training. Conversely, a high-grade third-tier xuanhuan pill could equate to 6 months of grueling effort for a Spirit Aperture cultivator. However, the crafting of xuanhuan pills demands an exceptionally precise control of heat. Even among powerful Earth-tier alchemists, few can produce high-grade xuanhuan pills. Moreover, Celestial-tier alchemists disdain concocting such elixirs, rendering high-grade xuanhuan pills exceedingly rare in the market. Each one is typically valued at 5,000 spiritual crystals, sufficient to purchase mid-grade mystical weapons. At this moment, the elixirs in Xiao Chen's possession were all relatively common low-grade xuanhuan pills, resources acquired after the annihilation of the 2 major families. There were a total of 138 pills. The Xiao family retained 38 for the cultivation of its members, while the remaining 100 were entrusted to Xiao Chen for his own management. Although low-grade xuanhuan pills can elevate cultivation levels, their less-than-perfect refinement leaves some impurities. Prolonged use may complicate breakthroughs in later stages of cultivation. Contemplating the elixirs before him, Xiao Chen opted against consuming them immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment before inquiring. System, how many points are required to upgrade a xuanhuan pill from low-grade to high-grade? Ding. Following a system check, it responded that upgrading one would cost 200 points. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes gleamed slightly. This expenditure fell within his acceptable range. However, with the remaining points he could not afford to upgrade all the elixirs. System, upgrade 80 xuanhuan pills for me, he commanded decisively. The resources for his cultivation must naturally be of the finest quality. As for the surplus xuanhuan pills, they could be sold by the Xiao family, converting them into liquid assets to procure other materials and thus transform them back into points. After all, items repaired, or upgraded by the system could not be recovered for points. This realization led Xiao Chen to abandon his initial intention of exploiting any loopholes. Ding! The system has deducted 16,000 points and is currently upgrading 80 xuanhuan pills for the host. As the system notification chimed once more, a brilliant light erupted within the chamber. Among the 100 xuanhuan pills displayed before Xiao Chen, 80 were undergoing a transformation amidst the radiance. The surface of the previously flawed pills became as translucent as jade, revealing intricate pill patterns. This was a testament to their quality reaching high grade, devoid of any impurities. A rich fragrance of elixirs permeated the chamber, causing Xiao Chen's body to tremble involuntarily. The mere aroma emitted by these medicinal pills was enough to enhance his cultivation. Should he consume these elixirs, his prowess would undoubtedly surge dramatically. A top-tier spirit origin pill could fetch as much as 5,000 spirit crystals. 80 such exquisite pills would amount to a staggering 400,000 spirit crystals, sufficient to purchase a substantial portion of the Xiao family's assets. Before him floated 80 top-tier spirit origin pills, each resembling a dazzling star in the night sky, a stark contrast to the additional 20 spirit origin pills. This sight elicited a heartfelt sigh from Xiao Chen. If he possessed 400,000 spirit crystals, the resources he could amass would allow him to exchange for at least 40 to 50,000 points. After deducting the points consumed for his upgrades, he might still earn an additional 20 to 30,000 points. By perpetuating this cycle, his points would multiply exponentially, illustrating the terrifying advantage of such operations. However, it was paramount to first elevate his cultivation. Otherwise, should he later possess an abundance of premium resources without commensurate strength, he would likely be courting disaster. With this thought firmly in mind, Xiao Chen wasted no time and immediately ingested a top-tier spirit origin pill, commencing the process of refining the elixir to rapidly enhance his cultivation. Meanwhile, in Tiandu City, at the Lin family estate, "Master, we have grave news." A man rushed into the inner courtyard, heading straight for Lin Yao's study, panic evident in his demeanor. "We have received intelligence that the Xiao family from Luyan City, who had a grudge with young Master Lin Feng, unexpectedly annihilated the other two major families in Luyan City, and even the city lord's mansion dared not intervene. It appears that a mysterious powerful entity is assisting the Xiao family." What? Upon hearing this report, Lin Yao's brush trembled violently in his hand, and he quickly lifted his gaze. Is there any detailed information available? Strangely, after posing this question, a sense of unease settled within him. Just days prior, his father, Lin Xiong'an, had suddenly emerged from seclusion and vanished after learning about the Xiao family's affairs. It was highly likely he had covertly ventured to Luyan City. Now, with the sudden upheaval in Luyan City, could it possibly be linked to his father, Lin Xiong'an? The transmitted intelligence was rather vague. It merely indicated that there were formidable beings above the cave heaven realm engaged in battle within the Xiao family. And it seemed the Xiao family had vanquished their formidable foes while simultaneously obliterating the other two families. Damn it, how could such events transpire? Upon learning of the Xiao family's victory over their formidable adversaries, Lin Yao's pupils constricted sharply, and his heart swelled with unease. This so-called formidable foe could not possibly be his father, could it? No. I must consult the other two revered elders and urge them to investigate the situation in Luyan City. With this thought resonating in his mind, Lin Yao emerged from the study, his expression grim, as he made his way deeper into the ancestral hall of the Lin family. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 2.5 days had passed. As Xiao Chen refined the 10th exquisite spirit essence pill, an extraordinarily potent aura erupted from him. In a mere 2.5 days, during this frenzied cultivation, his cultivation level surged to the 7th stage of the spirit aperture realm, elevating him by a remarkable 4 minor realms. Although his cultivation had significantly advanced, he lacked practical combat experience. It was apparent that he needed to seek opportunities to hone his skills in actual combat to fully unleash this newfound power. Feeling the explosive surge of energy within him, Xiao Chen murmured with a glint in his eyes, recognizing that if he solely pursued cultivation while neglecting combat techniques, even with formidable power, it would merely be a hollow facade. Moreover, Kai Yin, a formidable figure of the celestial realm, could serve as an invaluable sparring partner, dramatically enhancing his combat experience. As this thought flickered through his mind, Xiao Chen's eyes brightened. Kai Yin was among the top experts of the 7 great dynasties of the Eastern Wilderness, having endured countless battles throughout her life. Engaging in a spar with such a powerhouse would undoubtedly expedite his progress. Furthermore, the physical exchanges during their sparring would provide an excellent opportunity to foster their relationship. With a plan now formulated, Xiao Chen promptly exited his chamber. Chapter 20. Young Master, Yunxi wishes to assist you with your bath, young master. You have finally emerged from seclusion. As Xiao Chen pushed open the door, he was met with the sight of Yunxi standing outside, her presence eliciting a look of surprise on his face. You have been waiting here all this time? Upon hearing Yunxi's excited words and noticing her fatigued appearance, Xiao Chen inquired with some astonishment. Has something happened in the Xiao family in the past 2 days? The family head instructed us to closely monitor your safety to prevent any unforeseen incidents during your seclusion, Yunxi replied somewhat bashfully. Her gaze filled with admiration and respect for Xiao Chen. The Xiao family, under his influence, had not only navigated through various perils, but had also dominated the entire Luyan city. Even the city lord's mansion now had to heed the Xiao family's wishes. As Xiao Chen's personal maid, Yunxi's status within the family had risen considerably, filling her heart with gratitude. Foolish girl, what unexpected incident could possibly occur while I am in seclusion within my own family? Xiao Chen chuckled lightly, affectionately ruffling Yunxi's hair. Prepare the bathwater and then go rest. Feeling the gentle gesture from Xiao Chen, Yunxi beamed with a sweet smile and hurried off to get to work. Not long after, Yunxi had prepared the bathwater, and Xiao Chen stepped into the chamber. All right, you should head back to rest now. Observing the bathwater adorned with flower petals, Xiao Chen revealed a satisfied smile and signaled for Yunxi to leave. Young master, Yunxi wishes to stay and assist you with your bath. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's familiar request for her to leave, Yunxi suddenly mustered her courage and spoke up. What? Upon hearing those words, Xiao Chen stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. Young master is accustomed to bathing alone. You should return and rest for now, he replied, turning away with a hint of helplessness. Despite Yunxi's relatively mature development at merely 16, her figure was only slightly less impressive than Kai Yan's. The reset version of Yunxi's image was also created by the author, and the presence of rabbit ears is a subtle hint, with the original image placed in the comments section. However, given her youth, how could he allow her to assist him in bathing? Young master, Yunxi understands that you have always regarded me as a sister, allowing me only to perform simple tasks. Yet, as your personal maidservant, it is my duty to attend to your bathing and changing. Please don't view Yunxi merely as a sister, she said earnestly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears after Xiao Chen's refusal. Throughout their years together, Xiao Chen had always treated her as a sister, never once considering her origins. He had been haughty and reckless with her, but she was still a maidservant, and due to her physical condition, she could not cultivate like ordinary individuals. Thus, Yunxi had longed to be of service to Xiao Chen, even if it meant washing his feet, warming his bed, or assisting with his attire. Otherwise, once Xiao Chen's strength grew and he began to venture beyond the confines of the Luyan city and the Xiao family, she would no longer even have the right to follow him. Foolish girl, you wish to be seen as a maidservant instead of a sister? Xiao Chen could only smile wryly, helplessly ruffling her hair. While others sought to escape the life of a maid, this girl seemed to desire it, wishing for him to regard her as a servant. Did Yunxi harbor a masochistic inclination towards servitude? Only by being a maidservant could she truly attend to him, helping him with bathing, changing, and even warming his bed. Finally, finding her courage, Yunxi spoke up, her cheeks flushed, almost leaving Xiao Chen speechless. You truly are a clever little girl. Why are you suddenly fixated on such matters? After taking a deep breath to steady his astonishment, Xiao Chen gazed at this foolish girl with a mix of helplessness and intrigue. Could it be that she was experiencing the stirrings of young love for him? Young master, I am no longer a child, Yunxi proclaimed, as if spurred on, instinctively puffing out her chest. Though she could not yet rival the enchanting Medusa, she was confident that with a little more time, she could match her. Upon hearing Yunxi's whimsical declarations, Xiao Chen finally understood. Kai Yan's presence had instilled a sense of urgency in this girl. She feared that he might cast her aside for the sake of pleasing Kai Yan, prompting her eagerness to prove herself worthy to remain by his side. Truly, the psyche of a young girl. Well, young master, I understand that you fear the presence of other remarkable women by my side, and that you may eventually feel the need to dismiss me, your devoted maid. Truly, you are overthinking it, said Xiao Chen, gently teasing Yuanxi by playfully tapping her nose. His tone remained exceedingly tender as he continued, rest assured. I am not a heartless person. As long as you wish to stay by my side, I shall never send you away. As a seasoned veteran of the factory for 2.5 years, Xiao Chen was far from a naive fool. While he would never stoop to the level of being incapable of moving forward in the presence of a woman, he was equally unthinkable to cast away the women in his life. Given that Yuanxi was not only his intimate maid, but also a striking beauty, it was unfathomable to relinquish her. Naturally, he would never allow a cold, aloof goddess like Medusa to slip away either. If forced to choose between the two, his decision would undoubtedly be to have them both. After all, having once been a lowly individual who could only admire others from a distance, he now found himself in a fantastical realm with newfound abilities. If he did not seize the joy of life now, it would be as if his mind had been completely muddled. Young master, upon having her thoughts exposed by Xiao Chen, Yuanxi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, nearly burying her face in her own embrace. She had no intention of competing for the young master's affection with Sister Medusa. She simply wished to remain by his side. She understood her role as a maid. While she possessed a modicum of beauty, she was acutely aware of her place. The young master was free to favor whomever he desired, and as long as he did not cast her aside, she would be foolish to vie for his attention. Now that you know, I will not dismiss you. You can rest easy, Xiao Chen reassured her, observing her innocent and somewhat juvenile expression. He affectionately ruffled her hair. However, young master, I still wish to assist you with bathing and changing clothes. Please fulfill this request of mine, Yuanxi insisted, her stubbornness surfacing as she met his gaze. As a competent maid, it would be remiss of her to allow the young master to bathe alone. In the past, she had lacked the courage to voice her thoughts, but now she felt compelled to speak up. What a tenacious girl you are, Xiao Chen remarked, shaking his head in mild exasperation. Ultimately, he abandoned any thoughts of further persuasion. Since you are so insistent, let us do this together. However, do not run away in fright. With a teasing remark, he turned to disrobe and prepare for his bath. Yet, as he turned, he cast a curious glance at Yuanxi, activating his identification function to discern why this maid was incapable of cultivating her abilities. But that single glance left him momentarily stunned. His pupils constricted sharply, and disbelief etched itself across his face. Chapter 21. If you possessed an invincible background, what would you wish to accomplish? The imperial daughter of the ancient Xuanhuan clan, unexpectedly lost, is bound by a bloodline seal that prevents her from cultivating normally until it is lifted. Once the seal is broken, she will be blessed by the moon goddess, awakening the bloodline of the Xuanhuan magic cloud rabbit, and her strength will surge remarkably. In moments of life and death peril, the bloodline seal may unleash a devastating attack, capable of annihilating even those at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. Gasping at the revelation before him, Xiao Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Although he was unfamiliar with the Xuanhuan clan, the mere mention of an imperial daughter left him breathless. What does it mean to be an imperial daughter? It signifies that one's ancestors are formidable beings of the imperial realm, bestowing such a title upon their progeny. Individuals of this caliber are born at the zenith of the Kanglan realm, their potential and lineage placing them beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. With the backing of a powerful lineage, even minimal effort can elevate them to heights unattainable by others in a lifetime. Initially, Xiao Chen believed he would not encounter such prodigious individuals. Yet, he could hardly fathom that this seemingly naive maid before him was, in fact, an imperial daughter of an ancient clan. Was the heavens playing a cruel joke? Sir, what troubles you? Observing Xiao Chen's sudden shock and disbelief, Yuanxi raised her head with a hint of anxiety, timidly inquiring. She feared that she had inadvertently offended him. It's nothing, Xiao Chen replied, regaining his composure as he noticed Yuanxi's timid demeanor. His gaze flickered as he continued. Yuanxi, I have a question for you. If you were to discover in the future that you could not only cultivate, but also surpass all your peers effortlessly, reaching heights that even the clan leaders have not attained, and possess the most prestigious background capable of obliterating the 7 great empires of the East with a mere thought, what would you wish to do then? As he spoke, his tone grew somber, tinged with an unspoken weight. Currently, Yuanxi was merely a maid at his side. her true identity worlds apart. Should the day come when her seal is lifted and she learns of her exalted status as an imperial daughter, would she, overwhelmed by the contrast, view her previous identity as a source of shame, perhaps leading her down a dark path to erase that stain? If so, the Xiao family could find themselves in peril. A background of unparalleled prestige, achieving remarkable cultivation. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's peculiar question, Yuanxi momentarily froze, tilting her head in thoughtful contemplation before responding earnestly. Well, I would still remain Sir's maid. Anyone who dares to oppose you shall face my wrath. Xiao Chen couldn't help but smirk wryly at her response, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement as he countered. If you were to possess an invincible background and your cultivation surpassed mine, how could you possibly settle for remaining a maid? Some individuals, in their moments of humility, remember the kindness of others simply because they have not yet ascended to the heights achieved by those around them. They rely on the goodwill of others to enhance their own lives. However, once their status, position, and strength surpass those who once looked down upon them, their mindset inevitably shifts. They may even harbor a desire to trample upon those who once oppressed them, wishing to see them exhibit the same subservience they once endured. Xiao Chen, having spent 2.5 years in the factory, had witnessed numerous similar occurrences. No one willingly remains dependent on others. This is the truest aspect of human nature. Why should one resign oneself to servitude? Yuanxi pondered silently for a moment before raising her head, her expression solemn. From the moment she could remember, she had been devoid of familial companionship, scavenging for food on the streets, often driven away with disdain. That fateful year, amidst heavy snowfall, had it not been for the young master's gift of a sesame cake, Yuanxi might have perished from hunger on those cold streets. Thus, she had silently vowed that as long as the young master did not despise her, she would devote her life to serving him. As she reminisced, a glimmer of sorrow filled her eyes, and her hands instinctively clutched Xiao Chen's garment, reminiscent of the time when he had presented her with that precious cake. And she had clung to him desperately as he prepared to leave. Her voice was not loud, yet it sent a shiver through Xiao Chen, evoking vivid memories from the past. In the swirling snow, a filthy 5 or 6-year-old girl lay at the entrance of the Xiao household, resembling a forsaken little beggar. Upon seeing her plight, while venturing out to play in the snow, he had rushed back inside to fetch a sesame cake for her and persuaded Xiao Zhan to allow Yuanxi to stay as a servant. From that moment forth, despite being 2 years his junior, she eagerly volunteered to assist him daily. Little did anyone realize that this seemingly wretched girl harbored a mysterious background. Young master, are you suggesting you wish to send me away? As Xiao Chen delved into his memories, Yuanxi looked up at him with tear-filled eyes, her expression one of poignant vulnerability. In this world, there are no baseless ifs. They often serve as precursors to certain events. Despite her youth, she comprehended this truth. There must be some underlying meaning to Xiao Chen's words, likely an attempt to persuade her to leave his side. Hey, please don't cry. I never said I wanted to dismiss you. Don't overthink it, Xiao Chen said, his hand gently ruffling her hair as he observed her imminent tears. It was hard to fathom that this maid, prone to tears, possessed an identity that could overshadow anyone in Dongwang. What the young master truly intended to convey was that your inability to cultivate stems solely from your unawakened constitution. Once it awakens, you will undergo a profound transformation. At that time, your fate will also shift, and perhaps even your kin will come to reclaim you. Regardless of the changes the future may hold, one must never perceive the humble past as a source of humiliation merely because of a shift in identity. Anticipating the potential events that may unfold, Xiao Chen seeks to prepare Yuanxi psychologically, ensuring that should her status change, she would not be overwhelmed by her past. Young master, what on earth are you saying? What do you mean by an unawakened constitution and that my kin will come for me? Yuanxi's expression turned anxious as she clutched Xiao Chen tightly, fearful that if she let go, he might abandon her. Having wandered the streets since childhood, only the young master has shown her compassion. In her heart, he is the one closest to her, while the Xiao family represents her true kin. No matter what transpires in the future, Yuanxi vows not to part from him. Her face hardened with determination. She seemed to be expressing her resolute spirit. Indeed, I believe in you. Observing the earnestness in her gaze, Xiao Chen could not resist ruffling her hair. She appeared steadfast and loyal, not at all like a treacherous wolf. Yet, it was still premature to ponder such matters. The future remained uncertain. Furthermore, He possessed an advantage that would aid him. Even if Yuanxi's bloodline were to awaken, he would be equipped to handle it all. With these thoughts settled in his mind, Xiao Chen dismissed further contemplation and turned to remove his garments. Amidst Yuanxi's startled exclamations, he stepped into the bath to indulge in a soak. He had no intention of crafting a narrative where Qin would arrive to confront the protagonist, so there was no need for wild conjectures. Chapter 22. The Lin family of Tiandu City is of little consequence. Within the room, a haze enveloped the air. Xiao Chen reclined comfortably in the bath, leisurely enjoying Yuanxi's ministrations as she scrubbed his back. In this misty ambience, the blush on Yuanxi's small face was almost crimson, as if she might bleed. Her eyes were tightly shut, reflecting her profound shyness. It seemed that should she inadvertently catch a glimpse of Xiao Chen, her heart would race to the point of fainting. Enough, with the way you're scrubbing. I might lose all my hair, Xiao Chen remarked with a hint of exasperation as Yuanxi's hands inadvertently wandered to his head. Oh, I'm so sorry, young master. Am I being too clumsy? Upon hearing his light-hearted teasing, Yuanxi's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, when she opened her eyes and beheld Xiao Chen's bare torso, her cheeks reddened down to her neck. It was her first time attending to his bath, and her heart raced as if it might burst. I was merely jesting. You've done splendidly. Let us conclude this bathing session. I must rise and dress. Sighing in resignation at Yuanxi's anxious tone, Xiao Chen stood up from the bath. This young lady possesses many admirable qualities, yet her demeanor is somewhat humble. Were it not for the identity of the other party and the results of the appraisal, Xiao Chen would scarcely dare to believe that she is a princess. Caught off guard, Yuanxi gasped in surprise as she witnessed Xiao Chen abruptly rise to his feet. In an instant, she resembled a steam pot, exuding vapor, and two streams of blood unexpectedly burst forth from her nose. Alas, truly a novice yet eager to show off. Xiao Chen sighed at the commotion behind him. Merely a silhouette, and this girl has already lost her composure. Had he turned around, she might have fainted on the spot. With a sense of resignation, Xiao Chen turned his back to Yuanxi, hastily donned his attire, and then finally turned to face her. It was only then that he noticed Yuanxi's face flushed crimson, almost as if she were bleeding, her gaze appearing somewhat dazed, seemingly still immersed in the earlier scene. Are you all right? He inquired with a bemused smile, noticing the blood dripping onto the ground. Ah, young master, I am fine, Yuanxi exclaimed, finally regaining her senses. After her startled reaction, she hurriedly wiped her nose, inadvertently smearing blood all over her face. Do tidy yourself up and refrain from trying to show off next time, Xiao Chen advised as he ruffled her hair before turning to exit the room. He had not forgotten his primary task, which was to deliver the Xuanhuan blood prison array to Xiao and to recover the resources accumulated by the Xiao family over the past few days. Moreover, Yuanxi's secret could also be addressed, although he was uncertain when her seal would be lifted, thus leaving him unable to formulate any countermeasures at present. Upon arriving at the council chamber, Xiao Chen discovered that Xiao Zhan, Xiao Mingyi, and others were present. Their expressions grave as they appeared to be deliberating on a serious matter. Has something occurred? Noticing the unsettling atmosphere, Xiao Chen proactively inquired as he entered the hall. Cheno? Xiao Chen, you have finally emerged from seclusion. Upon sighting Xiao Chen, the group brightened, swiftly rising to greet him. At this moment, Xiao Mingyi began to explain. On the second day of your retreat, Queen Medusa similarly entered isolation, claiming she needed to restore her diminished powers and instructed us not to disturb her unless necessary. However, during these 2 days, several suspicious individuals have appeared around the Xiao family, seemingly monitoring our movements. As he spoke, Xiao Mingyi's tone grew somber. We suspect these are the eyes of the Lin family from Tiandu City. They likely aim to ascertain the Xiao family's secrets to facilitate certain actions against us. Consequently, we old fellows are concerned that powerful figures from the Lin family are en route and may descend upon Luyun City within the next few days. With Queen Medusa now engrossed in her cultivation, we must prepare countermeasures in advance. Upon concluding his statement, Xiao Zhan and the others nodded gravely, while Xiao Chen wore a faint smile at that moment. The Lin family of Tiandu City is hardly a formidable force. With that, Xiao Chen produced the Xuanhuan blood prison array disc, carelessly continuing, with this array disc in hand. Even if the Lin family of Tiandu City were to summon a powerful expert from the Tai Sword sect, our Xiao family possesses the capability to vanquish any invading foe. Array disc? At the mention of Xiao Chen's words, the gazes of Xiao Zhan and the others instantly fixated on the disc. Could it possibly be a terrestrial grade array disc? A terrestrial grade array disc, even the most mediocre one, can unleash terrifying might, sufficient to threaten the strong of the cave heaven realm. Should it be of a higher quality, or even the pinnacle of terrestrial grade, the array's might, when fully unleashed, could severely injure or even slay those in the Nirvana realm. Seeing Xiao Chen's confidence, could it truly be a pinnacle terrestrial grade array disc? This thought sent shockwaves through Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi, their faces lighting up with joy. This is not merely a terrestrial grade array disc, Xiao Chen remarked with a faint smile, as Xiao Zhan appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly realizing something. He nodded and continued. Indeed, this is a celestial grade array disc, and a pinnacle one at that. If its full power were unleashed, it would be sufficient to severely injure or slay experts of the celestial being realm. What? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi gasped in shock, nearly collapsing before him. A pinnacle celestial grade array disc? Capable of severely injuring or slaying celestial being realm experts. These two phrases reverberated incessantly in their minds, causing their heads to spin as if they might burst from the pressure. Celestial being realm experts. These are the top-tier powers among the 7 great dynasties of the Eastern Wilderness, capable of annihilating the Xiao family with a mere flick of their fingers. Even a stamp of their foot could make the Dacian dynasty tremble. In their eyes, such beings were nearly invincible. And yet, the array disc in Xiao Chen's possession could potentially slay celestial being realm experts. This was undoubtedly akin to wielding a divine artifact. While the array disc possessed the capability to severely injure or slay those of the celestial being realm, the actual effectiveness would still depend on the cultivator's prowess. If one could not fully harness the disc's might, they would merely be at the mercy of a celestial being realm expert. Noticing Xiao Zhan and the others rendered weak-kneed by shock, Xiao Chen, fearing their confidence might swell, promptly cautioned them. One must forge oneself to be strong. We all understand this principle. You needn't worry about us old fellows getting carried away. Xiao Zhan waved his hand, a look of satisfaction gracing his features as he replied. Although with our current cultivation, controlling this array disc would not suffice to contend against celestial being realm experts. It is more than adequate to handle those of the cave heaven or nirvana realms. With the group calming down, Xiao Chen smiled gently and shared a few more words. Subsequently, he proceeded to elucidate the usage of the Sinluo blood prison array to Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi among others. Naturally, when they inquired about the source of this array disc, Xiao Chen merely attributed it to his esteemed master. By the way, these exquisite spirit origin pills were concocted during my recent seclusion. You may exchange them for spirit crystals to procure additional resources. After explaining the operational techniques of the Sinluo blood prison array, Xiao Chen casually produced the remaining exquisite spirit origin pills. Exquisite spirit origin pills? Xiao Chen, you can refine pills as well. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xiao Zhan and the others were astounded, their gazes fixated on the array of pill vials. How many have you concocted? The refinement of exquisite spirit origin pills is notoriously challenging. Even an earth-tier alchemist requires a stroke of luck to produce one. Yet, Xiao Chen produced nearly 10 alchemical vials, suggesting he had successfully refined close to 10 pills. Not too many. Aside from those I've consumed during my cultivation over the past 2 days, I still have 60 exquisite spirit origin pills left. Noticing their unwavering stares, Xiao Chen smiled lightly. Unfazed. Chapter 23. Xiao Chen, let us keep the resources within the family. How about we take in your sister Ling? 60 exquisite spirit origin pills. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's nonchalant mention of the quantity, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi gasped, nearly collapsing before him. It is known that in the alchemical market of Luyan City, one might not encounter a single exquisite spirit origin pill for years. When they do appear, they are snatched up immediately. A single exquisite spirit origin pill cannot be purchased for less than 5,000 spirit crystals. The fact that Xiao Chen nonchalantly revealed 60 such pills, valued in the hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals, would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout all the trading guilds in Luyan City. These truly are exquisite spirit origin pills. In disbelief, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi trembled as they accepted the vials, cautiously uncorking one to inhale the scent, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at Xiao Chen. Did you really refine all of these? Their skepticism was not born from doubt in Xiao Chen, but rather from the sheer absurdity of the situation. The alchemical process is exceedingly intricate. To concoct 60 exquisite spirit origin pills within 2 days is beyond even a celestial tier alchemist. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's chamber lacked an alchemical furnace and the requisite abundant materials. How could he have produced such a quantity? As their thoughts raced, the group exchanged glances. Suddenly recalling that they had given Xiao Chen 100 inferior spirit origin pills just days prior. Could it be that these exquisite pills were refined from that batch? Indeed, as you surmised, these were purified and refined from that set of inferior spirit origin pills. Seeing their expressions of realization, Xiao Chen nodded with a faint smile. Oh, how remarkable it is that Xiao Chen possesses such extraordinary abilities. Truly, he is a blessing for the Xiao family. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan and the others gasped in astonishment, their faces alight with uncontainable joy and excitement. They never anticipated that Xiao Chen could not only assist others in cleansing their veins, but could also refine pills with a second level of purity. Such a feat is beyond that of even a heavenly grade alchemist. With Xiao Chen in the Xiao family, how could they possibly lack superior medicinal pills? However, do not rejoice too soon, for this endeavor equally demands a vast amount of resources. Without additional resources to support this, I cannot purify any pills. Observing their burgeoning hopes, Xiao Chen felt compelled to temper their enthusiasm with a dose of reality. Ha ha, we understand completely. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xiao Zhan and the others shared a hearty laugh, subsequently presenting him with a spatial ring. This contains various resources and items we have acquired from major trading guilds over the past few days, including remnants of demon cores and discarded pills, among others. We spent a total of 470,000 spirit crystals. This should prove beneficial to you. 470,000 spirit crystals? Xiao Chen's eyes gleamed at Xiao Zhan's revelation. Without any pretense or hesitation, he accepted the spatial ring. 470,000 spirit crystals. This sum must have been amassed after the destruction of the Wang and Lin families. Along with the Xiao family's own liquidity, he was pleasantly surprised by their selfless decision to gather resources. As his spiritual sense delved into the spatial ring, he discovered a mountain of various resources, be it remnants of demon cores, discarded pills, or even the carcasses and horns of magical beasts. All could be found within the confines of the ring. If released, they would likely form an imposing heap. This must be worth several tens of thousands of points. After a rough assessment in his mind, Xiao Chen promptly issued a recovery command. Ding! The system has recovered all resource items, totaling a value of 73,534 points. Over 70,000 points? Surprised by the system's notification, Xiao Chen realized there must be many valuable items among this batch. Otherwise, resources worth over 400,000 spirit crystals would not yield such a high point total. With this influx of points, he would be able to upgrade his pills once more. As this thought settled, Xiao Chen broached the subject. What? You wish to assist us in purifying pills? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's initiative, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi were filled with exuberance. Yes, I need you to procure some pills for cultivation or for breaking through realms, with a minimum quality of low grade. As long as I have sufficient resources at hand, I can refine them into superior pills. Consequently, you will be able to rapidly enhance your cultivation or achieve breakthroughs, thereby securing the safety of the Xiao family even further. Xiao Chen nodded and responded accordingly. Ha ha ha. It is no surprise that such admirable qualities run in the blood of the Xiao family. Observing Xiao Chen's unreserved dedication to the family, Xiao Mingyi beamed with satisfaction. He nearly wished to see Xiao Zhan abdicate immediately, appointing Xiao Chen as the head of the Xiao clan without delay. Oh, how could I almost forget something of utmost importance? As Xiao Mingyi pondered this, the second elder, Xiao Qixiong, suddenly slapped his thigh with fervor. He rushed to Xiao Chen with an eager demeanor, grasping the young man's wrist with excitement. Little Chen, with your exceptional looks and talents, any offspring you produce will surely be of remarkable quality. As the saying goes, the fertile waters should not flow to outsiders. Why not consider taking my daughter, Xiao Linger, as your partner? Upon hearing Xiao Qixiong's words, Xiao Chen nearly choked in disbelief. What kind of convoluted logic was this? Simply because of his appearance and talent, he was being urged to take Xiao Linger as his own? Xiao Second, you are shameless. Even your own daughter you would push towards me? Are you not concerned she might rebel? Exclaimed Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Delong, their eyes wide in astonishment at Xiao Qixiong's audacity. She dares, Xiao Qixiong retorted, his expression one of indignation. Given Xiao Chen's remarkable qualities and thoughtfulness, if she could warm his bed and bear his children, it would indeed be her greatest honor. Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Delong exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Furthermore, Xiao Qixiong continued, although we are all members of the Xiao family, my lineage has been distanced from Xiao Chen for several generations. From the perspective of our bloodline, we are already quite removed. Why not seize this opportunity to strengthen our ties? It may even enhance the quality of the Xiao bloodline. The Xiao family has existed for centuries, and many descendants are separated by numerous generations. Marrying within the family cannot be deemed incestuous. Thus, rather than allowing Xiao Chen to seek alliances with women from outside the clan, it would be wiser to consider those from our own lineage. This would mitigate familial strife and better protect the interests of the Xiao family. Suddenly, I find this notion rather plausible. After Xiao Qixiong's unorthodox reasoning, both Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Delong's eyes lit up. How had they not considered this? Rather than allowing outsiders to benefit, why not elevate their own worthy girls? Given Xiao Chen's displayed talents and qualities, even if he were to take a secondary wife, she would be granted opportunities beyond imagination. In time, they would boast exceptionally gifted descendants. Even their grandchildren would be a source of pride. Ha ha ha, little Chen, the second elder speaks wisely. What do you think of my daughter? She is even more beautiful than her mother, and her bloodline is 6 or 7 generations removed from you. Should you two unite, it would be a match made in heaven. As he spoke, Xiao Mingyi, brimming with excitement, approached Xiao Chen to advocate fervently for his daughter. Curse it! I have no daughters of my own to benefit from this. The elder Xiao Delong, standing nearby, felt a profound sense of frustration witnessing the scene unfold. With only 3 ineffectual sons under his care, he had previously found solace in their mere existence. Having 3 sons in succession had led him to believe his lineage was destined for greatness. Yet now, he found himself in despair. Unable to participate in such a fortuitous event, was he to consider preemptively attempting to sire a daughter in hopes of securing a place in this affair? Chapter 24. How could such a young rascal attain the 7th level of the spirit aperture? Observing Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qixiong flanking him, each fervently promoting their respective daughters, Xiao Chen felt his lips twitch involuntarily, revealing a hint of helplessness. The eldest elder's daughter, Xiao Meier, was 2 years his senior and possessed a strikingly mature demeanor, though her temperament was rather fiery. In terms of both figure and beauty, few could rival her, aside from the exquisite Kai Yan. Conversely, the second elder's daughter, Xiao Ling, also 2 years older, exuded a soft and pure charm reminiscent of a neighborly little sister. Though slightly petite, in every aspect save stature, she matched Xiao Meier, and in some respects, even surpassed her, boasting a bosom more ample than her counterpart. In Luoyun City, she drew gazes wherever she went, captivating even the eyes of the former owner of this body. Were Xiao Meier and Xiao Linger to discover that their own fathers were marketing them, they would likely feel mortified enough to contemplate severing familial ties. The Xiao family, known for their ruthless nature, would not hesitate. Just as Xiao Chen was about to graciously decline, a cold, aged voice echoed ominously. Accompanied by a blinding light, a thunderous roar reverberated through the Xiao residence, shaking it to its core, as an astonishing commotion erupted in the front courtyard. Who dared to launch a surprise attack on the Xiao family? Witnessing this sudden upheaval, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi's expressions shifted dramatically as they bellowed in fury and dashed out of the conference hall. Their rage, coupled with a murderous intent, swept through like a tempest. Xiao Chen's countenance turned icy as he silently exited the hall. Those who would dare assault the Xiao family at such a moment truly deserve their fate. As the group burst forth from the conference hall, leaping into the front courtyard, they beheld the recently repaired grounds reduced once again to ruins in the wake of this assault. Many clan members lay injured on the ground, igniting a fiery rage within Xiao Zhan and the others. Above the entrance of the Xiao residence, 2 elders hovered in midair, their presence commanding as ethereal domains manifested behind them, exuding an overwhelming force akin to mountains, instilling an unshakable sense of dread. Beneath them, over a dozen powerful practitioners of the spiral pill realm emanated a terrifying aura, their predatory gazes fixed upon the Xiao family, eyes glinting with a cruel, bloodthirsty light. These were the 2 supreme elders of the Lin family from Tiandu City, accompanied by a formidable cadre of senior elders. Save for the family head, Lin Yao, the entirety of the Lin family's upper echelon had emerged in full force. Such a terrifying force is capable of sweeping through the entire flowing cloud city. Are you members of the Lin family from Tiandu City? As he gazed at the severely injured members of the Xiao clan, Xiao Zhan raised his head with a chilling glare, his voice laced with murderous intent. A power capable of dispatching such formidable warriors, one that would strike at the Xiao clan without hesitation, could only belong to the Lin family of Tiandu City. How dare you, Xiao clan, resort to despicable means and conspire to slay my family's revered elder? As Xiao Zhan concluded his words, the two leading elders disregarded his inquiry entirely. One of them, Lin Xiaotian, with a cultivation level of the 6th layer of the Cave Heaven realm, is the strongest among the Lin family of Tiandu City. The other, Lin Xiaofeng, like the deceased Lin Xuanhuan, possesses the 5th layer of the Cave Heaven realm. After their swift arrival at Flowing Cloud City, they did not immediately assault the Xiao clan, but instead rushed to the city lord's mansion. Following a round of threats and interrogations, they extracted information from Lu Tiannan. Learning that the Cave Heaven realm expert who had invaded the Xiao clan 2 days prior was indeed their esteemed elder from the Lin family. Their murderous intent surged as they stormed towards the Xiao residence, unrestrained in their assault. After all, according to Lu Tiannan, the Xiao clan had allied with the Cave Heaven realm expert and expended considerable effort to slay Lin Xuanhuan. That mysterious expert had been grievously injured and was now retreating to the Xiao clan for healing. Therefore, this was indeed an opportune moment for them to eradicate the Xiao clan and avenge Lin Xuanhuan. Despicable means? An alliance in their downfall? Upon hearing the elder's words, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi exchanged glances, both expressing their confusion. On that day, Lin Xuanhuan had been vanquished in a single strike by the Queen Medusa. How had this tale morphed into one of a joint assault? Were these fools being deceived? It appeared someone wished for them to perish or to implicate the Xiao clan, thus drawing greater troubles upon them. This could very well allow other forces to eliminate the Xiao clan from Flowing Cloud City entirely. As doubts brewed in the hearts of Xiao Zhan and his companions, Xiao Chen's gaze flickered with a hint of speculation. The one capable of duping these imbeciles was likely none other than the city lord, Lu Tiannan. As this thought settled, Xiao Chen cast a sidelong glance toward the city lord's mansion, a faint, cold smile gracing his lips. Regardless of the initial intentions of the Lord of Flowing Cloud City, having manipulated these individuals to come for the Xiao clan had indeed saved them considerable effort. Amidst the commotion, Lin Xiaofeng cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Zhan and the others, his voice echoing with lethal intent within the Xiao residence. It appears that the Cave Heaven realm expert behind you is indeed gravely wounded and engaged in seclusion for healing, without the assistance of another formidable ally. Do you truly believe that with your mere second-tier cultivation and a handful of frail and infirm individuals, you can contend with the Lin family? Boom. As the words fell, Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng, without a hint of hesitation, unleashed their full prowess, their terrifying aura sweeping forth like a tempest. Within the Xiao family, regardless of age or status, not a single soul would be spared, with the resounding decree of extermination echoing throughout the Xiao family. Over a dozen elders of the Xiandan realm erupted in power, resembling bloodthirsty beasts as they surged towards the inner courtyard of the Xiao estate. The presence of Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng alone was sufficient to crush and annihilate the senior members of the Xiao family, while their cohort of elders embarked on a massacre of the entire clan. A group treated as mere pawns dares to dream of extinguishing our Xiao family? Such audacity is laughable in the extreme. As Lin Xiaotian and his companions began their assault, Xiao Chen raised his head with a cold smile, his eyes icy as they gazed upon the approaching figures. A chilling, bone-piercing killing intent emanated from Xiao Chen. At the 7th tier of the Spirit Aperture realm, as Xiao Chen's murderous aura became palpable, Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng were not the only ones taken aback. Even Xiao Zhan and others looked on in astonishment. Merely 2 days prior, Xiao Chen had been at the 3rd tier of the Spirit Aperture realm, yet now he had soared to the 7th tier. In just 2 short days, he had broken through 4 minor realms. Even the most prodigious talents of the Daiqian dynasty could not boast such an abnormal rate of cultivation. Xiao Chen possessed the bearing of a sage. How could such a young lad attain the 7th tier of the Spirit Aperture realm? Surely, This child must possess some extraordinary opportunity. Exchanging a glance of horror and speculation, Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng understood each other's thoughts. Yet, almost instantaneously, their gazes turned fierce, akin to bloodthirsty fiends from the abyss. If such a young spirit aperture powerhouse were to leave the Xiao family alive today, the Lin family in Tiandu City would cease to exist. This child must perish. Understanding the intent in each other's eyes, Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng hesitated not a moment longer, transforming into shadows as they charged towards Xiao Chen. Since you are so eager, let us see how you fare against this. Observing the rapidly approaching two formidable cultivators, Xiao Chen displayed no sign of panic, effortlessly summoning the Xuanhuan blood prison array. Chapter 25. I commanded you to defend, yet you dare to unleash your offensive abilities? The Xuanhuan blood prison array, a formation that could obliterate the 8 desolations. As Xiao Chen formed the intricate seals with his hands and pressed them upon the Xuanhuan blood prison array, an eerie crimson light erupted forth in an instant. Patterns of the formation, reminiscent of a spider's web, radiated throughout the entirety of the Xiao family estate. Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng, whose figures had initially surged forward, suddenly faltered under the overwhelming impact. Is this a ground-level array? The terrifying force of the formation left them astonished, clearly unprepared for such a hidden card from the Xiao family. Yet, what of a ground-level array? In the face of absolute power, it was merely a futile struggle against an unstoppable force. With a cold sneer, Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng unleashed their true essence once more, summoning the spectral forms of a tiger and a python behind them. As the roars of these beasts echoed, their formidable abilities bore down upon Xiao Chen and his companions with terrifying might. Who told you this is a ground-level array? Xiao Chen replied with a nonchalant sneer, his hands forming intricate seals once again. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan, Xiao Mingyi, and the others, in perfect synchrony, encircled Xiao Chen like stars around the moon, each executing their own seals. An immense surge of true essence flooded into the array, causing the previously dissipated patterns in the air to erupt with an even more fearsome array power. Is this a heavenly level array? Everyone, retreat from the coverage of the formation. The sudden escalation of the arrays might cause Lin Xiaotian and the others' expressions to change drastically. In a rush, they halted their advance and swiftly turned to retreat. If it were merely a ground-level array, they might have been able to withstand it together. However, a heavenly level array could unleash devastating attacks, regardless of their cultivation levels. It's too late. Observing Lin Xiaotian and the others retreating in haste, Xiao Chen sneered once more, altering his seals. Sun Luo Jinyu, boundless sea of blood. As these words resonated, the Sun Luo blood prison array trembled violently, and an endless crimson light illuminated the Xiao family. Chains ignited with blood-red flames, resembling the tentacles of a demonic abyss, surged forth towards Lin Xiaotian and the others. Quick! Defend with all your might. Witnessing the terrifying onslaught of the Sun Luo blood prison array, Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng shouted in fury, immediately unleashing their abilities against the oncoming chains. At the same time, the elder members of the Lin family, in the realm of Dan formation, frantically erupted with their cultivation. They unleashed their most potent attacks with unwavering determination. Damn it! I commanded you to defend, and yet you resort to offensive techniques? Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng were infuriated to see that over 90% of the Lin family's Dan formation elders had chosen to attack, intending to obliterate the array. The two supreme elders were incensed. The array's unleashed power was such that even they had no confidence in withstanding it. How dare these feeble Dan formation cultivators attempt to resist? Boom! Just as Lin Xiaotian's roar echoed, the chains collided with the combined might of the others. A resounding explosion reverberating through Luyun City like a clap of thunder. The attacks from the dozen or so formidable practitioners of the rotating pill realm of the Lin family were ruthlessly shattered by the relentless chains. These practitioners, reduced to mere puppets, were violently hurled away by the impact, blood gushing from their wounds, clearly suffering grave injuries. Meanwhile, the two experts of the Cave Heaven realm, Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng, barely managed to fend off the onslaught of the blood-colored chains. However, under the relentless assault of the array, they too found themselves at a disadvantage. Descend into hell. Witnessing the grievous injuries inflicted upon the dozen elders of the rotating pill realm, There was no hint of compassion on Xiao Chen's face. With a cold laugh, he altered his hand seals once again. The chains, ablaze with crimson flames, surged forth like blood-colored spears, swiftly closing in on the elders. In the eyes of Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng, the chains pierced through the chests of these elders without mercy. No, killing so many of my Lin family elders, your Xiao family shall surely face annihilation. As the elders of the Lin family met their tragic fate under the array's assault, Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng's eyes widened with rage. The confrontation that had previously held steady now crumbled entirely in this moment. Two beastly apparitions were ruthlessly obliterated by the blood-colored chains, causing both to spew blood amidst the chaos. In the midst of their tumbling forms, Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng dared not remain for a final battle. They swiftly propelled themselves away, utilizing the recoil to escape into the distance. If they could return to the Lin family, they could leverage Lin Feng's connections to persuade the powerful figures of the Tai Sword sect to intervene. With the immense foundation of the Tai Sword sect, even if the Xiao family possessed a celestial grade array, their fate would ultimately be obliteration. Furthermore, the celestial grade array of the Xiao family would become their spoils of war. However, just as they dashed away, a red figure appeared before them like a wraith, exuding an eerie presence. Before Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng could discern who this person was, a terrifying aura erupted like a volcano. Without uttering a word, colored smoke materialized in the void, and the figure raised a hand, lightly pointing at the two. Two sparks shot forth, transforming into beams of sword light that pierced towards them. An expert of the profound realm, feeling the surrounding space grow unnaturally still, Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng exclaimed in terror. The ability to manipulate the forces of nature to freeze space was beyond the reach of anyone below the profound realm. Even Nirvana realm practitioners were incapable of such feats. Could this be the mysterious powerhouse behind the Xiao family? But hadn't he, the city lord of Luyun, stated that this was merely an injured cave heaven realm practitioner? Could this truly be considered a cave heaven realm? As various thoughts flashed through their minds, they barely had time to plead for mercy before the two beams of sword light pierced through their chests, sealing the tragic fate of their wretched lives. In less than half a minute, it was all over. All the formidable warriors from the Lin family that invaded the Xiao family in Tiandu City now lay lifeless, transformed into cold corpses. Is everyone really dead? Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Zhan and the others were utterly astonished. Truly, the Medusa queen of the serpent people is fearsome, displaying such terrifying prowess with the slightest movement. Her arrival was indeed timely. Glancing at the figure floating above, a smile graced Xiao Chen's face. With such a powerful protector by his side, ordinary malevolent spirits were hardly a cause for concern. She donned the attire perfectly, wrapped in a dress that accentuated her voluptuous figure. Kai Yan's long, elegant legs adorned with the garter stockings he gifted her exuded an aura of maturity and enchantment. Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled momentarily, and he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The Medusa Queen's new ensemble was utterly captivating. Truly, she could mesmerize anyone with whatever she wore. Young master, this time I have spared their remains, Kai Yan remarked as she noticed Xiao Chen gazing at her. With a graceful flicker, she appeared right before him. Sensing Xiao Chen's appreciation for her legs, Kai Yan sought to divert his attention. Chapter 26. Not only dogs shall not survive, but also the egg must be shaken. Well done. Hearing Kai Yan's words, Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze, pausing briefly before continuing. This outfit of yours is indeed alluring. It perfectly embodies the aloof charm of the Medusa Queen. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint blush appeared on Kai Yan's previously cool countenance. Embarrassed, she lowered her head, yet a subtle smile graced her lips. This bashful demeanor, reminiscent of a young girl, left Xiao Zhan and the others dumbfounded. They never imagined that the esteemed Medusa Queen of the Serpent People could blush and feel shy from a mere compliment from Xiao Chen. This scene shattered their previous perceptions. After praising Kai Yan, Xiao Chen approached the corpses of Lin Xiaotian and the others, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Oh, Natofo, immeasurable respect to that celestial being. Observing the lifeless bodies on the ground, Xiao Chen clasped his hands together, adopting a posture of compassion. Though you all deserved your fate, it is unfortunate to die with your eyes open. I shall now perform a rite to guide you. With that, he issued a command to the system for collection. Two strong individuals from the Cave Heaven realm and over a dozen from the Xiandan realm. Their remains should be worth a substantial number of points. To incinerate them would indeed squander their value. It is essential to recycle them. Ding. The system has successfully collected all the corpses, totaling a value of 26,450 points. To think they were worth over 20,000 points, these individuals met their end with purpose. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xiao Chen's eyes gleamed with surprise, revealing an unexpected delight at the presence of a cave heaven realm expert. It is comparable to an item of the earth grade, certainly not reaching the heights of superior quality, thus it would amount to approximately 5,000 points at most. As for a formidable expert of the Rotation Dan realm, should their cultivation reach the 9th level of Rotation Dan, even if their corpse were preserved in a relatively intact state, it would still equate to a premium of the mystic grade, valued at no more than 1,000 points. Therefore, the combined worth of 2 experts from the Cave Heaven realm and a dozen from the Rotation Dan realm, totaling over 20,000 points, is quite commendable. Moreover, there are the spatial rings of these individuals, which might contain numerous resources. After dealing with the corpses of these individuals, Xiao Chen collected the remaining rings, his face betraying a glimmer of anticipation. In the next moment, without a hint of hesitation, he extended his spiritual sense into the rings to begin an inventory of the resources within. True to their status as high-ranking members of the Lin family in Tiandu City, each of them possessed a wealth beyond measure. Within the spatial rings, not only were there earth-grade techniques and divine abilities, but also a plethora of mystic-grade weapons. And even celestial materials and beast components were abundantly present. A look of ecstatic joy illuminated Xiao Chen's face. The cumulative wealth of these individuals exceeded the resources he had gathered over the past few days. Certain items could be retained for synthesis or upgrading, while others would be exchanged for points. Observing the spatial rings, he noted many pills suitable for cultivation in the Cave Heaven or Rotation Dan realms, as well as numerous mystic or earth-grade weapons. Even some commendable techniques and abilities would not be exchanged for points, as a modest utilization of these items could significantly bolster the foundation of the Xiao family. Ding. The system has recovered all designated items, totaling a value of 78,630 points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xiao Chen's expression brightened with excitement. When accounting for the points previously acquired, his total had nearly reached 200,000. These individuals truly were like harbingers of wealth. Xiao Chen, how was your harvest? Noticing the elation on Xiao Chen's face as he collected the rings, Xiao Zhan and the others approached with inquiries. Quite satisfactory. With this influx of resources, the strength of the Xiao family will ascend several tiers. Xiao Chen replied with a gentle smile, turning to respond to Xiao Zhan and the others. It seems the Lin family of Tiandu City has inadvertently benefited our Xiao family. Xiao Zhan chuckled lightly at this, but his brow bore a hint of gravity. After a brief pause, he continued. However, with the demise of so many high-ranking members of the Lin family, the enmity between the two great families is now irreconcilable. Once the other party receives word, they are bound to retaliate fiercely. If they manage to summon powerful figures from the Tai Sword sect, our Xiao family may soon find ourselves facing even greater troubles. Although the presence of the formidable Medusa offers us a strong advantage, regardless of how many experts the Tai Sword sect sends, we possess sufficient confidence to counter them. Yet, as the strength of our allies grows, their exposure to the world inevitably expands, and they may very well recognize Queen Medusa. By that time, it would no longer be a mere personal vendetta, but rather an entanglement in a racial maelstrom. It matters not. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively, his gaze ominously low as he whispered, I shall ensure they are too preoccupied to trouble the Xiao family. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's profound words, Xiao Zhan and the others immediately began to speculate, their pupils constricting sharply. Chener, do you intend to march into the Lin family of Tiandu City? Xiao Zhan, feeling incredulous, could not help but seek confirmation. Their collective thought was to endure, to remain steadfast and secure the Xiao family, allowing it to gradually develop. Once the Xiao family's strength matured, all troubles would crumble effortlessly. After all, in just a few short days, the Xiao family's power had surged dramatically. Not only had their cultivations advanced, but they also possessed a heavenly grade formation disc to fortify their defenses, along with the presence of the Medusa Queen, coupled with Xiao Chen's mysterious inheritance. If they could seize some time to grow, the transformation of the Xiao family's power would be inevitable. At that time, even the Tai sword sect would find themselves at a loss against them. However, they could never have anticipated that Xiao Chen's thoughts were in stark contrast to theirs. He actually intended to annihilate the Lin family in Tiandu City. Indeed, our Xiao family is not a soft persimmon for others to squeeze at will. The Lin family has attempted to eradicate us multiple times. If we do not send them to hell, how could our Xiao family ever find peace? Xiao Chen declared, his voice laced with undisguised killing intent. To resolve troubles, one must eradicate them at the root. Passively enduring blows is not a viable option. Since the Lin family is unaware of their own demise, they must be utterly obliterated. Once every member of the Lin family is extinguished, he could hardly believe that the Tai sword sect would persistently clash with the Xiao family over them. I shall set forth tomorrow, accompanied by Kai Yan, to Tiandu City. Prior to that, I will assist the Xiao family in upgrading some martial arts and elixirs, as well as help some core clan members cleanse their marrow and open their meridians. Father and the elders, you may rest assured in safeguarding our family. As Xiao Chen's chilling words echoed, the surrounding temperature plummeted to a freezing point. Since the Lin family of Tiandu City had incited such murderous intent within him, he believed that in the future, not only would they not survive, but even their foundations must be thoroughly shaken. You shall depart tomorrow. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's resolute decision, Xiao Zhan and the others gasped in shock. However, after a brief silence, they refrained from dissuading him. After all, with the formidable Medusa Queen at their side, unless a powerhouse of equal caliber intervened, it was unlikely anyone could threaten Xiao Chen. If they could eliminate the Lin family of Tiandu City, it would indeed eradicate the impending calamity. Chener, although the risks of this journey are minimal, you must exercise utmost caution. Xiao Zhan solemnly patted Xiao Chen's shoulder, pride swelling within him for having such a decisive son. Indeed, I will. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded thoughtfully, and then, as if struck by a sudden inspiration, addressed Xiao Zhan and the others. You may first entrust me with some of the Xiao family's inherited martial arts. I intend to refine them before my departure. Chapter 27. This evening, let Mayor Linger entice him. Can you truly enhance martial arts? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's declaration, Xiao Zhan and the others could not help but gasp in disbelief. Their expressions a mixture of astonishment and skepticism. Their focus had previously been solely on extinguishing the Lin family, and they had overlooked Xiao Chen's words. Now, upon hearing him mention this again, waves of tumult surged within their hearts. It is well understood that refining martial arts is no simple task. It requires profound mastery and a harmonious match of attributes. Even for seasoned practitioners like themselves, who have cultivated for decades, they could only hope to refine some basic yellow tier techniques at best. The martial arts inherited by the Xiao family, however, reside within the high ranks of the mysterious tier. Even a formidable Nirvana realm expert, aligned in attributes, might not possess the assurance to upgrade them. To think that Xiao Chen would express such confidence. There's no significant issue. Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile, his four words conveying an air of mastery over the situation. Ha! My son Xiao Chen possesses the bearing of an emperor. With him in the Xiao family, how can we not rise? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's self-assured response, Xiao Zhan erupted in joyous laughter. With their marrow cleansing and vein purging, along with the refinement of cultivation elixirs, they had the talent and resources. All that remained was superior martial arts. To their astonishment, Xiao Chen could now enhance martial arts, effectively eliminating their only shortcoming. If the Xiao family could not rise after this, it would truly be a failure. Beside them, Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Delong trembled with excitement, casting envious glances at Xiao Zhan. To have such a son truly reflects well on them, unlike their own offspring, who seem to lack any promise. If only Xiao Chen could become my son-in-law, my future would be illuminated. As they gazed at Xiao Chen, both Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qixiong were seized by this thought, their eyes glinting with a resolve that suggested they had made a decision. This evening, let Mayor Linger entice him. As this thought settled in, Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qixiong exchanged rapid breaths and a fleeting glance before hastily averting their eyes, leaving Xiao Delong puzzled. Can he truly enhance martial arts? Meanwhile, Kai Yan, having overheard their conversation, felt her heart race with a newfound unease. A powerful intuition stirred within her. If given ample resources, Xiao Chen might even refine imperial tier martial arts. This implied that if she remained by Xiao Chen's side, with sufficient resources gathered, breaking through to the sacred realm would be a trivial pursuit. Even the more formidable imperial realm might not be beyond reach. After this thought took root, Kaiyan's breathing became somewhat rapid, her gaze sparkling as she fixated on Xiao Chen, paying no mind to the peculiar stares from those around him. Xiao Chen retrieved the Xiao family's inherited martial arts from Xiaozhan and promptly turned to return to his private quarters, with their departure to Tiandu City imminent. He was acutely aware that time was of the essence. Observing Xiao Chen retreating to his room without uttering a word, Kaiyan followed suit, not only to serve as his protector, but also to witness firsthand how Xiao Chen would refine the martial arts techniques. Upon returning to his chamber, Xiao Chen disregarded Kaiyan and casually opened his attribute panel. Host, Xiao Chen Physique, Innate Dao Body Cultivation, 7th level of Spirit Aperture Technique, Creation of Heaven and Earth Formula Abilities, Shadowless Steps of the Celestial Demon, Coiling Dragon Fist. 8 Desolations Force, Diamond Skill Points, 198632. Indeed, his points were nearing 200,000, allowing for ample expenditure. A satisfied smile graced Xiao Chen's lips as he surveyed the points displayed on the panel. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved the scrolls of techniques. This collection included not only the inherited martial arts given by Xiaozhan, but also those plundered from Lin Xiaotian and others. Among them were 2 fire attribute techniques of low earthly grade and 6 additional fire attribute techniques of the mysterious tier, all suitable for synthesis. System. Synthesize all the techniques before me. With a sweeping glance at the scrolls, Xiao Chen issued the command to the system. Ding. The system has deducted 3,500 points and is currently synthesizing all techniques for the host. As the system's prompt echoed, a brilliant white light erupted. Ancient runes, akin to dancing sparks, soared from the scrolls, merging and coalescing under Xiao Chen's watchful gaze. What a miraculous technique! The young master is capable of directly extracting the essence of martial arts contained within the techniques. Kaiyan was utterly astonished by the spectacle before her. She had anticipated that Xiao Chen would need to read each technique individually, relying on his formidable comprehension to integrate them all. To her astonishment, he merely waved his hand and effortlessly distilled the essence of all the martial arts. What sort of transcendent ability is this? Having lived for centuries, this was the first time she had encountered such an unbelievable phenomenon. She was now completely convinced that Xiao Chen must be the reincarnation of a supreme emperor. Ding. All martial arts techniques have been successfully synthesized. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the elite earthly grade martial art, Heavenly Fire Burning Heart Technique. As the system's notification resounded once more, the essence of all martial arts was fully integrated. A more powerful fire attribute technique was subsequently inscribed upon a scroll. With just a bit more expenditure of points, nearly 10 martial arts techniques could be synthesized into an even superior technique. What a remarkable feature the system possessed. A look of contentment spread across Xiao Chen's face as he beheld the newly acquired fire attribute technique. Low cost, high return. This encapsulates the essence of transforming waste into treasure. However, mere earth-grade excellence is insufficient. Further upgrades are imperative. With a flicker of determination in his gaze, Xiao Chen promptly commanded the enhancement. Although the Xiao family possessed earth-grade techniques that could elevate Xiaozhan and others to the nirvana realm, Xiao Chen's ambitions transcended such limits. He envisioned the creation of an invincible family, and thus, the caliber of martial arts must ascend ever higher. Ding. The system has deducted 35,000 points and is currently upgrading the Heavenly Fire Heartburning Technique. As the radiant light erupted once more, a series of fire attribute runes materialized. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gaze of Kaiyan, ethereal figures began to evolve in synchronization with the flickering runes, unleashing a profound essence of martial arts. Is the young master deducing martial arts? Witnessing this unprecedented method of martial arts deduction, Kaiyan's mouth dropped open in astonishment, nearly large enough to accommodate a small egg. Xiao Chen's seemingly endless array of techniques had utterly redefined her understanding over the centuries. Indeed, it was as if the heavens had cleaved through the mundane, leaving no room for ignorance. Ding. The Heavenly Fire Heartburning Technique upgrade is complete. Its rank has reached the pinnacle of heaven grade. As the system's notification resonated once again, the white light dissipated and the scroll of techniques fell into Xiao Chen's hands. Effortlessly, a heaven-grade technique was birthed, The sensation of having an advantage was undeniably exhilarating. Observing this technique, which would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among various factions, a satisfied smile graced Xiao Chen's face. This heaven-grade technique was sufficient to elevate the Xiao family to prominence. In the future, when his points amassed sufficiently, he would further upgrade it to the sacred tier. Next, he must enhance his divine abilities and the elixirs for cultivation. As these thoughts crystallized, Xiao Chen paid no heed to Kai Yan, who was overwhelmed with shock, her face flushed and breath quickening, her legs feeling weak. Instead, he produced a plethora of elixirs and began the upgrade process anew. Chapter 28. Whether one can seize the opportunity depends on one's understanding of the situation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, while Xiao Chen was engaged in upgrading techniques and elixirs within his chamber, Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qixiong were equally industrious. Almost simultaneously, the two approached their respective daughters and shared their plans. What? You want me to seduce our cousin Xiao Chen? Separated by several courtyards, Xiao Meyer and Xiao Linger exchanged incredulous glances with their fathers, clearly bewildered by whether these old men had taken leave of their senses. They were being instructed to entice their own cousin. What kind of vision do you possess, my dear? It is crucial to recognize that Xiao Chen is now the true dragon of the Xiao family, a prodigy destined to ascend to the sacred realm. In the future, countless breathtaking beauties will vie for his favor. Only while he has yet to soar through the skies can you find a sliver of opportunity within the Xiao family. Moreover, the generational gap between you and him renders any moral or ethical concerns moot. Should you forge a union with Xiao Chen, it would indeed allow you to soar to greater heights and explore vast new realms. Furthermore, you may have heard of the recent turmoil within the Xiao family, which has unfolded twice in the past few days. Were it not for Xiao Chen's courageous intervention, our family would have been obliterated by formidable foes long ago. At that juncture, the male heirs of the Xiao lineage would be extinguished, and you, along with the women and children, might endure unspeakable torment. Thus, in a certain sense, Xiao Chen is your savior. As the ancients wisely noted, a debt of gratitude is weightier than the heavens, and one ought to pledge oneself in return. Were it not for my advanced age, I would have eagerly offered myself to young Chen. Your mother bore you with such exquisite beauty. I once thought it merely for display, but now I realize it was to ensure that you could somewhat match Xiao Chen's caliber. In two separate chambers, nearly identical sentiments echoed, leaving both Xiao Meyer and Xiao Linger in a daze. Under such nearly indoctrinating rhetoric, a singular thought emerged in their minds. Could it be that Xiao Chen is the true progeny of this old man? Tonight, I shall create an opportunity for you, wherein a solitary man and a solitary woman will find themselves in the same room. Whether you seize this chance depends on your understanding of the situation. After imparting these earnest instructions, Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qixiong departed their daughters' chambers. At last, the matter was settled. That night, Xiao Chen gazed upon the array of newly upgraded elixirs before him, a satisfied smile gracing his face. These concoctions encompassed the essential potions required for cultivation in both the rotation and cave heavens realms, including those for healing, training, breaking through barriers, and detoxification. He had even synthesized a fair number of mystical weapons and divine abilities. In total, he expended 150,000 points, allocating a portion to the Xiao family while reserving the remainder for his own use. After all, his personal cultivation necessitated resources. He could not contribute everything to the family. Host, Xiao Chen physique, innate Dao body cultivation level, 7th layer of spirit aperture technique, creation of the universe sutra divine abilities, shadowless steps of the celestial demon, true dragon fist of the great wilderness, 5 elements overturning seal, 9 transformations golden body shield points, 28, 368, with only a little over 20,000 points remaining. Xiao Chen couldn't help but lament the inadequacy of his points. In less than a single evening, the 200,000 points had diminished by nearly 90%. If these points were converted into resources, they would suffice to purchase a substantial portion of Luoyuan City. The path of cultivation is indeed a costly endeavor. However, amidst the consumption of these points, the transformation of his attributes was markedly evident. Particularly in the section concerning divine abilities, numerous skills had undergone significant evolution. The true dragon fist of the great wilderness was an exquisite heavenly-grade divine ability he had developed by merging the Panlong fist and the 8 wilderness technique. along with remnants of various other martial arts. The five elements heaven-defying seal employs the powers of five distinct attributes, culminating in an exquisite celestial-grade divine art through a process of synthesis and subsequent enhancement. As for the 9 transformations golden body shield, it is a celestial-grade divine art fashioned by Xiao Chen, who amalgamated the diamond technique with various body refinement methods, later upgrading it to a superior level. Merely these 3 celestial-grade divine arts consumed nearly 80 to 90,000 points. However, with the evolution and enhancement of these divine abilities, his prowess experienced an exponential surge. Every ounce of effort invested was undeniably worthwhile. It is also time to elevate the talents of some core clan members. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Chen promptly rose and exited the chamber, only to find several individuals awaiting him in the courtyard. These figures included Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi, prominent members of the upper echelons, but Xiao Dalong was also present, holding a young man who appeared to be in a state of unconsciousness. "What brings you here?" Xiao Chen inquired, noticing the young man in Xiao Dalong's grasp, who seemed to be Xiao Ming, a rather mediocre talent within the Xiao family. Confusion washed over him as he wondered if this individual had committed some transgression. Didn't you mention wanting to assist some core clan members in purifying their marrow and refining their veins? I simply knocked this little rascal out and brought him along, thus preventing him from learning what he shouldn't. Xiao Dalong replied with a hearty laugh. Xiao Ming was the least gifted of his 3 sons, and if Xiao Chen could perform a marrow cleansing on him, it might alleviate the boy's feelings of inferiority. Witnessing Xiao Ming lie there like a lifeless pig, Xiao Chen felt a twinge of exasperation. Such a fatherly approach was indeed quite audacious. He need not have resorted to such extremes. As long as the individuals were core members of the Xiao family and had undergone an evaluation of their character, they could simply be brought forth without such theatrics. This method might instead raise suspicions. If they were to investigate later, it could result in unforeseen complications. Shaking his head in resignation, Xiao Chen promptly suggested, "Anyone who has undergone my system's capabilities unwittingly becomes bound by a soul contract, rendering them incapable of harboring ill intentions towards me, thus fundamentally eliminating any possibility of harm. Hence, once they have experienced my cleansing, they are virtually loyal followers, requiring no elaborate precautions." Though this little rascal-esque character is passable, it never hurts to exercise caution. Xiao Dalong chuckled awkwardly in response to Xiao Chen's advice. "Chener, is everything progressing smoothly?" Xiao Zhan, despite feeling somewhat speechless, seized the moment to inquire about Xiao Chen's endeavors. "Quite well," Xiao Chen replied with a knowing smile, aware of what Xiao Zhan was alluding to. "This time, I have refined several core martial arts for the family, elevating their levels to the celestial tier, sufficient for all of you to cultivate to the human celestial realm." Celestial tier. As Xiao Chen's words hung in the air, Xiao Zhan and the others gasped in astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief. Our Xiao family now possesses celestial-level cultivation techniques. This momentum of ascendance is destined to be unstoppable. Overwhelmed with exhilaration and joy, Xiao Zhan and the others erupted into laughter. "Moreover, I have refined some elixirs for you. They should enable the 3 elders to break through to the cave heaven realm and assist the family in cultivating several formidable practitioners in the Spiral Dan realm. Even my father can elevate his cultivation by several minor realms in a short period." Observing the ecstatic expressions of Xiao Zhan and the others, Xiao Chen paused momentarily before adding, "Here, take these." With that, Xiao Chen produced several scrolls of cultivation techniques and a multitude of elixir vials, placing them into Xiao Zhan's hands. The sight of these precious elixirs and techniques made Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi tremble with excitement. Though Xiao Chen spoke nonchalantly, they understood the immense value of these items. Each one, if presented to the outside world, could incite a significant uproar. They were treasures so rare that even if the Xiao family were to exhaust their entire wealth, they could not procure them. Yet now, not only were they within reach, but there were also more than one. All of this was a gift from Xiao Chen. "Chener, the Xiao family will never forget all that you have done for us," Xiao Zhan proclaimed. As if words could scarcely convey his gratitude, he felt compelled to bow deeply to Xiao Chen. Even Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qisheng followed suit, preparing to bend their knees in homage. This gesture startled Xiao Chen, who quickly intervened to halt their actions. "There is no need for such reverence, esteemed father and elders. This is merely my duty," he said with a gentle smile, raising his hand to stop them. Although he had traversed from another realm, since his arrival in this world, the Xiao family had become his anchor. Moreover, the true essence of strength lies not merely in one's individual power, but in the collective strength of those around him. Only with steadfast allies can one truly gaze proudly upon this realm. Should misfortune befall him in the future, it would be a profound sorrow if he found himself devoid of even a single person to rely upon. There is no question of obligation, Xiao Chen replied, shaking his head with a note of nostalgia. Though you are of the Xiao lineage, you possess extraordinary fortune. You could have settled the Xiao family's debt of gratitude with mere trifles and soared through the heavens, severing all ties. Yet, you chose not to, instead selflessly contributing to our family. We, the older generation, have witnessed this and shall forever remember it. After a brief pause, Xiao Chen placed a reassuring hand on Xiao Chen's shoulder and continued with unwavering resolve. While we cannot promise you anything here, the Xiao family will never hinder your progress. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, we will exhaust every last drop of our blood for you. Beside him, Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Delong remained silent, yet their eyes conveyed everything. Xiao Chen had bestowed upon them immense grace. They would harbor no grievances even if called upon to sacrifice their lives. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen fell into a contemplative silence, a ripple of emotion stirring within him. Initially, his intention was merely to invest in the Xiao family, forging an invincible clan to facilitate his future dominion over the world. However, as he interacted more with Xiao Zhan and others, a sense of belonging to this family began to blossom within him. The Xiao family truly deserved his nurturing. Enough of the sentimental talk. What do you wish to do next? We shall fully cooperate with you, remarked Xiao Zhan, gently patting Xiao Chen on the shoulder as he noticed his momentary daze, evidently moved. I possess sufficient resources to facilitate the transformation of 3 or 4 individuals. The allocation of slots shall be left to your discretion. Xiao Chen nodded in acknowledgement, then swiftly shifted the topic. Ha. We have already made our decisions regarding this matter. Each of the 3 elders shall have 1 slot, which is why I brought this lad over after knocking him out. As Xiao Chen finished his statement, Xiao Delong burst into laughter, promptly dragging the unconscious Xiao Ming before Xiao Chen. Upon observing Xiao Ming, Xiao Chen activated his appraisal function. His martial arts talent was merely of mid-tier yellow rank. No wonder he felt inferior within the Xiao family. After examining Xiao Ming's aptitude, Xiao Chen wasted no time. Crouching down to press on his chest, and commanded the system, elevate his talent to high-tier earth rank. Ding. The system has deducted 800 points, upgrading Xiao Ming's talent. As the system notification resonated, a brilliant white light erupted. In mere moments, Xiao Ming's martial arts talent soared from mid-tier yellow rank to high-tier earth rank. Done. I have purified his marrow and opened his meridians. His talent should now reach the earth tier. With proper guidance, he is destined to cultivate to the Nirvana realm. Xiao Chen remarked with a gentle smile as he withdrew his hand from the still unconscious Xiao Ming. Ha. I shall certainly discipline this lad more in the future. I won't let your efforts today go to waste. Xiao Delong chuckled heartily, lifting Xiao Ming once again. However, upon noticing signs of awakening from Xiao Ming, he delivered a swift chop to the nape of his neck, causing Xiao Chen's lips to twitch involuntarily. Truly, one could not doubt his fatherly instincts. He was adept at knocking him out. There are still 2 more, Xiao Chen said, turning his gaze towards Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qixiong, his expression reflecting curiosity. Each of the 3 elders had a slot for their children, yet he pondered the absence of the offspring of the other 2 elders. Ahem. Our slots are reserved for our respective daughters. However, considering that they are young ladies, it would be inappropriate to render them unconscious and carry them away. Thus, we decided to incapacitate them and leave them in their chambers. The next step must fall upon you, Xiao Chen, to pay a visit to their quarters and assist them in cleansing their meridians. Upon seeing the puzzled gaze of Xiao Chen, both Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qixiong came to a realization. The former cleared his throat awkwardly and spoke with a hint of embarrassment, his eyes darting as if he had committed a misdeed. Xiao Chen fell into silence. For reasons unknown, a foreboding sensation washed over him, as if these 2 were plotting against him, yet it seemed unlikely. After all, both Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qixiong had been secretly bound by a contract from the system, ensuring no ill will towards him would arise. Nevertheless, Their peculiar demeanor left him with an unsettling feeling. Very well, I shall first proceed to Sister Xiao Meyer's room. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen dismissed further thoughts and responded. He intended to turn and head toward Xiao Meyer's chamber, but was suddenly interrupted. Wait, I should go to my daughter's room first. Xiao Qixiong abruptly interjected, leaving Xiao Chen momentarily bewildered. He turned back, a look of confusion adorning his face, hoping for an explanation. Ahem, my daughter's chamber is somewhat closer, so it would be prudent to assist that girl first. You speak nonsense, Xiao Qixiong. Before Xiao Chen could retort, Xiao Mingyi could no longer contain himself. The distance between their respective rooms was merely 70 paces, symmetrical on either side of Xiao Chen's courtyard. How could one claim that his daughter was any closer? Shameless Xiao Qixiong. He sought to seize the opportunity. This cannot be allowed. Xiao Mingyi, there is but one chance, and I shall not yield to you. The loud proclamation from Xiao Mingyi did not intimidate Xiao Qixiong. He rolled up his sleeves, ready for a confrontation. If Xiao Meyer were to act thoughtlessly and ruin Xiao Chen's mood, or if she were too aggressive and disinterested him, what then for his daughter? Thus, the one who arrives first holds the greater chance. This was a prime opportunity to turn Xiao Chen into a son-in-law. He would not allow this old fellow to benefit from it. What is this ruckus about? Observing the unusual behavior of Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qixiong, Xiao Chen could not help but furrow his brow, a look of suspicion crossing his face. It was merely a matter of cleansing meridians. What difference did it make who went first? What was there to quarrel about? Enough, enough. You two old fellows, let Chun'er decide which chamber he wishes to visit first. What sort of decorum is this? Arguing in front of the younger generation. Xiao Zhan, who had been quietly observing, interjected with a hint of annoyance. With that, the atmosphere shifted. Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qixiong exchanged glances, their faces betraying a smirk of dissatisfaction, and they refrained from further argument. Observing their peculiar behavior, Xiao Chen rubbed his nose in bemusement and proceeded toward Xiao Meyer's chamber. Old fellow, I hope your daughter does not misstep, he thought, casting a glance at Xiao Qixiong, who clenched his teeth in frustration as he whispered to Xiao Mingyi. Heh, fear not, replied Xiao Mingyi with a sly grin, his face alight with pride. It took considerable effort to persuade that girl on how to proceed. This affair is bound to succeed. As soon as Xiao Chen lifts the covers, he will see. Cough, cough. Realizing he had let slip too much, Xiao Mingyi hastily cleared his throat to cover his tracks. Ultimately, the fortune of our descendants is in their own hands. Whether this endeavor bears fruit hinges upon their fate. Xiao Qixiong regarded him with disdain, astonished by the lack of decorum displayed by the old man, regretting that he had not considered such an angle himself. Truly, a missed opportunity. However, given his daughter's docility and her apparent fondness for Xiao Chen, it was likely she would take the initiative. Meanwhile, Xiao Delong, observing their furtive conduct, recognized the gravity of the situation, displaying an expression of deep regret, lamenting that he had not sired a daughter and thus could not partake in this fortuitous event. What use are these sons? He thought, growing increasingly disheartened, before delivering a slap to Xiao Ming's head, which provided a modicum of relief. Chapter 30. To Xiao Chen's astonishment, Xiao Meyer's request was to take him as her concubine. As night enveloped the world, Xiao Chen soon arrived at Xiao Meyer's courtyard, approaching her chamber and knocking gently on the door. After a considerable pause, silence persisted within, prompting him to furrow his brow. Could she still be unconscious? He pondered, recalling Xiao Mingyi's earlier words, his concern deepening. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to enter. Although it was morally questionable to intrude upon a young lady's quarters at such an hour, he was there for a legitimate purpose, and her father had consented. As long as he refrained from any impropriety, it was unlikely to result in any untoward incidents. As he pushed the door open, a fragrant aroma wafted toward him. The room was adorned with various crystal ornaments that shimmered with a hazy light, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Nevertheless, Xiao Chen was focused on his mission and had little inclination to admire the decor. Upon parting the beaded curtain, he approached the grand bed. There, under a large quilt, lay what appeared to be a person, the outline barely discernible. It must be Xiao Meyer, rendered unconscious. Yet the quilt was tightly wrapped, revealing nothing. He needed to ascertain the truth. After muttering to himself, Xiao Chen lifted the quilt. After confirming the identity of the enigmatic Xiao Meyer, he intended to elevate her martial arts talents. In the ensuing moment, as Xiao Chen lifted the crimson sheet, a haze of ethereal white light, tinged with two vivid splashes of crimson, almost blinded him. What on earth is this? Staring at the breathtaking scene before him, Xiao Chen's mind buzzed incessantly. She was not clothed. Just as he stood there, bewildered with the sheet in hand, Xiao Meier suddenly opened her eyes. Their gazes locked in the stillness of the room. In the next instant, a piercing scream erupted as Xiao Meier hastily pulled the sheet around herself, wrapping it tightly. I came to assist you in cleansing your meridians, not expecting this. You must believe me. I harbor no malice. Seeing Xiao Meier's face flush with embarrassment and anxiety, Xiao Chen stammered an explanation, his words tumbling over each other. Damn, he had placed too much trust in the system's contract. Believing that Xiao Mingyi and the others would not betray him, he had naively let down his guard, only to be ensnared by the old man's schemes. Even his own daughter was thrust into this predicament. Was this truly the work of a father? Xiao Meier, observing Xiao Chen's awkward demeanor, did not lash out. Instead, she spoke with a countenance of shame. The whole misunderstanding was her father's idea, suggesting that such a scenario could create a misunderstanding, thereby drawing the two closer. With this scandalous incident, should she take the initiative later, there was a genuine possibility of a deeper connection. Initially resistant to the notion, she had been thoroughly brainwashed by her father. Moreover, Xiao Chen was already esteemed within the Xiao family and had ascended to the pinnacle of its hierarchy. To have such a man as a companion promised a bright future. Thus, in a twist of fate, Xiao Meier acquiesced to the plan. Reflecting on the situation, she felt somewhat debased, thus she could not bring herself to blame Xiao Chen. What an intriguing hobby. Upon hearing Xiao Meier's words, Xiao Chen's lips twitched slightly. Truth be told, he had harbored a similar peculiar inclination during the summer months. Xiao Chen, my dear brother, what do you intend to do next? Just as thoughts swirled in his mind, Xiao Meier spoke again, her voice carrying a blend of tension and anticipation. Coupled with the peculiar circumstances, her words ignited the imagination. Sister Meier, how do you wish to resolve this? Xiao Chen replied, a slight arch of his brow, his expression devoid of panic, merely a smirk gracing his lips. Xiao Meier was known for her fiery temper. Did she intend to strike him, or perhaps even gouge out his eyes? Though this was a comical blunder, the exposure was mutual. Sister's demands are not particularly high. In the future, if Xiao Chen wishes to establish a family, let sister become your concubine. With immense shame swelling within her heart, Xiao Meier uttered these words, causing Xiao Chen to widen his eyes in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. To his astonishment, Xiao Meier's request was to be his concubine. What difference was there from a blatant offering? Rest assured, although we refer to each other as siblings, the bonds of our clan have grown distant, and it will not affect the children. As Xiao Chen grappled with his shock, Xiao Meier added this remark, leaving his mind buzzing. Had their conversation veered too quickly into the topic of children? Was it not somewhat abrupt? Noticing Xiao Chen's stunned expression, Xiao Meier awkwardly inquired. This was, after all, her first bold encounter with a man in her 21 years of life. And what was more outrageous was that he was 3 years her junior and a member of her clan. Were it not for the thorough brainwashing she had undergone that day, she would have lacked the courage to voice such sentiments. If Xiao Chen cannot accept this immediately, sister is willing to wait patiently for you in due time. After a brief pause, Xiao Meier added, let us discuss these matters later. At that moment, Xiao Chen regained his composure, clearing his throat and waving his hand. I must assist you in cleansing your marrow and refining your veins. The Grand Elder should have mentioned this to you. If there are no pressing matters, let us begin. Suppressing the tumultuous thoughts in his heart, Xiao Chen spoke in a low tone. Sister understands. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xiao Meier nodded and then raised her head to say, then Xiao Chen, let us commence. With that, Xiao Meier straightened her posture and moved closer to Xiao Chen. This caused him to take a deep breath, stepping back 2 paces. His expression, one of utter confusion. Meier, what are you intending? Why the sudden aggressive demeanor? Do you wish to overwhelm me? Chapter 31. Sister Meier, since you are so forthright, I must take offense. Is my cooperation inadequate? Seeing Xiao Chen's intense reaction, Xiao Meier looked on in surprise. She had been so proactive. Yet Xiao Chen appeared utterly flustered. Did she need to be even more forward? Hearing her words, Xiao Chen's lips twitched as he helplessly replied, I did not suggest you be this cooperative. This could lead to trouble. With that, he averted his gaze, striving to calm his agitated emotions. Should Xiao Meier continue to provoke him, he could not guarantee he would remain composed. My father stated that when assisting someone in cleansing their marrow and refining their veins, one must place their hands on the chest. Although there are distinctions between men and women, you have already seen me undraped, and it is destined that I shall become your concubine. Therefore, it matters not if I allow you to press a bit more. I am now fully prepared." Observing the helpless expression on Xiao Chen's face, Xiao Meier felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet her understanding nature compelled her to speak candidly. Having already taken the plunge, what harm could there be in being a bit more proactive? After all, her father was not mistaken. Xiao Chen was indeed a prodigious talent destined to soar to great heights. If she did not seize this rare opportunity to draw closer to him while he was still somewhat naive, she might find herself lacking the qualifications to even catch his eye in the future. "Sister Meier, since you are so forthright, then I must apologize." Upon hearing such outrageous words from Xiao Meier, Xiao Chen could no longer maintain his composure. With a stunning beauty so boldly pursuing him, if he failed to act, it would only reflect poorly on his character and capabilities. An hour later. Impulse is a devil, and restraint can sometimes be a sign of weakness. The ancients truly did not deceive me. I wonder if Kai Yin is aware of this. How foolish of me to covet both what is in front of me while longing for something else. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Xiao Chen scorned himself. However, he had never been one to be tied down by romantic notions. From the very first day of his arrival in this world, he had set his sights on becoming the strongest in the Kanglan realm, and he could not afford to overlook any woman who caught his fancy. Rather than be a hypocrite, pretending to be devoted while harboring ulterior motives, it was far better to embrace the life of a carefree, flamboyant young master. As for the enchanting Kai Yin, he would simply have to take his time in fostering that connection. With a clear mind, Xiao Chen turned his gaze to Xiao Meier and activated his appraising function. Her cultivation was merely at the 5th layer of the opening origin realm, and her talent was only of the low-grade profound tier. After reviewing Xiao Meier's attributes, Xiao Chen promptly issued a command to the system. "System, elevate Xiao Meier's talent to the peak of the earth tier." He had initially considered raising her to the celestial tier, especially since she was the first woman he had claimed. However, realizing he had only around 20,000 points left and still needed to assist Xiao Linger in upgrading her martial talent, he decided to postpone that upgrade for another opportunity. Ding! 8,600 points have been deducted. The system is upgrading Xiao Meier's talent. As the system's notification sounded, a brilliant white light erupted. In the blink of an eye, under the system's enhancement, Xiao Meier's talent soared from low-grade profound to peak earth tier, and her cultivation effortlessly broke through to the 7th layer of the opening origin realm. All set. Now it was time to visit Xiao Linger's chambers. Hopefully, no further complications would arise. After casting a glance at Xiao Meier, Xiao Chen chose not to awaken her. With a gentle whisper and a careful covering of her blankets, he quietly exited the room. Having spent an hour, he wondered how things were faring with Xiao Linger. After such a lengthy wait, she surely must have fallen asleep by now. Emerging from Xiao Meier's courtyard, he was unaware that several figures had stealthily emerged from the nearby thicket. Xiao Mingyi gazed at the departing Xiao Chen, his voice a soft murmur laced with delight. Although he was unaware of the specific circumstances within the courtyard, it was undeniable that a solitary man and woman had spent an entire hour together in a room. If nothing significant had transpired, it would be hard to believe. "Look at you, old fellow, so pleased with yourself. If Xiao Chen were to see you again, he might very well address you as father-in-law." Beside him, Xiao Qixiong remarked with a hint of envy. Now that Xiao Chen had just encountered the enchanting Xiao Meier, he might find his interest in Xiao Ling waning. Should Xiao Ling fail to seize the opportunity, it would indeed be a loss for their lineage. "Ha ha ha, your daughter is no less charming than my Meier. And considering your earlier words of encouragement, I expect they shall soon be a couple." Xiao Mingyi laughed heartily, his face glowing with mirth. This provoked Xiao Qixiong's irritation, as he could only inwardly hope that his daughter would prove her worth. How infuriating it was that these two elder gentlemen seemed intent on sabotaging their own daughter's prospects. Meanwhile, Xiao Delong, who had approached, watched Xiao Mingyi's smug expression and Xiao Qixiong's hopeful demeanor with envy, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Cursed fate. Among the 3 great elders of the Xiao family, he was the only one without a daughter. Previously, he had thought little of it. But seeing Xiao Mingyi already positioned as Xiao Chen's father-in-law made him wish he could transform his son into a daughter, perhaps to present to Xiao Chen. so that he too might be called father-in-law. Truly, fate can be cruel, and he lamented the loss of an extraordinary son-in-law. Unbeknownst to Xiao Chen, who was blissfully unaware of the scheming elders, he found himself standing outside Xiao Ling's room, his mind slightly muddled. Noticing the faint glow of light emanating from within, he raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. "Is that you, Xiao Chen?" came a melodious voice from inside. Startling him momentarily, he hadn't expected that after all this time, Xiao Ling would still be waiting within. "You may enter. The door is unlocked," she continued. "Then I shall come in," he replied after a brief moment of contemplation, pushing the door open and stepping inside. Inside the room, a gentle fragrance enveloped him. Stirring his senses, in the dim light, he beheld Xiao Ling seated at the head of the bed, her demeanor shy and demure, akin to a bride awaiting her husband's arrival. Her bashfulness, coupled with her stunning beauty, caused Xiao Chen to pause in astonishment. Indeed, she was another exquisite gem of the Xiao family, her allure rivaling that of Xiao Meyer. Did Sister Ling know I was coming? Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Xiao Chen cleared his throat and spoke. "My father informed me this evening that Brother Xiao Chen would be coming to assist me with the marrow washing and pulse tapping. I have been waiting in the guest room, but I did not expect to wait for an entire hour." Hearing this, Xiao Ling nodded, her tone tinged with a hint of bitterness. The Xiao family boasts two exquisite beauties. One is Xiao Meyer, and the other is her. To her surprise, before coming to her chamber, Xiao Chen had already visited Xiao Meyer and lingered there for an hour. This made Xiao Ling, who often found herself comparing with Xiao Meyer, feel as though she had been overshadowed. Cough. There was a slight delay, Xiao Chen remarked, attempting to redirect the conversation upon hearing Xiao Ling's somewhat resentful words. "Since Sister Linger is aware of my purpose, we should not delay further. Let us commence." Once he dealt with Xiao Linger, he could return to his slumber. He had not forgotten that he needed to head to Tiandu City the following day to eradicate the Lin family completely. "Are we in such a hurry?" Xiao Linger asked, momentarily taken aback, her face flushing upon recalling Xiao Qi Xiong's instructions. After speaking, and under Xiao Chen's slightly perplexed gaze, she unexpectedly shed her garments. This scene caused Xiao Chen's pupils to contract sharply, a thunderous uproar erupting in his mind. "What are you doing?" As his thoughts swirled chaotically, Xiao Chen, overwhelmed, clutched his head in despair. An hour prior, Xiao Meyer had attempted to approach him, albeit modestly wrapped in a sheet, but Xiao Linger had taken the initiative to disrobe. Was this even permissible? "Are you not here to wash my marrow and tap my pulse?" Seeing Xiao Chen's bewildered expression, Xiao Linger raised her head in shame, her voice tinged with confusion. "Indeed, I am here to assist you with that, but I never stated that you needed to undress." Observing Xiao Linger's innocent demeanor, the situation became increasingly tumultuous for Xiao Chen. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, he responded with a hint of exasperation. "How can one wash the marrow and tap the pulse without undressing?" In response to Xiao Chen's words, Xiao Linger hastily covered her chest with her garments, her face a mix of shame and bewilderment. She recalled her father's repeated admonitions. Xiao Chen's method of marrow washing and pulse tapping was rather unique, necessitating a certain intimacy. Furthermore, he had conferred with Xiao Zhan about promising her to Xiao Chen in the future. Although she would not be the primary wife, it was sufficient for recognition. Xiao Qi Xiong had particularly urged her not to be overly shy, suggesting that she should take the initiative upon his arrival, as this was something they would inevitably experience. If she were to be outdone by Xiao Meyer, her future would indeed be dismal. Having been influenced by such rhetoric, and fueled by her resentment toward Xiao Meyer, Xiao Linger had resolved to be bold. Yet now, Xiao Chen's reaction seemed somewhat amiss. Who indicated that washing the marrow and tapping the pulse required such actions? Was he not merely being lewd? Upon hearing this, a twitch escaped the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth, as he realized that Xiao Linger had likely been deceived by Xiao Qi Xiong. Do the two elders of the Xiao family take pleasure in tricking their daughters? Or has the fervor of these two elders, ignited by the contract imposed by the system, reached a fever pitch? They seemed to wish for nothing less than to see their daughter in his favor, as if that would elevate their own status. Yet, how can one engage in intimate matters without first shedding these garments? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's remark, Xiao Linger blushed furiously, raising her head with an innocent expression as she inquired, "Engage in intimate matters?" The innocence in her voice caused Xiao Chen's blood pressure to rise uncontrollably. When did he ever need to engage in such activities to cleanse his marrow and refine his veins? What exactly had Elder Xiao Qixiong conveyed? Sisterling, your father has led you astray. In truth, I only need to be in contact with you to assist in your cleansing. There is no need for such intimacy. After suppressing the turmoil within him, Xiao Chen could only reveal the truth. What? Xiao Linger was momentarily stunned, her entire demeanor becoming somewhat flustered. So, you mean to say that after I exposed myself to you, you now say this? As she spoke, tears began to well in her eyes. Her gaze fixed on Xiao Chen with a frail, innocent countenance. That expression of helplessness, coupled with her exquisite beauty and disheveled attire, was enough to evoke pity in any man who beheld her. Xiao Chen found himself at a loss for words in response to her plea, but in the next moment, he made a decision. Rest assured, Sister Linger, I am not a heartless man. Should you have feelings for me, I will take full responsibility. As these words left his lips, Xiao Linger instantly transformed her tears into laughter. For a moment, it was difficult to discern who was at a disadvantage. An hour later, reflecting on the events of the evening, Xiao Ming shook his head in resignation. Although somewhat reluctant, he realized that these two would now be his Achilles' heel. He could not simply disregard them after the garments had been donned. As this thought settled in his mind, a slight smile graced Xiao Chen's lips. At the 6th level of the opening Yuan realm, possessing mid-tier Xian rank talents, his cultivation was slightly superior to that of Xiao Meier. After utilizing the appraisal function to evaluate Xiao Linger's attributes, Xiao Chen promptly issued a command to the system to upgrade her talents. Ding! The system has deducted 7,800 points and is currently upgrading the talents of character Xiao Linger. With the system's notification ringing in his ears, a brilliant white light enveloped the room. In the blink of an eye, under the system's enhancement, Xiao Linger's talents surged from mid-tier Xian rank to the pinnacle of Earth rank. Her cultivation breaking through 2 minor realms to reach the 8th level of the opening Yuan realm. Having accomplished this, he decided to return and rest, planning to set out early the next morning. After tucking Xiao Linger in with a warm blanket, Xiao Chen exited the chamber, making his way back to his own courtyard. In my mind, the absurdity of today's events reverberates incessantly, and a fervent desire to rapidly become stronger surges within me. In this world, the powerful can act according to their whims, while the weak are destined to lose everything. If one cannot transform into a true powerhouse, the beauty surrounding them is but a fleeting illusion. Only by swiftly gaining strength can one safeguard all that is dear. Chapter 33. The Queen Medusa in a fluster. Forcibly self-strategizing, haha. It has happened. After yet another hour, young Chun has indeed proven his prowess. Outside the courtyard, Xiao Qixiong, keeping watch, could not suppress his laughter as he gazed at the departing figure of Xiao Chen. Truly, he is the beloved daughter whom I have raised with utmost care. Tonight, she has finally brought no disappointment to her old father. Who would have thought that this old fellow would also reap the rewards? However, I still beat you to it. Old man, henceforth, young Chun must address me as father-in-law, and you must take your place behind me. Observing Xiao Qixiong's smug demeanor, Xiao Mingyi interjected, eager to steal the spotlight. You speak nonsense. Whether young Chun calls anyone first is his own prerogative. Just because your daughter secured young Chun, it does not mean he must address you, you old coot. Upon hearing Xiao Mingyi's words, Xiao Qixiong promptly retorted, Hey, Xiao Heir, are you itching for a fight? Let me loosen the soil for you. With a haughty expression, Xiao Qixiong appeared ready for a playful scuffle, prompting Xiao Mingyi to smirk and roll up his sleeves, lunging toward his opponent amidst laughter. Thus ensued a childish bout between the two men. Nearby, Xiao Delong watched this scene unfold, his face twitching in exasperation. These two infuriating old fellows, now reveling in their daughter's association with Xiao Chen, had become insufferably smug. As for Xiao Chen, he had little inclination to focus on the antics of these 3 elderly gentlemen. However, upon returning to his courtyard, he was suddenly struck by the sight of a figure quietly standing at the center. It was Kai Yan. Miss Kai Yan, you haven't retired for the night? Xiao Chen inquired with surprise, approaching the Medusa Queen, who was gazing up at the bright moon. The moonlight tonight is quite lovely, and I couldn't help but steal a few glances. Though it seems the Xiao household has experienced some unrest, Kai Yan responded, her tone tinged with a hint of jealousy. This left Xiao Chen momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of unease. Unrest? Is she implying that tonight's commotion was too loud? Could it be that the Medusa Queen has been using her spiritual senses to spy on him all night? The thought sent a jolt of panic through him, akin to being caught in a compromising situation. Yet, the next moment, he found himself in a daze. Wait a moment. There is no special relationship between Kai Yin and himself. Why should he feel so guilty? Isn't this utterly absurd? A man must remain composed and assertive at all times. The world whispers of Queen Medusa's frigid nature, yet it is surprising to discover that the maiden of colorful smoke, too, can be stirred by the sights around her. As thoughts settled in his mind, Xiao Chen merely smiled faintly, effortlessly dispelling the invisible awkwardness. However, despite the beauty of the moonlit night, it was not a moment to linger. With that, Xiao Chen made no further delay and proceeded directly to his chamber. Although he intended to win over the maiden of colorful smoke, there was no need for excessive adulation. To explain oneself too humbly would only serve to render him more passive. Allowing things to unfold naturally sufficed. Does the gentleman find me too cold? Upon witnessing Xiao Chen retreat to his room, the light in Kai Yan's eyes dimmed slightly. As a member of the Serpent people, her nature was indeed aloof. Yet, Xiao Chen was the one who had caused ripples in her heart over the years, even inspiring thoughts of lifelong guardianship. Thus, upon sensing his entanglements with the two other women, she felt a pang of discomfort. This was why she had stood in the courtyard, gazing at the moon in quiet contemplation. However, after a period of calm reflection, she recognized her lack of entitlement to interfere in Xiao Chen's affairs. After all, he had saved her life and bestowed upon her great kindness, allowing her to mend and enhance her inner armor. Whom he chose to pursue among the human women was his freedom and aspiration. She could not impose upon him as a queen might dictate the private lives of her subjects. Must I, like those two, be more proactive and gentle for the gentleman to favor me? As her thoughts spiraled into confusion, this notion surfaced in Kai Yan's mind, causing her delicate face to flush slightly. For the Medusa Queen of the Serpent people, to take initiative towards a man was a challenge akin to transcending sacred realms. Impossible. The gentleman is no ordinary man. If I remain forever passive, perhaps I shall never find a place in his heart. I cannot allow my cold pride to cause me to miss out on my destined partner. I must learn to embrace initiative. In this internal strategy, Kai Yan suddenly lifted her head, determination flickering across her features. As a reincarnated emperor of unparalleled might, the gentleman must have encountered countless women in his past life. It stands to reason he would not favor jealous and petty women. In the future, he would undoubtedly be accompanied by many exceptional ladies. Thus, to secure a place in Xiao Chen's heart, she must strive to become even more remarkable, sharing burdens and refraining from petty rivalries. Otherwise, the distance between her and Xiao Chen would only grow. Having come to this understanding, Kai Yan felt a wave of clarity wash over her, her gaze brightening. Though this decision may seem absurd and would undoubtedly provoke the Serpent people's elders to great shame, she believed she would never regret making this choice. From tomorrow onwards, I shall be more proactive. Suppressing her urge to seduce Xiao Chen, Kai Yan returned to her chamber, her mind deep in thought. She must carefully consider how to take the initiative without seeming abrupt, yet still draw closer to Xiao Chen. It is indeed a perplexing dilemma. Meanwhile, at the Lin family in Tiandu City, although it was nearly midnight, Lin Yao's study remained brightly lit, and he appeared exceedingly anxious and restless. In the 2 days since Lin Xiaodian and Lin Xiaofeng led numerous elders to Flowing Cloud City to annihilate the Xiao family, he could not shake an inexplicable sense of foreboding. It seemed that this expedition would encounter unforeseen complications. Thus, until he learned whether the mission had succeeded, Lin Yao's heart remained in turmoil. Master, we have received news from Flowing Cloud City. Just as Lin Yao's anxiety intensified, a man rushed in, panic evident on his face, and collapsed to the ground. All the elders have perished. Boom. With that proclamation, Lin Yao felt as if thunder had erupted in his mind, his entire demeanor becoming chaotic. What did you say? He exclaimed, charging towards the man and lifting him off the ground, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Those were 2 formidable experts in the cave heaven realm, along with over a dozen in the rotating pill realm, enough to sweep through the entirety of Flowing Cloud City. How could they all be dead? In a fit of rage, Lin Yao shouted, spitting in the man's face. It was understandable for him to lose his composure. After all, these were more than 90% of the Lin family's elite warriors. Their demise would deliver a catastrophic blow to the Lin clan. Master, this is absolutely true. The man, now trembling and with weakened legs, continued. It is said that the two grand elders led their men into the Xiao family. And suddenly a crimson light erupted from within, resembling a terrifying heavenly killing formation. After that, the grand elders did not emerge. A heavenly formation? Upon hearing this report, Lin Yao felt as though his very essence had been drained. He weakly released the man, collapsing onto the floor. The Lin family is finished. 3 grand elders in the cave heaven realm and over a dozen in the rotating pill realm, all perished in just a few days. The entire Lin family was left with only him, the family head, and a group of incapable stewards. How could he possibly defend the Lin family in Tiandu City? No, the Lin family is not yet doomed. Lin Feng is still alive. Perhaps he could save the Lin family. Remembering his son, Lin Feng, a disciple of the inner sect of the Tai Sword sect, Lin Yao trembled as he rose, immediately sending a message to Lin Feng. If he could persuade an elder from the Tai Sword sect and use the information about the heavenly formation at the Xiao family as bait, perhaps with the power of the Tai Sword sect, they could obliterate the Xiao family, allowing the Lin family to find a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Chapter 34, Yunqi? Why are you hiding in my bed? Finally able to rest, Xiao Chen strode directly to the large bed upon returning to his chamber, stretched languidly, and then lay down. At that very moment, a gasp echoed from beneath the covers, causing Xiao Chen's expression to freeze in place. Someone was hiding under the blankets. Sensing something unusual beneath him, Xiao Chen instinctively reached down, fearing an assassin might be lurking. A wave of familiarity washed over him, leaving him to ponder if this was truly the case. With a surge of frustration, he threw off the covers, revealing a young girl clad in a thin nightgown. Her figure strikingly curvaceous. Her anxious and embarrassed demeanor was unmistakable. A cute girl appeared before Xiao Chen. Yunqi, what on earth are you doing hiding in my bed? Xiao Chen looked at the girl in utter disbelief, nearly shouting out his brother's catchphrase in exasperation. Is this peach blossom calamity never-ending? I wanted to help the young master warm the bed, Yunqi replied, nervously retracting her head and clasping her hands together in trepidation upon seeing Xiao Chen's displeased expression. Xiao Chen, taken aback by Yunqi's innocent response, was at a loss for words. The autumn season had just begun, and the weather had hardly turned cold, even without clothes. One wouldn't succumb to the chill. Moreover, with his cultivation at the 7th level of Lingqiao, did he truly need a maidservant to warm his bed? Let me give you another chance to rephrase that. What exactly do you intend to do sneaking into my room at this hour? He asked, feigning irritation while gently tapping her on the head. Please don't be angry, young master. I actually wanted to come and serve you, Yunqi murmured softly, covering her head as she lowered her gaze, her face flushed crimson. She was somewhat aware of the events of the evening. The sounds had left her blushing, and she couldn't help but feel sympathy for Xiao Meyer and Xiao Linger. She conjectured that Xiao Chen's youthful vigor and pent-up energy had driven him to act out violently, and as his close maidservant, she had failed to provide him with proper emotional support, inadvertently causing others to suffer because of her negligence, thus grappling with her inner turmoil. Yunqi mustered her courage and made her way to Xiao Chen's chamber, hoping her gentle presence would soothe his anger. What on earth are you thinking? Before Yunqi could finish her sentence, Xiao Chen lightly tapped her again in annoyance. Quickly return to your own room to sleep. As for serving me, we can discuss that later. In this world, Yunqi was considered an adult woman. However, in Xiao Chen's eyes, she still seemed a bit too young. Most importantly, the bloodline seal on her would not only safeguard her, but also restrain her primal essence. Should any man attempt to take advantage of her, the seal would trigger instantaneously, unleashing a terrifying force capable of obliterating even those at the celestial realm. Even with his famed blade as protection, he could withstand it for no more than 3 seconds. Thus, it was clear that this girl needed to be nurtured for the time being. When he eventually becomes powerful, what is destined to be his will indeed be his. Young master, do you disdain me? After being outright rejected by Xiao Chen, Yunqi pouted and tears immediately welled up in her eyes. She resembled a forsaken child, a sight that could truly break one's heart. Look at you, thinking too much again. Observing Yunqi's demeanor, Xiao Chen, feeling overwhelmed, held his head. This disposition must stem from a childhood devoid of affection, leading her to believe that a single word from others could signify her abandonment. All right, stop looking so heartbroken. Young master will hold you while you sleep tonight. Casting a glance at her exquisite visage, Xiao Chen could not bear to send her away. And he added with a hint of indulgence, however, young master is a bit tired tonight, so I will only hold you while sleeping. Do not be too fidgety. Unable to genuinely touch Yanxi, Xiao Chen had to say it this way. Yet, his charm with women was undeniably strong, as exquisite beauties flocked to him. Thank you, young master. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Yanxi suddenly kissed him on the cheek and then tightly embraced him, greedily inhaling his scent, her heart racing uncontrollably. She could finally sleep alongside Xiao Chen, a dream she had never dared to envision. As long as she endeavored to please the young master, he would surely come to favor her even more. The following morning, Xiao Chen slowly awakened from his slumber, opening his eyes to find a small face pouting and leaning towards him. You little rascal, how are you so mischievous? Observing Yanxi, who was about to plant a kiss on him with her eyes tightly shut, Xiao Chen remarked with mild irritation. Ah, young master, you are awake? Startled by his voice, Yanxi's face instantly flushed crimson. She had not anticipated that her attempt to sneak a kiss would be caught in the act. How utterly mortifying. All right, get up and wash up. Young master has important matters to attend to today. Gazing at Yanxi, who was clearly in a daydream, Xiao Chen spoke gently before rising to change and stepping outside the room. After a brief respite, a storm of bloodshed awaited him. He had not forgotten his intention to send the Lin family on their way. How grand. No wonder young master said, I am still a bit small. And no wonder they screamed so terribly last night. As Xiao Chen moved towards the door, Yanxi seemed to recall something, murmuring in embarrassment. She swiftly rose to attend to her responsibilities. Just as Xiao Chen stepped out, he noticed several figures already standing in the courtyard. Ha ha, Xiao Chen, you look quite well. You must have rested well last night. Before he could discern who they were, Xiao Mingyi appeared before him. You old rascal, why are you standing so close? You're blocking Xiao Chen's way. Seeing Xiao Mingyi approach, Xiao Qihong was equally unwilling to back down and immediately pushed against him. Observing this, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Delong could not help but twitch their lips. At this age, one would think they would have outgrown the desire to seek the spotlight. The two elders appeared to be in remarkably good spirits. Upon seeing the familiar visage, Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of vexation. Even his daughter had not hesitated to offer him warmth in the night. Their fervor for him was truly boundless. Last night, the song of the swallows heralded some joyous news, yet today, why did it feel so cold? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's irritable inquiry, Xiao Mingyi burst into laughter, eager to respond. However, before he could fully articulate his thoughts, an unexpected chill crept down his spine. The laughter of the two abruptly ceased as they turned to face the center of the courtyard. There stood a woman, clad in alluring attire, her exquisite features possessing an almost otherworldly charm, her gaze fixated upon them with a haunting intensity. After observing the scene, if you found enjoyment, please consider offering a token of support to Little Fish, as the aloof fire spirit presents this for you. Chapter 35. It seems that the Xiao family is about to witness the emergence of a heroic figure from the grassroots. Is that the Queen Medusa? The icy glint in Kai Yan's eyes sent shivers through both men, rendering them momentarily stiffened with discomfort. With their experience and insight, it was evident that Kai Yan held a significant interest in Xiao Chen, perhaps even contemplating the notion of becoming his concubine. Their little ploy from the previous night had unwittingly resulted in Xiao Chen gaining 2 additional women, all of whom now stood in front of the Medusa Queen, who likely wished to strike them down on the spot. Yet, this chill was fleeting. Upon noticing Xiao Chen's gaze directed her way, Kai Yan quickly reined in her aura. Though she felt a twinge of discontent, she had no intention of making things difficult for them. A mere scare would suffice. Any irrationality might only provoke Xiao Chen's disdain. Good morning, young master, she greeted after having startled Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qixio. A faint smile graced her lips, her demeanor soft and elegant, momentarily leaving Xiao Mingyi and the others taken aback. Indeed, women are capricious beings, and even the Medusa Queen was no exception. It is only when dealing with those she cherishes that she reveals her gentle and serene side. Good morning, Xiao Chen replied, recognizing the shift in Kai Yan's demeanor and offering a gentle smile in return. Chun'er, as we proceed to Tiandu City, exercise utmost caution. Should you encounter any peril, prioritize your safety above all. Do not be reckless, Xiao Zhan interjected, sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere. He placed a reassuring hand on Xiao Chen's shoulder and handed him a scroll. This is a geographical map of the wasteland. It will prove useful in your journey. I will tread carefully, Xiao Chen affirmed, accepting the scroll with a nod, his expression grave. He was no fool, and he understood that having Kai Yan's protection did not grant him license to act recklessly in the wasteland. Should he face any life-threatening danger, he would undoubtedly prioritize escaping with Kai Yan. After all, life is singular and survival is paramount. Colorful Smoke Maiden, I entrust this journey to you, said Xiao Zhan, nodding appreciatively, his gaze shifting to the colorful smoke with sincerity. Observing the eyes of this Medusa queen, he pondered that she might become one of his future daughters-in-law. Thus, his expression bore an encouraging and benevolent air, which caused Colorful Smoke to momentarily pause in surprise. I will, she responded somewhat shyly, as if sensing the meaning behind Xiao Zhan's gaze. In this courtyard, she was indifferent to the other members of the Xiao family. But Xiao Zhan was the father of young Master Xiao. Even as the Medusa queen, she could not afford to lose the respect he deserved. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xiao Chen prepared to set off. However, upon glancing at the map, he suddenly felt a headache coming on. He still could not fly, nor did he possess any flying contraption, making the journey to Tiandu City rather troublesome. If only I had a flying vessel, he mused, lamenting the fact. Regrettably, even the most basic of flying vessels required Earth-grade materials to construct, and their cost far surpassed that of ordinary treasures. Not even the Lin family of Tiandu City could procure such a vessel, and in Luoyuan City, they were indeed rare treasures. My lord, take my hand, and I will carry you aloft. Colorful Smoke suddenly stood beside him, her voice gentle as she spoke. Extending her left hand, she caught Xiao Chen off guard. How unexpectedly forward. Much obliged, Colorful Smoke Maiden, he replied with a faint smile after a moment of silence, extending his own hand. Her touch was cool and smooth, akin to soft jade, causing a peculiar sensation within him. The moment their hands clasped, Colorful Smoke shivered slightly, her demeanor becoming somewhat awkward. Yet, she did not recoil from this sensation. Rather, a hint of nervousness and shyness washed over her. My lord, if you do not mind, please call me Colorful Smoke in the future. Referring to me as Colorful Smoke Maiden feels rather distant, she said unexpectedly after a brief silence. This took Xiao Chen by surprise and startled Xiao Zhan and the others as well. Who would have thought that this seemingly aloof Medusa queen would allow someone to address her by her true name? Was this a subtle implication of something deeper? Before Xiao Chen could respond, Colorful Smoke added another remark and began to channel her energy. A vast surge of true essence enveloped Xiao Chen, and in an instant, they soared into the sky. With her cultivation restored to the third level of the profound realm, she could have flown without holding his hand. But after contemplating everything the previous night, she mustered the courage to hold Xiao Chen's hand to foster their relationship. It seems that the Xiao family is destined to produce a hero of the wilderness. The aura of the Queen Medusa is undeniably formidable. Apart from Xiao Chen and the clan leader, no one else can withstand her presence. It appears necessary to remind Mayor and Linger to refrain from competing for attention. Observing the departing figures of Xiao Chen and Kai Yan, both Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qixiong could not help but shudder at the memory of the captivating gaze cast by the Queen Medusa. Time, like a fleeting shadow, swiftly passed. And in the blink of an eye, 2 days had gone by. The Lin family in the capital was engulfed in trepidation, with Lin Yao appearing to age a decade within this short span. The clan leader and the young master have returned. They are currently in the conference hall. As Lin Yao pondered how to stabilize the family's various enterprises at the earliest, a steward excitedly entered the study. Moreover, there is another piece of good news. The young master has returned with his master. What? Upon hearing the steward's words, Lin Yao abruptly stood up, his face alight with excitement. Lin Feng's master is none other than an inner elder of the Tai sword sect, whose cultivation has reached the 7th level of nirvana. In the entire region of Huangzhou, he is indeed a formidable figure. Should this individual lend his assistance to the Lin family, the possibility of obliterating the Xiao family of Luoyuan City becomes tangible. Even if they were to falter, given the master's status within the Tai sword sect, they could summon even stronger allies. At that point, even if the Xiao family possesses their heavenly tier formations as a trump card, they would be reduced to ashes before the might of the Tai sword sect. Come, let us hasten to welcome Fenger's master. With this thought, Lin Yao hurried toward the conference hall, nearly stumbling in his haste. Chapter 36. This young master can offer you an opportunity in the conference hall. Lin Feng sat grimly in his chair, his fists clenched tightly in frustration. He had never anticipated that within just a few days, the Lin family would be beset by such dire news. Not only had his grandfather, Lin Xuanhuan, perished, but also 2 other elders of the highest rank, along with over a dozen elder practitioners of the Rotation Dan realm. All had met their demise within Luoyun City. In the span of a single night, the Lin family was on the brink of annihilation. The root of all this turmoil lay with him. Had he not acted rashly during the assessment at the Tai Sword sect and deliberately crippled the young master of the Xiao family, his grandfather would not have sought to eliminate the threat, and the Lin family would not have faced such a catastrophic blow. He never imagined that the consequences of his impulsive actions would exact such a grievous toll on the Lin family. Fenger, you have finally returned. Just as Lin Feng's expression turned malevolent, Lin Yao entered the conference hall. Father. Seeing Lin Yao, who had aged dramatically in just a few days, Lin Feng's heart jolted. His animosity toward the Xiao family surged to an all-time high. Is this your master, then? Lin Yao, devoid of any inclination to engage in further conversation with Lin Feng, fixed his gaze upon the elder clad in blue, and without uttering another word, knelt down. As the head of the Lin family, I beseech you, esteemed one, to deliver justice for my clan. The Xiao family of Luoyun City, emboldened by their possession of exorbitantly priced treasures, not only took the life of Lin Feng's grandfather at the slightest provocation, but also slaughtered our elders who sought retribution. As he spoke, Lin Yao lifted his head, his eyes glinting with a cold light, and retrieved a spatial ring from his person. The Xiao family, in their brutality and lack of compassion, deserves to be eradicated by righteous hands. I pledge 80% of Lin family's resources as a reward, imploring you to restore justice for us. Upon concluding his plea, Lin Yao performed a deep bow, presenting the ring. There is no need for such formalities, the elder in blue replied, his eyes brightening slightly at the sight of the ring. He then rose to assist Lin Yao, discreetly taking the ring for himself. Lin Feng is my direct disciple. Given the grievous circumstances that have befallen the Lin family, I cannot turn a blind eye. Since the Xiao family of Luoyun City has acted with such cruelty, I shall make a journey to erase their existence, as a means of honoring the spirits of the elders of the Lin family. As he spoke, a formidable aura of cultivation erupted in the council hall, causing Lin Yao to tremble with emotion, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. With a powerful figure from the Tai Sword sect intervening, the downfall of the Xiao family seemed all but certain. You speak boldly of erasing the Xiao family from this world, old man, came a cold voice that reverberated throughout the hall, as 2 figures appeared mysteriously outside. Who goes there? Lin Yao and the others' expressions shifted dramatically, their gazes turning toward the entrance. In the inner courtyard of the Lin family, a man and a woman stood quietly. It was Xiao Chen and Kai Yan. In truth, they had arrived in Tiandu City half a day prior, but had taken their time to gather intelligence regarding the Lin family's situation. Upon learning that the Lin family had sealed their gates, halted all business operations, and recalled all their formidable members, including the young master Lin Feng, who had traveled thousands of miles from Tai Sword sect back to the Lin family, Xiao Chen surmised that the Lin family intended to leverage Lin Feng's connections to summon a powerful ally from the Tai Sword sect to turn the tides. Thus, after a brief contemplation, he and Kai Yin decided to infiltrate the Lin family, only to overhear the elder's grandiose declarations. It's you, Xiao Chen. Upon recognizing Xiao Chen and Kai Yin, Lin Feng's pupils constricted violently, his voice filled with disbelief as he exclaimed. Just days prior, he had rendered Xiao Chen incapacitated and severely injured. Now, here he stood, seemingly unscathed, accompanied by the sudden emergence of the Xiao family's formidable treasures. Could it be that this individual had stumbled upon some extraordinary fortune, granting the Xiao family the means to retaliate against the Lin family? It is indeed you. The elder in blue also recognized Xiao Chen. Not long ago, during the entrance examination of the Tai Sword sect, it was he who presided over the duel between 2 contenders. After Lin Feng severely injured and incapacitated Xiao Chen, he bravely sheltered Lin Feng from the ensuing pressures and ultimately took him as his disciple. Little did he expect that his visit to the Lin family would lead to an encounter with this young rascal again. We meet once more, he remarked, a chilling smile gracing his lips upon witnessing the astonished expressions on their faces. The grievances from the previous days should now be settled. Boom. Almost as soon as these words left his mouth, the veiled Kai Yin beside him erupted with her formidable cultivation. A terrifying pressure descended like an immense mountain, causing Lin Feng and the others to feel as if the heavens had suddenly collapsed. Their faces turned ashen, and their pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints. All of them are profound realm experts. The elder in blue exclaimed, his voice tinged with sharpness. Such powerful beings were scarce in their Tai Sword sect, numbering no more than a handful. Each one represented the very foundation of their sect, capable of effortlessly extinguishing his life. Young master, should we leave him intact? Kai Yin inquired coldly, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng and his companions. The enemies of the young master were her enemies as well, particularly that young man who had the audacity to injure the young master and even cripple his cultivation. The young master must have suffered greatly because of this. If given the chance, she would ensure that this individual faced a fate worse than death. Otherwise, she could not absolve herself of the young master's suffering. Yes, let him remain whole, Xiao Chen replied indifferently, nodding slightly, his tone devoid of any emotion. Today, the Lin family must be completely eradicated, even to the extent of unearthing their ancestors' ashes. As Xiao Chen's words fell, Kai Yin raised her right hand. A bizarre, blood-red flame ignited from her palm. Spare me, the elder pleaded, panic-stricken. I am an inner-sect elder of the Tai Sword sect. I made a foolish mistake the other day, and now I am willing to offer my apologies. I implore you to let me go. Witnessing Kai Yan's gesture sealing the space around them, the elder was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of life and death crisis. He hastily presented the spatial ring bestowed upon him by Lin Yao, along with another ring he wore on his right hand. These two rings contain the majority of the Lin family's resources and the entirety of the elder's wealth. I am willing to relinquish both rings to you, hoping you will consider the Tai Sword sect and allow me to leave. Should you require anything in the future, I am also prepared to serve you loyally. In his desperation, the elder bowed deeply to Xiao Chen, leaving Lin Yao and Lin Feng dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he had accepted their favors and vowed to obliterate the Xiao family. The true master has finally appeared. This old fellow turned against us faster than one could flip a page, even forsaking his dignity to save his own life. Even if I kill you, these resources will still belong to me. Hearing the words of the elder in blue, Xiao Chen couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, his tone dripping with sarcasm. However, I can offer you an opportunity. If you eliminate them and wipe out the Lin family, I will refrain from taking your life. His icy words, laced with a hint of cruelty, reverberated within the Lin household, causing Lin Yao and the others to change countenance dramatically. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's declaration, Lin Feng and Lin Yao, in terror, couldn't help but scream in unison. Xiao Chen clearly intended for them to turn on each other. Even if Li Hai were to kill them, their ultimate fate would still be death. I only wish to survive. I bear no blame for my actions. Before Lin Feng and Lin Yao could finish their pleas, Li Hai abruptly lifted his head, his expression turning grotesque. As his chilling words echoed, his power surged forth explosively. In the next moment, Li Hai, like a specter, seized both of their throats with his hands. In the incredulous eyes of Lin Yao and Lin Feng, Li Hai unleashed his true essence and snapped their necks. In that instant, the father and son duo departed this world with their eyes wide open. Esteemed one, I have dealt with these two ungrateful wretches for you. Now, I shall slaughter the entire Lin family to eradicate any future threats. After killing Lin Yao and Lin Feng, Li Hai spoke solemnly, bowing slightly, his demeanor almost pathetically humble. Without waiting for Xiao Chen to respond, he strode directly toward the hall's exit. His muscles taut and nerves stretched to their limits. If he could distance himself from this woman, he would have the chance to employ his escape techniques. At that moment, even if this woman were a profound realm expert, she would be unable to detain him completely. Such decisive actions. This old fellow is indeed a formidable character. Just as Li Hai's words fell and he made to leave the hall, Xiao Chen let out a cold chuckle, his indifferent tone causing Li Hai to freeze momentarily. A sense of foreboding surged within him. Kill him. Indeed, as Li Hai sensed something amiss, Xiao Chen immediately instructed Kai Yan. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? Upon hearing Xiao Chen utter those three words, Li Hai's body trembled violently, and he screamed hoarsely. In that instant, his power erupted, and he shot into the sky like a bolt. I merely stated that I would not take your life. I did not claim she would spare you. At this, Xiao Chen let out a cold laugh, his tone laced with derision. Such a person, who embodied restraint yet was cold-blooded and decisive, could not be allowed to leave this place alive. They would undoubtedly become a lingering threat in the future. Initially, Xiao Chen had intended to utilize this individual to cleanse the Lin family, sparing Kai Yin from becoming tainted by too much sin and bloodshed. He had planned for Kai Yin to eliminate him afterward, but upon witnessing the man's reaction, he could not afford to let him linger for even a moment longer. Moreover, this individual was one of the principal architects behind the original body's downfall and had grievously injured Xiao Zhan just days prior. As long as this man lived, the resentment in his heart would never dissipate. Boom. Almost as soon as Xiao Chen's words reverberated in the air, Kai Yin unleashed her full power. An eerie crimson light enveloped the entire Lin family estate, and the spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius surged violently. Fiery serpents erupted from the ground, ascending towards the heavens while roaring fiercely as they charged toward Lihai. This maneuver represented nearly all of Kai Yan's current strength, leaving Lihai no room for resistance. No, if you kill me, you will incur the wrath of the Tai Sword sect. Lihai's voice erupted in a frenzied roar as he conjured a protective shield in a desperate attempt to withstand the oncoming assault. However, before he could finish his warning, the fiery serpents engulfed him. The resounding crash echoed like thunder, shaking a large portion of Tiandu City. The sprawling estate of the Lin family crumbled under the impact, instantly transforming into a sea of flames. Such a cataclysmic uproar caused many powerful beings in Tiandu City to abruptly look up, their expressions filled with astonishment as they beheld the Lin family estate. "Young master, they are all dead." Amidst the inferno, Kai Yin nonchalantly raised a charred corpse with a flick of her hand, unmistakably that of Lihai, whom she had dispatched with a single strike. Yet, it was not merely Lihai. Every member of the Lin family had been annihilated in this display of divine prowess. Their cultivation levels were too low, rendering them unable to withstand such an onslaught, and preserving even a complete corpse was a near impossibility. "System, retrieve this body," Xiao Chen commanded the system, his voice devoid of emotion as he surveyed the ruins that were once the Lin family. His heart could be as cold as an abyss when it came to enemies, harboring no compassion whatsoever. After all, one must eradicate the root of the problem. Otherwise, it would only sprout anew with the arrival of spring. He had no desire to leave behind any potential threats that could ultimately endanger himself and his kin. Ding. The system has completed the retrieval. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 6,800 points. As a flash of light passed, Lihai's corpse vanished, leaving only 2 spatial rings behind. "Young master, the commotion here is far too great. We must leave at once." Just then, as Xiao Chen stored the 2 spatial rings, Kai Yan's voice resonated with palpable gravity. Before Xiao Chen could utter a word, Kai Yan seized his hand. In a burst of spiritual energy, they transformed into a streak of light and swiftly vanished into the inferno. In less than half a day's time, the annihilation of the Lin family caused a sensation throughout the entire Tiandu city. However, the city lord's mansion merely ordered a citywide alert, refraining from dispatching personnel to investigate the perpetrators. After all, the Lin family was merely a second-rate family in Tiandu City, lacking the stature to warrant a thorough inquiry by the city lord's mansion. Moreover, the individual capable of eradicating the entire Lin family in an instant must be a master of the transcendent realm, a force nearly invincible within the city. As long as the assailant did not intend to massacre the city lord's mansion would not dare to pursue the matter further. This is the world where strength reigns supreme. Indeed, the elder of the Tai Sword sect possessed wealth beyond measure. Within an inn located in the southern part of Tiandu City, Xiao Chen's spiritual perception delved into Lihai's spatial ring. Upon witnessing the mountainous pile of resources contained within, he could not help but sigh in amazement. Setting aside the various resources for cultivation, there were tens of thousands of spiritual crystals alone. The total wealth amounted to approximately 1 million spiritual crystals. Subsequently, Xiao Chen employed his identification ability to recycle and exchange the surplus items for points. As for the useful elixirs, he upgraded them to premium quality using his points. After this series of operations, his points, which had barely surpassed the 100,000 mark, were swiftly depleted. Nevertheless, during this process, he not only synthesized and upgraded a piece of heavenly-grade soft armor, but also concocted several earth-grade elixirs, such as the xuanhuan, which aids in the breakthrough from the cave heaven realm to the nirvana realm, and the panling dan, which assists nirvana realm masters in enhancing their cultivation. These elixirs were enough to drive many powerful individuals into a frenzy. The next step involved utilizing these resources to convert them into even more points. Gazing at the meager 1,000 points remaining, Xiao Chen let out a sigh before rising to his feet and addressing Kai Yin, who was also present in the room. Accompany me to the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce. The Ziyun Chamber of Commerce is not just the largest trading house in Tiandu City, but in the entire Deqian dynasty, with a stronghold of celestial realm experts stationed at its headquarters. Although the branch in Tiandu City is merely a division, the resources it holds are beyond imagination. Provided one possesses sufficient spiritual crystals, virtually all cultivation resources below the Saint Realm can be found there. On this occasion, Xiao Chen sought to procure a particularly precious heavenly-grade elixir known as the Revival Purple Pill. This elixir is exceedingly rare and possesses the ability to restore a powerful individual's diminished cultivation. Of course, the Revival Purple Pill is categorized into 7 and 8 tiers, with each tier corresponding to a significant realm. The higher the grade, the more potent the restoration effect. A top-tier Revival Purple Pill of the 7th grade can enable a transcendent realm master to fully recover their lost cultivation. Reaching the pinnacle of the 8th tier, the Revitalizing Purple Pill possesses the remarkable ability to restore the full cultivation of a transcendent being. However, within the confines of the system's marketplace, such elixirs are available, yet inaccessible to him due to his insufficient cultivation level, which prevents him from unlocking the Celestial Tier merchandise zone. Even with ample points, he cannot partake in any exchanges. Furthermore, the cost of acquiring items in the system's marketplace is often several times the original recovery price. To obtain an 8th tier Revitalizing Purple Pill, one would require no less than several 100,000 points. Thus, Xiao Chen is compelled to seek alternatives, endeavoring to gather a pill independently. Should he manage to procure even a low-grade 7th tier Revitalizing Purple Pill, it would suffice to restore Kai Yin to her peak condition. After all, with the system's upgrade functionality and an abundance of points, it could be elevated to an extraordinary level. Shortly thereafter, without further inquiries, Kai Yin followed Xiao Chen as he exited. Her obedience to him was absolute. She would unconditionally accompany him in any endeavor, provided it did not involve the annihilation of the Serpent clan. Half an hour later, Xiao Chen and Kai Yin meandered their way to the entrance of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce. Along the route, the streets and alleys of Tiandu City buzzed with discussions surrounding the annihilation of the Lin family, with many rumors attributing the act to a malevolent force. Various slanderous tales about the perpetrator stirred unrest among the populace of Tiandu City. Even Kai Yin, usually composed, nearly unleashed her wrath upon a few storytellers, as some had audaciously claimed she was a scorned suitor, scorned by the Lin family's young master, and thus sought vengeance by obliterating the Lin family. Fortunately, Xiao Chen intervened just in time to spare the storyteller's life. Although these rumors were somewhat absurd, Xiao Chen felt no aversion towards them. Rather, he experienced a flicker of delight. The multitude of versions only served to obfuscate the truth. When the tales reached the ears of the Tai Sword sect, they would likely buy him some time. The investigation required to ascertain any connections to the Xiao family of Luoyuan City would undoubtedly consume considerable effort. As these thoughts traversed his mind, Xiao Chen and Kai Yin arrived at the Grand Hall of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce, where he promptly articulated the purpose of their visit. What? You wish to purchase the celestial grade Revitalizing Purple Pill? The attending maidservant was taken aback upon hearing Xiao Chen's request. Celestial grade elixirs are exceedingly rare treasures, each worth its weight in gold, often fetching prices in the hundreds of thousands to millions of spirit crystals. Even the Lord of Tiandu City might struggle to afford such luxuries. Most importantly, these items are virtually unparalleled in Tiandu City, appearing only at auction. There are few items of celestial grade available for individual sale. Could this fellow have come here to provoke trouble? What? Is there an issue? Noticing the maid's astonished reaction, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow in exasperation. He suddenly had a foreboding sense that mockery was imminent. Ha ha ha, has this lad lost his mind, thinking he can purchase celestial grade items? It is well known that any celestial treasures in Tiandu City are sold through auctions. Where did this bumpkin come from? Attempting to buy celestial goods in the public hall? As expected, just as Xiao Chen's thoughts settled, several people around erupted into laughter. One young master mocking him with exaggerated disdain. His gaze flitted back and forth over Kai Yan, seemingly trying to capture her attention in such a manner. Though Kai Yan's face was veiled, it was not difficult to discern from her figure and complexion that she was an exceptional beauty. As the third young master of the Wan family in Tiandu City, he had never encountered many women whose figures could rival that of Kai Yan. The veiled queen Medusa also appeared strikingly beautiful. Presumptuous. Who gave you the audacity to insult the young master? Before the speaker could finish, Kai Yan's gaze suddenly turned icy. With the utterance of those words, a terrifying pressure surged forth, sending the young man in purple flying, even within a radius of 10 feet. All except Xiao Chen were forced to the ground by the overwhelming force, their faces filled with shock as they gazed at Kai Yan, a Nirvana realm powerhouse. The purple-clad youth was instantly terrified, having only felt such overwhelming pressure from his grandfather and the city leader. He never expected this voluptuous woman would possess strength beyond the Nirvana realm. Sigh, why must it be this way? Observing the crowd pressed to the ground, Xiao Chen could only exhale a helpless sigh. Was he destined to be mocked, even while attempting to make a purchase? Did he possess some protagonist's halo? What was happening? Just as Xiao Chen pondered, a figure burst forth from the Merchant Association. In mere moments, he arrived in the hall. This individual was Xuanhuan, the elder in charge of the Tiandu City branch of the Purple Cloud Merchant Association, possessing formidable prowess at the 6th level of the Nirvana realm, making him one of the top experts in Tiandu City. Upon sensing the surge of pressure, he initially thought a formidable enemy had arrived, causing him to hastily don his attire and rush over, his gaze immediately fixating on Kai Yan. Oh my, a congenital realm powerhouse. Feeling the vast, unfathomable aura emanating from Kai Yan, a mere glance sent shivers down Xuanhuan's spine, prompting him to exclaim in astonishment. Even the Lord of Tiandu City, who has attained the 9th realm of Nirvana, cannot evoke such a sense of life and death crisis within him. This is undoubtedly a formidable master of the profound realm. To think she is a master of the profound realm. Upon hearing Xuanhuan's words, all those who were prostrated on the ground gasped in shock. The young man in purple, his complexion paling, fainted from fear, terrified that a mere glance from Kai Yan would spell his demise. Unaware of your esteemed presence, I, Xuanhuan, have failed to extend a proper welcome. I beseech you to temper your wrath. With a tingling sensation coursing through his scalp, Xuanhuan immediately clasped his fists in respect towards Kai Yan. Despite the backing of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce, he dared not provoke an individual of such power unless absolutely necessary. These audacious individuals have dared to mock the young master. You may handle this as you see fit. Upon hearing Xuanhuan's anxious words, Cyan's expression remained inscrutable, her gaze coldly sweeping over the young man in purple and his companions. Had it not been for her desire to avoid further trouble for Xiao Chen, she would have relished the opportunity to eradicate these insignificant pests, bring forth these inept individuals, and expel them from the chamber, placing them on the blacklist. After hearing this, Xuanhuan shuddered and immediately ordered their removal. Such blind fools nearly brought him grave misfortune. Young master, do you find this punishment satisfactory? After completing the task, Xuanhuan turned to Xiao Chen, his tone ingratiating. To be addressed as young master by a master of the profound realm signifies that this young man possesses considerable influence, possibly being a scion of one of the top factions within the great Qin dynasty. Initially, one might have thought that the woman in red was the most formidable presence in the room, but it seems the young man in black holds that title instead. Chapter 39. The fragile thread of fate often snaps when it encounters misfortune. Let us converse elsewhere. Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to dwell on such trifles. After all, he deemed it unnecessary to take the life of a brash young lord over a mere insult. Thank you for your understanding, young master. Xuanhuan sighed in relief and promptly led the two to the VIP room. Along the way, amidst casual exchanges, Xiao Chen revealed the purpose of his visit. You wish to procure the revitalizing purple pill. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's intended acquisition, even Xuanhuan was taken aback. Truly, a young master accompanied by a master of the profound realm seeks such a precious heavenly-grade elixir. It appears that Xiao Chen's backing is indeed formidable. Is there a problem? Noticing Xuanhuan's astonishment, Xiao Chen felt somewhat exasperated. To be frank, young master, the item you seek is not available in our humble locale. Even at the headquarters of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce, such an elixir may be absent, Yinshan replied with a wry smile. The revitalizing purple pill is exceedingly rare and classified as a heavenly grade elixir. Due to the ability to restore fallen cultivation levels and the rigorous process of refining this elixir, the moment the revitalizing purple pill appears in any location, it is swiftly snatched up. The unique nature of such a treasure makes it exceedingly difficult for the Ziyun Merchants Association to acquire it. Typically, those who possess it regard it as a priceless gem, reserved for emergencies. Unless one is unaware of its true worth or finds themselves in dire straits, few would willingly part with the revitalizing purple pill. Consequently, in the many years since its establishment, the total number of revitalizing purple pills auctioned by the Ziyun Merchants Association has not exceeded 10. Upon hearing Yinshan's response, Xiao Chen found himself at a loss for words. It seemed he had overestimated the Ziyun Merchants Association and underestimated the rarity of the revitalizing purple pill. He had not anticipated that such an elixir would be so scarce within the Deqian Empire. Is there a recipe for the revitalizing purple pill available for purchase? He inquired, furrowing his brow. If a recipe were available, he could synthesize it using the corresponding spiritual herbs through the system's functions. However, recipes are often more valuable than the finished elixirs themselves. Acquiring the recipe for the revitalizing purple pill would likely require an even greater price. Young Master Xiao has quite the high regard for our Ziyun Merchants Association. Every heavenly grade recipe is an extraordinary treasure. Perhaps one might be found at the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild, but obtaining such a recipe would be considerably more troublesome than acquiring a single revitalizing purple pill. Yinshan replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Just as Xiao Chen's expression darkened, Yinshan seemed to recall something. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh, excitement coursing through his voice. Ah, there is someone who should possess such a pill, and this person resides within Tiandu City. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes brightened as he turned to face him. Without keeping him in suspense, Yinshan continued, this individual is none other than Murong Fu, the Lord of Tiandu City. Approximately 13 years ago, the old city lord encountered a devastating blow, causing his cultivation to plummet from the second layer of the profound realm to the first layer of the cave heaven realm. In a desperate bid to restore Murong Bo's cultivation, Murong Fu spared no expense to procure a revitalizing purple pill. Unfortunately, before he could return to the city lord's mansion, Murong Bo was assassinated. Though he narrowly escaped with his life, his meridians and dantian were severely damaged, rendering the revitalizing purple pill useless. Having recounted the origins of the revitalizing purple pill, a hint of nostalgia crossed Yinshan's face. Back in the days when Murong Bo was a formidable figure in the profound realm, the city lord's mansion stood at the pinnacle of power. Even the formidable Tai sword sect dared not to offend Tiandu City lightly, and they even sought to ally with him against other forces. However, Murong Bo, disinterested in the power struggles of other factions, graciously declined the invitation from the sect's leader. Little did he know that soon after, upon enduring severe injuries in the vast wilderness of the Great Desolation mountain range, he fortuitously returned to the Lord's mansion, only to fall victim to an assassination attempt. Once the formidable Lord of Tiandu City, revered over 1,000 miles, he now finds himself reduced to a mere invalid confined to a wheelchair. What a fortunate turn of events. Upon hearing Yinshan recount this tale, Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled with delight, a jubilant expression gracing his face. Although this narrative may seem tragic, it presents an excellent opportunity for him to reap benefits. Fortunate? Yinshan gazed at Xiao Chen in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the latter's apparent schadenfreude. Could it be that Xiao Chen harbored a grudge against the Lord's mansion of Tiandu City? Clearing his throat, noticing Yinshan's strange gaze, Xiao Chen deftly shifted the conversation. Yinshan furrowed his brow, recognizing there was little to conceal, and continued in a subdued tone. However, 13 years have elapsed since then, and with Murong Fu possessing the revitalizing purple pill, its efficacy has only reached the mid-tier of the 7th grade. Regardless of how it has been preserved over the years, some potency will inevitably diminish. Its effectiveness may only equate to that of a low-grade 7th-tier revitalizing purple pill, perhaps even falling short of it. Not to worry. Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned. In truth, the lower the grade of the pill and the greater the loss of potency, the more his chances of acquiring it would significantly increase. Ha ha ha. Since you are so determined to obtain the revitalizing purple pill, why not inquire at the Lord's mansion? Observing Xiao Chen's nonchalance, Yunshan refrained from further comment but offered a few kind reminders. Nonetheless, even with diminished potency, the Lord's mansion would not easily part with the revitalizing purple pill. As I understand, the mansion has declared that anyone who can cure the old Lord Murong or resolve his daughter's congenital affliction will not only receive a reward of 1 million spirit crystals, but also the opportunity to select 5 high-tier treasures from the mansion's treasury. At this juncture, a hint of sympathy crossed Yunshan's face for Murong Fu. Not only had his father become an invalid, weakening the mansion's status, but his beloved wife had also passed away prematurely. Even his only daughter had succumbed to some dark ailment, becoming an aberration. Truly, misfortunes tend to befall the unfortunate. Thank you, Elder Yunshan, for the information, Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile. He then retrieved a collection of items from his system space. Although you may lack a supply of the revitalizing purple pill, I am still keen to engage in a trade with your esteemed merchant association. Here are several different pills. Please assess their value. Haha, since you express such intent, I shall take a look, Yunshan responded without hesitation. Then picked up a pill bottle and poured out a single pill for inspection. Enveloping it with his true essence, he began to scrutinize it meticulously. Is that a pill pattern? Upon his first glance at the elixir, Yunshan's pupils constricted sharply. Truly, this young master, accompanied by a formidable expert of the transcendence realm, intends to sell even a supreme-grade elixir. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunshan focused intently on his examination. Hiss! Could it be the supreme-grade xuanhuan? Realizing the nature of the elixir, Yunshan immediately inhaled sharply. Lifting his gaze in astonishment, he looked at Xiao Chen. Young Master Xiao, are you certain you wish to sell this elixir? You must understand that the xuanhuan can significantly enhance the success rate for a Dongtian realm expert to break through to the Nirvana realm. The inferior grade xuanhuan increases the success rate by 10%, the medium grade by 20%, the superior grade by 40%, and the supreme grade achieves an astonishing 70%. Provided the consumer's foundation is not exceptionally poor, consuming a supreme grade xuanhuan will virtually guarantee a breakthrough to the Nirvana realm. Thus, a single supreme grade xuanhuan can create a Nirvana realm expert in the hands of most powers. I never anticipated young Master Xiao possessing such a treasure. And instead of reserving it for personal use, you intend to sell it. Is it a lack of resources to expend, or an extraordinary confidence in one's own aptitude? Chapter 40. This damned old fellow dares to act shamelessly before me? It is hardly a rare item. Elder Yun need not react so. Observing Yunshan's astonished expression, Xiao Chen took a casual sip of tea, his tone somewhat indifferent as he spoke. Such things are indeed rare for the common populace, yet for me, they are effortlessly obtainable. Not a rare item. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Yunshan nearly choked. He felt an overwhelming urge to stand up and deliver a couple of slaps to Xiao Chen, questioning whether he truly understood what a supreme-grade elixir entailed. It is the perfect fusion of medicinal properties, resulting in an elixir devoid of impurities, free from any adverse effects upon consumption. Such qualities earn it the title of a supreme-grade elixir. Even the most skilled alchemists cannot guarantee the creation of a supreme-grade elixir with every attempt. Therefore, the higher the tier of elixir, the rarer the supreme grade. This is the essence of the rarity of supreme-grade elixirs. Taking a deep breath to quell the impulse to retort, Yunshan sealed the supreme-grade xuanhuan away and picked up another vial of elixir. Another supreme-grade elixir? Upon seeing the azure elixir hovering in his hand, adorned with intricate pill patterns, Yunshan's pupils widened once more. Moreover, it was a supreme-grade panlingdan. Trembling as he uttered those words, Yunshan's breath quickened, his pupils shimmering with a green light. Were it not for the presence of a transcendence realm expert beside him and the uncertainty regarding the strength of Xiao Chen's backing, Yunshan would have been tempted to consume the elixir on the spot. The exquisite panlingdan, when consumed by a formidable practitioner at the Nirvana realm, has the potential to elevate one's cultivation by 1 or even 2 minor stages. It is crucial to understand that due to the constraints of his innate talent, he has remained stagnant at the 6th level of Nirvana for many years. Should he manage to ingest this exceptional panlingdan, he would undoubtedly break through to the 7th level of Nirvana, and perhaps even strive for the higher echelon of the 8th level. Thus, The presence of this extraordinary Pan Ling Dan presents an irresistible allure to him. Ahem, Elder Yunshan. Might I kindly request that you wipe the drool from the corner of your mouth? It appears to be on the verge of dripping onto the elixir. Observing Elder Yunshan's fervent gaze fixated on the medicinal pill, Xiao Chen could no longer restrain himself and coughed lightly, offering a gentle reminder. The pill had yet to be sold, and should any droplet of saliva tarnish it, it would create quite the unpleasant situation. Cough, cough, cough. I apologize for my indiscretion. Elder Yunshan's face flushed at the comment, and he immediately composed himself, though his gaze remained glued to the exquisite Pan Ling Dan, resembling an elderly woman entranced by a young man. The sight sent shivers down Xiao Chen's spine. Could it be that this fellow harbors some peculiar obsession? Elder Yunshan, there are other elixirs here. I would appreciate your expedient appraisal. Feeling somewhat exasperated, Xiao Chen was left with no choice but to reiterate his request. The intensity of Elder Yunshan's fixation on a single elixir suggested that he had been deprived of affection for quite some time. Very well, very well. Prompted by Xiao Chen's insistence, Elder Yunshan felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet he could not voice any objections. His reaction was indeed somewhat excessive. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of Xiao Chen and Kai Yan, Elder Yunshan appeared akin to a simpleton, emitting cries reminiscent of a slaughtered pig with each elixir he identified. Oh, this is the Supreme Ling Yuan Dan. It is a remarkable elixir capable of directly enhancing the cultivation of those at the Spirit Aperture realm. My goodness. This is the Supreme Pei Yuan Dan, an extraordinary elixir that can elevate practitioners at the Xian Dan realm. Incredible. This is the Supreme Tian Ling Dan, which allows those at the Xian Dan realm to break through to the Dong Tian realm. Goodness gracious, this is the Supreme Shui Padan. It can restore the vitality of practitioners at the Nirvana realm and heal injuries to their meridians. After completing the appraisal of all the elixirs, Elder Yunshan trembled uncontrollably, as if on the brink of a seizure. Although he had encountered these elixirs before, they were mostly of mediocre quality, and he had only occasionally seen superior ones. This was the first time he had come across such an abundance of exceptional elixirs. Young Master Xiao, I dare to confirm once more. Are you truly intent on selling all these elixirs? Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Elder Yunshan inquired with a quiver in his voice. This transaction would undoubtedly be the most prestigious he had ever engaged in throughout his entire career in the realm of elixir commerce. Indeed, this is merely a portion of what I possess. Xiao Chen nodded in response, then casually tossed out a multitude of elixir vials, continuing nonchalantly. I only placed one of each type earlier to spare you the hassle of identification. These are all exceptional elixirs. Of course, some are more plentiful, while others are scarcer. Yet their quality remains unparalleled. You may count them yourself. Having said that, Xiao Chen began to sip his tea, leaving Kai Yin in silence as she busied herself with her nails. All exceptional elixirs. Upon witnessing the array of elixir vials, Yunshan's mind reverberated with astonishment, and his pupils contracted dramatically. He had initially believed that the elixirs presented were all of Xiao Chen's stock, yet it appeared there were more. 5 top-grade Xianya elixirs, 3 top-grade Pan Ling elixirs, 8 top-grade Pei Yuan elixirs, 6 top-grade Tian Ling elixirs, 10 top-grade Ling Yuan elixirs, and 3 top-grade Shuepra elixirs. Such a plethora of extraordinary elixirs left the old man breathless. After tallying the quantity of all the elixirs, Yunshan's face flushed crimson, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He resembled someone in ecstasy, suddenly collapsing to the ground, his legs kicking about vigorously. This startled Xiao Chen. What is this old fellow up to? Is he attempting to extort or provoke? Observing Yunshan's reaction left Xiao Chen bewildered. Could it be that some elderly techniques from his past life had transcended into this mystical realm? Quick, I can't breathe. Yunshan clutched his chest, his complexion shifting from a rosy hue to a deep purple. He gasped for air, calling out towards the door. This scene left both Xiao Chen and Kai Yin perplexed, unsure of what the old man required. Before they could linger in confusion, a delicately featured maid, upon hearing Yunshan's plea, rushed in with a flushed face. Then, to the astonishment of Xiao Chen and Kai Yin, she tugged at her neckline and embraced Yunshan's head, seemingly intent on smothering him. What on earth? Is this the legendary mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? To think that this old man would dare to engage in such disgraceful acts before them. How audacious of this wretched old fellow to play the rogue in front of me. Kai Yin, who had remained silent and bored, could no longer contain herself upon witnessing this, her gaze flashing with icy disdain, her aura shifting to one of sharp intensity. The aloof and regal Medusa Queen was utterly captivating. However, upon hearing Xiao Chen clear his throat, Kai Yin felt compelled to restrain her reaction, merely letting out a huff as she turned her head away. That wretched old man might corrupt the young master. If Xiao Chen were to suddenly convulse and fall, would she also have to rush to provide him breath? As this thought crossed her mind, Kai Yin's gaze inadvertently shifted to Xiao Chen, only to discover he was looking at her as well. His eyes briefly swept over her alluring figure, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. Young master, what are you staring at? Kai Yin intended to assertively declare with a queenly tone, Eyes, I no longer desire them. However, as the words lingered on her lips, she found herself unable to confront Xiao Chen fiercely. Instead, she could only manage an awkward, playful reproach. Ahem, it's nothing. Stealing a glance at Kai Yin, who had been caught in the act, Xiao Chen immediately turned his head in embarrassment, his gaze falling upon the fallen Yunshan. Have you had your fill, old man? Do you truly believe we are invisible? Chapter 41. Do not misunderstand. My acquisition of these items serves a significant purpose. With a hiss, upon hearing Xiao Chen's irritable murmur and sensing Kai Yin's lethal glare, Yunshan inhaled deeply before reluctantly lifting his head. I apologize for the spectacle, dear guests. Observing the peculiar expressions on their faces, Yunshan waved his hand for the maid to withdraw. He then cleared his throat a few times, his countenance tinged with embarrassment. In my advanced years, I have developed certain minor afflictions. If my emotions become too fervent, the energy within me surges uncontrollably. Should I fail to absorb a few breaths of youthful essence in a timely manner, I risk losing my sanity. Xiao Chen and Kai Yin were taken aback by Yunshan's explanation. Was there truly such an odd ailment? Had this old fellow perhaps cultivated some sinister technique of yin and yang? Please do not misinterpret. This condition arises from the deficiencies in my pure yang cultivation technique, a residual effect from my forced ascension to the nirvana realm. Noticing the skeptical looks from Xiao Chen and Kai Yin, Yunshan felt compelled to clarify. In the next moment, Yunshan refrained from delving deeper into the topic, instead adopting a serious demeanor as he inquired of Xiao Chen. Young Master Xiao, while the quality of this batch of pills is exceptional, they belong to the mysterious and earthly tiers, and consequently, the selling price will not be exorbitant. Should you urgently require spirit crystals, I can offer you 360,000 spirit crystals for this superior batch. However, if you are not in haste, my suggestion would be to auction them. Our merchant association only takes a 20% service fee, with the remaining 80% of the auction proceeds belonging entirely to you. What are your thoughts on this proposal? For an ordinary individual, Yunshan would have unhesitatingly opted for direct acquisition, without even inquiring about an auction. Yet, Xiao Chen's enigmatic aura prompted him to consider cultivating a favorable relationship with the young man. After some contemplation, he chose to extend this opportunity. Auction. Upon hearing Yunshan's words, Xiao Chen momentarily faltered, confusion etched on his face. Is your esteemed association planning to hold an auction soon? It is widely recognized that the merchant association's purchasing prices are typically at the lowest end of the spectrum. If an auction were possible, the value of his batch of pills could potentially multiply several times over. Thus, the prospect of an auction stirred Xiao Chen's interest. It seems the timing is fortuitous for you, young master. In Tiandu City, a grand auction was originally scheduled to take place in 3 days. Preparations were nearly complete, with only the announcement to invite nearby factions remaining. Upon hearing this, Yunshan let out a hearty laugh, his face displaying a sense of pride. This auction was something he had applied for from the headquarters of the Merchant Association, and he had procured numerous valuable items. He had been eager to showcase his prowess. And now with the arrival of the esteemed Xiao Chen, the potential to auction off this batch of elixirs would surely create an even greater sensation at the upcoming event. 3 days later, upon hearing the news, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating before making a decision. Very well, we shall proceed with the auction as you suggested. He had only just dealt with Li Hai that day. The Tai sword sect would likely not uncover the truth so swiftly, posing no immediate threat to the Xiao family. During his stay, he could devise a plan to negotiate with Murong Fu and acquire the revitalizing purple pill in his possession. You are indeed wise, young master, Yunshan exclaimed. Beaming with delight, he promptly gathered all the elixirs before him. I shall temporarily safeguard these elixirs, and I will arrange for accommodations for you both at the Merchant Association over the next few days. Accommodation can wait. The transaction is not yet complete. Noticing Yunshan's intention to arrange lodging and include the batch of elixirs in the auction, Xiao Chen waved his hand to halt him. Do you possess more valuable items? Yunshan turned abruptly, astonished by Xiao Chen's inquiry. With so many exquisite elixirs on hand, it was remarkable that this young master had not exhausted his wealth. No, I am not looking to sell anything this time. Rather, I wish to purchase a batch of supplies from you. Seeing the surprise in Yunshan's eyes, Xiao Chen smiled and continued straightforwardly. Your merchant association has operated in Tiandu City for many years, and you must possess a variety of unsellable surplus materials. For instance, remnants of soldiers, discarded elixirs, and corpse materials. These items hold some value, yet are seldom sought after. Whatever you have, I will take it all. This was the fundamental purpose of his visit to the Ziyun Merchant Association. As the largest merchant association within the Great Qian dynasty, their means of sourcing materials were unparalleled. Such a vast organization would undoubtedly have an extensive inventory, with various supplies readily available. Many goods, due to quality issues, languished in warehouses, collecting dust. By becoming a distinguished guest of the Ziyun Merchant Association and acquiring these materials at a low cost, he could convert them into countless merits. Thus, he had presented so many exquisite elixirs for sale, to elevate his standing to a level conducive to procuring the association's supplies at minimal expense. You wish to acquire our association's surplus materials. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Yunshan was utterly bewildered. It is evident that Xiao Chen's actions are perplexing. He initially sold a batch of exquisite elixirs, yet now he is intent on amassing discarded items. Is the taste of the offspring of such a formidable faction truly this peculiar? Do not misunderstand. My acquisition of these items serves significant purposes. Observing Yunshan's dubious gaze, Xiao Chen was compelled to concoct an excuse. In truth, it is my esteemed master who possesses a peculiar devouring beast that requires substantial resources daily to accelerate the growth of its bloodline. Hence my endeavor to procure these seemingly worthless items. As he spoke, Xiao Chen could not help but cast a sidelong glance at Kai Yan. It appeared that the bloodline of the devouring serpent within her might, upon complete activation and evolution, also have the capacity to consume all things for its growth. As he articulated this, it seemed he was inadvertently alluding to her. Surely, she would not perceive this implication? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed Kai Yan's gaze upon him, her eyes reflecting a strange expression. That look seemed to convey, "Are you insinuating that you wish to keep me as a pet?" Coughing awkwardly at Kai Yan's peculiar stare, Xiao Chen averted his gaze. Meanwhile, upon hearing his words, Yunshan gasped in astonishment. An extraordinary beast capable of consuming all to grow was something he had never encountered in his experience. Could it possibly be a young sacred beast? With this absurd speculation forming in his mind, Yunshan felt an increasing awe towards Xiao Chen. To nurture such an unprecedented creature and casually produce an abundance of exquisite elixirs, it was evident that Xiao Chen's master must be at least a celestial realm powerhouse, possibly even a venerable sage. Since Master Xiao has such demands, I shall endeavor to meet them, Yunshan thought, his mind shifting towards ingratiating himself with Xiao Chen. He promptly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, "Please, Master Xiao, take a moment to rest here. I shall gather all the difficult-to-sell resources from our chamber over the years for you." Without waiting for Xiao Chen's response, Yunshan hurried off with a buoyant demeanor. Half an hour later, Xiao Chen emerged from the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After considerable effort, he had successfully converted all the obsolete materials from the Ziyun Chamber's branch in Tiandu City into points, surpassing the remarkable threshold of 300,000. After all, these were the accumulated discarded resources of the Ziyun Chamber over centuries, equivalent to a value of 3 million spirit crystals. Fortunately, Yunshan had not immediately collected the spirit crystals, but intended to deduct the corresponding fees once the elixirs were auctioned. This allowed Xiao Chen to acquire this batch of resources while still retaining 38,000 spirit crystals. "Master, shall we proceed to the city lord's mansion next?" As the azure sky approached dusk, Kai Yan suddenly inquired, tilting her head. Upon learning that the Lord of Murong possesses the revitalizing purple pill, it is imperative that we acquire it without delay. At the sound of Caiyan's soft inquiry, Xiao Chen nodded in affirmation. With the 300,000 points at his disposal, he would be able to resolve most of his dilemmas and procure the elixir from Murong Fu. Furthermore, he could seize the opportunity to subjugate the city lord's manor of Tiandu, transforming this faction into a formidable weapon under his command. In doing so, with the city lord's manor of Tiandu as his stronghold and Caiyan restored to her peak condition, he would no longer need to fear retaliation from the Tai Sword sect. "My lord, you are truly kind to me," Caiyan murmured, a tremor coursing through her body as she lowered her gaze, her voice tinged with gratitude. To aid her in regaining her former glory, he had tirelessly journeyed to Tiandu, enduring great hardship. As the Medusa queen of the serpent folk, her reputation among the human empires was far from favorable. Yet, to her astonishment, Xiao Chen remained indifferent to her past, not only saving her life, but also providing such unwavering support. The effort, sacrifice, and financial expenditure he had committed were beyond what most would consider. Yet he willingly devoted himself to her cause. Could it be that my lord harbors feelings for me? The mere thought sent a shiver through Caiyan, her heart swelling with a blend of astonishment and newfound sweetness. Although her lord may be somewhat fickle, his kindness towards her was genuine. She vowed never to let him down in this lifetime. What is wrong with this woman? Taken aback by Caiyan's unexpected outburst, Xiao Chen turned to her, only to find her eyes shimmering with unspoken emotions. The top half of her face, partially veiled by a red gauze, revealed an alluring blush. This sight caused his heart to skip a beat. Goodness, she resembles Xiao Meyer and the others when they seek to ensnare him. Could it be that the Medusa queen is in heat, unable to restrain her desires? However, the predicament lay in his relatively low cultivation level. He had yet to refine the ancient core body. Should he fail to match the prowess of the Medusa queen, would he not lose his masculine dignity? After all, during their heat, female creatures exhibit a fiercer combat prowess than usual. A single misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. For the sake of my pride, I must showcase the Medusa queen's serpentine waist and lovely legs. Ahem, why are you staring at me like that? As doubts clouded his mind, Xiao Chen cleared his throat and inquired. No, Caiyan replied, nearly faltering under the directness of his question. Despite believing herself to possess a strong mindset, she almost succumbed to embarrassment. Why wouldn't her lord be forthright with her? Did he expect her to speak first? Yet, she found herself unable to voice her thoughts, which left her in a state of anxious frustration. My lord, leave the matter of the revitalizing purple pill to me. You should return to the Merchant Association and rest. I will fetch it and return to you. As feelings of vexation surged within her, she resolved to take action. Caiyan gently tilted her head. Her voice tinged with a melancholic tone, and an aura of danger enveloped her. The young master remained unresponsive, deepening her discontent. Unable to vent her frustration upon him, she resolved to target the Lord's mansion instead. What do you intend to do? Sensing a shift in Caiyan's demeanor, a hint of menace flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. He was taken aback and, puzzled, inquired, Are you contemplating a heist on the Lord's mansion? Is that truly your plan? Caiyan, surprised by his words, turned her head slightly, her voice echoing her bewilderment. Having clarified the whereabouts of the revitalizing purple pill, it became evident that the other party would not yield easily. The most straightforward and forceful method, it seemed, was to seize it outright. Were they to resort to thievery under the cover of night? After all, they possessed overwhelming martial power. Even if she were not at her peak, she was still beyond the capabilities of Murong Fu and his ilk. Robbing the Lord's mansion? Xiao Chen gasped, a headache forming as he regarded Caiyan. Murong Fu and the others harbor no enmity towards me. There is no need to resort to violence for a mere pill. We must approach them with compassion, do you understand? Indeed, being the Medusa queen of the Serpent clan, she often resorted to such drastic measures, and it was no wonder that the human warriors held her in trepidation. Caiyan, having been chastised by Xiao Chen, lowered her head in a display of grievance, her mood further soured. It appeared she still did not grasp the young master's true nature. Just half a day prior, he had been so decisive and ruthless in wiping out the Lin family. Now, armed with the advantage of power, he advocated for compassion. Men, it seemed, were capricious beings, their inner workings utterly unfathomable. Let us depart. Do not linger foolishly, he said, noticing Cayenne's contemplative silence. Xiao Chen, lacking any desire to remain idle, took her hand, leading her towards the central plaza. The sun was nearing its descent. They had to hasten or risk being met with closed doors. Boom. At that moment, Cayenne was entirely oblivious to Xiao Chen's words. As he grasped her hand, a thunderous sound resonated in her mind, as if her very soul were being drawn forth. She gazed blankly at Xiao Chen, her body moving like a marionette, compelled to follow him onward. The young master had taken the initiative to hold her hand. The last time they had flown together, it was she who had first spoken, prompting him to take her hand. Yet this time, it was he who, without any forewarning, had grasped her hand. Though both instances involved hand-holding, the significance was profoundly different. This gesture sent her heart racing, and beneath her veil, her alluring lips curved into a bewitching smile. The earlier feelings of frustration and discontent evaporated in that fleeting moment. Sometimes, women are easily contented. A mere gesture can stir their hearts. Chapter 43. Father, allow me to depart from this world in peace. The city center square is one of the more bustling areas of Tiandu City. It is not only home to a variety of commercial establishments, but also to numerous food stalls offering delicacies made from exotic beasts. In the very heart of the square stands a martial arts arena where warriors may engage in skillful combat. In front of the central arena area, there is a towering monument, 3 zhang high, adorned with proclamations issued by the city lord's manor. Among these is an announcement stating that City Lord Morong Fu is offering a substantial reward for anyone who can cure either Morong Bo or his daughter, Morong Qingxue. The reward consists of 1 million spirit crystals and 5 high-tier items. This notice, once sought after by many, has remained untouched since the failures of those who attempted to claim it. Upon arriving at the square, accompanied by Cayenne, Xiao Chen's gaze fixed upon the stone monument. After a brief search, he retrieved the notice. Who is that young man? Does he believe he can heal the old city lord or the young lady? How is that even possible? The conditions of both Morong Bo and Miss Morong are beyond the remedy of even the pill king Gu Qingha. A mere youth cannot possibly succeed. This young man is courting disaster. By taking down this notice without the requisite abilities, he is mocking the city lord's manor. There have been many deceivers who sought the reward, only to have their limbs shattered by city lord Morong and cast into the dungeons. As Xiao Chen's actions drew attention, nearby warriors halted in their tracks, their expressions a mix of astonishment and derision. They whispered among themselves, their gazes laced with scorn and pity. What is your name, esteemed sir? Amidst the murmurs, 2 solemn guards approached Xiao Chen. They were the city guards of Tiandu, tasked with overseeing the notice and preventing any deliberate vandalism. Naturally, should a capable individual remove the notice, it was their duty to escort that person to the city lord's manor. My surname is Xiao, he replied, feeling a sense of favor as the guards did not immediately reprimand him. He gave a respectful nod and stated his name. Young Master Xiao, do you understand the implications of this notice? Although the reward is tempting, lacking genuine skill could lead to dire consequences. One of the guards warned, his tone somber. Not to worry, simply take us to the city lord's manor, Xiao Chen replied dismissively, waving his hand without a care. In that case, please follow us, the guards responded. Observing Xiao Chen's unwavering confidence, while Cayenne stood beside him, exuding an air of extraordinary grace. 2 warriors spoke in hushed tones before departing with Xiao Chen and Cayenne. Meanwhile, within the lord's mansion of Tiandu City, a panicked voice cried out, My lord. It is terrible. The young lady has attempted to hang herself again. Morong Fu, seated in his study, immediately sprang into action upon hearing the alarm, forcefully pushing aside the soldier who had come to report, sending him sprawling several feet away. Qingxue. In mere moments, Morong Fu rushed into Morong Qingxue's chamber, his expression fraught with anxiety as he approached her bedside. 2 maids knelt nearby, trembling uncontrollably. However, Morong Fu's attention was not on the maids, but rather on the figure lying on the bed. Before him lay a woman whose features were obscured. Yet, despite her human form, she resembled a primitive beast more than a person. A crimson mark marred her face, and her bare skin was covered in strange red hairs. Rather than a human, she appeared more akin to a monkey. This was Morong Qingxue, his daughter, afflicted by a congenital ailment due to her premature birth. Before the age of 10, Morong Qingxue had been an exquisite little girl, indistinguishable from others. However, After turning 10, red patches suddenly erupted on her face, and her body hair thickened and transformed into an eerie crimson hue, resulting in her current simian appearance, often regarded by many as an ill-omened anomaly. Over the past few years, Murong Fu had traversed the land, consulting countless sages and extraordinary individuals, yet none could remedy Murong Qingshue's condition. As a consequence of her transformation into this half-human, half-beast form, she had sequestered herself within her chamber for years, weeping incessantly and attempting suicide on multiple occasions. Yet, due to the vigilant watch of the servants and her own peculiar constitution, each attempt had been thwarted. Though her breath was somewhat erratic, fortunately, her life was not in peril. After a brief examination of Murong Qingshue's condition, Murong Fu finally felt a sense of relief. What happened? Were you not supposed to keep an eye on the young lady? How did she manage to attempt hanging herself? He released Murong Qingshue's wrist and turned to face the maids, his expression darkening. A chilling aura of wrath descended upon the room, lowering the temperature to near freezing. Hong Air, was momentarily careless. We beseech the Lord's forgiveness. The two maids bowed their heads deeply, trembling even more violently at his words. Do not blame them. I was the one who concocted an excuse to send them away. It is futile to direct your anger at them. Just as Murong Fu was about to speak, Murong Qingshue stirred and, with a voice ethereal as a flowing spring, softly uttered, Qingshue. Upon hearing those words, the gloom that clouded Murong Fu's face vanished instantaneously. He swiftly turned to look at Murong Qingshue. Have you encountered something distressing? Speak to your father. I will surely resolve it for you. Father, allow me to depart quietly from this world. Murong Fu's words were abruptly interrupted by Murong Qingshue. To others, I am merely an anomaly. My existence only burdens you further with shackles, subjecting me to endless scrutiny and torment. Father, I am weary of living. Though suicide is often perceived as a manifestation of cowardice and evasion, I can no longer endure this existence. Qingshue, I miss your mother. If there is an afterlife, I wish to be your father's daughter once more and honor him properly. Yet for now, I beseech you to forgive my stubbornness and grant me release from this world. Her ethereal and melodious voice, laden with despair, resonated throughout the room, causing Murong Fu to tremble violently. An indescribable agony gripped him, nearly suffocating him. Even Qing and Hong who had been trembling on the ground, momentarily forgot their fear of punishment upon hearing Murong Qingshue's words, tears streaming uncontrollably down their faces. As Murong Qingshue's maids, they understood all too well that living was, for her, a torment far greater than death. Today, when Murong Qingshue sought to dismiss them, they sensed her intentions. Yet, they chose to step away to facilitate her wish. Perhaps, for Murong Qingshue, death was the only true liberation. Swear, grant your father 3 more days. I have found a remarkable healer who can surely cure your affliction. I promise you, I will make it right. Will you wait just a little longer for me? Gazing into Murong Qingshue's pleading eyes, Murong Fu stifled the urge to weep, his voice imbued with desperation. He was acutely aware of Murong Qingshue's suffering, fully cognizant that her existence was a form of torment. Yet, she was his beloved daughter, the sole fruit of his love with his wife. He could not bear to watch her succumb to despair. Chapter 44. In the span of a single day, 2 devastating pieces of news. Father, this marks the 21st time you have deceived me with this excuse. Upon hearing Murong Fu's words, Murong Qingshue turned her head slightly, tears cascading down her hair. In the past, I have been reluctant to part with you, willingly falling for your reassurances each time. However, this time, Qingshue truly does not wish to be deceived any longer. With that, Murong Qingshue painfully shut her eyes, as if the abyss were consuming the very fabric of the world around her. Over the years, Murong Fu had used similar justifications to comfort her on numerous occasions, and indeed, he had sought out various gifted individuals for her. Yet, each treatment ended in failure, leaving her to bear the crushing weight of hope transforming into despair time and again. She must endure the astonished gazes of outsiders, as if she were a monstrous aberration. This agony, understood by none but herself, was a burden she wished to escape. Qingshue, this time father is not deceiving you. He has truly found an extraordinary individual who can heal you. Can you endure for just 3 more days? Observing the desolate expression on Murong Qingshue's face, Murong Fu spoke with a hoarse voice, suppressing the ache in his heart. If, after 3 days, he cannot cure you, then you may leave, and father will permit it. The last few words were uttered with all the strength he could muster, leaving him feeling as though his very soul had been cruelly torn asunder. There exists no greater sorrow than a parent bidding farewell to a child, especially while witnessing their departure. For anyone with a shred of familial affection, this sentiment is akin to a slow, torturous demise. Thank you, father. Upon hearing his words, Murong Qingxue slightly opened her eyes, gazing deeply at Murong Fu before closing them again, seemingly wishing to forever imprint his image in her memory. Then you must rest well while I seek out that eminent healer. After uttering this, Murong Fu tenderly tucked her in before heavily stepping out of the chamber. 3 days, that was all he could spend with his daughter. For a father, such a reality was unbearably cruel. Once the door was closed behind him, Murong Fu leaned against it, feeling as though the world around him had plunged into darkness. Cough, cough, is Xiao all right? At that moment, an elderly voice resonated, and a frail, white-haired man was pushed into the room in a wheelchair. His face was etched with deep wrinkles resembling ravines, exuding an aura of decay, akin to that of a dying man. This individual was none other than Murong Fu's father, the former lord of Tiandu City, Murong Bo father. Upon seeing Murong Bo, Murong Fu straightened his posture, swiftly concealing the despair that had marred his features. Xuer is fine. She merely had a moment of despondency. After my counsel, she is now resting inside. After a moment's hesitation, Murong Fu chose to keep the truth hidden. That is good. Murong Bo nodded, his gaze warm as it lingered on the room, before he raised his head and rasped, "Prepare for my final rites. I fear I shall not last 3 more days." Boom. Murong Fu trembled at his father's words, as if struck by a thunderous blow. Although he had been mentally prepared, hearing this proclamation was still a bitter pill to swallow. In the span of a single day, 2 dreadful tidings had befallen him. Even as a formidable being at the 9th level of nirvana, he felt momentarily disoriented. To lose 2 blood relatives within such a brief time frame was an insurmountable blow. Indeed, misfortune often befalls the most unfortunate souls, as if the heavens conspire against them. How deeply flawed was Murong Fu in his past life, that in this existence, fate treats him with such cruelty. The child understands. After closing his eyes in anguish, Murong Fu finally uttered these words. The greatest sorrow lies in a heart that has ceased to hope. Perhaps this phrase encapsulates Murong Fu's current state of being. City Lord. Someone has unveiled the notice in the central square and is now waiting outside the city lord's residence. Just as Murong Fu staggered, on the verge of collapsing, a soldier hurriedly approached to report. What? This exclamation was not loud, yet it resonated in Murong Fu's ears like the tolling of a bell, causing him to abruptly raise his head. Who is it? Could it be a master of medicine from the Great Qian dynasty, or perhaps a renowned alchemist? As a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes, Murong Fu spoke with urgency, rushing to the soldier and gripping his shoulders tightly. In that moment, he resembled a desperate soul plummeting into an abyss, clinging to the last lifeline before his demise. His fervent trembling startled the soldier, feeling the crushing grip upon his shoulders. The soldier stammered, "It is a strikingly handsome young man in black attire, accompanied by a veiled woman in red. They claim to possess absolute certainty in curing the old city lord and request to be brought before him." Absolute certainty. Upon hearing this, the excitement on Murong Fu's face instantly darkened. Previously, there had been others who boasted of such certainty, only to deceive and exploit him. Those charlatans had ultimately met their demise in his dungeons. Now, a young man and a woman dared to make such audacious claims. Another pair of naive youths. Murong Bo, overhearing their exchange, waved his hand dismissively, his interest waning. "Send them away. I have no desire for further commotion." In his half-dead state, he could not endure beyond 3 days. Even a master of heavenly-level medicine would struggle to alleviate his condition, let alone miraculously prolong his life. Only a legendary saintly healer might offer a glimmer of hope for his recovery. Yet, such beings are elusive, rarely seen. And this young couple clearly did not fit that description. "Father, perhaps we should at least meet them," Murong Fu suggested after a moment of silence, his expression gradually settling into calm determination. Though hope seemed elusive, he was willing to try, for miracles do happen. The greatest despair of a person lies not in the absence of hope, but rather in the loss of faith in oneself. For when hope dissipates, the the world descends into darkness. Such is the plight of his daughter and father. As a father and son, he is resolutely unwilling to surrender. Since you remain undeterred, I shall accompany you in this endeavor, he sighed. Upon witnessing Murong Fu's pleading gaze and recalling Murong Qingxue in the adjoining room, Murong Bo altered his decision. Thank you, father, Murong Fu expressed with a respectful bow, turning to address a soldier present. In a low voice, he commanded, first, escort them to the main hall. The old city lord and I shall arrive shortly. Chapter 45. No matter the injury, this young master can heal it. Esteemed guests, our city lord requests your presence. Outside the city lord's mansion, as the soldier returned from delivering the message, he greeted Xiao Chen and Kai Yin with a respectful gesture, though his gaze bore an air of complexity. Such a matching pair of golden youth and jade beauty. While uncertain of the reason for their venture into this tumultuous affair, it was likely that they would not emerge from the city lord's estate unscathed. If even the esteemed Dan Wang Guqinghe could not resolve the matter, how could a pair of youngsters succeed? With a silent sigh, the soldier refrained from further commentary and gestured for Xiao Chen and Kai Yin to proceed. The two, acknowledging the invitation with a nod, entered the city lord's mansion without further ado. A short while later, under the hospitality of the guards, Xiao Chen and Kai Yin awaited in the conference hall, savoring tea. Fortunately, their wait was not prolonged. Murong Fu soon entered, pushing Murong Bo before him, and their eyes met at that moment. How remarkably youthful! Upon seeing the lingering boyish charm of Xiao Chen's handsome visage, both Murong Fu and Murong Bo felt their hearts sink. Any remaining glimmer of hope was extinguished upon witnessing the youth. Such youthful countenance could not possibly harbor the profound medical prowess they sought. Even if he had begun his training from the womb, it was likely that his abilities still fell short. In the wake of their waning hope, the gaze of both Murong Fu and Murong Bo shifted toward Kai Yin. Upon meeting her indifferent stare, they both experienced an involuntary shudder, their pupils constricting sharply. Such a chilling and apathetic gaze. This individual was undoubtedly a formidable force. At that moment, both father and son harbored the same thought. The intense sense of life and death crisis they felt indicated that the other's cultivation must be above the transcendence realm. What startled Murong Bo further was the eerie familiarity of those frigid eyes. He felt as if he had encountered them before, yet the memory eluded him, as though it were buried in the distant past. Young Master Xiao, he began, I have heard that after removing the notice, you expressed complete confidence in your ability to heal my father. Might this claim be an exaggeration? Upon realizing the extraordinary prowess of Kai Yin, Murong Fu refrained from adopting an arrogant demeanor. He pushed Murong Bo forward and, with a gesture of respect, addressed Xiao Chen and Kai Yin directly. Without indulging in any pleasantries, Murong Fu swiftly got to the crux of the matter. This candor took Xiao Chen by surprise, prompting him to respond with a faint smile. Your father's condition may present a challenge to others, yet for me, it is merely a trifling matter. Provided you can meet my terms, I can restore him to health, regardless of the severity of his injuries. His nonchalant words, imbued with immense confidence, resonated throughout the hall, leaving both Murong Fu and Murong Bo in a state of bewilderment. The assertion that any injury could be healed raised questions. Was this person overly presumptuous, or did he indeed possess genuine skill? Are you certain? Murong Fu nearly retorted with disbelief, but upon noticing Kai Yan's presence as a formidable force, he inhaled deeply and, with a quavering voice, confirmed his inquiry. However, this time, Xiao Chen chose not to respond further, merely sipping his tea with an expression that suggested he was indifferent to their belief. Ahem, may I inquire what conditions you desire? Murong Bo, seated in his wheelchair, could not contain his curiosity upon witnessing Xiao Chen's calm demeanor. If you truly possess such abilities, it seems unlikely you would come to the city lord's residence merely for the meager reward mentioned in the notice. Thus, you must have ulterior motives. The conditions stated in the notice, along with the revitalizing purple pill in your possession. At this, Xiao Chen lifted his gaze and replied coolly, what? This revelation struck Murong Fu and Murong Bo like a thunderclap. The revitalizing purple pill was an exorbitant elixir that the city lord's residence had nearly depleted its resources to acquire 13 years prior. The rewards outlined in the notice represented the modest savings accumulated over the years. The audacity of Xiao Chen's demand suggested he intended to completely deplete the city lord's resources. Most critically, If the revitalizing purple pill were to be entrusted to Xiao Chen, even if Morong Bo were to fully recover, he would still need to undergo rigorous training to regain his former peak. Given the elder's age, achieving such a revival seemed a fanciful notion. If there are no objections, I can assist in restoring Mr. Morong's injuries first, and you may provide the items afterward, Xiao Chen proposed. Observing the astonishment etched on the faces of the father and son, he felt it prudent not to press too hard at this juncture. By broaching the subject now, he aimed merely to plant a psychological seed in Morong Bo's mind and prepare Morong Fu for what was to come. Once he had healed Morong Bo, the bond forged under the influence of the system's contract would elevate Morong Bo's goodwill toward him to a significant level. When the time came to request the revitalizing purple pill, it would be far easier than if he raised the issue post-recovery. Are you not concerned that we may change our minds afterward? Upon hearing that Xiao Chen intended to first heal Morong Bo's injuries, Morong Fu's gaze flickered momentarily before he inquired in a somewhat subdued tone. The other party's initiative left him somewhat perplexed. I trust that the Lord of Morong is not a fool. Otherwise, the Lord's estate would surely descend into chaos. In response, Xiao Chen merely smiled faintly. At the same time, Kai Yin also grasped the situation, and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted instantaneously, causing both Morong Fu and Morong Bo to change countenance dramatically. Their instincts had proven correct. The woman in red before them truly possessed the capability to eliminate them. However, this fleeting aura of menace went unnoticed by others in the Lord's estate, leaving both Morong Bo and Morong Fu drenched in cold sweat. Cough, cough, please return. After a brief silence, Morong Bo coughed and spoke, but before he could finish, Morong Fu interjected. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. If you can indeed heal my father, the reward shall be as stated in the announcement, plus a revitalizing purple pill. Although such a decision would result in significant losses for the Lord's estate and would not expedite Morong Bo's recovery, as long as Morong Bo's injuries were completely healed, he could resume his cultivation, and there would still be hope for him to regain his peak prowess. Foolishness. For the sake of my old bones. This is not worth it. Upon hearing Morong Fu's immediate agreement, Morong Bo grew anxious. Without the revitalizing purple pill, even if his injuries healed, he would merely be an old relic. Losing his former cultivation prowess would be of no assistance to the Lord's estate. It would be wiser to conserve these resources to better develop the estate's endeavors or to heal Morong Qingxue. Very well. You shall be grateful for this decision in the future. After hearing Morong Fu's words, Xiao Chen chose to disregard Morong Bo's concerns and offered a word of praise. This old fellow was still somewhat muddled. However, once he was restored, he would undoubtedly change his mind. There is no time to waste. Let us commence. Xiao Chen wasted no time, rising to prepare to heal Morong Bo's injuries. Yet, just as Xiao Chen was about to act, a voice suddenly emanated from outside the hall, causing his brows to furrow involuntarily. Chapter 46. Intriguingly, has the plot of a broken engagement arrived? My nephew, Nalan Shiji, has come uninvited. I ask that Uncle Morong and Elder Morong do not take offense. With this declaration, a young man clad in blue entered the hall, accompanied by an elder, as if they were entering an uninhabited realm, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Naturally, Xiao Chen felt more displeasure than anything else. He was on the verge of conducting serious business when these two intruders barged in, and the estate's guards had yet to intervene. It was truly disheartening. However, with outsiders present, he could only pause his actions momentarily and observe the situation. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Chen sat down once more, picked up his teacup, and resumed savoring his tea. Nalan Shiji? As Morong Fu beheld the young man before him, a flicker of perplexity crossed his face. The name seemed vaguely familiar, as if echoing from a distant memory. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and he smiled in surprise. Ah, it is Nalan Shiji. I cannot believe you have grown so much. It has been nearly a decade since we last met. After a moment's contemplation, Morong Fu recalled that this individual was none other than the son of his dear friend, Nalan Xiong, and also the betrothed of Morong Qingxue. However, the young man had only visited the Morong residence a decade prior to formalize their engagement. Subsequently, he had been discovered to possess a mid-tier celestial martial talent and was taken as a disciple by the sect leader of Tai Sword sect. He had spent all these years in seclusion within the sect, and it was surprising that he had ventured to the Morong residence alone after such a long absence. Could there be urgent matters at hand? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the smile on Murong Fu's face gradually faded. His young nephew had been entrenched in deep cultivation at Tai's sword sect, only recently descending the mountain after breaking through to the spiritual aperture realm. Upon hearing Murong Fu's words, Nalan Shiji spoke in a calm tone, a hint of pride gracing his features. To have broken through to the first level of the spiritual aperture at the age of 18, who among the youth of the entire Dakian dynasty could rival him? Apart from those monstrous prodigies of the top-tier factions, to have reached the spiritual aperture realm, both Murong Fu and Murong Bowen exhibited expressions of astonishment. In their day, even Murong Bowen, despite his low-tier celestial talent, had only attained the spiritual aperture realm after the age of 19. It was astounding that Nalan Shiji had achieved this milestone at 18. With diligent training, he was destined to advance to the profound realm and perhaps even touch upon the celestial realm. The Nalan family had indeed produced a prodigious talent. Uncle Murong, may I inquire about the whereabouts of my fiancée, Murong Qingxue? Just as Murong Fu and Murong Bowen were still reeling from their shock, Nalan Shiji's gaze swept across the hall, ultimately resting upon Kai Yan, his face betraying astonishment, followed by a hint of suspicion. Was this young woman, radiant and veiled, yet exuding an extraordinary presence, truly Qingxue? According to his knowledge, Murong Qingxue was reputed to be afflicted with a mysterious ailment, bearing facial blemishes and an unusual coat of red hair. How could such a captivating figure emerge from the Murong household? Had her hidden afflictions been cured? This lady is a distinguished guest of the city lord's residence, Murong Fu replied, his voice tinged with a somber tone as he noted Nalan Shiji's lingering gaze on Kai Yan. However, before he could finish, Kai Yan abruptly lifted her head, her expression turning indifferent. If you continue to regard me with such lewd eyes, I would not hesitate to have them plucked from your face. The chilling voice reverberated throughout the hall, causing a cacophony in Nalan Shiji's mind, nearly knocking him to the ground. How dare she interrupt the young master while he was engaged in important matters, and dare to gaze at him with such disdain? This mere human insect was truly courting death. The old man in gray, standing beside Nalan Shiji, trembled in fear upon sensing the aura emanating from Kai Yan. His eyes widened in alarm, adopting a stance of utmost vigilance. Though he held the position of the second elder of the Tai sword sect, his cultivation was merely at the 8th level of the Nirvana realm, far inferior to a formidable figure in the Transcendence realm. Coughing lightly, Xiao Chen could not help but clear his throat upon witnessing Kai Yan's sudden outburst of anger. Although he was still somewhat oblivious to the unfolding situation, the snippets of conversation he overheard, coupled with Murong Qingxue's circumstances, allowed him to piece together the narrative. Was this not a classic tale of a broken engagement? He had not anticipated encountering such melodrama during his visit to the Murong family. Yet, witnessing this iconic scene from a third-party perspective held its own unique charm. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's cough, Kai Yan retracted her icy murderous intent. Casting a dispassionate glance at the pair, she resumed fiddling with her enchanting fingers. Since the city lord of Murong has an old acquaintance present, let us defer our matters for the time being. Once you have resolved your affairs, we shall continue with our previous discussion. As the atmosphere in the hall plunged into a profound silence, Xiao Chen took a sip of tea, lifted his gaze, and spoke in a calm tone. After speaking, he showed no inclination to regard Nalan Shiji, instead focusing on savoring his tea. Witnessing this scene, Nalan Shiji's previously handsome visage darkened considerably. Who on earth was this individual? Not only did he exhibit a demeanor more extraordinary than that of the young master of the Tai sword sect, but he was also accompanied by such a stunning beauty, who was, moreover, a powerhouse in the Transcendence realm. In stark contrast, his own companion was an old, unremarkable man, making him appear significantly less impressive. It was indeed humiliating that, while attempting to initiate a broken engagement, he was overshadowed by a peer. Nalan Shiji, Qingxue is unwell and resting in her chamber. Why don't you wait in the back hall until I conclude my matters? We can then enjoy a drink and reminisce, suggested Murong Fu, his voice low as he directed his gaze towards Nalan Shiji. No need for that. Nalan Shiji interrupted, coldly snorting before Murong Fu could finish his thought. In truth, I did not come here to reminisce. I came to break off the engagement. Boom. Nalan Shiji's declaration struck Murong Fu like a thunderclap, igniting a storm of thoughts in his mind. Is this your intention, or is it your father Nalan Xiong's intention? In front of outsiders, Faced with the prospect of a broken engagement presented by a junior, Murong Fu's countenance darkened significantly as he struggled to suppress the fury brewing within. He shared a deep bond with Nalan Xiong, a close friend, and despite the estrangement of recent years, the affection for that friendship remained intact. Years ago, during the tumultuous third year following the unexpected misfortune that befell Murong Bo, the situation within the Lord's estate had grown precarious. It was Nalan Xiong who had proposed the engagement between Murong Qingxue and Nalan Shiji, a strategic alliance intended to publicly announce the union of their families and thereby stabilize the standing of the Murong clan. If, in the intervening years, the Nalan family had reconsidered their commitment due to an unfortunate incident involving Murong Qingxue, it would have been expected for Nalan Xiong to approach him privately to annul the engagement, not to send a junior accompanied by elders to publicly declare the dissolution, particularly in such an unceremonious manner. This act felt akin to a profound humiliation for the Murong family. This is my own sentiment, Nalan Shiji unapologetically declared, dismissing the righteousness of the situation. This marriage was arranged by our elders when we were but children. Over the years, I paid it little mind. But now rumors abound of Murong Qingxue being tainted by ill fortune, transformed into something unrecognizable. As the young master of the Tai Sword sect, how could I possibly marry a creature with red hair? Silence. Nalan Shiji's merciless words pierced Murong Fu's heart like a dagger, eliciting an involuntary roar of anger from him. Meanwhile, seated in a wheelchair, Murong Bo's face turned ashen with rage, leading to a fit of persistent coughing. At that moment, just as Murong Fu's furious words echoed in the hall, a commotion could be heard from a corner outside, seemingly the sound of someone collapsing to the ground. Ma Xiaotao sought free gifts, hoping for support from those she admired. Chapter 47. Within the 7 great dynasties of the Eastern Wilderness, she could only be described as a prodigy. Miss, as Xiao Chen and others turned their gazes, Hong'er and Qing'er, witnessing Murong Qingxue fall to the ground. Both let out cries of alarm in a moment of sheer panic. After Murong Fu departed, Murong Qingxue had mentioned a desire to take a stroll in the inner courtyard. However, upon hearing reports from the servants about a pair of young individuals claiming they could heal the elder Murong, curiosity piqued. She quietly ventured outside the hall to catch a glimpse of them. To her dismay, she stumbled upon Nalan Shiji arriving to call off the engagement. The heart-wrenching words he hurled at her, branding her as a red-haired monster, shattered her spirit, and she fell to the ground, feeling as though her heart was being wrenched apart. Qingxue, Xiao Shui, both Murong Fu and Murong Bo, upon noticing Murong Qingxue outside the hall, were struck with a profound change in expression, revealing traces of panic. Murong Qingxue, tormented by her own wretched existence, having become neither human nor ghost, contemplated ending her life multiple times over the past few years. Now, faced with Nalan Shiji, who had come to annul their engagement and spoke with such disdain for the dignity of the Murong family, she felt the weight of guilt and self-reproach. With such turmoil within, could she still harbor a desire to live? Is this truly the illustrious young lady of the Murong family? Xiao Chen lifted his gaze to behold a figure enveloped in a black robe, revealing only a face adorned with crimson hair, reminiscent of a feminine version of the Monkey King, yet marred by peculiar red spots. A flicker of astonishment flashed in his eyes as he instinctively activated his identification function. This unfortunate woman, born prematurely, has suffered a mutation in her constitution due to the transformation of her Taiyin Xianchai body. The primordial Taiyin energy within her has coalesced into a malevolent red Yin energy after consuming the essence of the Yin moon. This has resulted in an excessive and mutated growth of hair on her body, now possessing a resilience comparable to certain mystical-grade spirit weapons. With each subsequent transformation, the Yin energy within her gradually slips beyond her control. Should she endure 9 transformations, the Yin energy will invade her consciousness, leading to a grotesque metamorphosis into a mindless Yin malevolent creature. However, if she can rectify her congenital deficiencies, the Taiyin Xianchai body may evolve into a sacred grade constitution, with a possibility to cultivate to the pinnacle of the sacred king realm. As these revelations unfolded before him, Xiao Chen found himself wide-eyed in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this young lady, regarded as an outcast by the common folk, had become this way due to her uncontrollable primordial Yin energy stemming from her congenital inadequacies. Furthermore, The potential of her constitution, if fully developed, was indeed at the sacred level. It is noteworthy that even the formidable Queen Medusa possessed only an exceptional talent at the heavenly tier. In the eastern wilderness, such a sacred-grade constitution was almost mythical. How astonishing it was that Murong Qingxue possessed such an extraordinary lineage. Young master, it seems that this individual harbors a formidable energy within her. At that moment, Kai Yin, sensing something profound, spoke gravely to Xiao Chen. Although she could not discern that Murong Qingxue's appearance was a result of her incomplete sacred body leading to the chaos of her primordial yin energy. As a being of the celestial realm, she recognized her extraordinary nature. In the 7 great dynasties of the eastern wilderness, she could only be considered a prodigy. Upon hearing Kai Yan's words, Xiao Chen tilted his head slightly, his expression laden with meaning, which left Kai Yan somewhat perplexed. She could not ascertain whether Xiao Chen was referring to Murong Qingxue's appearance as prodigious, or if there was a deeper, astonishing quality about her. Is she truly Murong Qingxue? In that very moment of their exchange, Nalan Shiji also caught sight of Murong Qingxue, a look of shock overtaking his countenance. Clad in a black robe, with a body covered in red hair and a face dotted with blemishes, could this be his fiancée? Ha ha ha. I once thought that the tales circulating among the populace were exaggerated. Yet I was taken aback to discover that my so-called fiancé truly possesses an appearance that is neither human nor ghostly. Shocked internally, a wave of intense revulsion surged within me. At that moment, Nalan Shiji suddenly burst into laughter, his gaze filled with fury directed at Murong Fu and Murong Qingxue. Prior to my arrival at the Murong residence, I had pondered more than once whether these rumors were merely an attempt to tarnish the Murong family's reputation. To my astonishment, however, the rumors were indeed true. Murong Qingxue truly resembled a vengeful spirit. Enough. Upon hearing Nalan Shiji's derogatory description of his daughter, Murong Fu could no longer contain his rage and erupted, his powerful aura from the Nirvana ninefold realm surging forth. In a blur, he appeared before Nalan Shiji and sent a fierce slap toward him. If Murong Qingxue were to contemplate suicide again due to Nalan Shiji's provocations, he would certainly pay the price. But in that instant, the elder clad in gray standing beside Nalan Shiji coldly snorted, unleashing his own power as he stepped forward and delivered a punch aimed at Murong Fu. He intended to strike the young master of Tai sword sect in front of this elder, an act that undoubtedly belittled him. Bang! The moment their fists collided, an explosive sound reverberated through the hall. A powerful gust of wind swept through like a tempest, causing the entire chamber to tremble. Fortunately, neither party had unleashed their full strength. Otherwise, the confrontation between two Nirvana realm powerhouses would have been enough to collapse the entire assembly hall. Murong City Lord, Shiji is the young master of Tai sword sect. Do you wish to make an enemy of them? After blocking the slap aimed at Nalan Shiji, the elder in gray fixed a frosty gaze upon Murong Fu. Although his cultivation was a minor realm lower than Murong Fu's, he exuded an imposing aura that seemed to overshadow his opponent. After all, despite the Murong family's control over the entire Tiandu city, they still paled in comparison to Tai sword sect. Each of the esteemed elders from Tai sword sect possessed the capability to easily annihilate the Murong family. If the Murong family did not wish to be obliterated, they would not dare to confront Tai sword sect. Upon hearing this, Murong Fu was seized by an uncontrollable tremor of rage, his eyes ablaze with fury. Yet, a flicker of rationality prevented him from exploding at that moment. Indeed, Tai sword sect was an entity the Murong family could not afford to provoke. Should hostilities arise between the two, the consequences for the Murong family would be dire. Begone. Suppressing his inner fury with great effort, Murong Fu took a deep breath and barked ominously. You dare to strike me? As Murong Fu uttered these words, the startled Nalan Shiji finally regained his composure. As Nalan Shiji recalled the imposing figure of Murong Fu, mere centimeters away from his visage, a surge of fury consumed him. What I have stated is indisputable, he declared vehemently. How could Murong Qingxue, marked by her ghastly appearance, ever be deemed worthy of my stature? In the depths of his inner turmoil, Nalan Shiji fixed his gaze upon Murong Fu, delivering his words with unyielding disdain. As the young master of the Tai sword sect, destined to lead its illustrious legacy, I would never wed a creature such as her simply due to a betrothal. Today, I announce unequivocally that the Nalan family has nullified this engagement. The The Murong family is unworthy of any alliance with us, and Murong Qingxue is even less deserving. With these words, an explosive silence enveloped the room. Murong Fu's face flushed crimson with rage, his countenance darkening ominously, while Murong Bo, pale as death, coughed incessantly from his wheelchair, teetering on the brink of collapse. Even Murong Qingxue, sprawled on the ground, exhibited a glimmer of despair in her eyes, seemingly bereft of any desire to linger in this world. At that fateful moment, just as Murong Fu was poised to retaliate in wrath, Xiao Chen's voice pierced through the tension, unexpectedly resonating with authority. Chapter 48. A frog in a well knows not the vastness of the sky. I had no intention of meddling in your affairs, yet your words are utterly untenable. As Murong Fu and his companions turned their attention towards him, Xiao Chen took a sip of tea, his tone laced with mockery. While it may hold some truth that the Murong family's current standing is beneath that of your esteemed position, I cannot acquiesce to the notion that this young lady, Murong Qingxue, is unworthy of you. With a flourish, he set down his cup and continued with a playful smirk. From my perspective, it is you who is unworthy. An immediate hush fell over the hall, all eyes fixated on Xiao Chen, including Murong Qingxue, who gazed at him in astonishment. Here stood a figure of striking elegance and remarkable talent, the young master of the Tai sword sect, juxtaposed against a city lord's daughter whose appearance was decidedly unconventional. It was evident to any discerning observer who truly fell short in this pairing. Yet, Xiao Chen audaciously proclaimed that it was Nalan Shiji who was unworthy of Murong Qingxue, a statement that seemed utterly absurd. Ha! You dare claim that I am unworthy of this woman? Nalan Shiji, momentarily taken aback by Xiao Chen's outrageous assertion, found himself laughing in disbelief. It is patently clear to any onlooker, yet you choose to distort reality. Do you possess a peculiar affinity for the grotesque? Upon hearing the acerbic remarks of Nalan Shiji, Murong Fu clenched his fists tightly once more, nearly losing control and confronting Nalan Shiji. Yet, his curiosity regarding Xiao Chen's assertion held him back after a deep breath. After all, Xiao Chen boldly claimed to possess the ability to heal Murong Bo. Could it be that he had discerned something from Murong Qingxue's symptoms? My preferences are of no concern to you. You only need to know that I am merely stating facts. In response to Nalan Shiji's sarcasm, Xiao Chen remained unfazed, offering only a faint smile. Let me put it this way. A pearl, though covered in dust, remains a coveted gem, even if the world fails to recognize its brilliance. Conversely, excrement gilded in gold, despite its outward allure, remains an abominable waste. Xiao Chen did not speak bluntly, but employed a metaphor instead. However, all present were astute enough to understand who he deemed the dust-covered pearl and who he referred to as the repugnant excrement adorned in gold. You dare to insult this young master. Nalan Shiji's face turned a deep shade of crimson, and he was about to advance on Xiao Chen to deliver a wake-up call. Yet, he halted upon noticing Kai Yan's unwavering gaze upon him. With his momentum slightly diminished, he coldly retorted, "This young master has broken through to the first level of the spirit aperture realm at the tender age of 18, making me one of the most exceptional talents in the great Qian dynasty. What right do you have to mock me?" With that, Nalan Shiji unleashed his aura, his entire being radiating an impressive presence as he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Chen. Although he dared not strike directly due to Kai Yan's presence, he was determined not to be outdone in terms of momentum. With such remarkable achievements in cultivation, he aimed to shatter Xiao Chen's resolve. 18 years old, and you've reached the first level of the spirit aperture realm? Then what of me, who has yet to turn 18 and has already attained the 7th level of the spirit aperture realm? Shouldn't I be able to look down upon the eastern wilderness? Witnessing Nalan Shiji's fervent display of strength, Xiao Chen stood up with a cold smile, his own aura erupting with astonishing power. The formidable presence of the 7th level of the spirit aperture realm shattered Nalan Shiji's momentum in an instant, causing his pupils to constrict violently and leaving all present in shock. No, this is impossible. How can someone under 18 attain the 7th level of the spirit aperture realm? This cannot be true. Nalan Shiji exclaimed in disbelief, feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Xiao Chen. Possessing a mid-tier talent in martial arts, he was regarded as one of the most exceptional prodigies in the region. How could anyone surpass him in such a manner? A frog in a well knows not the vastness of the sky. Thus, do not use your limited understanding to dismiss the significance of another's existence. Observing the disheartened expression on Nalan Shiji's face, Xiao Chen nonchalantly retracted his aura. To you, Miss Morong appears to be a peculiar entity, neither fully human nor ghostly. Yet little do you know that beneath this seemingly unattractive exterior lies a visage of unparalleled beauty. Even disregarding her true appearance, her martial prowess alone renders you utterly insignificant. Boom. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Murong Fu and Murong Bo's minds resonated with a thunderous echo. Their incredulous gazes were fixed upon Xiao Chen, as if they had suddenly become aware of something profound, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. Young Master Xiao, have you discerned the nature of my daughter's affliction? After this quavering inquiry, Murong Qingxue rose from her seat, her eyes similarly shaking as they turned toward Xiao Chen. For many years, the world has deemed her an outcast, a creature neither human nor ghost, a notion she herself had come to accept. Yet today, at the moment she faced the emotional turmoil of a broken engagement, a stranger stood forth to proclaim her as a gem tarnished by dust. Beneath her seemingly grotesque facade lies a face that could topple nations. Even her sporadically ailing body possesses a talent that could outshine the ordinary. Indeed, Xiao Chen replied, nodding with a calm demeanor. Miss Morong's condition stems from congenital deficiencies, compounded by an overly formidable physique, which has caused the primordial yin energy within her to spiral out of control, resulting in her current state. If I am not mistaken, Miss Morong has undergone 8 phases of molting and often experiences episodes of turmoil during the full moon, accompanied by excruciating pain in her dantian that renders her nearly lifeless with each episode. This declaration left Nalan Shiji and the gray-clad elder utterly confounded, while Murong Fu and Murong Bo trembled even more violently. Even Murong Qingxue herself was filled with disbelief. Could it be true? Her hair had indeed fallen out only to regrow multiple times, having gone through this cycle 8 times. Such details were imperceptible even to Dan Wang Guqingha. Who would have imagined that merely by casting a glance at Murong Qingxue from within the hall, Xiao Chen could elucidate all her symptoms? Could this young master Xiao be a disciple of some revered medical sage? As feelings of astonishment coursed through him, Murong Fu swiftly approached Xiao Chen, his voice quivering as he inquired, "Since you have identified my daughter's symptoms, do you possess a remedy?" While still processing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Chen smiled lightly. To the average person, Miss Morong's symptoms may appear insurmountable, but to me, they are merely a trifling matter. However, this is contingent upon the conditions I shall propose to your esteemed Murong family. Just as he began to elaborate, his words hung in the air, yet to be fully articulated. Murong Fu's pupils constricted violently before he suddenly fell to his knees with a thud. Chapter 49. When performing before others, one must do so with a semblance of authenticity. If young Master Xiao can heal my daughter, Murong Fu vows to devote himself to you for life and to offer up all the resources of the Murong family. With this declaration, I swear my heart to the heavens. Should I, Murong Fu, ever violate this promise, I shall descend into madness and meet a tragic end. Boom. As these words echoed, it was as if a thunderclap had resonated through the heavens. It seemed that even the cosmos had sensed this moment. Nalan Shiji and the old man in gray exchanged astonished glances, utterly taken aback that Murong Fu was willing to forsake the family's heritage and pledge his life to serve like a humble servant for the sake of Murong Qingxue. This revelation was hard for them to fathom, as human nature is inherently selfish. Even for blood relatives, in such a cruel world, one would not foolishly offer selfless sacrifices. As the lord of Tiandu City and a cultivator who had reached the 9th level of nirvana, Murong Fu was a notable figure in the region of Huangzhou. To stoop so low for a descendant, even to the point of offering everything, seemed utterly foolish. It would be wiser to seek another woman and bear a new child than to end up with nothing and be reduced to servitude. Dad. While Nalan Shiji and the old man in gray were perplexed, Murong Qingxue gazed at her kneeling father, tears brimming in her eyes. She understood that Murong Fu loved her dearly, yet she never anticipated he would be willing to forsake everything and become a servant for her sake. Is this what it means to be family? Cough, cough. Young Master Xiao, I wonder if this old one could transfer the opportunity of your assistance to little Shui? At this moment, Murong Bo, who was paralyzed and seated in a wheelchair, coughed as he earnestly made his request. Given the current circumstances of the Murong family, it would be difficult to persuade Xiao Chen to act twice. Even Murong Fu's willingness to kneel and serve would have little effect. After all, Xiao Chen had powerful allies by his side, and despite Murong Fu's formidable cultivation, he remained inconsequential in Xiao Chen's eyes. Thus, if there was only one opportunity for assistance, he was willing to pass it to his granddaughter, for the youth represents the future of the family. This declaration further stunned Nalanshiji and the old man in gray. Could it be that this old fellow had lost his wits, willingly relinquishing hope to grant someone else a chance? Upon hearing Murong Bo's words, the tears that had gathered in Murong Qingshue's eyes burst forth like a flood, and she wept uncontrollably. She had long desired to end her life. Yet these two relatives were willing to sacrifice everything for her. In contrast, she felt utterly ungrateful and somewhat remorseful towards them. Rise. As Murong Qingxue grappled with her guilt, Xiao Chen smiled gently at Murong Fu. Given the sincerity demonstrated by the Murong family, I shall consider this transaction as a buy one get one free offer, allowing me to extend my services twice while only accepting a single fee from you. Observing the current situation, it is evident that subduing the Murong family is assured. Thus, aiding Murong Qingxue is entirely reasonable. Thank you, young Master Xiao. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's intention to treat the two individuals, Murong Fu and Murong Bo were nearly moved to tears, almost bowing in gratitude. The afflictions of these two are beyond the capabilities of even the elixir king Gu Qinghe. How could a mere boy possess such abilities? Just as gratitude enveloped Murong Fu and the others, the mocking voice of Nalan Shiji rang out coldly. Observing that Xiao Chen, despite being of similar age, was far superior in cultivation and now making a name for himself within the Murong family, a profound jealousy welled within him. Should Xiao Chen indeed possess the skill to heal these two, would it not signify that his medical prowess surpasses even that of the Elixir King? The mere thought of this sent a shiver down Nalan Shiji's spine, as if countless ants were crawling all over him. If he did not voice his doubts now, it would be an affront to his inner envy. Nalan Shiji, you should swiftly depart from the Murong family. It is not your place to cast aspersions upon young Master Xiao. Before Xiao Chen could respond, Murong Fu rose, casting a fierce glare at Nalan Shiji, delivering a merciless rebuke. Were it not for the presence of the gray-clad elder and the support of the Tai Sword sect, he would have relished the opportunity to silence Nalan Shiji with force. No matter, he is but a petty fool, unworthy of such anger. As Murong Fu prepared to expel Nalan Shiji, Xiao Chen raised his hand to halt him, a teasing glint in his eye as he fixed his gaze upon Nalan Shiji. Did you not believe that Miss Murong was unworthy of you? Soon, you shall witness the true nature of the person you wish to cast aside. After delivering these words with a smirk, Xiao Chen approached Murong Qingxue. Miss Murong, I will assist you in rectifying your innate deficiencies. However, during the transformation of your constitution, you may experience some discomfort. What? The moment Murong Fu and Nalan Shiji heard Xiao Chen's proclamation, they were taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief. It seemed as though Xiao Chen intended to heal Murong Qingxue directly before everyone, and that this process would not be prolonged. Murong Qingxue, meanwhile, stared at Xiao Chen, her eyes shimmering with intense emotion. In his gaze, she discerned no disdain, only a glimmer of admiration and encouragement. Such a look instilled a sense of recognition within her, causing her once cold heart to tremble involuntarily. I will endure. Overwhelmed by an unfamiliar sensation, Murong Qingxue lowered her head modestly before responding with unwavering determination. She unexpectedly felt a wave of shyness. Alas, she was an outlier, possessing an appearance that was neither human nor ghostly, lacking even the courage to meet Xiao Chen's gaze. At this moment, Xiao Chen remained oblivious to Murong Qingxue's thoughts. Upon hearing her response, he nodded and unleashed his cultivation, with runes swirling around him. As he gestured towards Murong Qingxue, he exuded an air of a master, playing the part of a medical expert with a flair that demanded respect. Perhaps, once he established this reputation, numerous high-level cultivators, upon sustaining injuries, would kneel and plead for his aid. After all, a healer capable of treating high-tier practitioners is, in essence, a living talisman for survival, which is why many medical experts hold such esteemed positions. With an air of divine mystery, he doubted that even the renowned Dan Wang Gu Qinghe could not handle what this young man could resolve with a mere flick of his fingers. Observing the runes surrounding Xiao Chen as they danced effortlessly upon Murong Qingxue, Nalan Shiji scoffed, smirking with derision. Should this young man falter, he would not only face the wrath of the Murong family, but also endure Nalan's mockery and scorn. System, restore Murong Qingshue's constitution. As his finger hovered over Murong Qingshue's heart, Xiao Chen issued the command to the system. Ding! The system has deducted 112,000 points and is commencing the restoration of Murong Qingshue's constitution. Xiao Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Truly, the sanctified level of her constitution was astonishing. Merely compensating for some innate deficiencies required over 112,000 points. One could only imagine how exceptional her talent would be once her constitution returned to normal. As the Elder of the Heavenly Dome sought complimentary gifts, hoping for support from the esteemed individuals present, a resounding hum filled the air. Just as Xiao Chen marveled, a brilliant white light erupted. Runes, accompanied by the dazzling glow, entered Murong Qingshue's body, prompting her to emit a cry of pain. In the embrace of this radiant light, the flaws in Murong Qingshue's constitution were rapidly mended. The unsightly red spots on her face vanished at an observable pace. Even the hair that covered her body softened and fell away as the negative energy retreated into her dantian, cascading down her loose black robe and collecting beneath her. In a fleeting moment, as Xiao Chen withdrew his hand, Murong Qingxue ceased trembling. Her features, now exquisitely chiseled, resembled that of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, captivating all who beheld her. The image of Murong Qingxue, adorned with violet hues, would be unveiled once more. Meanwhile, her cultivation surged with astonishing speed, propelled by the influx of revitalizing energy. In scarcely a few moments, she transcended the realms of the xuanhuan stage, ultimately stabilizing at the second level of the spirit aperture realm. Such an astonishing transformation left everyone in the hall with minds echoing as if struck by thunder. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed upon Murong Qingxue. Beholding her exquisite, painterly visage, Nalan Shiji felt as though his head might explode. His mouth agape enough to swallow 3 Kuan eggs whole. Previously, when Xiao Chen remarked that Murong Qingxue possessed a beauty that could topple nations, he had inwardly scorned the notion, deeming it foolish. Yet now, witnessing the disappearance of the red blemishes from her face and the shedding of her crimson fur, revealing her true beauty, he realized that he himself was the true fool. This unparalleled beauty, alongside the mesmerizing allure of his coveted junior sister, made Murong Qingxue yet another woman he found irresistible. Most importantly, the activation of her innate potential had propelled her cultivation to the second level of the spirit aperture realm, surpassing him by an entire minor realm. With such extraordinary talent, if she were to continue to grow, she would undoubtedly become a formidable being of celestial caliber. Possessing an immaculate, transcendent beauty and such extraordinary gifts, Murong Qingxue was indeed a perfect match for him. As he marveled in shock, Nalan Shiji's breath quickened, his gaze upon Murong Qingxue growing increasingly fervent. Was this truly Qingxue? Upon witnessing the transformed Murong Qingxue, Murong Fu stood dumbfounded, scarcely able to believe his own eyes. In a daze, he approached her, yearning to touch her exquisite face, yet fearful that it might merely be a figment of his imagination. After a brief moment of hesitation, he suddenly withdrew his hand and slapped himself hard across the face. Ha, that hurts. This is real. Qingxue has finally returned to normal. Feeling the sting on his cheek, Murong Fu erupted into joyous laughter and then knelt before Xiao Chen. I express my profound gratitude to young Master Xiao. Not only have you restored Murong Qingxue to her original beauty with a mere gesture, but you have also significantly elevated her cultivation to the spirit aperture realm. For her, this is akin to a rebirth. I have recovered. Observing Nalan Shiji's astonished and fervent expression, and seeing Murong Bo, seated in his wheelchair, shedding tears of joy, even her father Murong Fu laughed heartily. Murong Qingxue felt a refreshing coolness on her face and couldn't help but touch her cheeks and neck. Previously, her hands would encounter a tangle of fur, but now they glided over smooth, delicate skin, akin to caressing a piece of silk satin. This sensation made her shudder, her pupils dilating in disbelief as she realized the incredible truth. She was free of hair. In an instant, an unprecedented pang of sorrow surged in her heart, causing tears to cascade down her cheeks. Who would have thought that after being treated as a monster for so many years, she would finally experience a day of normalcy. All of this was made possible by the young man before her. The young lady, Murong Qingxue, expressed her profound gratitude to Master Xiao for his immense kindness. Amidst a whirlwind of emotions, tinged with both bitterness and complexity, Murong Qingxue knelt before him. Once, her world had been engulfed in darkness, but now, someone had illuminated her existence. Regardless of his status or character, he had become everything to Murong Qingxue, the one person she could never betray in this lifetime. Please rise. There is no need for such excessive deference, Xiao Chen remarked with a gentle smile, observing Murong Fu and Murong Qingxue in their moment of reverence. Yet, as he gazed at Murong Qingxue, he could not help but be struck by her breathtaking beauty. Such exquisite features could only be rivaled by the veiled Kai Yin standing behind him. Have you come to recognize the truth now? After Murong Fu and Murong Qingxue stood, Xiao Chen's eyes playfully turned to Nalan Shiji. At that moment, Nalan Shiji's face flushed a deep crimson upon hearing Xiao Chen's question. He wished to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. It was astounding that Xiao Chen's methods were so astute, capable of resolving a conundrum that even Dan Wang Gu Qinghe could not unravel. However, a man of his pride would not easily concede. As his thoughts settled, he cast a glance at Murong Qingxue and Murong Fu, a sincere smile gracing his face. Uncle Murong, my cousin Nalan was blind to your brilliance and inadvertently offended you in public. I kindly ask you to forgive my younger generation and not hold it against me. With a gesture of respect towards Murong Fu, Nalan Shiji articulated his intentions. Since my sister Qingxue has now received assistance from a noble benefactor and can restore her appearance, I, Nalan Shiji, am not one to abandon my commitments. Upon my return to the Tai Sword sect tomorrow, I shall have my master announce to the major forces of the Daiqian Empire that in 7 days, I will marry Sister Qingxue into our sect. This way, I honor the marriage pact established by my father and Uncle Murong in years past. Upon hearing Nalan Shiji's declaration, both Murong Fu and Murong Qingxue widened their eyes in astonishment. Even Xiao Chen looked on in disbelief. First, he had forcefully annulled their engagement, and now, upon witnessing Murong Qingxue's true form and her extraordinary talent, he had swiftly swept the earlier incident under the rug, invoking the authority of the Tai Sword sect's master to pressure the Murong family into fulfilling the marriage contract, aiming to marry Murong Qingxue by force. Truly, I have encountered many forms of shamelessness, but nothing compares to this. Depart. Upon hearing the words of Nalan Shiji, Murong Fu bellowed with indignation. Just moments ago, he had insulted my daughter with biting sarcasm, and now he dares to shamelessly seek to marry her. My daughter would rather remain a lifelong widow than have any association with such a wretch. Meanwhile, Murong Qingxue, though silent, wore an expression of utter indifference. Had Nalan Shiji come to visit her today, she might have felt a twinge of inferiority and delight, perhaps even recognized him as her betrothed. However, today's events have unveiled the true nature of Nalan Shiji, leaving her utterly repulsed. Young Master Nalan, ever since you uttered those words to my father, I, Murong Qingxue, have severed all ties with you for this lifetime. From this day forth, Qingxue intends to serve by young Master Xiao's side as a humble maid. So please refrain from uttering any words that might lead to misunderstandings. As her disdain grew, Murong Qingxue coldly declared, You despised me in my unattractiveness. Yet you are unworthy in my beauty. I, Murong Qingxue, would rather serve as a female servant to young Master Xiao, attending to his needs, than be entangled with scum like you. Chapter 51. Given Murong Qingxue's current beauty, there indeed exists a glimmer of hope. Rejected mercilessly by Murong Fu and Murong Qingxue, Nalan Shiji's countenance darkened significantly. He glared at the pair with barely concealed fury. How dare you refuse this, young master? Taking a deep breath to suppress his inner rage, Nalan Shiji fixed a chilling gaze upon Murong Fu and Murong Qingxue. It is imperative to understand that this young master is not only the young patriarch of the Nalan family, but also the young master of the Tai Sword sect. Representing two formidable forces, is the Murong family so devoid of consideration that they wish to incur the wrath of these two powers? With that, a twisted sense of possessiveness flickered across Nalan Shiji's face as he fixed his burning gaze upon Murong Qingxue, his voice dripping with menace as he continued. Fulfill the marriage contract and allow my sister Qingxue to wed this young master, and all will remain well between our factions. Otherwise, should my master and grandfather truly become enraged, the Murong family's circumstances may become dire. His ominous words revealed no hint of concealment for the threat they carried. In the wake of public humiliation and a surge of possessiveness, Nalan Shiji had completely abandoned any sense of decency. A singular thought consumed his mind. He must possess Murong Qingxue, dominate her, and mold her into his ideal form. Only then could he wash away the shame of being publicly rejected and find some solace for his wounded pride. Depart. Upon hearing Nalan Shiji's declarations, the usually composed Murong Fu could no longer contain his fury. With a roar, his formidable energy erupted, and he fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon Nalan Shiji. From this day forth, my Murong family shall sever all ties with your Nalan family. Should you dare to utter another word of threat, I will not hesitate to incapacitate you before his very eyes. Upon uttering this declaration, Murong Fu raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of true essence that surged forth like a deluge. How dare you, Murong Fu? The gray-clad elder, witnessing Murong Fu's unrestrained strike, erupted in fury, channeling his power as he met Murong Fu's palm with his own. Boom. In the next instant, a deafening explosion shattered the floor of the hall. Under the ferocious impact, Xiao Chen and Murong Qingxue were forcibly pushed back, while several tables and chairs were reduced to splinters. Both Nalan Shiji and the gray-clad elder were catapulted out of the hall by the force of that strike. You dare to lay hands on me, you old fool? The Murong family is doomed. After regaining his composure, Nalan Shiji bellowed in fury. Throughout his life, he had been the center of attention, especially after being accepted as a disciple by the leader of the Tai Sword sect. In the vast expanse of the Guangzhou, even local lords had to tread carefully around him. Never did he expect that Murong Fu would dare to strike him. Let us go. Seeing Nalan Shiji, in his rage and confusion, uttering threats without understanding the gravity of the situation, the gray-clad elder frowned slightly and seized Nalan Shiji, leaping away. Although the Tai Sword sect held no fear of the Murong family, it was unthinkable to engage in open conflict with a local lord's residence over a mere marriage matter. After all, the Tai Sword sect was a prominent power and could not afford to wage war with another faction over the personal affairs of a junior, especially when they were in the wrong. Watching the gray-clad elder depart with a disheveled Nalan Shiji, Murong Fu's expression softened slightly. I apologize for the spectacle, young master, he said, turning to Xiao Chen with a respectful bow. He then removed the spatial ring from his finger, erasing the soul imprint before handing it directly to Xiao Chen. Within this ring lies not only my life's savings, but also the revitalizing purple pill you require. They now belong to you. Although Xiao Chen had yet to heal Murong Bo, this did not hinder Murong Fu's trust and gratitude towards him. In the brief span of less than an hour, he had been utterly captivated by Xiao Chen. Possessing unparalleled medical prowess and extraordinary talent, Xiao Chen's demeanor was humble and composed, a stark contrast to the foolish Nalan Shiji. If Murong Qingxue were to entrust her future to a man as handsome and exceptional as Xiao Chen, Murong Fu would die content. With this thought, Murong Fu recalled Murong Qingxue's words, and a glimmer of intrigue surfaced in his eyes. Perhaps, with Murong Qingxue's current beauty, there is indeed a glimmer of hope. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Murong Fu glanced at his daughter, only to find Murong Qingxue secretly observing Xiao Chen, her gaze flickering with a hint of shyness. This revelation brightened his eyes even further. It seemed there was a chance for something to blossom here. At that very moment, Murong Qingxue noticed her father's peculiar stare directed at her, causing her to jump in surprise and hastily turn her head away, her face flushing from embarrassment to her neck. To her astonishment, being caught stealing glances at young Master Xiao by her own father felt exceedingly awkward. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Chen remained oblivious to their subtle exchanges. Without a trace of pretense, he immediately began to examine the spatial ring handed to him by Murong Fu. As his consciousness delved into the ring, the first sight that greeted him was a small mountain formed from an accumulation of spirit crystals, numbering at least over 1,000,000. Surrounding this crystalline hill floated an array of treasures, including various cultivation techniques, medicinal pills, mystical weapons, spiritual herbs, beast cores, and even some rare materials from exotic beasts. Collectively, these items could easily be valued at 1 to 2 million spirit crystals. Most significantly, Xiao Chen discovered a sealed purple pill within one of the vials, a revival spirit purple pill. This singular elixir was worth more than all the resources contained within the ring and was the very objective of his venture. Now, this pill was finally within his grasp. With this elixir and the resources he had acquired, he could ensure that Kai Yin would regain her peak cultivation. At that time, with the protection of a celestial realm expert, he would be nearly invincible in the wild state. However, before that, he needed to assist the esteemed Mr. Morong in recovering from his injuries. As these thoughts settled in his mind, Xiao Chen withdrew his consciousness from the spatial ring and focused on Morong Bo, who sat in a wheelchair. Mr. Morong, I shall help you stand again. Thank you, young Master Xiao. Hearing his words, Morong Fu and Morong Qingxue were filled with ecstatic joy, and even Morong Bo himself expressed his gratitude with excitement. Xiao Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Opting not to engage in further conversation, he clasped his hands together and formed intricate seals, channeling his vast true essence into a myriad of surrounding runes. After executing a series of complex maneuvers, he pointed a finger at Morong Bo while issuing a repair command to the system. Ding! The system has deducted 23,000 points and is currently repairing the injuries of Morong Bo. Indeed, as a profound expert, the full restoration of his injuries demanded over 20,000 points. Upon hearing the system's notification, a flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Chen's face, yet he felt no regret. After all, the rewards he had gained today far exceeded these points. Next, he sought to mend Morong Bo's old injuries and ailments, even aspiring to restore his cultivation level. After all, the Morong family had already succumbed to his influence. Should he succeed in rejuvenating Morong Bo's powers, he would gain an additional formidable ally. This was undoubtedly a surefire investment. In Chapter 52, he was determined to dedicate himself to young Master Xiao and become the enchanting beauty by his side. As Xiao Chen once again invoked his medical prowess, everyone held their breath, fearing they might disrupt his incantations. Only Kai Yin displayed a hint of perplexity, soon followed by a more serious demeanor. He recalled that when Xiao Chen had treated Xiao Zhan's injuries, he had seemingly not employed such elaborate hand seals. It appeared that this old fellow was gravely injured, compelling the young master to utilize his handprints. With the radiant white light erupting, Morong Bo felt as though he were immersed in a life-giving spring. His once withered bodily functions began to revive with vitality. This sensation nearly drew forth a groan from him, yet he managed to suppress the urge to vocalize. At his age, it would be unseemly to startle young Master Xiao. Barely a moment passed before Xiao Chen retracted his hand, the runes dissipating entirely. It is done. How do you feel? He inquired with a gentle smile, gazing at the rejuvenated Morong Bo, who appeared a decade younger. Ah, truly, I am completely healed. Feeling the newfound ease in his breath, devoid of any urge to cough, and with sensation returning to his lower body, Morong Bo's eyes widened in astonishment. He immediately rose to stretch his limbs. Ha ha! Morong Bo can finally stand again. Experiencing the long-lost connection with the earth, he laughed joyously, kneeling deeply before Xiao Chen. I, the aged Morong Bo, express my profound gratitude to young Master Xiao for your immense benevolence. Upon witnessing their elder kneel in thanks, both Morong Fu and Morong Qingxue felt compelled to follow suit, immediately dropping to their knees before Xiao Chen. Ah, why are you all kneeling again? Xiao Chen felt a slight headache at the sight before him. This family was excessively formal, bowing to him at every turn, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. After all, he had exerted minimal effort, merely gesturing aimlessly while leaving the rest to the system. He had already reaped substantial resources and gained considerable reputation, leaving him quite satisfied without needing further adoration. Now that your injuries have fully healed, it remains only to restore your previous cultivation level. Gesturing for Morong Bo and the others to rise, Xiao Chen continued with a serene smile. Next, I shall endeavor to refine a revitalizing purple pill, which should aid you in regaining your former powers. Upon envisioning the revitalizing purple pill, a bold idea surged within his mind, although he was uncertain if it would indeed be feasible. If it were to succeed, he should be able to acquire numerous spirit purple pills. Taking one to aid Morong Bo in restoring his cultivation would not be an issue. What? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Morong Bo and Morong Fu were visibly taken aback, their faces betraying disbelief at the revelation. Xiao Chen had already rendered them tremendous kindness by assisting them twice before, and now he intended to help Morong Bo regain his cultivation. What merits or virtues could the Murong family possibly possess to warrant such selfless dedication from Xiao Chen? Please, do not be overly excited. This is merely my suggestion, and I must first verify its feasibility. If it proves unworkable, then Murong Laoxian's cultivation will have to wait for another time to be restored. Observing the trembling excitement of Murong Bo and the others, who seemed on the verge of kneeling before him, Xiao Chen raised his hand to preempt their fervent gratitude. Young Master Zhao's goodwill is already a great fortune for us. How could we dare to demand more? Murong Bo responded with a wave of his hand, still wearing an expression of profound gratitude. Had it not been for Xiao Chen's timely intervention today, I fear I would have become a lifeless corpse within 3 days. And as for Murong Qingxue, after being rejected by Nalan Shiji, she would undoubtedly be engulfed by despair and might even take her own life. Even Murong Fu, should he lose 2 close kin in succession, may find himself utterly despondent. Therefore, Xiao Chen's presence today has not only saved me, but the entire Murong family. Please prepare a quiet room for me. I wish to test my hypothesis. Xiao Chen nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further pleasantries. After providing some instructions to Murong Bo and his companions, he was guided to a chamber adjacent to Murong Qingxue's courtyard. Meanwhile, Kai Yin said nothing, merely casting a glance at Murong Qingxue before swaying her waist to follow Xiao Chen. If she was not mistaken, it seemed yet another enamored girl had set her sights on young Master Xiao, likely to become a companion in the days to come. Xiao Chen was truly exceptional. Having been targeted by infatuated admirers just 2 or 3 days after their departure, it appeared that if she did not seize her opportunities soon, she might find herself relegated to a far lesser position. As such thoughts danced in her mind, Kai Yin gazed at Xiao Chen's retreating figure, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Ahem, have they walked far enough to still be watching? Murong Bo quipped, chidingly observing the entranced Murong Qingxue as Xiao Chen and Kai Yin disappeared around a corner. Grandfather, what nonsense are you speaking? Startled by Murong Bo's remark, Murong Qingxue snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson as she playfully retorted. Ha ha, having lived this long, how could I not see that you are smitten? Murong Bo chuckled heartily at the rare expression on Murong Qingxue's face. Young Master Xiao is indeed a prodigious talent. If you hold affection for him, you must seize the opportunity. After all, my little Xue has blossomed into a great beauty, rivaling anyone else in elegance. Yet, beside young Master Xiao stands a woman of exceptional grace. How could he possibly take notice of a humble girl like me? Upon hearing Murong Bo's seemingly teasing encouragement, Murong Qingxue could not help but lower her head, her voice tinged with self-doubt. Although Kai Yin remained veiled and silent, as a woman herself, she sensed the presence of a stunning beauty who matched her own allure. The other's cultivation far surpassed her own, and the air of superiority surrounding her was unmistakable, akin to that of a true noble. Such an extraordinary woman is indeed worthy of young Master Xiao. How could someone like me, who has evolved from an ugly duckling, ever be deemed deserving of him? Foolish girl, happiness is something one must strive for oneself. If you admire him, pursue him boldly, Murong Bo urged. A man of young Master Zhao's exceptional talent and extraordinary abilities will undoubtedly attract many admirers. If you lack the courage to stand by his side now, you may not even muster the bravery to approach him in the future. Sensing Murong Qingxue's lingering self-doubt and her struggle to escape the shadows of her past, Murong Bo gently patted her shoulder. You are no less than anyone else. You merely lack confidence. Life is fleeting, so why not be bold and chase after your desires? Do not let regrets linger. I will always support you from behind. Grandfather. Murong Qingxue trembled at Murong Bo's words, lifting her head with eyes glistening. She had never expected her feelings for a man to receive the blessing of her elder. This was something she had previously deemed unimaginable. Meanwhile, Murong Fu, witnessing this touching scene, felt his own eyes grow misty. How heartwarming. If only Murong Qingxue's mother could see this, she would surely feel immense joy. And you rascal, what does your silence mean? Are you not supporting your daughter in pursuing young Master Xiao? Before Murong Fu could dwell on his thoughts, he suddenly received a light slap on his forehead. Looking up, he saw Murong Bo glaring at him, causing his head to buzz. Were it not for your drunken folly years ago, arranging that ridiculous marriage for Qingxue, would she be suffering now? Her happiness is now in her own hands, and if you dare to meddle again, just see if I don't break your legs. Observing the city lord, Murong Fu, being chastised like a child by Murong Bo, a smile crept upon Murong Qingshue's lips, revealing a captivating charm. The Murong family had truly transformed, now brimming with vitality and joy. This remarkable change was all thanks to young Master Xiao. Thus, she vowed never to disappoint him in this lifetime. As her demeanor gradually brightened, Murong Qingxue resolved to dedicate herself to young Master Xiao, aspiring to become his enchanting companion. Chapter 53. Why are you looking at me like that? Meanwhile, after entering the private room, Xiao Chen disregarded the following Kai Yin and promptly sat cross-legged to extract the revitalizing purple pill. He then utilized the identification function, a 7th grade inferior revitalizing purple pill, containing numerous impurities. The medicinal potency is not perfectly blended. Due to prolonged storage, the sealing technique was somewhat flawed, resulting in a nearly 40% loss of potency. Currently, the remaining potency can restore a high-level cultivator's strength to the first level of the profound realm. Indeed, it was a defective product. Observing the attributes of the pill, Xiao Chen shook his head in disappointment. With a 40% loss of potency and numerous impurities, it was even worse than he had anticipated. However, despite this pill's subpar quality, were it to be auctioned in the outside world, it would fetch no less than 1 or 2 million spirit crystals. Such is the value of rarity. System, as long as an item is in a defective state, can it be restored to its complete form by consuming points? After identifying the revitalizing purple pill, Xiao Chen suddenly inquired. Ding. As long as the remaining portion of the item reaches 1% of its complete form, the system can restore it completely, excluding soul consciousness and magical techniques. The system replied mechanically. This revelation instantly brightened Xiao Chen's eyes. 1%. He inhaled sharply, suppressing the urge to exclaim how impressive the system was. His gaze fervently fixed on the revitalizing purple pill. His spiritual awareness enveloped the pill, and at that moment, his cultivation erupted. Streams of true energy, as unyielding as indestructible strands, divided the revitalizing purple pill into 100 portions. This was precisely his earlier thought. Since the system could repair defective items, could it not also divide complete items and then consume system points to restore them? Thus, he could acquire many identical products and even upgrade them. To his astonishment, this thought could indeed be realized. Young master? Seeing Xiao Chen suddenly unleash his cultivation to split the revitalizing purple pill, Kai Yin felt somewhat bewildered. Even if the pill was slightly flawed, there seemed to be no need to destroy it. Was young master about to employ some unprecedented refining technique? As her thoughts raced, Kai Yin restrained herself from speaking, her gaze intensely fixed on Xiao Chen, fearful of missing some captivating detail. System. Restore this fragment of the revitalizing purple pill to its complete form. Amidst Kai Yan's puzzled and speculative eyes, Xiao Chen then stored the fragments of the revitalizing purple pill, retaining only one for restoration. Ding. The system has deducted 20,000 points and is now in the process of repairing the rejuvenation purple pill. Almost as soon as Xiao Chen's words fell, the system's notification chimed unexpectedly, causing him to widen his eyes in astonishment. Could it truly require 20,000 points? Buzz. Just as Xiao Chen was engulfed in shock, a dazzling radiance erupted forth. Following this, amidst a burst of purple light, a brand new rejuvenation purple pill materialized before his very eyes. My lord, to think you could forge a new pill from merely a fragment, exclaimed Kai Yin, witnessing this spectacle. Even as a formidable being of the celestial realm, she was nearly rendered faint by Xiao Chen's prowess. Such an act of near-divine creation exceeded her comprehension. Had she not retained a modicum of composure, she might have been compelled to kneel and fervently worship him. This was a method akin to that of celestial beings. Even the supreme emperors could scarcely rival such feats. System. Is it truly necessary to expend this many points to restore a pill? Xiao Chen disregarded Kai Yan's flushed excitement and inwardly questioned the system about this vexing matter. Ding. The system responded mechanically. The points consumed are determined by the grade of the target item and the extent of its damage. The higher the quality and the greater the damage, the more points required. Xiao Chen, feeling a headache coming on, contemplated the key point. Dividing a complete item into 100 parts, extracting one, and then restoring it to wholeness is nearly indistinguishable from reforging it. It was akin to when he previously repaired Murong Bo, whose cultivation had reached the second level of the profound realm, nearing the point of exhaustion. Restoring all of his injuries and ailments was tantamount to a complete reforging. Thus, it had also cost over 20,000 points. Although the expenditure was somewhat exorbitant, this method remained extraordinarily effective. Gazing at the rejuvenation purple pill in his hand, its medicinal fragrance was significantly more potent than before, and a satisfied smile graced Xiao Chen's face. This pill should allow an injured high-level practitioner to restore their cultivation to the second level of the profound realm. However, to restore Kai Yin to the 9th level of the celestial realm, a low-tier 7th-grade rejuvenation purple pill would prove inadequate. System: elevate this rejuvenation purple pill to an 8th-grade premium. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chen commanded the system, gesturing with his hands to form intricate seals, which he then pressed onto the pill. Ding! The system has deducted 32,000 points and is now upgrading the rejuvenation purple pill for the host. As the system's notification concluded, a brilliant white light once more burst forth. The previously dim rejuvenation purple pill erupted in a resplendent violet glow. Veins of alchemical energy, like a spider's web, coalesced upon the pill in an instant. A vast wave of medicinal power swept forth like a tsunami, causing Kai Yin to widen her eyes in astonishment, her expression reflecting sheer awe. This is, astonishingly, an 8th-grade supreme elixir, infinitely close to the treasures of the sacred tier. In the Eastern Wilderness, among the 7 great empires, such items are nearly legendary. The mere emergence of this elixir would send tremors throughout the entire Eastern Wilderness, inciting fierce battles among numerous formidable beings of the celestial realm. To her surprise, she was able to witness the birth of this 8th-grade supreme elixir firsthand. Even more outrageous was the fact that this elixir was casually refined by Xiao Chen himself. Although Kai Yin had never encountered a sacred tier alchemist, she possessed a strong intuition that even a grandmaster of sacred tier alchemy could not achieve what Xiao Chen had done. Young master, you are truly astonishing. An 8th-grade supreme elixir corresponds to the pinnacle of celestial grade, requiring merely 32,000 points of contribution, which remains within an acceptable range. Gazing at the 8th-grade supreme revitalizing purple pill before her, capable of driving the world into a frenzy, Xiao Chen's expression remained relatively composed. After mumbling a few words, he casually waved his hand, presenting the elixir to Kai Yin. Here, this 8th-grade supreme revitalizing purple pill should enable you to restore your peak cultivation. His nonchalant demeanor suggested that this 8th-grade supreme elixir was no more than a mere candy for children. This left Kai Yin momentarily stunned. She recalled that when she reached the 9th level of the profound realm, she had fought alongside a group of human powerhouses for 3 days and nights to seize a celestial-grade elixir from them, a pill that had nearly led to her demise, which was at best of mid-quality celestial grade. Yet now, without the slightest effort, she had acquired an 8th-grade supreme elixir, vastly more precious than the previous one. This left her feelings quite complex. Why are you looking at me like that? Noticing Kai Yin's trembling gaze fixed upon him, Xiao Chen felt a chill run down his spine and could only inquire with a look of bewilderment. The sudden intensity in her eyes was almost terrifying, as if she wished to devour him. Could it be that she had been enchanted by the elixir, planning to dissect him to seize his fortune? Just as Xiao Chen's words fell, Kai Yin snapped back to reality, revealing a determined glint in her eyes, as if she had made a decision. Subsequently, she removed her veil, exposing her stunningly beautiful visage, worthy of admiration akin to that of the Queen Medusa. Chapter 54. Young Master Xiao, you appear quite well today. What are you planning? As the Queen Medusa crawled towards him, her alabaster curves accentuated, Xiao Chen felt a surge of panic. Goodness! With those hazy and trembling eyes, those alluring crimson lips, and that devilish figure, accompanied by such a mesmerizing face, who could withstand such an approach? Could it be that her mating season had arrived, and she intended to come forth and ensnare him directly? My lord, I have offended you. After making up her mind, Kai Yin whispered to Xiao Chen before pouncing on him like a fierce tigress, pinning him to the ground. Today, I shall indulge in my lord, she declared with a commanding tone reminiscent of her former status as a queen, her demeanor exuding authority. As Xiao Chen's astonished expression registered the shock, Kai Yin leaned closer. And with a sense of urgency, he thought, I am not prepared for this. As he struggled against the forceful dominance of Kai Yin, who had completely seized the initiative, he could only endure the humiliation of resistance. Yet, Before he could articulate his thoughts, his mouth was entirely silenced. In life, when resistance proves futile, it is perhaps better to embrace the situation with an open heart and find joy in the unconventional. This sentiment, which Xiao Chen had previously dismissed as nonsensical, now bore a hint of truth. Despite his anguish, he also felt a peculiar sense of pleasure. In the early morning, Xiao Chen lay on the carpet, his eyes devoid of spirit, feeling that this inescapable life was taking a toll on his well-being. Although he had mentally prepared himself for the inevitable defeat against the Queen Medusa, he had never anticipated that her cultivation and bloodline would endow her with such overwhelming combat prowess, nearly pushing him to the brink of exhaustion. Truly, the Queen Medusa's strength was terrifying. I must grow stronger. I must cultivate the ancient primordial body and teach this Queen Medusa a proper lesson. Lying on the carpet, he glanced at the satisfied Queen Medusa nearby, who had donned her clothes and consumed the revitalizing purple pill, sitting cross-legged on the bed to silently refine the potent medicinal power. Struggling to rise, Xiao Chen vowed with indignation that the humiliation he had endured last night, both painful and pleasurable, would one day be repaid in kind. To his astonishment, he realized that his cultivation had unexpectedly advanced to the rotating pill realm, and even more remarkably, to the third stage of that realm. Moreover, the foundation of his cultivation was remarkably solid, devoid of the instability that often accompanies rapid breakthroughs. It felt as if he had consumed some essence of heaven and earth to achieve such a remarkable transformation. A look of shock crossed his face. He had not anticipated that Caiyan's bloodline would possess such profound effects. Reflecting on her fervent intentions the previous night, it seemed she had sought to impart her pure Yin energy to him, disregarding whether he could withstand it, and had tirelessly aided his cultivation throughout the night. After pondering this, Xiao Chen chuckled ruefully, finally grasping the reason behind it all. From this day forth, I have acquired another fatal weakness, he sighed. Glancing at Caiyan, who lay nearby with her eyes closed, I had thought that substantial progress would take a considerable amount of time. Yet this queen has proven to be remarkably proactive and assertive. Moved by an unexpected surge of emotion, I found myself completely captivated by her. This has left me feeling quite pressured, especially since I have only recently traversed into this realm and my foundational skills remain somewhat inadequate. In comparison to a formidable being like the Queen Medusa, who has honed her powers over centuries, my current abilities are akin to those of an insignificant insect. It seems I must nurture her for now and indulge in a bit of reliance. Shaking my head, I donned my attire and waved my hand to tidy up the room, refraining from disturbing Caiyan. Subsequently, I retrieved several fragments of the revitalizing purple pill and, after expending over 300,000 points, successfully forged 8 7th-grade revitalizing purple pills. Additionally, 2 of these pills were upgraded to the 8th grade high quality. I intend to auction these to acquire resources, thus I was not stingy with my points. Initially, I had hoped to reserve some points for upgrading certain mysterious grade pills to enhance my cultivation, but after acquiring Caiyan's elemental essence, my progress has surged remarkably. It appears that rapid advancement in my cultivation is currently unattainable, compelling me to exchange for more resources instead. This strategy aims to help my points exceed the significant threshold of 800,000, facilitating Caiyan's bloodline breakthrough into the Saint Realm. With over 80,000 points remaining, I gazed at the balance displayed on my attribute panel, a look of surprise crossing my face. I had not anticipated retaining such a substantial amount after my recent endeavors. This windfall is largely thanks to Murong Fu, who entrusted me with the entire legacy of the Murong family. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to maintain this excess of points. Next, I shall hand over one of the revitalizing purple pills to the esteemed Elder Murong and subsequently visit the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce. Observing that Caiyan would not awaken anytime soon, I muttered softly as I exited the room, soon arriving at the grand hall of the Murong family. The hall, having undergone urgent repairs overnight, now appeared revitalized. Murong Fu, upon receiving a notice from a servant, could not suppress a look of astonishment. Meanwhile, Murong Bo was outside the hall, stretching his limbs as if acclimatizing to his newly invigorated body. "Young Master Xiao, you seem to be in good spirits today," Murong Bo remarked with a smile upon noticing my sudden arrival. This prompted a slight twitch at the corner of my mouth. Good spirits? I had nearly been drained dry last night, and my legs still trembled somewhat. However, I could not voice such sentiments and instead replied with a smile. Elder Murong appears to be in excellent shape. You must have adapted well to your current state. Before Murong Bo could respond, I produced the pill bottle. This is the revitalizing purple pill from yesterday. I have refined and purified it anew, sufficient to restore you to your peak prowess. Upon uttering these words, the pill bottle floated toward him as my vital energies surged. This singular action left both Murong Bo and Murong Fu in a state of stunned astonishment. Yesterday, Xiao Chen painstakingly acquired the revitalizing purple pill, only to return it to them today, having undergone refinement and purification. What could possibly be the reasoning behind such an action? Chapter 55. Could it be that he is truly fated to encounter countless beauties in his lifetime? My lord, one should not receive rewards without merit. I, an old man, cannot accept this pill. Upon seeing the vial before him, Murong Bo momentarily fell silent, then forced a wry smile and shook his head. As the saying goes, one who receives must give back. The Murong family has already received immense favor from Xiao Chen. How could they possibly accept another's possession, especially one as invaluable as a 7th-tier pill? Not at all. The revitalizing purple pill from yesterday, along with the resources you provided, has already granted me considerable benefits. Thus, I insist you accept this pill, Xiao Chen remarked with a gentle smile. Noting Murong Bo's hesitation, he raised his hand and continued, if you truly feel indebted, then once you have fully regained your cultivation, you may assist me in gathering some resources to offset this pill's favor. Exchanging a singular pill for the unwavering loyalty of the entire Murong family is undoubtedly a lucrative long-term investment. Thank you for your profound kindness, my lord. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Murong Bo no longer resisted, instead accepting with a look of deep appreciation. He had attempted to restore his cultivation last night, but without external aid, he could only recover to the 3rd layer of body refinement in a single night. Achieving the 2nd layer of the profound realm would take several years without assistance. With the aid of this revitalizing purple pill, he might fully recover within 2 or 3 days. Such is the terrifying potency of high-tier pills. My lord, the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce will be hosting an auction in a couple of days. Might you be interested in attending? As Murong Bo stored the pill, Murong Fu, holding an invitation, inquired with a faint smile. Now that the matters regarding the Xiao family have been resolved, only the lifelong happiness of his daughter remains. To create an opportunity for Murong Qingxue, it is essential to keep Xiao Chen at the Murong residence for a few days. I am already aware of this. Xiao Chen replied with a subtle smile, glancing at the invitation. It was thanks to Yunshan's reminder that I learned of your possession of the revitalizing purple pill. As he took the invitation and opened it for a brief glance, curiosity piqued within him. He wondered what rare treasures would be auctioned alongside the pills he had provided. A ground-tier flying treasure, the Wind God Wings? That appears to be quite a remarkable item. After scanning the auction list on the invitation, Xiao Chen was immediately captivated by one particular item. Before attaining the Cave Heaven realm, martial artists are unable to traverse the void unless aided by certain flying treasures. Although the system's marketplace offers some flying treasures, he is limited by his cultivation level to only redeeming mysterious tier items. Most importantly, the items exchanged within the system's marketplace cannot be further upgraded in quality. Although Xiao Chen was initially tempted, he ultimately refrained from making any exchanges. After all, a flying treasure of the Xian rank seemed somewhat redundant to him. However, should he manage to acquire a flying treasure from the outside world, he could synthesize or upgrade it through the system. As long as his points were sufficient, not only could he obtain a flying treasure of the Tian rank, but he could even elevate it directly to the holy rank. At that time, possessing a high-tier flying treasure would not only grant him the freedom to soar through the skies, but also endow him with extraordinary agility and formidable defensive capabilities. This flying treasure must be secured. As this thought settled in his mind, a glimmer of intrigue appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. What? There is even a Tian rank medicinal pill, the Xianqing Snow Lotus pill? With a resolute heart, Xiao Chen's gaze shifted to another item, his face revealing an expression of astonishment. The Xianqing Snow Lotus pill is a rare healing elixir that not only mends physical wounds, but also purifies true essence. It can cleanse fire toxins and several high-tier poisons. Thus, even in the eyes of formidable beings in the celestial realm, the Xianqing Snow Lotus pill is considered a precious life-saving treasure. It was unexpected that the finale item of this auction would be such a Tian-rank medicinal pill. This piqued Xiao Chen's curiosity about what the ultimate item would be. Are you interested in this auction, young master? Upon noticing the change in Xiao Chen's expression, Murong Fu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he eagerly suggested, the auction will not take place for another 2 days. Why not stay at the Murong residence during this time? We can attend the auction together and look out for one another. Hearing Murong Fu's words and observing his gleaming expression, Xiao Chen suddenly felt an ominous premonition. This demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of the 2 inept elders from the Xiao family. Could it be that Murong Fu harbored intentions of bringing his daughter to his bed? Very well, I shall reside here for the next 2 days. However, I have matters to attend to and must make a trip to the Ziyun Merchant Association. After a moment of silence, Xiao Chen replied casually. Kaiyan was currently recuperating, and it would take some time before she could emerge. Staying at the Murong residence for the next few days would indeed provide mutual support. With that said, Xiao Chen returned the invitation card and prepared to head to the Ziyun Merchant Association. Please take your time, young master. I have a request. Just as Xiao Chen was about to set out alone, Murong Bo suddenly interjected. After Xiao Chen turned to face him, Murong Bo cleared his throat and continued. Thanks to young master Xiao, Xiao Shui is now just like any ordinary person. However, she has not stepped outside the Murong residence for several years and may struggle to adjust mentally. Since you and Xiao Shui share a good rapport, I humbly request that you take her out for a bit to help guide this child. Having spoken, Murong Bo gently patted Murong Fu, and the 2 of them bowed sincerely to Xiao Chen, their demeanor reflecting utmost earnestness. This involuntary display caused Xiao Chen's lips to twitch slightly. Indeed, he had not misjudged their intentions. They sought to present him with yet another enchanting woman. Just the previous night, he had been thoroughly exhausted by Queen Medusa, and now 3 women awaited him back at the Xiao residence. Arriving at the Murong family, he was once again confronted by a stunning beauty. Was it truly his fate to be perpetually entangled in romantic affairs, destined for a life filled with alluring companions? Grandfather, do you think I look lovely today? As Xiao Chen grappled with his vexation, a melodious voice rang through the air, and Murong Qingxue appeared in the inner courtyard. Upon stepping through the archway, she was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Murong Bo and Murong Fu bowing to Xiao Chen, mistakenly believing they were deliberating over some significant matter. Xiao Chen, noticing Murong Qingshue's attire, felt his eyes brighten slightly. She was undeniably a beauty capable of rivaling Queen Medusa, and her new outfit exuded an intriguing charm. Ha ha, my little Shui looks splendid in anything she wears. Observing Murong Qingxue from a distance, Murong Bo lifted his head and laughed heartily. Young Master Xiao plans to visit the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce, and since you also wish to venture out for some leisure, why not accompany him? At Murong Bo's suggestion, Murong Qingxue appeared somewhat bewildered. When had she expressed a desire to seek solace? However, upon noticing Murong Bo's playful gestures, she recalled his words from the previous day and understood that he was creating an opportunity for her. The confusion on her face transformed into a blush. As long as I do not impose on young Master Xiao, I would be delighted to join. With her cheeks flushed, Murong Qingxue approached Xiao Chen and whispered her response. After speaking, she dared not raise her gaze, nervously clutching the hem of her garment, fearful of his potential rejection. Chapter 56. So this is what it feels like to be pursued. No wonder those beauties in my past life seemed so ethereal. This will not be an inconvenience, Xiao Chen remarked with a gentle smile, observing the tension etched on the faces of Murong Bo and Murong Fu. While Murong Qingxue nearly wore a hole in her dress from her anxious fidgeting, although he felt somewhat overwhelmed by his abundant romantic prospects. Xiao Chen would not be disingenuous enough to rebuff a beautiful woman. After a moment of contemplation, he chose not to decline. Thank you, young Master Xiao. Upon hearing his words, Murong Bo and Murong Fu were overjoyed, and even Murong Qingxue lifted her head in surprise. Yet, upon meeting Xiao Chen's gaze, she quickly lowered her eyes, her face flushed with a mix of nervousness and shyness. Her heart raced wildly within her chest, akin to a startled deer, pounding incessantly. He had not rejected her. This signified that young Master Xiao harbored no aversion towards her, and perhaps even a hint of fondness. Thus, all she needed was to strive for self-improvement and become even more extraordinary. Perhaps in the future, I could be like that lady in red, constantly by the side of young Master Xiao, sharing his burdens and even warming his bed, assisting him in carrying on his lineage. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Murong Qingshue's face flushed deeper with embarrassment, her body trembling slightly with excitement. "Let us go?" Observing Murong Qingshue's quivering form as she lowered her head, Xiao Chen felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him and instinctively stroked his chin. After uttering those two words, he turned and walked out first. "Oh, so this is what it feels like to be pursued. No wonder the beauties of my past life seem to float. This sensation is indeed rather delightful. However, this feeling is contingent upon the other party being a beauty. Were it to be someone as coarse as Sister Hua, his mood would likely shift to one of anxiety. Young master, wait for me." Seeing Xiao Chen take the lead, Murong Qingxue suddenly lifted her head. After exchanging glances with her elders, Murong Fu and Murong Bo, and sensing their encouragement, she hurriedly dashed after him. Indeed, a girl ought not to linger. Murong Fu gazed at their retreating figures, murmuring with a tinge of nostalgia. Yet, before he could complete his thought, he received a sharp slap on the forehead. "What do you mean not to linger? Little Shue's chance to meet young Master Xiao is a tremendous fortune. Do you wish for her to remain in the Murong household, weeping as she did before?" After being reprimanded by his father, Murong Fu looked up, feeling aggrieved. Although he possessed the strength to easily overpower his father, he dared not act out. "Why are you just standing there? Hurry and follow them." Murong Bo, witnessing Murong Fu's foolishness, let out an exasperated sigh. The city of Tiandu is to host an auction in the coming days, attracting various factions. Do you truly trust young Master Xiao and your daughter to venture out unaccompanied? You must swiftly follow and protect those two esteemed individuals from the shadows. If any fool dares to confront young Master Xiao, just wait until I regain my strength. I shall see how you fare then. Upon hearing Murong Bo's words, Murong Fu finally came to his senses. This auction promised numerous valuable items, including celestial-grade treasures. The elite factions drawn to it were more than just a handful. Even the foremost powers of the great Qian dynasty would likely send their trusted aides. Reflecting on this, he felt a surge of pressure on the city lord's residence and hoped that no incidents would arise in the coming days. Once this thought settled, Murong Fu responded to Murong Bo before stealthily following Xiao Chen and Murong Qingxue. Meanwhile, Murong Bo shook his head and returned to his chamber. With 2 days remaining, he should be able to refine the recovery spirit purple pill and restore his cultivation to the second level of the transcendence realm. Once he does, with him as the old city lord, the Murong family's standing in Tiandu City will be further secured. On the other side, Xiao Chen and Murong Qingxue, after walking for half an hour, arrived at the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce. Throughout their journey, at first, Murong Qingxue appeared somewhat reserved. However, upon witnessing the various stalls lining the streets, her initial tension gradually transformed into curiosity and excitement. Even when she encountered buildings that contrasted with her childhood memories, she engaged in animated conversation with Xiao Chen. Her radiant demeanor, liberated from past shadows, combined with her exquisite countenance, captivated numerous cultivators. Fortunately, none dared to approach them with ill intentions under the bright daylight. Thus, the pair arrived at the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce without incident. "Sir, you have finally returned. Elder Yunshan requests your presence." As Xiao Chen and Murong Qingxue stepped into the grand hall, the receptionist who had attended to them previously approached with an expression of fervent delight. "Lead the way." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, wondering if Elder Yunshan had summoned him for an important matter. As curiosity stirred within him, they arrived at the VIP lounge to await their audience. "Ha ha ha, young Master Xiao. It seems you did not spend the night at the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce yesterday. Could it be that you found our hospitality lacking?" A hearty laugh resonated, and Elder Yunshan entered the lounge. However, upon noticing that the young woman accompanying Xiao Chen was not Kai Yin, he momentarily appeared taken aback. "Oh, and who might this be?" He gazed at Murong Qingxue's unfamiliar yet breathtaking visage. Despite his age, Yunshan found himself momentarily entranced, his surprise evident as he inquired. "Truly, young Master Xiao is fortunate. Yesterday, he was accompanied by a stunning woman clad in red, and today he is with an innocent beauty in white. Such grace and charm nearly rival that of our chamber's illustrious young lady. She is Murong Qingxue," Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile, casually revealing her name. "Murong Qingxue? That name sounds familiar. Is she not the daughter of Murong Fu?" Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Yunshan initially froze, then realization dawned upon him. His pupils constricted sharply, disbelief etched across his face. But Murong Qingxue was rumored to bear a face marred by red spots and a body covered in crimson hair, resembling an uncivilized monkey. How can she now be a breathtaking beauty, rivaling our chamber's young lady? In the midst of this astonishment, Yunshan seemed to have a revelation, his gaze turning to Xiao Chen with alarm. Indeed, it was I who healed Miss Murong, and in turn, I successfully acquired a revitalizing purple pill. Noticing Yunshan's speculative demeanor, Xiao Chen nodded affirmatively. Without further ado, he produced a pill bottle. This revitalizing purple pill is a refined product, obtained through my unique methods from the Murong family's original pill. Please, auction it in a couple of days. With that, Xiao Chen released the pill bottle and sipped his tea with nonchalance. This is merely a refined product derived from one of the fragments of the revitalizing purple Dan that Xiao Chen has restored. No enhancements in quality have been made. Thus it remains at the low-grade 7th tier. As for the other revitalizing purple dawn, he has no intention of selling them for the time being. His rationale for this decision stems from a concern regarding potential suspicion from the Xuan Merchant Guild. Therefore, he can only consider selling the remaining pills at a later date. After all, the Murong family possesses only one revitalizing purple Dan, and it is widely known to be of low-grade 7th tier. The fact that he was searching for the revitalizing purple Dan yesterday, only to present a multitude of them today, would surely raise eyebrows at the Xuan Merchant Guild. The other revitalizing purple dawn must wait until he discreetly signals the guild before he can exchange them for resources. May I request an image of Queen Medusa? I hope my friends will lend their support. Chapter 57. Miss Willow primarily seeks out young Master Xiao, revitalizing purple Dan. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Yunshan gasped in astonishment. A look of confusion etched upon his face. Young master, are you certain you wish to auction such an item? Just yesterday you acquired the revitalizing purple Dan, and today you intend to sell it? The thoughts of young Master Xiao are indeed perplexing. He had presumed that Xiao Chen's inquiries about the revitalizing purple Dan were aimed at assisting someone in restoring their fallen cultivation. Yet he never anticipated that the latter would choose to auction it off instead. This was truly an enigmatic maneuver. There is no need for such astonishment. Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly, waving his hand as he noticed Yunshan's bewildered expression. I have already analyzed the components of the revitalizing purple Dan using a unique secret method and transmitted the information to my master. Given my master's capabilities, I am confident that a corresponding formula will soon be deduced, allowing for an abundant supply of revitalizing purple dawn. Thus, this low-grade 7th tier revitalizing purple Dan holds little significance for me at present. This statement was not meant to boast. Rather, it served as a rational explanation for the future sale of other revitalizing purple dawn. By conveying this information through Yunshan to the headquarters of the Xuan Merchant Guild, he would undoubtedly secure his status as a valued guest of the guild. Is it truly possible to deduce the corresponding formula by analyzing the components of a pill through secret methods? Yunshan was nearly rendered speechless by Xiao Chen's assertion. While some celestial tier alchemists can analyze lower tier pills to deduce their formulas, this capability is confined to those below the mystic tier, for pills of the 5th tier or higher. Even with knowledge of their components, without the appropriate techniques and an understanding of the precise control of the furnace's heat, as well as the order of extraction and fusion, any slight miscalculation would render the production of a complete pill nearly impossible, potentially resulting in toxic or worthless concoctions. The revitalizing purple Dan is a celestial tier pill. It is unheard of within the Daiqian dynasty for any celestial tier alchemist to analyze celestial tier pills. Young Master Zhao's master must undoubtedly be a sage tier alchemist. Moreover, within the realm of the sacred rank, it has reached an unparalleled and terrifying existence. As waves of astonishment surged within him, Yunshan tremulously grasped the pill bottle, subsequently pouring out the revitalizing purple pill. Although this purple pill did not display any visible patterns, it exuded an intoxicating aroma. The quality of this pill was exceptional, its fragrance rich and profound, resembling that of one freshly concocted. Young Master Xiao, is this truly from the Murong family? After a meticulous examination and verification, Yunshan's gaze lifted in sheer astonishment. The revitalizing purple pill from the Murong family had been in existence for 13 years. Even if preserved meticulously, its potency would have diminished significantly. Yet, The pill before him possessed superior quality and efficacy, entirely unlike one that had been stored for such an extended period. This left Yunshan perplexed. I previously mentioned that this pill has been refined using a secret method, which accounts for its current quality, Xiao Chen explained with a calm smile. Unfazed by Yunshan's incredulous expression. After all, a pill that had been stored for 13 years still retaining such formidable potency would arouse suspicion in any rational person. If you remain doubtful, you may employ professional instruments for testing. Having said this, Xiao Chen took a gentle sip of tea, his demeanor revealing no hint of anxiety. Deceit held no necessity for him. Ha ha ha, young Master Xiao is jesting. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Yunshan laughed heartily before carefully stowing the revitalizing purple pill away. However, I am no longer in charge of this auction. I must report to the higher authorities first. Initially, he had merely requested to organize an auction, with the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce granting him full authority. However, due to Xiao Chen presenting an array of exquisite pills, after reporting the details of Xiao Chen and his inventory to the chamber's headquarters, they decided to temporarily auction several valuable items and would send someone to preside over the proceedings. To Yunshan's surprise, this individual was none other than the esteemed Miss Ziluo, a renowned prodigy within the Dacian Empire. Thus, Yunshan was no longer the primary authority of this auction. It was the young lady, who had yet to officially arrive in Tiandu City, who held that distinction. Aren't you in charge? Xiao Chen's gaze narrowed slightly, his eyes reflecting curiosity as he looked at Yunshan. Ha ha, indeed. The auction will now be overseen by Miss Ziluo. I intended to introduce you to her today. With that, Yunshan cast a glance at Murong Qingxue, a hint of intrigue flickering in his eyes. In his memory, Ziluo was a beauty who could rival Murong Qingxue, possessing an added allure of maturity. When these two women appeared together, it would surely be a feast for the eyes. Ziluo? Upon hearing this somewhat familiar name, Xiao Chen could not help but raise an eyebrow. He had encountered this name while investigating the information of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce yesterday. It was said to belong to the president of the chamber, who gave birth to her daughter at the age of 138. A paragon of beauty and talent who was adored by many. Not only did she possess remarkable martial arts talent, reaching the high tier of the celestial level, but she also advanced to the 9th level of the Xindan realm by the age of 23. Her business acumen was equally unparalleled, having presided over numerous large-scale auctions and generating an astounding revenue of 10 billion for the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce over the years. Revered as one of the 3 most talented women in the Great Qin dynasty, she had garnered the admiration and support of many prodigies and was well known throughout the dynasty. It was unexpected that this auction would attract Miss Ziluo's presence. Ha ha ha. In truth, Miss Ziluo's visit this time was primarily to seek out young Master Xiao. The headquarters, aware of the esteemed Master's reclusive nature, wished to discuss potential collaborations with him. Such matters were beyond the old man's purview. Thus the headquarters dispatched Miss Ziluo for this purpose. Yunshan had no secrets to conceal and promptly elucidated the situation to Xiao Chen. Considering the time, Miss Ziluo's flying vessel should soon arrive in Tiandu City. If Xiao Chen had no pressing matters, it would be prudent to wait here at the chamber. Vice President, Miss Ziluo's vessel has arrived. Just as Yunshan finished speaking, a maid rushed in, her demeanor betraying a hint of anxiety. The arrival was swifter than anticipated, indicating Miss Ziluo's high regard for young Master Xiao. Upon hearing the maid's report, Yunshan leapt to his feet and clasped his hands in respect towards Xiao Chen. Young Master Xiao, please wait here for a moment. I must go to welcome Miss Ziluo. Without waiting for a response, Yunshan hurriedly exited. One of the 3 most talented women in the Great Qin dynasty. Watching Yunshan's departing figure, Xiao Chen took a sip of tea, his gaze flickering with intrigue. If he could establish a cooperative relationship with the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce through this young lady, gathering resources in the future would be significantly easier than he had imagined. Even breaking through the 800,000 points threshold within a short period would be a trivial matter. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a gleam of excitement appeared on Xiao Chen's face, and he developed a keen interest in Miss Ziluo. This scene did not escape the notice of Murong Qingxue. Observing Xiao Chen's apparent interest in Miss Ziluo, her expression dimmed slightly. Indeed, young master favored exceptional women. It seemed she must exert herself further to capture his attention. Resolute thoughts flickered in Murong Qingxue's eyes. She was determined to become even more outstanding for young Master Xiao. In this lifetime, she would be infatuated with him, devoted to him, and even dream of bearing his children. Chapter 58 Indeed. The daughter of the Xian Chamber of Commerce possesses a remarkable audacity that is unparalleled by ordinary individuals. A quarter of an hour later, after a period of patient waiting, Yinshan returned once more. Ha ha ha, my apologies for keeping you waiting, young Master Xiao. This lady is none other than Miss Ziluo from our headquarters. As Yinshan's voice resonated, several figures entered the private room, prompting both Xiao Chen and Murong Qingxue to look up. Upon seeing the leading lady, a glimmer of astonishment appeared in their eyes. Her light purple hair cascaded down like a waterfall, exuding an ethereal beauty. Her stunning visage resembled a celestial being from a painting, complemented by her alluring crimson lips that conveyed an enchanting allure. She was none other than Ziluo, the esteemed daughter of the Xian Chamber of Commerce and one of the three great talents of the Dacian Empire. How beautiful! Murong Qingxue gasped upon seeing Ziluo enter, her expression shifting to one of subtle self-doubt. Although her own appearance and figure were not significantly inferior to that of the woman before her, Ziluo radiated a mature charm, coupled with an air of elegance and confidence that left her feeling an insurmountable sense of inadequacy. Truly, as the daughter of the president of the Xian Chamber of Commerce, even without mentioning her martial prowess or business acumen, her beauty and demeanor alone rendered countless women envious. As this thought crossed her mind, Murong Qingxue glanced at Xiao Chen, eager to observe his reaction. However, she noted that Xiao Chen merely regarded Ziluo with appreciation, devoid of any expression of infatuation. Murong Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that the beauty beside Xiao Chen was no less striking than Ziluo. Otherwise, he would not remain so composed. He must have encountered numerous beauties of this caliber. Young Master Xiao, I apologize for the delay. Upon entering the private room and catching sight of the rather handsome Xiao Chen, Ziluo revealed a sincere smile of apology. Throughout her approach, she had heard Yinshan report all about Xiao Chen, including the astonishing feat of producing a revitalizing purple pill and even deciphering its composition through secret arts to relay the information to her master for the formulation of the pill. The most extraordinary aspect was that Xiao Chen could refine pills through secret techniques, restoring the potency of diminished pharmaceuticals to their zenith. Such occurrences were virtually unheard of and had fundamentally altered her understanding of alchemy. Only a master alchemist of the saintly tier could possibly concoct such astonishing secret techniques. Consequently, from the moment she disembarked from the Xianzhou to her entrance into the Chamber of Commerce, Ziluo had placed an unprecedented level of importance on Xiao Chen. It is of no consequence, Xiao Chen replied, rising to his feet with a nonchalant demeanor. I have long heard that Miss Ziluo is one of the three great talents of the Empire. Today's encounter truly lives up to its reputation. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Chen refrained from excessive flattery and instead directly inquired about matters at hand. Miss Ziluo, I have heard from Elder Yunin that your purpose for attending this auction is not only to preside over the event, but also to discuss a potential collaboration with Mr. Xiao. Upon hearing this, a flicker of intrigue danced in Ziluo's eyes as she cast a glance of appreciation towards Xiao Chen. In the past, when other men spoke to her, their gazes were often fervent, laden with flattery as they sought to curry favor with her, a lady of high standing. However, Xiao Chen remained remarkably composed, his gaze devoid of any heated interest, giving the impression of indifference towards her. This demeanor piqued Ziluo's curiosity and sparked a favorable impression within her. Since Mr. Xiao speaks so candidly, let us dispense with any circumlocution, Ziluo remarked with a captivating smile, tentatively inquiring, might we, through your introduction, be granted an audience with your esteemed master? According to the intelligence conveyed by Yunin, both she and her father had speculated that Xiao Chen's master was a celestial tier alchemist. Yet, upon receiving this new information about Xiao Chen, she surmised that his mentor might indeed be a saint-tier alchemist. If they could secure the allegiance of such a formidable presence, the status of the Xian Merchant Association within the great Qin dynasty would soon eclipse even that of the imperial family. After all, the influence wielded by a saint-tier alchemist is far more formidable than that of even a saint-tier warrior. Should the Xian Merchant Association be graced with the presence of a saint-tier alchemist, not only would the powers of the great Qin dynasty flock to join their ranks, but even those from other dynasties in the eastern wilderness would eagerly seek to ally with them. Consequently, The Ziyun Merchant Association would ascend to become one of the paramount forces among the 7 great dynasties in the Eastern Wilderness. I apologize, but my master has always preferred solitude, shunning the company of others in favor of a tranquil existence in the mountains. Even as his disciple, I cannot take the liberty of introducing outsiders to him, Xiao Chen replied with a gentle smile, gracefully declining Ziluo's proposition. Such a pity. Although a hint of regret surfaced in Ziluo's expression upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, she bore no trace of anger. After a brief pause, she continued with a smile. While we may not have the opportunity to witness the grandeur of your master, it is indeed a stroke of fortune to associate with a talent such as yourself. Without awaiting a response from Xiao Chen, Ziluo produced a token. This is a token held by the honorary elders of the Ziyun Merchant Association, and I would like to extend an invitation for you to become an honorary elder. Should there be no pressing matters, we would not impose upon you. Only when the association encounters difficulties would we seek your assistance, should it be within your capacity to help. As an honorary elder, you would not only receive an annual stipend of 100,000 spirit crystals, but you would also be entitled to a substantial share of the auction profits, amounting to 90%. Furthermore, you could enjoy a discount of 20% on purchases at any branch of the Ziyun Merchant Association with this token. Once the Chamber of Commerce acquires rare treasures, should the young master have a need, he shall be granted the privilege of priority purchase. Without inquiring about Xiao Chen's requirements for collaboration, Ziluo immediately presented an array of benefits. This not only left Xiao Chen astounded, but even Yun Shan and Mu Rongqing Shui, who stood nearby, were rendered momentarily speechless. The honorary elders of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce are typically reserved for formidable beings of the celestial realm or esteemed masters of alchemy. Thus, it was unexpected for Miss Ziluo to extend such an invitation to Xiao Chen. Clearly, her regard for him surpassed their expectations. As the young lady of the Ziyun Chamber, her audacity is indeed unparalleled. After a moment of silence, Xiao Chen expressed his admiration for Ziluo and then, with a tone laden with significance, remarked, "But I am merely a young man. Are you not concerned that I might fail to bring benefits to the chamber, and that this might provoke dissent among the other honorary elders? The honorary elder status is a symbol of prestige and rank, one that many powerful individuals strive for yet cannot attain. If word were to spread that Ziluo appointed an 18-year-old junior who is yet to make any contributions as an honorary elder, it would likely incite considerable opposition from the higher echelons of the chamber." Ziluo, confident in her judgment, replied, "Young Master Xiao becoming an honorary elder of the Ziyun Chamber may indeed be a great advantage for us." She did not directly address the concern, but instead, with a playful smile, stated, "As for any objections from the chamber, they shall have none. Some individuals have already overstayed their welcome. If there are grievances, I would not hesitate to initiate a thorough cleansing." Her words turned icy and commanding, akin to a business queen asserting her dominion. Chapter 59. Is this reverse bargaining truly a transaction that the Ziyun Chamber need not fear losing? As her words echoed, the room fell into a profound silence. Whether it was Yun Shan, Mu Rongqing Shui, or Ziluo's guardian, disbelief etched across their faces. While they understood Ziluo's intentions to court Xiao Chen, they were unprepared for the fervor of her stance. She was even prepared to purge the chamber for Xiao Chen's sake. Could it be that Miss Ziluo has developed an infatuation with young Master Xiao? Given the gravity of her declaration, it would appear disingenuous for Xiao Chen to decline. Amidst the astonishment of others, he smiled lightly and accepted the token. He had initially sought to collaborate with the Ziyun Chamber to harness their resources, and becoming an honorary elder was merely a nominal title that afforded him a suite of benefits. For him, there is no doubt that the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. He has no justification to refuse the other party. Unfortunately, this young lady has offered far too much. Thank you, young Master Xiao, for your graciousness. Upon hearing this, Ziluo revealed a charming smile and then slightly bowed to Xiao Chen. Her demeanor, reminiscent of an elegant young lady from an affluent family, greatly enhanced Xiao Chen's admiration for her. Xiao has established a nominal position within the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce, and he certainly would not indulge in idleness while receiving offerings. Subsequently, I shall reach out to my master and request him to concoct a batch of elixirs for us." As Ziluo gazed at him with a look of delightful surprise, Xiao Chen nonchalantly dropped a bombshell. Provided the chamber can assist my master in gathering a substantial amount of resources, not only can he supply the chamber with some high-grade elixirs, but he can also provide high-grade mystical weapons and even some advanced formation plates. Upon hearing this, Ziluo couldn't help but pause in astonishment. Young Master Xiao, does your master also possess the ability to forge weapons and set formations? Well, he dabbles in various fields, Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile, his tone calm. In his leisure, he enjoys exploring different disciplines, and thus he possesses considerable knowledge in weapon forging and formation crafting. Creating a few heavenly-grade mystical weapons or formation plates is merely a trivial task for him. This statement was not made to boast or show off, but rather to lay the groundwork for selling mystical weapons and formation plates. Could it be that young Master Xiao's master is an all-encompassing sage-level expert? After hearing Xiao Chen's words, Ziluo and the others inhaled sharply, unable to suppress the thought that emerged in their minds. If Xiao Chen is not exaggerating, then the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce has indeed secured a powerful ally. My master is perpetually enigmatic. I am uncertain of his true capabilities, but few can compare to him within the Eastern Wilderness. Continuing to embellish, Xiao Chen crafted an invincible persona for his master, as he gradually reveals more in the future. Even if the world becomes aware of his extraordinary abilities, this persona will serve as a protective measure. Even if some people harbor greed for what he possesses, they would lack the courage to take risks without fully understanding the might of his master, unless they are utterly foolish or harbor a deep-seated vendetta against him. Young Master Xiao, I heard Elder Yinshan mention the matter of resource collection before I arrived in Tiandu City. Although my visit was somewhat hasty, I did bring a batch of supplies from the headquarters, though I wonder if they will meet your master's satisfaction. After taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, Ziluo seemed to recall something. She removed a spatial ring from her hand and presented it to Xiao Chen. This contains a collection of long-stored, outdated materials of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce in the Dacian Imperial City, valued between 5 to 6 million spirit crystals. To think you have even brought resources. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes brightened, and he promptly accepted the spatial ring. As the spiritual perception delved deeper, a vast expanse within the spatial ring came into view, brimming with an overwhelming accumulation of resources. Even Xiao Chen was taken aback, his breath becoming somewhat hurried. This trove of supplies exceeded what Yinshan had delivered to him yesterday by a substantial margin of 70 to 80%. Truly, the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce was remarkable. Merely extracting a portion of their resources surpassed the efforts he had expended in gathering his own. Collaborating with the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce was undeniably a judicious choice. Xiao Chen inquired about the price for this batch of supplies after a brief glance. The chamber had appraised the resources at 5,800,000 spirit crystals. Yet, as an honorary elder of the chamber, he was entitled to a 20% discount on any purchase. Thus, the price was reduced to 4,640,000 spirit crystals. Upon hearing this, Miss Ziluo smiled faintly and revealed the quoted price. However, just as Xiao Chen was about to speak, her gaze flickered, and she continued, "Since today marks the first day of your honorary membership, it is only fitting that you receive an additional concession. I shall assist you in rounding off the price. For this batch of supplies, Miss Ziluo would only require 4 million spirit crystals from him," explaining that any further reduction would be difficult for her to justify. The revelation of such an astonishing discount left Yinshan, Murong Qingxue, and the elderly woman in green attire gasping in disbelief. A resource originally valued at 5,800,000 spirit crystals had been slashed to 4 million, an astonishing reduction of 180,000 spirit crystals. Such a considerable sum would take the city lord's manor of Tiandu several years to amass. Was Miss Ziluo truly an agent of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce? Or was she merely an ally of Xiao Chen? Such a reverse bargaining transaction seemed to court the risk of incurring losses for the chamber. Miss Ziluo was undoubtedly a person of character. Xiao Chen gazed at her with admiration, his fondness for her soaring once more. This woman was willing to invest so heavily to win him over, a testament to her status as one of the 3 great talents within the Dacian dynasty. However, Xiao Chen found himself in a bit of a predicament, possessing only 1,380,000 spirit crystals, while still owing Elder Yinshan 3 million spirit crystals. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he cleared his throat awkwardly. Not to worry, Miss Ziluo waved her hand dismissively. You may temporarily defer the payment of the 7 million spirit crystals. You can settle it whenever you are able. Her nonchalant demeanor suggested that this sum was inconsequential to her. Given Miss Ziluo's trust in him, Xiao Chen felt compelled to reciprocate in some manner. After this auction concludes, I shall have my master send over a batch of elixirs, which will include at least 8 7th-tier revitalizing purple pills and 2 8th-tier revitalizing purple pills. As for the quality of the elixirs, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they should be of the finest grade. After retracting the spatial ring, Xiao Chen smiled gently at Ziluo. His words left Ziluo and Yunshan, among others, in a state of astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Xiao Chen. The 7th-tier revitalizing purple pill could traditionally be auctioned for over 1 million spiritual crystals, and if it were of exceptional quality, its value could even triple. As for the 8th-tier revitalizing purple pill, it could fetch upwards of 5 million spiritual crystals, with the finest specimens potentially yielding similar returns. Thus, if Xiao Chen were indeed capable of presenting such a bounty of revitalizing purple pills, it would amount to a transaction worth 20 to 30 million. Are you certain, young Master Xiao? Ziluo inquired, her breath hitching, her voice trembling with anticipation. Should Xiao Chen truly provide such an abundance of revitalizing purple pills, the Ziyin Merchant Association could use them as a cornerstone to host numerous large-scale auctions across the dynasty. Moreover, they could attract fallen experts through these pills. In due course, the strength of the Ziyun Merchant Association would burgeon. I always stand by my word, Xiao Chen replied with a serene smile, exuding an air of unwavering confidence. For him, offering pills to the Ziyun Merchant Association for auction was perpetually without peril. Any medicinal concoction that had undergone system restoration, synthesis, or enhancement would maintain an indirect connection to him once consumed by others. By expending 3,000 points of merit, he could utilize this connection to secretly bind a contract with the consumer, instilling in them a fervent admiration for him. This meant that even those of profound cultivation could be transformed into allies merely by partaking of Xiao Chen's elixirs. Furthermore, any mystical weapons or formations that had been repaired, synthesized, or upgraded by the system remained under his primary control, even if they were transferred to others for refinement. This was yet another extraordinary facet of the system. Chapter 60. An unexpected visitor. The Prince of Southern Town's recruitment. With this in mind, Ziluo decided to await good news from young Master Xiao. Observing his self-assured demeanor, she allowed a charming smile to grace her lips. Ha! Miss Ziluo, I hear you are coming to Tiandu City to host an auction. I rushed over post-haste, only to find I have arrived after you. Just as Ziluo finished speaking and Xiao Chen was about to respond, a loud laugh echoed through the room, and several figures burst into the chamber. The sudden intrusion of these unexpected guests caused Xiao Chen and the others to frown, their gazes shifting towards the entrance. The Ziyun Merchant Association was guarded by formidable sentinels, and to breach their discussions so brazenly indicated that these newcomers held significant status. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Chen discerned the identities of the intruders. Leading the group was a young man clad in resplendent golden robes adorned with dragon patterns, followed by several others, among whom were 2 familiar figures, Nalan Shijie and the gray-clad elder, both of whom he had encountered the previous day at the Murong family's annulment affair. To my astonishment, I found myself in this unexpected encounter. Indeed, fate has a peculiar way of intertwining paths. Qingxue. As Nalan Shiji stepped inside, he too caught sight of Xiao Chen and Murong Qingxue, causing a fleeting pause in his demeanor, soon ignited by the recollection of yesterday's events, his eyes ablaze with fury. The 5th prince, without obtaining permission from others, had intruded upon the VIP room of the Merchant Association. Is it not rather presumptuous and discourteous of you to act in such a manner? Upon observing the elegantly attired gentleman before her, Ziluo slightly furrowed her brow, her tone tinged with coldness. This man was none other than Yang Xiao, the 5th son of the Southern King of the Daqian dynasty, a martial genius endowed with a mid-tier heavenly aptitude, who, at the tender age of 24, had already attained the 9th level of the Xiandan realm. He was also one of her ardent admirers, yet his overbearing demeanor repulsed her. However, considering his status as a prince of the Southern King's residence, Ziluo found it difficult to sever ties completely, thus enduring his behavior time and again. I must confess, I was simply too eager to see Miss Ziluo. and in my haste, my actions may have seemed somewhat abrupt. Yang Zhao's gaze, fixed upon the woman who was a year his junior, yet possessed equal prowess, shimmered with fervor. With her breathtaking beauty and prodigious talent surpassing his own, along with a commendable background and extraordinary capabilities that astounded the dynasty, such an impeccably perfect woman must undoubtedly become Yang Xiao's consort. Oh, and who might this be? As he silently resolved to claim Ziluo, Yang Zhao's attention shifted to Xiao Chen, who stood nearby. This fellow, so close to Ziluo, could he also be a suitor? Your Highness, this individual is the one I previously mentioned to you. The lady beside him is Murong Qingxue. Nalan Shiji's words had scarcely left his lips when he eagerly stepped forward. His gaze filled with jealousy directed at Xiao Chen, his fists clenched tightly in suppressed rage. Had it not been for this man's appearance yesterday, would he have endured the humiliation of a broken engagement with the Murong family? And how could Murong Qingxue have transformed from an unworthy anomaly into a woman he now found utterly captivating? The disgrace he suffered was all due to Xiao Chen's hand. What? Upon hearing Nalan Shiji's words, Yang Zhao's expression shifted dramatically. His gaze bore into Xiao Chen, and then he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, brother Xiao. I was just intending to seek you out, and here we meet unexpectedly. It seems we are indeed fated to cross paths. After a brief flicker of contemplation, Yang Xiao approached Xiao Chen, extending an invitation. I have heard of your remarkable feats. At merely 18, you have reached the 7th level of the Ling Xiao realm, your martial talent eclipsing that of this prince. Moreover, in a fleeting moment, you were able to heal Murong Qingxue. Such miraculous medical prowess would surely leave even Dan Wang, Gu Qinghe feeling inadequate. As the final words fell, Ziluo could not help but widen her eyes. Her gaze directed at Xiao Chen with a hint of disbelief, briefly glancing at Murong Qingxue beside her. She was somewhat aware of the matters concerning Murong Qingxue. To her astonishment, a problem that even Gu Qinghe could not resolve was effortlessly addressed by the individual before her. Moreover, the talent of this person was remarkably extraordinary. It is worth noting that despite her possessing a high-tier martial talent, she only reached the 2nd level of the Spirit Aperture realm at 18. Yet, Xiao Chen managed to attain the 7th level of the Spirit Aperture realm at the same age. Such talent is nothing short of monstrous. She had intended to leverage her connection with Xiao Chen to reach out to his mysterious master, only to discover that Xiao Chen himself was an equally prodigious genius. Bestowing the title of Honorary Elder of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce upon Xiao Chen was undoubtedly the wisest decision she had ever made in her life. Brother Xiao, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join the Zhun Wang Fu and become my loyal follower. In the future, when I ascend as the new Zhun Wang, you shall be my capable right-hand man, Yang Xiao declared assertively, his words seemingly an invitation but carrying an undertone that left little room for refusal. After all, he was the heir of the Zhun Wang Fu, and being invited by him was indeed a considerable honor. Your Highness, the 5th Prince, but Xiao Gongzi is an honorary elder of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce. It may not be appropriate for you to poach talent in my presence, Ziluo interjected, as Xiao Chen frowned slightly upon hearing Yang Zhao's words. This Yang Xiao was truly scheming to elevate his status in the eyes of the Zhun Wang, not only targeting her, but now attempting to recruit Xiao Gongzi as well. What? He is an honorary elder of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce. Upon hearing Ziluo's words, Yang Zhao's pupils constricted sharply. Even Nalan Shiji and the gray-clad elder beside him displayed expressions of disbelief. Honorary elders of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce were typically powerful beings of the celestial realm or high-tier alchemists and artifact masters, and also included the rare array masters. These individuals were all aged, some having lived for centuries. Yet, Xiao Chen at the tender age of 18 had achieved such a feat, truly astonishing. Ha ha ha, brother Xiao. At such a young age, you have become an honorary elder of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce. It seems that Miss Ziluo holds you in high regard, Yang Xiao remarked, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes as he noticed Ziluo's apparent concern for Xiao Chen. He then continued his invitation with a feigned smile. However, it matters not. My close relationship with Miss Ziluo and the kinship between the Zhun Wang Fu and the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce can be viewed as akin to family. Since Brother Xiao serves as an elder of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce, why not also lend your talents to our Zhun Wang Fu? This would foster mutual benefit. May I inquire about your thoughts on this, Brother Xiao? As the final words fell, The room fell into an eerie silence. Nalan Shiji gazed at Xiao Chen with eyes brimming with envy, his molars nearly grinding to dust at that moment. At the same tender age of 18, Xiao Chen had not only ascended to the esteemed position of honorary elder of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce, but he also stood equal in status to several formidable beings of the celestial realm. Even the heir of the Southern King was compelled to lower his pride to win him over. Such circumstances ignited an explosive jealousy within him. Truly, it was a case of comparison breeds contempt. Chapter 61. A hypocrite with a hidden blade I must decline. At the instant when the gazes of the crowd converged upon Xiao Chen, anticipating his response, he spoke his refusal without a moment's hesitation. Becoming an honorary elder of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce would not confine his freedom. Rather, it would facilitate his resource gathering. However, aligning himself with the Southern King's estate would only entangle him in power struggles. Furthermore, relying on the estate for resources would require him to exert considerable effort in justifying his presence, all while guarding against the covetous eyes of those within the estate. The efficiency of resource acquisition through the Southern King's estate would pale in comparison to that of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce. Not to mention the lurking threat of betrayal. The disadvantages far outweighed any potential benefits. Moreover, while the heir of the Southern King appeared to be extending an olive branch, his demeanor remained somewhat condescending, his words tinged with an air of condescension that left Xiao Chen feeling quite uncomfortable. You refuse. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's response, Yang Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone laced with incredulity. Brother Xiao, are you not aware of what the Southern King's estate represents within the Duqian dynasty? Beside them, Nalan Shiji and the elder in gray regarded Xiao Chen with disbelief, clearly taken aback by his outright refusal. It is essential to recognize that the Southern King's estate stands as one of the premier powers in the Duqian dynasty, alongside the imperial family, the Xuanhuan sect, the Funyan Valley, and the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce. Within the estate, several beings of the celestial realm are stationed, one of whom has astonishingly reached the 8th level of the celestial realm. Even the imperial family of Duqian holds a measure of trepidation towards the Southern King's estate, often yielding in certain matters. As for the Wasteland Province, it is merely one of the 18 provinces in the southern region of the Duqian dynasty. Even the Ta-E Sword sect, a leading force in the Wasteland Province, can only bow in deference to the Southern King's estate. I am aware that the Southern King's estate is one of the 5 foremost powers in the Duqian dynasty. However, I have always cherished my freedom and wished to avoid entanglement and disputes. Thus, I must respectfully decline the heir's generous offer. Xiao Chen responded with a calm smile, his voice devoid of any hint of trepidation. The heir of the estate graciously invites you, and yet you presume to act so aloof. Perhaps looking down upon the Southern King's estate? As Xiao Chen's words hung in the air, Nalan Shiji's eyes glinted with a sudden spark, and he stepped forward to stoke the flames. Step aside. Did this heir ask for your opinion? As soon as Nalan Shiji's voice fell, Yang Xiao cast a cold glance at him, instantly draining the color from Nalan Shiji's face. Since Brother Xiao acts according to his own will, this heir shall no longer insist. After reprimanding Nalan Shiji with a single remark, Yang Xiao, with a faint smile, addressed Xiao Chen. However, every acquaintance is a form of destiny. Should Brother Xiao come to a different understanding in the future, the doors of the Duke of Jinnan's residence shall always be open for him. As he spoke, Yang Xiao's gaze suddenly shifted towards Murong Qingxue. After scrutinizing her closely, a glimmer of intense interest flickered in his eyes. This must be the esteemed Miss Murong of the City Lord's mansion, is it not? One cannot help but be astonished at how she has transformed under Brother Zhao's care. Advancing towards Murong Qingxue, Yang Xiao continued with words as gentle as a spring breeze. Miss Murong, would you be interested in joining our Duke of Jinnan's residence? Should you wish, I can arrange for a formidable expert in the celestial realm to mentor you. Furthermore, I could even persuade my father to allocate 1,000 black scale guards to aid the Murong family in safeguarding the city of Tiandu, thereby establishing the most powerful lordly mansion within 1,000 miles. This woman possesses beauty that rivals Ziluo, coupled with extraordinary talent, albeit her background is somewhat lacking. If I could bring her into the Duke of Jinnan's residence and nurture her well, she could very well become my future consort. However, out of respect for Ziluo's presence, Yang Xiao dared not reveal his ambitions, choosing instead to phrase his intentions delicately. Upon hearing Yang Zhao's words, everyone present was taken aback. They had not anticipated that after failing to recruit Xiao Chen, he would set his sights on Murong Qingxue instead. I must apologize, Murong Qingxue interjected. Feeling the weight of all eyes upon her, and her palms growing clammy with nervousness. However, after stealing a glance at Xiao Chen, she summoned her courage to speak. From the moment Master Xiao rescued me from the abyss, I have resolved to live solely for him in this lifetime. I shall not be swayed by any other man or force. After Murong Qingxue's resolute rejection, Yang Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, a chilling glint flashing within them. Yet he did not display his displeasure outwardly, merely offering a regretful smile. What a pity. I did not realize Brother Zhao's fortune was so profound as to garner the unwavering loyalty of a beauty such as Miss Murong. However, given Brother Zhao's remarkable prowess, it is indeed understandable that Miss Murong would choose to follow him. Hearing Yang Xiao's seemingly loaded remarks, Xiao Chen's brows knitted together, his gaze sharpening with caution as he regarded Yang Xiao. The undertones of his words were laced with sarcasm and hidden intentions. It had become evident that this visit to the Xian Chamber of Commerce had introduced him to a hypocrite, suggesting that this heir might prove to be quite a challenge. Your Highness, the Fifth Prince, I still have matters to discuss with young Master Xiao. If you have no further business, I kindly ask you to leave the VIP room, said Ziluo, her brows furrowing at the increasingly inappropriate words of Yang Xiao, who immediately took the hint and prepared to depart. Haha, since Miss Ziluo has spoken, it would be impolite for me to linger any longer. Once you finish your tasks, we shall find an opportunity to gather properly, Yang Xiao replied, suppressing his anger and waving his hand to the others. Let us go. With that, they exited the VIP room of the Xian Chamber of Commerce. Under the intense scrutiny of Xiao Chen and Ziluo, young Master Xiao, it seems you must exercise caution in the future. Yang Xiao may secretly plot against you, Ziluo warned gravely as she watched their figures vanish around the corner. In her recollection, Yang Xiao was rather petty, and Xiao Chen's rejection of his goodwill today would undoubtedly earn him the prince's covert resentment. Although Xiao Chen held the esteemed title of honorary elder of the Xian Chamber, and Yang Xiao dared not act overtly, it was highly likely he would resort to underhanded tactics. That is of no concern. If no one provokes me, I shall not retaliate. However, should anyone dare to offend me, regardless of their status, they shall suffer dire consequences. Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. If Yang Xiao harbored ill will due to his refusal today, Xiao Chen was determined to ensure that the prince would learn the grave repercussions of crossing him. It may be prudent for you to stay within the chamber for the next few days, as it would provide some protection in case of unforeseen troubles, Ziluo suggested, her brow furrowing in concern. It was well known that Yang Zhao's protector possessed profound abilities, reaching the 8th level of the Transcendence realm, only a slight degree weaker than Ziluo's own guardian. Such a figure was nearly invincible within the capital. Should Yang Xiao wish to take action against Xiao Chen, he could very well find himself facing a life-threatening situation, as many who had offended Yang Xiao in recent years had simply vanished. Chapter 62. The clever often use others to execute their will very well. Xiao Chen acquiesced after a moment of silence. Kai Yin was currently in seclusion at the city lord's manor, refining the revitalizing purple pill, and would not emerge for at least 2 or 3 days. Remaining at the Xian chamber during this time would indeed help him avoid many troubles. Furthermore, upon receiving Ziluo's batch of supplies, an idea had suddenly sparked in his mind that required verification. Since young Master Xiao has chosen to stay, perhaps Miss Qingxue should remain as well. I noticed Yang Zhao's demeanor was somewhat peculiar earlier, Ziluo remarked, directing her gaze toward Murong Qingxue. As the heiress of the Xian chamber, she was accustomed to the intricate web of deception. If Yang Xiao intended to scheme against them, he would likely be shrewd enough not to act directly against Xiao Chen. Instead, he would exploit the individuals surrounding Xiao Chen, indirectly striking at and reprimanding him. Therefore, retaining Murong Qingxue to some extent could avert such occurrences. Murong Qingxue, being a woman of considerable wisdom, did not reject Ziluo's suggestion. She merely requested Ziluo to inform the city lord's manor, allowing Murong Fu and Murong Bo to be well informed. After a brief conversation, Xiao Chen did not linger and promptly returned to his chamber. Meanwhile, upon exiting the Xian Merchant Association, Yang Zhao's countenance darkened considerably. The chilling aura emanating from him sent a shiver through Nalan Shiji, prompting him to distance himself from the young lord. The surname Xiao, indeed. Recalling the recent events, a glint of cold light flickered in Yang Zhao's eyes. An 18-year-old youth, not only more handsome than he, but also possessing a martial talent that surpassed his own. Remarkably, he had already achieved the status of an honorary elder of the Xuanhuan Merchant Association, a position that, in terms of rank, even eclipsed his own. Furthermore, when Yang Xiao extended an invitation, this fellow had not hesitated to decline outright. As the heir of the southern town king's manor, he had never encountered a young man so audacious as to disregard his authority. What mattered most was that Willow appeared exceedingly anxious and concerned about this young man with the surname Xiao. Were one unaware, one might mistakenly assume that the youth was a romantic partner of hers. As various thoughts flitted through his mind, Yang Zhao's expression grew increasingly frigid, and a hint of murderous intent glimmered in his eyes. "My lord, do you require my assistance?" The elderly man, who had remained silent until now, spoke in a hoarse voice upon sensing Yang Zhao's bloodlust. "No need," Yang Xiao replied, shaking his head, his tone somber. "Since Willow holds this young man in such high regard, she will undoubtedly go to great lengths to protect him. Moreover, his current standing as an honorary elder of the Xuanhuan Merchant Association complicates matters. If we were to strike at him and leave any trace, it would undoubtedly sour relations between the Xuanhuan Merchant Association and the southern town king's manor, thwarting any chance I have of gaining Willow's favor." As he spoke, Yang Zhao's gaze flickered, and a cold smile crept upon his lips. "First, we shall investigate the background of this individual with the surname Xiao, and then we shall await another's arrival." He could not directly act against Xiao Chen, yet he could manipulate others to undermine him. As the saying goes, when the clam and the heron contend, it is the fisherman who benefits. Only a fool would resort to direct violence, while the wise often employ the hands of others to achieve their ends. "Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord," Nailan Shiji exclaimed, immediately flattering Yang Xiao upon hearing his words. Then, with cautious curiosity, he inquired, "Might I ask who it is we are expecting, whose stature is so extraordinary?" Given the current identity and rank of the one with the surname Xiao, few would dare to provoke him. Only individuals from the most formidable factions possessed the audacity to disregard the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce. Fengyan Valley, xuanhuan. Upon hearing Nailan Shiji's inquiry, Yang Zhao's lips curled into a chilling smile, his voice resonating with a somber tone. "What? Is it that the young master has intentions?" Nailan Shiji raised his head, astonished, as he gazed at Yang Xiao. "Fengyan Valley. This is another paramount force within the Dacian dynasty, housing several formidable beings in the realm of celestial beings. As for xuanhuan, his name is not unfamiliar. It is not that he is particularly renowned. Rather, he has gained infamy for being a ravenous libertine. Relying on his status as the son of the Fengyan Valley's leader, he pursues any beauty he desires with relentless fervor. Numerous female disciples from prestigious factions have fallen victim to xuanhuan's pursuits. However, these factions refrain from confronting Fengyan Valley directly, opting instead to endure the humiliation in silence. To Yang Zhao's astonishment, the individual he intends to exploit is none other than this young lord of Fengyan Valley. Could the bait he plans to use be Morong Qingxue? "What? Do you have an objection?" Noticing Nailan Shiji's incredulous expression, Yang Xiao narrowed his eyes, his gaze dangerously fixed upon him. Shiji would not dare. Nailan Shiji's complexion shifted, and he quickly shook his head in response. Morong Qingxue had rejected his proposal of marriage, shamelessly remaining by Xiao Chen's side, which brought him immense humiliation. Nevertheless, Morong Qingxue is the woman he desires, and now Yang Xiao intends to use her as bait. This notion unsettled him greatly. If xuanhuan were to succeed with her, would he then have no chance of winning her over? Damn it. It seems he will have to wait until xuanhuan has his fill before seeking an opportunity to intervene. In his heart, Nailan Shiji seethed with resentment. Regardless of whether he acts first or later, as long as he can cleanse the stain of humiliation and vent his long-suppressed fury, his path of cultivation will become clear. From now on, you shall keep a vigilant watch over the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce. Should any disturbances arise, be sure to report to me immediately. As Nailan Shiji's mind twisted with dark thoughts, Yang Xiao cast a glance at the buildings behind him and spoke coldly to the former. Afterward, Yang Xiao did not linger and departed the chamber without delay. Within the private room, as Yang Xiao and his companions schemed, Xiao Chen retrieved the spatial ring given by Willow and, without hesitation, issued the command for recovery. Ding! The system has recovered all resources within the spatial ring. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 514,864 points. Hiss! Over 500,000 points. It truly is a meteoric rise. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xiao Chen gasped in astonishment. The surge in points was astonishingly rapid. If he could acquire a few more batches of resources from the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce, assisting Cayenne in upgrading her bloodline would be an effortless endeavor. Coupled with the remaining 80,000 points from before, his total points should now exceed 600,000. Reflecting on the surplus he had previously, Xiao Chen promptly accessed his attribute panel. Host, Xiao Chen Physique. Innate Dao Body Cultivation. 3rd level of Xian Dan Technique. Creation of the Universe Technique Abilities. Heavenly Demon Shadowless Step. Great Wilderness True Dragon Fist. 5 Elements Overturning Seal. 9 Transformations Golden Body Shield Points. 608, 364 indeed. His points had surpassed the 600,000 mark. The foundation of this top-tier force was truly formidable. Gazing at his current point tally, Xiao Chen couldn't help but express his sentiments. Just from these 2 transactions alone, he had amassed nearly 1,000,000 points, without fully exhausting all available resources. Should he manage to consolidate all the discarded resources from the Xuanhuan Chamber, his points could easily breach the 1,000,000 threshold. However, this had to be a gradual process. One cannot expect to achieve great results in a single bite. He needed to first digest these points and transform them into his own strength. At this moment, recalling certain overlooked matters, Xiao Chen eagerly inquired of the system. Chapter 63, an almost cheating enhancement. Xiao Chen's strength soars. System, since I can upgrade my martial talents, can I also elevate my cultivation level or enhance the strength of my physical body? As he posed this question, a sense of anxiety washed over him. Since his arrival in this world, his thoughts had been solely focused on gathering resources to exchange for points, thereby assisting Cayenne in concealing her identity and restoring her cultivation. He even aspired to help her elevate her bloodline to the point where she could hope to transcend to the Saint Realm, thus granting him a powerful protector at that level. In light of this mindset, he had overlooked certain details about himself, only now realizing this oversight. If he could upgrade his cultivation and physical body, his strength would undergo a monumental transformation. Ding! The upgrade function can only enhance the quality of the target object, inducing a transformation at a certain level, but it cannot directly strengthen the intensity of the item. Just as anticipation welled within him, the system's mechanical response left Xiao Chen feeling somewhat disheartened. It was indeed unfeasible. He had hoped to enhance his physical body, thus enabling a rapid ascent in strength, potentially elevating his physique to the pinnacle of the celestial tier and instantly granting him the power to rival beings of the celestial realm. Alas, upgrading was not synonymous with strengthening. This method was impractical. Ding! Although the upgrade function cannot directly enhance the strength of the physical body, it can assist the host in improving their cultivation. For instance, the host can enhance the quality of their true essence or the quality of their soul. As Xiao Chen felt a wave of frustration, the system unexpectedly reminded him. Indeed, upgrading the quality of true essence and the soul can significantly elevate one's strength. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes instantly sparkled with renewed hope. He was overly eager for success, neglecting the fundamentals. Upgrading the quality of his true essence would allow him to effortlessly crush others of the same realm. Moreover, enhancing the quality of his soul not only granted him extraordinary soul perception, but also an unparalleled innate understanding, enabling him to easily master the surging power within him. These avenues were splendid pathways for a transformative enhancement of his strength. As this thought settled in his mind, Xiao Chen raised his hand to condense a sphere of true essence, its 5 hues shimmering in a dreamlike manner. This was the quintessence of the 5 elements, refined after his practice of the creation and transformation of heaven and earth technique. This technique comprises 3 stages: the 5 elements chapter, the yin-yang chapter, and the creation chapter. Only when the quality of his true essence changes and his cultivation reaches the corresponding level could he practice the subsequent chapters. Gazing at the sphere of 5-element true essence before him, Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. His training had spanned less than 10 days. And although his cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the rotating pill realm with external assistance, The rapid advancement left little time for accumulation. Consequently, the quality of his five-element true essence was merely at the low tier of the mysterious rank, even with the imperial rank techniques he practiced. Without ample time to refine his true essence, its quality would not significantly surpass that of others. If only I could elevate my true essence quality to the peak of the celestial rank, I would undoubtedly dominate anyone within the same realm. Fueled by this thought, Xiao Chen felt a surge of excitement and promptly commanded the system, elevate my true essence quality to the peak of the celestial rank. Ding! The system has deducted 38,000 points and is upgrading the host's true essence quality. As the system's notification faded, a radiant white light burst forth. In that moment, the five-element true essence within Xiao Chen erupted violently. The brilliance of the five elements illuminated the entire chamber, casting it in an almost surreal glow. Suddenly, the true essence within him began to shrink dramatically, undergoing a profound transformation. In the briefest of moments, its quality ascended from the low tier of the mysterious rank to the peak of the celestial rank. The capabilities of the system were indeed extraordinary. Feeling the true essence within him diminish by nearly half, a look of astonishment spread across Xiao Chen's face. Under normal circumstances, it would take years of dedicated practice to elevate the five-element true essence to the peak of the celestial rank. Yet now, with the system's function, he had achieved this with just over 30,000 points. Truly, a life of cultivation with such advantages made the ascent to power remarkably effortless. Although his true essence had shrunk by nearly half, his strength had multiplied several times over. Sensing the formidable five-element true essence coursing through him, a brilliant light shone in Xiao Chen's eyes. If his previous true essence quality resembled a wooden stick, now it had transcended into an iron rod. The combat power that could be unleashed from the same strand of true essence was now worlds apart from before. Thereafter, one must first elevate the quality of the soul before calming the mind to restore one's cultivation. Sensing a peculiar emptiness within his dantian, Xiao Chen did not hasten to recuperate. Instead, he issued an upgrade command to the system once more. System, enhance the quality of my soul body to the pinnacle of the heavenly tier. Ding! The system has deducted 29,000 points and is currently upgrading the quality of the host's soul body. Perhaps due to the transmigration and the fusion with the original owner's soul, his soul body quality was inherently superior to that of an average person. Thus, the points required to ascend to the heavenly pinnacle tier were somewhat reduced. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unexpectedly triggering a 10,000-fold enhancement rate. The quality of the soul body has risen to the imperial tier, and the soul body has successfully transformed into a Bodhi enlightenment soul. Boom! With the sudden sound of the system notification, Xiao Chen felt a resounding echo within his mind, as though his soul had transcended its corporeal confines. He observed the changes of the world from a remarkably unique perspective. At that moment, his sea of consciousness expanded wildly, and his soul power surged rapidly as if in a frenzy. As Xiao Chen entered a state of epiphany, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged around him in a maelstrom. The originally diminished five elements' true essence within him, due to the transformation and quality, began to condense and soar. His cultivation advanced effortlessly, akin to quenching thirst with water, from the third to the sixth level of the rotating pill realm. In less than half a day, Xiao Chen's cultivation experienced a remarkable breakthrough, showing no signs of abating. Although the pace of his advancement gradually slowed, the process of breaking through continued unabated. On the following day, as Xiao Chen immersed himself in enlightenment and breakthrough, the city of Tiandu began to buzz with excitement. The Ziyun Chamber of Commerce released a plethora of announcements, claiming that the items up for auction included not only various rare treasures, but also exquisite elixirs, including the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill and the revitalizing Purple Pill. The entire region of Huangzhou was set ablaze with fervor, stirring even distant territories. The five foremost powers of the Daiqian dynasty simultaneously dispatched representatives to Tiandu City. Within the city, one could observe the presence of formidable figures from various great factions, with several clashes erupting, much to Murong Fu's chagrin. Fortunately, after refining the revitalizing Purple Pill, Murong Bo's cultivation had finally returned to the second level of the Tongxian realm. Upon exiting seclusion, His formidable prowess was sufficient to subdue some of the more unscrupulous individuals. As Bo emerged and displayed his cultivation, many cultivators within Tiandu City who were acquainted with him were left in a state of unprecedented astonishment over the following days. Driven by curiosity, they began to inquire about Bo, who had once been a strong cultivator of the Tongxian realm but had, due to unforeseen circumstances, fallen into a state of desolation. This is a matter that is almost universally acknowledged within the city of Tiandu. However, not only has the opponent's injury fully healed, but their cultivation has also returned to the second level of the profound realm. This inevitably piques curiosity. Consequently, through the accounts of some witnesses and the dissemination by those with ulterior motives, tales regarding Xiao Chen and the Murong family began to circulate throughout Tiandu City. Chapter 64. The topic has been introduced. It's time to set the trap. Xuanhuan, a renowned tea house in Tiandu City, boasts a diverse selection of both old and new teas. The aged teas possess a gentle warmth and rich aroma, offering a smooth and mellow taste. Although they may not sell as well as some new varieties, their exquisite flavor, developed over years, attracts many aficionados. New teas, while initially somewhat raw, charm patrons with their appealing appearance and the lingering aftertaste that leaves many enchanted. Meanwhile, within the Tian suite of Xuanhuan, laughter erupted. Ah, what a delight! It has been ages since my last visit to this enchanting place. The tea here is truly remarkable. Do you not wish to relieve your pent-up frustrations? Remarked xuanhuan, indulging greedily in the tea like an addict. Merely some superficial beauties. You truly have no standards, Yang Xiao retorted, casting a disdainful glance at the unappealing scene before him. A flicker of disgust evident in his eyes. While the tea house did feature several exceptionally beautiful women, they were merely faded blossoms and fallen willows. As the heir of the Southern King's residence, he was not so desperate as to lower his tastes. Ha ha ha, a jade arm cradled by thousands. A crimson lip savored by many. Sometimes, going with the flow allows one to enjoy life, xuanhuan responded nonchalantly, erupting into laughter once more before greedily slurping down another mouthful of tea, much to Yang Zhao's exasperation. Beside them, Nalan Shiji appeared to have an epiphany, even showing signs of eagerness, seemingly tempted to join in and savor the experience, to taste the myriad flavors of life, to traverse the winding paths once walked by others, and to feel the warmth they once possessed seemed to offer a unique life experience. Rumors suggest that the fire attribute cultivation method practiced in the Burning Flame Valley, characterized by its extreme yang energy, causes the internal yang to become increasingly restless with the enhancement of one's cultivation, leading to the formation of fire attribute toxins. If one does not frequently engage with women, these toxins will scorch the heart's veins, causing unbearable suffering for the cultivator. Previously, this young lord thought it mere gossip, but witnessing xuanhuan's current state, he began to believe there might be some truth to it. Observing xuanhuan's foolish demeanor, Yang Xiao suddenly smiled faintly and remarked. Upon hearing this, xuanhuan's actions halted as he lifted his gaze, glaring at Yang Xiao. What do you mean by that? The core cultivation methods of the Burning Flame Valley, like those of the Myriad Flower Valley, are derived from a fragmented sacred-level technique. Although considerable improvements have been made through generations of effort, there remain certain lingering side effects. Such matters within the Grand Qian dynasty are not secretive. However, to speak them openly in his presence carries a hint of provocation. Brother Duan, please do not misconstrue my intentions, Yang Xiao remarked with a faint smile, noticing xuanhuan's unfriendly gaze. I was merely contemplating that since the techniques of the Burning Flame Valley leave residual fire toxicity within the practitioners' bodies, and require the assistance of a woman's yin energy to suppress this particular affliction, why not seek a woman possessing a pure yin body? The restorative effects would surely surpass those of the women present here. After concluding his statement, Yang Xiao sipped his tea, a glimmer of mischief flashing in his eyes. The topic had been broached. It was time to set the trap. Humph. Do you think women with pure yin bodies are as common as cabbages found by the roadside? Aside from the Orchid Pavilion, how many such women can you find elsewhere? Xuanhuan retorted with a cold snort upon hearing Yang Xiao's naive inquiry. For the Burning Flame Valley, women with pure yin bodies certainly stirred their covetous desires, yet such women were exceedingly rare. As far as they knew, only within the Orchid Pavilion were there a handful. To locate a woman with a pure Yin body among millions elsewhere is akin to searching for a celestial-grade spiritual herb amidst the vastness of the 10,000 great mountains. Consequently, the Burning Flame Valley harbored an intense yearning for the women of the Orchid Pavilion. However, due to the peculiarities of their cultivation methods, practitioners would not only end up with snow-white hair, but also find their romantic inclinations, regardless of gender, growing cold. This led to a situation wherein neither the sect leader, elders, nor the numerous female disciples of the Orchid Pavilion entertained the notion of companionship. For the Burning Flame Valley to acquire a woman from the Orchid Pavilion was a feat more arduous than breaking through to the celestial realm. Are you suggesting that I should be incited to seize a woman from the Orchid Pavilion? Xuanhuan's eyes narrowed, a hint of suspicion creeping into his expression as he pondered this notion. Previously, a high-ranking member of the Burning Flame Valley had harbored sinister thoughts, capturing a woman with a pure Yin body from the Orchid Pavilion as a cauldron for alchemical purposes. Not long after, the scheme was uncovered, leading to a brutal conflict between the Burning Flame Valley and the Orchid Pavilion that sent shockwaves throughout the Grand Qin dynasty. Could it be that this noble scion seeks to manipulate me into inciting another clash between these two formidable forces, thus allowing the Prince of Southern Town to reap the benefits? You have misunderstood me, Brother Duan. Given our long-standing friendship, it would be preposterous for me to encourage you to engage in such actions, Yang Xiao replied, waving his hand dismissively, his tone imbued with a gentle warmth. I merely encountered a woman with a pure Yin body at the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce yesterday. You met those women from the Orchid Pavilion? Yang Xiao's words had scarcely settled when Xuanhuan responded with a distinct lack of enthusiasm. If it was indeed those women from the Orchid Pavilion, the appearance of a pure Yin body would not be surprising. No, she is the daughter of the Lord of Tiandu City, not one of those white-haired women from the Xuanhuan. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao shook his head, his tone laden with significance. The Lord's mansion of Tiandu City? At Yang Xiao's words, Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly brightened, his gaze fixed intently on Yang Xiao. Are you certain there is no mistake? She is truly not from the Xuanhuan? Absolutely. Noticing that Xuanhuan was nearly hooked, a subtle smile graced Yang Xiao's lips. In truth, the young lady from the Lord's mansion was originally this young man's fiancée, but unforeseen circumstances arose along the way. With that, Yang Xiao recounted the story of Murong Qingxue to Xuanhuan in broad strokes. Are you implying that after Murong Qingxue is cured, in a bid to please the gentleman who treated her, she not only forcibly severed her engagement with this lad, but also shamelessly wishes to pursue him? Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan furrowed his brow slightly, casting a glance at Nalan Shiji. So you want me to help this lad exact some vengeance? As the heir of the Zhun Nanwang mansion, would you really require my assistance to settle a score? Is there perhaps some ulterior motive at play? Duan, you are not unaware. This young master is currently pursuing Miss Ziluo, and the gentleman who cured Murong Qingxue seems to have a rather special connection with the Ziyun Merchants Association. Were it not for the concern of provoking Miss Ziluo, would I trouble you, Duan? After finishing his tea, Yang Xiao, seeing Xuanhuan still harbored doubts, sighed and continued. However, that young lady from the Lord's mansion is indeed a rare gem. If it were not for my pursuit of Miss Ziluo, I would likely wish to tame her as my concubine. Ha ha ha. Do you truly believe I cannot perceive your intentions? Are you hoping to use me as a pawn to teach that so-called gentleman a lesson? Upon hearing Yang Xiao's words, Xuanhuan seemed to have an epiphany. He immediately sneered, exposing Yang Xiao's thoughts, causing the latter's expression to stiffen slightly. Old man, are you referring to me as that extravagant young master? Ha ha ha, Duan. You indeed possess keen insight, capable of discerning this. After a brief flicker of his gaze, Yang Xiao did not deny it. Rather, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. Today, I observed that lad's close relationship with Miss Ziluo, which left me with a grievance I could not swallow. Unfortunately, my affections lie with Miss Ziluo, and I dare not provoke her, leaving me unable to find an opportunity to teach that lad a lesson. Thus, when I brought this matter up with you, it did indeed stem from a degree of selfishness. Seeing that Xuanhuan was not easily swayed, Yang Xiao decided to shift his strategy. With a look of dejection on his face, he added, I hold genuine feelings for Miss Ziluo, yet she is inexplicably drawn to a rustic lad. This leaves my heart filled with reluctance. Upon finishing his words, Yang Xiao took a hearty sip of tea, seemingly attempting to substitute it for wine to release the pent-up anger within. Is that fellow truly a man of the wilds? Xuanhuan inquired, his eyes narrowing slightly, his tone laden with significance. Although he was notorious for his lecherous nature and somewhat arrogant demeanor, he was not devoid of intellect. If he were merely a rustic, how could the esteemed heir of the Zhen Nen Wangfu harbor such trepidation, to the point of refraining from taking action? Instead, he exerted considerable effort to draw the young master of the Burning Flame Valley into his schemes. This undeniably conveyed a message. Yang Xiao harbored some apprehension towards that individual. Well, prior to welcoming you, Brother Duan, I had someone investigate. Among the notable forces within the Deqian dynasty, there exists no record of this person. All I know is that he is accompanied by a woman clad in red, a formidable practitioner of the Transcendence realm. It seems he is merely a fortunate lad who has obtained some form of inheritance from the wilds. Yang Xiao nodded in acknowledgement, revealing no hint of concealment. After all, behind them stood top-tier forces, and even his father was a transcendent being. To those of their caliber, a practitioner of the Transcendence realm posed no threat whatsoever. If that is indeed the case, I would be willing to assist you in assessing this youth's capabilities. However, you must ensure to perform admirably afterward. After a moment of silence, Xuanhuan, his gaze flickering, spoke to Yang Xiao, a knowing look gracing his features. As long as Brother Duan can help me vent my frustrations, I assure you, I will ensure your satisfaction in the future. Yang Xiao replied with a faint smile, though a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes as he lowered his gaze. Ha ha, what better day than today? I shall go and witness this exquisite lady with a pure physique. Upon hearing Yang Xiao's response, Xuanhuan burst into laughter and then pushed aside the woman beside him, rising to stride towards the door. Now aware of the existence of a stunning beauty with a pure body, and one not belonging to the xuanhuan sect, he felt compelled to assist in her blossoming. Yang Xiao and the others exchanged glances before also stepping out of the Xuexian residence. Regardless of the slight humiliation of having his thoughts unraveled by Xuanhuan, as long as that fellow sought out Murong Qingxue, a conflict with Xiao Chen was inevitable. His objective was thus achieved. In the hall of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce, is young Master Xiao still in seclusion? Yinshan approached Murong Qingxue, who had just emerged for a breath of fresh air, and inquired with a gentle smile. The auction was to be held tomorrow, yet Xiao Chen had chosen this moment to enter seclusion, which perplexed him somewhat. No, young master should be in seclusion to break through his cultivation. He should be emerging soon, Murong Qingxue replied, shaking her head. Xiao Chen displayed a keen interest in the upcoming auction, and it is unlikely that he would miss it due to his seclusion, unless unforeseen circumstances arose during his retreat. As Xiao Gongzi possesses a sense of propriety, I shall refrain from disturbing him. Hearing this, Yinshan stroked his beard thoughtfully, and then, as if struck by a sudden realization, spoke with a tone of gravity. Miss Qingxue, in recent days, many young scions have flocked to Tiandu City. If you have no pressing matters, it would be wise to maintain a low profile. Murong Qingxue, with her unparalleled beauty and an innate pure constitution, undoubtedly serves as an exquisite dual cultivation vessel for certain powerful figures. However, it is disconcerting that despite her substantial family background, she remains inconsequential to the top-tier powers. Should she attract the attention of their formidable members or some lecherous young masters, she would likely find herself in considerable peril. Old man, are you referring to me, the young master? Before Yinshan could finish his thought, a raucous laughter erupted from behind him, causing his brows to furrow involuntarily. In the hall of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce, how dare someone address him as old man? This youth is exceedingly audacious. As Yinshan's expression darkened, he turned to face the newcomer. Upon recognizing the young man's features and his flamboyant attire, Yinshan's countenance shifted dramatically. If he was not mistaken, this was none other than Xuanhuan, the youngest son of the Lord of the Burning Flame Valley. A notorious libertine known for his brazen and tyrannical behavior, he had previously seized young maidens across various locales, emboldened by his lineage. It was unexpected that the Burning Flame Valley would send such a character this time. Murong Qingxue was indeed in trouble. Ha ha. So it's young Master Duan from the Burning Flame Valley. I beg your pardon for my lack of proper greeting, Yinshan exclaimed with forced joviality. His gaze then flickered as he discreetly transmitted a message to Murong Qingxue. Do not pay him any mind. Quickly, retreat inside. At this moment, His only recourse was to divert the young man's attention, hoping to facilitate Murong Qingshue's escape. Understanding his intent, she promptly turned and made her way into the chamber. Wait, did this young master grant you permission to leave? Seeing Murong Qingxue attempt to depart, Duan Haoming's eyes gleamed with mockery. With a slight shift of his form, he became a blur, instantly appearing before her. Although his innate talent was merely of the earth tier, and he was not particularly remarkable among the elite youth of the top powers, the training he received in the Burning Flame Valley enabled him to break through to the 5th level of the Dan rotation at the tender age of 25. At such a proximity, it was effortless for him to obstruct her path. Young master, we are strangers. I kindly ask you to step aside. Gazing at the imposing Duan Haoming before her, Murong Qingxue steadied her emotions with great effort and spoke with a tone that was cool and distant. Ha ha ha, indeed. We were previously strangers, but from this moment forth, we are acquainted, are we not? Upon hearing these words, Duan Haoming could not help but burst into a wild laugh. His gaze fixed upon Murong Qingxue with a fervent intensity. She was undoubtedly a purine body, and in comparison to the few women he had encountered from the Orchid sect, she appeared to possess a far superior essence. Just the scent of the pure energy emanating from Murong Qingxue was enough to send his blood into a frenzied turmoil akin to that of a beast. This woman was unequivocally extraordinary. If he could obtain her primordial not only would the fire poison within him be purified, but his cultivation would also advance by leaps and bounds. Chapter 66. This shameless scoundrel dares to threaten her so brazenly? Young master, please conduct yourself with dignity. As Duan Haoming gazed at her with the hunger of a wolf, Murong Qingxue's expression grew increasingly frigid. After offering a warning, she attempted to depart once more. With young master Xiao still in seclusion, she could not afford to attract trouble here and needed to extricate herself as swiftly as possible. Miss Murong, I am, after all, the young master of the Burning Flame Valley. It would be rather discourteous of you to dismiss me so. Duan Haoming's voice dripped with a chilling mockery as he perceived her intent to leave. The young master of Burning Flame Valley. Upon hearing Duan Haoming's declaration of his identity, Murong Qingxue's body abruptly stiffened, her complexion paling as a result. The Burning Flame Valley. She had often heard her grandfather and father mention it. It was one of the 5 premier powers within the Great Qin dynasty, possessing the strength to easily annihilate the entire heavenly capital. Moreover, due to their cultivation of a certain incomplete fire attribute sacred art, every formidable individual within the Burning Flame Valley was known to be a lecher. They harbored an indescribable possessiveness towards women with an extreme body. She had not anticipated that this man, who had designs upon her, would be one of the young masters of the Burning Flame Valley. What was she to do now? Upon realizing Duan Haoming's identity, Murong Qingxue's heart sank to the depths of despair. With her possessing the Taiyin Xinshan body, she was a figure of fatal allure for the people of the Burning Flame Valley. No wonder this fellow regarded her with such an intensely fiery gaze. Ha ha. Young Master Duan, I sincerely apologize. Miss Murong is here at the behest of our esteemed lady, as she has urgent matters to discuss. Our lady must be quite anxious by now. Perhaps you could wait until Miss Murong emerges to speak with her? Just as Murong Qingxue's fists clenched in frustration and her mind raced with thoughts on how to escape, Yunshan's voice echoed from behind her. This caused her eyes to brighten instantaneously as she grasped the meaning behind Yunshan's words. Duan Haoming's status was indeed formidable, and the only one who could shield her now was the esteemed young lady Ziluo. With this thought in mind, Murong Qingxue refrained from uttering a word and once again made her way deeper into the merchant association. Old man, do you truly believe that by intervening in my affairs once or twice, I, the young master, will be deterred merely because you are from the Ziyun Merchant Association? Upon seeing Murong Qingxue attempting to bypass him to enter the Merchant Association, Duan Haoming's expression darkened, and he let out a cold snort. Immediately, an enigmatic elder clad in red materialized around him, causing Yunshan's pupils to constrict sharply in that moment. A formidable transcendental realm expert. If you utter another word, I shall render you incapacitated. With Duan Haoming's declaration, the red-clad elder slightly raised his eyelids, a terrifying aura locking onto Yunshan. It seemed that should Yunshan dare to speak again, he would be met with immediate repercussions. After delivering a stern warning to Yunshan, Duan Haoming reappeared before Murong Qingxue. his lips curling into a sinister smile as he appraised her. With an impeccable visage, an alluring figure, and the intoxicating scent of maidenhood, she was truly mesmerizing. After expressing his lewd thoughts, xuanhuan lowered his voice and continued, "Miss Morong, the capital has been rather unsettled of late. I trust you do not wish for any misfortune to befall your grandfather or father." "What?" At xuanhuan's words, Morong Qingxue abruptly lifted her head. Her fists clenched tightly in indignation. This shameless scoundrel had the audacity to threaten her. "Fear not. As long as you remain by my side to serve me faithfully, your family shall be unharmed." Observing the tumultuous emotions flitting across Morong Qingxue's face, xuanhuan's expression grew increasingly lascivious. As he spoke, he advanced upon her, raising his hand to caress her chin. "Dream on." Just as xuanhuan's fingers were about to brush against her, Morong Qingxue erupted with her cultivation power. With a forceful stomp, she shattered the floor beneath her and shot towards the depths of the Merchant Association. Still trying to escape? Witnessing Morong Qingxue's defiance against his threat, a glimmer of cold light flashed in xuanhuan's eyes. His own power surged in response as he reached out towards her. The more she resisted, the more exhilarated he became. Once he captured her, he was eager to discover the depths of loyalty possessed by this young lady of nobility. The sudden turn of events caused many in the hall of the Merchant Association to change their expressions, yet none dared to intervene. Although Yinshan wished to assist, he was firmly locked down by a transcendental realm expert, leaving him helpless despite his anxious heart. At just 18 with a cultivation of the second tier of the Spirit Aperture realm, you truly are a rare gem. The excitement in xuanhuan's voice reverberated through the hall as he sensed the surging energy emanating from Morong Qingxue. "From this day forth, you shall belong to me." However, just as xuanhuan's proclamation echoed within the hall and his right hand was about to grasp Morong Qingxue's back, a flurry of petals suddenly swept through the space, accompanied by a chilling voice that resonated throughout. In broad daylight, the brazen act of abducting a woman reveals the true nature of the beasts from the burning flame valley. Suddenly, with a sharp sound slicing through the air, several petals, akin to divine weapons, hurtled towards xuanhuan in an instant. "Young master, be cautious." The abrupt turn of events caused the elder's expression to shift dramatically. Like a phantom, he appeared beside xuanhuan, conjuring a fire attribute barrier with a wave of his hand, colliding fiercely with the oncoming petals. A terrifying shockwave, reminiscent of a tempest, swept through the entire hall, causing it to tremble violently. Xuanhuan stumbled, nearly falling unceremoniously. The other cultivators within the hall were seized by fear, hastily fleeing the scene. "Who dares to strike at this young master?" After barely regaining his balance, xuanhuan shot his head up, his face a mask of fury. He was so close, so very close, to grasping Morong Qingxue and tearing her garments apart, only to be thwarted by an unexpected assailant. "It is your esteemed grandmother." A chilling voice echoed, and several figures with snow-white hair slowly emerged within the hall. A wave of dread permeated the air, causing xuanhuan's pupils to involuntarily constrict. The women of the 10,000 Flower sect. As he beheld the familiar faces, his expression darkened considerably. The foremost among them, a white-haired woman, though her name eluded him, was undoubtedly an elder of the 10,000 Flower sect. The other two women were no strangers to him. Both were esteemed disciples of the sect. One was Nangong Jing, whose martial prowess reached the pinnacle of the celestial tier at merely 23 years of age, having attained the 8th layer of the elixir realm, a presence that could easily overshadow his own. The other, named Li Wanqing, at only 19, possessed an astonishing talent of the celestial tier's finest. Having reached the 7th layer of the spiritual aperture realm, she was the most prodigious talent among the younger generation of the 10,000 Flower sect. To encounter these two here in the capital city was indeed a twist of fate. This woman has no ties to your 10,000 Flower sect. Are you seeking to provoke a conflict? Xuanhuan's gaze swept coldly over the three, his countenance dark as he spoke in a low growl. He had anticipated that the one to come to the rescue would be the young master behind Morong Qingxue, but unexpectedly, the 10,000 Flower sect intervened, complicating matters greatly. Chapter 67. No matter, I was merely putting on a show earlier. Who said she has no connection to our 10,000 Flower sect? As xuanhuan's words hung in the air, Nangong Jing strode directly to the center of the hall, her gaze fixed indifferently upon him. She then pointed at Morong Qingxue, her voice icy and deliberate. She is a newly accepted disciple of my esteemed master. Do you think that our xuanhuan can be easily bullied, allowing you to act so recklessly against her? Upon finishing her words, Nangong Jing's eyes glimmered with a cold light, as if she might not be able to restrain herself from striking at any moment. Morong Qingxue, however, was utterly bewildered. When did she become a disciple of xuanhuan? What nonsense are you spouting? Duan Haoming, upon hearing this, became irate and blurted out an expletive without a second thought. Just days ago, this woman was wandering aimlessly in the city lord's mansion, and now she has been accepted as a disciple by your master? Why don't you claim that her entire body of red hair was also cured by your master? To his knowledge, the leader of xuanhuan had been in seclusion for the past 2 years, suspected of having suffered a backlash while cultivating. If Morong Qingxue were truly accepted as a disciple, how could she be left alone within the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce? If you are dissatisfied, let us engage in combat. Hearing Duan Haoming's crude remarks, Nangong Jing's brows furrowed slightly, her voice cold as she uttered a sharp retort. In the next moment, without any further ado, Nangong Jing unleashed her cultivation and surged directly towards Duan Haoming. That cursed madwoman, damn you! Seeing Nangong Jing charging towards him, Duan Haoming's expression changed dramatically, and he retreated frantically while shouting at the elder in red. Stop her! Nangong Jing's cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Xiandan realm, surpassing him by 3 entire levels. Engaging with this woman would only result in utter humiliation. Almost as soon as Duan Haoming's words left his mouth, the elder in red blurred into motion, darting towards Nangong Jing like a ghost. Yet at that very moment, the elder from xuanhuan, who had remained silent until now, suddenly caused petals to scatter around him. He vanished from sight as if he were a specter among flowers. Bang! The next instant, as several figures collided with one another, a thunderous explosion erupted, reverberating like a clap of thunder. Duan Haoming was sent flying by a palm strike from Nangong Jing, nearly hurtling out of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce like refuse. Han Xinyue, do you truly wish to start a war? Seeing Duan Haoming flung away by Nangong Jing's strike, the elder in red fixed his icy gaze upon the elder of xuanhuan. Is it necessary to escalate a mere spar between juniors to a clash between sects? Hearing the elder's words, Han Xinyue replied evenly. Ever since the rift between xuanhuan and Finyanga 30 years ago, conflicts between the two sects have frequently erupted. It is not uncommon for juniors to engage in fierce battles. However, as long as the consequences are not severe, such as crippling each other's cultivation or causing significant harm, the two sects would not completely sever ties again. Gentlemen, while it is true that guests are welcomed, your violent clash seems to contradict the established decorum, does it not? Just as the elder in red's expression darkened and his aura grew increasingly violent upon hearing these words, as a cold voice echoed through the hall, Ziluo and her protector made their entrance. The floor lay shattered beneath them, and the surroundings appeared somewhat chaotic. Ziluo cast a glance at Nangong Jing and Duan Haoming, her tone frigid as she continued. Regardless of who struck first, all damages within the merchant hall must be compensated at full value today. Furthermore, should anyone dare to create disturbances on the territory of the Ziyun Merchant Association again, that individual shall be permanently blacklisted. Upon hearing Ziluo's chilling proclamation, Nangong Jing and the others stifled their breaths, refraining from any further provocations. You wretched woman, this debt shall be repaid in the future. Duan Haoming steadied the turmoil within him and, after a sharp reprimand directed at Nangong Jing, casually tossed a spatial ring to Yunshan. Let us depart. Though they of the Burning Flame Valley were not afraid of the Ziyun Merchant Association, they understood the necessity of maintaining a cordial relationship. After all, the connections and resource-gathering capabilities of the Ziyun Merchant Association far surpassed their own. Given the current circumstances, forcibly taking Morong Qingxue away was no longer feasible. They could only wait until the auction concluded, hoping for another opportunity. Miss Ziluo, I apologize for the trouble caused earlier, Nangong Jing said, turning to Ziluo as she observed Duan Haoming's frustrated departure. It is of no consequence. I was merely putting on an act, Ziluo replied, waving her hand dismissively. Miss Morong is a friend of one of our elders in the Ziyun Merchant Association. Had it not been for your timely intervention, she might have encountered significant trouble. Ziluo had just received a message from Yunshan regarding the earlier events. She had not anticipated such turmoil in the merchant hall while she was busy arranging matters for the auction. Fortunately, Murong Qingxue had emerged unscathed. Otherwise, explaining the situation to Xiao Chen would have been quite challenging. "Thank you for your gallant assistance," Murong Qingxue said, bowing slightly to Nangong Jing and the others. Had it not been for their timely intervention, even if Ziluo had arrived in time to stop it, she would have suffered xuanhuan's unwanted advances. Thus, Nangong Jing and her companions had preserved her honor. "So, your name is Murong Qingxue? It has a lovely ring to it," Li Wanqing remarked. Her curiosity piqued as she appraised Murong Qingxue, noting her equally impressive features. A look of admiration graced her face. What a refined beauty. Not only does she share a similar rare physique, but her appearance and figure are equally captivating. If she could indeed take her as a junior sister, her own ranking would no longer be the lowest. "I am Nangong Jing. This is my junior sister, Li Wanqing. And this esteemed individual is Elder Han Xinyue from the 10,000 Flowers sect," Nangong Jing introduced succinctly after Li Wanqing's comment, her gaze fixed intently on Murong Qingxue. "Miss Murong, you possess a rare and unique pure constitution. Would you be willing to become a disciple under the auspices of my esteemed xuanhuan sect? Although my master has yet to emerge from seclusion, I can represent her and accept you as a named disciple for the time being. When my master reappears, you may formally pay your respects to her." Upon hearing these words, Murong Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, and a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Ziluo cast a peculiar glance at several individuals. Over the past couple of days, while Xiao Chen was in seclusion, she had also recognized Murong Qingxue's extraordinary nature and had extended an invitation to her, which, regrettably, had been declined. It was unexpected that the xuanhuan sect had also set its sights on this pure body. Murong Qingxue appreciated their goodwill, but had vowed to follow young Master Xiao for the entirety of her life, leaving her unable to acquiesce to their hopes. Without a hint of hesitation, she shook her head and firmly declined. In this lifetime, she belonged solely to Xiao Chen. Unless he were to cast her aside with harsh words, she would not depart. "What?" Upon hearing Murong Qingxue's response, both Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. The xuanhuan sect was one of the foremost powers within the Great Qin dynasty. An entirely female organization of formidable reputation, a sanctuary for countless women aspiring to cultivate. It was astonishing that Murong Qingxue had rejected their offer without a second thought, especially given the opportunity to become a disciple of the sect leader. "Miss Murong, are you certain you do not wish to reconsider?" Nangong Jing inquired once more, her heart filled with confusion. "My mind is made up. I sincerely apologize." Murong Qingxue shook her head, her expression unwavering. In this lifetime, being able to remain by Xiao Chen's side was undoubtedly her greatest honor. "Who exactly is this young Master Xiao?" Li Wanqing, intrigued by Murong Qingxue's resolute response, inquired curiously. After all, she was a beauty of no lesser caliber. What sort of man could captivate her so utterly? "Young Master Xiao is an extraordinary and handsome individual," Murong Qingxue replied, her face alight with admiration and happiness. As she spoke, her gaze became somewhat dreamy, akin to a love-struck maiden. "Ahem, Miss Murong, perhaps we should discuss this further inside," Ziluo interjected, having observed Murong Qingxue's days and noticing the many onlookers in the hall. After saying this, Ziluo led the way into the chamber, with Murong Qingxue following suit, coming back to her senses. Seeing the puzzled expressions on Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing's faces, her cheeks flushed slightly as she hastened to catch up with Ziluo. Meanwhile, xuanhuan exited the chamber with a dark expression, casting a cold glance back at the gathering within. "In the xuanhuan sect, once my father returns from the endless desert, I, the young master, will ensure that all of you subservient wretches bow beneath the might of the burning flame valley." Contemplating his father, Duan Yentian, who had ventured into the vast wasteland accompanied by two formidable beings of the celestial realm to seize a cluster of millennia-old core fire. A sinister expression crept across xuanhuan's face. Should his father successfully acquire and refine the exotic fire, he would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of the most powerful beings in the celestial realm. At that juncture, apart from the ancient immortals who have achieved the saint realm, who could possibly rival his father? The xuanhuan sect would then become a nurturing ground for the burning flame valley. "Duan brother, has everything gone smoothly?" As xuanhuan's expression shifted ominously, Yang Xiao and his companions approached. Smoothly? Nonsense. At Yang Zhao's insincere inquiry, xuanhuan felt as though someone had stepped on his tail. He retorted icily, "The women of the Xuanhua sect chose this moment to arrive at the trading post. Surely you all noticed. Why didn't you help me stop them? If not for their unexpected appearance, I might have been able to abduct Murong Qingxue. Once that was accomplished, the outcome would have been sealed, and the Xuanhua sect would have had no recourse." The arrival of the Xuanhua sect caught him off guard. A mere twist of fate. Despite being rebuked by xuanhuan, Yang Xiao remained unfazed, responding with a chilling tone. "Murong Qingxue may have escaped for now, but she cannot evade forever. There will be another opportunity, Duan brother. All we need is to capture her family. Enough." Xuanhuan interrupted vehemently. "Do you truly consider me a fool? That woman has been discovered by the Xuanhua sect, and she will certainly be taken under their wing. Perhaps even as a disciple of that old hag, Luo Lingshuang. You expect me to kidnap her family now? Are you seeking to ignite a war between the Burning Flame Valley and the Xuanhua sect? Furthermore, the Murong family currently has a master of the profound realm. Such an entity is not easily subdued." After delivering a frigid reprimand to Yang Xiao, leaving him utterly speechless, xuanhuan departed with the red-clad elder, leaving Yang Xiao rooted to the spot, his complexion turning ashen. "What did you say? You previously suffered from a physical ailment that left you covered in red hair," deemed ominous, "and it was that young master Xiao who healed you, bestowing upon you your current cultivation?" Upon hearing Murong Qingxue recount her relationship with Xiao Chen, Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Murong Qingxue harbored such a past. Both women possessed formidable pure Yin physiques, one with the Xian Yin spirit body and the other with the extreme Yin celestial vein. Yet, unlike Murong Qingxue, they had not faced backlash from the primordial Yin energy, nor had they encountered misfortune. Additionally, while their physiques were activated, their cultivation would see an enhancement. However, it pales in comparison to Murong Qingxue's extraordinary ascent, as she transitioned directly from the body refinement realm to the spirit aperture realm. The opponent's physique must be of a far superior caliber. Hence, Qingxue vowed that as long as the young master did not disdain her, she would undoubtedly remain by his side. Upon hearing this, Murong Qingxue nodded, her voice unwavering as she replied, "It appears that this gentleman, Xiao, is indeed quite remarkable." Observing Murong Qingxue's infatuated demeanor, Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing also developed an interest in Xiao Chen. "Where is this young master Xiao now? Might we have the pleasure of meeting him?" After a brief silence, Nangong Jing inquired. Naturally, she harbored no improper intentions towards Xiao Chen. Rather, she sought to persuade Murong Qingxue to join the Xuanhua sect through him. After all, once Murong Qingxue activated her physique, her cultivation surged to the second level of the spirit aperture realm. If she could join the Xuanhua sect and diligently cultivate, she would undoubtedly reach the celestial realm in the future, thus strengthening the sect as well. "Young Master Xiao is currently in seclusion. You shall meet him once he emerges." Before Murong Qingxue could respond, Ziluo interjected. "Look, this is young Master Zhao's private chamber." The group was passing through the VIP room area when Ziluo pointed to one of the chambers. Boom! Almost simultaneously, as Ziluo's words fell, a thunderous roar erupted from within the chamber. A terrifying aura of cultivation surged skyward, causing Ziluo and Nangong Jing's pupils to constrict sharply, their faces revealing disbelief at that moment. This is the aura of the 9th level of the rotation pill realm. How is that possible? According to Murong Qingxue, Xiao Chen was clearly only at the 7th level of the spirit aperture realm. How could he now exude the aura of the 9th level of the rotation pill realm? Could it be that Xiao Chen had been concealing his true cultivation? Contemplating this possibility, Ziluo's heart stirred with tumultuous waves as she gazed at the chamber, her eyes trembling. At merely 18 years of age, he had broken through to the 9th level of the rotation pill realm, achieving the same level of cultivation as herself. It is worth noting that her martial aptitude reached the high tier of the heavenly grade, and under the auspices of the Ziyun Commerce Association, she only managed to break through to the 9th level of the rotation pill realm at the age of 23. Yet Xiao Chen had surpassed her by a full 5 years. What kind of prodigy is he? Miss Murong, Miss Ziluo, are you certain that the young master inside is truly only 18 years old? As Ziluo was somewhat weak in the knees from shock, Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing, standing nearby, also appeared pale and incredulous, each one questioning in disbelief. To cultivate to the 9th level of the rotation pill realm by the age of 18, throughout the vast expanse of the great Qin dynasty over the millennia. Has there ever been such an extraordinary talent? There was no need for the young master to deceive. He was truly only 18 years old. Upon hearing this, Ziluo felt a twinge of uncertainty, while Murong Qingxue, standing nearby, spoke with an expression of deep admiration. The man who had rescued her from the abyss possessed a radiance that could never be concealed. Such was the allure of young Master Xiao. Chapter 69. I cannot agree with this. In the private chamber, as the onlookers outside were overwhelmed with astonishment, Xiao Chen slowly opened his eyes. To his surprise, during this elevation of his soul's quality, he not only transformed his consciousness into the Bodhi enlightenment soul, but also unexpectedly experienced a moment of profound insight. His cultivation had ascended to the 9th level of the revolving pill realm through unconscious practice. However, the most significant gain was not merely the advancement in cultivation. By observing the patterns of heaven and earth during his soul's metamorphosis, Xiao Chen utilized the essence of the 5 elements to create a unique divine art of his own. The 5 elements killing technique. This technique was a synthesis of 5 subordinate divine arts, which, once integrated, could embody both yin and yang, and if cultivated to perfection, could shake the very foundations of the universe. Yet, this divine art was still in its infancy and would require continuous refinement in the future. By the way, I wonder if I can prompt the system to complete the upgrade? As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Chen immediately inquired. Ding. The system responded. The host's created martial arts and divine techniques can only be upgraded through the host's soul memory if they can be perfectly replicated. Upon hearing the system's reply, Xiao Chen could only resign himself to the situation. To imprint the martial arts and divine techniques onto a scroll or jade slip. Not only was immense soul power required, but the technique also needed to be cultivated to a high level. Having just created this divine art, he was not yet capable of replicating it. It seemed he could only deduce it to a certain extent before reproducing it for the system to assist in its upgrade and perfection. It was time to exit. He wondered if he would miss the auction after this period of seclusion. Suppressing his thoughts, Xiao Chen began to restrain his aura. This moment of enlightenment felt fleeting. Yet he could not ascertain how much time had truly passed. Is someone outside? Upon rising and sensing several presences beyond the door, a look of puzzlement crossed Xiao Chen's face. With so many people standing outside, could it be that something had happened at the Ziyun Merchant Association? As this thought lingered, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow and approached the door, promptly opening it. Before him stood several individuals, each bearing faces of utter astonishment, all strikingly beautiful and distinct in their own right. Young Master? Xiao Gongzi. The stunned Ziluo and Nangong Jing, upon seeing the door open, were startled. Is he really young Master Xiao? He is rather handsome. As she beheld Xiao Chen, who appeared as youthful as herself, Li Wanqing's face was alight with curiosity, even exhibiting a hint of eagerness, as if she were tempted to reach out and pinch him. Behold this young man, who at the tender age of 18 has ascended to the 9th tier of the Xiandan realm. What extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth have shaped his formidable martial prowess. Do you require something? As he surveyed the gathering of exquisite beauties before him, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow slightly and inquired with a hint of curiosity. Aside from Ziluo and Murong Qingxue, he was unfamiliar with the other white-haired maidens present. You must be young Master Xiao, South Palace Jing said, taking a deep breath to steady her nerves after Xiao Chen spoke. She approached him and performed a slight bow. I am South Palace Jing, a disciple of the xuanhuan sect. These two are my junior sisters and my master. The reason we stand here is solely due to Miss Murong. After a brief introduction, South Palace Jing got straight to the point, explaining her desire to recruit Murong Qingxue into the xuanhuan sect. Thus, we wish to request young Master Xiao to persuade Miss Murong. Joining the xuanhuan sect would undoubtedly be of great benefit to her. Without proper guidance, I fear her talent may be squandered. Upon hearing this, the group looked expectantly at Xiao Chen, while Murong Qingxue appeared somewhat embarrassed. This was her own decision, and she had not intended to inconvenience young Master Xiao. Oh, I see, Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile. Whether Miss Murong chooses to join the xuanhuan sect is ultimately her own decision. While I have extended my assistance to her, I cannot compel her to make a choice. Mu Rong Qingxue possesses the rare Taiyin Xiancha physique, a holy grade constitution that could potentially allow her to break through to the sacred realm in the future. He was not foolish enough to thrust her into another faction, as unforeseen complications could arise. Young Master Xiao, Miss Mu Rong's insistence on remaining by your side undoubtedly risks the neglect of her purine body. Should she join the Xuanhuan sect, not only would it protect her from unscrupulous individuals, but it would also enable the full realization of her purine potential. South Palace Jing pressed on, her brow furrowed with concern, unwilling to abandon her efforts to persuade Xiao Chen. If only he could speak favorably. Mu Rong Qingxue would surely heed his opinion, making it easier for the Xuanhuan sect to welcome her. You assert that the Xuanhuan sect can protect her from ill-intentioned individuals, and I wholeheartedly agree. However, to claim that your sect can completely develop her constitution is something I cannot accept, Xiao Chen replied with a calm smile. His words elicited a noticeable change in the expressions of South Palace Jing and Li Wanqing, their gazes sharpening as they regarded Xiao Chen with disapproval. How can you speak so lightly? The Xuanhuan sect is one of the 5 premier powers of the Daiqian dynasty, with all members practicing profound Yin arts. Within our ranks, there are several formidable beings in the celestial realm, all of whom possess purine bodies. How dare you suggest that the Xuanhuan sect lacks the capacity to fully harness her potential? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, which seemed to belittle the Xuanhuan sect, Li Wanqing immediately placed her hands on her hips, her expression one of indignation as she retorted. If it were true that the ruffians of the Burning Flame Valley were incapable of recognizing a pure Yin physique, that could be somewhat acceptable. However, to claim that Xuanhuan Valley could not discern a pure Yin constitution is akin to questioning whether a master chef knows how to cook. The Xuanhuan sect's martial arts are flawed. The further one progresses, the more pronounced the disadvantages become. Utilizing the identification function, Xiao Chen calmly continued to speak, intending to examine the foundational information of these individuals. For an ordinary woman, practicing such techniques would merely lead to the stagnation of Yin energy within her body, resulting in menstrual irregularities and an increasingly pallid appearance. Furthermore, it would lead to the loss of fertility and a waning interest in men, rendering her a so-called stone woman in the eyes of the public. As Xiao Chen articulated these thoughts, Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing could not help but widen their eyes in disbelief, clearly taken aback by such outrageous claims for the first time. Meanwhile, Han Xinyue's expression shifted dramatically after hearing this, her aura locking onto Xiao Chen with palpable intensity. You dare to slander the legacy of the Xuanhuan sect? As her voice fell coldly, it seemed that if Xiao Chen dared to speak further, she would be unable to restrain herself from taking action. Elder Han, young Master Xiao is an honorary elder of our Ziyun Chamber of Commerce. Your sudden outburst may frighten him, Ziluo interjected, unable to contain herself upon witnessing Han Xinyue's agitation. What? Upon hearing Ziluo's words, Han Xinyue's expression transformed once again, her gaze filled with incredulity as she looked at Xiao Chen. She could not believe that such a young man was, in fact, an honorary elder of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce, which placed him in a position far superior to hers. There is no need for such extreme reactions. I am merely speaking the truth, Xiao Chen replied calmly, unfazed by Han Xinyue's response. You have been practicing the Xuanhuan sect's legacy for 46 years, and your condition has deteriorated from mere menstrual irregularities to the agony of dysmenorrhea and menopause. Now, your lower abdomen is rife with accumulated Yin energy, causing you excruciating pain at night, and you experience a backlash of Yin energy each month. It feels as though a 1,000-year ice spike has been brutally thrust into your perineum, enough to make even a profound realm expert like you feel as if life itself is a torment. Chapter 70. I am merely informing you. Boom. After Xiao Chen's words fell, Han Xinyue felt as if thunder had erupted in her mind. Her pupils constricted sharply as she gazed at Xiao Chen in astonishment. He spoke the absolute truth. Whether it was the duration of her practice or the hidden affliction within her body, not a single point he made was incorrect. Had it not been for this being their first meeting, she might have suspected that Xiao Chen had been observing her for a long time. To discern so many issues with just a glance, who exactly is this young Master Xiao? At that moment, both Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing were collectively rendered speechless. Although they were aware of the inherited techniques of the Xuanhuan sect, the fact that these methods were derived from a fragmented sacred art, which could not truly perfect the essence of the cultivation, led to various shortcomings in their practice. However, they never anticipated that numerous issues would arise in the later stages of their cultivation. As for the two of you, due to your unique physical constitutions and relatively short duration of practice, you currently only exhibit symptoms such as white hair, irregular menstrual cycles, and severe abdominal pain. Yet, as your cultivation progresses and your power increases, the yin energy within you will continue to condense. Not only will you experience monthly suffering akin to that of this elder, but excessive condensation of yin energy will eventually transform into malevolent energy. Consequently, your personalities may become excessively cold and extreme, and should you fall into obsession, the risk of death looms over you. Seeing the horrified expressions on their faces, Xiao Chen cast a glance at Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing, and continued in a calm tone. Moreover, Miss Morong possesses a far superior constitution compared to yours. Although her initial cultivation of the xuanhuan sect's inherited techniques may yield rapid advancements, she will inevitably suffer backlash in the later stages. In fact, upon reaching the heavenly realm, a momentary lapse could lead her to madness or even sudden death. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Murong Qingxue and Ziluo could not help but gasp in astonishment, realizing the significant drawbacks of the xuanhuan sect's techniques. It seemed to stand in stark contrast to the burning flame valley, leaving them momentarily incredulous. Young Master Xiao, do you perceive these issues? Is there a remedy for us? With a tempest of emotions stirring within her, Han Xinhua no longer maintained her earlier cold demeanor. Instead, she felt a surge of respect towards Xiao Chen. After taking a deep breath to steady her mind, she asked with a slight tremor in her voice. The after-effects of the technique had tormented her for decades, and each episode over the past few years had rendered her life unbearable. Had she not cultivated to the 7th level of the profound realm, possessing an exceptionally strong will, she might have succumbed to a complete transformation of her nature under such torment. If Xiao Chen could alleviate her suffering, she would even be willing to offer all her worldly possessions. Indeed, there is a method, Xiao Chen confirmed. Is what you say truly the case? Upon hearing this, Han Xinhua was instantly filled with elation, and even Nangong Jing and Ziluo could not help but widen their eyes in anticipation. However, do not rejoice too soon. Observing their excited and surprised expressions, Xiao Chen did not conceal the truth. At present, I can only help you alleviate this pain by repairing the hidden injuries caused by the backlash of yin energy and restoring your fertility. As for a complete resolution of this hidden danger, we must address it at its root, namely, your inherited techniques. If you are willing to share the core technique with me, I can relay it to my master, who can assist in devising a remedy for the deficiencies. As the cultivation technique was thoroughly perfected, you would be able to master every wisp of yin energy within your body, thereby eradicating the residual effects at their very source. The restorative function could only mend physical injuries and could not directly amend the reasons behind the cultivation errors. Thus, Xiao Chen had to take a circuitous approach. He could first assist these individuals in healing their bodies before refining the cultivation method to address the underlying issues. Of course, this course of action bore its own advantages. After all, every individual he aided would be surreptitiously bound by a contract planted by the system. If he could restore the health of all members of the xuanhuan sect, wouldn't the entire sect then be under his control? The mere thought of it was exhilarating. Must we relinquish the heritage cultivation method? In the wake of Xiao Chen's revelations, Han Xinhua and Nangong Jing were left utterly bewildered. The cultivation method was the core inheritance of a sect. Entrusting it to outsiders could potentially lead to its ruin. I merely inform you of this. It is not a demand, Xiao Chen said with a calm smile. Observing the varying expressions on Han Xinhua and Nangong Jing's faces, the bait had been cast. As long as one could remain patient, fish would inevitably take the hook. Young Master Xiao, the decision regarding the heritage cultivation method is beyond my authority. I can only report to the sect master for her judgment. However, if you could alleviate this suffering, I would dare to request your assistance, Han Xinhua declared resolutely after a moment of silence. With that, she produced a spatial ring and handed it to Xiao Chen. This is a portion of my assets. I hope you will not find it lacking. If Xiao Chen could resolve Murong Qingshue's physical ailments, it might indeed restore her from her injuries. Should he alleviate her pain, she would endure less torment in the future. Well, since you've spoken so boldly, I shall assist you this once, Xiao Chen replied without hesitation after accepting the spatial ring. Come with me. As the group entered the private chamber, Xiao Chen wasted no time in instructing Han Xinyue to lie on the bed. In the next moment, he unleashed his cultivation prowess, forming intricate seals with one hand as runes swirled around him. Following a brief display, he pressed his hand against Han Xinyue's lower abdomen, simultaneously issuing a repair command to the system. Ding! The system has deducted 18,000 points and is now repairing Han Xinyue's hidden injuries. Although Han Xinyue had reached the 7th level of the profound realm, the residual effects she suffered were not fatal, thus the deduction was not excessive. As the system's notification resonated, a brilliant white light erupted from Xiao Chen. Han Xinyue felt a mysterious force surging from Xiao Chen's right hand, swirling within her abdomen. The unprecedented warmth caused her body to tremble involuntarily, and a gasp escaped her lips. Chapter 71. You wretched girl, do you seek a beating? As Han Xinyue noticed the peculiar gazes of those around her, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. To her astonishment, despite being in her 40s, a gentle press on her abdomen elicited such a sound. It was truly mortifying. Enough, your body has fully recovered, and you are no different from an ordinary person now. However, without addressing the root cause, this state can only be maintained for a few years, Xiao Chen remarked calmly as he withdrew his hand, observing Han Xinyue's reddened face. Thank you immensely for your profound kindness, young master, Han Xinyue replied, turning on the bed and feeling a warmth radiating from her lower abdomen. It was as if her body had been liberated from shackles, granting her a newfound sense of ease. Her expression reflected shock and gratitude as she respectfully clasped her fists towards Xiao Chen. In this instance of restoration, Xiao Chen had not only healed the damage to her womb, but also eradicated several hidden injuries sustained during past battles. At that moment, even her cultivation bottleneck began to loosen, hinting that with focused practice, a breakthrough was imminent. Master Uncle, is it truly effective? Asked Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing, who had approached to inquire quietly upon witnessing Han Xinyue's transformation. They had practiced the xuanhuan technique for many years. While they had not reached menopause or experienced the torment of backlash, their wombs had also suffered degradation, resulting in painful menstrual cycles and irregularities. Hearing Xiao Chen's grave comments had left them somewhat anxious. If this remedy proved effective, they too desired restoration. Young Master Xiao is indeed a miraculous healer. Upon hearing their queries, Han Xinyue did not respond directly, but instead expressed her reverence with fervent admiration. Her demeanor, now a stark contrast to the coldness she had shown earlier. Young Master, may we also have the opportunity to try? After Han Xinyue's reply, Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing inhaled sharply, then turned to Xiao Chen, their voices tinged with shyness. Although they could endure the discomfort with their willpower, they were not masochists. The prospect of being spared from such suffering through Xiao Chen's healing was a desire they yearned for. Upon finishing, seemingly worried that Xiao Chen might decline, the two immediately produced their possessions and presented their storage rings before him. This is but a small token of our appreciation. We hope young master will not find it distasteful. Gazing at their eager, exquisite faces and the two rings hovering before him, a subtle smile graced Xiao Chen's lips. Since you both are so sincere, I shall grant your wish. Xiao Chen exhibited no pretense as he promptly stowed away the two spatial rings, then addressed the two individuals before him. Truly, as disciples of the Orchid sect, the resources contained within their rings were considerable, including the ring from Han Xinyue. The total amount of spirit crystals alone was likely around 700,000 to 800,000, when accounting for the other resources. Their combined worth could easily reach 500,000 to 600,000. In essence, the cumulative wealth of these three women could yield him at least 100,000 points. Even with some expenditure incurred from assisting the three, he would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards from this endeavor. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Chen placed his hand firmly on Nangong Jing's abdomen, simultaneously issuing a repair command to the system. Ding! The system has deducted 3,800 points and is currently restoring Nangong Jing's hidden ailments, announced the system. With the sound of the notification, a radiant white light erupted forth. A wave of mysterious energy surged into Nangong Jing's body, enveloping her in a sensation akin to soaking in a hot spring. In that moment, all ailments that had been corroded by dark energy were effortlessly mended by the system, prompting a soft gasp from Nangong Jing. The next instant, realizing she had inadvertently emitted such an embarrassing sound, her face flushed crimson, and she nearly wished to burrow into the ground. Moments ago, she had been astonished by Han Xinyue's similar reaction, only to find herself responding in kind. Xiao Chen truly was a masterful healer, capable of alleviating hidden afflictions with but a gentle touch. Sister, how embarrassing. Li Wanqing teased, leaning closer to Nangong Jing. This provocation caused Nangong Jing to spring up from the bed in surprise. You little imp, are you looking for a fight? Ahem. Observing the playful scuffle between Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing, which almost revealed a moment of intimacy, Han Xinyue could not help but clear her throat. In the presence of young Master Xiao, such unrefined behavior from these two was indeed unbecoming. My apologies for their antics, she remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Li Wanqing, who immediately understood and lay back down on the bed, her gaze fixed intently on Xiao Chen, seemingly hesitant to speak. Fear not, it won't hurt. Xiao Chen reassured her with a gentle smile, before unleashing his power once more. Ding! The system has deducted 2,900 points, and is currently restoring Li Wanqing's hidden ailments. In the next moment, amidst the dazzling white light, despite Li Wanqing's determined efforts to suppress her reaction, she ultimately let out a small sound. The room fell into a profound silence once again, quickly followed by the uproarious laughter of Nangong Jing. Infuriated, Li Wanqing leapt from the bed, engaging in playful combat with Nangong Jing. As the two beauties frolicked, Xiao Chen paid little heed, casually opening his attribute panel to review his status. Host, Xiao Chen physique, innate Dao body cultivation level, 9th layer of Xiandan technique, creation of heaven and earth technique divine abilities, untraceable steps of the celestial demon, true dragon fist of the great wilderness, 5 elements reversal seal, 9 transformations golden body shield, 5 elements slaughtering technique points, 515, 364 remaining points, over 510. 000. Upon gazing at the dwindling balance of points, Xiao Chen could not help but raise an eyebrow. Over 600,000 points had been amassed, and even after deducting the points expended for cultivation and those recently consumed, a surprising balance of 510,000 remained. System, recover the resources within these 3 storage rings. He commanded internally, feeling a mix of astonishment and anticipation. Ding! The system has recovered all resource items, amounting to a total value of 63,454 points. Feeling satisfied, Xiao Chen smiled as his points surged to over 580,000. With a little more effort, he would soon gather enough for 800,000 points, sufficient for Kai Yin to ascend to the Saint Realm. At that moment, with a Saint-level queen as his protector, the 8 great dynasties of the Eastern Wilderness would be but a playground for him. Chapter 72. Is Lady Murong not afraid of regretting her choice if she encounters the wrong person? Young Master Xiao, I have a request, Han Xingyue suddenly spoke, her gaze flickering, as Xiao Chen's thoughts wandered. This caught him off guard, prompting him to look up. Xingyue wishes for young Master Xiao to accompany us back to the Xuanhuan Gate in a few days. As her words fell, the room fell into an abrupt silence. Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing ceased their playful banter, their expressions shifting to one of gravity, as if they had surmised the significance of the matter. The reason they had come to Tiandu City was primarily for the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill. Recently, the Grand Elder of Xuanhua Gate, Duanmu Shuiying, had sustained severe injuries from an 8th-tier purple-scaled demon flame dragon in the 10,000 Great Mountains. The injuries were grave, compounded by the affliction of demonic fire poison. Even the 3rd Elder of Xuanhua Gate, skilled in the healing arts, could only manage to suppress the injuries and poison without fully curing her. Thus, upon hearing of the auction for the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill in Tiandu City, Xuanhua Gate had dispatched the 3 of them to secure it. Now, witnessing Xiao Chen's extraordinary medical prowess, they hoped that if he could be invited back to Xuanhua Gate, he might not only assist in acquiring the pill, but also possibly heal Duanmu Shuiying. Furthermore, he could aid many of their fellow disciples suffering from chronic ailments. We sincerely request young Master Xiao to return with us to Xuanhua Gate. Realizing the gravity of the situation, both Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing bowed deeply to Xiao Chen. Let us see how the auction unfolds first, Xiao Chen replied with a gentle wave of his hand and a calm smile. If in a few days there are no pressing matters, I would not mind accompanying you back. To venture into the Orchid Gate, one must await the emergence of Cayenne. Otherwise, this journey lacks assurance. Who can foresee how the celestial beings of the Orchid Gate, after cultivating the incomplete Xianhuan Worry-Free Sutra, may become exceedingly cold and extreme in disposition? Should they imprison him or commit unspeakable acts before he has the chance to heal them? His current cultivation would be insufficient to resist. Therefore, it is imperative to wait until Cayenne returns before we proceed to the Orchid Gate to harvest resources. I am grateful for your kind consideration. At this moment, Han Xinyue and Nangong Jing were blissfully unaware of Xiao Chen's concerns. Upon hearing his agreement, they were instantly filled with joy. They did not even realize that after Xiao Chen had restored their bodies, they had developed a significant fondness for him. So much so that they no longer felt discomfort with some physical contact. Young master, what about Miss Morong? Han Xinyue inquired hesitantly. Morong Qingxue is indeed a promising talent, and she was reluctant to give up on her. Of course, she now completely prioritized Xiao Chen's wishes. If he continued to oppose, she would have no choice but to relinquish her intentions. Once this young master returns with you to the Orchid Gate, if I can assist you in resolving your cultivation issues, Miss Morong may also train within the Orchid Gate, should she be willing, Xiao Chen replied, waving his hand. If he could resolve the cultivation problems for the Orchid Gate, the entire establishment would be under his influence, allowing Morong Qingxue to cultivate there as well. After all, it would be a matter of teaching one's own, facilitating her rapid growth. Thank you, young master, Han Xinyue exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Xiao Chen's response. Morong Qingxue, standing aside, her gaze flickering, did not refute Xiao Chen's intentions. Her life was entirely within Xiao Chen's purview, and she needed no consent from her. This was the unwavering loyalty she held for him. Following a series of polite exchanges, Xiao Chen learned that the auction would officially take place the next day. Han Xinyue, Nangong Jing, and the others did not linger in Xiao Chen's chamber. After a brief conversation, they each departed. Only Morong Qingxue remained silent, locking the door behind them as they left, which left Xiao Chen momentarily taken aback. Miss Morong, are you perturbed that I agreed to your entry into the Orchid Gate without your consent? He asked, somewhat awkwardly, upon noticing her unusual demeanor. Although Morong Qingxue was currently compliant with him, it seemed a bit presumptuous to decide the course of another's life. Morong Qingxue shook her head gently, turning her back to Xiao Chen as she spoke softly. All that I possess now is bestowed upon me by young Master Xiao. Without you, there would be no Qingxue. Thus, in the aftermath of Qingxue's intervention, young Master Xiao found himself empowered to make decisions about his life. Though his voice was not particularly forceful, it carried an air of resolve, akin to a solemn vow made to the heavens. This left Xiao Chen in a state of mild embarrassment. He was acutely aware of Morong Qingxue's genuine affection for him. Yet he was taken aback that it had blossomed to such an extent that she would allow him to dictate the course of her life. Was this not a touch excessive? However, Qingxue had one request, hoping that the young master would acquiesce. As Xiao Chen pondered, Morong Qingxue turned to face him. I wish to ask for your hand in marriage, she declared. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Chen was momentarily stunned. Was this not rather sudden? They had known each other for scarcely 3 days. Did Miss Morong not fear the possibility of regretting her decision for a lifetime? As her thoughts settled, Xiao Chen inhaled sharply, about to voice his concerns, yet before he could utter a word, Morong Qingxue leaped forward. 2 hours later, Xiao Chen stood by the window, seeking a breath of fresh air, when an unexpectedly sultry voice pierced the air, causing his demeanor to shift abruptly. Young master, you truly possess unparalleled charm. Wherever you go, beauty seeks your company. Turning around, he realized that an enchanting figure had appeared in the chamber unbeknownst to him. Ai Chen, humbly request your support for some complimentary gifts. Chapter 73. To have such a remarkable man is her lifelong pride. Cayenne. At the sight of the stunningly beautiful figure, Xiao Chen could not help but twitch his lips. Caught once again, how fortuitous. It reminded him of the back of the Queen Medusa. You emerged so soon? Feeling a mix of embarrassment and guilt, Xiao Chen cleared his throat and spoke calmly. He had thought Cayenne would take a few more days to emerge. He was pleasantly surprised by her swift mastery of the elixir. Indeed, I broke through over an hour ago. I intended to surprise you, young master, but it seems I stumbled upon you immersed in your arduous tasks, Cayenne replied, her tone somewhat wistful. She had initially aimed to bring Xiao Chen joy, only to find herself pleasantly surprised instead, having spent the last hour and a half enjoying the cool breeze outside the window. Then your cultivation must have returned to the ninth realm of the celestial being, correct? Noticing the hint of melancholy in Kai Yan's voice, Xiao Chen chuckled nervously, hastily shifting the topic. The aura she emanated now felt divine. A presence so weighty it was as if it bore the heft of 1,000 mountains, far surpassing her previous strength. Thanks to your support, I have completely restored my cultivation and am now threefold stronger than at my peak, Kai Yan stated, choosing not to persist in her jealousy. For she understood that her man deserved respect. She feared that being too assertive might bruise Xiao Chen's pride. Haha, that is splendid. Since that is the case, after the auction concludes in a couple of days, would you accompany me to the flower gate? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was overjoyed and promptly explained the situation to Kai Yan. With the Queen Medusa, who was even stronger than during her peak, providing protection, success was assured. If he could seize control of the entire flower gate, his influence would be greatly magnified. However, upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Kai Yan furrowed her brow slightly. Although she had transformed into human form and had scales to conceal her presence, several powerful beings from the celestial realm at the flower gate had previously battled with her, and she was likely to be recognized upon appearing. Do not fret. The flower gate seeks my assistance this time, and with the backing of the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce. They will not dare to act recklessly, Xiao Chen reassured her with a gentle smile, sensing her unease. As long as we can harvest some resources from the flower gate, I should be able to facilitate the transformation of your bloodline. For such a large sect, acquiring hundreds of thousands of points should be a simple task. Moreover, the flower gate is one of the 5 top powers of the great Qin dynasty. Even if they cannot match the wealth of the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce, their fortunes are unlikely to be meager. What? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's final words, Kai Yan trembled involuntarily. The matter of breaking through to the sacred realm had only been mentioned once within the Xiao family. Yet Xiao Chen had evidently kept it in mind and had been diligently working for her benefit. Whether it was healing her injuries, restoring her cultivation, or even aiding her bloodline transformation, Xiao Chen had been selflessly devoted. Yet, she had just felt a pang of jealousy over another woman. How foolish. She felt deeply remorseful for not appreciating Xiao Chen's earnest efforts. It seemed that the young master had always held her in his heart, while she had been so ignorant of her own contentment. As feelings of gratitude and self-mockery surged within her, the jealousy in Kai Yan's heart dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of guilt. Are you all right? Xiao Chen noticed Kai Yan's initial tremor, followed by her tightly clenched fists and a look of self-deprecation and shame that made him feel perplexed. I'm fine, Kai Yan replied, shaking her head. She flashed a captivating smile at Xiao Chen while her gaze scrutinized him. Indeed, you are a prodigy. In just a few short days, your cultivation has already broken through to the 9th layer of the profound Dan realm. Astonished and proud at the sight of Xiao Chen's remarkable progress, Kai Yan thought that with such extraordinary speed, it would not be long before his cultivation matched hers, perhaps even surpassing her. To have such an exceptional man by her side was a source of pride for her entire life. It is merely a stroke of luck. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen offered a faint smile, feeling a touch of embarrassment. His rapid advancement in cultivation was attributed not only to the system granting him an advantage, but also to the assistance of Kai Yan, the enchanting Queen Medusa. However, the young master's cultivation still has the potential for further breakthroughs. After scrutinizing Xiao Chen for a moment, Kai Yan's face revealed a hint of surprise as she discerned the remnants of a pure energy within him. I was just about to enter seclusion to refine this energy, Xiao Chen replied, nodding. If I can successfully refine it, I should be able to perfectly open a cave heaven. Yet, I wonder how long it will take. If I am not careful, I might miss the auction, which would be troublesome. There is no need for concern. I shall assist you in the refinement. It will only take a few short hours to completely refine it. Seemingly sensing Xiao Chen's dilemma, Kai Yan licked her lips at that moment. With that, she swayed her alluring figure and slowly approached him. Really, I can handle the refinement myself. This is a trivial matter that does not require your assistance, Xiao Chen replied, clearing his throat upon observing Kai Yan's departure from her usual aloof demeanor, revealing instead a captivating charm. Is the young master rejecting my goodwill? Or is it that since meeting Miss Morong, you no longer require the aid of this queen? Kai Yan spoke with a hint of melancholy in her tone, causing the corners of Xiao Chen's mouth to twitch slightly. When did this Queen Medusa adopt a demeanor reminiscent of Lindayu? The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the shroud of darkness, illuminating the earthly realm, the entire Tian-Du city became abuzz with excitement. Numerous powerful figures from various factions began to arrive at the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce. This auction promised to be a momentous occasion. Acquiring even a single treasured item could significantly enhance one's personal strength or the foundation of one's faction. Within Xiao Chen's private chamber, amidst the thunderous roars, countless spirit crystals filled the entire room, and a singular point emerged behind him. Suddenly, akin to a cosmic explosion, a terrifying gravitational force erupted among the 5 elemental glows. Countless spirit crystals disintegrated into dust, and boundless spiritual energy surged into the cave heaven. The cave heaven behind Xiao Chen, initially a mere point, began to expand exponentially. It was only after consuming nearly 300,000 spirit crystals that its expansion ceased. An overwhelming aura swept through the entire chamber. Chapter 74. My husband Xiao Chen possesses the aura of an unparalleled emperor. A 9-foot cave heaven, the pinnacle of martial arts. Upon witnessing the cave heaven materializing behind Xiao Chen, Kai Yin could not suppress her astonishment. When one's cultivation reached the level of cave heaven, the size of the cave opened varied according to individual talent and foundation. 1 foot is the minimum, while 9 feet represents the utmost limit. Even though she possesses the bloodline of the celestial python, and her martial prowess reaches the pinnacle of the heavenly tier, upon breaking through to the cave heaven realm. The size of the cave she opened was merely 7 feet. Beyond 7 feet, any additional inch entails a significant disparity. Kai Yin believed that if Xiao Chen could manifest an 8-foot cave during his breakthrough, it would already be an extraordinary feat, however. She was utterly astonished to discover that he had actually opened a cave that reached the martial arts limit of 9 feet. My husband, Xiao Chen, embodies the visage of an unparalleled emperor. To conquer such an extraordinary man is undoubtedly a remarkable achievement for her as a queen. Has the young master truly broken through to the cave heaven realm? Murong Qingxue, feigning unconsciousness, was rendered speechless by the sight of Xiao Chen's current state. In a mere few days, he had surged from the 7th level of the spirit aperture realm to the cave heaven realm. An unprecedented rate of advancement that could astonish her for a millennium. Yet, none of this was her primary concern at the moment. After all, her master was unique in the world, and such prodigious talent was to be expected. The most pressing issue now was how she would face Xiao Chen and this aloof elder sister. As Murong Qingxue found herself at a loss, a calm voice floated over. If you are awake, you may rise. Kai Yin cast a glance at Murong Qingxue, her expression devoid of displeasure. Regardless of the circumstances, this would be her future sister, and she could not afford to act imperiously. Upon hearing Tsai Yin's words, Murong Qingxue gasped, hastily pulling up the bedding to cover herself. Her visage a portrait of embarrassment and shame. What shall I call you, elder sister? After a moment of internal struggle, Murong Qingxue summoned her courage and asked Kai Yin, knowing full well that the latter was a formidable powerhouse capable of effortlessly erasing her existence with a mere gesture. My name is Kai Yin. Observing Murong Qingxue's anxious demeanor, Kai Yin softened her tone. There is no need for such trepidation. Since you have pledged yourself to the young master, I shall not harm you. However, remember this, for as long as you are the young master's, you shall remain his for eternity. Even if your cultivation is weak and you cannot assist him, I will bear the burden for you. But should you ever betray him, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Her final words carried an icy undertone, causing the temperature in the room to plummet, prompting Murong Qingxue to lift her head in alarm. I will never betray the young master, she declared resolutely. After seeing Kai Yin look her way, Murong Qingxue spoke with unyielding conviction. I swear to the heavens, in life I am the young master's, and in death, I am his soul. Should there come a day when I dare to betray my lord, I am willing to bear the wrath of heaven and obliterate my very existence. The unwavering conviction in my voice harbors no trace of fear, causing Kai Yin to momentarily falter. Indeed, she is a fervent admirer. Although Murong Qingxue has known Xiao Chen for merely 3 days, her unwavering affection for him is likely as profound as that of this queen. Such is the fate entwined. My lord is awakening. Let us first arrange our attire. Having acknowledged Murong Qingxue's feelings in her heart, Tsai Yin's tone softened considerably. a talent surpassing even her own. If nurtured properly, could prove immensely beneficial in the future. Upon hearing this, Murong Qingshue's face flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly retrieved a set of clothes from her storage ring, quickly transforming her appearance. A depiction of Murong Qingxue was then presented. Is this truly the realm of Dantian? Almost as soon as Murong Qingxue donned her garments, Xiao Chen completed his breakthrough. He sensed the Dantian behind him, akin to a miniature world of the five elements, brimming with an unfathomable amount of true essence far exceeding what he had previously encountered. A look of astonishment crossed his face. While he had anticipated a monumental transformation from this breakthrough, he had not expected it to be so extraordinary. With the vast true essence contained within his current Dantian, coupled with the techniques and divine abilities he had cultivated, even without practical combat experience, he would be invincible in the realm of Dantian. After breaking through to the Dantian realm, I can now soar through the skies. Feeling his body float effortlessly with a mere thought, excitement illuminated Xiao Chen's countenance. To soar through the skies, this is the dream of countless souls, a vision he often dreamt of in his past life. Remarkably, within less than 10 days of his transmigration, he not only realized his childhood dream of flight, but also acquired superhuman strength. This experience of transmigration is truly exhilarating. Nevertheless, he must acquire the wind god wings, an invaluable material for crafting flying treasures that enhance agility and defense. As he gradually suppressed the aura of his cultivation, Xiao Chen remained mindful of the flying treasures. Although he had broken through to the Dantian realm and could soar freely without external aid, his current cultivation was still somewhat lacking, and his explosive speed was not particularly remarkable. With a heavenly grade flying treasure, even with merely the first level of Dantian cultivation, he could easily overpower other formidable opponents in the Dantian realm. Suppressing his thoughts, Xiao Chen then noticed the two women gazing at him. Cayenne, exuding an alluring aura, licked her lips, seemingly yearning for more. Beside her, Murong Qingxue appeared pure and obedient, embodying the demeanor of someone who revered Cayenne as her superior. This sight left Xiao Chen feeling somewhat awkward. However, in his perception, he discovered that Murong Qingxue's cultivation had surprisingly advanced to the 6th level of the Spirit Aperture realm, suggesting that she had also gained much from the events of the previous night. This revelation took Xiao Chen somewhat by surprise. Have you two conversed? As the atmosphere grew somewhat peculiar, Xiao Chen cleared his throat to break the tension. Indeed, she is a commendable young lady, given the opportunity. I shall impart my knowledge to her in the future. Upon hearing his words, Cayenne nodded in agreement and casually remarked to lighten the mood. The Ziyun Chamber of Commerce's auction is about to commence. Considering the time, we should make our entrance. Following this comment, Xiao Chen smiled faintly and, having shifted the topic, rose to approach the door. It appeared that the two had not quarreled, which brought him a sense of relief. Surely, he would have many charming companions in the days to come. If they could all be so understanding, it would spare him considerable trouble. Cayenne and Murong Qingxue, upon hearing this, said nothing further, obediently following Xiao Chen towards the venue of the Ziyun auction. Chapter 75. Which scoundrel dares to treat her so poorly? Inside the auction hall, the lowest tier of seats was already filled with numerous powerful figures. Most of them hailed from other cities in the Wilderness Prefecture or were strong individuals from first or second-rate factions, with their cultivation levels predominantly at the rotating pill or nirvana realms. Surrounding the auction hall were elevated platforms, where only the esteemed guests of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce were permitted to sit and partake in the bidding. Led by a maid, Xiao Chen and his companions made their way directly to the 3rd VIP platform. It was then that they noticed the entire auction hall was teeming with people, with even the 8 elevated platforms occupied by distinguished guests. On the first platform sat a young man in white, accompanied by 2 maids and an elderly gentleman, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. The second platform featured Yang Xiao, the heir of the Southern King, along with his protector and the sycophant Nalan Shiji. The 4th platform was occupied by Nangong Jing and her entourage, while the 5th platform was occupied by Duan Haoming and his guardian. The 6th platform was manned by 2 elderly figures shrouded in masks, one black and the other white, both radiating an unsettling aura. The 7th platform showcased a rotund man, adorned in opulent jewels, resembling a wealthy merchant. Lastly, the 8th platform featured a veiled woman, accompanied by a white-haired matron, both of whom appeared rather enigmatic. Young master, those two masked elders are formidable beings at the celestial realm. Upon entering the third platform, Kaiyan cast a glance at the sixth platform and spoke to Xiao Chen with astonishment. Although the two individuals had successfully concealed their presence, she had fully regained her cultivation and could easily discern their true nature. Oh! Upon hearing Kaiyan's words, Xiao Chen's curiosity was piqued. He cast a glance at the sixth platform and subsequently activated his identification function. A pair of nefarious twin brothers, having cultivated for 320 years to break through to the celestial realm. Once, in an effort to heal their injuries, they sacrificed an entire city. And now they are being relentlessly pursued by the imperial family of Deqian, known among the powerful figures of the dynasty as the twin ghosts of black and white. Presently, their cultivation has reached the first level of the celestial realm, and should they strike in unison, they could contend with those at the third level of the celestial realm. The twin ghosts of black and white. Upon discovering the information regarding these two elders, a flicker of intrigue passed through Xiao Chen's eyes. He was taken aback to encounter such wanted criminals. As long as they do not provoke us, there is no need to concern ourselves with these two old men. Aware of their strength and identities, Xiao Chen promptly averted his gaze and calmly replied. With Kaiyan's current prowess, she was entirely unfazed by the presence of these two. Of course, Xiao Chen was not a paragon of justice, rushing to apprehend wanted criminals at the mere sight of them, provided they did not instigate trouble. There was no reason for him to meddle in affairs that did not concern him. By the way, regardless of what conflicts may arise, do not reveal your true cultivation level. As if remembering something, Xiao Chen cast a glance towards several high platforms and suddenly cautioned Kaiyan. Although Kaiyan had now returned to the 9th level of the celestial realm and could easily contend with most powerful beings, revealing her identity would still pose significant complications. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Xiao Chen preferred to remain discreet. Brother, it seems there are several purine bodies over there. Just as Xiao Chen was imparting his advice to Kaiyan, the elder clad in white from the twin ghosts cast a chilling glance toward Nangong Jing and the others. His voice, somewhat hoarse, conveyed his thoughts. Both of them practice demonic arts and have a penchant for absorbing yin energy. It is quite unexpected to encounter several pure yin bodies at this auction. This was indeed an unexpected delight. On platform 3, there is also a pure yin body, though its aura is somewhat muddled, likely having just lost its primal yin. Yet that woman in red evokes a sense of danger within me. Upon hearing the words of the elder in white, his counterpart, the elder in black, spoke gravely. Let us not act hastily. We shall wait until the auction concludes. Then seek an opportunity to assess the depth of these women. They had disguised their identities to attend the auction not to sell anything, but to scout for potential targets. Once the auction presented something they desired, and it was bid away at a high price, they would merely need to pinpoint their target and find an opportunity, ensuring a bountiful harvest from this venture. Though this approach was somewhat time-consuming, it bore significantly less risk than directly robbing the Zune Merchant Guild, thus avoiding easy exposure. Young master, the pure yin aura emanating from that woman has become somewhat muddled. It seems she has lost her purity. On platform 5, after Xiao Chen and his group entered, Duan Haoming's gaze fixated intently on Murong Qingxue, his face betraying no semblance of restraint regarding his fervent interest. However, upon hearing the elder in red utter those words, his expression shifted dramatically. What did you say? Duan Haoming turned to look at the elder in red, evidently struggling to believe this startling revelation. A pure yin body. Within the body lies an immense reservoir of pure yin energy, which reciprocates when one engages in union with a male counterpart. The more profound the cultivation of a pure yin body, the greater the benefits of this reciprocity during dual cultivation. Thus, many pure yin beings, even if treated merely as vessels for nurturing, tend not to be violated prematurely. Yet, to my astonishment, this woman, Murong Qingxue, having only recently reached the spirit aperture realm, has already been defiled. Such a travesty is nothing short of sacrilege. Which scoundrel dared to desecrate her? Overwhelmed with disbelief, Duan Haoming's eyes blazed as he glared at Xiao Chen, nearly compelled to confront him atop the third platform. Apart from the man seated beside Murong Qingxue, he could scarcely fathom who else could have sullied her purity. An exquisite and rare vessel, so wantonly mistreated. This fellow truly deserves condemnation. Noticing someone fixating on him, Xiao Chen turned around, puzzled. His gaze met Duan Haoming's fiery glare. prompting him to furrow his brow in confusion. From which corner of the world has this man emerged, appearing as though he harbors a deep-seated grudge against him? Unbeknownst to Xiao Chen, he remained ignorant of the events that transpired the previous day, thus he did not recognize xuanhuan. Young master, shall I extract his eyes? In the periphery, Kaiyan had also observed xuanhuan's hateful gaze. After casting him a frosty glance, she inquired ominously of Xiao Chen. Although she was unaware of this man's identity, any hostility directed toward her partner warranted severe retribution. His eyes ought to be plucked out and crushed underfoot. Humph. Merely an insignificant insect. Xiao Chen dismissed her concern with a shake of his head, his tone dripping with disdain. The auction was about to commence. It was neither the time nor the place for conflict. If this fellow harbored animosity for any reason, it would be more prudent to address it after the auction concluded. What a terrifying gaze. Could this woman in red be the formidable transcendental realm expert spoken of by Yang Xiao, who accompanies someone surnamed Xiao? Upon receiving Kai Yan's icy scrutiny, xuanhuan's pupils constricted sharply. Merely a glance was enough to instill within him a profound sense of peril. This woman's prowess likely surpassed that of his own guardian. Young master, I cannot contend with that woman. As xuanhuan grappled with his shock, the elderly man in red beside him also underwent a drastic change in expression. Just a single glance had made it abundantly clear that he was no match for her. Fear not. Elder He Yin has already made his way to Tiandu City. As long as I can successfully bid for the Xianxing Snow Lotus Pill, our burning flame valley shall rise to prominence. Upon hearing the elder's words, xuanhuan sneered in response. Just yesterday, he had received a message from his father, proclaiming that he had secured the 1,000-year-old Earth Core Fire. The energy of the Millennium Earth Fire is exceedingly ferocious. Even with the assistance of two formidable beings of the heavenly realm, his father can merely manage it with great difficulty. Complete fusion with the Millennium Earth Fire remains unattainable. However, should he acquire the Xianxing Snow Lotus Pill, which would safeguard his heart veins, his father's chances of forcibly merging with the Millennium Earth Fire would increase significantly. Once his father achieves complete fusion, it is conceivable that he might seize this opportunity to ascend to the sacred realm. At that moment, with a father of sacred status backing him, who would dare to provoke him within the great Qian dynasty? As xuanhuan's thoughts settled, a spotlight suddenly illuminated the auction stage, and a breathtaking figure clad in purple ascended the platform, stirring the atmosphere of the entire auction house into a fervor. Chapter 76. Do you think this young lady fears you? Esteemed guests, this auction will be presided over by this humble lady. I hope you will be forgiving of any shortcomings during my hosting. As her graceful voice resonated throughout the venue, Willow elegantly made her way to the center of the stage. Ah, it truly is Miss Willow. I never imagined that in my lifetime I would witness her splendor. Ha ha. Having heard of Miss Willow's beauty like that of a celestial being, seeing her today is indeed no exaggeration. Though Miss Willow's appearance and figure are flawless, I must confess that I am rather fond of the white-haired ladies on platform 4. Are you seeking death? Those individuals are from the xuanhuan sect. Be careful lest they hear you and take action against you. Upon Willow's appearance, the crowd below erupted into a cacophony. Countless powerful figures gazed at Willow with fervent eyes, some young lords seemingly wishing to devour her whole. After all, she is the prize jewel of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce. Winning Miss Willow's favor could ensure a life of ease and luxury. The color purple indeed exudes an enchanting charm. Willow's attire today is a modified version of an earlier design. The original image has been posted in the comments section. Dressed in a low-cut leather outfit that complements her exquisite beauty and purple hair, she epitomizes the allure of a commanding woman. Xiao Chen could not help but murmur in admiration, prompting Kai Yan and Murong Qingxue beside him to fix their gazes upon him, their expressions reflecting deep contemplation. Does the young master favor purple attire? After a brief silence, Kai Yan suddenly inquired. This caught Xiao Chen slightly off guard. Turning to see Kai Yan and Murong Qingxue staring intently at him, it seemed that should he express a liking for it, they would promptly change into purple clothing. Ahem. Each person possesses their own unique charm. Not everyone suits the color purple. For instance, Kai Yan, your red ensemble beautifully conveys a queenly aura. Qingxue, your white attire also showcases elegance. If one were to imitate others merely for comparison, it could sometimes result in the opposite effect. Upon witnessing the eager gazes of the two women, Xiao Chen cleared his throat and proceeded to explain. Kai Yin and Mu Rongqing Shui were momentarily taken aback by his words, but soon a charming smile graced their delicate faces. Realizing that Xiao Chen appreciated their demeanor, they decided to maintain it. With that thought settled, the two women shifted their focus back to the auction venue. At that moment, Willow, after delivering an introductory speech, finally transitioned into the auction segment. The first item up for bid was 5 exquisite spirit origin pills, with a minimum starting price of 20,000 spirit crystals. Each increment in bidding must not be less than 1,000 spirit crystals, and thus the auction commenced. As Willow presented a pill box, the entire auction hall erupted in a stir. The first item for auction was indeed a superior pill, and to have 5 of them at once was a testament to the grandiosity of the Xuanhuan Merchant Association. Historically, a single exquisite spirit origin pill could command a price of 5,000 spirit crystals. Now, with 5 exquisite pills up for bid, it was evident that one would need at least several tens of thousands of spirit crystals to secure them. I bid 25,000 spirit crystals. Amidst the commotion, someone finally could not restrain themselves from placing a bid. The atmosphere in the hall was instantly ignited. 26,000, 28,000, in a fervent exchange of bids. The 5 exquisite spirit origin pills ultimately fetched a staggering 53,000 spirit crystals, won by a man clad in black. Each pill had thus exceeded the market price by a factor of 2, illustrating the formidable nature of auction bidding. Next came the second item, also 5 exquisite pills, but of a more advanced variety, known as the cultivation pills. These could elevate the prowess of cultivators within the Xiandan realm without any side effects. The starting price for these 5 exquisite cultivation pills was set at 100,000 spirit crystals, with each bidding increment required to be no less than 5,000 spirit crystals. Let the bidding commence. After signaling for the maid to present the second item, Willow passionately elaborated on the properties of the item from the high platform. As her final words echoed through the hall, another wave of astonishment swept across the auction venue. Yet another exquisite pill. This auction was undeniably more prestigious than previous ones. With both of the initial items being exceptional pills, the Xuanhuan Merchant Association was truly investing heavily this time. As the atmosphere became increasingly charged, many individuals began to place their bids. In mere moments, the price for the 5 exquisite cultivation pills soared to 180,000 spirit crystals, and the bidding continued to escalate rapidly. 200,000 spirit crystals. I claim these 5 exquisite cultivation pills. In the midst of the intense bidding, xuanhuan suddenly rose from the high platform, his voice resonating coldly throughout the auction hall. As his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the auction, with everyone furrowing their brows and casting incredulous glances toward the VIP platform number 5. Clearly, no one anticipated such audacity. Was this xuanhuan, the young master of the Burning Flame Valley? Recognizing him, many in attendance visibly shifted in demeanor. No further bids were made. After all, this was the notorious young master of the Burning Flame Valley, infamous for his arrogance and tyranny. To offend xuanhuan over a few precious cultivating pills would prove detrimental to their backing forces. To think that 20,000 spirit crystals could secure these extraordinary pills. If one cannot afford them, they ought to refrain from embarrassing themselves. As the atmosphere in the auction hall fell into an eerie silence, and Willow furrowed her brows, a cold voice suddenly resonated from the 4th high platform, capturing everyone's attention. Nangongjing cast a disdainful glance at xuanhuan and, with a frosty tone, declared, I offer 210,000. The extraordinary cultivating pills would benefit both her and Li Wanqing. She could not allow this man to leverage his status to claim them. That little vixen. Upon hearing Nangongjing's merciless words, xuanhuan's expression darkened. She had thwarted his attempt to abduct Murong Qingshui yesterday and now stood against him in the bid for the pills. The audacity of this little vixen was indeed remarkable. 250,000. After suppressing his fury, xuanhuan growled menacingly. With only a cultivation level of the 5th stage of the spiral pill, acquiring these extraordinary pills could potentially elevate his rank by at least 3 minor realms. This would considerably narrow the gap between him and Yang Xiao, Willow, and the others. He must obtain these pills. 260,000. Almost simultaneously with xuanhuan's shout, Nangongjing, her face icy, followed suit with her bid. 300,000 spirit crystals. This young master has plenty to spare. If you wish to play, I shall engage to the end. Observing Nangong Jing seemingly riled by his taunt, Xuanhuan seized the opportunity to mock her. 300,000 spirit crystals for 5 extraordinary cultivating pills was already a considerable loss. However, after being bested by this woman the previous day, he could not afford to show any weakness now. Do you think I fear you? Nangong Jing retorted, her demeanor growing even colder. With a snort, she raised the bid once more, 310,000 spirit crystals. At that moment, the auction hall was enveloped in silence. With only Xuanhuan and Nangong Jing engaged in their fierce competition, 310,000 spirit crystals for 5 extraordinary cultivating pills spoke volumes of the audacity possessed by these great forces. Xiao Chen observed the duel between the two, his brows involuntarily raising. Initially, he had intended to bid when Xuanhuan tried to exert pressure, as this was his auction item. However, he did not anticipate Nangong Jing to seize the opportunity first. Now, he found himself quite pleased with the unfolding scene. The higher the bids climbed, the greater his subsequent profits. Incrementing by mere 1,000 is rather tiresome. Your xuanhuan truly is stingy. Xuanhuan sneered after casting a derisive glance at Nangong Jing, before boldly announcing 360,000. Yet, a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. Spending 360,000 spirit crystals to acquire 5 supreme cultivation pills has become rather thoughtless. Even if he is the young master of the burning flame valley, he cannot extravagantly squander his wealth without restraint. After all, he must reserve spirit crystals for the auction of the Xianxin Snow Lotus Pill. He cannot afford to deplete his resources on prior auction items. As long as Nangong Jing is provoked to shout out another bid, he will promptly withdraw and allow that little vixen to make the purchase. This shall serve as a means to settle the grievances of yesterday. What did you say? Upon hearing Xuanhuan openly mock the Xuanhua sect, Nangong Jing's expression darkened instantaneously, her icy voice reverberating with palpable intensity. Chapter 77. Should this opportunity be missed, it may never present itself again. Truly, he is the young master of the burning flame valley, spending 360,000 spirit crystals for 5 supreme cultivation pills. Such a reckless expenditure is beyond my capabilities, thought Nangong Jing. Just as Xuanhuan believed that Nangong Jing was about to impulsively continue bidding, she unexpectedly mocked him once more before decisively abandoning her pursuit, leaving Xuanhuan utterly bewildered. Are you toying with me? Witnessing Nangong Jing suddenly relent, Xuanhuan felt as though he had been dealt a grievous blow. His expression turned an ashen gray. After suffering a setback at the hands of that little vixen yesterday, he had hoped to reclaim his standing today, only to find himself once again ensnared in her cunning game. The thought alone could drive one to fury. Out of funds. Hearing Xuanhuan's gritted words, Nangong Jing lightly replied with a few words, nearly inciting him to a furious outburst. Indeed, she was out of funds. Yesterday, to secure Xiao Chen's assistance in her treatment, she had already expended nearly all her resources. The spirit crystals she possessed now were the Xuanhua sect's public funds, intended for bidding on the Xianxin Snow Lotus Pill. She could not afford to squander them at this juncture. 360,000 once. 360,000 twice. Congratulations to the 5th VIP table for acquiring this auction item. While Xuanhuan wore a face of frustration, Willow glanced at the 5th high platform, and with just a few words, she struck the auction hammer, decisively concluding the transaction. She then signaled for a maid to retrieve the pill box, instructing Yinshan to proceed to the high platform for the exchange. Cursed fate. Upon hearing Zilluo's final declaration, Xuanhuan's expression twisted with anguish. Originally valued at around 200,000, the pill had now been inflated to 360,000, akin to carving out a piece of his very heart. The crucial point was that he could not retract his bid. Otherwise, he would be blacklisted by the Ziyun Merchant Association and have all his possessions confiscated. What a pitiful creature. Observing the rivalry between Xuanhuan and Nangong Jing, Xiao Chen cast a peculiar glance at Xuanhuan. In a moment of greed for a small advantage, he had instead sacrificed even more. This young master of the burning flame valley appears somewhat lacking in intellect. The 3rd auction item is yet another profound tier pill. As Xiao Chen's thoughts settled, Zilluo's voice resonated once more. The Tianling pill, a rare elixir among the Xian-level medicinal concoctions. is capable of enhancing the probability of breaking through from the rotation pill realm to the cave heaven realm. The Tianling pill up for auction this time boasts exceptional quality, not only increasing the breakthrough probability to 80%, but also enriching one's foundation during the breakthrough, offering the potential to establish a cave heaven exceeding 5 feet. The base price for this exquisite Tianling pill is set at 80,000 spirit crystals, with a minimum bidding increment of no less than 10,000. If any of you feel tempted, let the bidding commence. As the auctioneer's hammer fell, the atmosphere in the venue surged once more. Xiao Chen had entrusted the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce with more than one exquisite Tianling pill. However, Ziluo refrained from presenting them all at once. Instead, she opted to auction them in several rounds to maximize their value. Goodness, yet another exquisite pill. Which alchemist's inventory has the Purple Cloud Chamber plundered to amass such a collection of premium elixirs for auction? A single exquisite Tianling pill signifies a formidable cave heaven expert. This opportunity must not be missed. Ha! My son Wang Tung has been stuck at the 9th level of the rotation pill realm for many years. With the aid of an exquisite Tianling pill, he could effortlessly break through the barrier. Alas, my spirit crystals are insufficient. Might I sell my rear to repay the debt? The venue erupted in a cacophony of astonishment, with various exclamations flying about. The crowd was awestruck by the exquisite elixir, and for a moment, no one dared to voice a bidding price. This pill must be acquired by this young master. As he gazed at the exquisite Tianling pill on the auction block, Yang Zhao's breath quickened. He was precisely at the 9th level of the rotation pill realm. With the assistance of an exquisite Tianling pill, he could not only easily break through to the cave heaven realm, but could also establish a cave heaven extending beyond 6 feet. I bid 100,000 spirit crystals. Just as Yang Zhao's excitement peaked, Xuanhuan rose again to shout out. Although his cultivation had not yet reached the 9th level of the rotation pill realm, this item would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. If he missed out this time, he might never see another opportunity. This young master bids 110,000. As Xuanhuan's bid echoed through the hall, Yang Xiao swiftly followed suit. Their bidding ignited a fervor within the auction house, prompting other strong figures to join in without regard for the backgrounds of Xuanhuan and Yang Xiao. In the span of mere moments, the exquisite Tianling pill soared to an astronomical price of 180,000. This left the ordinary strongmen in the audience no choice but to relinquish their hopes. With only the 8 distinguished guest tables continuing to bid 200,000, when the first guest table called out the staggering sum of 180,000. Yang Xiao could not restrain himself from declaring an even higher bid. Spending 200,000 spirit crystals on a single exquisite Tianling pill seemed as reckless as Xuanhuan's previous bid. As this latest offer resonated through the hall, a palpable silence enveloped the venue. Even the first and 8th distinguished guests, along with Xuanhuan and Nangong Jing, fell into a momentary hush. If this price continues to rise, I fear our resources may not endure. 210,000. Just as Ziluo was about to finalize the deal, a light, airy voice caused Yang Zhao's expression to stiffen. Following the direction of the sound, he discovered it emanated from the nearby VIP, table number 3. Brother Xiao, your demeanor seems rather discourteous, does it not? With 2 stunning beauties flanking him, Xiao Chen remained composed, while Yang Xiao spoke with a chilling tone. Apologies, but I have just reached the 9th level of the rotation pill realm and require a celestial spirit pill to aid my breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen glanced at Yang Xiao and responded with a faint smile. The celestial spirit pill was indeed his item for auction, and should an opportunity arise to elevate its price, he would be more than willing to engage. You speak nonsense. At 18, one cannot possibly reach the 9th level of the rotation pill realm. Do you believe yourself to be a reincarnated saintly being? I see you merely wish to oppose His Highness. As soon as Xiao Chen finished speaking, Nailan Shiji could no longer contain himself and shouted. Observing the closeness between Xiao Chen and Murong Qing Snow, Nailan Shiji had been holding back his frustration for quite some time. Now that he had found an opportunity, he felt compelled to unleash his ire, as he even sensed a pang of jealousy. Silence. Did this young master permit you to speak? Hearing Nailan Shiji's provocation, Yang Xiao kicked out, nearly sending Nailan Shiji tumbling off the elevated platform. 220,000. Just as Ziluo was about to bring the gavel down, Yang Xiao declared with a grim countenance. 240,000. Xiao Chen raised his eyelids slightly upon hearing this, then closed his eyes once more. His nonchalant demeanor incited Yang Zhao's frustration to the brink of breaking. 250,000. In the next moment, Yang Zhao's face turned ashen as he uttered this price, which was already beyond his mental limit. Should Xiao Chen continue to challenge him, he would have no choice but to grit his teeth and relinquish the celestial spirit pill. Since Brother Yang is so intent on acquiring this pill, allow me to extend you a favor. Sensing Yang Zhao's limit, Xiao Chen smiled lightly. The mere act of calling out a few bids could add several thousand spirit crystals to his account, a sensation that was quite delightful. I am most grateful, Brother Xiao, Yang Xiao replied, his expression icy, a forced smile plastered on his face, inwardly harboring even greater resentment towards Xiao Chen. With no other competitors stepping up, this exquisite celestial spirit pill fell into Yang Zhao's grasp. Following this brief interlude, the auction atmosphere gradually revived. However, the subsequent items presented were primarily mysterious-grade weapons or earth-tier techniques, none of which piqued Xiao Chen's interest until the next item appeared, causing his eyes to glimmer with intrigue. Chapter 78. If riding demons to subdue evil could spark interest, then slaying demons had little relevance to him. The seventh auction item was a Stone Bell Spirit Milk. The Stone Bell Spirit Milk consists of a full 10 drops, and its grade reaches the mid-tier of the Earth level. Consuming it can elevate the cultivation of a Cave Heaven Realm expert by 2 or 3 minor levels. The base auction price for this item is set at 200,000 spirit crystals, with each bidding increment not less than 10,000. After a brief introduction, Willow struck the auction hammer, causing a stir throughout the venue, with numerous powerful individuals eagerly placing their bids. In a matter of moments, the price for this vial of Stone Bell Spirit Milk soared to 300,000. The Stone Bell Spirit Milk is derived from the Stone Bell Spirit Pillar, which condenses the essence of heaven and earth's spiritual energy, requiring a century to yield a single drop. To harvest 10 drops at once speaks volumes of the seller's fortune. Observing the vial of Stone Bell Spirit Milk on stage, Xiao Chen couldn't help but murmur in amazement. However, what truly captivated him was not merely the potential for cultivation enhancement, but the fact that this substance could be upgraded. The Stone Bell Spirit Milk, being birthed from 100 years of the Stone Bell Spirit Pillar's essence, can only reach the pinnacle of the Earth level. Yet, if it undergoes several hundred to 1,000 years of maturation, it will undergo a transformation into the more advanced Stone Bell Spirit Essence, a rare heavenly grade spirit item. This essence can significantly boost the cultivation of a Transcendence Realm expert and is also highly effective for those in the Celestial Realm. Typically, such a transformation requires a protracted period of maturation, but Xiao Chen has the means to upgrade it through the system. Once he acquires these 10 drops of Stone Bell Spirit Milk, he can entirely convert them into Stone Bell Spirit Essence. VIP number 8, 360,000 once. 360,000 twice. Is there anyone willing to bid further? If not, this Stone Bell Spirit Milk will belong to 370,000. Just as Willow was about to finalize the bidding, Xiao Chen's voice rang out, causing the masked woman at VIP number 8 to glance over. In the next moment, their gazes met, and Xiao Chen's pupils slightly constricted. The Holy Maiden of the Qingqiu Fox clan possesses the rare 8-tailed celestial fox physique, with aspirations to ascend to the Saint King realm in this lifetime. Currently at the 7th level of the Cave Heaven realm and proficient in soul attack techniques. These brief pieces of information left Xiao Chen in disbelief. The Qingqiu Fox clan is a mysterious race residing in the 10,000 Great Mountains of the southern region of the Dacian dynasty, their strength rivaling that of the Serpent people. Both men and women of the Fox clan are strikingly beautiful and elegant. Once subjected to rampant hunting by human cultivators, they were ultimately forced into hiding within the 10,000 Great Mountains. To encounter a holy maiden of the Fox clan at the Xiun auction venue was utterly unexpected. Even Cayenne had not discerned her identity, which added to his astonishment. He felt a surge of danger. The moment the holy maiden caught Xiao Chen's gaze, she shivered slightly, as though laid bare before him. In the next instant, she couldn't help but avert her eyes, her expression turning exceedingly grave. Holy Maiden, what is the matter? Beside them, the elderly woman with white hair, upon witnessing the scene, promptly inquired, her gaze shifting towards Xiao Chen. Do not look back at him. However, just as the old woman made a move, The voice of the holy maiden of the Fox clan suddenly resonated, causing the white-haired matron to shudder slightly. This was indeed the holy maiden of the Fox clan, the sole descendant to have returned to ancestral bloodline over the millennia, naturally gifted with the ability to bewitch all beings and see through illusions. The youth of the human race, who inspired such trepidation, was undoubtedly remarkable. Could it be that their identities had been revealed? As this thought crossed her mind, the old woman's demeanor grew increasingly disordered, as if she might erupt into action at any moment. Do not lose your composure. Observe the unfolding situation. That woman in red was the Medusa queen of the Serpent clan, whose cultivation had reached the 9th level of the celestial realm. Moreover, the two elders on the 6th high platform were also powerful beings of the celestial realm, having practiced demonic arts. Although you possess the cultivation of the 5th level of the celestial realm, should you be exposed, our fates would be perilously uncertain. As the white-haired matron's nerves tightened, Bai Suxin's voice resonated softly in her mind. Upon hearing Bai Suxin's words, the old woman trembled, her expression gradually regaining tranquility. Young master, do those two pose a problem? Noticing Xiao Chen's unwavering gaze fixed on the 8th VIP platform, Kai Yin inquired with some confusion. Ah, it turns out they are concealing themselves behind a heavenly tier treasure. No wonder you failed to detect anything unusual earlier, Xiao Chen explained with a faint smile after utilizing the identification function to investigate. What? They are from the Qingqiu Fox clan. Upon hearing Xiao Chen reveal their identities, even Kai Yin was taken aback. Do not concern yourself with them. Sensing no malice from Bai Suxin, Xiao Chen had no intention of slaying demons at this moment. After all, the enchanting companion by his side was the Medusa queen of the Serpent clan. The prospect of subduing demons held little allure for him. It was of no consequence. As their gazes intertwined, Bai Suxin, still shaken, dared not continue bidding against Xiao Chen. Thus, that vial of Shizhong Lingru fell into Xiao Chen's possession. As the auction progressed, a plethora of rare treasures emerged, intensifying the fervor of the bidding atmosphere. Among these were the various exquisite elixirs provided by Xiao Chen. Each time they appeared, he would skillfully raise the bids, effortlessly earning himself tens of thousands of spirit crystals. Regarding the wind god wings, due to their classification as a top-tier earthly treasure and the rarity of flying artifacts, he ultimately secured them for a staggering price of 490,000, triumphantly outbidding all. Subsequently, Xiao Chen also bid on several materials from demon beasts and some rare earthly spiritual herbs, leaving no high-tier remnants behind. These were treasures capable of transforming waste into wealth, allowing for further upgrades or synthesis. Provided that his points accumulated sufficiently in the future, his resources would multiply exponentially. Due to the incessant bidding, Xiao Chen has incited considerable frustration among Duan Haoming and Yang Xiao. Originally, some treasures and pills could have been acquired at a modest price, but Xiao Chen's interference has resulted in substantial expenditures for them. Only Willow, the main figure, found herself secretly delighted by Xiao Chen's vigorous bidding. Without his involvement, it is likely that this auction would have yielded significantly less profit. However, with Xiao Chen's unabashed competition, the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce stands to gain immensely. This young master Xiao is undoubtedly the most dazzling patron of this auction. Next, we present the 84th item of the auction, which also serves as the highlight of the event, the Revival Purple Pill. As the auction nears its conclusion, the majority of formidable participants can merely observe, lacking the ability to bid. At this moment, Willow produces a pill box, and a radiant array illuminates the high platform. A pill, exuding a violet aura, hovers quietly above the box. Upon witnessing this purple pill, all present gasped in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. It is indeed the Revival Purple Pill. This miraculous elixir is capable of restoring one's cultivation. It is surprising that someone would part with it for auction. Possessing a Revival Purple Pill could provide a chance to recuperate from unforeseen circumstances in the future. It remains unclear what grade this particular pill is. If it is of the 7th tier, there may still be hope to contend for it, but if it is of the 8th tier, only longing remains. After Willow revealed the Revival Purple Pill, the entire venue erupted into a cacophony. After all, the Revival Purple Pill was introduced later in the auction, and due to insufficient prior promotion, many powerful individuals were unaware of its presence. Its sudden appearance sent ripples through the crowd. Chapter 79. truly a testament to the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce's emphasis on after-sales service, ladies and gentlemen. This is a low-grade 7th-tier revival purple pill. With its medicinal properties expertly refined, sufficient to restore the cultivation of high-level practitioners to the second level of the profound realm. The starting bid for this item is 800,000 spirit crystals, with each subsequent bid to increase by no less than 30,000. If you are interested, please commence bidding. With Ziluo's hammer striking once more, the auction hall erupted in fervor. I bid 900,000. Almost immediately, an elderly man called out his bid as soon as Ziluo finished speaking. A sharp intake of breath was heard. He had raised the bid by a staggering 100,000. Was this old fellow out of his mind? This elder is the Grand Elder of the Qingyun Pavilion in Qingzhou, rumored to have had a deputy who suffered severe injuries. Although the injuries have since healed, his cultivation has fallen to the cave heaven realm. With the assistance of this revival purple pill, Qingyun Pavilion could once again boast a powerful practitioner of the profound realm, securing a top-tier position in Qingzhou. The audacity of this elder's bid stunned many in the audience. Such boldness in bidding is indeed a rarity. 930,000. However, this astonishment did not linger for long. The affluent gentleman at the VIP table number 7 began to bid, igniting an intense atmosphere of auctioning within the venue. 960,000, 990,000, 1,800,000. In a mere instant, this 7th-grade low-tier resurrection purple pill was driven up to the astonishing price of 1,800,000, with no sign of the upward trend abating. 1,600,000. At the crescendo of this escalating fervor, the young nobleman clad in white at VIP table number 1 suddenly stood and uttered a low yet commanding bid. With his words, a profound silence enveloped the entire hall. Numerous powerful individuals turned their gazes towards table number 1, astonished that this seemingly unassuming young man, who had maintained a low profile since the auction commenced, would bid such a lofty sum. Furthermore, he claimed to be a prince. Ah, I recall now, he is the 18th prince of the Deqian royal family. I never expected him to participate in this auction. Truly, as a scion of royalty, his expenditure was remarkably extravagant. To spend 1,600,000 spirit crystals on a 7th-grade low-tier resurrection purple pill seemed somewhat excessive. Upon recognizing the young man from table number 1, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd, and no one dared to continue bidding. After all, 1,600,000 spirit crystals represented a colossal fortune. A 7th-grade low-tier resurrection purple pill was only worth about 1 million spirit crystals at most. A prince of the Deqian royal family? Xiao Chen cast a glance at the young man in white, yet ultimately refrained from raising his own bid. This price exceeded his psychological expectations. It was not worth incurring the enmity of the prince over a few thousand spirit crystals. Thus, after Ziluo's final hammer struck, the 7th-grade low-tier resurrection purple pill found its way into the possession of the 18th prince. Next came the second highlight of the auction, a heavenly grade pill. After Yinshan took the resurrection purple pill to transact with the 18th prince, Ziluo clapped her hands and once again presented an item. The defensive barrier of the formation illuminated once more as a pillbox was opened. A hazy ice-blue radiance suddenly illuminated the entire auction hall. The Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill. A pill capable of healing the injuries of high-ranking experts while also purifying various toxins. This Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill reached a quality of 8th grade medium tier, making it a potential lifesaver even for some celestial realm experts. The starting bid for this item was set at 3 million, with each subsequent bid required to exceed 100,000. If anyone is interested, now is the time to place your bids. Following a brief introduction, Ziluo promptly struck the auction hammer, causing an uproar throughout the hall. Goodness, the quality of this Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill has reached 8th grade medium tier. Such heavenly grade pills could only be concocted by alchemists who had attained the pinnacle of alchemical mastery. It was truly astonishing that the Ziyun Trading Association could procure such an item. The starting bid of 3 million was a threshold only accessible to a select few elite forces and top-tier factions. The remaining attendees found themselves unqualified to participate in the auction. The auction in Tiandu City was indeed unprecedented in its grandeur, justifying the lengths to which I had gone, sacrificing everything to gain entry. Such a precious elixir was reserved as the piece de resistance. One could only wonder what divine artifact would ultimately be revealed. The atmosphere in the auction hall was rife with speculation, yet no one dared to place a bid. On one hand, such an item was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. On the other, it was akin to a hot potato. Acquiring it would likely draw the ire of others. And without a formidable backing, one might not even escape the confines of Tiandu City. Brother, this Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill could potentially purify the demon poison within us. On the sixth platform, the elder in white from the black and white ghosts gazed greedily at the pill, nearly losing control and rushing down to seize it. Reign in your aura. Do you think the Ziyun Merchant Association sent only this little girl? The elder in black, after scanning the platform, wore a grave expression. In the shadows of the auction stand, he sensed an ominous presence, an aura emanating from a celestial realm expert in hiding. Should anyone attempt to snatch the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill, they would undoubtedly face the wrath of this formidable entity. If I could obtain the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill, perhaps my sister's condition could improve. White Suxin's eyes glimmered with desire as she gazed at the ice-blue pill on the auction stage. Dear attendees, you need not fear encountering peril after acquiring the pill. Regardless of who wins the bid, the Ziyun Merchant Association will ensure your safety for 7 days, suddenly proclaimed Zilluo, breaking the eerie silence that enveloped the hall. As her words resonated, an elder clad in purple emerged from the rear, unleashing a terrifying pressure that swept through the room. Hiss, is that a celestial realm expert? It was evident that every large auction presided over by Miss Zilluo concealed the presence of such a powerful guardian. This elder, known as the fifth elder of the Ziyun Merchant Association, Ziyu Ming, was rumored to possess the cultivation of the fifth tier of the celestial realm. The emergence of the Ziyun elder sent ripples of astonishment through the auction hall. With a celestial realm expert guarding the event for 7 days, and the possibility of summoning reinforcements or devising a means of escape, the risks were significantly mitigated. Truly, the Ziyun Merchant Association placed great emphasis on after-sales service. 3,110,000. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, White Suxin could no longer contain herself. As she spoke, others became restless, and in that moment, a flurry of bids erupted. The Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill soared to an astonishing price of 4,500,000 within mere moments. 4,900,000. At this moment, when the price was suffocating, Nangong Jing suddenly rose and exclaimed. The Xuanhuan sect had offered her over 5 million spirit crystals, a figure that was already perilously close to her limit. If this price failed to deter others, the Xuanhuan sect would have to devise alternative strategies. Chapter 80. If one can exploit for free, then let it be. If not, engage in trade. Upon Nangong Jing's declaration, the auction hall fell into a profound silence. However, in the following moment, Duan Haoming stood up. Young master, we lack sufficient spirit crystals. Just as Duan Haoming was about to call out 5 million, the elderly man in red interjected, causing Duan Haoming's expression to stiffen. What did you say? He distinctly recalled bringing over 6 million spirit crystals, and now, at this crucial juncture, they were suddenly insufficient. It turned out that the young master had squandered too many spirit crystals in a fit of pique earlier, leaving them with merely 480,000 spirit crystals. Upon hearing the elderly man's words, Duan Haoming's countenance fluctuated. At this moment, he faced a dilemma: either pledge his other possessions or relinquish the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill entirely. Duan brother, I seek your collaboration. Would you be willing to take a risk? Just as Duan Haoming's gaze flickered, contemplating the pledge of other items, Yang Zhao's voice suddenly reached his ears, causing his pupils to constrict slightly. Following a change in his demeanor, a glint of coldness flashed in Duan Haoming's eyes as he cast a frosty glance at Nangong Jing before returning to his seat. Is there no one else willing to bid? Seeing Duan Haoming abruptly sit back down after having begun to bid, Zilluo furrowed her brow and inquired of the crowd. Saintus, shall we not place a bid? Observing the sudden lull in the auction, the white-haired matron of the Fox clan whispered in inquiry. Not at all. Bai Suxin replied gravely, shaking her head. This price is already nearing our capacity, and it seems other factions are equally intent on acquiring this item. Even if we were to pay the price to secure it, we would surely become targets upon exiting the chamber. Possessing the bloodline of the eight-tailed celestial fox, she was innately sensitive to fluctuations in spiritual energy. Just as Duan Haoming withdrew from the bidding, she perceptively sensed several auras in the hall focusing on Nangong Jing, each concealing a thread of murderous intent. Is there no one else willing to bid? Going once at 490,000, going twice at 490,000. Going thrice at 490,000. Congratulations to VIP number 4 for acquiring the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill. In this tense atmosphere, Ziluo made a decisive proclamation, subsequently signaling to reclaim the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill, a precious item that could only be transacted personally with the auctioneer after the conclusion of the event. Sister, can you believe we have obtained the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill? On the elevated platform for distinguished guests, Li Wanqing wore an expression of disbelief, evidently taken aback by the outcome. Even Nangong Jing and Han Xinyue appeared rather dazed. They never anticipated that this precious Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill would fall into their hands so effortlessly. They had assumed it would require over 5 million spirit crystals to acquire the pill, yet they managed to secure it for merely 4,900,000. Such an unusual turn of events surely indicates something amiss. We may be under watch. Sensing several piercing gazes upon them, Nangong Jing spoke gravely. I have already notified the elders within our sect. They will come to escort us in a few days. For the time being, we must remain within the confines of the Ziyun Merchant Association for our safety. After Nangong Jing's words, Han Xinyue utilized a communication jade pendant to send a brief message, her expression equally somber as she cautioned the others. Gentlemen, I have a small request. I wonder if you would be willing to oblige. Just as Nangong Jing and the others were engulfed in tension, Xiao Chen's voice unexpectedly drifted over from the adjacent area, causing their gazes to sharpen slightly. What? Young Master Xiao wishes to borrow the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill to analyze its composition. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's request, Nangong Jing and the others were taken aback. This was a heavenly-grade pill worth millions of spirit crystals. It was not something to be casually lent out for analysis. Rest assured, I will not covet your pill, and I guarantee its preservation in pristine condition. If permissible, afterward I could accompany you back to the Xuanhuan sect to assist in treating your sect members' lingering ailments and refining their techniques. Seeing the shock on Nangong Jing and her companions' faces, Xiao Chen could only tempt them like a rogue. Should he manage to acquire the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill from Nangong Jing and the others, he could divide it into 100 portions, restoring one fragment to recreate the pill. In that case, as long as he had sufficient points to expend, he could produce as many Xianqing Snow Lotus Pills as he desired. How careless of me. Why did I only think of this now? With this thought swirling in his mind, Xiao Chen slapped his forehead. He was now an honorary elder of the Ziyun Merchant Association. If he could apply for the appraisal of spiritual items under the pretense of analyzing pill compositions or assessing product quality, wouldn't he be able to covertly conjure a plethora of celestial materials and treasures? Previously, he had been inclined to conduct legitimate transactions. It seemed he had been overly naive. From now on, he would seize opportunities to obtain benefits without cost and only engage in trade when necessary. He must make full use of this identity. Enlightened by this realization, Xiao Chen's face lit up with excitement. Since young master has a need, we shall certainly accommodate. After a moment of silence, Han Xinyue agreed. The group held a favorable impression of Xiao Chen. As long as he did not create any trouble, they would willingly indulge him. Next, this item serves as the centerpiece of the auction and is also the final lot of the event. As Xiao Chen and Han Xinyue reached an agreement, Ziluo's voice resonated once more throughout the venue. Following her words, a pitch-black iron box was lifted onto the high platform, and the array's luminous barrier flickered to life. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of the audience, the dark iron box was slowly opened. Inside lay a segment, rusted and somewhat grimy, resembling a broken firewood stick, which was now revealed through the array's projection. What could this be? It appears to resemble a severed gun barrel. To be deemed the centerpiece of the auction, could it possibly be a fragment of a sacred weapon? Upon witnessing this rusted black rod, numerous formidable individuals in the auction house began to speculate. This object was discovered by an elder of the Ziyun Merchant Association within ancient ruins. According to the assessments of several elders from our association, it is believed to be a fragment of a gun-type sacred weapon. However, this fragment has been severely corroded by some form of blood, rendering it devoid of its original spirit. It is challenging to perceive the essence of the sacred weapon, yet its material remains indestructible. The starting bid for this item is set at 4 million spirit crystals, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 100,000. As the crowd speculated, Ziluo provided an explanation before striking the auction hammer. The hall erupted in a wave of astonishment. Indeed, this is a fragment of a sacred weapon. Who would have anticipated the emergence of such a rare item? However, is the starting price not too low? Historically, any fragment of a sacred weapon has commenced bidding at tens of millions, with final transaction prices even soaring into the hundreds of millions. Are you foolish? Previously auctioned sacred weapon fragments exuded a rich aura of sanctity, and their damage would not exceed 50%, allowing those at the celestial realm to grasp the mysteries of the sacred domain. Under the fierce contention of several top-tier forces, the prices would escalate to over 100 million spirit crystals. Yet, this particular fragment, not only is it a mere small remnant, but even its original sacred aura has been completely eroded. At best, this object resembles an indestructible firewood stick. Would you be willing to spend tens of millions of spirit crystals to take it home for kindling? Amidst this shock, although the discussions among the crowd were fervent, no one dared to place a bid. After all, many present were powerful figures from various regions, each having encountered a fair share of worldly experiences. It is said that sacred weapons possess an awe-inspiring sanctity and even enigmatic auras. A mere wisp of their essence could shatter the minds of lower-tier warriors and inspire profound insights in higher-tier experts. However, upon the appearance of this gun barrel segment, they sensed no such aura. The reality starkly contrasted with the descriptions of sacred weapon fragments. Were it not for the Ziyun Merchant Association's long-standing commitment to integrity, one might fear that all present felt utterly deceived. Queen Kaisa seeks complimentary gifts and hopes for the support of distinguished patrons. Chapter 81. Our Young Master. In a moment of impulse, please remain calm. Is this truly a fragment of a sacred weapon? On the 8th high platform, the white-haired old woman cast a curious glance at the elevated stage and inquired of by Sushin. Despite her status as a formidable being of the celestial realm, she could not discern the authenticity of this object. Although it was claimed to be a shard of a sacred weapon, it exuded no trace of the divine aura. Instead, it bore an ominous and chilling presence. Indeed, this was a remnant of a sacred weapon, but it had been severely tainted by corrupting forces, resulting in the loss of its original divine essence. Aside from its peculiar material, it paled in comparison to heavenly treasures. This item was not worth 400,000 spirit crystals. By Sushin fixated on the small black rod, her eyes shimmering with numerous runes as she observed it further, expressing her disappointment. It has lost its intrinsic spirit and unique divine aura. This trinket is inferior to some heavenly treasures. Spending 400,000 on it would be a complete financial folly. As Bai Sushin reached her conclusion, on the 3rd VIP platform, Xiao Chen's gaze was intensely fixed on the black rod, and without hesitation, he activated the appraisal function. A fragment from an exquisite sacred king weapon, eroded by the blood of a sacred king beast after its fracture, has lost its original spirit and essence. As the foundational information of this fragment materialized before him, a look of elation and disbelief spread across Xiao Chen's face. Could this truly be a remnant of a sacred king weapon? It was beyond his expectations. The sacred king represented the second grand realm within the divine domain, and the weapons nurtured by such a being vastly surpassed ordinary sacred weapons. If he could acquire this fragment and utilize the system for its restoration, he would possess a sacred king weapon. It is worth noting that in the eastern wilderness, there were hardly any ancient beings of the sacred realm, and even ordinary sacred weapons were lamentably scarce. To mention a sacred king weapon, such an entity was practically a mythical artifact. This fragment must be secured. Despite the excitement bubbling within, Xiao Chen refrained from revealing his emotions, nor did he intend to commence bidding. Several individuals were already watching him. If he rushed to place a bid, it would only arouse suspicion among the others. Is no one willing to place a bid? Meanwhile, Ziluo stood on the auction stage, observing the cacophony below, yet no powerful figures had stepped forward to bid. Her brows knitted in concern. This was the first instance in the auction she had presided over where a featured item faced such silence. If no one is willing to bid, I shall declare this item unsold, and this auction will come to an end. After a moment of silence, seeing that no one was inclined to make an offer, Ziluo reluctantly announced the conclusion, then waved her hand to withdraw the fragment before her. This item had been studied by the Merchant Association for over a decade, yielding no useful value. The decision to auction it as the featured item was merely an attempt to capitalize on the allure of the sacred weapon fragment, hoping to fetch a commendable price. Little did they anticipate. The participants of the auction were all shrewd individuals, perceiving that the fragment held no value. Even if it was a shard of a sacred weapon, they were unwilling to make a purchase. Just as Luo announced the conclusion of the auction and the crowd began to disperse, xuanhuan suddenly erupted. "Nangong Jing, you little wretch, you just tricked me." Almost simultaneously with his words, xuanhuan transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting to the front of Nangong Jing in the blink of an eye. The next moment, as the wind from his palm howled, he lunged at her. "Stop! No one is allowed to use force in the auction hall," Luo bellowed upon witnessing the scene. Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing, along with others, changed their expressions, clearly not anticipating xuanhuan's sudden aggression. Fortunately, Nangong Jing reacted swiftly, dodging to the side just in time to evade his grasp, though several strands of her flowing white hair were severed. Immediately after, with a flash of chilling light in Han Xinyue's eyes, her profound cultivation erupted, sending xuanhuan flying across the room. "Do you wish to start a war with the Burning Flame Valley?" After propelling xuanhuan away, Han Xinyue coldly admonished. "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Our young master acted impulsively. Please remain calm, everyone." As Han Xinyue and her companions seemed poised for confrontation, all eyes in the vicinity turned to them. The elderly man in red quickly stepped forward to mediate. However, before he could finish speaking, his communication jade suddenly illuminated, prompting him to pick it up before the crowd. The next moment, his expression shifted dramatically as he urgently called out to xuanhuan, "Young master, there has been an incident in the endless desert. The elders command us to return to the sect immediately." "What?" Upon hearing the elder's words, xuanhuan's expression changed abruptly. "What are we waiting for? Let us return to the Burning Flame Valley at once." With that declaration, xuanhuan disregarded Nangong Jing and the others, turning sharply to race towards the exit. The elderly man in red did not linger either, swiftly pursuing xuanhuan. This sudden turn of events left Nangong Jing and the others utterly bewildered, as they struggled to comprehend what had just transpired. The onlookers were equally dumbfounded, expecting a confrontation between the two factions, only to witness the bizarre conclusion instead. It was truly a farcical situation. A sudden attack, an unexpected twist, a hasty retreat? Xiao Chen furrowed his brow as he observed the entire sequence. Feeling an inexplicable sense of suspicion regarding xuanhuan's earlier actions, they appeared less impulsive and more calculated, instilling confusion within him. Burning Flame Valley. Kaiyan sensed xuanhuan's aura and, at that moment, seemed to recall something. Her presence turned chillingly cold, and a terrifying killing intent flickered in her eyes. What is wrong? Perceiving the change in Kaiyan's aura, Xiao Chen immediately furrowed his brows and turned to look at her. Suddenly, he recalled the enemies who had ambushed him that day. Upon hearing his words, Kaiyan shook her head, briefly articulating her suspicions. "Do you suspect that the several black-robed powerhouses who ambushed us that day are celestial beings from the Burning Flame Valley?" Xiao Chen felt a tinge of surprise at Kaiyan's explanation. Indeed, they employed identity disguises, making it impossible to discern their appearance directly. Yet the aura of their techniques bears an uncanny resemblance to that of the individual we encountered earlier, she acknowledged with a nod. Having never engaged with individuals from the Burning Flame Valley before, and considering that they were all shrouded in black robes and masks, she had been unable to ascertain their identities. However, the recent actions of xuanhuan had provided her with a lead. Rest assured, once we have thoroughly confirmed this, there will be ample opportunities for revenge, Xiao Chen consoled her gently, observing the fierce expression on her face. Subsequently, as the auction concluded, Xiao Chen and Nangong Jing, along with the others, did not linger but proceeded directly towards the back of the Merchant Association. Besides settling the proceeds from the auction, he was determined to secure the fragment of the sacred weapon. "Saint Maiden, what shall we do next?" The elderly woman with white hair inquired as she watched Nangong Jing and the others depart. If they failed to acquire the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill, their journey would be in vain. Keep a close watch on them. There will undoubtedly be changes ahead. However, remember, do not act without my permission, nor reveal your identities. Bai Su's eyes flickered momentarily before she spoke in a low tone. The recent actions of xuanhuan and the gazes of the black and white specters had made her acutely aware that it would not be a simple task for Nangong Jing and the others to return to their sect. Chapter 82. As the saying goes, The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Have you obtained it? Outside the Ziyun Merchant Association, Yang Xiao entered a hidden alley and, seeing xuanhuan languidly leaning against the wall, inquired in a subdued tone. If you wish to obtain that little vixen's, well, I may not be able to procure that just yet. However, acquiring a few strands of her hair is a matter easily accomplished. Upon hearing Yang Xiao's inquiry, xuanhuan raised his right hand, revealing several strands of white hair fluttering in the breeze. But are you certain that with just these strands of hair, even from thousands of miles away, we can track her down? Despite the glimmer of excitement in Yang Xiao's eyes, xuanhuan remained cautious. Rest assured, Brother Duan. Yang Xiao replied confidently as he took the strands from xuanhuan's hand. This time, we have enlisted a celestial patron from my southern king's manor. Though his cultivation is only at the 4th level of the celestial realm, he excels in formations and tracking techniques. With his involvement, success is guaranteed. As the conversation unfolded, Yang Xiao had already tucked away those few strands of hair, casting a piercing glance at the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce. However, I hope Brother Duan does not forget the promise made to this prince. Ha. As long as you assist us in eliminating those women from the Xuanhua sect and successfully acquire the Zwanking Snow Lotus Pill, our Fenyangu will certainly aid you in getting rid of that lad with the surname Xiao. Upon hearing this, xuanhuan let out a boisterous laugh. Originally, Fenyangu intended to deploy only the 5th elder, He Yin, but upon learning that the Zwanking Snow Lotus Pill had fallen into the hands of the Xuanhua sect, they decided to send the 3rd elder as well, accompanied by a formidable being of the 5th heavenly layer and another of the 7th heavenly layer. Along with a strong individual sent by the Zhunnan Wangfu, they were virtually unstoppable unless the Xuanhua sect summoned several of their own heavenly elders. Thus, we shall first depart from the capital city of Tiandu and proceed to the Xuanhua sect's inevitable path, patiently awaiting their arrival. Yang Xiao nodded in agreement after conferring with xuanhuan, and the group vanished into the narrow alley. Elder brother, it seems these individuals indeed have their sights set on those women. What shall we do next? At another street corner, the elder in white, known as the Black and White Ghosts, inquired of his companion clad in black, as they observed Yang Xiao and xuanhuan entering the depths of the alley. That young man is, in fact, the heir of the Zhunnan Wangfu. Upon hearing the words of the elder in white, the elder in black did not respond immediately. Instead, his gaze flickered with contemplation. After a moment of reflection, he made a significant decision. We shall seek to align ourselves with him. What? The elder in white was nearly rendered speechless by such a reckless proposal. They were currently wanted by the royal family, and yet they chose to ally themselves with the Zhunnan Wangfu. Was this not akin to walking into a trap? Do not forget, the Zhunnan Wang harbors grand ambitions and has distanced himself from the imperial city over the years, subtly hinting at rebellious inclinations. While we may be royal fugitives, we bear no grievances against the Zhunnan Wangfu. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If we were to align ourselves with him, the Zhunnan Wangfu would likely embrace us. The elder in black, upon hearing this, considered the implications, his eyes glinting with newfound clarity. This reasoning indeed held merit. Despite their practice of the demonic arts, they were still formidable beings of the heavenly realm. The Zhunnan Wangfu would have no valid reason to reject the allegiance of two such powerful individuals. With the protection of the Zhunnan Wangfu, evading the royal pursuit would undoubtedly become significantly easier. Even if this prince were to refuse them, the brothers possessed the capability to escape unscathed. Might it not be wise to seize this opportunity and take a gamble? Perhaps they could even latch onto a powerful ally. As this thought settled in their minds, the Black and White Ghosts exchanged a knowing glance and strode directly into the alley. Saintus, it seems the situation is indeed complicated. The aged woman with white hair glanced towards the alley and spoke gravely to Bai Suxin. Who would have thought that a mere Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill would attract the attention of so many factions simultaneously? Next, keep a watch on this group. Perhaps there will be some gain. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, Bai Suxin spoke in a somber tone. Her sister's injuries are severe, and the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill represents their last hope. If she fails to procure the remedy on this journey, her sister may forever remain in eternal slumber within the depths of the 10,000 great mountains. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen and his companions, along with Nangong Jing, had already arrived in the VIP room. I apologize for the wait, said Ziluo with a gentle smile as she entered shortly after their arrival. Miss Nangong, here is the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill. After greeting Xiao Chen and the others, Ziluo casually opened a pill box and presented it to Nangong Jing and her companions. Nangong Jing nodded in acknowledgement, without any unnecessary words, and promptly offered a storage ring. It contains 4,900,000 spirit crystals. Miss Ziluo may verify the amount. Upon hearing this, Ziluo nodded, using her spiritual sense to confirm the contents. She then advised Nangong Jing and the others. It would be prudent for you to remain at the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce for the next few days. It will be safer to leave Tiandu City after your elders arrive to escort you. Thank you for the advice, Miss Ziluo. That is indeed our intention, Nangong Jing replied. Recognizing that staying at the Ziyun Chamber was the wisest choice given their current predicament. Well, I need to discuss a few matters with young Master Xiao, Ziluo said. Her tone tinged with a hint of regret, as if suggesting that Nangong Jing and her group should excuse themselves. However, before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively. It's of no concern. I trust them, he said. Understanding Ziluo's desire to settle their transaction, he felt it unnecessary to exclude Nangong Jing and the others. After all, they had all been healed by him and were bound by a favorable contract, harboring no ill intentions towards him, thus qualifying them as trustworthy. Since young Master Xiao does not mind, I shall speak freely, Ziluo replied, a gentle smile gracing her lips upon hearing his words. The exquisite pills entrusted to us by young Master Xiao have fetched a total of 6,813,000 spirit crystals at auction. After deducting the 20% commission for the Ziyun Chamber, you shall receive 5,400,400 spirit crystals. To round it off, we can consider it as 5,500,000 spirit crystals. She paused momentarily, seemingly recalling something before continuing. Additionally, you previously owed the chamber 7 million spirit crystals. After this transaction, you will have a remaining balance of 1,500,000 spirit crystals. The chamber is not in a hurry for this payment. You may settle it whenever you are able. Beside them, Nangong Jing and the others looked utterly bewildered. Is Xiao Chen not an honorary elder of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce? How could he owe such a substantial sum to the chamber? Could it be that Mr. Xiao became an honorary elder due to overwhelming debts? Yet, that makes little sense. Although I do not possess an abundance of spirit crystals, I have enough to offset this debt. Xiao Chen, with a faint smile, casually waved his hand to produce several elixir bottles. Upon seeing them, the others were reminded of their earlier promises. Don't forget to click for a little free gift. Bebe Dong gazed at everyone with eager anticipation. Chapter 83. Why does this senior sister seem so familiar? As she beheld the elixir bottles, Ziluo's pupils slightly constricted, as if struck by a sudden realization. Indeed, these are the revitalizing purple pills I previously promised you. Xiao Chen's voice resonated like thunder. Among them, 8 are of the 7th tier, and 2 are of the 8th tier. Boom. As Xiao Chen's words echoed, everyone, Ziluo, Yinshan, and Nangong Jing, felt as though their minds were engulfed in a deafening roar, their pupils contracting sharply. Just today, a single low-grade 7th-tier revitalizing purple pill had fetched a staggering price of 160,000. Now, Xiao Chen had produced 10, each of superior quality. The magnitude of this resource was unfathomable. Mr. Xiao, this, Ziluo stammered, her words faltering as she gazed at the elixir bottles before her. Although Xiao Chen had promised to deliver a batch of elixirs to the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce a few days prior, she never anticipated such a swift arrival. Nearly 2 days had passed, and he had already presented so many revitalizing purple pills. How had this gentleman achieved such a feat? After I analyzed the elixir's composition and sent the information back, my master deduced the formula and conveniently refined 2 batches of elixirs. Fortunately, their quality was commendable, so I had my senior sister deliver them. Upon hearing Xiao Chen mention his senior sister, Ziluo momentarily froze, her gaze shifting toward Cayenne. She beheld the woman clad in red, her face veiled in a delicate crimson gauze, exuding an air of aloof elegance. Ziluo's expression tightened as she stared intently at Cayenne. What a flawless beauty! Although her features were obscured, her complexion, figure, and demeanor revealed that she was undoubtedly a woman of extraordinary grace, with an aura of authority subtly emanating from her. It has been many chapters since I showcased the Queen's image. I must display it now. Mr. Xiao, why does your senior sister seem somewhat familiar? After gazing at Cayenne for a while, Ziluo asked with a look of skepticism. Such a seductive attire, accompanied by a figure that seems eerily familiar. Has she encountered her somewhere before? A sense of inexplicable familiarity washes over me. Ahem. My senior sister is rather aloof and rarely descends the mountain. It is improbable you have met her. Upon hearing this from Ziluo, Xiao Chen promptly cleared his throat twice and swiftly shifted the topic. By the way, there's another matter. I wish to acquire the fragment of the holy weapon that was left unsold at today's auction. And in addition to the 1,500,000 spirit crystals I owe, would it be possible to offset this with 2 exquisite 7th-grade recovery purple pills? Xiao Chen dared not let Ziluo's attention linger on Cayenne, as the young lady of the Ziyun Merchant Association. Even if she had never seen Queen Medusa in the flesh, she must have at least perused her image in the records. Though Cayenne has now taken on human form and her attire has undergone significant transformation, devoid of the golden crown of the serpent people and the serpentine armor, it would be difficult for anyone unfamiliar with her to recognize her. Yet, for the sake of prudence, it is best not to attract attention. What? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's proposal, Ziluo was taken aback, instantly turning to him, nearly doubting her own ears. Young Master Xiao, do you truly intend to use 2 exquisite 7th-grade recovery purple pills to settle the fragment of the holy weapon and the 1,500,000 payment? It seemed too incredulous, and Ziluo sought confirmation once more. A single low-grade 7th-grade recovery purple pill could fetch over 1 million if luck favored the auction, while an exquisite one would guarantee a minimum of 3 million. Together, they could yield as much as 6 million. And this is merely the baseline. With good fortune, the amount could exceed expectations. As for the fragment of the holy weapon in her possession, despite its starting price of 4 million, no one was willing to buy it, indicating its true worth is far less than 4 million spirit crystals. Adding the 1,500,000, it barely amounts to 550,000 in total. To offset it with 2 exquisite 7th-grade recovery purple pills is evidently a disadvantageous deal. Miss Ziluo had been quite considerate towards Xiao Chen previously, so using 2 recovery purple pills to make amends is of little consequence. Observing Ziluo's astonishment, Xiao Chen smiled and waved his hand dismissively. As long as he could gather sufficient resources, 2 7th-grade exquisite pills were hardly a matter of concern. Since young Master Xiao is so earnest, Ziluo decided not to be overly formal. After hearing Xiao Chen's words, she waved to stow away the pills and produced the fragment of the holy weapon, presenting it before him. I will temporarily hold on to these recovery purple pills. Once the Ziyun Merchant Association auctions them off, I shall transfer the proceeds to young Master Xiao. With this batch of recovery purple pills in hand, there would be much to attend to henceforth. Lingjing does not pique my interest greatly. However, if possible, I would kindly ask Miss Ziluo to assist me in gathering resources, with the expenses fully covered by this batch of goods. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen responded with a faint smile, and then, as if recalling something, paused briefly before continuing. By the way, I have a particular fascination with advanced elixirs or rare natural treasures. Should Miss Ziluo come across any precious resources, might I be allowed to appraise them before they are auctioned or sold? For more commonplace items, Xiao Chen intended to purchase them first and then upgrade them using the system. Only for the more elusive treasures would he rely on the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce to acquire them without cost. Otherwise, if such arrangements became too frequent, the chamber might grow suspicious. As an honorary elder of the chamber, Xiao Chen possesses the authority to appraise all items at any branch of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce. Miss Ziluo responded with a gentle smile. Though she found Xiao Chen's interests perplexing, she deemed it necessary to show him respect, especially considering he had a mysterious master of the sacred realm backing him. As long as he did not intend to harm the Ziyun Chamber, his whims were of little consequence. While you are at the Ziyun Chamber in the coming days, I will instruct the branches around Tiandu City to gather some discarded resources. However, the quantity we can collect will depend on the local branch's stock, she added, turning back to Xiao Chen as if struck by a thought just before departing. Thank you, Miss Ziluo, Xiao Chen replied, his expression brightening, and he promptly bowed in gratitude. With just over 510,000 points, he still needed to repair and upgrade various treasures, and after such expenditures, the gap to upgrade the bloodline of Cayenne would undoubtedly widen. If he could secure some resources, he could proceed with greater boldness in his endeavors. After a brief exchange, Miss Ziluo departed from the VIP room, while Xiao Chen and his companions returned to the exclusive lodging area. Miss Nangong, I require solitude while I analyze the elixir. May I take the Xianqing Snow Lotus elixir with me? Xiao Chen said seriously as they walked down the corridor of the VIP room. He planned to dissect the elixir into 100 pieces, a rather daunting task that he preferred not to have Miss Nangong Jing and the others witness. Despite their considerable goodwill towards him, explaining such an act would be quite troublesome. Chapter 84. Young Master, do I need to return to my own room? Do you require solitude? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Nangong Jing and Han Xinyue exchanged glances, their faces displaying a hint of hesitation. Without the ability to observe him while he analyzed the elixir, it would be alarmingly easy for Xiao Chen to carry out any underhanded actions. Rest assured, it won't take long, perhaps just a few breaths, he reassured them. Observing the hesitation of a few individuals, Xiao Chen offered a gentle smile to reassure them. Since young Master Zhao's secret method is rather unique, we shall wait outside. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Han Xinyue responded with a soft smile, subsequently placing a Xianqing Snow Lotus pill into Xiao Chen's hands. A young master capable of casually producing 10 rejuvenation purple pills would surely not covet such a modest Xianqing Snow Lotus pill. Coupled with their growing fondness for Xiao Chen, they ultimately chose to trust him, despite the inherent risks. Thank you, ladies, Xiao Chen said as he accepted the Xianqing Snow Lotus pill, then turned and entered the private room, leaving a group of beautiful women outside. A pill valued at 4,900,000? Opening the pill box, he effortlessly retrieved the Xianqing Snow Lotus pill, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, as his spiritual force enveloped the pill, his cultivation erupted with a thunderous intensity. Streams of true essence, like strands of hair, instantly divided the Xianqing Snow Lotus pill into 100 equal parts. System, please restore this fragment of the pill. With a swift motion, Xiao Chen stored away the remaining 99 fragments, retaining only one to issue a command to the system. Ding. The system has deducted 36,000 points and is currently repairing the Xianqing Snow Lotus pill for the host. As the system notification chimed, a dazzling white light burst forth. In the blink of an eye, the fragment transformed into a complete heavenly grade pill. The icy blue radiance illuminated the entire room, while a rich fragrance of elixir began to permeate the air. Under the system's restoration, though the grade of the Xianqing Snow Lotus pill remained unchanged, its internal potency had increased by a third. To exchange over 30,000 points for a Xianqing Snow Lotus pill was indeed a remarkable profit. Gazing at the pill worth several million and reflecting on his expended points, Xiao Chen couldn't help but inhale sharply. The system truly lived up to its reputation for turning waste into treasure. Its functionality was rather extraordinary. After a moment of contemplation, he surveyed his remaining attributes. With less than 480,000 points left, Xiao Chen closed the pill box and stepped outside. It is done. The pill is intact. You may verify it. Upon opening the door, Xiao Chen returned the Xianqing Snow Lotus pill and spoke with a mild smile. Young Master Xiao, we trust you, and there is no need for further verification, Nangong Jing replied with a soft smile, directly storing the pill box without inspecting its contents. This gesture elicited a favorable impression from Xiao Chen. I noticed your eagerness for the premium peiyuan pills at the auction. Coincidentally, I possess a few, and I would like to gift you two, he remarked, feeling a bit embarrassed for having taken advantage of the Xuanhuan sect. He promptly retrieved the remaining premium peiyuan pills he had set aside for his own cultivation and presented them to Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing with a graceful flourish. However, as his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, the few elixirs became unnecessary. They would serve as excellent means to win the hearts of others. What? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes fixed on the elixir vial before them. The top-tier peiyuan pill, though not the most sophisticated of elixirs, could still fetch several tens of thousands of spirit crystals each. Without a flicker of hesitation, Xiao Chen presented them with the pills. Wasn't that somewhat extravagant? Young master, this is far too precious. We cannot accept it. After recovering from her astonishment, Nangong Jing quickly shook her head. Accepting such a valuable gift from someone they hardly knew weighed heavily on their conscience. It's merely a few fourth-grade elixirs. What makes them so precious that you cannot accept them? Consider this a token of gratitude for your assistance, in analyzing the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill. If you refuse, I shall feel the greater embarrassment, Xiao Chen remarked dismissively, waving his hand. Since the young master has said so, we shall not be overly polite, Nangongjing replied, exchanging a glance with Li Wanqing, who then shyly accepted the elixirs without further protest. Young master, we have already informed the 2 celestial elders within our sect. Once they arrive in Tiandu City, we will notify you, Nangongjing stated succinctly. After a brief exchange, they chose not to linger and disturb Xiao Chen, returning directly to their own quarters, leaving Xiao Chen, Kai Yan, and Murong Qingxue behind. Young master, do I need to return to my own room? Murong Qingxue hesitated, glancing at Kai Yan and Xiao Chen as the others departed. At this moment, she felt somewhat insecure in front of Kai Yan. If Xiao Chen wished for a moment alone with Kai Yan, she would have to retreat to her own quarters. You may join us if you wish. Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile, then turned to enter his room. He sensed Murong Qingxue's deep affection for him, and since she had become his woman, it was permissible for her to know certain things. The young master's aura of mystery surpasses your imagination. Henceforth, regardless of what you witness or how profoundly it impacts you, do not disturb the young master. Without his explicit permission, you must not disclose what you see or hear to anyone, including your closest blood relatives. Kai Yan spoke with grave authority upon witnessing Xiao Chen's full acceptance of Murong Qingxue. With that, she disregarded Murong Qingxue and similarly stepped into Xiao Chen's chamber. Upon hearing their words, Murong Qingxue trembled slightly, a look of ecstatic joy illuminating her face. Although Kai Yan's warning carried a weighty tone, it nonetheless signified her complete acceptance. How fortunate this was for her. After taking a deep breath to calm her excited heart, Murong Qingxue appeared like a dutiful girl, obediently following behind Kai Yan with an expression of compliance. To remind you of her appearance, here is another beautiful image of Murong Qingxue. Now, it is time to assess the harvest. Ignoring Kai Yan and Murong Qingxue who had followed him, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged, revealing an expression of anticipation in his eyes. At this auction, he had acquired numerous treasures. In addition to the complete spiritual items such as the Stone Bell Spirit Milk and the Wind God Wings, there were also several incomplete artifacts. For instance, damaged special spiritual herbs, a fire attribute Earth Tier Broken Sword, and a fragmented dual cultivation technique. All of these materials could be transformed from waste into precious treasures. Meanwhile, Kai Yan, upon observing Xiao Chen, immediately understood his intentions. As she formed seals with her hands, her celestial realm cultivation erupted, and a barrier swiftly enveloped the entire room. After all, they were currently within the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce, where a celestial realm powerhouse lurked in the shadows. If Xiao Chen were to make any noise that attracted attention, it would undoubtedly pose a risk of exposure. So she needed to take precautions in advance. Chapter 85. Unprecedented Growth and Foundation. This wave is taking off. The Stone Bell Spirit Milk could not be divided, so it seemed that upgrading was the only option. After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Chen took out the vial containing the Stone Bell Spirit Milk and extracted a single drop, issuing an upgrade command to the system. For items without a fixed form, such as common gases or liquids, the system cannot perform repairs, as they are already complete. For example, a drop of water is a complete entity. Dividing it into 100 smaller drops still results in complete drops of water. Whether fused or separated, water remains in a complete form, albeit with a noticeable difference in volume. Thus, the system could no longer affect repairs, which left Xiao Chen feeling somewhat regretful. Ding! The system has deducted 23,000 points and is currently upgrading the Stone Bell Spirit Milk for the host. As Xiao Chen's thoughts settled, the system notification chimed in. In the next moment, a dazzling white light erupted. The drop of Stone Bell Spirit Milk suspended before Xiao Chen also burst forth with a milky white radiance. An extraordinarily rich wave of spiritual energy then swept through the room. Is this a quality transformation? That drop of Stone Bell Spirit Milk has transformed into Stone Bell Spirit Essence. Upon witnessing the change in that drop of Stone Bell Spirit Milk, and feeling the vast spiritual energy flooding the room, which could rapidly enhance her cultivation with just a breath, Murong Qingxue's face displayed an expression of astonishment. In a mere flash of white light, what was originally an Earth-tier spiritual item, the Stone Bell Spirit Milk, had transformed into a Celestial-tier spiritual item, the Stone Bell Spirit Essence. This was nothing short of divine intervention. No wonder Cayenne instructed her to remain silent, regardless of how astonished she felt, lest she disturb the young master or divulge anything to others. At this moment, she finally comprehended. The secrets surrounding the young master, even if disclosed in the slightest, could incite a tumult across the continent. Amidst this bewilderment, Murong Qingxue cast a glance at Cayenne, only to find her expression serene, as if she had long been accustomed to such matters. This evoked a profound envy within Murong Qingxue, to be the first to uncover the young master's secrets. It was evident that this sister Cayenne held a position of significant importance in the young master's heart. A single drop of Shizhong spirit milk transformed into Shizhong spirit essence, astonishingly requiring the expenditure of 23,000 points. Gazing at this pea-sized Shizhong spirit essence, Xiao Chen could not help but smack his lips. If 10 drops were to be fully upgraded, would it not amount to 230,000 points? For now, he decided to upgrade 1 drop for future use, reserving the others for subsequent needs. Upon realizing the price of such upgrades, Xiao Chen waved his hand to stow away the drop of Shizhong spirit essence, then proceeded to retrieve another treasure, the Wind God Wings. An exquisite flying treasure of the Earth tier. Cayenne, please assist me in cutting it into 50 pieces. Observing the expansive azure wings, which spread out to a size of 2 zhong, Xiao Chen's gaze flickered momentarily before he instructed Cayenne. This item belonged to the Earth tier and was composed of remarkably sturdy material. With his current cultivation, although he could manage to cut it, achieving precision in measurement posed a considerable challenge. Cut it. Murong Qingxue, overhearing Xiao Chen's words, was momentarily taken aback. Why would one dismantle a fine treasure? To slice it into dozens of fragments at once seemed tantamount to obliterating it. Yet, despite her myriad of questions, recalling Cayenne's admonition, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Quietly observing Xiao Chen's actions, Cayenne, having listened, remained silent as well. At that moment, her cultivation erupted, and her true essence coalesced into a blazing crimson sword light. In the next instant, with a flash of brilliance illuminating the chamber, Cayenne sliced through the Wind God Wings as effortlessly as one might cut through tofu, dividing it into precisely 50 pieces. This display left Murong Qingxue breathless. If her memory served her correctly, Xiao Chen had acquired this pair of Wind God Wings for 490,000 spirit crystals. Now, it lay utterly in ruins. Next came the synthesis. After gathering the remaining 49 fragments of the Wind God Wings, Xiao Chen then summoned an array of materials. These included Crimson Flame Copper Mother, Waterless Cold Jade, Gold Star Stone, Wood Heart Ore, and Xian Red Earth Yellow, 5 elemental refining materials that he had preserved during this period. However, these materials were not of high grade, merely reaching the Xian tier. He intended to synthesize these 6 materials, using the remnants of the Wind God Wings as the evolutionary focus. Observing the materials before him, Xiao Chen promptly issued his command. The system's synthesis function allows for both random and designated synthesis. However, for designated synthesis, a primary material must be chosen, possessing a rank significantly higher than that of the other materials, in order to retain the original form of the main material. Naturally, this method requires a greater expenditure of points compared to random synthesis. Ding! The system has deducted 12,000 points and is currently synthesizing all available materials for the host. As the system's notification echoed, a brilliant white light erupted. The various materials suspended before Xiao Chen began to merge seamlessly. A pair of resplendent wings materialized within the chamber, illuminated by the radiance of the 5 elemental energies. Could this possibly be the art of void weapon forging? Murong Qingxue, witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily rendered speechless. With a mere flick of his hand, Xiao Chen transformed several materials into a magnificent artifact. This bore an uncanny resemblance to the void weapon forging described in ancient texts. However, such mastery was merely a dream for any weapon master. Within the 7 great dynasties of the Eastern Wilderness, no one had ever grasped this technique. It was astonishing that the young master could casually wield the art of void weapon forging, easily surpassing any weapon master in the Eastern Wilderness. Indeed, it was possible. Observing the pair of wings, which maintained their rank as exceptional earth grade, but now incorporated both the elemental and wind attributes, Xiao Chen's face lit up with excitement. The Wind God Wings originally only contained the wind attribute, serving solely to enhance one's speed, making it challenging to harmonize with one's true essence. Thus, Xiao Chen contemplated whether he could blend in materials of other attributes to create a flying treasure most suited to his true essence. This would not only amplify his agility and speed, but also allow him to unleash a formidable combat prowess, even enhancing his defensive capabilities. To his surprise, his haphazard attempts yielded success. However, being merely exceptional Earth grade was still insufficient. With a determined thought, Xiao Chen issued another command. Ding! The system has deducted 32,000 points and is now upgrading the 5-element wind god wings for the host. In the next moment, amidst the dazzling white light, the 5-element wind god wings erupted with resplendent brilliance, their quality elevated to exceptional heavenly grade. The quality has increased yet again. Morong Qingxue, observing the transformation of the wings, began to feel numb to the wonders unfolding. The ability to turn decay into miraculous creations seemed almost surreal. If someone were to tell her that young Master Xiao could forge sacred artifacts, she would believe it without a shred of doubt. As Morong Qingxue marveled, Xiao Chen merely shifted his thoughts, and the 5-element wind god wings transformed into a streak of light, appearing directly on his back. An unprecedented sense of power surged within him. At that moment, Xiao Chen felt an intense intuition, even with his cultivation at the first level of the cave heaven realm. If he fully activated the 5-element wind god wings, his speed could rival that of a formidable expert in the profound realm. Even each feather of these wings can unleash a terrifying lethality. Once the wings intertwine and close, unless confronted by a formidable being of the transcendent realm or above, it is exceedingly challenging to breach even his defenses. This is the horrifying augmentation brought forth by a top-tier celestial treasure. Chapter 86. Goodness. Don't you feel discomfort unless you self-harm? Continue forging the treasures. After marveling at the rapid surge of his own strength, Xiao Chen retracted the 5 elements wind god wings, subsequently retrieving a fragment of the wind god wings. Then, under the watchful eyes of Kai Yin and Murong Qingxue, Xiao Chen waved his hand to summon a plethora of materials. All of these were fire attribute materials, each possessing a profound tier quality. Let me have a few drops of your blood. After presenting these materials, Xiao Chen's gaze flickered slightly as he addressed Kai Yin. What? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, even Kai Yin was momentarily taken aback. Forging is one thing, but what need is there for her blood? Could it be that he intends to forge something specifically for her this time? Upon contemplating this possibility, Kai Yin's body shuddered violently, her eyes filled with disbelief. What are you dawdling for? Observing Kai Yin's stunned state and her slight trembling, Xiao Chen cleared his throat and urged her. We're practically an old married couple now. Is it really necessary to be this agitated over such a trivial matter? Indeed. At his prompting, Kai Yin snapped back to her senses, promptly bringing her fingers together to slice her wrist, a jet of blood immediately shooting forth. This scene startled both Xiao Chen and Murong Qingxue. Goodness, that's enough. Are you attempting to take your own life with such excessive bloodletting? Seeing Kai Yin acting as if she were mad, Xiao Chen hastily interjected. As he spoke, Kai Yin finally ceased her actions. However, the blood hovering before Xiao Chen now amounted to nearly a teacup full. This sight made Xiao Chen's mouth twitch involuntarily. The more formidable one's cultivation, the more precious their blood becomes. The cup of blood before him contained a vitality and spiritual energy comparable to that of certain earthly treasures. He only needed a few drops of her blood to ensure that the wind god wings he forged would not only resonate with her attributes, but would also be easier to refine. He had not anticipated that this woman would indeed be so reckless, releasing such a significant quantity of blood in one go. System, synthesize all the materials before me. Shaking his head and glancing at Kai Yin, who had already staunched her wound, Xiao Chen promptly issued a command to the system. Ding! The system has deducted 12,000 points and is now synthesizing all materials for the host. With the system's prompt, a brilliant white light erupted forth. Following this, all materials began to merge together. A pair of wings, interwoven in hues of crimson and azure, immediately floated within the chamber. The scarlet flame wind god wings. The tier remained at the peak of the earthly level. Moreover, it was perfectly attuned to Kai Yin's aerial treasures. Success. Witnessing the wind god wings before him, which were entirely different from his own, Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He promptly issued an upgrade command to the system. Ding! The system has deducted 32,000 points and is now upgrading the Scarlet Flame Wind God wings for the host. As the system's prompt echoed, a radiant white light erupted once more. The quality of the Scarlet Flame Wind God wings ascended to the pinnacle of the heavenly tier. Amidst the dazzling blue and red glow, two roars suddenly resonated. Serpent-like patterns of a devouring dragon appeared on both wings, imbuing the Scarlet Flame Wind God wings with a sense of majesty. The finished product was quite impressive. Observing the wings before him, which were by no means inferior to his 5 elements Wind God wings, Xiao Chen wore a satisfied smile. After a moment of admiration, he casually presented the Scarlet Flame Wind God wings to Kai Yin. Although Kai Yin was already a formidable being of the 9th level of the celestial realm, her speed was remarkably swift. Yet, with the enhancement of the Scarlet Flame Wind God wings, her potential speed would be terrifyingly amplified. "Thank you so much, my lord," Kai Yin exclaimed, her body trembling with excitement as she gazed at the Scarlet Flame Wind God wings, which resonated deeply with her bloodline. She felt an overwhelming urge to rush towards Xiao Chen, wishing to pledge herself to him in gratitude. A weapon so close to the sacred tier, perfectly attuned to her essence, promised an unimaginable enhancement to her combat prowess, enabling her to contend against several foes of equal rank. Beside them, Murong Qingxue looked on with envy. However, her envy was not for the heavenly treasure, but rather for the fact that it was crafted by Xiao Chen himself, revealing just how significant Kai Yin was in his heart. "No need to envy. You shall have one too. Just provide me with a few drops of your blood." Noticing Murong Qingxue's envious expression, Xiao Chen retrieved a pile of materials. This time, apart from fragments of the Wind God wings, all other materials were of the profound Yin variety. "I can have one too." Murong Qingxue paused, momentarily stunned by Xiao Chen's words. Soon after, her face flushed with excitement as she swiftly drew a cut across her wrist, blood gushing forth. "Wow, do you all find self-mutilation pleasurable?" Seeing Murong Qingxue, in a manner akin to Kai Yin, force out a cup full of blood, Xiao Chen's forehead was instantly adorned with a black line of exasperation. After calling out to stop her, he replicated the procedure. After 2 operations that consumed 44,000 points, a pair of wings exuding a chilling aura manifested before Xiao Chen and the others. The profound Yin Wind God wings. Their quality also reached the heavenly tier. Perhaps due to the infusion of Murong Qingxue's blood from her Taiyin Xianchai physique, these wings swirled with a smoky black mist, resembling a sinister creature. "First, let us refine them. They could save your life in critical moments. However, under normal circumstances, refrain from revealing them casually, as your current cultivation might attract unwanted attention from others." Upon witnessing Murong Qingxue gazing at him with an entranced expression, her eyes shimmering like spring waters, Xiao Chen cleared his throat and remarked casually. These 2 women, with the slightest hint of kindness shown to them, seemed intent on devouring him. Their incessant thoughts of ensnaring him were truly exasperating. In the increasingly fervent gaze of the 2, Xiao Chen produced a piece of earth-grade profound weapon, an unadorned sword. Although its rank was only mid-tier among earth-grade weapons, it constituted excellent material for synthesis. However, his intention this time was not to forge a weapon for himself, but rather to create one for Kai Yin and Murong Qingxue. After all, his preferred armaments were of the spear and halberd variety, while blades were commendable. They did not suit him as well. As his thoughts settled, Xiao Chen commenced a series of fluid motions, expending 45,000 points of contribution to synthesize a celestial-grade exquisite red flame profound sword for Kai Yin. He then spent another 15,000 points to forge a top-tier earth-grade lunar profound sword for Murong Qingxue. Given that Murong Qingxue currently possessed only the cultivation of the 4th stage of the Spirit Aperture realm, wielding a celestial-grade weapon would yield little effect. He resolved to upgrade her armament once her strength increased. Subsequently, noticing that Kai Yin and Murong Qingxue had each sacrificed 2 large cups of blood, appearing somewhat weakened, Xiao Chen seemed to have an idea. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved an item from the system space. Chapter 87. A Life of Extraordinary Fortuity. It's hard not to be invincible. The Tianyang Purple Ginseng, a spirit herb capable of significantly enhancing vitality, could reach the pinnacle of celestial-grade quality. Regular consumption not only fortifies the physical body, but also refines one's true essence cultivation. However, the particular Tianyang purple ginseng before him, while of earth-grade excellence, had suffered damage during extraction, resulting in the loss of much of its medicinal potency. Fortunately, this posed no significant issue for Xiao Chen. Observing the ginseng, he gently sliced it into several pieces, retaining only one to command the system for repair. Ding! 8,000 contribution points have been deducted. The system is repairing the Tianyang purple ginseng. As the system's voice faded, a radiant white light illuminated the space once more, revealing a pristine Tianyang purple ginseng, exuding a rich medicinal aroma. Yet, he desired to elevate its rank to celestial-grade excellence. Upon issuing this command, the system deducted 32,000 points, enhancing the Tianyang purple ginseng to celestial-grade quality. Consuming it would restore their vitality. Gazing at the Tianyang purple ginseng before him, Xiao Chen unleashed his true essence, slicing off 2 small pieces and extending them to the 2 women who had bled excessively. "Thank you, young master," Kai Yin and Murong Qingxue said, their eyes brimming with tears as they looked at the Tianyang purple ginseng slices. Without a moment's hesitation, they consumed the precious herb. In the next moment, as the Tianyang purple ginseng slices entered their bodies, a formidable surge of medicinal power erupted within the 2 women. Kai Yin, a formidable figure in the realm of celestial beings, fared slightly better, yet Murong Qingxue's complexion immediately flushed a deep crimson, her breathing becoming somewhat rapid. "Young master, I feel so hot," she murmured, her voice tinged with an alluring lilt under the influence of the medicinal potency. Observing this, Kai Yan's eyes momentarily sparkled with a hint of intrigue. She chose not to suppress the surge of power, her own face also slightly reddening. "Young master, I too feel hot," she declared in a sultry tone, her lips unconsciously gliding over one another, embodying a bewitching allure that could drive any man to madness. Seeing this unfold, Xiao Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It was entirely normal to feel the heat from the potent Tianyang purple ginseng. But did the 2 of them need to react in such a manner? Nonetheless, he chose to ignore Kai Yin and Murong Qingxue as they refined the spiritual herb to enhance their strength. Instead, he retrieved an item from the system space, the Yin-Yang mystical path technique. This was an earth-tier technique that Xiao Chen had acquired at an auction. However, it was incomplete and of a low grade. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been valued at merely 290,000 spirit crystals. Yet for Xiao Chen, these minor flaws posed no significant issue. "System, repair this technique," he commanded without hesitation. Ding! 6,000 points have been deducted, and the system is in the process of restoring the Yin-Yang mystical path technique. As the system prompt resonated, a brilliant white light suddenly illuminated the room. Numerous runes and patterns erupted from the scroll inscribed with the technique, swirling in the void. In the cosmos, there exists Yin and Yang. From Yin and Yang, myriad paths emerge. Through the transformation of Yin and Yang, the creations of the universe are seized, and the interplay of all things reveals the profound truths of the great Tao. This technique aimed to enhance one's cultivation speed and improve physical constitution. One had to admit that the creator of this technique was truly a genius. Unfortunately, its low rank rendered its effects rather minimal. It seemed an upgrade was in order. After musing briefly, Xiao Chen issued another command to the system. "Upgrade the Yin-Yang mystical path technique to the peak of the heaven tier." Ding! 42,000 points have been deducted, and the system is upgrading the Yin-Yang mystical path technique. The cost of upgrading from a low-grade Earth tier technique to a peak Heaven tier 1 was significantly higher than that of other items. Yet, these were mere trifles. As the system prompt concluded, the multitude of runes began to evolve. A more profound aura enveloped the room, leaving Kai Yin and Murong Qingxue utterly mesmerized. Although they did not comprehend the nature of the technique Xiao Chen was refining, the aura exuded a captivating allure. If they could cultivate this method, their strength would undoubtedly soar. In the next moment, as the white light dissipated, countless runes and patterns surged into Xiao Chen's mind, allowing him to master this profound technique in an instant. The method of Yin and Yang harmonization was truly extraordinary. Upon receiving the information of this technique, Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled with a hint of brilliance. Under the system's calculations, the complementary abilities of this technique reached a level of terrifying prowess. "Young master, what is this technique? It appears remarkably captivating. I wonder if Kai Yin could comprehend it?" Kai Yin inquired. unable to contain her curiosity as Xiao Chen reflected on the situation. This technique is known as the yin-yang mystical path, which enables one to glimpse the profound mysteries of the universe through the duality of yin and yang, thereby seizing the natural order to enhance one's cultivation speed and improve one's physical constitution. If you wish to cultivate it, I can impart this technique to you. Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile upon hearing Kai Yan's question. This revelation made Kai Yan's eyes gleam with excitement, and she playfully cast a flirtatious glance at Xiao Chen. I was just lamenting my lack of an effective technique to refine the medicinal powers of the heavenly sun purple ginseng. If the young master is willing to share this technique, I shall surely delve into it with great diligence. Xiao Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth at her words. It felt as though her perfectly innocent remarks took on a different flavor when they came from her lips. This Medusa queen was truly enchanting. Nevertheless, Xiao Chen was not one to be stingy. Without hesitation, he imparted the yin-yang mystical path to both Kai Yan and Murong Qingxue, hastening their refinement of the heavenly sun purple ginseng's powers and improving their physical conditions. The following day, as Xiao Ming continuously refined the immense medicinal energy of the heavenly sun purple ginseng, his cultivation aura became even more formidable than the day before. After a while, his aura gradually stabilized. Having traversed to this realm for less than half a month, he had already broken through to the second level of the cave heaven realm. Such an extraordinary life, it would be difficult not to be invincible. Feeling his cultivation break through once more, Xiao Chen slowly opened his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. With the system serving as his golden finger, he lacked for nothing in terms of cultivation resources, and his prowess was surging upward at an astonishing rate. Even a reborn emperor would find it hard to compete with him. He pondered how many points remained, recalling the series of actions from the previous day where points had flowed away like water. Xiao Chen promptly opened his attribute panel. Medusa Queen seeks free little gifts. I hope esteemed patrons can lend their support. Chapter 88. Young Master, do you find my legs beautiful? Host, Xiao Chen Physique. Innate Dao Body Cultivation. Second level of Cave Heaven Realm Technique. Creation of the Universe Technique Abilities. Celestial Demon Shadowless Step. Great Wilderness True Dragon Fist. 5 Elements Overturning Seal. 9 Transformations Golden Body Shield. 5 Elements Killing Technique. Yin-Yang Mystical Path Points. 130, 364, with only 130,000 points remaining. Xiao Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Although he had a premonition that his points were dwindling, he hadn't anticipated them to be this scarce. Young Master, why do you look so troubled so early in the morning? Upon witnessing Xiao Chen's ascension to the second realm of Dantian, his visage bore no trace of elation. Kai Yan stretched languidly, her expression tinged with curiosity as she inquired, "Is something amiss?" "Not much. Merely the exhaustion of substantial resources yesterday. I must replenish them promptly." Xiao Chen replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone. "Are you troubled by the matter of my marrow cleansing and pulse severing?" Kai Yan astutely deduced, noticing Xiao Chen's discomfort. With a gentle smile, she continued, "You have been exceedingly kind to me, young master. There is no need to frown over such trifles. My cultivation has now been restored, and I shall procure whatever you desire in the future, since you have an affinity for various resources. Upon my return to the Serpent clan, I shall not only unearth all our clan's treasures, but also command the entire tribe to gather resources. This way, I shall be worthy of your nurturing and affection. Indeed, one cannot rush to consume hot tofu. It must be approached step by step." Xiao Chen mused with a faint smile, dismissing further concerns. With his current connections and means, amassing resources would be significantly easier than before. Gathering the requisite 800,000 points should pose no insurmountable challenge. It is well that you are able to put your mind at ease. Observing Xiao Chen's furrowed brow relax, Kai Yan's countenance brightened with a charming smile as she languidly stretched her long, fair legs. "Young master, do you find my legs to be appealing?" Inside the chamber, as Kai Yan's remark lingered in the air, the atmosphere turned suddenly somber. Xiao Chen's gaze fixated upon her. Long and fair, as exquisite as jade, the first impression of those legs ignited 2 words in his mind. Yet, the next moment, he sensed an unusual tension as he met Kai Yan's teasing gaze, her tongue playfully darting out to moisten her lips. That alluring, provocative expression incited a blaze of indignation within him. Impudent enchantress, To dare provoke me so brazenly this early in the day. Have you not learned your lesson from yesterday? 2 hours later, as Xiao Chen reveled in his comfort, Kai Yan's voice cut through the tranquility. Young master, the Lady Ziluo has arrived. Oh, could it be that the resources have arrived? Xiao Chen sprang to his feet, startling Mu Rongqing Shui. Yesterday, Ziluo had mentioned arranging for the surrounding branches of Tiandu City to send the surplus resources here. With her arrival, it was highly likely that they had indeed come. With that thought, Xiao Chen dissipated the moisture from his body, donned his attire, and strode towards the door. Young master, may I intrude for a moment? Just as he reached the doorway, a knock resounded, accompanied by Ziluo's voice. Ha ha ha, not at all an intrusion. Before Ziluo could finish her sentence, Xiao Chen swung open the door, inadvertently startling her. The young master truly enjoys extraordinary fortunes. As the door swung open, Ziluo's gaze immediately fell upon Xiao Chen, and a fleeting glance revealed Kai Yan and Murong Qingxue behind him. This sight rendered Ziluo somewhat awkward, prompting her to exclaim, ahem. Miss Ziluo is not here to discuss the intricacies of life with me, is she? Upon hearing Ziluo's profound remark, Xiao Chen cleared his throat and responded with a faint smile. If Miss Ziluo came merely to utter such words, she was either exceedingly idle or harbored some interest in him. I mentioned to Xiao Gongzi yesterday that I would have the surrounding branches send over some resources. The efficiency of the nearby branches was commendable, as they delivered several batches of resources early this morning. Following Xiao Chen's statement, Ziluo smiled in return, producing a spatial ring from her hand and extending it towards him. However, the resources from the surrounding branches were not as abundant as those found in the bustling Tiandu city. The total worth of all the resources from several branches amounted to merely 560,000 spirit crystals. 560,000. Upon hearing Ziluo's words, a glimmer of light sparkled in Xiao Chen's eyes. Resources valued at 560,000 spirit crystals could likely yield over 500,000 points. Xiao Chen felt quite content with this figure. No matter, I am already quite satisfied to gather such resources. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Chen accepted the spatial ring. This sum would suffice to replenish yesterday's expenditures and facilitate Cyan's bloodline upgrade without difficulty. Yes, I will apply an 80% discount to the expenses and record it in the guild's accounts for now. Once the rejuvenation purple pill is sold, the guild will automatically offset this amount. Observing Xiao Chen's satisfaction, Ziluo's smile widened. Then, seemingly recalling something, she addressed Xiao Chen again. By the way, my father and several elders are quite interested in you, Xiao Gongzi. Moreover, as an honorary elder of the Ziyun Guild, you will need to verify your credentials at the guild's headquarters. If you have some time in the near future, please do visit the Ziyun Guild headquarters. The notion of visiting the guild headquarters momentarily seized Xiao Chen's attention. The Ziyun Guild headquarters is located within the Grand Dacian Imperial City, a place teeming with a mixture of people, including numerous experts of the celestial realm. Until Kai Yan ascends to the sacred realm, he dared not venture into the Dacian Imperial City recklessly. After all, deep within the Dacian Imperial Palace resides an ancient figure of the sacred realm, who has a long-standing feud with the Serpent tribe. Should this old man discover Cyan's infiltration into the Imperial City, unforeseen complications might arise. Queen Medusa, esteemed guests, do you find my legs appealing? If so, I kindly request your support, dear gentlemen. Chapter 89. Should these two fail to succeed, brace yourself for a beating. Next, I must make a trip to the Orchid Pavilion, and only after my return can I make a decision. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chen neither readily agreed nor outright refused. Should Kai Yan manage to ascend to the sacred realm in due time, and if he were to subdue the Orchid Pavilion, a visit to the Grand Qian Imperial City would not be of great concern. After all, it is the most prosperous region of the Grand Qian dynasty, and it is possible to reap even greater resources there. Thus, Ziluo patiently awaited his decision. Upon hearing this, Ziluo displayed no dissatisfaction, merely responding with a faint smile. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xiao Chen learned that Ziluo was soon to embark on her journey back to the Grand Qian Imperial City, while the elder of the celestial realm would remain at the trading association for a while longer. This revelation took Xiao Chen by surprise. No wonder the Ziyun Trading Association thrived. As the daughter of its leader, Ziluo was prepared to host an auction upon acquiring valuable resources. Young master, I wish to return home for a visit. Murong Qingxue, suddenly spoke after Zi Luo's departure, her expression somewhat bashful. Considering the time, she realized she had been at the Ziyun Trading Association for several days. Although she found happiness in Xiao Chen's company, she felt it was necessary to inform her family of her well-being. Then let us return together, Xiao Chen replied with a gentle smile. At the city lord's residence, Murong Bo was warming up in the courtyard. Upon seeing Murong Fu enter, he inquired in a calm tone, "How has order been restored?" The recent auction had kept them exceedingly busy, but fortunately, with its conclusion, public safety had not suffered a significant decline. "It is quite satisfactory," Murong Fu nodded, his voice laden with relief. As the auction concluded, many powerful figures departed, making order more manageable than it had been prior. However, as he spoke, Murong Fu's brow furrowed slightly, as if a troubling thought had crossed his mind. Yet, the Orchid Pavilion remains within the Ziyun Trading Association, and they possess a zwanking snow lotus pill, which could incite malevolent desires among many powerful individuals. At this point, Murong Fu's demeanor grew exceedingly grave. A look of concern etched upon his face. Although the presence of an elder from the Ziyun Trading Association deterred some ill-intentioned individuals from acting, the risk remained. What if other celestial realm experts were also targeting those from the Orchid Pavilion? Should a confrontation occur within the celestial capital, the terrifying might of such beings could endanger the entire city. "This is nothing to worry about," Murong Bo interjected, waving his hand dismissively. His tone was notably calm. No celestial realm expert would dare to provoke the Ziyun Trading Association, the Grand Qian imperial family, and the Orchid Pavilion by brazenly attempting to seize a heavenly-grade elixir within the celestial capital. The Grand Qian imperial family has decreed that high-ranking martial artists must not harm any city. Should they cause widespread casualties, they will face imperial pursuit and retribution. Within 7 days of selling precious items, the safety of customers is assured. Thus, to engage in robbery during this period would provoke the ire of 3 formidable factions. Surely, no adept at the celestial realm would be foolish enough to commit such a blunder. By the way, is that girl Xiao still at the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce? As Murong Bo recalled his granddaughter, a complex expression crossed his face. It has been several days since her return, and he wondered if she had succeeded. Murong Fu nodded in response, a hint of melancholy gracing his features. "That girl seems to have forgotten about us, clinging to that young Master Xiao." Just then, before Murong Fu could finish his lament, he received a sharp slap to the back of his head. "Xiao has only been away for a few days, and here you are, wallowing in self-pity. If she and young Master Xiao do indeed become a couple, then it would be meaningful for you to be proud. But if they do not, brace yourself for a beating." Observing his inept son, Murong Bo glared in exasperation, nearly tempted to discipline him with a whip. This made Murong Fu's lips twitch uncontrollably, causing him to question whether he was truly the son of this old man, who seemed fixated on his granddaughter's affection for young Master Xiao. "City Lord, the young lady has returned." Just as Murong Fu was feeling vexed, a guard rushed in to report. "What?" Upon hearing the guard's words, both Murong Bo and Murong Fu abruptly lifted their heads, their faces filled with astonishment and surprise. "Is it just the young lady?" Murong Bo hastily inquired, as if recalling something. "No, young Master Xiao is also here, along with that woman in red." The guard promptly replied, noting the intensity in Murong Bo's gaze. "Ha ha ha, there is hope, there is hope," Murong Bo exclaimed in wild delight, his face breaking into a grin reminiscent of a blooming flower. If Murong Qingxue had returned alone, it would imply little progress with Xiao Chen. However, with the presence of others, perhaps there was indeed something blossoming. "Grandfather, what brings you such joy?" As they entered the inner courtyard, they found Murong Bo laughing heartily, prompting Murong Qingxue to express her curiosity. "Qingxue? Xiao?" Upon seeing Murong Qingxue in the courtyard, both Murong Fu and Murong Bo turned to her, their pupils slightly constricting. With their cultivation levels, they could easily sense the energy emanating from her. The xuanhuan energy surrounding her had grown somewhat murky, clearly indicating a loss of purity. Most astonishingly, when she departed from the Murong family just days prior, her cultivation was only at the 2nd level of the spirit aperture realm. Yet now, her cultivation had soared to the 6th level. How could this be achieved? It seems that a realization has dawned upon them. Murong Bo and Murong Fu turned their gaze towards the back of Murong Qingxue. where a handsome young gentleman and a lady clad in red entered the inner courtyard of the Murong residence. Ha ha ha, young Master Xiao, it has truly been a while. I have sorely missed you, exclaimed Murong Bo with hearty laughter upon seeing Xiao Chen. He waved his hand to dismiss the guards and hurried over, leaving Murong Qingxue momentarily bewildered. Had she become an outsider in her own home? Observing Murong Bo's enthusiastic approach, Xiao Chen responded with a gentle smile. Evidently unfazed by the attention. The affection contract instilled by the system was indeed extraordinary. Murong Bo had come forth to greet him, neglecting even his granddaughter. Qingxue, something seems amiss with you. How have you advanced in your cultivation so rapidly? Murong Fu inquired, stepping forward with a furrowed brow, his expression betraying a touch of concern. Though he harbored suspicions, he could not suppress his curiosity. It is all thanks to the young master, Murong Qingxue replied, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. Here was a young lady of noble birth, who had known this gentleman for but a few days, yet had entrusted her purity to him. This matter could hardly remain concealed. Would Murong Fu be able to accept it? Indeed, upon hearing Murong Qingxue's words, Murong Fu's countenance twitched. After 18 years of raising his daughter, she was now to be claimed by another. I have returned with Qingxue primarily to inform you that she is now my woman. In a few days, I may take her away from the Murong family. Xiao Chen's sudden declaration struck like thunder, leaving both men in a state of shock, their minds reeling. What? You intend to take Qingxue away? Murong Bo and Murong Fu's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Xiao Chen, their expressions reflecting their incredulity. They had only known each other for a brief time. What if they could not find her again? Anxiety gripped Murong Fu as he became increasingly wary. Although Xiao Chen had shown great kindness to the Murong family, their acquaintance was still too brief, and they barely understood his character. How could he, as a father, allow Xiao Chen to take Murong Qingxue away? There is no need for such surprise. The matter is as follows, Xiao Chen explained with a calm smile, detailing the intentions of the xuanhuan sect to take Murong Qingxue as a disciple, albeit with the caveat that due to certain flaws in the cultivation method, he was currently opposed to the idea. Therefore, the plan is to first bring Qingxue to the xuanhuan sect, and once her cultivation flaws are rectified, allow her to formally join the sect. After listening to Xiao Chen narrate the entire sequence of events, Murong Fu could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Not only could he discern the deficiencies in the xuanhuan sect's techniques, but he also had the ability to refine this core method. What manner of master could be behind this young gentleman Xiao? Ha ha ha. It is truly a stroke of fortune for Xiaoxue to have captured Xiao Chen's concern. Murong Bo chuckled heartily, immediately gesturing his support. With the young master looking after Xiaoxue, I feel utterly at ease. However, should she exhibit any clumsiness, I hope the young master can show her some forbearance along the way. Not only did she manage to secure the favor of Xiao Chen, becoming his beloved, but she also caught the attention of the xuanhuan sect. This granddaughter of mine has indeed not let me down. What? Murong Fu, who had just regained his composure from the shock, was momentarily dumbfounded upon hearing his grandfather's words. Without fully grasping the truth of the situation, this old fellow had already consented. Even if the other party were truly a benefactor of the Murong family, this seemed an excessive display of trust. Fear not. She is my woman, and I shall take good care of her, Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile. His nonchalant words caused Murong Qingxue's face to flush, almost rendering her faint with happiness. Following this, Xiao Chen retrieved an item from the system's space and, with a wave of his hand, presented it to Murong Bo. This is a segment of Heavenly Sun Purple Ginseng, of supreme quality at the heavenly tier. If you can refine it, it will significantly elevate your cultivation by several minor realms. As Murong Bo is indeed Murong Qingxue's grandfather, his fondness for Xiao Chen had reached a fervent level. Currently, his cultivation stood at the second level of the profound realm. With some training, he might soon break through to the celestial realm. Heavenly Sun Purple Ginseng, supreme quality at the heavenly tier. Upon hearing those two phrases from Xiao Chen, both Murong Bo and Murong Fu's expressions shifted dramatically, nearly causing them to topple over in astonishment. The Heavenly Sun Purple Ginseng. It is one of the rare herbs that can be directly refined, possessing immense benefits for both cultivation and vitality. A single piece of heavenly tier supreme quality Heavenly Sun Purple Ginseng would make even celestial realm experts envious. If the ginseng in this box truly is of such quality, even a small fragment would be a treasure beyond the Murong family's means. Young master, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Seeing the box before him, Murong Bo inhaled sharply, his voice trembling as he spoke. To claim he was not envious would be a fallacy. Yet, Xiao Chen not only saved his life, but also aided him in returning to the second level of the profound realm. Even if his granddaughter became the young master's beloved, he felt he could not accept anything further. There is nothing that cannot be received. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen shook his head and then cast a discerning glance at Murong Bo. For over a decade, you have been rendered a mere shadow of your former self due to injuries. Yet now, with my assistance, both your condition and cultivation have returned to their peak. However, regardless of the situation, you have squandered over 10 years of precious training time. In the absence of external stimuli, even if you manage to achieve further breakthroughs, you will never touch the realm of the celestial being. Without reaching the celestial being realm, you cannot be considered a true powerhouse among the 7 great dynasties of the Eastern Wilderness. Consequently, any assistance you may provide in the future will be exceedingly limited. The celestial being realm? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Murong Bo could only manage a bitter smile. Young Master Xiao, you overestimate an old man like me. My innate talent is merely of the mid-tier in the heavenly stage, and having squandered over a decade. If I could attain the 9th layer of the profound realm in this lifetime, it would be akin to smoke rising from my ancestral tomb. Very well. Allow me to bestow upon you another opportunity. After pondering Murong Bo's words, Xiao Chen stepped forward. He then unleashed his cultivation, surrounded by numerous runes. The realm of cave heavens. Upon sensing the aura of Xiao Chen's cultivation, both Murong Bo and Murong Fu's expressions changed drastically. Just a few days ago, he was clearly at the spirit aperture realm, and in such a short span, he has broken through to the cave heaven realm. What kind of anomaly is this, young Master Xiao? Do not move, relax. Xiao Chen paid no heed to their astonishment. As his words fell, he brought his fingers together and pointed at Murong Bo. He then issued a command to the system to upgrade his talent. Ding! The system has deducted 12,000 points, proceeding to enhance Murong Bo's talent. In a dazzling radiance of white light, Murong Bo's martial talent was elevated from the mid-tier heavenly stage to the pinnacle of the heavenly stage, though it was merely a small increase of 2 tiers. This transformation felt akin to a baptism. In that instant, Murong Bo perceived the world with newfound clarity. Even his affinity with the spiritual essence of heaven and earth deepened significantly. Boom! The next moment, accompanied by a resounding roar, Murong Bo shattered the barriers of his cultivation, directly breaking through to the 3rd layer of the profound realm. What kind of technique is this? Beside him, Murong Fu watched in disbelief as his father's cultivation surged with just a mere touch from Xiao Chen, his eyes nearly popping out. Ha! Thank you for your generous gift, young Master Xiao. Feeling the transformation of his talent and the subsequent breakthrough in his cultivation, Murong Bo was filled with ecstatic joy and immediately knelt before Xiao Chen. No need for such formalities. Seeing Murong Bo about to kneel, Xiao Chen quickly supported him. If you truly feel indebted, perhaps you could assist me in overseeing the Xiao family in Luyan City. I must travel to the Xuanhuan sect, which is quite distant from Luyan City. Moreover, it has been several days since the Lin family in Tiandu City was annihilated. If the Tai Sword sect were to diligently investigate the cause of Li Hai's death, they might trace a few subtle clues back to the Xiao family of Luyan City. In the absence of him and Kai Yan, even with the protection of a heavenly stage formation, they would likely encounter significant troubles. Should Murong Bo be discreetly overseeing matters? Even if the Xiao family were to face unforeseen circumstances, there would be no great upheaval as he would not have time to return. This was one of the reasons he assisted Murong Bo in his breakthrough. Luyan City's Xiao family. Upon hearing this, both Murong Bo and Murong Fu appeared somewhat perplexed. Luyan City seemed to be a remote locale in the wild state, utterly incomparable to Tiandu City. Could this extraordinarily enigmatic young master, Xiao, truly hail from such a humble origin? Chapter 91. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. Indeed, I am from the Xiao family of Luyan City. Observing the speculative expressions on Murong Bo and Murong Fu's faces, Xiao Chen did not conceal the truth and nodded in affirmation. He succinctly recounted the grievances involving the Lin family of Tiandu City and the Tai Sword sect to the two. So it was the young master who annihilated the Lin family. After Xiao Chen finished narrating the circumstances, Murong Fu looked up in astonishment. The recent destruction of the Lin family had caused quite a stir throughout Tiandu City. He had initially intended to investigate this matter, but due to a series of events involving the Murong family and the grand auction held in Tiandu City, he had been overwhelmed and had set aside the inquiry. To his surprise, the mastermind behind it all was young Master Xiao. The Lin family, in their ignorance, dared to provoke young Master Xiao, and their demise was well-deserved. While Murong Fu's face was etched with shock, Murong Bo radiated an aura of fierce indignation. It seemed he would not rest until he had eradicated the Lin family himself. What's wrong? Do you still wish to apprehend young Master Xiao? Noticing Murong Fu's lack of righteous fury, Murong Bo smote the back of Murong Fu's head. Unfilial wretch. At this moment, young Master Xiao was akin to their ancestor, and likewise, a progenitor of the Murong family. To hesitate even slightly was a grave disrespect to their forebears. I did not. Caught off guard by Murong Bo's reprimand, Murong Fu's face was a mask of frustration. It truly felt as though there was a father above him, an ancestor above that father, and even a younger ancestor below. Life had become quite unbearable. Rest assured, young master, I shall make my way to Luyan City forthwith, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will communicate directly with you. After educating Murong Fu, Murong Bo declared resolutely, "Thus, I must thank you, old sir." Xiao Chen responded with a faint smile, then turned his gaze to Murong Fu. After a moment's contemplation, he added with a gentle smile, "If Elder Murong departs, there would be no profound realm expert to safeguard the city lord's residence. Should any disturbances arise within the city, it would be challenging to manage. Allow me to assist City Lord Murong in his breakthrough." As these words fell from his lips, Xiao Chen once again unleashed his cultivation. What? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's statement, Murong Fu was momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed by a wave of ecstatic joy. He had been trapped in the 9th stage of nirvana for many years. Although he sensed a bottleneck during this time, breaking through was far from a simple endeavor. If Xiao Chen could assist him in this breakthrough, it would undoubtedly spare him several years of arduous cultivation. Calm down. As Murong Fu reveled in his elation, Xiao Chen was enveloped in swirling runes, and then a finger descended upon Murong Fu. Ding! The system has deducted 32,000 points, currently upgrading the talent of Murong Fu. Given that Murong Fu's talent was merely of the Earth tier's highest grade, the upgrade to the Heaven tier's highest grade required a bit more expenditure. However, this was a minor issue. After all, among those present, only Murong Fu had yet to undergo Xiao Chen's baptism, and to ensure that his secret remained undisclosed. It was essential to establish a goodwill contract with Murong Fu. Boom! With the sound of the system prompt, Murong Fu felt a resonating thunder in his mind, as if he were submerged in a spiritual spring. The entire world became increasingly vivid, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth grew more intimate. The sensation resembled a rebirth, a return to the womb. The cultivation bottleneck that had constrained him for years trembled like never before at that moment. Break through for me. In the next instant, as Murong Fu fiercely opened his eyes and soared into the sky, he let out a resounding roar. A terrifying aura of cultivation erupted from him with a deafening force. The spiritual energy within a radius of several miles surged and boiled, transforming into a torrent that rushed toward him. Murong Fu's cultivation had thoroughly broken through to the profound realm, startling the surrounding area of the city lord's mansion for dozens of miles. Did Lord Murong actually break through to the profound realm? With the old city lord restored to his peak, the new city lord also ascended, heralding the rise of the Murong family. A dual breakthrough to the profound realm was simply extraordinary. Observers around the city lord's mansion buzzed with discussion as they witnessed the vortex forming above. After a moment, Murong Fu landed back on the ground and immediately knelt before Xiao Chen. "Thank you, young Master Xiao, for your immense grace." "No need for such formality," Xiao Chen replied, supporting him before he could fully kneel. Although he refrained from calling him father-in-law, after all, he was Murong Qingshue's father, and it would not be proper to allow him to perform such a gesture of reverence. "By the way, hand over the cultivation methods you practice, and I will have my master assist in their derivation, with my help in cleansing your marrow and opening your meridians." Combined with the methods reaching the Heaven tier's highest grade, Breaking through to the celestial realm should not pose a challenge, provided you dedicate yourselves to your cultivation. After helping Murong Fu to his feet, Xiao Chen spoke calmly, deriving cultivation methods to reach the heaven tier's highest grade. Murong Fu exclaimed upon hearing Xiao Chen's words. Murong Bo and Murong Fu both gasped in astonishment, their faces swiftly transforming into expressions of unrestrained joy. What are you still waiting for? Hurry and present the legacy martial arts. Seeing that Murong Fu was still a moment behind in his reaction, Murong Bo hastily approached him, fearing that Xiao Chen might change his mind at any moment. Young master, this is the core martial art we practice, the Tiangang Xuanhuan. Murong Fu paid no heed to the earlier reprimand and quickly retrieved a scroll from his storage ring, presenting it to Xiao Chen with utmost reverence. Had it been moments ago, he might have hesitated, but now he felt an inexplicable fondness for Xiao Chen, and any hesitation would feel like an affront to him. Xiao Chen accepted the scroll and proceeded directly to the study. The process of cleansing the marrow and purging the veins could be superficially displayed, attributed to his extraordinary medical talent. However, the derivation of martial arts involved the accumulation of knowledge, a matter too intricate to explain. Although both men were bound by a contract, it was unnecessary to reveal such astonishing matters in public. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Chen emerged from the study, returning the martial art to the two men. The Tiangang Xuanhuan, originally of the Earth Rank's peak, had been elevated to the Heaven Rank's peak after expending 35,000 points of merit. This news sent Murong Bo and Murong Fu into a frenzy of elation, nearly causing them to kneel before Xiao Chen on the spot. After a thorough discussion, as evening fell, Murong Fu and Murong Bo hosted a grand banquet, inviting Xiao Chen and Murong Qingxue to drink to their heart's content. After several rounds of toasting, taking advantage of the slight inebriation of Murong Qingxue and Xiao Chen, they promptly arranged for their return to their quarters. It seemed they were eager for Murong Qingxue to bear them a robust heir, for without her, the Murong family would face a dilemma of succession. However, once Xiao Chen and Murong Qingxue were escorted back to their room, Cayenne, under the pretense of caring for them, forcefully entered their chamber. That night, due to Cayenne's intrusion, a certain unrest was destined to unfold. Chapter 92. Sister, do you not think she resembles someone? The following day, after a night of debauchery at the Murong family, Xiao Chen and his companions returned to the Xiun Commerce Association. 2 days had passed, and it was about time for the celestial elder of the Xuanhua sect to arrive. Young master, you have finally returned. The elder of the Xuanhua sect has been waiting impatiently. As soon as Xiao Chen, Cayenne, and Murong Qingxue stepped into the Xiun Commerce Association, they were greeted by Yun Shan, who approached with a face brimming with joy. In truth, the elder from the Xuanhua sect had arrived the previous night, intending to leave with Nangong Jing and the others without delay, for the serious condition of the esteemed elder had begun to deteriorate once more. Without the suppression of the Xuanqing Snow Lotus Elixir to alleviate the fire poison, the worsening of the injuries would likely jeopardize the foundational cultivation. However, to their surprise, Xiao Chen and his companions were absent from the Merchant Association, leaving Nangong Jing and her group with no choice but to linger. Oh, a few individuals have arrived? Upon hearing Yunshan's words, Xiao Chen raised his brow slightly, curiosity piqued. 2. Yunshan trembled at the response. A hint of fear etched across his face. It appeared to be the 4th and 5th elders of the Xuanhua sect, both formidable beings of the celestial realm. Recalling the 2 silver-haired women from the previous night, one nearly frightened him to the point of losing control. Even now, Yunshan was still haunted by the memory. Indeed, as the rumors suggested, the women of Xuanhua sect became increasingly frosty as their cultivation deepened. Their tempers were notoriously volatile, prone to the most severe reactions against men. It was as if 2 female demons had arrived. Perhaps they could reap a wave of souls. Upon hearing Yunshan's words, Xiao Chen's eyes glimmered, and he made his way into the Merchant Association. That lad surnamed Xiao, could he truly be as extraordinary as rumored? Meanwhile, within Xiao Chen's original chamber at the Xiun Merchant Association, a woman with a cold demeanor surveyed the room before inquiring in a flat tone. The 2 elders were growing restless, their hearts burdened by concern for the first elder's injuries. However, upon hearing Nangong Jing mention the discovery of an exceptionally gifted pure-yin body and a young master capable of curing their old ailments, they had hurriedly come to seek him out, only to find the chamber empty. Upon returning early today, they were still met with disappointment, which left them quite vexed. Fourth Elder, young Master Xiao is not just extraordinary, he is truly miraculous. Not only has he achieved breakthrough to the Xiandan realm at such a young age, but his medical skills are also astonishing. The hidden ailments we suffered from the backlash of our cultivation were completely healed with just a few gentle touches from him. Even the esteemed Dan King Guqinghe could not achieve what he has. After the fourth elder spoke, Li Wanqing, with a radiant countenance, eagerly shared her thoughts, completely oblivious to the increasingly frigid expressions of the two elders. Have you developed feelings? The fourth elder's indifferent remark instantly shifted Li Wanqing's expression. It was a grave warning that all disciples of the xuanhuan sect must remain emotionally detached, otherwise they risked succumbing to madness. This edict was a solemn reminder from their predecessors, and any transgression would invite severe repercussions from the sect. Fourth elder, fifth elder. Young Master Xiao is indeed a rare prodigy, and Murong Qingxue is also an exceptional talent. Perhaps we should exercise a bit more patience. Observing Li Wanqing's precarious state, Han Xinhua interjected to diffuse the tension. Since you have also spoken in such terms, then let us wait a little longer. Upon hearing these words, the fifth elder slightly raised his eyelids, his voice echoing coldly within the chamber. However, our patience is limited. If within the span of an hour, we do not see this so-called young Master Xiao, along with that woman of pure constitution, we shall promptly depart for the xuanhuan sect. The injuries of our Grand Elder cannot be delayed any longer. Allowing these two celestial realm elders to come up empty-handed twice is unacceptable. Regardless of whether this young Master Xiao possesses any remarkable abilities, at this moment, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying harbor no fondness for Xiao Chen. Someone is approaching. Almost as soon as these words were uttered, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed. Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying both jerked their heads up, their gazes immediately locking onto the entrance. Xiao Chen and his entourage then made their appearance. It seems rather inappropriate for a few individuals to intrude upon another's private quarters without permission, does it not? Upon entering the chamber, Xiao Chen's gaze swept across the group, his tone nonchalantly inquiring, "Are you the young Master Xiao?" As Xiao Chen stepped into the room, Lu Hanfei narrowed her eyes slightly, her voice tinged with a frosty demeanor as she posed her question. However, before she could finish her sentence, her attention was drawn to a woman with equally icy eyes standing behind Xiao Chen. The expression on her face shifted abruptly, revealing shock and wariness. "You are a celestial realm powerhouse." Sensing the threat emanating from Kai Yan, both Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying fixed their gazes intensely upon her, their expressions growing increasingly grave. "What?" Upon hearing Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying's words, even Nangong Jing and Han Xinhua, not to mention Murong Qingxue beside Xiao Chen, were taken aback. Although they had a premonition that Kai Yan was a formidable being, they never anticipated that she was a celestial realm expert. Moreover, judging by Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying's reactions, it was clear that Kai Yan was exceedingly fearsome, even among the celestial realm. Kai Yan cast a cold glance at the two, remaining silent as she stood beside Xiao Chen. Her aloof demeanor seemed to convey a message. "It would be wise for you to treat my man with respect, or I shall not hesitate to teach you a lesson." "Sister, do you not feel she bears a striking resemblance to someone?" Under Kai Yan's penetrating gaze, Li Qingying's expression turned grave, and then, as if struck by a thought, she hesitantly transmitted her voice to Lu Hanfei. "Queen Medusa." Upon hearing Li Qingying's words, Lu Hanfei's eyes widened in realization, her pupils contracting sharply. "No, the serpent people have not yet transcended to the saint realm. They cannot fully assume human form. Even if she has consumed some transformation elixir, it would be difficult to conceal the unique aura of the serpent people. Yet her aura is indistinguishable from that of a human, unlike that of the serpent people. Could it be that this is a celestial realm expert who resembles Queen Medusa?" In the brief span of 2 breaths, the two individuals communicated through their true essence, engaging in a fleeting exchange of thoughts. Ultimately, they reached a consensus to remain observant, for at that moment, Kai Yan was veiled and possessed the form of a human, her aura showing no signs of anomaly. Although they had encountered the Medusa Queen before, it was difficult to ascertain whether Kai Yan was indeed her. Even if she were the Medusa Queen, her cultivation at the 9th level of the celestial realm was beyond what the two of them could contend with, even when joined together. Furthermore, While the Xuanhuan sect had previously clashed with the Medusa Queen, it had only been a minor skirmish, devoid of any deep-seated enmity. Thus, irrespective of whether the woman before them was truly the Medusa Queen, their wisest course of action was to avoid conflict. Chapter 93. This young master merely states the facts, devoid of any question of validity. Esteemed young master, allow me to introduce our fourth elder, Lu Hanfei, and our fifth elder, Li Qingying, of the Xuanhuan sect. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Han Xinyue stepped forward to speak. We have informed the two elders regarding the matters concerning young Master Xiao and Miss Murong. If it is convenient for you in the coming days, we intend to return to the Xuanhuan sect at this moment. As she spoke, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying exchanged glances and turned their attention to Xiao Chen and Murong Qingxue. Upon noticing Murong Qingxue, their expressions momentarily faltered, followed by surprise as they exclaimed, "You have indeed broken through?" Perceiving the muddied essence emanating from Murong Qingxue, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying's countenances darkened. In their perception, Murong Qingxue's constitution was indeed superior to theirs. However, a purine body requires nurturing of its essence for rapid advancement. Once the essence is disrupted, the innate source of a purine body is lost, inevitably hindering future cultivation. The realization that Murong Qingxue had already lost her essence was tantamount to squandering her gifted constitution. What? Upon hearing Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying's words, Nangong Jing and Han Xinyue, among others, were taken aback. They had not noticed earlier, but now, feeling Murong Qingxue's aura, they realized she had indeed lost her essence. Yet just a few days prior, when they had encountered her, she had been untouched. Could it be? As if struck by a thought, the group turned their gazes toward Xiao Chen, their expressions becoming increasingly complex. Meanwhile, Murong Qingxue felt the weight of their scrutiny, her demeanor turning somewhat awkward. Wait, your cultivation has actually reached the 6th level of the spirit aperture realm. Upon sensing the aura of Murong Qingxue's cultivation, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying's eyes widened in disbelief, their faces reflecting shock and incredulity. At the tender age of 18, she has already cultivated to the 6th level of the spirit aperture. Such talent is truly astonishing. A purine body does not merely require the preservation of its primordial yin to achieve rapid advancement in cultivation. Noticing Murong Qingxue's evident discomfort, Xiao Chen stepped forward and remarked calmly, "As the saying goes, lonely yin does not give birth, and lonely yang does not thrive. The harmony of yin and yang is essential in the universe. While a pure yin body can, indeed, make remarkable progress in cultivation through the possession of innate primordial yin, prolonged imbalance between yin and yang within the body can lead to numerous detrimental effects. This is a truth well understood by the elders of the Orchid sect." Xiao Chen's words elicited grim expressions from Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying, their gazes directed at him with palpable hostility. To tarnish the purity of a pure yin body is to sever the path of another's cultivation. How dare he speak so grandiosely? Moreover, in a certain light, isn't this a critique of the Orchid sect's entrenched beliefs? Are you questioning our millennial-old practices? As this thought crossed her mind, Lu Hanfei coldly retorted. The founding matriarch of the Orchid sect was a woman of great suffering, who dedicated decades of her life to ensure that women could secure an important place in this merciless world. She even risked her life to delve into the abyss of 10,000 demons, where she obtained a fragment of a sacred tear technique, daring to decipher a heavenly-level cultivation method despite the peril of falling into madness. It is this very core technique, the xuanhuan yuju, that has gradually established the Orchid sect as one of the 5 major powers of the great Qian dynasty. Though they are aware of the method's flaws, which inflict torment upon them during cultivation, these women were once frail and vulnerable, often targeted due to their purine bodies. The Orchid sect has empowered them to seize control of their destinies, preventing them from becoming mere vessels for the nefarious desires of others before they have had the chance to mature. Thus, even with an understanding of the method's shortcomings, they will not tolerate external critique. I am merely stating the facts. There is no question of doubt involved, Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile. Even in the presence of 2 formidable celestial realm experts, he felt no pressure. Recognizing the existence of flaws, the appropriate course of action is to remedy them, rather than conceal them and silence others. If the Orchid sect's techniques could address their deficiencies, their overall strength could increase significantly, surpassing the other major powers. Xiao Chen was not exaggerating. After all, the elders and true disciples of the Orchid sect were selected from among the pure Yin bodies within the Great Qin dynasty, a rarity that emerges from hundreds of thousands of women. Should the flaws in their techniques be rectified, combined with their remarkable innate talents, their power would undoubtedly see a swift elevation. Thus, by that time, it is not entirely implausible for the xuanhuan sect to surpass several other formidable forces. Do you truly believe your master can perfect our techniques? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying did not refute him. After a moment of silence, they spoke in a somber tone. Over the years, the xuanhuan sect has endeavored to refine its techniques. However, despite the efforts of successive sect leaders, they have only managed to alleviate the side effects, unable to completely eradicate the flaws. If there truly exists an extraordinary individual capable of perfecting this technique, it would undoubtedly be a boon for the xuanhuan sect. Yet, concerning the sect's legacy, one cannot afford to be heedless. As long as you are willing to pay the price, my master could even perfect the sacred formula. Xiao Chen responded with a faint smile, his confidence palpable, causing Nangong Jing and the others to gasp in astonishment, their faces revealing admiration. Meanwhile, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying exchanged glances, their pupils narrowing slightly as they regarded Xiao Chen with surprise. Although they yearned to challenge his assertion, the seriousness in his demeanor and the presence of a powerful figure beside him compelled them to adopt a skeptical stance. In that case, you shall accompany us to the xuanhuan sect. The specifics will be decided once the sect leader emerges. After sharing a glance, Lu Hanfei spoke with a calm demeanor. We have already delayed for an entire night awaiting you. If there are no further matters, we should set off. With that, Lu Hanfei cast a glance at Kai Yin and proceeded towards the door. Li Qingying gestured to Nangong Jing and the others before following Lu Hanfei to depart from the room. There is no need for such haste. I can first assist you in treating and eliminating the hidden ailments within your bodies. This way, you will be able to ascertain whether I possess genuine abilities. Observing Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying's intent to leave immediately, Xiao Chen's eyes flickered momentarily before he spoke again. These two women, one the fourth elder and the other the fifth elder of the xuanhuan sect, occupy core positions within the sect's hierarchy. It is regrettable that they seem to harbor little faith in him. If he can aid them in healing their hidden ailments, he could take this opportunity to forge a bond of goodwill with them. Subsequently, he could use them as a means to more easily win over others within the xuanhuan sect. Chapter 94. Stop. What do you intend to do to Qingying? As Xiao Chen's words echoed, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying abruptly halted, turning to cast a glance at him. No need. We are pressed for time. Any matters can be discussed upon reaching the xuanhuan sect. With these words, Lu Hanfei turned once more. Despite the fact that Han Xuanhuan and Nangong Jing had sung Xiao Chen's praises the previous night, the two elders found it challenging to believe that he truly possessed such extraordinary medical skills. After all, Xiao Chen is indeed exceedingly young, merely 18 years of age. In contrast, the two women before him are formidable celestial realm cultivators with over a century of cultivation experience. The accumulation of sinister energy within them is nothing short of immense, rendering their bodies almost unrecognizable. They have not only completely lost their ability to conceive, but have also been devoid of their monthly cycle for 100 years. Their condition is far more severe than that of Han Xuanhuan, and even potent celestial-grade pills are unable to remedy their plight. Thus, it is difficult for them to fathom that a mere 18-year-old junior could possess the capability to heal them. Seeing Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying remain unmoved, Xiao Chen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. However, just as he was about to speak again, Li Qingying, who was passing by, suddenly trembled. An icy aura erupted violently from her, accompanied by a muffled groan. This unexpected turn of events startled everyone. Kai Yin instinctively rushed to shield Xiao Chen, fearing that the elder from the xuanhuan was attempting a surprise attack. Yet, as the onlookers glanced over, they beheld Li Qingying's face turn ashen, her right hand clutching her abdomen as she collapsed to the ground. A ferocious wave of chilling energy emanated from her, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet to freezing levels. Was this the backlash of sinister energy? Upon witnessing Li Qingying's symptoms, Xiao Chen's gaze sharpened with alarm. He had not anticipated that she would suffer backlash at this moment. It was indeed a remarkable coincidence. Qingying, Lu Hanfei exclaimed, rushing over to support her, unleashing her own energy to form a protective barrier. As she isolated the surroundings, she placed a hand on Li Qingying's back to help suppress the backlash of the sinister energy. At that moment, Li Qingying appeared ghastly pale, her expression contorted in agony. She nearly bit through her silver teeth, her entire being resembling someone undergoing a brutal execution. The terrifying chill exuding from her body caused the floorboards of the room to ice over and crack continuously. The horrific scene left Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing, among others, pale with fright, their delicate features betraying a hint of terror. They had not anticipated the backlash of sinister energy to be so fearsome. It was worth noting that Li Qingying was a celestial realm expert, yet the pain had forced her to her knees, highlighting the immense torment she was enduring. If such a situation were to arise in battle, a single misstep could indeed prove fatal. No wonder certain elders of the xuanhuan, despite their considerable strength, often encounter unforeseen accidents while on missions outside the sect. It seems highly probable that these elders met their demise due to backlash during combat, leading to their unfortunate downfall. Qingying, quickly take the xuanhuan pill. As Nangong Jing and Murong Qing Snow were taken aback, Lu Hanfei produced a bright red pill, ready to administer it to Li Qingying. However, at that moment, Xiao Chen interjected, the 7th-tier mid-grade xuanhuan pill, coupled with your force suppression. Indeed, it is possible to assist her in repressing the malevolent energy back into the palace, yet such an action would subject her body to further trauma. While it may appear that you are aiding her, in truth, you are causing her harm. As Xiao Chun's words lingered, Lu Hanfei's hand abruptly froze. Each time they endured a backlash, should they attempt to forcefully suppress it, the only recourse was to consume a potent fire attribute elixir, complemented by their formidable cultivation level. Only then could they suppress the backlash in the shortest possible time. However, the cost would be the injury of their palace and meridians, leading to an even more violent eruption next time. Many predecessors from the xuanhua sect, who had reached the celestial realm, perished in increasingly dreadful backlashes. Yet, apart from this method, they had no other options. Can you truly cure this malevolent energy backlash? As thoughts swirled, Lu Hanfei seemed to recall something. Her gaze fixed intently upon Xiao Chen. I have stated before, the reason you suffer from the backlash of malevolent energy is due to flaws in your cultivation method. To resolve this entirely, one must perfect the technique. Upon hearing Lu Hanfei's words, Xiao Chen approached Li Qingying and Lu Hanfei, then retrieved a piece of Tianyang purple ginseng from his system space. Is that the Tianyang purple ginseng? Upon seeing the ginseng in Xiao Chen's hand, Lu Hanfei's pupils involuntarily contracted, followed by a surge of elation on her face. Tianyang purple ginseng, an exceedingly unique yang attribute spirit herb, possesses a mild and rich medicinal quality, allowing cultivators to directly ingest and refine it. It is undoubtedly far superior to the xuanhuan pill she currently held. Hold her down for me. Observing Li Qingying's expression grow increasingly pained, hinting at an impending eruption, Xiao Chen solemnly commanded. The other party was a formidable celestial realm cultivator. Her true essence was terrifyingly potent. If he were to assist her in restoring her body, and she could not suppress the backlash and erupted, he could very well suffer severe injury. What? At Xiao Chen's words, Lu Hanfei had yet to fully comprehend. Kai Yan's gaze flickered momentarily, her figure appearing beside Xiao Chen as she forcefully shoved Lu Hanfei aside. In the next instant, her celestial ninefold cultivation erupted, causing the space around them to momentarily solidify. Kai Yan's actions were exceedingly brutal. With one hand pressing down on Li Qingying, she forcefully pinned her to the ground. The floor instantly crumbled and collapsed. Celestial ninefold. Feeling the aura of Kai Yan's explosive cultivation, Lu Hanfei's expression drastically changed. Although she sensed that Kai Yan was stronger, she had never anticipated that her cultivation had reached celestial ninefold. Could it be that she truly is the Queen Medusa? Stop. What are you planning to do to Qingying? Yet at this moment, Lu Hanfei could not contemplate further, upon witnessing Li Qingying being roughly restrained. She let out a cold shout, unleashing her own cultivation as she prepared to confront Kai Yan. At present, Li Qingying finds herself in a state of weakness, making her an easy target for those with ill intentions. Do not be alarmed. I am here to assist her. At that very moment, upon the utterance of this phrase by Xiao Chen, he placed a piece of Tianyang purple ginseng into Li Qingying's mouth, and immediately, his cultivation surged, causing runes to swirl around him. He pressed a finger against her lower abdomen, and then issued a directive to the system for her restoration. Elder Fourth. Xiao Chen means no harm. Please do not disturb him. Observing the runes enveloping Xiao Chen, reminiscent of the times he healed them, Han Xinyue and Nangong Jing hurriedly intervened to stop Lu Hanfei. Ding. The system has deducted 32,000 points and is in the process of healing Li Qingying's hidden ailment. As Lu Hanfei was momentarily obstructed, the system's notification resounded. In the next moment, with a flash of white light, Li Qingying's affliction was entirely remedied, eliciting a soft moan from her lips. As the Tianyang purple ginseng dissolved within her, it combined with the suppression of the colorful smoke elemental essence. The backlash within her gradually diminished, and she regained control over her body. Upon opening her eyes, she saw herself firmly held down by the colorful smoke while Xiao Chen's hand rested on her abdomen. Her expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 95. Senior sister, it feels quite pleasant. You may wish to try it. What are you doing? As she beheld Xiao Chen so close, coupled with the unusual sensations emanating from her lower abdomen, a tingling wave washed over her. Li Qingying's mind became muddled, and in that moment, she forgot to resist, merely staring blankly at him. Upon hearing Li Qingying's ambiguous words, Xiao Chen's lips twitched involuntarily. Just as he regained his composure, she directly inquired about his intentions. It was rather forward of her, to say the least. How does it feel? Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Xiao Chen withdrew his hand and asked calmly, "Hiss, how could this be possible?" Li Qingying exclaimed as she stood up from the ground, carefully attuning herself to her body. Upon sensing the changes within, even as a formidable being of the celestial realm, she could not help but take a deep breath of astonishment. The palace that had once been ravaged was now restored to its youthful form. Even the myriad hidden injuries accumulated over a century of cultivation had vanished without a trace. Her entire delicate figure felt as if it had been reborn, even stirring a desire for the impending monthly cycle. This revelation left Li Qingying utterly astonished and bewildered. "Qingying, what has happened to your body? Has something gone awry?" Witnessing the usually serene Li Qingying display such shock and disbelief, Lu Hanfei furrowed her brow and inquired with concern. Following this, Lu Hanfei's expression turned cold as she directed her gaze at Xiao Chen. "What have you done to my junior sister? Do not speak disrespectfully of Xiao Chen." As Lu Hanfei's words lingered unspoken, Li Qingying suddenly lifted her head and reprimanded her directly. This left Lu Hanfei momentarily stunned. How could her usually respectful junior sister chastise her so openly before such a crowd? And all because of a young master with whom she had little prior fondness. "Thank you for your immense kindness, esteemed young master. I apologize for my earlier disrespectful demeanor. I hope you can forgive me." After reprimanding Lu Hanfei, Li Qingying bowed to Xiao Chen. She then solemnly produced a spatial storage ring from her person, presenting it to Xiao Chen with great reverence. "This ring contains all my possessions. I sincerely hope you will accept it." "Qingying, have you lost your senses?" Lu Hanfei questioned in bewilderment. While it was true that Xiao Chen had aided in suppressing the backlash of dark energy, which was indeed a significant favor, did it warrant offering up her entire fortune? "Senior sister, the assistance the young master provided was akin to a rebirth for me," Li Qingying explained upon hearing Lu Hanfei's words. "My body feels as if it has returned to my youth. Not only have I regained my ability to bear children, but all my latent injuries and ailments have vanished. In my current state, I will not suffer from the dark energy backlash for the next 10 years. And I even have hopes of reaching the 7th level of the celestial realm." Of course, her words were somewhat understated. Were it not for her talent being merely of the high tier, she might even have the confidence to strive for the 8th level of the celestial realm. What? Lu Hanfei was left utterly flabbergasted by Li Qingying's revelation. This young master, surnamed Xiao, had merely exerted a few gestures, and such miraculous results ensued? No. His cultivation level seemed to be at the cave heaven realm. In this moment of bewilderment, Lu Hanfei suddenly recalled something, her pupils constricting sharply. Distracted by her concern for Li Qingying's backlash, she had momentarily overlooked this detail. Now, reflecting on Xiao Chen's aura, a tempest of astonishment surged within her. According to Nangong Jing and the others, this young master Xiao was only 18 years old. To have cultivated to the cave heaven realm by that age, what an extraordinary anomaly. "Since you have spoken thus, I shall accept it," Xiao Chen replied, not refusing her offer, and promptly took the ring. Naturally, he expected some form of compensation for his efforts. Otherwise, How would he accumulate points? He noted the remaining balance of just over 570,000 points and hoped this ring would help replenish his score. Gazing at the points balance, Xiao Chen murmured softly before extending his consciousness into the ring. Within the void of the ring, a plethora of resources and items lay piled. Among them, spirit crystals formed a small mountain, estimated to be around 4 to 500,000 in total. However, what piqued Xiao Chen's interest were the various heavenly materials and earthly treasures surrounding them. Among the treasures, there were numerous high-tier demon cores, an abundance of advanced spiritual herbs, and even some mystical weapons. It appeared to be a collection of spoils. Certain spiritual herbs and mystical weapons were worth retaining as materials, while the rest could be disposed of. After a cursory glance at his spatial ring and instructing the system to categorize the items, Xiao Chen issued a retrieval command. Ding! The system has successfully retrieved all designated items. Congratulations, host. You have earned 77,634 points. Upon hearing this notification from the system, Xiao Chen's eyes gleamed with surprise. He had not anticipated that, after retaining a significant portion of resources, the remaining waste could still be exchanged for over 70,000 points. If one were to factor in the spiritual crystals and retained resources, it was likely that Li Qingying, a formidable transcendent, would provide him with enough points to surpass the 200,000 mark. This implied that Li Qingying's total assets must exceed 2 million spiritual crystals. Sister seems incredulous. While Xiao Chen was tallying the retrieved materials, Li Qingying observed Lu Hanfei's demeanor and, with a flicker of her gaze, turned to Xiao Chen. Young master, might it be possible for you to lend a hand to my sister? She had personally experienced the transformative effects of Xiao Chen's healing. It was no exaggeration to say that it could alter one's destiny. As a fellow disciple, Li Qingying wished for Lu Hanfei to benefit from Xiao Chen's healing as well. Qingying, did you just ask Xiao Chen to help her? Lu Hanfei was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting to one of awkwardness and embarrassment. After all, her previous attitude had not been particularly amiable, and if Xiao Chen bore a grudge and refused to assist, it would indeed be quite humiliating. If your sister is willing, I have no objections, Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile, showing no sign of being offended. Although Lu Hanfei's earlier demeanor had been somewhat haughty, it had not truly angered him. It was not worth holding a grudge over such trivial matters. Moreover, every transcendent, regardless of their wealth, possessed numerous valuable items, each one a walking treasury of points. Thus, he saw no reason to decline Li Qingying's request. Thank you, young master. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's response, Li Qingying was overjoyed and promptly nudged Lu Hanfei. Sister, it's quite pleasant. You should give it a try? At Li Qingying's somewhat ambiguous remark, Lu Hanfei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. However, seeing Li Qingying's enthusiasm and hearing her explanation, she was tempted to give it a chance. Taking a deep breath to quell her inner awkwardness, she approached Xiao Chen and clasped her hands politely. Thank you for your assistance, young master. This was her first time being so courteous to a man, especially one who was over 100 years her junior. Relax, and remember not to resist, Xiao Chen advised, offering no further elaboration. He then unleashed his cultivation power, raising his right hand, surrounded by swirling runes. He placed one hand on Lu Hanfei's lower abdomen while issuing a healing command to the system. Chapter 96. My body has undergone a complete transformation? Ding. The system has deducted 33,000 points, initiating the restoration of Lu Hanfei's hidden ailments. As the system's notification echoed, a brilliant white light burst forth. A tingling sensation surged from her lower abdomen to her mind, causing Lu Hanfei to feel as though she had been struck by lightning. A soft gasp escaped her lips, and her legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse. Her head buzzed incessantly. Never had she anticipated that after over a century of cultivation, having steeled her heart like cold stone, she would emit such a sound of surprise. Meanwhile, Nangong Jing and Han Xinyue exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with awkwardness. They had all experienced this sensation. It was astonishing to witness even the aloof Lu Hanfei, a formidable being of the celestial realm, being stirred to her primal instincts by the touch of young Master Xiao. Yet, they dared not laugh. Otherwise, with Lu Hanfei's temperament, a reprimand upon returning to the sect would be inevitable. Just then, as Lu Hanfei found herself engulfed in embarrassment, Xiao Chen withdrew his hand. Despite the convoluted circumstances, He had successfully established a contract with the two celestial elders of the xuanhuan sect, significantly enhancing their security moving forward. My body has completely transformed. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Lu Hanfei set aside her embarrassment and promptly began to examine the various changes within her body. She felt a wave of warmth emanating from her palace, and all traces of previous erosion vanished, including the myriad hidden injuries that had plagued her. It was as though she had shattered countless shackles and was reborn anew. A look of ecstatic joy illuminated Lu Hanfei's face. Indeed, Li Qingying's words bore no semblance of deceit. This young master Xiao truly possessed the miraculous ability to revitalize the decayed. With her current physical state, she could completely evade the torment of energy backlash for the next decade and even aspire to break through to the 8th layer of the celestial realm. Young Master Xiao was nothing short of a divine healer. In that moment of realization, recalling her earlier aloof demeanor, an overwhelming sense of guilt washed over her. Lu Hanfei abruptly turned and knelt before Xiao Chen. Having previously disregarded him, she earnestly sought his forgiveness. Witnessing the once proud Lu Hanfei now kneeling in contrition, Nangong Jing and Han Xinyue could not help but inhale sharply. Rise, it is merely a trivial matter. Seeing Lu Hanfei's humility surprised Xiao Chen. Though the system contract was formidable, she was still a celestial realm powerhouse, with a mind and cultivation equally formidable. Even if her favor towards him had surged, it was unlikely to escalate to an extreme degree all at once. At this moment, Lu Hanfei felt a wave of guilt wash over her, leading her to kneel down. It appears that this woman possesses a commendable heart, albeit with a rather aloof disposition. Thank you, my lord. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Lu Hanfei's face lit up with unrestrained joy. His disregard for her previous demeanor was nothing short of a monumental act of forgiveness. Otherwise, offending a master of the healing arts, capable of transforming the decayed into the miraculous, would undoubtedly spell an unimaginable loss for her. Within this spatial ring lies my entire fortune. I hope you will accept it, my lord. Almost immediately, as if struck by a sudden thought, Lu Hanfei solemnly removed the ring from her finger and presented it to Xiao Chen with utmost seriousness. The fact that he chose to overlook past grievances and restore her hidden ailments was a chance she could not afford to squander after all these years. Xiao Chen, upon hearing her, did not decline and graciously accepted the spatial ring. As his consciousness delved inside, he became aware of the resources contained within. The wealth therein was quite comparable to what Li Qingying had bestowed upon him. The spiritual crystals amounted to around 500,000 to 600,000, supplemented by various high-tier spiritual herbs and beast cores. In total, these resources were worth over 2 million, making him somewhat more affluent than Li Qingying. As this realization dawned on him, Xiao Chen retained a portion of the resources while issuing a recovery command to the system. Ding! The system has successfully retrieved all designated items. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 86,362 points. His points had once again surpassed the significant threshold of 700,000. After the system's completion of the recovery, Xiao Chen checked his points and discovered that, after deducting previous expenditures, he now had a balance of over 700,000. Compared to when he first arrived at the Ziyun Merchants Guild, he had amassed an additional several tens of thousands of points. The wealth of the two elders from the xuanhuan had completely replenished his expenditures over the past days. And with a plethora of spiritual crystals and resources yet to be utilized, surpassing 800,000 was certainly within reach. My lord, if you are capable of healing our hidden ailments, can you also mend other injuries? As Xiao Chen scrutinized the data panel, Lu Hanfei, seemingly struck by a thought, took a deep breath and nervously inquired. The Grand Elder was gravely injured and plagued by demonic fire poison. If Xiao Chen could assist in healing his wounds, combined with the purification offered by the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill, it would be effortless for Duanmu Shuiying to recover. Any physical injuries, I can generally mend, Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly. However, for poisoning or demonic possession, I can only address the symptoms, not the root cause. Upon hearing his words, Lu Hanfei and the others inhaled sharply, their expressions turning to one of astonished disbelief as they gazed at Xiao Chen. If that were the case, could it be that as long as a person had a breath left in them, Xiao Chen possessed the ability to save them? This was nothing short of miraculous. How splendid! Now the Grand Elder can proceed without hindrance, and perhaps even the sect leader may have a chance of recovery. Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying exchanged glances, both able to discern the overwhelming joy reflected in each other's eyes. Subsequently, after a brief negotiation, the group departed from the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce. Lu Hanfei summoned a celestial vessel from the xuanhuan, which vanished into the horizon amidst the awe of the onlookers below. Saintess, they have departed. Within a tea house in Tiandu City, an elderly woman of the Fox clan spoke in a low voice. I never anticipated that the xuanhuan would dispatch 2 elders of the celestial realm this time. This complicates matters. We shall follow them and observe the situation. But we can only wait and see. Bai Suxin's gaze flickered with intensity as she contemplated the presence of 2 elders from xuanhuan, coupled with the formidable Medusa Queen. With 3 celestial realm powerhouses among them, the prospect of obtaining the xuanhuan pill seemed increasingly unrealistic. However, to relinquish the endeavor would mean her sister's hopes would be dashed. She must pursue them and seek an opportunity. Why would that human man accompany them back to the xuanhuan? And why did they seem to regard him as their leader? As this thought crossed her mind, Bai Suxin leapt down alongside the elderly woman, trailing behind Xiao Chen and his companions from a distance. For reasons unknown, she was suddenly struck by a strong intuition. If she were to acquire the xuanhuan pill, her breakthrough would hinge upon that human man. Chapter 97. If you desire it, I shall procure several vessels for you to play with in the future. Meanwhile, in the Xuanhuan Mountains, a range that serves as the border between Cangzhou and Huangzhou, numerous adventurers roamed, while hightier beasts lay in wait. In this expanse of unending mountains, slaughter and plunder had become as commonplace as the daily routine. As Xiao Chen and his party departed from Tiandu City, deep within the Xuanhuan Mountains, a gray-clad elder opened his eyes. They have begun to move. As the raspy words echoed, the others around him abruptly opened their eyes in surprise. Are they heading this way? A young man hurried over to peer at the elder's compass, eagerly inquiring. This group comprised the formidable members of the Zhunnan Wangfu and the Finyan Valley, with the speaker being Duan Haoming, the young master. The gray-clad elder was xuanhuan, one of the celestial realm offerings from the Zhunnan Wangfu, possessing the cultivation of the 4th stage of the celestial realm and skilled in formations and tracking. They have just departed from Tiandu City, and the precise route is yet to be determined. However, based on their direction of movement, they are undoubtedly headed toward Cangzhou. Xuanhuan replied, his eyelids lifting slightly. After speaking, he closed his eyes once more, dismissing the young master's impatience. Duan brother, please remain calm. Upon observing Duan Haoming's restless demeanor, Yang Xiao approached with a serene expression. The city of Tiandu lies tens of thousands of miles away. Even the celestial vessels would require half a day to traverse this distance. This location is a necessary passage for the Xuanhua sect, and if they were eager to return, they would undoubtedly pass through the Xuanhuan mountain range. However, should the Xuanhua sect act with caution, fearing an ambush, they might choose to circumvent this mountainous area. Yet, such a scenario is highly improbable. After all, the Xuanhua sect has dispatched 2 elders of the celestial realm for this journey. In their perspective, no faction would send several formidable celestial realm experts merely to seize a single Xianqing snow lotus pill. The potential loss of a celestial expert during a confrontation cannot be compensated by a mere heavenly grade elixir. Therefore, it is highly likely that the Xuanhua sect will not take a detour, stemming from their confidence in their own strength. This is splendid. Upon hearing Yang Zhao's words, Duan Haoming revealed a sinister grin, his expression growing increasingly frenzied. If he could successfully ambush Nangong Jing and her entourage this time, the Xuanhua sect would surely suffer a significant blow. Furthermore, once his father consumes the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill and successfully merges with the Millennium Earth Core Fire, the entire Xuanhua sect would be utterly obliterated, turning into a mere slaughterhouse for their burning Flame Valley. Brother Duan, we can only assist you installing one of the elders from the Xuanhua sect. Whether you can eliminate the other elder depends on the capabilities of your burning Flame Valley, Yang Xiao added, furrowing his brow as he observed the madness on Duan Haoming's face. Although he was aiding Duan Haoming against the Xuanhua sect, he did not wish to push the situation to an extreme. Should any unforeseen events arise that allowed the Xuanhua sect to escape, they would likely retaliate against the burning Flame Valley first. At that point, the 2 top-tier factions might engage in conflict, which could leave him vulnerable. As long as you can hold off one of them, with the strength of Elder Haiyan and Elder Huiyun, they should be more than capable of eliminating the other elder from the Xuanhua sect. Xuanhuan replied with a chilling smile, glancing at the two elders not far away. One was the fifth elder of Burning Flame Valley, known as Hyan, possessing formidable strength at the fifth level of the celestial realm. The other was the third elder, named Huiyun, who boasted power at the seventh level of the celestial realm. Together, even an eighth-level celestial expert would likely find it impossible to escape unscathed. Besides the sect master, who had been in seclusion for a long time. The only other elder of the Xuanhua sect at the eighth level of the celestial realm would likely remain to guard the sect and not come to the desolate state to assist Nangong Jing and her companions. Thus, regardless of which two elders the Xuanhua sect dispatched, one alone could not contend against the two. This time, the Xuanhua sect's entourage is already a foregone conclusion. Since Brother Duan possesses such confidence, this heir shall refrain from further words. Yang Xiao cast a glance at He Yin and Huiyun, responding with a smile that did not reach his eyes. However, as he turned back, a hint of bewilderment crossed his gaze. The fact that the Burning Flame Valley would mobilize two elders at the celestial realm merely to seize a xuanhuan pill, and even seek to eliminate one of the elders from the Xuanhuan, seemed to defy logic. Could it be that this xuanhuan pill holds extraordinary significance for a high-ranking member of the Burning Flame Valley? Or perhaps a senior figure within the valley has suffered grave injuries and urgently requires the pill for salvation. As this thought lingered, Yang Xiao meticulously analyzed the possibilities. After all, his relationship with Xuanhuan was one of mutual exploitation. Should he, driven by selfish desires, assist the Burning Flame Valley in its rise, he would not be spared by his father. On the Baihua boat, Xiao Chen stood upon the deck, marveling at the ever-changing winds and clouds surrounding him. This vessel was astonishingly superior to aircraft from his previous life, resembling a spaceship. Although the heavenly-class Xian boat exhibited remarkable speed, the consumption of spiritual crystals during flight was equally staggering. In summary, unless necessary for sect transportation, a heavenly-class flying boat was far less efficient than traveling via flying demonic beasts. Noticing Xiao Chen's fascination with the flying boat, Kai Yin suddenly spoke. The Serpent people, like them, typically traversed the void using their own means or relied on certain flying demonic beasts. They held little regard for treasures like the flying Xian boat. Surely the Serpent people do not possess flying boats? Upon hearing Kai Yan's words, Xiao Chen seemed to perceive something and could not resist teasing her. Kai Yan's expression shifted to one of embarrassment in response to his remark. It has been many chapters since the Queen's image was last featured. Let me present a pure version of the Queen. Xiao Chen's jest struck a chord. In truth, the Serpent people disdain the use of flying Xian boats not merely out of arrogance, but primarily due to their inability to afford them. After all, each use of such a vessel requires a substantial expenditure of spiritual crystals, rendering it impractical for the Serpent people. If you desire one, I can procure a few for you to play with in the future. Seeing the proud Medusa queen in a moment of humility, Xiao Chen smiled, eliciting a flurry of emotions from Kai Yan. No need for that. There are plenty available. If I wish for one, I can simply seize a few. Kai Yan replied, somewhat shyly. Xiao Chen was left speechless. This woman truly had a penchant for robbery. My lord, we have now entered the skies above the Xuanhuan mountain range. While Xiao Chen and Kai Yan were engaged in light-hearted banter, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying approached. The former paused momentarily, her tone growing serious as she spoke. Throughout our journey, I have persistently felt a presence trailing behind us, yet I am unable to pinpoint its essence. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I advise my companions, Gongzi and Xinyue, to retreat to the Xuanhua sect while I, along with my junior sister Qingying, remain to cover our rear. After all, it is merely two little foxes, lacking the audacity to confront us directly. Just as Lu Hanfei finished speaking, Kai Yan suddenly interjected. It seems that from Tiandu City to this very location, there exists another pair of eyes observing us from the shadows. This sensation has intensified upon our entry into this mountainous region. Chapter 98. Xuanhua Sect's Ladies. Allow this old man to entertain you. What? Upon hearing Kai Yan's words, Lu Hanfei and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. Their gazes swept across the mountains below, and with a grave tone, she inquired, are you suggesting that a formidable adversary intends to ambush us within the Xuanhuan mountain range? Though uncertain whether Kai Yan is indeed the Queen Medusa, she is undoubtedly a formidable being of the ninth realm of the celestial realm. possessing a heightened perception far surpassing theirs. If she did not sense something amiss, she would not have uttered such a statement. This feeling of being watched, though not overwhelmingly strong, has lingered since our departure from Tiandu City. While I can perceive it, I am unable to ascertain its origin. Kai Yin, unfazed by the conversation, merely furrowed her brow and spoke in a detached manner. In any case, you all should exercise caution. If any unexpected events occur, I may not extend my assistance. The powerful members of the Xuanhuan sect had previously ventured into the endless desert in pursuit of treasure, only to be expelled by her alongside several elders. While no blood feud was established, they had clashed on multiple occasions, rendering Kai Yin somewhat indifferent towards these women of the Xuanhuan sect. After hearing Kai Yin's remarks, Lu Hanfei and the others fell into silence. Her aloof demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of Medusa. At this moment, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingyin grew increasingly suspicious that Kai Yin might indeed be the Queen Medusa. Nevertheless, regardless of her true identity, as long as young Master Xiao is present, they stand united as one faction. They have arrived. Meanwhile, as Kai Yin conversed with Lu Hanfei and the others, deep within the mountains below, Hu Wanqing suddenly opened his eyes wide. Following that, his cultivation surged explosively, an immense surge of true essence flooding into the compass. In an instant, a shadowy beam of light shot into the sky, altering the atmosphere at an altitude of 1,000 feet. Countless formations interwove like a spider's web, swiftly sealing this lofty expanse. Is this a heavenly grade formation? Witnessing the formation's luminous barrier materialize in the void, Lu Hanfei and the others' expressions changed abruptly as they hurriedly halted the 100 Flowers boat. Kai Yin was indeed correct. There were indeed individuals lying in ambush in the shadows. Xuanhua sect's ladies, allow this old man to entertain you. As a chilling laughter echoed through the heavens and the earth, two terrifying pillars of fire surged forth like celestial dragons ascending to the skies, unleashing a torrent of flames that roared towards the 100 Flowers boat. Curse it! Witnessing these formidable flames, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingyin simultaneously let out a cold snort, their cultivation surging in an instant. Amidst the howling of true essence, countless petals swirled around them like butterflies, encircling the 100 Flowers boat before clashing fiercely with the two pillars of fire. Boom! Accompanied by the thunderous roar, the overwhelming waves of fire engulfed the 100 Flowers boat as if it were a tsunami. The terrifying flames distorted the very void, causing Xiao Chen's pupils to constrict in fear. Is this the might of a celestial being? The sheer terror they wield with a mere gesture is astonishing. If such a cataclysmic confrontation were to erupt within the city, it would be akin to a natural disaster. With a single movement, they could obliterate a radius of 10 miles and annihilate countless lives without hesitation. You audacious beasts of the burning flame valley. As the cold words echoed, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingyin unleashed their full power, shattering the surrounding inferno with a wave of their hands. They ascended gracefully from the 100 Flowers boat, resembling ethereal beings descending from the heavens. Young master, you and Xinyue should flee first. We shall remain here to hold them off. As they floated into the air, their voices reached Xiao Chen and the others. Simultaneously, two figures emanating a terrifying aura materialized before the 100 Flowers boat. Hei Yin and Hui Yun. So it is you two ancient wretches who have come to intercept us. Do you seek to instigate a conflict between our two factions? Upon seeing these two old foes, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying's expressions turned icy, their demeanor growing increasingly grave. One of them was at the 7th level of celestial being, while the other was at the 4th. On their side, one was at the 5th level and the other at the 6th. A 2 versus 2 confrontation would yield no advantage, and they might find themselves at a disadvantage. Ha ha ha, who said we intended to intercept you? Upon hearing Lu Hanfei's words, Hui Yun suddenly erupted into wild laughter, his gaze fixated on the two women with unrestrained desire. Today, my brother and I do not wish to stop you. Rather, we intend to take you both. With that final declaration, Hei Yin and Hui Yun unleashed their formidable auras, their eyes burning with fervor as they fixated on Lu Hanfei and Li Qingyin. These two are pure Yin bodies and have cultivated to the celestial being realm. Their accumulated Yin essence over a century is, for the powerful of Burning Flame Valley, an unparalleled treasure. Should they acquire the Yin essence from either of these women, their cultivation would surely break through to new heights. Just the two of you? You are unworthy. At the sound of such vile words, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying, after a cold snort, unleashed their cultivation power, charging directly at He Yin and Huiyun. In that fleeting moment, their powers reached their zenith, manifesting terrifying celestial-grade divine abilities. They had to split the battlefield and break the array's confinement to ensure that Xiao Chen and the others could safely depart from the lofty heights. Haha. It is indeed quite challenging to defeat you in a 2-on-2 match, but what if we had a few more celestial beings on our side? Upon witnessing Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying hurtling towards them, He Yin could not help but burst into maniacal laughter, subsequently launching himself alongside Huiyun. Their gazes firmly fixed on Lu Hanfei. Almost as the two surged forward, the void distorted, and several other figures erupted forth, unleashing their divine powers in an assault directed at Li Qingying. These three were none other than xuanhuan, the celestial envoy of the Southtown King's mansion, along with the notorious black and white ghosts, who had already allied with Yang Xiao. United, the trio coordinated their attack with the array, warping the very fabric of the void as they charged towards Li Qingying. More allies. Upon seeing xuanhuan and the black and white ghosts, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying's expressions changed abruptly, clearly taken aback by the presence of three celestial beings. Boom. At that moment, however, there was no time for Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying to ponder further. With a thunderous roar reverberating through the heavens and earth, a terrifying shockwave swept across like a tsunami, plunging Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying into a fierce battle. Under the relentless assault from He Yin and Huiyun, Lu Hanfei quickly found herself at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, although Li Qingying could fend off xuanhuan and the black and white ghosts single-handedly, she too was being overwhelmed. Unable to spare a moment to assist Lu Hanfei, if nothing unexpected occurred, it wouldn't be long before Lu Hanfei sustained injuries and faced defeat under the combined onslaught of He Yin and Huiyun. The outcome would either be her self-destruction or her capture, reduced to a furnace for others' gain. Should Lu Shuifei be subdued, her own escape would be nearly impossible. This scene caused Nangong Jing and Han Xinyue to turn ashen, their expressions filled with desperation and pleading as they looked toward Xiao Chen. The brutal struggle among celestial beings was beyond their ability to influence. The only person capable of altering the course of this conflict was the woman in red before them. And the one who could persuade Kai Yin to take action was none other than Xiao Chen himself. Chapter 99. If you wish to kill, then do so without hesitation. Is it your firm intention to ensure mutual destruction between our Vanflower sect and the Burning Flame Valley? Observing Lu Hanfei's precarious situation, pressured by He Yin and Huiyun to the brink of danger, Li Qingying forcefully repelled xuanhuan and the black and white ghosts. Her voice cold as she shouted at He Yin and Huiyun. Although the two factions had previously experienced friction, there had been a degree of restraint between them. But now, He Yang and Han Yun seemed to have lost their sanity. Their moves and techniques were exceedingly ruthless and cunning, relentlessly driving Lu Hanfei towards a dead end. This situation left her perplexed. What advantage could there possibly be for them in completely severing ties with the Xuanhua sect, inciting a bloody conflict between two formidable factions? Haha. Do you truly believe that both of you from the Xuanhua sect could suffer mutual destruction? How highly do you think of yourselves? Upon hearing Li Qingying's desperate words, Han Yun unleashed a fist that shattered Lu Hanfei's abilities, mocking her with unabashed arrogance. Our sect leader has returned from the endless desert, poised to master the Millennium Earth Fire. You women of the Xuanhua sect are nothing but furnace cauldrons for the Burning Flame Valley. Such arrogant declarations reverberated through the void, causing Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying to change their expressions. It was rumored that within the endless desert, there existed a cluster of earth fire that had burned for a millennium, harboring terrifying fire attribute energy. Should a celestial realm expert manage to refine it, not only would their strength soar, but they might also break through the celestial barrier, ascending to an even more formidable saint realm. It was no wonder the Burning Flame Valley dared to act against them. Indeed, it was them. As Hong Yun's words echoed, Kai Yin, who had previously appeared indifferent, now had a terrifying glint of murderous intent in her eyes, her aura becoming exceedingly dangerous. Just the mention of the Millennium Earth Fire, coupled with the familiar aura of the opponent's techniques, confirmed to Kai Yin that it was indeed the leader of the Burning Flame Valley who had ambushed her when she suppressed the earth fire. If they wish to kill, let them come. Seemingly sensing the chilling intent emanating from Kai Yin, Xiao Chen cast a detached glance at the battlefield above, calmly addressing Kai Yin. Although he had no previous grievances with the Burning Flame Valley, their intent to ambush him and his companions, coupled with their enmity with Kai Yin, meant that he could no longer coexist peacefully with them. Every enemy slain was a victory. Thank you, young master. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's consent for her to act, Kai Yin felt a surge of gratitude. She had feared that Xiao Chen might worry about her revealing her identity and drawing unnecessary trouble upon herself, thus preventing her from eliminating those two old fiends. To her surprise, Xiao Chen encouraged her to take action, granting her the opportunity for vengeance, which touched her deeply. Since the young master is so concerned for her feelings, she must ensure to bear him an heir in the future. Yet, for now, the priority was to eliminate foes. As her thoughts settled, Kai Yin gazed upward into the void, her figure transforming into an afterimage as she soared into the sky. Meanwhile, above in the void, facing the combined assault of Heiyang and Huiyun, Lu Hanfei was already injured, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Her cultivation level was merely at the 6th stage of the celestial realm. Faced with the formidable fire cloud, a being of the 7th tier of the celestial realm, it was already a challenge to gain the upper hand in battle. Now, with the assistance of Black Flame, a 5th-tier celestial realm warrior, the odds were even more insurmountable. The duo, a potent alliance, rendered her nearly powerless to resist. Yet, to have endured this long against the two of them, one could say she possessed a modicum of skill. However, it was time for this to come to an end. With a combined strike, they sent Lu Hanfei flying nearly 100 yards away. Red Cloud and Black Flame wore sinister grins, their powers pushed to the utmost limits. In Red Cloud's hand manifested a serpent-patterned dark spear, while Black Flame wielded a black-gold great sword. Both were their innate weapons, of medium quality within the heavenly tier. In the next instant, as the essence of the spear and sword swept through the void, both unleashed their celestial techniques. The spear light on the left sliced through the heavens like a crimson comet, while the sword light on the right tore through the air like an abyss, igniting the very spiritual essence around them. As the black and red radiance illuminated the world, the two techniques intertwined, descending upon Lu Hanfei with the force of an apocalyptic cataclysm. Senior sister, witnessing the terrifying onslaught from Red Cloud and Black Flame, Li Qingying felt a surge of desperation, her voice rising in a frantic cry as she attempted to rush to her aid. However, Hu Wansheng, along with the black and white dual ghosts, cackled wickedly, their powers erupting as they retaliated fiercely, dragging Li Qingying down to her demise. You think it easy to slay me? Faced with the menacing techniques before her, Lu Hanfei refused to surrender. With a fierce shout, she brandished her celestial weapon, surrounded by a myriad of petals that danced in the air. A surge of formidable sword intent shot skyward. The petals erupted into a terrifying sword aura, converging as if a torrent of 1,000 blades aimed towards the inferno above. The 10,000 flowers sword technique, the most potent celestial skill under her command, was unleashed. If she could not withstand this strike, her fate would surely be sealed. With a thunderous roar, the clash of the three celestial techniques reverberated across the heavens. Within 1,000 yards, the destructive impact twisted the very fabric of space. Resembling a mirror on the verge of shattering, Lu Hanfei's sword technique buckled under the immense pressure, beginning to collapse. In less than 2 breaths, the spear and sword energies of Red Cloud and Black Flame utterly shredded the petals, once again descending upon Lu Hanfei. Indeed, it was an insurmountable challenge. Witnessing this scene, Lu Hanfei coughed blood, a look of despair etched upon her face. Yet, in the next moment, that despair transformed into a frenzy, her true essence surging violently. If she could not contend with them in her normal state, she would burn her own cultivation, ensuring that these two would pay a heavy price. Thus, she could buy Li Qingying a sliver of hope, leaving these beasts to perish here. These two shall be entrusted to me. Go assist your junior sister. But just then, as the inferno loomed ominously within Tinzhong, an unexpected voice pierced her ears. Lu Hanfei beheld a crimson light soaring from below, colliding with the black and red flames like a comet striking the earth. A deafening sound erupted. In the next moment, accompanied by a piercing, rending noise, the raging flames were torn asunder. A far more terrifying fire attribute true essence swept forth, shattering the powers of Hongyun and Haiyan, causing both to spurt blood and be flung through the air like mere puppets. Such terrifying power. Who could it be? As they tumbled nearly 100 zhang back, Hongyun and Haiyan quickly stabilized themselves, their faces etched with astonishment as they gazed ahead. A strikingly beautiful woman clad in red, her face veiled and her body ablaze with flames, came into their view. Having previously showcased an innocent version, this chapter introduced a more aloof and stunning image. The seemingly contradictory descriptors of coolness, allure, and nobility exploded in their minds upon witnessing this figure. Upon sensing her formidable aura, both Hongyun and Haiyan's pupils constricted sharply, and they appeared as if they had encountered a ghost, their voices taking on a sharper edge. A Celestial Realm 9th Layer Expert. Chapter 100, Young Master. Be cautious, that individual is charging towards you. The 9th layer of the Celestial Realm. Such a level is infinitely close to the sacred tier, representing the pinnacle of power within the Celestial Realm. Across the vast Dacian dynasty, each of these beings is a superpower. A mere stomp could make the entire dynasty tremble. Who would have imagined that among the members of the xuanhuan sect, such an entity lay hidden? Is this not a trap? Who are you? As tumultuous waves surged within their hearts, Haiyan and Hongyun fixed their intense gaze upon Cayenne, their voices laden with gravity. This scorching and violent aura undoubtedly belonged to a fire attribute practitioner. The aura of xuanhuan sect's experts was typically frigid. Thus, this person could not possibly be one of them. I am the one who shall end your lives. Upon hearing Hongyun and Haiyan's words, Cayenne slightly lifted her gaze, a glimmer of cold light flashing in her eyes. Almost as soon as her words echoed in the air, the Qi and Wind God wings manifested behind her. With a gentle grasp of her right hand into the void, the Qi and mystic sword materialized. Cayenne's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, poised to tear through the fabric of space itself. A terrifyingly powerful red flame sword beam surged forth, aimed directly at Hongyun and Haiyan with unparalleled ferocity. With no time for idle chatter, she unleashed her full strength without hesitation, even employing the two treasures bestowed upon her by Xiao Chen in this moment. The overwhelming might swept through the void, instilling both Hongyun and Haiyan with a profound sense of dread. With all their might, they braced for impact. As the terrifying sword light swept toward him, Hongyun let out a thunderous roar. In that moment, he unleashed his true essence, forming a protective barrier that enveloped his vital points. Simultaneously, he swept his spear, charging boldly toward the luminous blade. At the same time, Haiyan's complexion turned pale as he too summoned his true essence to shield his vital areas, his blade slicing through the void directly aimed at Cayenne. In the next instant, amidst the deafening roar, the spear light wielded by Hongyun and the blade light unleashed by Haiyan were effortlessly obliterated by Cayenne's formidable strike, as if they were mere paper. Both Hongyun and Haiyan spewed torrents of blood, their chests torn open, and were hurled hundreds of feet away, crashing violently against the shimmering barrier of the array. This scene left Lu Hanfei in a state of shock. She never anticipated that the two formidable beings of the celestial realm, who had previously posed a significant threat to her, would now appear as fragile as children before Cayenne. Such terrifying combat prowess was beyond even the capabilities of her sect's leader, the head of the One Woman. However, Lu Hanfei had no time to ponder further. Upon witnessing Cayenne's devastating blow that sent Hongyun and Haiyan flying, she surged forward with her cultivation, racing towards xuanhuan and the black and white ghosts. The situation had taken a turn. They needed to retreat quickly. Upon seeing Cayenne's appearance, xuanhuan felt his heart plummet. A fearsome expert at the 9th level of the celestial realm, coupled with the two elders from the One Woman, was far beyond their capacity to contend with. If they did not evacuate swiftly, their lives would surely be at stake. To fight when one is capable, but to flee when one is not? Such naive thoughts. As xuanhuan retreated, Lu Hanfei, surrounded by fluttering petals, closed in on him in an instant. With a swift motion, she raised her delicate sword. The terrifying sword light coalescing with the myriad petals, and directly locked onto xuanhuan with the intent to strike down ferociously. Had it not been for these individuals holding back Li Qingying, she would not have found herself in such peril. Thus, these wretches deserve to perish. 10,000 arrays converge into one. Upon witnessing Lu Hanfei's fearsome strike, xuanhuan formed a hand seal. The celestial great array encompassing the surroundings erupted in a dazzling brilliance. A series of protective barriers materialized before him, colliding with Lu Hanfei's sword light. Yet, the next moment, with a thunderous crash, those protective barriers twisted under the force of the sword light, shattering like shattered glass. Xuanhuan, possessing only the 4th level of the celestial realm, despite having the aid of a mid-grade celestial array, could not withstand the wrath of Lu Hanfei, who was at the 6th level and consumed by fury. Boom! With the last barrier shattered, the sword light descended upon Xuanhuan's chest, fortunately intercepted by a compass he wielded. Meanwhile, the black and white ghosts were about to face a far grimmer fate. The loss of Xuanhuan, a formidable being of the 4th realm, rendered the duo powerless against Li Qingying. Under the relentless onslaught of their adversaries, the black and white ghosts found themselves retreating, blood gushing from their mouths. Regret began to seep into their minds for having allied with the king of Xuannan's mansion, as they were thrust into such a perilous battle from the outset. They had anticipated high rewards from high risks, yet with the sudden emergence of Kai Yan, the prospect of any reward seemed overshadowed by the very real threat to their lives. We cannot allow this to continue. If Hong Yun and He Yin are utterly defeated, none of us will escape. As Xuanhuan utilized the celestial array to fend off Lu Hanfei's attacks, he pondered a means to turn the tide. His gaze fell upon the Baohua boat, and a glimmer of madness sparked within his eyes. This individual was the key to their salvation. Seeing Xiao Chen, surrounded by Nangong Jing and her entourage on the Baohua boat, a sinister smile crept across Xuanhuan's face. If his memory served him correctly, that woman in red was sworn to protect this young man. Capturing him would enable them to counterbalance the woman in red, providing a chance to reverse the entire situation. With this thought solidified, Xuanhuan acted decisively. As Lu Hanfei launched another ferocious attack, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. He spat a mouthful of blood, forming a peculiar seal. 10,000 laws array extinction. As the incantation left his lips, the celestial array enveloping the realm quivered and then shattered. A cataclysmic force surged forth towards Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying, while Xuanhuan's figure blurred and vanished. Was he unleashing the power of the 6th realm at the cost of the array's destruction? Although this maneuver posed a threat, it was merely that, a threat. As the devastating storm of energy approached, Lu Hanfei's expression turned frigid, and a mysterious phantom emerged behind her, with petals swirling around her. A sword light cleaved through the tempest. Suddenly, Xuanhuan was nowhere to be found. As Lu Hanfei witnessed the storm being torn apart by a single strike and realized Xuanhuan had vanished, her gaze sharpened. Then, as if struck by a revelation, she turned her attention toward the Baohua boat, her expression shifting dramatically. "Young master, be cautious. That fellow is charging toward you." With those urgent words echoing through the air, both Kai Yan and Li Qingying, who had been locked in combat, felt their expressions change drastically as they instinctively glanced in Xiao Chen's direction. Just as their attention focused on him, Xuanhuan's figure approached with a ghostly swiftness, closing in on Xiao Chen on the deck. Upon witnessing this, Han Xinyue's face paled dramatically, and with her cultivation at the 7th realm of Xian, she surged forward to shield the Baohua boat. Petals danced through the air, coalescing like ethereal chains, ensnaring Xuanhuan in their grasp. "Begone!" he bellowed, and in that instant, the formidable might of the celestial realm erupted forth. The chains shattered into fragments, and Han Xinyue was sent flying by Xuanhuan's overwhelming force. As Kai Yan, Lu Hanfei, and Li Qingying exchanged alarmed glances and turned to rush towards Xiao Chen, Xuanhuan had already materialized Tianzhong before him. With a hand raised, he froze the surrounding void and lunged towards Xiao Chen's throat. At that very moment, a delicate voice pierced the air. "Do not panic, young master. We are here to assist you." From the shadows emerged 2 figures, appearing like specters atop the 100 Flowers boat. Suddenly, accompanied by a piercing scream, a spectral white fox manifested on the boat, roaring as it struck towards Xuanhuan. Boom! The clash of palms resonated through the air, sending Xuanhuan hurtling backward. The terrifying shockwave caused the 100 Flowers boat to tremble violently, but thanks to the protective barrier conjured by the assailants, Nangong Jing and the others were spared from being thrown off. A powerful Fox Clan warrior? Xuanhuan's pupils constricted sharply at the sight of the white fox apparition, his voice turning shrill with a tinge of desperation. Just a moment more, and he could have seized that boy to balance the other formidable forces. Who would have thought a celestial Fox Clan warrior would emerge? This was truly infuriating. The moment of opportunity. Now was the time. High above, perceiving that Kai Yan had momentarily lost focus in the fray, Hong Yun and He Yan's eyes gleamed with a chilling light, unwilling to let this rare chance slip by. With a low shout, they summoned their powers to their utmost potential, expending every ounce of strength they possessed. Red Cloud Sun, Black Flame Devastation. In the next heartbeat, the two celestial techniques intertwined, resembling a colossal black and red sun, crashing down upon Kai Yan with overwhelming might. Seeing Xiao Chen unharmed, Kai Yan turned with a chilling expression, as she beheld the combined assault powerful enough to make even an 8th-layer celestial feel trepidation, let alone a 9th-layer celestial who would have to evade its wrath. Her demeanor remained unflinching. A sinister and ruthless glint crossed her face. Xiao Chen had nearly encountered peril, sending her thoughts into disarray. These two fools, instead of seizing the opportunity to flee, they dared to think of slaying her. As the realization settled, Kai Yan summoned her strength to its zenith, channeling her true essence fervently into the crimson flame wind wings. As the ominous red-black sun was about to crash upon her, she folded her wings on her back, enveloping her entire being. Subsequently, she clashed fiercely with the formidable sun, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The vibrant flames transformed the surroundings into an inferno. The very fabric of space twisted under the impact, with fissures subtly appearing and expanding in the distorted void. Truly audacious. Even if one were a formidable being of the 9th heaven, daring to confront this divine combined attack would result in grievous injury, if not death. Witnessing the engulfing flames consuming Kai Yan, Hong Yun and He Yan exchanged cold snorts. Yet, scarcely had their words left their lips when a cacophony of roars erupted from the inferno. Two spectral serpents, shimmering with prismatic radiance, tore through the flames and lunged towards them. Were these the celestial devouring serpents? She is the Queen Medusa. Upon beholding these two fiery serpents, coupled with a sense of familiarity, the expressions of Hong Yun and He Yan shifted dramatically. They finally comprehended why this crimson-clad woman was so hell-bent on their demise. It turned out she was the Medusa Queen of the Serpent People, the very one who had been ambushed by their clan leader, losing the heart of the earth after a millennium. However, at that moment, Hong Yun and He Yan had no time for contemplation. They unleashed their full power in a frenzy, their blades crashing violently against the two celestial devouring serpents. Amidst the piercing din, they finally discerned that the spectral serpents were formed from a pair of wings that had transformed into treasures. Alarm bells rang. In the next instant, with Kai Yan's silhouette absent, a profound sense of life and death peril exploded within their hearts. Yet, just as this thought settled, Kai Yan, wielding the crimson flame profound sword, appeared before them like a harbinger of doom. A terrifying beam of scarlet sword light cleaved horizontally through them, with a sickening sound of flesh rending. The two formidable beings of the heaven realm were nearly disemboweled. Their vitality, accompanied by a torrent of blood, gradually faded into nothingness. Meanwhile, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying, upon confirming Xiao Chen's safety, channeled their pent-up fury upon the black and white twin ghosts. In less than a quarter of an hour, under the relentless assault of the duo, the twin ghosts met their demise, following in the footsteps of He Yan and Hong Yun. The four formidable beings of the heaven realm perished at this sight. Below, witnessing the battlefield above being decimated, Xuanhuan's countenance turned a ghastly shade of green. After being repelled by the elder of the Fox clan with a single strike, he didn't dare utter a harsh word. In the next moment, he erupted with his full power and shot towards the mountains below. Old Yun, do not let him escape. As Xuanhuan attempted to flee, Bai Suxin, standing beside Xiao Chen, addressed the white-haired elder. Hearing her words, the elder hesitated momentarily. As the confrontation escalated, a surge of power propelled forth to intercept Xuanhuan. You wretched fool, perish. In that very moment, the vibrant figure of Kai Yan, having vanquished both Haiyan and Hong Yun, descended from the heavens, akin to a blazing angel, bolstered by the might of the Qian Fengshen wings. The air was filled with sweeping flames, engulfing a vast expanse of the void, while her sword light cleaved through the towering heights of the sky with an unstoppable force, striking down upon Xuanhuan with terrifying ferocity. This awe-inspiring spectacle sent shivers down the spine of the elderly woman with white hair, compelling her to halt her pursuit in fear. Do not reduce him to ashes. On the deck, Xiao Chen was equally startled, exclaiming urgently to Kai Yen. This is a being of the celestial realm. His remains would equate to a treasure of heavenly grade. If he is obliterated, it would squander a considerable amount of points. Turning around, Hu Wansheng beheld the descending sword light, unleashing an anguished scream of despair. The disparity between the 4th and 9th levels of the celestial realm was indeed vast, a difference of 5 minor realms. Moreover, Kai Yin was empowered by 2 heavenly artifacts, exponentially amplifying her destructive potential. Thus, faced with this impending strike, Hu Wansheng found himself cornered. Even with his utmost exertion, evasion was futile. He could only brace himself for the devastating sword light with a heart full of regret. In an instant, under the gaze of all present, Hu Wansheng was cleaved in two. The fearsome sword light struck the mountains below, carving a profound chasm into the earth. This horrifying scene left all aboard the Baiwa boat in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. This woman is terrifying. In a fit of rage, she not only bisected a celestial realm powerhouse, but also cleaved the very mountains beneath her. This spectacle did not escape the eyes of Xiao Chen and his companions, nor did it elude xuanhuan and the others. Elders Honyun and Haiyan are dead. Witnessing such a gruesome slaughter, xuanhuan's face drained of color, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The loss of 2 celestial elders over a mere Xianxing snow lotus pill was a grievous blow to the Fenyan Valley. Meanwhile, Yang Zhao's countenance also turned ashen, his heart sinking to the depths of despair. Due to a misguided decision, not only had the Zhun and Wangfu lost a celestial patron, but they had also provoked an immensely formidable adversary. This is truly the end. Yang Xiao, did you not claim that this woman was merely a Tongxian realm expert? In the midst of Yang Zhao's turmoil, xuanhuan, unable to reconcile the truth, suddenly shouted at him. This outburst sent a wave of panic among those nearby, as a palpable sense of life and death crisis erupted. At that moment, thousands of feet above, Kai Yin had just gathered the severed remains of Hu Wansheng. It seemed that she had sensed the subtle commotion, casting a fleeting glance in this direction. After witnessing the unfolding events, everyone was encouraged to offer a small token of appreciation or perhaps a 5-star review. The situation was becoming increasingly untenable. Chapter 102 was akin to a harbinger of fortune. This wave was destined to soar. Xuanhuan, I curse your lineage. Upon noticing that Kai Yin had diverted her attention towards them, Yang Xiao let out a desperate roar before unhesitatingly turning to flee. Realizing his own rashness, Xuanhuan soon recognized there was no opportunity for regret. As Kai Yin detected their presence, her form transformed into a streak of luminous energy, an inferno sweeping across the void. Without uttering a single word, a blade of light surged forth, cleaving through the air. I am the heir of the Southern King's estate. I implore you to show mercy. Yang Xiao bellowed, witnessing Kai Yin unleash a relentless barrage upon the mountains. Boom! Before Yang Zhao's words could fully escape his lips, the sword light struck the mountains, erupting into a resounding explosion that engulfed their figures. Regardless of whether he was the heir of the Southern King's estate or the crown prince of the great Qin dynasty, any man who dared to ambush her would be condemned to hell to repent. As the dust settled, Kai Yin discovered 4 corpses, swiftly clearing the battlefield before soaring toward the 100 Flowers boat. On board the vessel, as the chaos began to subside, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying returned with the remains of the black and white ghosts. My lord, what purpose do you have for their remains? Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying questioned, perplexed, as they discarded the bodies onto the deck. After their defeat of the black and white ghosts, Xiao Chen had specifically instructed them to bring the corpses back to the deck. Though they were somewhat bewildered, they complied without hesitation. It was well known that while the remains of powerful beings contained profound essence, human cultivators generally refrained from desecrating the corpses of their kin, except for those practicing sinister arts or belonging to other races. After all, within the Kanglan realm, cannibalism among the same race was considered an ill omen, a taboo inscribed in their very bloodlines. Ahem, my practice of the healing arts is rather unique. I can purify the lingering resentment of the deceased, thus attaining deeper insights into martial arts. Therefore, I require the remains of some powerful beings to enhance my understanding of medical martial arts, while also granting them peace. Xiao Chen replied, suppressing a cough as he spoke with feigned seriousness. To avoid causing undue astonishment, he resorted to this fabrication. In these times, Earning a few points was indeed a challenging endeavor. Ah, so my lord possesses such remarkable medical skills, capable of purifying the accumulated grievances of countless powerful beings? You truly are a savior of the world. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, they were left in awe. Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying, those who had been enlightened by Xiao Chen, gazed at him with expressions of awe and admiration. Their hearts brimmed with affection for him, bolstered by the myriad miracles he had previously unveiled, leaving them utterly convinced. Meanwhile, Bai Suxin and the elderly matriarch of the Fox clan, though harboring some skepticism, refrained from questioning Xiao Chen's actions. After a moment of persuasion, Xiao Chen approached the remains of the black and white ghosts, unleashing a surge of power that coalesced into countless runes. These then transformed into flames that cascaded downward, while he issued a retrieval command to the system. Ding! The system has successfully recovered the designated remains. Congratulations, host. You have earned 67,456 points. As the system's prompt echoed, a flash of white light surged through the flames, causing the corpses of the black and white ghosts to vanish entirely. This spectacle left the onlookers wide-eyed, with Bai Suxin and the aged matriarch gasping in astonishment. Such terrifying flames! Even the remains of a celestial realm powerhouse could be incinerated and purified in the blink of an eye. Could this be some unknown celestial fire? Furthermore, this young Master Zhao's cultivation had evidently reached the second level of the cave heaven realm. He appeared to be merely around 18 years of age, yet had achieved such remarkable prowess. Surely, this young man's talent surpassed the saint level. To their astonishment, the remains of two first-level celestial realm powerhouses could yield over 60,000 points, a most commendable harvest indeed. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xiao Chen's eyes gleamed with delight. With this influx of points, his total had soared to 770,000. There were still several more celestial realm corpses and their battle spoils yet to be reclaimed. If he were to recover them all, he would surely breach the million-point threshold. My lord, these are the spatial storage rings of the two individuals. All of these are your spoils, Lu Hanfei said, displaying her understanding by presenting two spatial rings without coveting the wealth of the black and white ghosts. After all, had it not been for Xiao Chen's intervention, it was likely that they would have perished in this place, enduring unspeakable humiliation before their demise. Thus, even though they had cooperatively slain the black and white ghosts, the spoils rightfully belonged to Xiao Chen. Very well. I shall take a portion of the resources from these two rings, and the rest you may distribute between yourselves, Xiao Chen replied as he accepted the rings, addressing Lu Hanfei and the others. Regardless of the circumstances, the two had contributed to the vanquishing of their foes. It would be unjust for him to claim all the spoils. As his thoughts settled, Xiao Chen's consciousness delved into the contents of the two rings. Each contained a wealth of resources, with a total of approximately 3 million spirit crystals, alongside an array of rare celestial materials and various exotic beast materials that dazzled the eyes. Truly, the wealth of this notorious criminal sought by the Dacian royal family far surpassed that of Lu Hanfei and her companions. Xiao Chen retained a portion of valuable treasures and promptly issued a retrieval command to the system. Ding! The system is recovering all designated items. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 185,654 points. Upon hearing this notification, Xiao Chen's pupils involuntarily contracted. Over 180,000 points, coupled with the previous 70,000, meant that the pair of resentful brothers, the black and white twin ghosts, had provided him with nearly 260,000 points. They were indeed like auspicious spirits bestowing wealth. These two spatial rings contained 1 million spirit crystals and some resources, which would be considered the spoils of their recent conquest. After reclaiming a significant portion of the spirit crystals and the majority of the resources, Xiao Chen returned the two spatial rings to Lu Hanfei. My lord. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, both Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying shuddered slightly, gazing at him in disbelief. They clearly did not expect him to retain such a wealth for them. However, just as the two were moved and about to express their gratitude, Xiao Chen raised his hand to halt them. After all, they would all be family in the future. There was no need to quibble over such resources. At that moment, Kaiyan also returned to the 100 Flowers boat. Just as she intended to present several corpses and spoils to Xiao Chen, he raised his hand to stop her. The other corpses and spoils could be dealt with later. For now, It was paramount to address the presence of the Fox Clan Saintess and her protector. I am Xiao Chen. I sincerely thank both of you for your timely assistance. Gazing at the seemingly ordinary Fox Clan Saintess before him, Xiao Chen smiled gently and bowed slightly. However, I have a question. You two have followed us all the way from Tiandu City. Surely it cannot be merely to save me at the opportune moment? Chapter 103. Does the young master desire a change of taste? Hearing Xiao Chen's candid words, the white-haired old woman furrowed her brow, ready to speak, but was halted by Suxin. The young master is quite forthright, Suxin remarked, casting a gentle smile at the youth. We harbor no ill intentions toward you. We simply wish to befriend you. To befriend? Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile, scrutinizing her for a moment before speaking with a hint of significance. You have traveled countless miles to accompany us, solely to befriend me? Just moments prior, xuanhuan had attempted to capture him. Though the situation appeared dire, he was confident in his ability to escape. Yet before he could employ his trump card, these two had suddenly appeared, clearly having been lurking nearby for quite some time. While one should not judge a person's character by the actions of others, ancient wisdom advises vigilance against the intentions of others. Suxin's following them was undoubtedly not for the sake of friendship, since the young master has expressed himself so plainly. I shall dispense with any pretense, Suxin declared. Upon hearing this, Suxin fell silent for a moment before raising her head, her gaze fixed intently on Xiao Chen. With a deep breath, she spoke with a weighty tone. I desire the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill. What? At the utterance of this sentence, Nangong Jing and the others were taken aback. Even Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying stared at Suxin with astonished eyes. The Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill was the key to healing the Grand Elder, a treasure they had acquired at great cost through a competitive auction. How could it be carelessly relinquished to another? So it was for this reason. Xiao Chen merely smiled faintly, signaling the others to remain calm. May I inquire about the reason? The Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill was a medicinal remedy for healing and saving lives, while it also had applications in cultivation. Aside from a few fire attribute practitioners, few strong individuals utilized it for that purpose. Could it be that a significant figure from the Fox clan had sustained severe injuries, prompting this Fox clan maiden to risk venturing into human territory in search of a life-saving elixir? My sister awaits it for her survival. Indeed, as Xiao Chen pondered this, Suxin candidly continued, therefore, I earnestly request that young Master Xiao and all present consider granting me this Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill. I am willing to accept any price, as long as it is not excessively unreasonable. For the sake of saving her sister's life, Suxin was prepared to go to great lengths. All she sought was Xiao Chen's agreement, with the hope that his conditions would not be too outrageous. If they were reasonable, her journey would be deemed successful. Of course, if he demanded her body in return, she would have to negotiate further. Absolutely not. As Suxin contemplated, Lu Hanfei interjected. The Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill pertains to the life and death of our Grand Elder. We cannot possibly relinquish it to you. Acknowledging the assistance rendered by the two earlier, she added, we can offer other resources in return, but the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill is non-negotiable. With that, Lu Hanfei intended to remove the spatial ring on her hand, ready to present the resources within as compensation to the two. Although Suxin and the white-haired old woman had ulterior motives for their assistance, it was undeniable that they had saved young Master Xiao once, warranting a gesture of gratitude in both sentiment and reason. I will handle this matter myself. However, at that moment, Xiao Chen suddenly raised his hand to halt Lu Hanfei, then cast a meaningful glance at the compartment of the Baihua boat before saying to Suxin, come with me. With that, Xiao Chen strode directly towards the compartment, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. To call this Fox clan maiden into the compartment alone, could it be that the young master had some ulterior motive? Lu Hanfei and the others exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a mix of disbelief. Yet, this seemed unlikely. Given the young master's exceptional charm, he was not lacking in stunning companions. Even they might have a chance. The woman in white before him, though a member of the Fox clan and possessing a modicum of beauty, was still lacking in comparison to her kin, and likely not the type that would captivate the young master. Could it be that he yearned for a change of taste, to indulge in the subtle allure of a fox maiden? As Xiao Chen turned to enter the private chamber, Nangong Jing and Lu Hanfei exchanged silent speculations among themselves. Meanwhile, Suxin, Upon hearing these words and witnessing Xiao Chen's entrance into the room, felt a tumult of emotions welling within her. She couldn't fathom why. Despite her careful disguise and unremarkable appearance, Xiao Chen would summon her for a private conversation. Had this young man of the human race seen through her facade? The mere thought caused her pupils to constrict slightly. The master bids you enter. As Xiao Chen stepped into the chamber, Bai Suxin remained rooted in place, her expression shifting. At that moment, Kaiyan opened her eyes and spoke. Although she was uncertain of Xiao Chen's intentions in inviting this individual, she firmly believed he was not so indiscriminate in his desires. The invitation to enter was likely not for the sake of base pleasures. Taking a deep breath to quell her various thoughts, Bai Suxin proceeded toward the private room. Miss Shum, the elderly woman with white hair, witnessing this scene, attempted to follow but was halted by Bai Suxin. In the next instant, as Bai Suxin entered the chamber, the door closed behind her. Lu Hanfei and the others, though filled with curiosity, dared not pry with their spiritual senses. The white-haired elder, intent on sneaking a glance, found herself locked in by Kai Yan's aura. This rendered her expression rigid, forcing her to wait patiently outside. Have you come in here so long that you fear I might devour you? Inside the chamber, after Bai Suxin entered, Xiao Chen turned with a faint smile and uttered a statement that nearly caused her eyes to widen in shock. I can offer you the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill, but what can you provide in return? What? Bai Suxin's head snapped up. Disbelief etched across her features as she regarded Xiao Chen. The Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill was supposed to be in the possession of the group from the Xuanhuan sect. How could this young master so brazenly make such a proposition? After departing from Tiandu City, in order to avert unforeseen circumstances, they had entrusted the pill to him for safekeeping. Thus, it was indeed within his grasp. Sensing her confusion, Xiao Chen smiled gently and added, How can I trust you? Bai Suxin was not easily deceived. She fixed her serious gaze upon him. Very well, let me show you the actual item. Xiao Chen, unfazed by her response, reached into his possession and retrieved a pill bottle, producing the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill. This particular pill had been acquired through the expenditure of 36,000 points. Utilizing a fragment of another pill upon entering the chamber, the newly forged elixir, distinct from the one in Lu Hanfei's possession, is the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill. Upon sensing the unique aura of this special concoction, a look of astonishment appeared on Bai Suxin's face. Her ability to see through illusions allowed her to discern its authenticity. This Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill bore almost no difference from the one she had encountered at the auction, and it was indeed genuine. It was unexpected that the Xuanhuan sect would place such a precious elixir in the hands of this young Master Xiao. Who exactly is this young Master Xiao? And why would he choose to trade such an elixir? Chapter 104. May I touch your tail? Young Master. This Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill is the lifeblood of the Grand Elder of the Xuanhuan sect. Are you not afraid that the powerful figures of the sect will turn against you once they discover this? After taking a deep breath to suppress her chaotic thoughts, Bai Suxin inquired solemnly. If the two celestial elders of the Xuanhuan sect were to learn that Xiao Chen was trading the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill with her, even with the presence of Queen Medusa, they would likely rush in to stir up trouble. I have other means to cure the Grand Elder of the Xuanhuan sect. However, the women outside seem somewhat skeptical of my abilities. Considering you saved me just now, I am willing to take this risk for you. Does this answer satisfy you? Upon hearing Bai Suxin's words, Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile. This alluring woman, indeed, harbored deep suspicions. Even after confirming the authenticity of the elixir, she hesitated for quite some time. In short, do you wish to acquire this elixir or not? With little patience for her probing questions, Xiao Chen decisively shut down the topic as Bai Suxin was about to inquire further. After a brief silence, Bai Suxin promptly removed a spatial ring from her hand. This ring contains 420,000 spirit crystals, along with some rare treasures I collected in the 10,000 Great Mountains. I wonder if these would be sufficient to offset the cost of the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill? Upon hearing her offer, Xiao Chen's eyes brightened slightly as he reached out to accept the ring. The moment his soul consciousness delved into it, a satisfied smile spread across his lips. With 420,000 spirit crystals, along with a selection of rare treasures, the total value exceeded 5 million. Very well, the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill is yours. After retrieving everything from the spatial ring, Xiao Chen tossed the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill, along with the ring, to Bai Suxin. Those spirit crystals cannot be directly reclaimed. They can be exchanged for countless resources in the future. Spending 36,000 points to acquire 5 million in resources was indeed a profitable venture. Remember, leave immediately and refrain from saying anything unnecessary. With a casual reminder to buy Sushin, Xiao Chen made his way to the door. Next, he needed to head to the xuanhuan sect for another harvest, followed by seeking a secluded location to assist Kai Yin in upgrading her sky-devouring python bloodline. Was this truly within reach? Bai Suxin stared blankly at the Xuanqing snow lotus pill, clearly astonished that it had come to her so easily. She had expected Xiao Chen to be dissatisfied and to make some excessive demands, but to her surprise, he seemed to seek only wealth. Indeed, I have a small request that I hope you might fulfill. While Bai Suxin was lost in thought, Xiao Chen turned around, his expression one of keen interest, which caused her heart to skip a beat. It is said that the Fox tribe is home to breathtakingly beautiful individuals, each more stunning than the last. As the saintess of the Fox tribe, she must be extraordinarily enchanting. Might this young gentleman be so bold as to request a glimpse of your true visage? Boom. With the final words of Xiao Chen, Bai Suxin's mind erupted with a cacophony, her pupils constricting to the size of needles. She never imagined that this young human boy could see through her disguise. It is worth noting that she had relied on a heavenly-grade treasure for her concealment, one that even a powerful figure at the 9th level of the celestial realm would find difficult to penetrate. Yet what shocked her the most was how Xiao Chen knew she was the saintess of the Fox tribe. Throughout their journey, she had had little interaction with him, save for the brief exchange they had just shared. When, then, had her identity been revealed? Suxin was perplexed by the young gentleman's words. Once she quelled the tumult within her heart, she feigned calmness and replied. Her identity was sensitive, entwined with the secrets of her tribe. Should it become known, it could lead to grave consequences. After all, she was the only saintess in thousands of years, aside from the venerable ancestor of the Qingqiu Fox tribe. Fear not. I hold no interest in your identity. I merely wish to behold your true appearance. Seemingly sensing Bai Suxin's apprehension, Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Curiosity is inherent in human nature. Since his arrival in this realm, he had already seen what Medusa looked like, and now, encountering someone from the Fox tribe naturally sparked his intrigue. Since you have expressed such sentiments, then Suxin shall not conceal her true self any longer. After a moment of silence, Bai Suxin resolved to remove her disguise. In the next instant, a flash of white light illuminated the surroundings, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful figure that rivaled even the most exquisite of blossoms. Her hair is white as snow, adorned with 2 fluffy ears, and 4 bushy fox tails trailing behind her, her form a perfect hourglass in a flowing white gown. This is the little fox maiden. Upon witnessing Bai Suxin before him, Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled with delight, as though he had stumbled upon a new world. Once a Fox tribe member reaches the Nirvana realm, they can shift between human and fox forms, a testament to their superior bloodline compared to that of the serpent people. However, Bai Suxin had yet to attain the Nirvana realm and could only alter her appearance through the treasures of her tribe. To my astonishment, the true nature of the other party was strikingly exquisite and otherworldly. Particularly captivating were the 4 fluffy fox tails, evoking an irresistible urge to reach out and touch them. Young master, have you gazed enough? As Xiao Chen observed her with a childlike curiosity, Bai Suxin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Ahem. May I touch your tail? Upon hearing Bai Suxin's words, Xiao Chen glanced at the tails, clearing his throat with a hint of anticipation. At that moment, the allure of those tails surpassed even that of a prized possession. No, Bai Suxin exclaimed in shock, instinctively stepping back from Xiao Chen, her demeanor shifting to one of caution. The tails of a fox maiden are reserved solely for a partner's caress. I beg for your understanding, young Master Xiao. With that, fearing Xiao Chen might rush over to touch them, Bai Suxin formed a quick seal, reverting to her previous human appearance. I shall forever remember your kindness today, young master. Should you venture into the 10,000 mountains in the future, do seek me in the Qingqiu Fox clan. I assure you, both my sister and I will treat you generously in gratitude for your kindness. Immediately after, before Xiao Chen could utter a word, Bai Suxin lowered her head and fled the room. This scene left Xiao Chen utterly perplexed. Only partners are permitted to touch? Such a rule exists? Observing Bai Suxin's retreating figure, he muttered in frustration. Unbeknownst to him, the tails of fox maidens are innately sensitive, easily inciting certain impulses when touched. Thus, in fox culture, only a corresponding partner is allowed to caress a maideness tails. Miss. Outside the room, upon witnessing the door swing open, Bai Suxin's flushed visage caused the elderly white-haired woman's expression to shift dramatically, clearly suspecting Xiao Chen of some inappropriate behavior towards Bai Suxin. Do not inquire. We must leave this place. Bai Suxin interrupted the old woman's questioning gesture and beckoned her to follow as they departed from the 100 Flowers boat. This unfolding scene caused Lu Hanfei and the others to furrow their brows slightly. Wasn't he this a tad too hasty? They had barely entered for less than 15 minutes. And this woman was already fleeing, her face flushed? Could it be that young Master Xiao is quite the seducer? Chapter 105. Could this fellow have emerged from the Xiao family of Liyan City? After Bai Suxin's departure, as Xiao Chen exited the room, Nangong Jing and the others hesitated. Their expressions a mix of uncertainty. Cough, what sort of looks are those? Noticing their peculiar gazes, Xiao Chen couldn't help but clear his throat, insisting earnestly. I merely expressed my gratitude towards her. Nothing untoward transpired between us. Do not cast your dubious glances, tarnishing my noble character. His lecture left Lu Hanfei and the others blushing, feeling a twinge of shame as they lowered their heads. Indeed, the young master desires a woman of a certain caliber. Thus, why trouble a fox spirit at this time? Moreover, just moments ago, when Bai Suxin departed, her aura seemed remarkably pure, suggesting she had not been defiled by any man. It appears they have overthought the matter. Young master, here lie the corpses of these individuals along with their storage rings. As Lu Hanfei and the others pondered, Kai Yin approached and casually waved her hand, causing the corpses of He Yin, Hong Yun, Huan Sheng, and others to materialize on the deck. Simultaneously, several storage rings drifted towards Xiao Chen. This scene caused Lu Hanfei and her companions to exchange glances, their expressions slightly tightening. This is indeed a tragic end for those under the auspices of that venerable one. I shall grant them release. Gazing at the corpses before him, Xiao Chen, after a brief concealment of their presence, issued a command to the system. Ding. The system is in the process of recovering all designated corpses. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 157, 454 points. Upon hearing the system's notification, a smile graced Xiao Chen's face. He had not anticipated that the remains of 3 Celestial Realm experts, along with 2 from the Profound Realm and 2 who merely served as fillers, would yield over 150,000 points. These individuals had indeed served their purpose. As for Lu Hanfei and her companions, witnessing this spectacle, they found it increasingly acceptable. The fact that these individuals could still receive release after death was truly a blessing accrued from their past lives. They hoped that in their next reincarnation, they would possess clearer judgment and refrain from provoking those who ought not to be trifled with. Xiao Chen paid no heed to Lu Hanfei's thoughts. As the 100 Flowers boat sped towards the flower gate, he proceeded to recover all resources from the storage rings. With the resources from several rings reclaimed, Xiao Chen's point balance surprisingly soared to an astonishing 157 million, nearly double his initial expectation of 80 million. This revelation filled his heart with unrestrained joy, to the point where he wished to drag Kai Yin and Murong Qingxue into a private chamber for a jubilant celebration. Young master, have you discovered some treasure? Noticing Xiao Chen's rare display of elation, Kai Yin inquired with curiosity. Not at all, Xiao Chen replied, shaking his head before smiling softly. However, the resources I currently possess are sufficient for your bloodline transformation. What? Upon hearing this, Kai Yin was momentarily taken aback, her expression swiftly transforming into one of exuberance. She recalled that Xiao Chen had previously mentioned the difficulty of achieving her bloodline transformation being akin to acquiring a sacred artifact. It seemed that perhaps he had not exaggerated after all. Was it possible that he had merely been trying to frighten her? This little darling. She truly wished to pull him in for a bit of playful punishment, gradually extracting every ounce of his essence. With this thought, Kai Yin gazed intently at Xiao Chen, causing him to feel somewhat uneasy. Meanwhile, in the desolate region of the Taiji sword sect, fool, Li Hai was brutally murdered in Tiandu City, and you still have not uncovered the true culprit? A dark-clad elder stood before the mountain gate, his countenance grim as he reprimanded several men. This man was one of the esteemed elders of the Tai sword sect and also Li Hai's mentor, named Wang Yanfeng, possessing the cultivation of the 4th level of the Profound Realm. Esteemed elder, We have indeed made some progress in our investigation. One of the men responded after enduring Wang Yanfeng's scolding. Li Hai had originally taken on a disciple named Lin Feng, who is the young patriarch of the Lin family in Tiandu City. Recently, during a sect competition, he severely injured a youth named Xiao Chen. In retaliation, the Lin family was annihilated in broad daylight, and Li Hai met his demise within their abode. Strangely, the Xiao family of Luyan City, who bore a grudge against the Lin family, has rapidly risen to prominence during this period, obliterating the other two major families in Luyan City and overpowering the city lord's estate to become the foremost family. It is suspected that they have the backing of a powerful figure in the profound realm. Upon hearing the information, a glint of cold light flickered in Wang Yanfeng's eyes. A family with enmity towards the Lin family had unexpectedly risen to power, coinciding with the latter's obliteration. One could easily deduce that these events were intricately linked. If that is the case, I shall personally visit the Xiao family in Luyan City. Should this matter indeed connect to them, the Xiao family shall have no reason to exist. With these words, a murderous intent enveloped Wang Yanfeng. An abruptly ascendant family must possess some form of fortune or opportunity. If the forces behind the Xiao family were merely of the profound realm, then they could not blame him for being ruthless. Where does the esteemed elder intend to go? Just as Wang Yanfeng was preparing to set off, Nailan Shiji, the newly returned young master of the sect, inquired with a hint of confusion. It is the young master. I intend to visit Luyan City, Wang Yanfeng replied, not putting on airs in front of Nailan Shiji, succinctly explaining the reason for his journey. Li Hai has perished in Tiandu City. It is highly likely that the forces behind the Xiao family from Luyan City are involved. Could it be him? Nailan Shiji's expression shifted as a thought struck him upon hearing Wang Yanfeng's words. The common surname Xiao, coupled with the backing of a powerful figure in the profound realm, made it difficult not to draw connections. Could this individual have emerged from the Xiao family of Luyan City? Realizing this possibility, Nailan Shiji's eyes glinted with cold light, and he immediately raised his head to address Wang Yanfeng. Esteemed elder, allow me to accompany you on this journey. I have certain matters to verify as well. Following this, under Wang Yanfeng's slightly puzzled gaze, Nailan Shiji briefly elucidated his intentions, merely stating that he had a rival sharing the surname Xiao and wished to confirm some details about his lineage. At this moment, Wang Yanfeng did not dwell on his thoughts, but instead proceeded with Nailan Shiji and the elderly figure clad in gray towards Luyan City. Meanwhile, at the Burning Flame Valley, the arrival of several figures stirred the entire valley. The Valley Master has returned. Upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the leader, the elders of the Burning Flame Valley were startled, rushing out from their abodes to respectfully greet the three individuals. Welcome back, Valley Master, Elder 1, Elder 2. Where are Ming'er and Huiyun? Have they not returned yet? Duan Yintian surveyed the surroundings, failing to spot Duan Haoming and Hongyun, his voice tinged with a somber tone. He was currently sealing the earth core fire within him, in an exceedingly unstable state. Without the aid of the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill, he feared he might lose control and go berserk. Before any response could be given to Duan Yintian's inquiry, one elder shook his head. However, just as his words fell, a voice filled with terror suddenly echoed from the main hall of the sect. Chapter 106. The Xuanhuan Sect. This is bad. The soul tablets of the young master, the third elder, and the fifth elder have all shattered. With this proclamation, a thunderous shockwave reverberated through the minds of everyone present. Within the Burning Flame Valley, there existed a main hall where the soul tablets of core members were displayed. Each tablet was intricately linked to the life of the respective individual. The shattering of a soul tablet signified the demise of that person. How can this be possible? Duan Yintian roared in fury, his figure darting towards the main hall, hurling the disciple who bore the news dozens of meters away. Damn it! How could Ming'er and Hongyun possibly have fallen? Upon entering the main hall, witnessing the three shattered soul tablets, Duan Yintian unleashed a thunderous roar. Xuanhuan Sect, you despicable wretches! Duan Haoming and the others had gone to auction the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill, only to discover that it had been acquired by the Xuanhuan Sect. Subsequently, Duan Haoming had sent him a message, stating that two elders had mobilized, along with the heir of the Zhun Nan Wangfu, to ambush the Xuanhuan Sect's party and seize the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill. He was instructed to await good news and peace. Yet, instead of good news, he was met with this shocking calamity. How could two elders of the heavenly realm, along with a formidable figure from the Zhunnan Wangfu, meet such an untimely end? Even if unforeseen circumstances arose, it should not have led to their deaths. Could it be that the Xuanhuan sect's formidable figure has emerged from seclusion? As these thoughts churned within his mind, a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped Duan Yintian, his presence growing increasingly volatile, as if he were on the verge of erupting. Valley Master, what shall we do now? Upon observing Duan Yintian's exceedingly sinister expression, Elder Huayan inquired at that moment. The demise of a young master was of little consequence. However, the loss of 2 celestial elders was an overwhelming blow to the Burning Flame Valley. Henceforth, their advanced combat prowess would undoubtedly lag behind that of other factions. You shall accompany me to the Xuanhuan. Upon hearing Huayan's declaration, Duan Yintian abruptly lifted his head, his gaze transforming into a blood-red hue. The Xuanhuan was auctioning the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill at an exorbitant price, suggesting that one of their elders was gravely injured and required the pill for healing and survival. As for Han Yun and Haiyan, regardless of how they fell, their formidable strength would have enabled them to retaliate fiercely, inflicting substantial damage upon their assailant before their demise. This implies that several members of Xuanhuan had already sustained serious injuries, presenting us with a prime opportunity for revenge. Following this assertion, Huayan and several other elders could not help but narrow their eyes. It must be acknowledged that Duan Yintian's analysis was astute, exhibiting no signs of irrationality. Furthermore, the Millennium Earth Core fire within me would likely prove difficult to merge successfully without the assistance of the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill. Observing the silence among the celestial elders, Duan Yintian continued, Thus, we must seize the pill before it is consumed. With the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill at our disposal, I would successfully merge the Yaoa and ascend to the Saint Realm. Only then could the status of Burning Flame Valley remain unshakable, potentially even supplanting the Deqian imperial family in dominion over the world. Hearing Duan Yintian's words, Huayan and the others trembled. His reasoning was indeed sound. Should Duan Yintian achieve a breakthrough to the Saint Realm, even with the loss of 2 elders, Burning Flame Valley would still possess the strength to subdue rival factions. Under Duan Yintian's leadership, they could reach unprecedented heights. Time is of the essence. We must set forth immediately. If the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill is completely refined, we shall lose our optimal opportunity to act. With this thought, Huayan echoed in agreement. Fear not. Should the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill be refined, as long as we can successfully capture those women from Xuanhuan, we can utilize their primordial yin to refine the Yao as well. Witnessing Huayan and the others stirred by his fervor, Duan Yintian's face contorted into a vicious expression. If given the choice, he would prefer to extract the primordial yin. With the aid of the primordial yin from those women of Xuanhuan, the success rate of refining the Yi and achieving the Saint Realm would surpass that of refining the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill significantly. However, this path bore considerable risks, likely leading to mutual destruction. Thus, he had reluctantly opted for the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill, never anticipating such unforeseen developments. The women of Xuanhuan were indeed compelling him towards the extraction of their essence. As Duan Yintian and his companions soared into the skies, they hastened towards Xuanhuan. Duan Yintian took a moment to send a message to the Prince of Southern Town, urging him to dispatch a formidable expert from the Celestial Realm to assist in the annihilation of the Xuanhuan. After all, there existed intricate ties between the Burning Flame Valley and the prince's residence, and his son was ambushed alongside the prince's heir. With Duan Haoming and Han Yun now deceased, it was reasonable to assume that the forces of the prince had also been obliterated. The Prince of Southern Town would undoubtedly be incensed and would likely send his strongest men to join the fray, perhaps even personally leading the charge against Xuanhuan. At that moment, the Prince of Southern Town, Yang Poju, was perusing a confidential letter when he was suddenly beset by the grim tidings of Yang Zhao's demise. Your Highness, the 5th prince has perished. Upon hearing the words of the elder clad in gray, Yang Poju lifted his gaze slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing his countenance. How did he die? In the next instant, instead of the anticipated fury, he displayed a chilling calmness. Yang Poju's voice dripped with frost as he inquired further. Yang Xiao had recently been acting recklessly, even pursuing the esteemed daughter of the Ziyun Merchant Association, aiming to leverage this connection to elevate his own standing. Such a desperate bid for recognition could easily lead to calamity. It is unclear, but it is known that the prince journeyed thousands of miles to Tiandu City in the Wild Prefecture to win favor with Miss Ziluo, the gray-clad elder replied, bowing his head in reverence at Yang Poju's utterance, which bore no trace of emotional upheaval. However, if you grant me 3 days, I shall uncover the truth behind this incident. Just as these words left his lips, before Yang Poju could respond, the jade pendant at his waist suddenly radiated light. Upon his soul's touch to the pendant, a message infiltrated his mind. Having received the communique from Duan Yintian regarding xuanhuan, Yang Poju's eyes narrowed slightly. No need for further investigation. First, attend to the task I have entrusted to you. It pertains to my grand strategy, and there can be no room for error. As Yang Poju uttered these words, the elder's demeanor shifted, realizing that the prince had struck a deal with a certain individual and was resolutely determined to take action against the Qingxiu Fox clan. Before long, the 10,000 great mountains would no longer remain tranquil. Young master, we are now approaching xuanhuan. We have already informed the Grand Elder, who is currently awaiting us in the 100 Flowers Pavilion. As Duan Yintian and his entourage hastened towards xuanhuan, Yang Poju was also engrossed in his own schemes. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen and his companions entered xuanhuan, their journey through the 100 Flowers boat being virtually unimpeded as they glided effortlessly towards the innermost sanctum. The sight of ethereal beauties with flowing white hair and a scene reminiscent of the Jade Pool Celestial Palace provided Xiao Chen with a visual feast. In a short span of time, under the guidance of Lu Hanfei and others, Xiao Chen and Kai Yan arrived at the 100 Flowers Pavilion. As the door swung open, an enchanting woman, her beauty akin to a painting, with a pallid complexion and an air of cool detachment, came into view, captivating the attention of Xiao Chen and his companions. The individual in question is Duanmu Shuiying, the esteemed Grand Elder of the Orchid Sect, a formidable being possessing the cultivation of the 8th heavenly realm. As Duanmu Shuiying sat gracefully upon her meditation cushion, Xiao Chen could not help but be struck by a wave of emotion. Since his arrival in this world, he had been surrounded by women of exquisite beauty, each more enchanting than the last. Thankfully, his resolve remained steadfast, otherwise his attire would have suffered daily embarrassments. The sight of the silver-haired beauties of the Orchid Sect sparked a curious imagination within him, envisioning the breathtaking appearance of Medusa with her flowing white locks. Grand Elder, this is young Master Xiao, came the introduction as Lu Hanfei and the others entered the Grand Hall. And this is Murong Qingxue, who possesses a highly advanced purine body. As Lu Hanfei spoke of Kai Yan, she paused, realizing they were still unfamiliar with one another's names. Duanmu Shuiying's gaze swept over Xiao Chen and Murong Qingxue, ultimately resting on Kai Yan, meeting her icy stare. In that moment, as the chill of recognition washed over her, Duanmu Shuiying's pupils involuntarily constricted. Are you Queen Medusa? The resemblance was striking. Such a cold and indifferent gaze evoked memories of an encounter 15 years prior, when she, alongside several other elders, ventured into the endless desert in search of the legendary Millennium Core Fire. They hoped to harness its extraordinary power to suppress the terrifying backlash of Yin energy within them. However, upon entering the endless desert, they were perceived as provocateurs by the Serpent people. Queen Medusa, leading her kin, sought to expel them from the desolate expanse. A conflict ensued, and in a personal confrontation with the queen, Duanmu Shuiying found herself outmatched due to her lower cultivation. Within mere exchanges, she was wounded by Queen Medusa. The pursuit that followed saw them chased from the depths of the endless desert to its periphery, and had her sister, Duanmu Shuiying, not arrived in the nick of time, their party would have suffered grave consequences. Thus, the memory of the woman who had injured her remained vividly etched in Duanmu Shuiying's mind. Even after the passage of 15 years, despite Kai Yan's veiled visage, the moment Duanmu Shuiying laid eyes upon her, recognition struck. This must surely be Queen Medusa. To their astonishment, the opponent dared to approach the Orchid Pavilion, and her lower body had transformed into legs, leading one to wonder if she had ascended to the Holy Realm. As thoughts raced, Duanmu Shuiying cast a vigilant gaze upon Kai Yan, her own aura brimming with latent energy, seemingly on the brink of eruption. Elder, do not be alarmed. She is the cherished companion of young Master Xiao, a trustworthy ally, urged Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying, perceiving Duanmu Shuiying's tense demeanor. Upon their return to the Orchid Pavilion, they had fallen into an ambush laid by the formidable forces of the Burning Flame Valley and the Prince of Southern Jun. Had it not been for her timely intervention, it was likely that their party would have perished in the xuanhuan mountain range, even facing the indignities of those brutes in their final moments. Throughout their journey, although Kai Yin had not disclosed her true identity, the essence of her combat techniques, the manifestation of the seven-colored devouring python, and Duanmu Shuiying's intense reaction all unequivocally indicated that Kai Yin was indeed the Queen Medusa. Nevertheless, regardless of her past, Kai Yin bore no ill will towards them now and had even come to their aid. Thus, it was unnecessary for them to dwell on the events of 15 years prior when she had been exiled from the endless desert. Upon hearing these words, Duanmu Shuiying fell silent, reflecting on the recent message that merely indicated their party had encountered trouble without further elaboration. She had not anticipated such perilous circumstances. Thankfully, no one had been harmed. Otherwise, the Orchid Pavilion would have suffered a grievous loss. Thus, Shuiying felt compelled to express her gratitude to Queen Medusa for her assistance. As her thoughts settled, Duanmu Shuiying rose, her voice subdued as she addressed Kai Yin. You need not test my resolve any longer. Hearing Duanmu Shuiying refer to her as Queen Medusa once more, Kai Yin lifted her gaze slightly, casting a calm glance at her. This is your territory. As long as you do not act rashly, I shall not bring harm upon you. It was natural for these individuals, having crossed blades with her, to discern her identity. However, with her current prowess, even if all the elders of the Orchid Pavilion were to mobilize, she was confident in her ability to lead Xiao Chen to safety, even at a considerable cost to the Orchid Pavilion. Thus, Kai Yin chose not to deceive herself any longer and openly acknowledged her identity. Though I have already discerned your true self, the moment you referred to yourself as this king, both Duanmu Shuiying and Lu Hanfei were taken aback, their hearts stirred by waves of astonishment. She addresses Kai Yin directly, stating, regardless of her true identity, you must understand that she is my woman. We have come to the Orchid Pavilion to assist you, not to provoke conflict. Sensing the atmosphere shift subtly, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow and stepped forward to speak. With those words hanging in the air, the tension was palpable. Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying felt a sudden chill in their hearts, and they promptly nodded in agreement. What the young master says is indeed true. Regardless of past grievances, they are now mere memories. As she spoke, Lu Hanfei cast her gaze towards Duanmu Shuiying and discreetly conveyed to her, through a transmission of true essence, Elder, young Master Xiao possesses the ability to heal all the hidden ailments within us, and he is backed by a more mysterious master of the sacred realm. He can assist us in perfecting the sect's inherited techniques, allowing us to completely rid ourselves of the troubles caused by the backlash of dark energy. What? Upon hearing Lu Hanfei's words, Duanmu Shuiying's expression shifted dramatically. She clearly did not expect that this young man before her would possess such remarkable capabilities and an equally formidable backing. Having a sacred realm powerhouse supporting him was something that the Orchid Pavilion could not afford to offend. Moreover, there is one more point I must bring to your attention. Elder, the current Queen Medusa is significantly stronger than before and wields several top-tier heavenly treasures. In less than 15 minutes, she managed to slay 2 elder-level beings from the Burning Flame Valley. Such power means that even the sect leader would not be a match for her. After Lu Hanfei finished her remarks, Duanmu Shuiying was utterly stunned. To slay 2 celestial beings in such a short time. Could it be that this Queen Medusa has already won foot in the sacred realm? Therefore, I implore the elder to prioritize the greater good and set aside past grievances with Queen Medusa. Otherwise, the Orchid Pavilion will face utter destruction. Seeing Duanmu Shuiying's eyes widen in shock, Lu Hanfei added another reminder, fearing that Duanmu Shuiying might act rashly in a moment of emotional upheaval. Rest assured, while I was indeed pursued 15 years ago, this elder has not lost her rationality. After a tumultuous wave surged within her heart, Duanmu Shuiying regained her composure and sent a thought back to Lu Hanfei. Indeed, the past was quite suffocating. However, they were the ones who invaded our territory first. And the unfortunate demise of a core elder has not left me with much resentment. Chapter 108. Elder, restrain yourself. Please do not harm young Master Xiao. If there is nothing else, shall we begin now? As Lu Hanfei and Duanmu Shuiying exchanged thoughts, Xiao Chen surveyed Duanmu Shuiying with a keen eye. He then spoke in a calm tone, your condition is quite dire. The right lung has suffered severe damage, and there remains a terrifying fire poison. Although you have managed to suppress it with your cultivation, making your state appear less critical, it is merely a show of your dwindling strength. Given your current injuries and the poisoning, should the demonic fire poison erupt once more, your foundational essence will be severely compromised, and your cultivation may plummet significantly. Having assessed Duanmu Shuiying's condition, Xiao Chen immediately discerned her true state. From the moment she entered, she had been forcibly suppressing her injuries, and it seemed she was nearing her limit. What? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, the expressions of Lu Hanfei and the others shifted, their gazes turning towards Duanmu Shuiying. They observed that Duanmu Shuiying appeared pale, yet her speech retained a semblance of vigor. They had assumed her injuries were gradually healing. Little did they know she was now at her limit. How could this be? Duanmu Shuiying's pupils constricted, and just as she was about to inquire how he discerned this, a violent surge erupted within her body. This caused her to tremble, and she coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. The demonic fire poison within her was beginning to retaliate. Elder. The sight of Duanmu Shuiying spitting out black blood, surrounded by intense waves of scorching heat, startled Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying. Her once paper-white face now flushed a deep crimson. Suddenly, Lu Hanfei recalled the Xianxing snow lotus pill. She hastily retrieved the pill. However, just as she was about to administer it to Duanmu Shuiying, Xiao Chen's voice resonated once more. Her condition had deteriorated to the point of affecting her meridians. If she consumed the Xianxing snow lotus pill now, the clash between the medicinal potency and the internal fire poison would likely damage at least 30% of her meridians. Upon hearing these two statements, Lu Hanfei's hand froze. Losing 30% of her meridians meant that even if she were fortunate enough to recover somewhat in the future, her cultivation would significantly decline. Regaining her peak state would not be an easy endeavor. We implore you for assistance, noble sir. The Xuanhuan sect will surely repay you handsomely. Li Qingying was the first to react, immediately bowing to Xiao Chen. He had previously asserted that he could mend any physical injuries. If he were willing to lend his aid, the elder would undoubtedly be safe. Please assist, Sir Xiao. Lu Hanfei, recalling her own experiences, also pleaded earnestly. Very well, hold her steady for me, Xiao Chen replied, nodding without false modesty. His intent was to consolidate the Xuanhuan sect. If he could capture Duanmu Shuiying before the sect leader arrived, the subsequent developments would be relatively secure. As Xiao Chen's words fell, joy illuminated the faces of Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying, who promptly urged Duanmu Shuiying, Elder, endure this. Do not harm Sir Xiao. In response, Duanmu Shuiying painfully opened her eyes, still uncertain of their intentions. At that moment, Li Qingying and Lu Hanfei unleashed their powers. Step aside, let me handle this. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Kai Yin erupted with her own strength, her form appearing before Duanmu Shuiying like a specter, forcing Li Qingying and Lu Hanfei back. She seized Duanmu Shuiying's arm with one hand while pressing against her chest with the other, directly pinning her to the ground. The vast essence of true energy firmly suppressed her opponent, causing Duanmu Shuiying to widen her eyes in astonishment, momentarily forgetting the urge to resist. The reason for Caiyin's intervention stemmed from her concern for Lu Hanfei and the others. It is crucial to note that the demonic flame poison within Duanmu Shuiying originated from the peak 8th tier beast, the purple-scaled demon flame flood dragon. Its eruption could annihilate even a strong practitioner at the transcendent realm. Entrusting the suppression of this woman to two mid-stage celestial beings posed a significant risk to Xiao Chen's life should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chen unleashed his cultivation, condensing countless runes. He pointed a finger at Duanmu Shuiying's heart, while simultaneously issuing a healing command to the system. Ding! The system has deducted 37,000 points and is currently restoring all injuries and hidden ailments for the character Duanmu Shuiying. As the system's notification resonated, a burst of white light erupted. Duanmu Shuiying felt a mysterious force surge into her body, enveloping her in a sensation akin to being immersed in a life-giving spring. All her wounds and concealed afflictions healed in the blink of an eye. The overwhelming sensation prompted her to gasp in astonishment. Yet before she could fully process the wonder of it all, the demonic flame poison within her erupted violently. A bizarre flame ignited around her, reducing her garments to ashes. Quick, make her take the Xianxing snow lotus pill. Seeing Duanmu Shuiying's delicate figure exposed to the flames, Xiao Chen stood up and instructed Lu Hanfei. At that moment, Duanmu Shuang realized something was amiss. She gasped in alarm and quickly unleashed her cultivation to suppress the fire poison. The profound true essence transformed into a dense white mist, enveloping her entirely. Lu Hanfei swiftly retrieved the Xianqing snow lotus pill, encasing it in true energy and sending it into the white mist. After Duanmu Shuang consumed the pill, she fervently refined it amidst the mist. What about the sect master and the other elders? Noticing the fire poison within the mist beginning to wane, Xiao Chen turned to Lu Hanfei and the others, inquiring. He was eager to purify all the elders and then find a suitable location to assist Cayenne in upgrading her bloodline. However, aside from Duanmu Shuang, he found no other high-ranking members of the xuanhuan in the Grand Hall. The sect master, having attempted to enhance the profound forgetting worry technique, suffered a backlash and had been in seclusion for over a year. The second elder, Su Danqing, was guarding the xuanhuan treasury and seldom ventured out unless necessary. The third elder, Yang Ziqiong, possessed notable medical skills and was likely in the alchemy pavilion, seeking remedies for the great elder. As for the sixth elder, Yun Zhuo, and the seventh elder, Li Mingru, they had ventured to the 10,000 Great Mountains, seemingly having discovered some hidden secret, and were currently absent from the xuanhuan. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying supplemented one another's explanations, leaving Xiao Chen somewhat speechless. Either they were in seclusion, concocting medicines, guarding the sect's vital areas, or simply absent from the xuanhuan. It appeared that his visit had not been timed well, and it seemed he would not be able to capture all at once. Shuang, at last, I have discovered the means to quell the fiery toxins within you. Just as Xiao Chen was engulfed in a sense of gloom, a soft, mellifluous voice echoed through the air. A figure, akin to a fleeting shadow, exuberantly burst into the 100 Flowers Pavilion. However, upon witnessing the multitude present within the Grand Hall, she was momentarily taken aback, evidently perplexed by the unexpected liveliness of the occasion. Xiao Chen, upon catching sight of this individual, could not help but pause in astonishment. The woman before him was clad in a form-fitting violet attire that accentuated her alluring and voluptuous physique, delineating her exquisite curves. Her stunningly beautiful visage exuded a blend of innocence and seduction, particularly highlighted by a red mole adorning her forehead and her white hair, styled in a braided ponytail, which lent her an air of unique charm. This enchanting figure was none other than Yang Ziqiong, the third elder of the Xuanhua sect, whose cultivation had ascended to the 6th realm of the celestial being. Chapter 109, A Personal Experience? Do you wish to undress me in public? A man. As Xiao Chen appraised the woman, Yang Ziqiong stood transfixed, gazing at him in disbelief. After a brief silence, a look of astonishment crossed her face, as if she had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Her voice, tinged with incredulity, remarked on the unprecedented presence of a man within the 100 Flowers Pavilion. One who appeared so remarkably youthful and handsome. Could it be that the Grand Elder's thoughts aligned with hers, contemplating the use of a man to divert the fiery toxins? This startling revelation left everyone present in stunned silence. The notion of alleviating fiery toxins through the presence of a man was an unconventional approach to healing. Ah, Hanfei, Qingying, you have returned. Did you bring back the Xianqing snow lotus pills? As Xiao Chen and the others remained in a state of bewilderment, Yang Ziqiong's gaze fell upon Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying, prompting her to rush toward them with palpable excitement. Yet, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying instinctively took a few steps back, as if recalling some unsettling memory. In the Xuanhua sect, their greatest apprehension did not stem from the sect master or the Grand Elder, but rather from the seemingly harmless third elder before them. Initially, Yang Ziqiong had been relatively normal, occasionally delving into the study of medicine and alchemy. However, upon reaching the 6th realm of the celestial being, constrained by the limits of her innate talent, she became obsessively engrossed in unorthodox practices, straying from her original medical studies. Her penchant for experimenting with potions in hopes of transcending her innate limitations often led her to surreptitiously test her concoctions on them. Although the potions were not lethal, they had left them feeling weak on several occasions, much to the chagrin of Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying. Yet, powerless against her superior prowess, they could only endeavor to maintain their distance, wary of being unwittingly subjected to her dubious remedies. Yes, we have brought them back. As her thoughts whirled, Lu Hanfei nodded, and gestured towards a swirling mass of white mist. Under the skilled treatment of young Master Xiao, Sister Shuiying has completely recovered from her injuries and is currently refining the Xianxing Snow Lotus Pill to suppress the fire poison. What? Fully healed. Upon hearing Lu Hanfei's words, Yang Ziqiang was filled with disbelief and immediately rushed over to sense Duanmu Shuiying's fluctuations in vitality. She discovered that the other party's life force was remarkably vigorous, bearing no semblance of someone who had been injured. Even the aura of the demonic fire poison was rapidly weakening. It seemed that before long, Duanmu Shuiying would successfully refine it away. This revelation caused Yang Ziqiang to involuntarily draw in a sharp breath. It was utterly astonishing. Just that morning, she had visited Duanmu Shuiying, and the latter's condition had severely worsened, with signs of the demonic fire poison about to erupt. After assisting her in repressing it once more, she returned to the alchemy pavilion to search through ancient texts for a solution. Little did she expect that in just half a day, Duanmu Shuiying would not only heal, but also effortlessly subdue and refine the fire poison. How was this possible? After sensing Duanmu Shuiying's condition, Yang Ziqiang abruptly lifted her gaze towards Lu Hanfei and the others, her eyes landing on Xiao Chen as she dashed forward. However, before she could approach him, she was intercepted by Kai Yan, a powerhouse at the 9th level of the celestial realm. Feeling the faint yet terrifying aura emanating from Kai Yan, Yang Ziqiang's expression grew serious as she stared intently at her, then turned her gaze, puzzled, towards Lu Hanfei. 15 years ago, she had not accompanied them into the endless desert, and thus failed to recognize Kai Yan at first glance. She was the Medusa queen of the Serpent people, a cherished companion to young Master Xiao, and a benefactor to their group. Without her, they would likely have perished in the Xuanhuan mountain range. So she urged her sister not to provoke her. As Yang Ziqiang directed her gaze toward Lu Hanfei, the latter hastily transmitted a message to her. This revelation caused Yang Ziqiang's pupils to constrict once more, her face displaying profound disbelief. She never imagined that the Medusa queen of the Serpent people would appear within the Thousand Flowers sect, and moreover, had transformed into human form. Even more absurdly, she had a male companion, and he was a youth of the human race? I mean no harm. I merely wish to inquire how he healed Sister Shuiying's injuries. Yang Ziqiang awkwardly stated, sensing Kai Yan's indifferent gaze upon her. Young Master Xiao is a miraculous physician, possessing extraordinary abilities. With just a few gestures, he can mend any injury. Kai Yan remained silent in response. Suddenly, Li Qingying spoke up, leaving Yang Ziqiang momentarily stunned. Just a few gestures can heal any injury? How is that possible? Yang Ziqiang stared incredulously at Li Qingying, her expression reflecting disbelief as if to say, "Do not think I am easily deceived. Is there truly anyone in this world who can heal any injury with just a few casual gestures? Unless the opponent is a formidable healer of the sacred realm. Such an astonishing capability would be inconceivable. Yet, how could a youth who appears to be around 18 possess such incredible power, unless he is a disguised ancient sage?" If Elder Yang remained skeptical, he might consider experiencing it firsthand. Observing the disbelief etched on Yang Ziqiang's face, Xiao Chen perceived a promising opportunity. With a gentle smile, he spoke, "Experience it firsthand?" Yang Ziqiang paused momentarily at his words, her gaze shifting to the white mist, becoming increasingly vigilant. "Are you suggesting that you would strip me in public?" With her formidable vision as a celestial realm expert, she had discerned the state of Duanmu Shuiying while approaching the white mist. She had seen through the mist and discovered Duanmu Shuiying was unclothed. Initially, she presumed it was as she had hypothesized, but was taken aback to find that there was no physical exposure. Nevertheless, since this man had healed Duanmu Shuiying, it was highly likely that he was involved in this matter. Xiao Chen's lips curled slightly, and he fell silent. Shuiying's garments were incinerated by demonic flames. The gentleman need not remove her clothing during treatment. Lu Hanfei interjected to vindicate Xiao Chen. She then spoke earnestly to Yang Ziqiang. Not only can he mend external injuries, but he can also rectify internal ailments that are difficult to heal, including the various afflictions left by the backlash of dark energy on our xuanhuan sect. This was something that both I and Qingying, along with others, have personally experienced. What? Upon hearing Lu Hanfei's words, Yang Ziqiang's expression shifted dramatically. Like a ghost, she swiftly approached Lu Hanfei, her right hand pressing against her abdomen. This prompted a change in Lu Hanfei's demeanor as well. The inner chamber is intact. akin to a maiden in her youth, brimming with vitality. Have you restored your fertility, and will you soon have your monthly cycle? After assessing Lu Hanfei's physiological condition, Yang Ziqiang's face displayed sheer disbelief. As prominent elders of the Xuanhuan sect, they had cultivated for over a century and had long been beyond childbearing age. Even with her concoction of numerous remedies, she could only alleviate some residual effects. Yet now, a youth had resolved a problem that had once rendered her helpless? This defies all logic. After muttering in disbelief, Yang Ziqiang's figure flickered throughout the hall as she examined Li Qingying, Han Xinyue, and the others. Ultimately, she confirmed that all the women of the Xuanhuan sect, save for herself, had their chambers restored. At that moment, tumultuous waves surged within her heart, compelling her to accept Lu Hanfei's earlier statement. This youth before her truly is a miraculous healer. Do you now believe? Xiao Chen remarked with a gentle smile, observing Yang Ziqiang's countenance, which was now filled with shattered preconceptions. If all goes as expected, this woman is likely to be ensnared by him. However, after these words were uttered, Yang Ziqiang's subsequent actions not only left Xiao Chen momentarily speechless, but also bewildered Lu Hanfei and the others. Chapter 110, Young Master. Please accept me as your disciple. I excel in the art of assaulting the master. O revered master, allow your disciple to pay homage. Before the astonished gazes of Xiao Chen and Lu Hanfei, Yang Ziqiang suddenly knelt before Xiao Chen with a resounding thud. She bowed deeply, her fervent motion almost tearing her attire. Master. Upon hearing Yang Ziqiang's address and witnessing her actions, not only was Xiao Chen taken aback, but Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying were equally flabbergasted. Senior sister, what are you doing? You already have a master, quickly rise. Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying, regaining their composure first, rushed over to assist Yang Ziqiang, determined to pull her up. After all, she was their senior sister. How could she pledge herself to the young master? Wouldn't it create chaos in their ranks? This cannot stand. Today, I must pledge myself to him. Yang Ziqiang forcefully shrugged off Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying, her resolve to become Xiao Chen's disciple unwavering. The former sect leader has been deceased for many years. He was my first mentor, the one who guided my cultivation. Yet, in my life, I have become enamored with the arts of medicine and alchemy, and I aspire to learn from a master of medical excellence. Although young master is younger than I, his proficiency in the healing arts is remarkable. Should I be fortunate enough to study under him, it would undoubtedly illuminate the remainder of my life. Upon hearing Yang Ziqiang's heartfelt declaration, both Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying felt a twitch at the corners of their mouths. This woman has succumbed to her old habits once more. Those of the Xuanhuan sect cultivate the xuanhuan yuju. The deeper their cultivation, the colder their temperament becomes. Yet, this woman is an exception. Ever since she developed a fascination for the healing arts and began experimenting with medicines, her maturity often falters. At times, she can be as stubborn as a mule, which has proven to be a source of consternation for the elders. Only the sect leader and the grand elder can keep her in check. Ahem, Elder Yang, please rise. I shall not accept you as my disciple. Observing this dramatic scene unfold, Xiao Chen cleared his throat and outright declined. Although Yang Ziqiang's last two remarks had somewhat inflated his ego, his ability to mend was a gift from the system. He could play the part, but he was unable to impart that knowledge to others. Why? Rebuffed by Xiao Chen, Yang Ziqiang abruptly lifted her head, pointing accusingly at Kai Yin nearby. Her voice tinged with indignation. I am a formidable being of the sixth realm of the celestial being. While my strength may not rival that of this individual, I am certainly capable of braving great perils for you. As she spoke, Yang Ziqiang seemed to recall something, proudly adjusting her posture. Her fingers glided down from her neck, and a seductive expression graced her face. Most importantly, I possess fair skin, striking beauty, and an alluring figure, complemented by my penchant for playful mischief. If only the young master would accept me as his disciple, I assure you, I would dedicate myself to him each night. Sister, that's enough. Before Yang Ziqiang could finish her words, Lu Hanfei forcefully covered her mouth and swiftly pulled her to her feet. Nearby, Li Qingying and Nangong Jing watched this unfold, shaking their heads in disbelief. What an embarrassment! To be rejected as a disciple and resort to seduction? Young Master Xiao was surrounded by breathtaking women. Would he truly lose his reason over such trivial temptation? Kai Yin, observing the scene, furrowed her brow slightly. Even she could not have anticipated that this woman would dare to openly entice Xiao Chen before her. Elder Yang, it is not that I am unwilling to accept you as my disciple, but one must possess a congenital Tao body to even have a sliver of a chance at successful cultivation. Glancing at Yang Ziqiang's exaggerated figure, Xiao Chen cleared his throat and fabricated a response. A congenital Tao body is an extraordinarily rare constitution, typically not found twice in the same era. His answer was sufficient to extinguish Yang Ziqiang's hopes. A congenital Tao body. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Yang Ziqiang and Lu Hanfei were taken aback, gazing at him in disbelief. This was a special constitution recorded in ancient texts, each individual a favored child of heaven, inherently capable of harmonizing with the spiritual energies of the universe. Regardless of the cultivation path chosen, they possess immense advantages. With appropriate techniques and resources, transcending to the saint realm would be a breeze, and even the legendary emperor realm might be within reach. Who would have thought that to cultivate Xiao Chen's medical techniques, such a unique constitution would be a prerequisite? This was utterly outrageous. Wait, if young Master Xiao speaks thus, could it mean that he himself possesses a congenital Tao body? Realizing this possibility, Lu Hanfei and Nangong Jing exchanged astonished glances. No wonder the young master could break through to the cave heaven realm at merely 18. It was due to such a formidable constitution. Yang Ziqiang, with a look of disappointment, muttered, such an outrageous requirement. How many can truly meet it? Yet, in the next moment, as if struck by inspiration, she rushed over to Xiao Chen, her face alight with excitement. Young master, does this mean you possess a congenital Tao body? Circling around him, her expression grew increasingly animated. Ancient texts record that a congenital Tao body can be considered a child of the Tao, mysteriously under the protection of the celestial order, with their very essence brimming with Tao resonance. However, if an ordinary person attempts to consume their essence, not only would they be unable to absorb the Tao resonance, but they would also face rejection from the heavens, suffering from some ominous force. Yet, if one were to utilize the method of yin and yang fusion, they could endure the Tao resonance through mutual cultivation. With these words, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying were momentarily stunned, with even Xiao Chen feeling somewhat bewildered. Is the innate Tao body truly so formidable? To consume its flesh and blood would imbue one with ominous power. Yet mutual cultivation could cleanse one through the Taoist essence? Could the person recorded in this ancient tome possibly be an innate Tao body? Sister, do you mean that by engaging in dual cultivation with the young master and receiving his baptism, one could transcend their innate limitations and elevate their cultivation to a higher realm? As Yang Ziqiang fixed her intense gaze upon Xiao Chen, Li Qingying, regaining her composure, tentatively inquired, "Isn't this the epitome of an ideal female cultivator?" Indeed, the ancient texts state as such, but the veracity of this claim can only be ascertained through practice. Yang Ziqiang replied, her face alight with excitement, revealing an insatiable thirst for knowledge. It seemed she was quite eager to engage in mutual cultivation with Xiao Chen to explore the authenticity of the ancient records. Following this exchange, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying's gazes towards Xiao Chen subtly shifted, as if they too were contemplating the reliability of Yang Ziqiang's words. This scene instilled a profound sense of crisis in Kai Yin and Murong Qingxue. Elder Yang, are you not going to address the ailments afflicting your body? Noticing the almost ravenous expressions on Yang Ziqiang and Lu Hanfei's faces, Xiao Chen coughed lightly and could not help but remind them. Yes, I want to. Before Xiao Chen's words had fully settled, Yang Ziqiang hastily responded. Do we need to disrobe? However, there are too many people here. It would be better to go to my residence. Upon finishing her sentence, Yang Ziqiang fixed her fervent gaze on Xiao Chen as if she wished to devour him. Xiao Chen, hearing this, was left utterly dumbfounded. Hadn't this woman already reached menopause and lost interest in men? How could he not sense any of this? Chapter 111. Young Master, please maintain your dignity. I am a respectable young lady, you shameless woman. As Xiao Chen wore a look of exasperation, Kai Yin could no longer contain herself. To seduce the young master in front of her was an undeniable affront. This woman was certainly her formidable rival. If the young master were to succumb to temptation and fall into her clutches, wouldn't that mean she would have yet another rival? Romantic entanglements are but the nature of humanity. As long as the young master desires, I would be willing to do anything, Yang Ziqiang replied. licking her lips and astonishing everyone with her bold declaration. This statement left Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying wide-eyed. And even Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing felt their beliefs teetering on the brink of collapse. Is this truly an elder of the Orchid Pavilion? How does she resemble a seductress from the demonic sect? Fortunately, Yang Ziqiang's aura remained pure, and she had not previously been close to any man. Otherwise, they might have assumed she was a licentious woman. If Elder Yang does not mind, let us commence our activities within this grand hall. The presence of so many individuals will surely add to the liveliness of the occasion. Witnessing Yang Ziqiang's audacious demeanor, Xiao Chen could no longer suppress his irritation. With a faint smile, he approached Yang Ziqiang, seemingly intent on unfastening her garment. This unexpected response left the onlookers in sheer astonishment. Is the young master truly abandoning pretense? Does he intend to engage in a public confrontation with Yang Ziqiang right here? Upon perceiving Xiao Chen's seriousness, Yang Ziqiang momentarily froze. As he drew nearer, reaching out towards her alluring figure with the intention of tearing away her clothing, she gasped in shock and swiftly evaded, retreating several paces. Please, young master, exercise restraint. I am but a virtuous woman. Your directness is utterly inappropriate. As she distanced herself, her expression transformed, becoming somewhat frosty, as if she were an entirely different person. The spectators were left speechless. This woman's mentality resembled that of a child, entirely unbefitting of one seasoned in the ways of the world. It was you who first provoked me, and now, when I wish to indulge you, I am the one deemed impolite? Observing her fright, a subtle smirk graced Xiao Chen's lips, and he continued, his tone calm, I have no time to waste. If you wish to address your hidden ailments, present your resources, and I shall assist you. Should you decline, I shall take my leave. Young master, you truly lack patience, Yang Ziqiang murmured, realizing Xiao Chen was not inclined to indulge her whims. She then removed a spatial ring from her hand. My means are not as plentiful as those of my junior sisters. I hope you will not disdain what I offer. As she spoke, she waved her hand gently, and the ring floated towards him. Xiao Chen caught the ring and immediately probed its contents with his soul sense, revealing a plethora of items. The amount of spirit crystals was significantly less than those possessed by Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying, totaling just under 200,000. However, the assortment of resources was quite ample, including materials from demonic beasts, various rare spiritual herbs, and even both toxic and waste elixirs, far surpassing what Lu Hanfei and the others had. It appears this woman has invested her spirit crystals into researching medicinal concoctions. Yet, these items seem far more beneficial to me. After categorizing the contents, Xiao Chen retained several peculiar pills and subsequently issued a recovery command to the system. Ding! The system has retrieved all designated items. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 168,865 points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Excluding the points expended earlier for Duanmu Shuiying, his total now reached an astonishing 1,710,000. Such a figure is truly unfathomable. Is the young master dissatisfied with the resources of a humble woman? If there is any dissatisfaction, the young lady can see Xiao Chen gazing at the spatial ring for an extended period. Yang Ziqiang's eyes flickered slightly, and she could not help but wish to tease Xiao Chen. However, before she could finish her words, Xiao Chen interrupted her. Very satisfactory, he remarked, casting a glance at the playful Yang Ziqiang. He then raised his hand, unleashing a surge of his cultivation as runes circled around them. Relax, do not evade, nor act recklessly. As his words fell, Xiao Chen formed an intricate hand seal and pressed it against Yang Ziqiang's abdomen. What a profound aura of runes. Is this the innate Tao body? Upon sensing Xiao Chen's energy, Yang Ziqiang's eyes widened in astonishment. She made no attempt to evade or defend herself, allowing Xiao Chen to press against her abdomen. Ding! The system has deducted 37,000 points and is now repairing all of Yang Ziqiang's injuries and ailments. As the system notification echoed, a burst of white light radiated forth. Like Dongmu Shuiying and the others, Yang Ziqiang could not help but exclaim, as her internal afflictions were instantly healed. Is there truly such a miraculous method of healing in this world? As she felt the transformation of her bodily functions, her vitality surged forth like a withered tree blossoming in spring. Yang Ziqiang's mouth fell agape, her face a canvas of shock and disbelief. That will suffice. Sensing the completion of the system's repairs, Xiao Chen withdrew his hand. However, at that moment, a violent fluctuation emanated from within Yang Ziqiang, as her cultivation unexpectedly shattered a certain barrier, advancing from the 6th to the 7th tier of the celestial realm. Senior sister has broken through. Witnessing this scene, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying were taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Why was it that after their treatment, they did not break through? Yet Yang Ziqiang did so on the spot. Could it be that Yang Ziqiang was more proactive, and the young master had secretly provided her with additional support? Amidst their confusion and curiosity, Lu Hanfei and the others turned their gaze toward Xiao Chen, their eyes glimmering with intrigue. "You need not look at me," he replied. "The reason she has broken through at this moment is due to the accumulation of potent medicinal energy within her. After I repaired her ailments, this energy was simultaneously activated. Moreover, she was already at the pinnacle of the 6th tier of the celestial realm, so her breakthrough was merely a natural progression." Noticing the peculiar glances from Lu Hanfei and the others, who seemed as if they wished to entice him, Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Incredible, young master. Is there truly no way for me to learn this ability?" Shortly after Xiao Chen spoke, Yang Ziqiang, having completed her breakthrough and feeling the changes in her body and cultivation, dashed excitedly toward him, her eyes shimmering with fervor. To heal all of a celestial realm expert's ailments in an instant, such a terrifying ability could even rival that of a saint-level healer. It is utterly impossible to achieve such a level. Yet, Xiao Chen, with his cultivation merely at the cave heaven realm, can transform decay into the miraculous. This mysterious ability, attainable only by those with a congenital Dao body, is terrifyingly potent. For an enthusiast of medicine like her, it is an indescribable allure. "No," Xiao Chen swiftly rejected without a moment's hesitation. "Might you impart some other knowledge of the medical arts? I, Ziqiang, am willing to follow you from this day forth. Whatever you command, I shall fulfill." As she spoke, Yang Ziqiang proudly raised her chest, a hint of allure glimmering in her eyes. Even if he desired to indulge in the same actions as before, she would gladly oblige. If earlier, Yang Ziqiang was merely teasing Xiao Chen, now she was earnest in her intent. A handsome young man endowed with a congenital Dao body, coupled with such miraculous medical skills, had ignited within her a profound curiosity and desire for conquest. As her hidden ailments were mended, her vitality surged anew. She once again felt the passionate stirrings of her youth before she had joined the xuanhuan sect. Thus, encountering a remarkable man who aroused both her curiosity and her heart, Yang Ziqiang found herself unperturbed by their disparity in cultivation and experience. She felt a compelling urge that if she were to inadvertently miss this young man, her future days would be steeped in regret. Chapter 112. Regardless of the woman, all wish to pursue him. How should the nocturnal activities be allocated henceforth? Do you wish to play with fire? Seeing Yang Ziqiang nearing him with her bold demeanor, Xiao Chen could not help but take a deep breath, feeling a pang of discomfort as he warned her. This woman truly believed he would not dare to take things further? Should she continue to provoke him, she would have no one to blame for the ensuing spectacle. "Senior sister, please conduct yourself with decorum. The xuanhuan sect strictly prohibits romantic entanglements. Are you not afraid of incurring the master's wrath?" As they witnessed Yang Ziqiang's audacity, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying could no longer contain themselves. The esteemed third elder of the xuanhuan sect openly pursuing a young gentleman. If this were to spread, how could they ever enforce the rules that required disciples to maintain distance from men, lest they violate the sect's regulations? "Do not attempt to intimidate me." Upon hearing Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying's remarks, Yang Ziqiang rolled her eyes. The reason the xuanhuan sect strictly forbids its disciples from engaging with men is that cultivating the xuanhuan yuju can result in backlash from yin energy, leading women to gradually lose their fertility and desire for romantic encounters, ultimately rendering them indifferent to their partners and causing heartbreak. Moreover, if a woman's primal yin remains unbroken, she possesses a natural advantage in the cultivation of the xuanhuan yuju. Moreover, the disciples of the xuanhuan cultivate the xuanhuan yuju, where the primordial yin can enhance their cultivation, making them vulnerable to deceitful individuals seeking to exploit them for wealth and affection. Thus, the successive leaders of the xuanhuan have strictly forbidden their disciples from experiencing romantic emotions to prevent tragic outcomes. As Yang Ziqiang cast a glance at Lu Hanfei and the others, Her tone shifted to a more somber note as she continued, "Yet, this should not be the demise of the xuanhuan disciples." Upon hearing Yang Ziqiang's final words, Lu Hanfei and her companions trembled, their eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded Yang Ziqiang. Clearly, they had not anticipated that this somewhat irreverent senior sister would utter such heretical sentiments. Were the old master to hear this, he would likely be infuriated enough to overturn the coffin lid and deliver a couple of scathing retorts. "My words may be somewhat audacious, yet you must have contemplated similar thoughts in your hearts." Observing the shock on Lu Hanfei's face and the others, Yang Ziqiang's gaze turned fervent as she fixed her eyes on Xiao Chen. "Since the young master can restore our bodies, we can be spared from the torment of energy backlash, allowing us to bear children like any other woman. In essence, as long as the young master is present, we are no different from ordinary women and need not suppress our emotions. If we encounter a man who stirs our hearts, we should not leave our lives filled with regret." Boom. Upon hearing Yang Ziqiang's proclamation, an explosive realization echoed in the minds of Lu Hanfei and the others. They widened their eyes in astonishment as they regarded Yang Ziqiang. Her words resonated with undeniable truth. If they were to be treated as any ordinary woman, they too should be entitled to experience love and companionship, rather than isolating themselves and severing all ties to romance. Despite having practiced for over a century and attaining a remarkable celestial realm, they found themselves lacking in matters of the heart, leaving them with an empty void that would inevitably lead to regret in the afterlife. As this thought settled in, both Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying, along with Nangong Jing and the others, felt their convictions beginning to waver. If these rules could be transcended, then perhaps there was a possibility for them in young Master Xiao. With this notion taking root, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying's gazes turned towards Xiao Chen, their eyes glimmering with newfound fervor. Noticing the shift in the demeanor of the surrounding women, Xiao Chen found himself at a loss for words. Was he mistaken? These women, who had initially intended to chastise Yang Ziqiang, were now fixating on him after her fanciful discourse. Had he inadvertently stumbled into a realm of enchanting maidens, with no hope of return? Meanwhile, Kai Yin and Murong Qinxue, observing the scene, felt a sense of dread. The young master was indeed a coveted prize. Every woman seemed eager to pursue him. How would they manage to allocate their nighttime pursuits? The glances they exchanged were laden with an intensity that suggested they would devour the young master whole, all while audaciously accusing their senior sister of lacking decorum. Upon witnessing the furtive glances exchanged between Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying towards Xiao Chen, Yang Ziqiang could not suppress her disdain. This immediately rendered Lu Hanfei and the others utterly abashed. Though they harbored genuine affection for Xiao Chen, vocalizing such sentiments felt exceedingly embarrassing. "My lord, what are your thoughts?" Yang Ziqiang provocatively inquired, noticing Xiao Chen's apparent discomfort. "Although I am older than you, I remain untouched, and I shall undoubtedly preserve my purity for you. Moreover, if you desire more than just me, I can invite my junior sister to join us. Should you be fortunate enough to receive our pure essence, your cultivation could indeed soar within a short span." Upon hearing Yang Ziqiang's astonishingly audacious remarks, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying were taken aback. This woman truly dared to utter anything, rivaling the lascivious women of the demonic sections. Xiao Chen felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Yet, it must be acknowledged that her words contained a kernel of truth. The women of the xuanhuan were all formidable beings of transcendent realms, each possessing the rare purity of their essence. Should they willingly offer themselves, his cultivation could indeed advance by leaps and bounds. However, such a shortcut would likely draw scorn from the righteous sex practitioners. "Ziqiang, you are becoming increasingly outrageous. How dare you speak such words?" Just as Xiao Chen was about to respond, a cool voice suddenly reverberated through the air. Emerging from the mist was Duanmu Shuiying, who had not only refined the demonic flames, but had also donned a new set of garments. "Senior Sister Shuiying." Yang Ziqiang's expression froze, and she turned to see Duanmu Shuiying glaring at her with a disapproving gaze. "Do you wish to reflect upon your actions at the cliff of contemplation for a few days?" Though she had been refining the Xianqing snow lotus pill, she remained acutely aware of her surroundings and was astounded by Yang Ziqiang's audacity. Not only had she brazenly flirted with Xiao Chen in front of disciples and outsiders alike, but she had also attempted to ensnare Lu Hanfei and the others with her charm and pure essence. This was utterly unconscionable. With a reprimand directed at Yang Ziqiang, Duanmu Shuang turned to Xiao Chen, clasping her hands in respect. She then removed a spatial ring from her finger. "My lord, you have shown kindness to me. This is a token of my gratitude, and I hope you will accept it without disdain." As she spoke, she gently lifted her hand, and the ring floated towards Xiao Chen. "You are too kind, elder." Upon hearing her words, Xiao Chen's eyes gleamed, and he reached out to accept the ring. Although he had already profited immensely from Yang Ziqiang's earlier revelations, one can never have too many resources. Furthermore, charging a fee for healing someone seemed entirely reasonable. Humph. Just now, your body was seen in its entirety by young Master Xiao. I refuse to believe that you do not wish for him to take responsibility. It seemed that she recalled her own cultivation had recently ascended to the 7th heavenly realm, while Duanmu Shuang was merely one minor level above her. This realization stifled her previous ability to dominate their encounters. Yang Ziqiang, filled with newfound confidence, could not resist murmuring softly. Though her words were not particularly loud, they were heard by all. Instantly, Duanmu Shuang's expression stiffened slightly, a rare blush appearing on her face. She indeed felt somewhat perturbed by the fact that Xiao Chen had seen her exposed. Yet, with Yang Ziqiang bringing it to light, it induced an indescribable shame, as if her innermost thoughts had been laid bare. This infuriated Duanmu Shuang. "Yang Ziqiang, have you become too proud? Do you truly believe this elder would?" Duanmu Shuang turned, unable to tolerate further, and fixed a piercing glare upon Yang Ziqiang, ready to chastise her. However, her words were cut short by a resounding roar from outside the hall. A ferocious voice echoed through the air. Chapter 113. It seems you are not as brainless as you appear. Women of the Xuanhuan, come forth for my son's retribution. Upon hearing that violent proclamation, everyone within the hall lifted their gazes toward the entrance, the expressions of Duanmu Shuang and the others shifting dramatically. This was the voice of Duan Yin Tian. Upon recognizing the source of the voice, Duanmu Shuang and Yang Ziqiang's pupils contracted, and even Kai Yin felt a surge of murderous intent. It was evident that they recognized this as the very individual who had ambushed her in the endless desert not long ago. "Do not rush out." Just as Duanmu Shuang and the others were poised to unleash their cultivation and burst forth from the hall, Xiao Chen suddenly interjected with a low command. This caused them to pause, confusion etched across their faces. Why would young Master Xiao prevent them from confronting the intruders? Right now, the Xuanhuan is protected by a mountain guarding formation. They will not be able to breach it easily, so you need not worry about the safety of our disciples. Approaching the entrance of the Baihua Pavilion, he gazed at the heavenly tier formation enveloping the entire Xuanhuan, which was currently enduring a frenzied assault from Duan Yin Tian and his group. Xiao Chen remained remarkably calm and continued to elucidate. "The people from the Burning Flame Valley previously ambushed us, resulting in the demise of 2 heavenly elders. Instead of preparing adequately within the Burning Flame Valley, they have recklessly chosen to assault the Xuanhuan. Their eagerness for the Xianqing Snow Lotus Pill is palpable, and they are undoubtedly convinced that several elders of the Xuanhuan have sustained severe injuries. Thus, they dare to attack us so boldly. If you rush out now, they might see that none of you have been harmed and may very well flee in panic." Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, the atmosphere shifted. At this moment, Duanmu Shuang and Michelle Yeoh, along with their companions, seemed to grasp something significant, gazing at Xiao Chen in disbelief. Did the young master intend for us to ensnare them effortlessly, catching them off guard, even to the point of annihilating them here? After all, having lived for over a century, Duanmu Shuang and her companions, upon receiving Xiao Chen's subtle hint, began to entertain this possibility. "It seems you are not entirely lacking in intellect." As they quickly comprehended the situation, Xiao Chen displayed a look of approval, which rendered Duanmu Shuang and the others somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, Xiao Chen spoke a half-truth, as indeed, they were all quite well endowed. However, Master Duan Yintian was a formidable being of the 9th heaven realm, flanked by several elders of the same level. Given their current strength, it would be exceedingly difficult to vanquish him entirely. With a flicker of thought, Duanmu Shuang furrowed her brow, her voice tinged with concern. Her sister was currently in seclusion, unable to perceive the movements of the outside world. Even if their opponent were to break free, he would likely be in a weakened state due to backlash from his own techniques. Moreover, Duan Yintian would not dare to assault the Orchid Pavilion without some form of assurance. Thus, relying solely on their small number, it would be quite challenging to subdue him. Fear not, I shall take action. You need only to restrain the other minions. The one named Duan Yintian shall be dealt with by me. As Duanmu Shuiying's words fell, a figure beside her, Kai Yin, suddenly opened her eyes, speaking with a chilling tone. What? This exclamation startled Duanmu Shuiying and the others, who looked at Kai Yin in disbelief. Since when did the Queen Medusa exhibit such a benevolent disposition? Could it be that she bore a grudge against Duan Yintian? Given that this young master has a bond with you, I shall assist you in recovery, even if you are gravely wounded in battle. Provided you do not suffer a fatal blow, Xiao Chen added with a faint smile, recognizing Kai Yan's animosity towards Duan Yintian. This was a splendid opportunity to win hearts and then eliminate the Flame Valley, consolidating resources. With his words, the combat prowess of these women would undoubtedly double, allowing them to fight without fear of injury. Thank you, young master. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's statement, Duanmu Shuiying and the others inhaled sharply, their eyes gleaming with a fierce resolve. In battles involving high-level warriors, the greatest fear was sustaining injuries, for once wounded, ordinary healing elixirs would prove insufficient, and they could even lose their cultivation. Thus, unless there was a deep-seated vendetta, most high-level conflicts prioritized survival. But now, with the divine healer at their side, as long as they did not perish on the spot, they would be able to restore themselves to their former state, without concerns weighing them down. It was indeed time to put an end to the long-standing grievances with the Flame Valley. Have all the women of the Orchid Pavilion been wiped out? Dare to slay my son Duan Haoming? I shall reduce you to mere slaves, using your despicable bodies to atone for the sins against my son and Hongyun. Boom. As Duan Yintian's voice reverberated through the Wanhuan, the sky above transformed into a sea of crimson flames. The terrifying divine attack struck the mountain-protecting formation, causing the entire barrier to tremble violently. Countless disciples of Wanhuan gazed up at this scene, their faces drained of color. The might of a celestial realm expert descended like a natural disaster. Such an unfathomable power was nearly insurmountable for anyone not of the same realm. Duan Yintian openly challenged Wanhuan, truly believing that we, a sect comprised primarily of women, could be easily bullied? Just as the formation of Wanhuan teetered on the brink of collapse, a cold voice echoed through the heavens and earth. A figure, surrounded by sword chi and with white hair, soared into the sky amidst the fluttering blossoms. This was none other than Su Danqing, the second elder of Wanhuan, boasting an astonishing cultivation of the 7th level of the celestial realm. Witnessing Duan Yintian's arrogance, she could no longer remain seated within the Wanbao Pavilion. Su Danqing, the second elder of Wanhuan, at the front of the Baiwa Pavilion, upon seeing the figure in white standing in midair, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying gasped in astonishment. Hanfei, Qingying, you two go ahead and disrupt their formation, allowing Duan Yintian and his ilk to lower their guard. I will subsequently weaken the protective formation using the array disc, enabling them to breach the formation and enter the mountain gate. Afterward, Ziqiong and Mei Kaiyan, we shall strike together. Meanwhile, Xianyu and Nangong Jing would unite with the other elders, rallying the sect's disciples to prepare to form the Wanhuajin killing array. As Lu Hanfei and the others gasped in awe, Duanmu Shuiying glanced upward, issuing a series of commands. Understood, elder. Upon hearing Duanmu Shuiying's directives, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying exchanged glances and immediately soared into the void. Meanwhile, Han Xianyu and Nangong Jing also set off to gather the disciples. In front of the Baiwa Pavilion, only Duanmu Shuiying, Yang Ziqiong, and Xiao Chen remained. Young master, when the battle truly begins, you and this young lady should remain within the Baiwa Pavilion. The formation will protect this place from the chaos of combat. Duanmu Shuiying advised after a glance at the sky. Fear not. Although my cultivation is merely at the cave heaven realm, my strength is not as weak as you might imagine, Xiao Chen replied with a dismissive wave and a faint smile. While he may have relied on others, he was still a prodigious talent. Although he could not yet participate in the skirmishes among high-level experts, it would not be an easy task for an ordinary high-level cultivator to take his life. Chapter 114. Elder sister, please remain calm. Everything is under control. In the void above, Su Danqing fervently channeled her cultivation, her true essence flowing like a torrent, continuously infusing into the formation. Striving with all their might to keep Duan Yintian and his companions at bay, the senior sister declared, "We have come to assist you." Just as Su Danqing pondered the whereabouts of the elders of the Xuanhuan sect, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying soared into the scene. Yet, the aura of cultivation surrounding them appeared somewhat tenuous, as if they had recently endured a harrowing battle. What has befallen you two? Why have you only now arrived? Where are the Grand Elder and Sister Ziqiang? Su Danqing, unable to suppress her concern upon witnessing the frail state of Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying, exclaimed. She had been stationed at the Wanbao Pavilion and was unaware of the injury inflicted upon Duanmu Shuiying by the Zilin Mo Yanjiao. Seeing Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying in such a condition filled her with an ominous premonition. The Grand Elder had been grievously wounded by the peak 8th tier beast, the Zilin Mo Yanjiao, and required the Xianqing Shuilian Dan to suppress the malevolent flames and toxins of the creature. Consequently, we dispatched Nangong Jing and others to Tiandu City to procure the Xianqing Shuilian Dan. Unfortunately, on their return to the Wanhua sect, they fell victim to an ambush by the fiends of the Finyan Valley. Faced with an inescapable encirclement, Sister Ziqiang chose to sacrifice herself, detonating herself in a desperate bid to perish alongside Hongyun and Haiyan. However, by the time we fought our way back to the sect, the Grand Elder's condition had deteriorated. Upon hearing Su Danqing's words, Lu Hanfei's expression darkened with sorrow, and she immediately explained. Though her voice was not loud, it resonated through the erase barrier, reaching the ears of Duan Yintian and his cohorts. What? Su Danqing's countenance shifted abruptly, clearly taken aback by the magnitude of the calamity that had befallen the Wanhua sect during her vigil at the Wanbao Pavilion. The sect master had been in seclusion for over a year, with no signs of emergence, while the Grand Elder suffered a catastrophic blow at this critical juncture, culminating in the demise of Sister Ziqiang. With 3 top-tier experts suddenly lost, it was no wonder that the beasts of the Finyan Valley dared to strike now. So it was, the woman Yang Ziqiang self-destructed, which explained the fall of Hongyun and Haiyan. Beyond the erase barrier, having inadvertently overheard Lu Hanfei's explanation, Duan Yintian's expression twisted into a malevolent grimace, his cultivation surging to its zenith at that moment. An oval weapon, engulfed in blazing flames, materialized before Duan Yintian and his companions. This was the celestial grade supreme artifact, the Qiyin Daojin Shuo, the very innate weapon nurtured by Duan Yintian. Composed of 108 fragments, it could even transform into sword or blade form. Duanmu Shuiying had vanished for over a year, and now, gravely injured. Yang Ziqiang had perished in a self-sacrificial explosion. Now, with only a handful of you remaining in the Wanhua sect, I am eager to see how you intend to withstand my onslaught. As his words reverberated through the heavens and the earth, Duan Yintian furiously infused his true essence into the Qiyin Daojin Shuo, causing it to spin rapidly, forming a fiery vortex in the void. Then, like a dragon plunging into the sea, it violently struck the shimmering barrier of the formation. At this moment, Fire Yin and several other celestial elders from the Burning Flame Valley summoned their life-bound weapons, unleashing their divine powers in unison with Duan Yintian. They exerted their utmost efforts to block the onslaught. Witnessing this scene, Su Danqing was unable to indulge in sorrow, and shouted at Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying. Her cultivation surged to its zenith, as her true essence surged madly into the formation. Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying exchanged glances, seemingly frantically channeling their true essence, yet secretly prepared to withdraw at any moment. Boom. In the next instant, under the full force assault of Duan Yintian and others, the barrier of the formation twisted to its utmost, with cracks rapidly spreading across its surface. Standing before the 100 Flowers Pavilion, Duanmu Shuiying beheld the terrifying spectacle in the void. A formation disc materialized in her hand, and she swiftly altered the sealing gestures to press down. As her seal descended, the mountain-protecting formation, which had been able to hold for a while longer, momentarily faltered. The entire barrier was immediately affected, and the formation's defenses weakened significantly. Bang! With a sudden explosion, the barrier shattered violently. Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying hastily withdrew their energies, stabilizing Su Danqing as they were pulled back. Meanwhile, Duan Yintian and Fire Yin rushed into the gates of the Wanhua sect like wolves entering a sheepfold. What are you two doing? Su Danqing, struck by a terrifying backlash, spat out blood and exclaimed in confusion towards Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying. They had clearly been able to resist a bit longer, Yet Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying chose to withdraw. Now, allowing Duan Yintian and the others to breach the Xuanhuan sect would spell disaster for its disciples. Senior sister, please remain calm. Everything is under control, Lu Hanfei whispered, momentarily stunning Su Danqing with her words. Just then, seeing Duan Yintian and his companions breach the formation and enter the mountain gate, Duan Mushuing unleashed her cultivation, pouring her true essence fervently into the Xuanhua formation disk. A beam of light shot skyward, and the mountain-protecting formation, once shattered by Duan Yintian, erupted with an even more resplendent glow. Like a glass dome, it enveloped the entire Xuanhua sect once again. Duan Mushuing, Great Elder. As this surge of power radiated, along with the reformation of the mountain-protecting barrier, Duan Yintian and Su Danqing's expressions shifted dramatically. Hadn't Lu Hanfei claimed that Duan Mushuing was gravely injured? How could her aura now be so formidable? Activate the Xuanhua Annihilation Formation. As these individuals were engulfed in shock and confusion, Duan Mushuing's voice echoed through the void. Below, the numerous elders and disciples of the Xuanhua sect simultaneously formed intricate seals. The profound true essence intertwined like wisps of azure smoke within the confines of the sect. In an instant, a grand formation centered around the elder in charge of the Xuanhua sect, supported by its disciples, enveloped all the structures of the sect. How dare you? Lu Hanfei, you just claimed that this elder sister has perished in self-detonation. Do you wish to be drugged? As the array solidified below, the striking figure of Yang Ziqiang appeared high above. Yang Ziqiang, junior sister Ziqiang. The appearance of Yang Ziqiang caused Duan Yintian and Su Danqing to involuntarily narrow their pupils, clearly realizing they had been deceived by Lu Hanfei moments ago. Elder sister, it was a matter of necessity. I hope you will not hold it against me, Lu Hanfei remarked, casting a glance of reproach at Yang Ziqiang, then expressing a hint of regret towards Su Danqing. With her reclusive nature, Su Danqing likely would not seek her out for sparring after being tricked. If she were to be fixated upon, life would become troublesome. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that after all this toil, it would be you few women setting a trap? Duan Yintian's voice echoed ominously as he regarded the white-haired beauties before him. Your sect leader and 2 other women are here as well, are they not? There is no need for concealment. Let them all come forth. I am eager to see if all the celestial realm experts of the Xuanhua sect possess the capability to restrain me. His chilling words were laced with arrogance, seemingly unperturbed by the likes of Duan Mushuing and the others. Having reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the celestial realm and bearing the seal of the 1,000-year-old earth fire, he believed that in a true life and death struggle, no one within the 9th level could withstand him. My sister is currently in seclusion, and the 7th and 8th are absent from the sect. Thus, only we few elders remain within the Xuanhua sect. Yet, even so, there are still those capable of meting out justice upon you. Duan Mushuing spoke calmly in response to Duan Yintian's brazen words. What a farce. Aside from your sister, Duan Mushuing, who else in the entire Xuanhua sect could possibly stand against me? Duan Yintian sneered derisively at her words. In the next moment, a cold glint flickered in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Duan Mushuing and the others, his cultivation erupting once more. You women, who have sworn off desire for life, shall let me help you experience the sensation of being pinned beneath a man. With the utterance of this phrase, terrifying crimson flames ignited around Duan Yintian, transforming him into a god of fire, distorting the space around him. Meanwhile, Huiyin and the others grinned maliciously, each unleashing a dreadful aura. Waves of searing fire swept through the void. It seems that acquiring the Millennium's core fire has indeed inflated your ego. However, just as Duan Yintian and his companions soared in confidence, a chilling voice suddenly reverberated through the heavens and the earth. A captivating and alluring figure, draped in fiery crimson, materialized like a specter, causing Duan Yintian and the others to narrow their eyes in alarm. Their previously determined advance faltered at this moment. Who are you? Duan Yintian exclaimed, overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure emanating from Kai Yin. Such formidable oppression. This individual must undoubtedly be a powerful being of the 9th realm of the celestial realm. When did the Flower Gate gain another of such caliber, aside from the woman known as Duan Mushuing? That day, when the king suppressed the Millennium's core fire, did you, a mere shadow, dare to launch a surprise attack from behind, and now so soon forget my presence? Upon hearing Duan Yintian's furious shout, Kai Yin responded with a cold, mocking smile before removing her veil. The beautiful Medusa Queen. As the familiar and exquisite visage came into view, Duan Yintian and Hui Yan's pupils constricted violently, their faces betraying shock and disbelief. How could this be? Weren't you supposed to be dead? The sight of the supposedly deceased Medusa Queen reappearing before them, now allied with the Flower Gate, left Duan Yintian's mind in disarray. That day, at the critical moment when the Medusa Queen was suppressing the Millennium's core fire, he had engaged the other elders of the Serpent clan, breaking through their defenses to strike her with a palm. She had endured his blow on her back, coupled with the explosive backlash of the core fire. The immense shockwave had torn open a rift in space, consuming her entirely. Given her status as a ninth realm celestial being, it was absolutely impossible for her to have survived. Yet, why was she alive and well, now within the Flower Gate? Could it be that this group of women had rescued her? Thanks to your misfortune, not only am I alive, but I have also encountered the most cherished person of my life. Thus, in gratitude, I have decided to bid you farewell. As her voice fell, Kai Yin gently lifted her head. The crimson flame wind god wings unfurled behind her, and with a mere gesture, the crimson flame profound sword appeared in her grasp. An overwhelming and terrifying pressure swept through the void. Before Duan Yintian could utter a word, Kai Yan's figure transformed into a blur, akin to a shooting star cleaving through the sky, as she charged toward him with a deadly strike. In a state of urgency, Duan Yintian hastily raised the crimson flame sword, attempting to block Kai Yan's fearsome blow. In that fleeting moment, it was as though two comets had collided, the resulting roar echoing across 100 miles. The dreadful impact surged like a tsunami, forcing Duanmu Shuiying and the others to retreat several hundred feet. The collision center distorted immensely, resembling a mirror on the verge of shattering. Duan Yintian forcibly blocked Kai Yan's strike, raising his head to fix his gaze unwaveringly upon his opponent. To kill me, you Medusa are still woefully inadequate. Not long ago, I was able to severely wound you, and I can certainly do so again. Amidst his roar, a terrifying shockwave erupted once more, sending both combatants reeling. Yet, in the next moment, the murderous intent in their eyes intensified, their figures transforming into fleeting shadows, incessantly colliding within the void. The dreadful aftermath of their clash wreaked havoc, causing the protective array of the Xuanhuan Gate to tremble incessantly. The entire realm seemed to be engulfed in an inferno of cataclysmic proportions. Below, numerous elders and disciples of the Xuanhuan Gate fervently unleashed their cultivation, utilizing the Xuanhuan Fallen Kill Array to withstand the onslaught. Swift resolution was imperative. They must eliminate their foes. Observing the fierce battle between Kai Yin and Duan Yintian reaching a fever pitch, Duanmu Shuiying took a deep breath, her gaze locking onto Hui Yin and the others, issuing a lethal command in that instant. 3 elders from the Yin Flame Valley had fallen, and 2 of the 7 celestial elders were dead. Although 5 elders remained, their overall combat strength was inferior. With Xiao Chen on their side, they need not fear suffering grave injuries. The prospect of dispatching these individuals was entirely within reach. Junior sister, engage in a reciprocal exchange of injuries. As long as your head isn't severed on the spot, the young master can undoubtedly rescue you. Upon delivering her orders, Duanmu Shuiying offered a word of encouragement to Su Danqing before she surged forward, unleashing her power towards Hui Yin and his group. At that moment, Yang Ziqiong, Lu Hanfei, and the others revealed frenzied expressions, akin to mother tigers charging down the mountain, all unleashing their cultivation towards the adversaries. Engage in a reciprocal exchange of injuries? Su Danqing could not help but pause upon hearing Duanmu Shuiying's words, clearly not fully comprehending their meaning, nor grasping who the young master mentioned by Duanmu Shuiying might be. However, driven by her trust in Duanmu Shuiying, Su Danqing did not dwell on it, immediately unleashing her power towards the second elder of the Yin Flame Valley. Above in the void, countless petals floated down like falling snow, a chilling aura of death permeating the air. The 5 elders of the Xuanhuan Gate, seemingly possessed, launched frenzied attacks against Hui Yin and his companions. This horrifying style of combat left Hui Yin and his group utterly astounded. Master, these women have gone mad. We must find a way to breach the protective array, or we shall perish here. In a mere span of less than half a minute, Hui Yin and his companions were left bleeding profusely, their desperate cries echoing through the heavens and earth. In previous encounters with the women of Xuanhuan Gate, their tactics had been relatively stable, primarily centered around self-defense. Yet now, these 5 women engaged in a reciprocal exchange of injuries, each more frenzied than the last, adopting a strategy of inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while sustaining 800 upon themselves. They had never encountered such a spectacle before. Did they not see that I was already overwhelmed? What about the items I entrusted to you? Are you saving them for the New Year's offerings? As the words of the fire demon reverberated through the cosmos, Duan Yintian's desperate voice echoed in the void while he was sent flying by a burst of colorful smoke. If this continued, the millennium-old earth fire, which he had painstakingly suppressed within him, was on the verge of breaking free and manifesting once more in the world. Oh, but we still possess our trump card. Upon hearing Duan Yintian's words, the fire demon seemed to recall something, a manic glint appearing in his eyes. You dare to divide your focus amidst battle? Do you underestimate me? Just as the fire demon's face contorted with madness, a voice reached his ears, accompanied by a flash of sword light that descended with lethal intent. In an instant, every hair on the fire demon's body stood on end, and he quickly dodged as his cultivation surged. The sword light grazed his head, mercilessly crashing into his chest. His heavenly grade attire was torn open, leaving a gaping wound that exposed bone beneath. A chilling scream escaped the fire demon's lips, his entire being thrashing in a frenzy. Duan Muxuang, you wretched harlots who lack men. Feel the grand gift prepared by the Valley Master. With that scream, the fire demon's form was violently thrown back, and he hurled several spherical objects from his hands. Chapter 116. What a cunning woman. How can she act thus? Is this the heavenly fire mystic thunder? Sensing the turbulent energy emanating from those spheres, Duan Muxuang's expression turned icy. As her true essence surged forth, she conjured a defensive barrier, immediately directing a sword light towards the spheres. Boom! As the spheres exploded, the anticipated terrifying storm did not materialize. Instead, a strange crimson mist began to swirl forth like a tempest. This is bad, it's toxic. Seal this space with all your might. Do not let the poisonous mist spread. Witnessing this scene, Duan Muxuang's expression shifted, and she shouted at Lu Hanfei and the others. As her voice fell, Duan Muxuang concentrated her true essence into barriers, attempting to contain the crimson toxic mist in the skies above. Regardless of the nature of this toxin, should it spread to the mountain gate below, it would spell catastrophic doom for all disciples of the Xuanhua sect. However, as she formed her barriers, the crimson toxic mist inexplicably seeped through, relentlessly permeating the realm. Futile. This is the special poison mist that the Valley Master specially requested from the alchemist Gu Qing'a, known as the Crimson Fragrant Dragon's Lust Mist. This substance can ignore the true essence barriers of celestial beings, entering the human body through the pores to provoke primal desires. Even a celestial being, once afflicted by the Crimson Fragrant Dragon's Lust Mist, within 3 time periods. If the dual cultivation method of yin and yang is not employed to resolve the situation, one will inevitably succumb to the searing flames of evil, leading to a tragic demise. Upon witnessing Duanmu Shuiying's movements, Huiyin inhaled a deep breath of the Crimson Fragrance Dragon's essence, feeling primal urges surge within him. As the true essence of his being transformed into a tempest of fury, unable to contain himself, he erupted into maniacal laughter. Indeed, the Crimson Fragrance Dragon's essence does more than merely awaken base desires. It also accelerates the true essence to a frenzied state in a brief period. This enhancement is particularly pronounced for those who cultivate fire or yang attributes. It is no exaggeration to assert that a substantial inhalation of the essence could amplify their combat prowess several-fold. However, one must subsequently seek a pure yin woman for detoxification, lest they suffer from backlash and be consumed by madness. In other locales, pure yin women are scarce, but within the Xuanhua sect, they are plentiful, especially the few before him, each a prime vessel of alchemical potential. Thus, the Crimson Fragrance Dragon's essence serves as an extraordinary tonic for the formidable cultivators of the Burning Flame Valley. As this thought settled in, Huiyin took another fierce draw of the crimson smoke, his eyes turning increasingly red, his demeanor becoming ever more ferocious. Meanwhile, the other elders of the Burning Flame Valley roared in fury, driving back Lu Hanfeng and the others, using the rebound force to plunge into the crimson mist. In mere moments, The auras of the elders became increasingly frenzied. The smoke, born of the crimson fragrance dragon's essence, began to swirl downward, spreading rapidly amidst the tempest. What shall we do, great elder? This substance cannot be sealed by true essence. It is only a matter of time before it envelopes the entire Xuanhuan sect. Observing Huoyan and the others charging into the mist, Su Danqing and Lu Hanfeng dared not recklessly enter. Nor did they wish to unleash their true essence to explode the crimson fog. Should the crimson fragrance dragon's essence fully disseminate, poisoning all disciples of the Xuanhuan sect, it would spell doom for the sect. Sister, leave this toxic mist to me. Just as Duanmu Shuiying spoke, an exuberant voice resonated through the air. Yang Ziqiang erupted with a terrifying gravitational force, launching herself into the toxic fog. Ziqiang. This scene startled Duanmu Shuiying and Su Danqing, leaving them aghast. Are you out of your mind? This is the crimson fragrance dragon's essence, a heinous poison. Yang Ziqiang did not retreat. Rather, she boldly charged into its depths. Ziqiang, have you lost your senses? This poison can be absorbed using storage-type treasures. Your actions are tantamount to courting death. In a state of shock and confusion, Su Danqing cried out, then unleashed her own cultivation power to intercept Yang Ziqiang. The sect has nurtured me. I will not allow it to come to harm. Once I have consumed this noxious mist, I must summon young Master Xiao to rescue me. As Su Danqing surged forward, Yang Ziqiang unleashed her true essence in response. Countless petals transformed into a torrent, immediately hurling towards Su Danqing, desperately attempting to thwart her from entering. At that moment, Duanmu Shuiying and Lu Hanfei, along with the others, were momentarily taken aback by Yang Ziqiang's words. Summon young Master Xiao to save her. In the next instant, Duanmu Shuiying and Lu Hanfei each regained their composure. No wonder this woman appeared so exhilarated, showing no fear of the red fragrance dragon's lustful poison. She had this scheme in mind. If she consumed the red fragrance dragon's lustful poison, she would need to find a man to antidote within 3 hours, or else be consumed by the malevolent flames, leading to her demise. Fortunately, there were no other significant side effects. Furthermore, at this moment, within the entire Xuanhuan, aside from the few beasts from the Burning Flame Valley, there was only young Master Xiao remaining. As a descendant of a divine healer, he surely would not stand by and watch her perish. Hence, Yang Ziqiang was seizing this opportunity to willingly offer herself to Xiao Chen. What a cunning woman! How could she act thus? Boom! Just as Duanmu Shuiying and the others pondered this, Yang Ziqiang's explosive attack forced Su Danqing to retreat, causing her complexion to pale slightly. Although Yang Ziqiang often behaved rather frivolously and had been on the receiving end of Su Danqing's pursuit, witnessing her sacrifice for the protection of their sect stirred deep anguish within her heart. Grand Elder, please save Ziqiang. As she steadied herself, Su Danqing cried out urgently. Junior sister, you cannot face this toxic mist alone. Let us assist you. Just as Su Danqing's words fell, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying exchanged glances, encouraging one another before resolutely making their decision. Without waiting for Su Danqing to react, the two figures transformed into fleeting shadows, plunging into the crimson toxic mist, fervently absorbing it. Hanfei Qingying. Su Danqing was utterly bewildered by this scene. Madness. They have all gone mad. This is a lustful poison. It is not a treasured herb, yet they are eager to consume it. Have their minds deteriorated? Junior sister, you shall hold the fort. Once we have absorbed the toxic mist, the Xuanhuan will be under your command. Witnessing Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying selflessly risking themselves, Duanmu Shuiying felt deeply moved. After issuing a reminder to Su Danqing, she too surged forward into the toxic mist. Senior sister, I cannot allow you all to be foolish. Upon seeing Duanmu Shuiying intent on entering the mist, Su Danqing, bewildered, unleashed her own power and swiftly blocked her path. Junior sister, you must step aside. If the actions do not hasten, the toxic mist shall be consumed entirely by them. Stopped abruptly by Su Danqing, Duanmu Shuiying was utterly agitated. Earlier, she had been exposed to Xiao Chen, and although she was of mature age, the thought of asking him to take responsibility was a daunting task. Yet, if she were to succumb to the lustful poison and submit to Xiao Chen, he would have no choice but to take responsibility. This was indeed her opportunity. As this thought settled in her mind, Duanmu Shuiying unleashed her full cultivation, breaking free from Su Danqing's grasp and charging forward. Such fervent resolve left Su Danqing momentarily stunned. Chapter 117. The crisis of vitality begins once. They had vowed to share life and death together, yet one by one, they sacrificed themselves, leaving me, Su Danqing, to survive alone. But am I one to shy away from danger? Today, I shall join you in this madness. Witnessing Duanmu Shuiying and the others plunge into the engulfing mist, Su Danqing felt a surge of indignation and, at that moment, coldly joined the fray. Her cultivation erupted to its zenith, voraciously consuming the toxic fog, leaving Duanmu Shuiying and the others in utter disbelief. This was indeed a grave escalation. If the esteemed elders of the sect succumbed to the lustful poison without vanquishing Huaiyin and his ilk, it would be akin to digging their own graves. This scene astonished everyone below. The disciples of the xuanhuan, bewildered by the situation, were deeply moved by the resolute actions of Duanmu Shuiying and the others. To prevent the toxic mist from spreading throughout the xuanhuan, the elders dared to risk their lives. How fortunate they were to dwell in such a sect. Meanwhile, Nangong Jing, Li Wanqing, and Han Xinyue wore expressions of complex emotions. Only they understood the ulterior motives of Yang Ziqiong and the others. The allure of the young master was truly terrifying, compelling even the esteemed elders to offer themselves. The three of them, the earliest to recognize Xiao Chen, could only watch as others seized the opportunity. Did this mean that there was no chance left for them with Xiao Chen? As this thought emerged, an impulse surged within Nangong Jing and the others, a desire to partake in the intoxicating allure of the crimson fragrance dragon essence. Yet, ultimately, reason triumphed over impulse. Of course, Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing could not take flight, while Han Xinyue lacked the courage to do so. The crisis of vitality begins. As Nangong Jing and the others marveled at the unfolding events, Xiao Chen stood before the Hall of Blossoms, suddenly experiencing a twinge in his lower back. Though he had entertained thoughts of these women, their overwhelming eagerness was surprising. Each was a formidable being in the heavenly realm, and most absurdly, they were now under the influence of drugs. Should they all engage at once, even the ancient vitality body would be hard-pressed to endure. This tale may seem lengthy, yet it transpired in but an instant. High above, the battle between Duan Yintian and Kai Yin had escalated into a fierce confrontation. With the cultivation level at the pinnacle of the ninefold realm, and possessing a portion of the ancient Earthfire's power, Duan Yintian could barely contend with Kai Yin. However, as time passed, the ancient Earthfire within him grew increasingly unruly, teetering on the brink of complete chaos. This turmoil led to a shift in the balance of power. Where he once stood on equal footing with Kai Yin, he now found himself at a disadvantage, suffering injuries in multiple areas. Should no assistance arrive, his defeat would be inevitable. Meanwhile, Huiyin and his companions observed as Duanmu Shuiying and her allies selflessly consumed the poisonous mist. Initially taken aback, they soon erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, you dare to use your bodies to absorb this toxic haze? You are playing with fire. They jeered. Beyond engaging in our wicked union, you women have no other recourse. As these words spread, Huiyin and his followers, their eyes ablaze with crimson fervor, lunged toward Duanmu Shuiying and her companions, their auras more ferocious than before. Activate the 7 kills sword formation and ensure their annihilation. After engulfing the noxious miasma, Duanmu Shuiying felt an overwhelming heat coursing through her body. She suppressed her impulses and, with a chilling tone, declared, the techniques of the Orchid sect share a common origin, and the esteemed elders are of pure Yin constitution. Thus, our ancestors established a combined sword formation, enabling multiple practitioners to coordinate their attacks. However, while this method is powerful, it is susceptible to backlash on the meridians. Only when 7 act in unison can its full potential be realized and the backlash minimized. But with young Master Xiao present, we need not fear such repercussions. Even with just 5 of us, we can forcibly initiate the combined sword formation. In the next moment, as Duanmu Shuiying surged forward, Su Danqing and the others' eyes glimmered with a fierce red hue, taking up special positions behind her. The profound Yin true essence erupted wildly, forming a pentagram array. Countless petals materialized, transforming instantaneously into a tempest of sword energy. Beware! This is the combined attack method. Retreat. Upon witnessing the unleashed sword formation, Huiyin and his companions instinctively sought to evade. Yet, Duan Shuiying and her allies offered no reprieve. The torrent of sword energy surged downward like a tsunami. Caught unprepared, Hui Yin and his comrades could only muster their divine powers to withstand the onslaught. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying shockwave swept through the realm, distorting the very fabric of space. The harrowing scene rivaled the brutal clash between Kai Yin and Duan Yintian above. Descend into hell. As Hui Yin and his companions struggled to hold their ground, Duan Shuiying's expression hardened. Ignoring the potential harm to her meridians, she pushed her true essence to its limits. The 7 kills sword formation erupted with an even more terrifying brilliance. No. As Duan Shuiying uttered her fierce proclamation, she was acutely aware that if they were to perish, no man would be left to counteract the poison, and they would all meet their demise. In that moment, Fire Yin, feeling the brink of physical collapse, let out a desperate roar. Yet, scarcely had his words left his lips when a barrage of sword lights pierced through the crimson flame barrier they had conjured. Accompanied by a splatter of blood, Fire Yin and several elders from the Burning Flame Valley were instantly reduced to mere husks, riddled with wounds. Duan Shuiying and her companions were not spared either. As the 7 kills Luo sword array dissipated, blood erupted from their mouths, their faces flushed crimson. Even their legs involuntarily tightened, a wave of urgency washing over them. Sister, is it that your lust-inducing poison can no longer be suppressed so swiftly? Su Danxing inquired weakly, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Being the last to consume the crimson fragrance dragon's aphrodisiac, and with her palace not yet restored, her desires were not as intense. Observing Duan Shuiying and the others flushed and nearly overwhelmed, she wore a perplexed expression. Although the poison was potent, with Duan Shuiying and her peers' cultivation levels, they should have been able to suppress it for at least an hour. Yet, within mere moments, they appeared on the verge of succumbing. Was the backlash truly that severe? Our palaces have been restored by the young master, fully revitalizing our fertility, rendering us akin to ordinary maidens. Thus, we are experiencing a more intense sensation, Duan Shuiying clarified in response to Su Danxing's question. However, she did not linger on the topic, instead issuing orders to Lu Hanfei and the others. While our minds remain clear, let us first assist Queen Medusa in vanquishing Duan Yintian, and then seek the young master's aid in alleviating our poison. But as Duan Shuiying finished her command, the battlefield shifted dramatically. Upon witnessing the slaughter of Fire Yin and his companions at the hands of Duan Shuiying and her allies, Duan Yintian unleashed a thunderous roar that echoed into the heavens. A terrifying crimson flame erupted forth, engulfing him in its wrath. Chapter 118. Duan Yintian's desperation and Xiao Chen's sacrificial gambit. You wretched women have forced me to this precipice. With this furious cry, Duan Yintian formed a seal with his hands, unleashing the 1,000-year-old earth core fire. In an instant, a dreadful blaze erupted from him, transforming him into a figure of flame. His shrieks piercing the air, the inferno surged forth, forcing Kai Yin to retreat in haste. Such a chilling scene caused Duan Shuiying and her companions to pale, their gazes now solemnly fixed upon the sea of fire. Execute him with all our might. He aspired to merge the millennia-old core fire of the earth, transforming his body into the sacred body of crimson flames, thereby forcibly breaking through to the sacred realm. Upon realizing Duan Yintian's frenzied intentions, Kai Yin immediately interjected with a powerful command. As she spoke, the divine wings of the crimson flame wind unfurled behind her, and 2 vibrant, 7-colored sky-eating pythons roared forth. Their entire forms radiated with tumultuous waves of fire, spiraling like a tempest. In the next moment, as Kai Yin brandished her sword and struck downwards, the 2 sky-eating pythons entwined in a furious roar, coalescing into a beam of sword light that surged towards Duan Yintian. Meanwhile, Duan Shuiying and the others wasted no time. They forcibly suppressed the rampant essence of the red fragrant dragon and swiftly unleashed the 7 kills Luo sword formation. Countless petals transformed into sword energy, converging like a multitude of swords returning to their origin, madly charging towards Duan Yintian. You vile wretches, you dare to thwart me. Duan Yintian bellowed as he witnessed the onslaught of lethal strikes approaching. He conjured a terrifying shield in response, preparing to clash with all the divine powers head-on. Boom. As the various divine techniques descended, the thunderous sound echoed like the wrath of the heavens, shaking the surrounding area for miles. The protective formation of the xuanhuan sect enveloped the skies, exploding like fragile glass. Below, countless disciples of the xuanhuan sect felt their ears nearly go deaf, their blood surging uncontrollably. Yet, each one could only unleash their cultivation in a frenzied effort to withstand the storm's aftershocks with the xuanhuan destruction-killing formation. Having merged a portion of the millennia-old core fire, your collective strength cannot possibly breach this defense. Once I fully assimilate the core fire, I shall deal with each of you in turn. Gazing at the fiery barrier that steadfastly blocked various divine techniques, Duan Yintian could not help but laugh maniacally. What he did not anticipate was that as Kai Yin and Duanmu Shuang launched their assault, the millennia-old core fire was being forcibly integrated into his body. Their attempts to slay him inadvertently aided in his breakthrough. What if the sect master were to join in? Just as Kai Yin and Duanmu Shuang's expressions darkened, contemplating a desperate counterattack, a chilling voice resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. A woman, strikingly similar in appearance to Duanmu Shuang, but radiating a far more formidable aura, suddenly materialized in the void. This was Duanmu Shuang's elder sister, Duanmu Shuang, the sect master of the xuanhuan sect, possessing the formidable cultivation of the ninth heaven. Duanmu Shuang, sister, sect master. Upon witnessing the figure emerging from the void, both Duan Yintian and Duanmu Shuang could not help but have their expressions shift dramatically. Yet, before they could utter a word, Duanmu Shuang made her move. Although the reason for Duan Yintian's unexpected appearance at the xuanhuan sect remains a mystery, his fierce confrontation with Duanmu Shuang and others has certainly escalated into a brutal conflict. Even the illustrious Medusa queen of the Serpent clan has joined this chaotic melee. Yet, given the current circumstances, it is indisputable that Duan Yintian stands as an adversary. Thus, as the thought crystallized, Duanmu Shuang suppressed the backlash from her technique's recoil, pushing her cultivation to its utmost limit in that fleeting moment. A mysterious, ethereal figure materialized behind her, akin to a celestial flower fairy descending to the mortal realm. Countless petals fluttered down like snowflakes, and a sword intent surged forth into the heavens. Xuanhua Jinghong. As these words reverberated throughout the cosmos, Duanmu Shuang transformed into a streak of radiant light soaring skyward. In the next instant, akin to the sun plummeting from the sky, a terrifying beam of sword light descended upon Duan Yintian, intent on piercing him through. No. Witnessing Duanmu Shuang unleash her signature deadly move, Duan Yintian let out a furious roar of defiance. He had already ascended to the rank of a half-saint, his body having undergone a significant transformation. If he could fully transcend his physical form and invoke the heavenly tribulation, he might very well break through to the saint realm. However, with Duanmu Shuang's sudden emergence from her seclusion, all his aspirations were rendered futile. Boom! As the sword light struck, the protective barrier conjured by Duan Yintian shattered into fragments. A multitude of divine techniques bombarded him simultaneously, with the sword light piercing through his very being. The terrifying shockwave swept forth like a tsunami, distorting the fabric of space and tearing open rifts. Duan Yintian's arm was obliterated, and a gaping hole was blasted through his chest. He was hurled towards the ground by the force of the impact. Yet, having undergone a significant metamorphosis into a saintly body, he did not succumb immediately. Instead, his gaze, ablaze with crimson fury, fixated on the xuanhuan sect below. Even if I perish today, I shall take every disciple of the xuanhuan sect down with me. Harnessing the momentum from Duanmu Shuang and her comrades' assault, Duan Yintian unleashed the millennia-old earth core fire within him, plummeting towards the xuanhuan sect's plaza like a meteor. The catastrophic force of his descent caused the faces of all present at the xuanhuan sect to pale in terror. Stop him, quickly. In response to this impending doom, Duanmu Shuang and Duanmu Shuang raced toward Duan Yintian like madmen. No, my lord is still down there. Even the usually composed Kai Yin plunged into a frantic descent. She could afford to disregard the other members of the xuanhuan sect, but at that moment, Xiao Chen was situated within the structures below. Should Duan Yintian self-destruct, the entire xuanhuan sect would be reduced to ruins. The sheer magnitude of destruction he could unleash was sufficient to annihilate all cultivators below the celestial realm within a 10-mile radius. However, at this juncture, Kai Yin and Duanmu Shuang had just exhausted their divine techniques. caught in a state of exhaustion between the departure of old forces and the emergence of new ones. Even the most fervent efforts seemed futile against Duan Yintian. Below, Nangong Jing, Li Wanqing, and numerous disciples of the Xuanhuan sect stood petrified, staring at the meteor descending from the heavens. In that moment, even if they united to form the Xuanhuan meteor-killing array, they could not withstand such a devastating impact. Once Duan Yintian landed, their demise was inevitable. They never imagined that their fleeting lives would conclude in such a manner, without even the chance to devote themselves to their beloved master. Just as despair gripped the crowd, a brilliant flash suddenly surged skyward from the Baiwa pavilion. It soared forth like thunder, igniting the earth, hurtling towards Duan Yintian with fierce intent. Was that the master? As Kai Yin, Duanmu Shuiying, and others beheld the true nature of the radiant light, their pupils constricted to pinpricks. What was the master planning? Why was he charging towards Duan Yintian? No. In the next instant, Kai Yin and Duanmu Shuiying comprehended Xiao Chen's intentions. He aimed to sacrifice his own body to thwart Duan Yintian's descent, intending to self-detonate in the void. Realizing this, Kai Yin and Duanmu Shuiying let out terrified, desperate cries. Just as their shouts echoed through the air, Xiao Chen's soaring figure collided with Duan Yintian. Chapter 119. While we suffer below, you indulge in affection above? With a thunderous roar, the heavens erupted as if a volcano had exploded in the void. A cataclysmic wave of crimson flames surged forth like a tsunami, distorting the fabric of space itself. The pupils of Kai Yin and Duanmu Shuiying constricted sharply as the fiery inferno erupted. Master! The sorrowful cries reverberated throughout the realm as Kai Yin once again plunged downward, desperately attempting to rescue Xiao Chen from the flames. Duanmu Shuiying and the others looked ashen, the light in their eyes fading. Such a terrifying self-explosion would undoubtedly obliterate any of them who faced it head-on. Was Xiao Chen truly gone? As this thought settled in their minds, Duanmu Shuiying and the others felt a dizzying sense of despair. Do not call out. This master is not dead yet. Just as Kai Yin cried out and dove down, and before Duanmu Shuiying and the others could fully process their grief, Xiao Chen's urgent voice resonated through the air. Immediately, in the reflection of their astonished gazes, Xiao Chen emerged, enveloped in a faint golden light, unscathed as he surged forth from the inferno. Master! Seeing Xiao Chen reappear before them, completely unharmed, filled their hearts with renewed hope. Regardless of whether it is Kai Yin or Duanmu Shuiying, each person's face reflects an expression of disbelief, which swiftly transforms into an indescribable ecstasy. Only Duanmu Shuiying and Su Danxing exhibit minimal emotional fluctuation, as they hastily rush towards the Xuanhuan plaza below, fervently channeling their cultivation to withstand the onslaught of the fiery tempest. Young master? As the golden light dissipated from Xiao Chen, Kai Yin hurriedly dashed in front of him, leaping forth to embrace him tightly. Fearful that this manifestation of Xiao Chen might merely be an illusion, Xiao Chen found himself engulfed in darkness, overwhelmed by a profound sense of emotion, accompanied by a suffocating sensation that threatened to drown him. He never anticipated that the Medusa Queen would come to care for him so deeply. The tender scene before them caused Duanmu Shuiying and the others to momentarily pause in astonishment. However, before they could ponder further, Duanmu Shuiying's voice rang out. What are you all dawdling for? Quickly seal the Millennium Earth Fire. Does the sect intend to abandon it? Observing the others above staring blankly at Xiao Chen and Kai Yin while the fiery void descended like a tsunami, Duanmu Shuiying immediately shouted at them. Her agitation was such that, after exerting herself twice to unleash her cultivation, she inadvertently aggravated her internal injuries and coughed up blood. Meanwhile, the numerous disciples and elders below fervently unleashed their cultivation. The intricate formations enveloped the entire Xuanhuan structure, desperately resisting the terrifying shock waves. Yet, despite their efforts, many disciples succumbed to the overwhelming force, collapsing one after another, blood spurting forth. This precarious situation left Duanmu Shuiying in a state of frantic urgency. Upon hearing Duanmu Shuiying's desperate cries, Duanmu Shuiying and the others regained their focus. They promptly unleashed their cultivation, forming a barrier with their true essence to begin sealing the fiery inferno. However, having just endured a brutal conflict, compounded by the lingering effects of the red fragrance dragon's poison within them, their strength was significantly diminished. Thus, even when they pushed their abilities to the limit, They could only barely hold back the flames, unable to fully compress the raging inferno unleashed by the Millennium Earth Fire. Sister, quickly activate the Mountain Protection Array to suppress the Millennium Earth Fire. After managing to restrain the encroaching flames, Duanmu Shuang retrieved an array plate and tossed it to Duanmu Shuang below. Now injured and suffering from the poison, her condition was rapidly deteriorating, rendering her unable to activate the array plate and forcing her to place her hopes in Duanmu Shuang. Xuanhuan array, activate. Upon hearing her words, Duanmu Shuang caught the heavenly array plate, and at that moment, she spared no further words. Her hands swiftly formed a seal, and her true essence surged into the array plate. As Duanmu Shuang's incantation echoed, a beam of light shot up from the plate, intertwining patterns manifesting in the void above. The once shattered and collapsed mountain-protecting formation now materialized in the void. In the next moment, Duanmu Shuang's hand gestures shifted once more, and the myriad flower goddess formation erupted with dazzling brilliance, countless petals descending from the ether. They coalesced like a torrent around the surrounding inferno, forming an impenetrable cage of flowers that thoroughly sealed this expanse of nothingness. It seemed that the surrounding world sensed the confinement, as the Millennium Earth Fire grew increasingly ferocious. Waves of flames crashed against the flower cage like a tsunami, causing the entire mountain-protecting formation to tremble violently. Quickly, infuse your true essence into the formation. Feeling the myriad flower goddess formation on the brink of collapse, Duanmu Shuang shouted to the others. Without any further hesitation, Duanmu Shuang and her companions suppressed their ailments and injuries for a moment before surrounding Duanmu Shuang, channeling their true essence as a torrent into the formation. With the support of several formidable celestial realm experts, the myriad flower gates goddess formation radiated an even more resplendent light. At this juncture, the flower cage began to contract, seemingly intent on completely subduing the Millennium Earth Fire. However, the Millennium Earth Fire, having devoured Duan Yin Tian, had entered a state of uncontrollable fury. Waves of flames continued to batter the flower cage, causing Duanmu Shuang and her companions' faces to grow increasingly pallid. In their current condition, they could not sustain this for long. Should the Millennium Earth Fire break free, the entire myriad flower gate would be obliterated. Although this may seem lengthy, it transpired in but an instant. As Duanmu Shuang and her companions barely managed to contain the rampaging Millennium Earth Fire, Kaiyan sensed Xiao Chen struggling in her embrace and, momentarily dazed, released him. "Oh my, I nearly suffocated you." Xiao Chen broke free from Kaiyan's grasp, inhaling deeply the fresh air, which left Kaiyan slightly embarrassed. "Oh, feel the imposing presence of the Queen Medusa. My lord, what on earth just transpired?" After taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, Kaiyan queried, her voice tinged with apprehension. The scene she had just witnessed had been profoundly shocking. She had not anticipated Xiao Chen's reckless audacity in charging at Duan Yin Tian, disregarding his own life. Even after enduring a terrifying assault, he had emerged unscathed from the inferno, utterly shattering her previous conceptions. "This is a unique life-preserving ability of mine. I can be immune to fatal harm once a day. I hadn't mentioned it before, and I apologize for causing you worry." Noticing the tremor in Kaiyan's gaze, filled with concern for him, Xiao Chen felt a pang of guilt. He had not expected Kaiyan to care for him so deeply, to rush towards him without hesitation even in the face of such perilous impact, capable of inflicting fatal wounds. "My lord, next time, even if you possess absolute confidence, please do not take such risks. In order to protect a group of unrelated individuals, placing oneself in peril is hardly justifiable." Upon hearing Xiao Chen's explanation, Kaiyan raised her head and fixed her gaze upon him, her tone exceedingly grave. In her eyes, the collective worth of everyone from the Orchid sect paled in comparison to a single hair on Xiao Chen's body. Even with her trump cards in hand, Kaiyan was reluctant to let Xiao Chen take risks. "Very well, I shall heed your counsel from now on," Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile, gently ruffling Kaiyan's hair, which left the regal lady feeling somewhat bashful. Below, Duanmu Shuang and the others were straining to maintain their composure. Witnessing the sweet interactions between the two above, they each spat out a mouthful of blood. "Young master, if you do not allow Queen Medusa to act soon, we cannot withstand the Millennium Inferno any longer." As the pain from their injuries and the toxic effects mingled with jealousy, Yang Ziqiang could not help but shout towards the sky. They were suffering below while others reveled above. Was this not an unfair predicament? Chapter 120. Do not panic. I am here. There will be no mishaps. Upon hearing Yang Ziqiang's words, Xiao Chen and Kai Yan finally realized that the situation had become exceedingly precarious. The Millennium Inferno, confined within the Orchid Sect's prison, was growing increasingly violent, on the verge of annihilating everything in its path. Meanwhile, Duanmu Shuiying and the others were visibly struggling, their breaths becoming erratic, as if they might collapse at any moment. What shall we do, young master? Should we retreat from the Orchid Sect? Kai Yan spoke gravely as she assessed the dire situation before her. The Millennium Inferno was a unique flame birthed by the heavens and the earth, transcending the mundane and nearing the realm of sacred artifacts. Previously, her ability to suppress the Millennium Inferno had relied on mobilizing all the celestial elders of the Serpent clan, employing a heavenly formation as the foundation to weaken and forcibly contain the flame. However, this had left her and the elders severely depleted, eventually allowing Duan Yen Tian to seize the opportunity. Now, after Duan Yen Tian's self-detonation, the Millennium Inferno had devoured his entire fire attribute cultivation and had returned to its peak state. Given that Duanmu Shuiying and the others were all gravely injured, it was impossible for them to withstand it even if they pooled all their strength. Rest assured, it is not a significant problem. This Millennium Inferno will ultimately return to you, Xiao Chen said, turning to smile at Kai Yan while gazing at the violent flames within the Orchid Sect's prison. Among all present, only Queen Medusa possessed the ability to devour and refine this flame. You wish for me to subdue the Millennium Inferno? Kai Yan exclaimed in surprise, lifting her head at Xiao Chen's words. Although her current strength surpassed her previous self, the probability of successfully subduing the Millennium Inferno alone was less than 30%, especially considering that the flame was currently in a state of complete rampage. Rest assured, my esteemed friend, I shall not permit you to undertake any perilous ventures. As long as your devouring python bloodline undergoes transformation, subduing the Millennium Core Fire shall pose no challenge for you. In fact, this time, you may harness the Millennium Core Fire to achieve a profound breakthrough into the sacred realm. Sensing Kai Yan's trepidation, Xiao Chen spoke with a gentle smile. These three succinct statements caused Kai Yan's pupils to constrict, a thunderous resonance echoing in her mind. Could it be that the young master was finally going to assist her in cleansing her marrow and breaking the shackles of her bloodline? Please, we are truly at our limits. The voice of Yang Ziqiang resonated from below, just as Xiao Chen concluded his words. You may proceed. Xiao Chen, somewhat speechless at her response, immediately dove downward, with Kai Yan closely following. Upon their arrival above the Xuanhuan square, they discovered that Duanmu Shuiying and the others were indeed nearing their breaking point. Duanmu Shuiying's complexion was exceedingly pale, blood continually seeping from the corners of her mouth, and her expression bore signs of considerable agony. She had barely recovered from the backlash of her cultivation technique when she sensed the upheaval within the sect, leading to a series of extreme exertions that had pushed her body into a state of overload. The only reason she had not collapsed on the spot was her sheer willpower. The same held true for Duanmu Shuiying and the others, each one bearing significant injuries, compounded by the onset of the red fragrant dragon's affliction. Their breaths were erratic, their faces alternating between pallor and flush, with their legs trembling uncontrollably. I shall first assist them in recovering from their injuries. You retrieve the corpses of those individuals. Casting a glance at Yang Ziqiang and the others, Xiao Chen instructed Kai Yan. Aside from Duan Yen Tian, whose body had been obliterated and consumed by the Millennium Core Fire, the corpses and spatial rings of Hua Yan and the others were treasures. Upon hearing this, Kai Yan wasted no time and promptly began to reclaim the remains and spatial rings. This scene left Duanmu Shuiying and the others in a state of astonishment. With the departure of the Queen Medusa, who would come to their aid, young master, Duanmu Shuiying stammered, trembling as she saw Kai Yan leave without hesitation. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Chen interrupted her. Do not panic. With me here, there shall be no unforeseen events. Observing Duanmu Shuiying's radiant visage, exuding an aura of rejuvenation, Xiao Chen cleared his throat and raised his hand, unleashing his cultivation power. Runes immediately encircled them, and he placed a palm upon Duanmu Shuiying's back. In a flash of white light, her injuries were completely healed. However, The affliction of the red fragrant dragon could not be purified at that moment. After all, the system's restoration ability merely returned items to their original state without cleansing the negative energies they carried. Goodness, Xueying, Elder, has completely healed. Witnessing Duanmu Xueying's flushed countenance, Duanmu Xueying and Su Danqing could not help but draw a sharp breath. With just a mere gesture, he can mend physical wounds. Who is this remarkable youth before us? Young Master Xiao possesses an extraordinary ability to heal. As long as a head is not severed at the scene, he can restore it to health. Even the hidden afflictions caused by the backlash of yin energy in our xuanhuan can be effortlessly remedied with a few gestures from young Master Xiao. Observing the astonishment on the faces of Duanmu Xueying and Su Danqing, Duanmu Xueying suppressed the chaotic energy within her. She immediately conveyed her thoughts to Duanmu Xueying and Su Danqing. What? Upon hearing Duanmu Xueying's words, both were filled with disbelief, nearly causing a fluctuation in their cultivation to shatter the xuanhua cage. Amidst their conversation, Xiao Chen replicated his previous actions. After expending over 100,000 points, he fully healed Yang Ziqiong and the others, then proceeded to Duanmu Xueying and Su Danqing. Do not resist, otherwise, all will be in vain, he calmly advised, casting a brief glance at the two unfamiliar beauties. Subsequently, he unleashed his power, condensing runes, and placed a hand upon Su Danqing's back. Fortunately, with Duanmu Xueying and the others as examples, although Su Danqing was somewhat hesitant, she obediently dispelled her back's defenses, as a surge of mysterious energy flowed into her body. All the injuries and hidden ailments were completely healed in that moment. Su Danqing could not help but let out a gasp, her face reflecting shock and disbelief. Not only had her injuries healed, but her womanhood had also been restored. This meant that from this day forth, she would be a normal woman again. Just as this thought settled in her mind, a peculiar sensation surged from her abdomen, causing her expression to shift. Damn it! After the restoration of her womanhood, the toxicity of the Chaoyang dragon's venom erupted even more fiercely. No wonder Duanmu Xueying and the others had reacted the way they did earlier. Xiao Chen paid no heed to Su Danqing's thoughts, and after healing her, he directly approached Duanmu Xueying. I have intervened to save your sex disciples once, and now I have assisted you in healing your physical injuries. This requires compensation. Do remember to provide it later. He observed Duanmu Xueying, who was controlling the formation, her face pale as a sheet, nearing her limit. Xiao Chen spoke with gravity at that moment. The previous actions had already consumed over 100,000 points. If xuanhuan did not offer him some recompense afterward, it would indeed be a significant loss. After speaking, without waiting for Duanmu Xueying to respond, Xiao Chen unleashed his power once more, condensing runes, and placed a hand on Duanmu Xueying's back. The system has deducted 38,000 points, and is currently engaged in healing all the injuries and hidden ailments of Duanmu Xueying. As the system notification echoed, a dazzling white light erupted forth. Duanmu Xueying's pupils involuntarily widened, her expression transforming into one of disbelief. Such terrifying restorative power. In an instant, all injuries and hidden ailments within her body vanished as if never existent. Could this truly be the medical prowess possessed by a cultivator of the celestial realm? Overwhelmed with astonishment, Duanmu Xueying stood frozen in place. In that moment, all her previous understandings were utterly overturned. If someone were to claim that Xiao Chen was a disguised emperor, she would harbor not a shred of doubt. Sister, what are you dawdling about? The millennial earth fire is about to break free from its confinement. At this moment of shock, Duanmu Xueying was roused by the urgent shouts of Duanmu Xueying and others. Meanwhile, the millennial earth fire within the myriad flower cage sensed the surrounding restraints and momentarily halted. It transformed into a blazing fire python, thrashing wildly within the confines of its prison. With a resounding roar, the myriad flower cage began to tremble precariously. Duanmu Xueying quickly regained her composure, pouring her true essence into the formation. With her renewed control over the array, the myriad flower cage stabilized once more. However, as time progressed, Duanmu Xueying and Yang Ziqiong, among others, appeared increasingly disheveled, their vitality waning. Sister, we are afflicted by lustful poison and can barely endure it any longer. We must find a way to seal the millennial earth fire, otherwise, once we lose our sanity, the myriad flower sect will face utter calamity, they exclaimed, gazing at the fire python that was the millennial earth fire. What? You are all afflicted by lustful poison. Upon hearing Duanmu Shuiying's words, Duanmu Shuiying abruptly turned her head. She then noticed that Duanmu Shuiying and the others were all flushed, on the verge of losing their reason. Her expression shifted dramatically. Recognizing this as a clear sign of being poisoned, the leader of the sect was thrown into a state of panic. Had she merely entered seclusion, only to find the entire upper echelon of the sect compromised? With the millennial earth fire on the verge of breaking free, how could the myriad flower sect navigate this crisis? As her thoughts settled, Duanmu Shuiying unleashed her cultivation to stabilize the myriad flower cage and turned her gaze towards Xiao Chen, her tone urgent as she inquired, "Young master, could you employ your medical skills to alleviate the poison afflicting them?" The phrase medical skills was emphasized by Duanmu Shuiying, as if fearing Xiao Chen might misconstrue her intent. "I can only mend physical injuries. I currently lack the ability to resolve issues related to toxins and backlash from cultivation," Xiao Chen replied calmly, shaking his head. "What?" Upon hearing Xiao Chen's response, Duanmu Shuiying found it somewhat difficult to accept, her pupils contracting sharply at that moment. Xiao Chen effortlessly healed their injuries, yet he was unable to dispel the lewd poison that afflicted them. Was it true that the poison plaguing Duanmu Shuiying and the others could only be eradicated through the dual cultivation of yin and yang? "Sister, do not fret over the poison afflicting us. Instead, focus on sealing the Millennium Earth Fire." Duanmu Shuiying could not help but interject upon seeing her sister's concern for their predicament. If this delay continued, they would truly perish. "There is no need to worry about the Millennium Earth Fire. Just leave it to me and Kai Yin." Xiao Chen interjected before Duanmu Shuiying could respond. His words caused a shiver to run through Duanmu Shuiying and the others. Having witnessed Xiao Chen's remarkable actions today, they understood that he was a man capable of miracles. Hearing his words, their hearts found a semblance of calm. "Young master, here are the corpses and storage rings of those individuals." At that moment, Kai Yin returned after clearing the battlefield, casually summoning the remains of Hui Yin and the others. Xiao Chen, upon hearing this, refrained from unnecessary chatter, raising his hand to unleash his power in a blaze of flames, subsequently issuing a recovery command to the system. Ding! The system has recovered all designated corpses. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 178,654 points. As the system's notification echoed, a satisfied expression adorned Xiao Chen's face. The remains of 5 celestial realm powerhouses, even reduced to mere remnants, still held a value of over 100,000 points. With these corpses alone, he had compensated for the earlier losses. Coupled with the storage rings of these individuals, he anticipated a substantial gain in points. Except for Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying, the expressions of Duanmu Shuiying and the others momentarily froze, clearly perplexed by Xiao Chen's actions. Roar! Before they could utter a single inquiry, the Millennium Earth Fire within the floral prison seemed to recognize Kai Yin, the one who had subdued it recently. The fire python roared toward the heavens, then unleashed a furious strike against the floral prison. The thunderous sound reverberated through the heavens and the earth, causing the floral prison to twist and crack under the onslaught, which drastically altered the expressions of Duanmu Shuiying and the others. "Young master, we cannot hold on any longer." Observing the scene before them, Yang Ziqiang's face flushed crimson as she could not help but shout at Xiao Chen. Upon hearing her, Xiao Chen's gaze sharpened slightly as he gathered the storage rings. His eyes turned towards Kai Yin. "I entrust the next task to you." After uttering this, before she could respond, Xiao Chen suddenly grasped Kai Yin and kissed her passionately. "The sight of the queen in slumber is truly beautiful. I shall stand by and capture this moment." In an instant, whether it was Kai Yin or Duanmu Shuiying, their pupils involuntarily dilated at that moment, clearly perplexed by Xiao Chen's actions. Yet, in the next instant, as Xiao Chen issued an upgrade command to the system, a dazzling white light erupted, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Kai Yan's pupils suddenly contracted sharply, and the bloodline of the devouring python within her surged violently. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding roar, it was as if her bloodline had shattered some form of constraint. A phantom of the devouring python materialized behind Kai Yin, roaring ferociously in the void. The previously shimmering 7-colored radiance around her transformed into an 8-colored brilliance, and a terrifying aura swept through the emptiness. Subsequently, after the transformation of the devouring python phantom was complete, it re-entered Kai Yan's body, causing the 8-colored light to erupt splendidly. Yan's cultivation aura surged wildly, directly transcending the boundaries of the celestial realm in that moment. In the next instant, before Duanmu Shuiying and the others could express their astonishment, Yan suddenly soared into the air, effortlessly tearing apart the barriers of the 10,000-flower prison and diving inside to devour the millennia-old earth fire. Faced with the Medusa Queen, who had broken her bloodline shackles, the millennia-old earth fire fled as if it had encountered a nemesis. Yet it was gradually torn apart and consumed. Such a terrifying scene left Duanmu Shuiying and the others in shock, their eyes wide open as they stared blankly into the void. A mere kiss allowed the Medusa Queen to shatter her bloodline constraints? Could this young Master Xiao still be considered human? Chapter 122. No, this poison is too fierce. I can't control it. With over 900,000 points remaining. As Duanmu Shuiying and the others were engulfed in astonishment, Xiao Chen glanced at his point balance, revealing a hint of melancholy on his face. He still needed to forge a sacred weapon, hoping these points would suffice. Inside the 10,000-flower prison, the millennia-old earth fire that had troubled Duanmu Shuiying and the others was utterly torn apart by Yan, who then swallowed it whole into her abdomen. An incomprehensibly terrifying aura erupted at that moment. The entire void darkened, and dark clouds surged forth like a tsunami from all directions. This was the heavenly tribulation. Regardless of the being, whenever a cultivation level broke through to the sacred realm, it signified the evolution of life, necessitating a trial from the heavens. If one could withstand the heavenly tribulation, their life level would undergo a transformation. However, failure would lead to death and annihilation. At this moment, as Yan's cultivation aura breached the limits, the cosmic forces directly locked onto her, and the tribulation was brewing rapidly. Young Master, I shall undergo a tribulation and return shortly. Gazing at the oppressive darkness above, the might of the heavens loomed like a towering mountain, enough to make any celestial realm expert tremble in fear. Yan maintained an extraordinarily calm demeanor as she conveyed a message to Xiao Chen before erupting with her cultivation, propelling herself into the distance. Had this been in the past, the thought of confronting such a terrifying thunder tribulation after having painstakingly consumed the earth core fire for a millennium to break through to the saint realm would have filled her with dread and uncertainty. However, at this moment, she had successfully awakened the 8-color devouring python bloodline, elevating her innate talent to the Saint King level, compounded by the recent absorption of the earth core fire. With her current potential and foundation, she could now face the heavenly thunder tribulation without fear. Nonetheless, to prevent the tribulation from affecting those below, Yan had no choice but to distance herself from the xuanhuan sect to undergo her tribulation. The Queen Medusa has broken through. The serpent people will rise, murmured Duanmu Shuiying, her eyes filled with astonishment and envy as she witnessed Yan effortlessly tear apart the xuanhuan cage and soar out of the sect. She had been trapped in the 9th level of the celestial realm for nearly 30 to 40 years, yet due to limitations in her techniques and innate talent, she had exerted herself in vain to achieve a breakthrough. Little did she expect that Queen Medusa could ascend simply from a kiss bestowed by a young man. This was nothing short of cheating. Finally, it was over. Duanmu Shuiying and the others, witnessing the earth core fire being consumed and Yan flying away to face the tribulation, felt an overwhelming sense of relief, nearly collapsing to the ground. However, as their expressions relaxed, sinister thoughts surged like a tide, eroding their minds wave after wave, causing them to gaze at Xiao Chen with crimson eyes. Young Master, I have been poisoned. Please help me. Before Duanmu Shuiying and the others could hesitate, Yang Ziqiang relinquished her efforts to suppress the poison within her. Seizing the moment while Xiao Chen was caught off guard, she lunged at him with a fierce determination akin to Queen Medusa's earlier audacity, delivering a sudden and forceful embrace directly to his face. This scene left Duanmu Shuiying and the others utterly astonished, and nearly caused Xiao Chen to choke once more. Ziqiang, what are you doing? Seeing Xiao Chen struggling in Yang Ziqiang's arms, Duanmu Shuiying could not help but exclaim. Without delay, she rushed to intervene, pulling Yang Ziqiang away from Xiao Chen. Master, let go. I need the young master to cure my poison. Frustrated by Duanmu Shuiying's interruption, Yang Ziqiang pouted angrily, eager to rush back into Xiao Chen's embrace. Have you lost your mind? Truly, you are out of your senses. Master, do not hinder me. If we cannot dispel the poison within 3 hours, We shall all be consumed by madness and perish. Yang Ziqiang pushed Duanmu Shuiying's hands away, her words leaving the latter momentarily stunned. What kind of poison is this, that it is so tyrannical? In a state of uncertainty, Duanmu Shuiying turned her gaze towards Duanmu Shuiying. Ziqiang speaks truthfully. This poison was concocted by Dan Wang Gu Qinghe at the behest of Duan Yintian. And it is indeed their ultimate weapon against us. Duanmu Shuiying trembled slightly, her voice tinged with urgency. Having persevered until now, she was nearing her limit. This poison is too ferocious. I can no longer contain it. Just as Duanmu Shuiying uttered these words, before Duanmu Shuiying could respond, Yang Ziqiang completely collapsed under the pressure. In a moment of desperation, she once again embraced Xiao Chen, exclaiming, "Young master, I shall atone for my transgressions another day." Without awaiting a reply from Xiao Chen, Yang Ziqiang hoisted him and dashed towards the Baihuich. "Senior sister, we can no longer withstand the poison. We must hasten to find an antidote." After a brief moment of shock, Liu Hanfei and Li Qingying quickly unleashed their powers to follow suit. Their thoughts of Xiao Chen spurred them into action. To remain idle would be foolish. Ziqiang, Hanfei, Qingying. Witnessing this scene, Duanmu Shuiying, the sect leader, was rendered speechless. She found herself at a loss, unsure whether to intervene or to allow the events to unfold. Was there truly no other option? "Junior sister, though you have had little contact with the young master, we are left with no choice." As she observed Yang Ziqiang and the others retreating, Duanmu Shuiying turned her gaze to the struggling Xu Danqing. After exchanging a few words, she grasped her hand and plunged downwards. If Xu Danqing were to stubbornly attempt to suppress the poison alone, she would inevitably succumb to madness. Duanmu Shuiying could not bear to witness such a tragedy, thus compelling her to join. Shuiying. Watching Duanmu Shuiying drag Xu Danqing along, Duanmu Shuiying found herself momentarily dumbfounded. This was undoubtedly the most absurd and ludicrous event in the history of the Xuanhuan sect. Should word of this spread, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire Deqian Empire. Yet she was unable to intervene in their reckless actions. After all, without an antidote, they would all perish. In the face of life and death, reputation paled in significance. But wait, if the elders banded together, how could that young master possibly endure? As if struck by a sudden realization, Duanmu Shuiying's expression shifted dramatically. This was no longer a matter of reputation. It was about whether Xiao Chen would survive the ordeal. The several elder experts, each afflicted by the deadly poison, would become terrifyingly uncontrollable. Should that young master be unfortunate enough to fall victim to them, the Xuanhuan sect would have to confront the wrath of the Medusa Queen. Chapter 123. By then, we would already be sisters. Does it matter if we take a masteress oath? With this thought in mind, Duanmu Shuiying dashed downwards, intending to warn them to exercise caution. However, as she merely began to descend, Duanmu Shuiying and the others had already entered the Baihuich, subsequently activating the formation to seal the entire establishment. Left outside, Duanmu Shuiying and Murong Qingxue stood in bewilderment. "Are you the young masteress woman?" As Murong Qingxue stood before her, seemingly at a loss, Duanmu Shuiying scrutinized her for a moment before hesitantly speaking up. Upon hearing Duanmu Shuiying's inquiry, Murong Qingxue, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions, nodded slightly. She had initially accompanied young Master Xiao to the Xuanhuan with the intention of conducting serious business and evaluating whether the sect was a suitable fit for her. To her dismay, before she could formally take him as her master, young Master Xiao had already fallen victim to such barbaric violence. Several elders of the Heaven Realm, disregarding the young master's struggles, had brazenly dragged him into the Baihuo Palace for their nefarious purposes. This act was undeniably brutal. She had contemplated intervening, but alas, her cultivation was insufficient to thwart such cruelty. It appeared that soon, there would be no need for her to take on a master. She might as well forge a brotherly bond instead. Duanmu Shuiying, upon hearing Murong Qingxue's response and observing the hint of sorrow in her gaze, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Despite her position as the leader of Xuanhuan, the elders under her command had forcibly taken young Master Xiao to detoxify him, while one of his close companions had been unceremoniously barred from entry. Indeed, the situation was rather absurd. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, Nangong Jing, Han Xinyue, and others arrived on the scene. Disciples pay their respects to the master. Upon spotting Duanmu Shuiying, Nangong Jing, Li Wanqing, and Han Xinhua all bowed respectfully. However, as they lifted their heads to gaze towards the Baiwa pavilion, a complex expression appeared on their faces, which Duanmu Shuang keenly noticed. Do you know that young Master Xiao? As thoughts swirled in her mind, Duanmu Shuang immediately inquired. The sorrowful expression on Murong Qingshue's face bore a striking resemblance to that of the young girl beside her. Could it be that her two disciples, along with this elder of the sect, had also developed feelings for young Master Xiao? In response to the master, young Master Xiao is the one we brought to Xuanhuan. Nangong Jing quickly diverted her gaze back before explaining to Duanmu Shuang. She recounted their connections with Xiao Chen and the reasons for Murong Qingshue's presence there, detailing the events that had unfolded over the past few days. It turned out that so much had transpired during her seclusion due to the backlash from her cultivation method. She had not anticipated such turmoil befalling Xuanhuan, nearly leading to its extermination at the hands of the burning Flame Valley. Thankfully, with the intervention of young Master Xiao and Queen Medusa, Xuanhuan had been spared a tragic fate. Truly, young Master Xiao was a benefactor of the sect. Would you be willing to take me as your master? As this thought settled in her mind, Duanmu Shuang turned her gaze towards Murong Qingxue, her voice softening with warmth. A being of a more advanced pure Yin constitution, even having lost her primal Yin, could still cultivate into a formidable powerhouse in the future. Moreover, this individual is indeed a cherished beauty of the esteemed young Master Xiao. If we could bring her under the auspices of the Xuanhuan, it would undoubtedly yield immeasurable benefits for the sect in the future. However, the matter of apprenticeship shall wait until the young master emerges. Upon hearing this, Murong Qingxue shook her head, a lack of joy evident on her face, instead appearing somewhat melancholic. The candid response from Murong Qingxue left Duanmu Shuang momentarily speechless. It was unexpected that a formidable being of the ninth heaven would require the consent of another to accept a disciple, and rather absurdly, she found herself without a say in the matter. Very well, let us defer the decision until young Master Xiao returns, Duanmu Shuang conceded with a nod. Casting a glance at the Baiwa pavilion, sensing the stable auras of Xiao Chen and the others, Duanmu Shuang turned her attention to Nangong Jing and the others. Xinhua, you and Jing'er should assess the extent of the damage to the sect's buildings and have the other elders investigate the casualties among our disciples. It is imperative that we reassure every disciple and ensure that no chaos ensues within the sect. We have just experienced great turmoil, and many disciples are injured. This is a particularly chaotic time. There may be some disciples or elders seeking to settle personal grievances amidst the disorder. Such opportunistic actions are absolutely intolerable, Duanmu Shuang declared resolutely. Understood. Nangong Jing and Han Xinhua recognized the gravity of the situation and, after acknowledging her command, swiftly darted towards the Xuanhuan Plaza. Left once again were Duanmu Shuang and Murong Qingxue in front of the Baiwa Pavilion. Are you planning to remain here, Miss Murong? Duanmu Shuang inquired, taken aback upon seeing Murong Qingxue seated cross-legged before the pavilion. Isn't the esteemed head of the Duanmu clan considering the same? Murong Qingxue replied coolly. This response momentarily rendered Duanmu Shuang speechless. She could not afford to leave her post, for no one could predict whether complications might arise during the detoxification process. Should she sense a weakening of Xiao Chen's life force, she would need to breach the Baiwa Pavilion's defensive array to intervene. Moreover, the return of the Medusa Queen after her tribulation could spell disaster if she witnessed Xiao Chen being forcibly taken by several individuals for detoxification without Duanmu Shuang's presence to mitigate the situation. Are you concerned that Sister Cayenne, upon completing her tribulation, might unleash her wrath on the entire Xuanhuan if she sees the young master being dragged away for detoxification? Murong Qingxue deduced, noticing the worry etched across Duanmu Shuang's face. The astuteness of Murong Qingxue's words caused Duanmu Shuang's gaze to sharpen, recognizing the insight of this remarkably intelligent woman. As she perceived Duanmu Shuang's expression of confusion and concern, Murong Qingxue paused before continuing. If that is your line of thought, esteemed head of the Duanmu clan, you may be overthinking the matter. Sister Cayenne, though her demeanor is rather aloof, consistently places the young master at the center of her world. Whatever pleases him, she endeavors to fulfill. Thus, the sect leader need not worry about Sister Cayenne taking action against you, provided that you, the members of the Xuanhuan, do not neglect the young master. Reflecting on the warning Cayenne delivered during their time at the Ziyun Merchants Association, Murong Qingshue's expression morphed into one of complexity and admiration. Despite possessing formidable strength and the opportunity to dominate the young master, Cayenne has steadfastly chosen to be obedient, refraining from competing with other women for his affection. This may well be one reason why this enchanting Medusa is so favored by him. Yuning humbly requests a complimentary gift, hoping for the support of esteemed individuals. Chapter 124. Is this truly the Medusa Queen she knows? Are your words genuine? Upon hearing Murong Qingshue's remarks, Duanmu Shuiying turned back in disbelief. The Medusa Queen, known for her extreme pride, would never allow anyone to touch what belongs to her. This was evident 15 years ago when Duanmu Shuiying and her companions entered the endless desert, only to be ruthlessly pursued by the Medusa Queen. Could such a fierce and domineering queen genuinely share Xiao Chen with others? If the sect leader harbors doubts, he shall soon discover the truth of Qingshue's words when Sister Cayenne returns from her tribulation. Murong Qingxue offered a faint smile in response, then turned her attention to meditating. Once more, the front of the Baiwa pavilion fell into silence. 2.5 hours later, as twilight approached, there were still no signs of Xiao Chen and the others emerging from their seclusion. Meanwhile, the distant storm clouds, which had raged ominously, dissipated with the final thunderclap, leaving an aura of terrifying sanctity that reverberated for thousands of miles. Had she successfully navigated her heavenly tribulation, feeling this overwhelming pressure? Duanmu Shuiying couldn't help but raise her head, her face reflecting shock and concern. Soon, she would have to confront the Medusa Queen's inquiries. With a sharp sound, as if the very fabric of reality were being torn, the space before the Baiwa pavilion was effortlessly ripped apart. The alluring and seductive figure of Cayenne materialized before them. Where is the young master? In Duanmu Shuiying's astonished gaze, Cayenne scanned the two, failing to spot Xiao Chen. Her eyes began to search, ultimately resting upon the Baiwa pavilion. Her expression eerily calm. The young master is assisting Shuiying and the others with their antidote. Gazing at this woman, once her equal but now exuding an aura of terrifying dominance, Duanmu Shuiying took a deep breath, steeling herself to respond. At that moment, every nerve in her body was taut, and her true essence stirred restlessly within her. It seemed that as soon as Cayenne made any move, she would strike with thunderous force in the next moment. There is no need to be anxious, she said, casting a fleeting glance at Duanmu Shuiying, who was clearly tense. With my current prowess, suppressing you would be but a mere flick of my wrist. Since you are willing to assist them in dispelling their poison, it indicates that you hold some regard for these women, so you need not worry about what I might do to you. As Murong Qingshuo had previously remarked, Cayenne did not unleash her wrath at this moment. Instead, her gaze turned somewhat helpless yet gentle as she glanced at the Baiwa pavilion. What? Upon hearing Cayenne's words, Duanmu Shuiying wore an expression of disbelief. Was this truly the Medusa Queen she knew? How had she become so unexpectedly magnanimous? My life and my strength are gifts bestowed upon me by you, my lord. To be a woman of yours and to occupy an important place in your heart is an immense honor for me. Thus, I have no reason, nor the right, to bind you. I shall accept all that you cherish. After Duanmu Shuiying finished speaking, Cayenne calmly elaborated. Then, as if recalling something, she turned her gaze towards Duanmu Shuiying, her tone carrying a hint of warning. However, acceptance does not equate to indulgence. Should anyone seek to monopolize you and play tricks to cause you distress or entangle you in trouble, regardless of who that person may be, I shall eliminate her first. I hope you can remind me of this once those women emerge. The chilling undertone of her last statement made Duanmu Shuiying shiver involuntarily. This discourse utterly overturned her understanding of the Medusa Queen. She never imagined that the noble young Master Xiao could compel the formidable Medusa Queen to willingly accept and manage his harem. It was simply unfathomable. By the way, provide me with a map of the Burning Flame Valley. While Duanmu Shuiying appeared perplexed, Cayenne cast a glance at the Baiwa pavilion and instructed her. The map of the Burning Flame Valley? Do you intend? Duanmu Shuiying's gaze shot up, her pupils constricting as she looked at Cayenne, evidently grasping a certain possibility. Could this Medusa Queen be contemplating annihilating the Burning Flame Valley at this moment? To eradicate the roots, Cayenne responded without contradiction, her tone calm, yet foreboding. As her words fell, a chilling aura of murderous intent began to permeate the air. causing both Duanmu Shuiying and Murong Qingxue to feel their hair stand on end, as though they were being observed by some dreadful terror. Is this what it feels like to be in the presence of a sacred realm powerhouse? Merely the emanation of such killing intent left them feeling cold, as if they were powerless to resist. At that moment, Duanmu Shuiying produced a scroll, raising her hand to send it floating towards Kai Yan. Do you intend to depart now? Without waiting for young Master Xiao to emerge, we shall accompany you. Upon witnessing Kai Yan taking the scroll, Duanmu Shuiying promptly began to examine the map anew, yet her words were abruptly interrupted by Kai Yan. It is unnecessary. For the annihilation of the burning flame valley, I alone am sufficient. Your task is merely to attend to the young master and this girl, fulfilling all of the young master's needs. After Kai Yan stowed away the scroll, she pinpointed the direction of the burning flame valley and effortlessly tore through space, vanishing from sight. This breakthrough was facilitated by Xiao Chen enhancing her bloodline, coupled with her formidable foundation and the consumption of the millennium-old core fire, as well as the perfect absorption of the tribulation's transformative power. This confluence of factors enabled her to accumulate strength and directly advance to the third layer of the Saint Realm, even awakening the bloodline inheritance of the devouring python. With her current prowess, surveying the 7 great dynasties of the Eastern Wasteland, aside from the ancient beings of the Saint Realm, none could withstand her might. She could easily dispatch any foe with a mere gesture. Even the former leader of the Flower Sect, who once stood at her level, now appeared as nothing more than an easily crushable insect before her. This exemplifies the insurmountable chasm between the celestial and saint realms, with the ability to effortlessly rend space. Is this the essence of a saint-level powerhouse? As Kai Yan tore through space and departed, Duanmu Shuiying's expression became somewhat dazed, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of unreality. It is worth noting that Queen Medusa had cultivated for 3 centuries, remaining at the 9th layer of the celestial realm for a time far exceeding hers. However, now, thanks to young Master Xiao, she could finally take this monumental step forward. Moreover, in her perception, this breakthrough in power had surpassed merely ascending a single minor realm. In terms of strength, it seemed nearly impossible to find worthy adversaries across the entire Eastern Wasteland. Truly, fate is a capricious force. Chapter 125. Once he emerges, I must decisively quell his fervor. The setting sun bled crimson as the day gradually faded into the horizon, with darkness stealthily enveloping the land. Within the burning flame valley, following the shattering of the soul tokens of Duan Yantian and several elders a few hours prior, the entire valley succumbed to panic. Subsequently, one elder of the profound realm, harboring treacherous intentions, upon realizing the complete demise of the valley's leadership, sought to forcibly breach the sect's treasury and abscond with all its treasures. Unbeknownst to him, he was not the only elder with such designs. Several elders of the profound realm, unable to reach a consensus, engaged in fierce combat within the burning flame valley. This turmoil swiftly became known among the disciples and elders, who recognized the fall of Duan Yantian and his companions. Formerly amicable brothers-in-arms turned against one another in an instant, plunging the burning flame valley into utter chaos. In less than 3 hours, slaughter and plunder engulfed the valley, as some rational sect disciples sought ways to escape the clutches of the burning flame valley. However, a significant number of disciples and elders, spurred by greed and desire, remained within the sect, engaging in fierce battles and plunder. The entire burning flame valley descended into chaos. And amidst this slaughter and looting, none noticed the emergence of a figure high above the valley. It was indeed a lamentable sect. Observing the carnage below, a frigid glint flickered in Kai Yan's eyes. She had expected that upon learning of Duan Yintian's demise, the sect would unite in vigilance, preparing for any sudden onslaught from formidable foes. To her astonishment, the sect was so woefully inept. Merely a few hours had passed, and anarchy had already ensued. This truly exemplified the adage that a corrupt upper beam leads to a warped lower beam, rendering them unworthy even of her gaze. Let them all descend into hell. After casting a glance below, Kai Yan raised her hand to conjure a sphere of crimson flames, which she then gently hurled into the sect below. In the next moment, akin to a meteor plummeting to earth, a streaking star cleaved through the sky, crashing into the burning flame valley, accompanied by a resounding roar. The cataclysmic force of the crimson flames swept through the valley like a tsunami. regardless of the sect's structures or the battling elders and disciples. All were reduced to mere ashes in a single blow. In an instant, the entire burning flame valley was transformed into a desolate ruin. Such a terrifying spectacle, if witnessed by any formidable figure within the great Qin dynasty, would likely instill paralyzing fear in their hearts. This was the dreadfulness of a Saint Realm expert. It also elucidated why the imperial family of the great Qin had waned in power over the years, leaving other forces reluctant to counter them. As long as a Saint Realm expert existed, even if their lifespan was nearly spent or they were severely injured and unable to act freely, they remained an insurmountable taboo in the hearts of any celestial realm expert. After annihilating everyone within the burning flame valley, Kaiyan naturally did not neglect to cleanse the battlefield. After spending an hour, she collected all the storage rings and breached the sect's treasury, pillaging everything within. Even the seemingly valuable materials and structures were packed and taken away. In the span of a single night, the burning flame valley was utterly obliterated. Before the 100 Flowers Pavilion, as the fabric of space was once again torn asunder, Kaiyan's figure materialized. Glancing at the still-closed doors of the pavilion, Kaiyan let out a sigh of exasperation. She had not anticipated that upon her return from the destruction of a sect, Xiao Chen would still be inside and yet to emerge. Once he did, she would have to severely temper his audacity. You returned so soon. Upon seeing Kaiyan before the 100 Flowers Pavilion, Duanmu Shuiying, who had been in a meditative state, suddenly opened her eyes, displaying an expression of disbelief. The burning flame valley was several tens of thousands of miles away from the flower sect, and yet, within just a few short hours, the Queen of Medusa has utterly vanquished her adversaries and has swiftly returned to the Xuanhuan Gate. Such speed seems almost preposterous, does it not? Had it not been for the time spent collecting spoils, I would have returned to the Xuanhuan Gate an hour ago. Upon hearing this, Kaiyan nodded, her tone remarkably composed. Only after genuinely breaking through to the sacred realm did she comprehend the vast disparity between this level and the previous celestial realm. By the way, I have reduced the burning flame valley to rubble, annihilating the majority of its elders and disciples. However, many of them managed to flee prior to the destruction. Should any remnants of the burning flame valley resurface in the future, I would kindly ask you to deal with them. As Dongmu Shuiying stood there, utterly astonished, Kaiyan seemed to recall something and promptly urged her with a serious tone. Those insignificant fish who escaped from the burning flame valley may choose to live quietly in obscurity. But should they emerge again to cause turmoil, they must be eradicated without mercy. After all, the cultivation methods of the burning flame valley possess inherent flaws, leading many to be captivated by beauty. Most would resort to forcibly seizing ordinary women for their selfish desires. If we can eliminate such malicious individuals, the Xuanhuan Gate would indeed perform a noble deed. Tomorrow, I shall issue an order to exterminate the remnants of the burning flame valley. Should they dare to stir chaos, the disciples and elders of the Xuanhuan Gate will root them out. Nodding in agreement with Kaiyan's words, Dongmu Shuiying mustered her courage and finally inquired, "To what stage has your cultivation progressed?" Observing Kaiyan's fearless demeanor in the face of heavenly tribulations and her effortless annihilation of the burning flame valley within less than 2 hours, it was evident that such feats were not typical of someone who had merely just broken through to the sacred realm. This piqued Dongmu Shuiying's curiosity regarding the true extent of Kaiyan's power. The third stage of the sacred entry. Noticing Dongmu Shuiying's anxious expression, Kaiyan did not conceal the truth, stating these words with a calm demeanor. What? Upon hearing Kaiyan's response, Dongmu Shuiying's pupils constricted sharply, her mind resonating with a thunderous echo. Regarding the sacred realm, she was aware through ancient texts that it was divided into the sacred entry and the sacred king stages. Initially, she believed Kaiyan had merely attained the first stage of sacred entry, but to her astonishment, Kaiyan had advanced to the third stage. With such formidable power, it was likely that even the ailing elder of the Deqian royal family would not stand a chance against the Queen of Medusa. This implies that if the Queen of Medusa so desired, she could easily lead the serpent people to overthrow the Deqian royal family's reign and seize control of this vast imperial domain. Who would have thought that with the assistance of that young Master Xiao, the Queen of Medusa could transform to such an extent? As her heart became increasingly tumultuous, Duanmu Shuiying's thoughts began to veer off course. Do you wish to entice the young master? Just as this notion surfaced in her mind, Kaiyan seemed to discern her thoughts and quietly inquired. This question instantly rendered Duanmu Shuiying's expression rigid, causing a shiver to run through her body. When she turned her head in a guilty manner, her gaze met Kai Yan's, whose eyes appeared to penetrate her very soul. An alarming sensation surged within her, instilling a deep sense of peril. Duanmu Shuiying had just contemplated denying it, but the depth of Kai Yan's gaze left her momentarily speechless. Faced with eyes that seemed to see through everything, her denial felt utterly feeble. Indeed, she had entertained such thoughts, yet it was merely a fleeting fancy. Whether she would act upon it depended on her resolve. If her willpower remained steadfast, she would rely on her own cultivation. However, if her resolve faltered, becoming the young Master Xiao's woman might not be such a bad choice after all. You need not wear a facade of vigilance and anxiety. I assure you. I mean you no harm. Your visage is quite pleasing, and while your figure may not rival mine, you are nonetheless a purine body. Your cultivation has reached the ninefold heaven realm, and your innate energy would be quite beneficial to the young master. If you can win his favor, the opportunities you seek will be yours, and I shall not hinder you. As Duanmu Shuiying felt cold sweat trickling down her spine, Kai Yan waved her hand dismissively and spoke with a nonchalant demeanor. Her candid words left Duanmu Shuiying blushing with embarrassment, even causing Mu Rong Qingxue beside her to feel slightly awkward. However, Kai Yan's point was not without merit. Although Duanmu Shuiying possessed an admirable physique, it paled in comparison to the curves of the Medusa queen. After a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth, Duanmu Shuiying chose not to retort and instead settled into a cross-legged position to continue her meditation, though her heart was far from tranquil. Previously, she had harbored an instinctive aversion to men, yet towards the young Master Xiao, she felt no repulsion. Rather, an unusual fondness blossomed within her. After all, Xiao Chen had not only healed her injuries today, but had also bravely shielded the Xuanhuan sect from destruction at the hands of Duan Yentian. Had he not intervened, the sect would have been reduced to ruins, with countless disciples and elders suffering grievous losses. Thus, despite their limited interactions, Duanmu Shuiying held a deep-seated appreciation for Xiao Chen. Meanwhile, Kai Yan and Mu Rong Qingxue shared no further conversation, patiently awaiting in silence before the Baiwa Pavilion. The following morning, within the 100 Flowers Pavilion, as the dawn gently enveloped the earth once more, tranquility returned to the pavilion, prompting Xiao Chen to shake his head in disbelief. He then settled into a meditative posture, commencing the circulation of his cultivation. Had he truly ascended to the 9th layer of the cave heaven realm? Feeling the profound shift in his cultivation, Xiao Chen's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression a canvas of shock. Although he had anticipated a significant surge in his power from this session of cultivation, he never imagined it would skyrocket so dramatically, soaring directly from the 3rd layer to the 9th layer of the cave heaven realm. Moreover, the foundation of his cultivation was extraordinarily solid, devoid of any semblance of fragility. This was akin to a sudden explosion propelling him skyward. It is noteworthy that he had condensed a 9-foot cave heaven. Each breakthrough required far more immense energy than that of ordinary prodigies. Yet, unexpectedly, this simple endeavor had allowed him to breach the 9th layer of the cave heaven realm. At this moment of reflection, Duanmu Shuiying and the others, who had previously succumbed to weakness from poison and fainted, gradually began to awaken. Upon opening their eyes and witnessing the scenes within the grand hall, Duanmu Shuiying let out a gasp of astonishment. However, in the next moment, as they sensed the changes in their own cultivation, each could not help but exclaim in surprise. What? My cultivation has reached the 9th layer of the celestial realm? My cultivation has ascended to the 7th layer of the celestial realm? I have also broken through. The faces of Duanmu Shuiying and her companions were alight with ecstatic joy. They had initially believed that being poisoned would spell their doom, yet unexpectedly, they had turned misfortune into fortune, each achieving breakthroughs in their cultivation. This was beyond their expectations. Moreover, it was not only their cultivation that had advanced. It seemed their innate talents had also been significantly enhanced. Just as they were marveling at their newfound powers, Yang Ziqiang exclaimed with delight. This caused Duanmu Shuiying and the others to focus intently on their innate abilities. They soon discovered that the surrounding world appeared clearer than ever before, and the spiritual energy in the air was more vibrant and intimate than it had ever been. This was a clear manifestation of their enhanced talents. My talent must have reached the peak of the heavenly tier. My talent has also attained the peak of the heavenly tier. So has mine. After confirming their enhancements, Duanmu Shuiying and Lu Hanfei exchanged looks of profound astonishment. Martial talent is often predetermined at birth, with few able to elevate it further in their lifetime. Unless they encounter the legendary holy medicine, which might provide an opportunity for enhancement. They had thought their talents were confined for life, yet now they experienced unexpected elevation. This was nothing short of a miracle. It is indeed the young master. His innate Tao body, as recorded in ancient texts, can assist others in breaking through the confines of their talents. Amidst this shocking revelation, Michelle Yeoh turned to Xiao Chen with an expression of fervor, exclaiming passionately. What she had presumed to be mere folklore turned out to be undeniably true. To encounter young Master Xiao in this lifetime was indeed a blessing earned from a previous existence. Meanwhile, Duanmu Shuiying and the others, upon hearing Michelle's words, were equally taken aback. It was no wonder that a single kiss from the young master had compelled the Queen Medusa to shatter her bloodline restraints, propelling her to a higher echelon of sanctity. The innate Tao body was indeed fearsome beyond comprehension. If they could endure the young master's baptism day and night, their talents would surely ascend exponentially. Cough, cough, we should take our leave. Kai Yin and the others are still waiting outside. Noticing the naive expressions on Duanmu Shuiying and the others, Xiao Chen coughed lightly and remarked, in truth, the reason for their talents being elevated to the pinnacle of the heavenly tier was not solely due to the baptism of the innate Tao body, but rather a clandestine enhancement utilizing the capabilities of the system through the expenditure of substantial points. After all, these women were destined to be his companions, and their innate qualities must keep pace. Kai Yin, Queen Medusa? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, the hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. An anxious expression crept onto the faces of Duanmu Shuiying and the others. Previously, they had taken advantage of Kai Yin's absence during her tribulation to forcibly bring Xiao Chen to the 100 Flowers Pavilion for detoxification. Upon her return and discovery of such absurdity, Queen Medusa would undoubtedly be furious, possibly even contemplating their demise. If they were to step outside now, they would face the wrath of a furious Queen Medusa who had already transcended to the sacred realm. The consequences of provoking her were too dreadful to contemplate. With this thought, Duanmu Shuiying and the others turned pale, and the atmosphere grew stiflingly tense. Chapter 127. Why are you all hiding in the back? Do you lack the courage to come out? Fear not. Kai Yin is quite gentle. Observing the pale faces of Duanmu Shuiying and the others, Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively, attempting to comfort them. They had shown considerable bravado when poisoned, yet now they had all turned into cowards? Gentle Queen Medusa? The moment Xiao Chen uttered those words, Duanmu Shuiying and the others were left dumbfounded, their lips twitching uncontrollably. If Queen Medusa were truly gentle, she would not be the cold-blooded queen of the serpent race. Her gentleness, it seemed, was reserved solely for Xiao Chen. Paying no heed to their thoughts, Xiao Chen strode toward the grand entrance. Duanmu Shuiying and the others took a deep breath, trailing anxiously behind him, their demeanor akin to that of condemned prisoners awaiting execution. The young master is about to emerge. Outside the 100 Flowers Pavilion, Kai Yin, sensing the commotion within, slowly opened her eyes and directed her gaze toward the great door of the pavilion. At last, is it about to emerge? Upon hearing this, Duanmu Shuiying and Murong Qingxue exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with anticipation as they gazed at the entrance of the Baiwa Pavilion. After a tumultuous day and night, the stalwart young master Xiao had truly proven his mettle. According to records, the typical endurance of an ordinary male cultivator lasts merely a quarter of an hour. How could this young master Xiao exhibit such vigor? Surely, he must possess 6 kidneys. Creak. Just as Duanmu Shuiying's thoughts raced, the formation of the Baiwa Pavilion dissipated, and the grand doors swung open. Xiao Chen emerged, radiating vitality and vigor. How could this be possible? Witnessing Xiao Chen's rosy complexion, Duanmu Shuiying's pupils involuntarily constricted. This young master Xiao appeared utterly unscathed. She had expected him to emerge leaning against the wall or being carried out by Duanmu Shuiying and her companions. Yet his countenance was so vibrant. Wait, his cultivation aura has reached the 9th level of the cave heaven realm. Still reeling from the shock, as she sensed the potent aura emanating from Xiao Chen, Duanmu Shuiying's eyes widened in disbelief. Last night, Her curiosity had compelled her to inquire about Xiao Chen from Murong Qingxue, and she learned that he was merely 18 years old. To reach the third level of the cave heaven realm at such a tender age had already left her astounded. Yet, here he was this morning, having broken through to the 9th level of the cave heaven realm. An 18-year-old at the 9th level of the cave heaven realm, who among the 7 great dynasties of the eastern wilderness could rival such a prodigy? Not a single one. Ahem, have you all been waiting here for a day and a night? As Duanmu Shuiying's mind surged with tumultuous thoughts, Xiao Chen cast a glance at the group and cleared his throat awkwardly. After a night of arduous labor, with someone on guard at the entrance, what treatment this was. Indeed, we dared not disturb your affairs, young master, and could only wait quietly outside for an entire night. However, I took a trip to the Burning Flame Valley last night, and here are all the items I collected after its annihilation. Kai Yin remarked with a gentle smile. Offering no reproach, with a casual flick of her hand, she produced a spatial ring and presented it to Xiao Chen. Yes, there's a picture. Be bold. Let us have one in the style of Queen Medusa. Gasp. The Burning Flame Valley has been annihilated. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Shuiying and her companions, who had just gathered the courage to step out of the Baiwa Pavilion, were utterly stunned. In the span of a single night, Queen Medusa not only ascended to the Holy Realm, but also obliterated the Burning Flame Valley with ease. Such decisiveness in her character is truly formidable. Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled at this revelation as he promptly accepted the spatial ring. His current balance of points stood at a mere 76,000. However, once he retrieves the essence of the Burning Flame Valley and the storage rings of Huiyin and the others, his points should multiply several-fold. Nevertheless, for the moment, he must first address the issues concerning the Flower Gate. Why are you all hiding in the back? Do you lack the courage to step forward? As Xiao Chen's thoughts settled, Kai Yan's gaze swept past him, her voice resonating lightly before the Baiwa Pavilion. This one utterance instantly caused Duanmu Shuiying and the others to stiffen slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, they reluctantly emerged. Yet, each wore an air of restraint, their eyes evading direct contact with Kai Yan. Had it been before, when Kai Yan had yet to ascend to the sacred realm, and they themselves had not lost their virtue, perhaps they would have had the audacity to confront the Medusa Queen. Now, however, feeling guilty, they naturally lacked the courage to meet her gaze. Ah, Shuiying, have you all truly broken through? Once Duanmu Shuiying and the others stepped forward, Duanmu Shuiying sensed their auras. The emotions she had just begun to calm surged violently at that moment. Duanmu Shuiying had ascended to the 9th layer of the celestial realm. Su Danqing had reached the 8th layer, while Yang Ziqiong, though not having advanced, had nevertheless attained the pinnacle of the 7th layer. Lu Hanfei had broken through to the 7th layer, and Li Qingying had reached the 6th layer. Almost everyone had made remarkable progress, leaving Duanmu Shuiying utterly astonished. Do not be afraid. Kai Yan will not harm you. Why do you all act this way? Observing Duanmu Shuiying and the others behaving like mice in the presence of a cat, Xiao Chen could not help but express his exasperation. Indeed, the young master speaks truthfully. I shall not take any action against you, provided you do not attempt any clever tricks. With Xiao Chen intervening to defuse the tension, Kai Yan did not press the matter further and provided the group a way out, leaving Duanmu Shuiying and the others momentarily stunned. They could hardly fathom that a single statement from Xiao Chen could compel the Medusa Queen to acquiesce. It was unimaginable that such obedience came from a being of the sacred realm. Master Duanmu, if it is convenient, could you provide me with the original scriptures of your cultivation techniques? I intend to assist you in refining them. After alleviating the awkwardness of Duanmu Shuiying and her companions, Xiao Chen turned his gaze towards Duanmu Shuiying and spoke directly to the point. What? Hearing such a bold request from Xiao Chen, Duanmu Shuiying could not help but be momentarily taken aback. To assist the Flower Gate in perfecting their techniques, Xiao Chen certainly had the audacity. That was a fragmentary sacred art, one that even a sacred realm expert could not perfect. How could Xiao Chen dare to make such a proposition? Sister, the young master's master is an exceedingly mysterious powerhouse. Thus, young master Xiao seeks his master's intervention, hoping to see if he can help us refine our techniques and completely eliminate the hidden dangers of the Yin energy backlash. Young master Xiao has shown us of the xuanhuan sect a kindness akin to rebirth. He certainly harbors no ulterior motives regarding our sect's techniques. Therefore, I implore you, sister, to relinquish the fragments of the sacred scripture. As doubts flickered in Duanmu Shuiying's mind, Duanmu Shuiying swiftly conveyed an explanation through thought. This statement caused Duanmu Shuiying to shudder internally. After a moment of contemplation, she promptly surrendered the technique. If Xiao Chen truly desired the technique, he could have easily taken it by force with the aid of Queen Medusa. His courteous approach to discuss the matter clearly indicated his indifference toward the technique. My lord, this spatial ring contains my entire fortune, including a fragment of the sacred rank technique. Furthermore, my lord has bestowed upon our xuanhuan sect a life-saving grace. Upon my return, I shall gather the resources of our sect and present them to you. As this thought settled in her mind, Duanmu Shuiying removed the spatial ring from her possession and respectfully offered it to Xiao Chen. Thank you for your efforts, Sect Master Duanmu. I will contact my master now to assist in deducing and perfecting the technique. Once completed, I shall return it to you, Xiao Chen replied. He preferred not to disclose the process of deducing the technique in front of others, and after accepting the spatial ring, he turned and walked toward the Baiwa Pavilion. Meanwhile, Kai Yan's gaze flickered before she turned to follow him. Suddenly recalling something, she glanced back and saw the somewhat despondent Murong Qingxue, with a hint of resignation. Kai Yan shook her head. Qingxue, come along. This girl, being somewhat less confident in her character, had joined Xiao Chen after her. Yet her infatuation with him was undeniable. Thus, she must not be neglected. Upon hearing this, Murong Qingxue raised her head, momentarily stunned, before a look of gratitude graced her features. She then joined Kai Yan in entering the Baiwa Pavilion. Dear friends, might I kindly request a small token of appreciation? In light of Xiao Yu's daily contributions, I humbly ask for your support, the voice echoed. Chapter 128. My lord, do you not perceive that I have become a touch more voluptuous? Bang! Inside the Baiwa Pavilion. As the grand hall doors closed, Kai Yan waved her hand lightly, instantly establishing a protective formation. This left Xiao Chen astonished, turning back with an unsettling premonition rising within him. Surely, it is merely a matter of deducing a technique. Must we be so meticulous? He remarked, feeling somewhat exasperated as Kai Yan fixed her unwavering gaze upon him. Within the upper echelons of the xuanhuan sect, 5 of them were already aligned with him, and Duanmu Shuiying was quite rational. Without his permission, even if these individuals were curious, they would not be foolish enough to intrude upon their discussion. After all, a formidable presence like Kai Yan was also in the hall. Thus, Kai Yan's exaggerated caution left Xiao Chen feeling somewhat uneasy. My lord, your words are misguided. It is wise to be cautious. A prudent approach never goes amiss, Kai Yan replied, shaking her head. She then surveyed the hall, even taking a moment to scent the air. Though the grand hall had been tidied, a faint metallic scent lingered in the air, seemingly provoking a certain wicked thought within her. This caused the delicate features of Kai Yan to gradually take on a more enchanting allure. Young master, do you perceive any changes in me since my breakthrough to the sacred realm? Under the instinctual allure of her body, coupled with having waited outside all night, Kai Yan gazed at Xiao Chen with a haunting look, unable to resist the urge to lick her lips and inquire. This moment did not escape the notice of Murong Qingxue, who turned crimson upon witnessing it. Yet there was an undercurrent of anticipation within her. Changes in your physique? Upon hearing Cyan's words, Xiao Chen momentarily hesitated, scrutinizing her with a dubious gaze. After a careful examination, he shook his head, stating, You appear unchanged. Might it be that during your breakthrough to the sacred realm, some scales have emerged from your ancestral bloodline? The thought sent a slight shiver through Xiao Chen. It was said that pure-blooded dragons retain certain features even after fully transforming, such as reverse scales or dragon horns. Could it be that Kai Yan, in reshaping her body during this breakthrough, had developed some new attribute? Kai Yan, taken aback by Xiao Chen's blunt inquiry, responded with a hint of annoyance. Young master, do you not notice that I have become a tad more voluptuous? She shot him a playful glare, her audacious comment leaving both Xiao Chen and Murong Qingxue momentarily stunned. The Queen Medusa already possessed a striking figure, perfectly balanced in its curves. Determining whether she had indeed become fuller was not an easy task based solely on observation. Is there truly a difference? Your appearance makes it difficult for me to ascertain, Xiao Chen replied with a sigh, studying her intently before gesturing with his hands. Yet, this very gesture caused him to freeze, for at that moment, he felt a subtle tremor from Cyan's body, her eyelids narrowing involuntarily. This triggered an ominous sensation within him. erupting like a tsunami. Oh no, I've been ensnared. Realizing this, Xiao Chen promptly withdrew his hand and cleared his throat, stating, I have pressing matters to attend to. Please do not disturb me unless absolutely necessary. Young master, that is a grave misjudgment. One must strike a balance between work and relaxation. It was clear you wished to unwind just now. Cayenne interjected before Xiao Chen could finish his sentence. Qingxue, let us assist the young master in stretching his muscles. The following morning, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the carpet, organizing the spatial rings of Hui Yin and the others. Oh, as expected of the elders from the Burning Flame Valley, each one is wealthier than the last. As the soul consciousness penetrated into the storage rings of Hui Yin and his companions, even Xiao Chen found himself momentarily astonished. In the vast emptiness, each ring was piled high with spirit crystals, with the least amount visually estimated to exceed 2 million, while the most abundant could well surpass 4 million. One could only wonder where these individuals had scavenged such wealth. Compared to Lu Hanfei and her ilk, they appeared as veritable magnates. In addition to the spirit crystals, a plethora of resources lay within, be it materials from magical beasts or rare treasures from the earth, all amassed like a mountain. The assorted items alone could easily be valued at over 200,000. This implies that, aside from the spirit crystals, which could not be directly exchanged for points, the various resources possessed by these celestial realm elders, specifically Hui Yin and his peers, could each yield a minimum of 200,000 points. When accounting for the spirit crystals, the potential points they could provide would exceed 400,000 each. The 5 elders collectively represented over 2 million points. Regrettably, due to Duan Yintian's self-detonation, the storage ring was obliterated and all items were lost. Ultimately, Cayenne only managed to recover fragments of the opponent's profound weapon. Had it not been for this unfortunate incident, he might have accrued tens of thousands more points from this endeavor. As his thoughts settled, Xiao Chen refrained from dwelling on the loss and promptly organized the remaining items. He opted to retain those of greater value while issuing orders for the system to reclaim the less significant ones. Following this meticulous process, his points surged from over 700,000 to more than 130,000. With the storage rings entrusted to him by Duanmu Shuiying, Su Danqing, and Kai Yin, Xiao Chen examined his current balance and withdrew 3 rings, initiating a series of transactions. Duanmu Shuiying's assets were commendable. The reclaimed materials alone provided him with over 210,000 points. Su Danqing's yield was considerably less. Despite her position at the Wanbao Pavilion, she did not indulge in personal gain, resulting in a somewhat meager fortune. The total resources amounted to merely over 70,000 points, falling short even compared to Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying. As for the resources of the Burning Flame Valley, while some were indeed impressive, they still left much to be desired. The entire sect, including the deceased disciples and elders, along with the various materials scavenged by Kai Yin, contributed barely over 86,000 points. One could not help but wonder if Duan Yintian and his associates had expended their resources on enlisting the alchemist Gu Qinghe for concocting aphrodisiacs, or perhaps during their previous ambush on Kai Yin in the Endless Desert. Otherwise, a top-tier force should command more than just this amount of points. Host, Xiao Chen Physique, Innate Tao Body. Bodhi Enlightenment Soul Cultivation Level, 9th Layer of Cave Heaven Technique. Creation of Heaven and Earth Scripture Divine Abilities. Shadowless Steps of the Celestial Demon. True Dragon Fist of the Great Wilderness. 5 Elements Revolving Seal. 9 Transformations Golden Body Shield. 5 Elements Slaughter Technique. Yin-Yang Mysterious Tao Scripture Points. 2, for 116. 358. As soon as his thoughts settled, Xiao Chen opened his attribute panel to inspect his current points. Over 2 million points lay before him. A fortune he could now lavishly spend. Gazing at the impressive balance, an air of grandeur enveloped him as he retrieved an ancient beast skin scroll. This was none other than the incomplete scripture obtained by the first master of the Xuanhuan sect from the abyss of 10,000 demons. Chapter 129. I called you over to impart my teachings. Why are you disrobing? The mysterious forgetfulness scripture, low-grade Saint King level. This supreme Yin technique was established by the Grand Master of the Taiyin sect during her ascent to supremacy. When cultivated to its zenith, one can master the essence of Yin, forging oneself into a mysterious Yin Saint King body. However, due to its excessively frigid nature, practitioners will find their hair turning white. At present, Because the technique is incomplete, forced cultivation will inevitably incur backlash, the mild consequence being infertility and suffering, while the severe could lead to madness and death. Fixated on the beast skin scroll, Xiao Chen immediately employed the identification function. A series of fundamental information unfolded before his eyes. Ascent to supremacy? Upon reading those words, his pupils involuntarily constricted. Supremacy. This was a realm beyond the Saint King level. Each individual within this echelon possessed the power to obliterate the heavens and earth, their every action resonating with the cosmos. In the eastern wilderness, no such beings existed. Only fragments of their accounts could be found in ancient texts. To discover that this was indeed a Saint King scripture was astonishing. The fortune of the founding ancestor of the xuanhuan sect was truly remarkable. As his thoughts settled, Xiao Chen promptly issued a repair command to the system. Ding! The system has deducted 180,000 points and is currently repairing the mysterious forgetfulness scripture for the host. With the chime of the system prompt, a radiant white light erupted. Countless runes danced across the surface of the beast skin scroll, and a silhouette continuously practiced the technique. A terrifying chill instantly enveloped the grand hall, drawing the attention of Kai Yan and Murong Qingxue, their faces awash with shock and disbelief. Ah! A beautiful Medusa queen in a qipao, how exquisite. Is this truly the Saint King scripture? The young master can actually perfect the Saint King scripture? Based on her awakened bloodline memories, Kai Yan's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Chen's figure, her body trembling in astonishment. The Saint King scripture. This was a technique capable of cultivating to the Saint King level, each requiring profound martial comprehension and a moment of enlightenment to create. Even a powerful being at the supreme realm, when lacking a compatible attribute, would find it impossible to perfect the Sacred King's technique. Yet, Xiao Chen, who had clearly never cultivated the profound Yin attribute, could effortlessly refine a Sacred King technique. This transcends mere genius. He is an anomaly among anomalies. The expenditure of a staggering 18,000 points is indeed alarming. Observing the restored Sacred King technique, a twitch of disbelief crossed Xiao Chen's lips. This was merely a fragment of the technique, not exceeding 30% completeness, yet it required several 100,000 points for restoration. If the incompleteness surpassed 70 or 80%, one might need millions of points to mend it. However, considering that upgrading Kai Yan's bloodline demanded 800,000 points, the mere restoration of a Sacred King scripture for merely several 100,000 points seemed somewhat acceptable. Moreover, any technique or divine ability that I restore can be effortlessly mastered by me. I wonder if I can impart it to others? As the thought surged in his mind, Xiao Chen suddenly pondered this notion. If I could transmit my knowledge to others, nurturing them, or even my beloved ones would become significantly easier. At that moment, Xiao Chen promptly inquired of the system. Ding! The techniques and divine abilities learned by the host can be imparted to others through the expenditure of points. However, the recipient will not immediately grasp them to perfection. They may only achieve a rudimentary understanding at best. Furthermore, the host may only transmit one technique at a time, and each transmission requires the consumption of 10,000 points, independent of the technique's grade. Upon receiving this information, Xiao Chen inhaled sharply, his expression one of astonishment. Mastering techniques is notoriously intricate. The more profound the technique, the more challenging it is to grasp. Even prodigious talents with exceptional comprehension find it arduous to attain a basic understanding of a Sacred King scripture within a few months. Yet, he could facilitate others in attaining a rudimentary understanding with a mere expenditure of system points. What an extraordinary occurrence. Qingxue, come here for a moment. As this thought settled, Xiao Chen gestured towards Murong Qingxue, his face alight with eager anticipation. Murong Qingxue hesitated briefly upon hearing his call, her gaze shifting to Kai Yan. Once she received a nod of approval, she obediently approached Xiao Chen, prompting a tinge of vexation within him. Has Kai Yan's influence grown so formidable that my summons require her consent? While Xiao Chen mused internally, Murong Qingxue unexpectedly adjusted her clothing, revealing a shy demeanor that invited attention. This nearly caused Xiao Chen's eyes to widen in shock. What are you doing? I called you over to impart my skills. Yet here you are, undressing for what purpose? Xiao Chen, taken aback, instinctively covered his head. No wonder this woman glanced at Kai Yan's expression. She must have thought he intended to bestow his favor upon her alone. hence seeking the approval of the chief consort. How utterly absurd. Does he resemble a beast driven by insatiable desires? Imparting skills. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Murong Qingxue and Kai Yin were momentarily stunned. Their faces soon adorned with expressions of embarrassment. They had initially assumed Xiao Chen was in high spirits, eager to celebrate. It turned out they had misunderstood him entirely. Amidst the awkwardness and shame, Murong Qingxue adjusted her collar and promptly approached Xiao Chen, then sat cross-legged before him, her cheeks flushed. How humiliating it was to fail to decipher the young master's intentions. She felt like a most inadequate beauty. Focus, concentrate. Xiao Chen dismissed the trivial matter and addressed Murong Qingxue directly. In the next moment, he pressed his finger against her forehead and issued a command to the system to impart his skills. Ding! The system has deducted 10,000 points and is now bestowing skills upon Murong Qingxue. With the sound of the system's notification, a brilliant white light erupted. Murong Qingxue felt a resounding thrum in her mind as countless arcane and obscure pieces of information surged in, causing her head to throb with intense pain. Yet, this agony was fleeting. Within a mere breath, she found herself in possession of a new technique. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she lifted her gaze. Young master, I believe I have grasped the technique. As she sensed the profundity of the skill within her mind, Murong Qingxue's expression became somewhat dazed. Such a mysterious technique. Had she been left to comprehend it on her own, it would likely have taken her 6 months to even scratch the surface. Yet, she had managed to grasp it in a single breath. This is the Xianyin Worry-Free Sutra, which I have just refined for the Xuanhuan sect. If you cultivate it to perfection, in conjunction with your unique constitution, reaching the Saint King realm will pose no challenge. Observing Murong Qingxue's incredulous demeanor, Xiao Chen smiled gently and ruffled her hair. However, this technique possesses a chilling attribute, and your hair will turn white upon cultivation. This should not be a significant concern for you. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, both Murong Qingxue and Kai Yin were utterly astonished once more. Not only could he effortlessly enhance the Saint King technique, but he could also directly impart it to others, allowing them to comprehend it with a mere breath. The young master is truly omnipotent. It's simply extraordinary. Whatever transformation the young master bestows, Qingxue will wholeheartedly cultivate it. Deeply moved, with tears welling in her eyes, Murong Qingxue resolutely responded. To encounter a gentleman of such profound loyalty and righteousness is truly a fortune she has cultivated over 8 lifetimes. With this thought, Xiao Chen nodded and addressed Murong Qingxue, curious to witness the allure she would exude with her hair transformed to white. As chapter 130 unfolds, upon Xiao Chen's utterance, Murong Qingxue promptly engaged in the practice of the Xianyin Forgetting Worries Sutra, an icy aura erupting from her being. In the next moment, the overwhelming power of the sutra seemed to provoke her Taiyin Xianxia physique, unleashing a formidable suction force that voraciously consumed the surrounding spiritual energy like a whirlpool. Observing this, Xiao Chen's gaze sharpened slightly. With a gentle wave of his right hand, he summoned a collection of spirit crystals. As his true essence resonated, he ground these crystals into powder, the vast spiritual energy transforming into a dense mist that enveloped Murong Qingxue's figure. However, as time progressed, the mist gradually thinned. During this cultivation, Murong Qingxue's aura surged uncontrollably, her true essence converting entirely in less than a quarter of an hour, allowing her to break through from the 6th to the 7th realm of the spirit aperture, with her progression continuing steadily. As the transformation of her true essence occurred, alongside the activation of her Taiyin Xianxia physique, Murong Qingxue's originally jet-black hair began to gradually turn white. Yet, due to her unique constitution, her hair bore a subtle icy blue hue, rendering her akin to a goddess of ice and snow. Indeed, her new appearance promised an enchanting future of white hair. Observing Murong Qingxue still immersed in her cultivation, Xiao Chen's eyes brightened, a hint of admiration gracing his features. Nevertheless, he merely marveled at the sight without losing his composure. Dear sir, you must be exhausted from enhancing your techniques. Why not allow me to assist you in relaxing while Sister Qingxue is absorbed in her practice? At this moment, Kai Yin, her lips slightly parted in a teasing gesture, whispered seductively, her gaze fixed upon Xiao Chen. Coughing lightly, Xiao Chen's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness as he replied, I still need to upgrade the Xian weapon. Now is not the time for leisure. After hearing Kai Yan's proposition, he immediately adopted a grave expression and resolutely declined. He then settled down to sit cross-legged, retrieving materials from his system space, wary of Kai Yan's potential approach. This woman, why does it feel as if her insatiable demands have intensified since her breakthrough to the sacred realm? He felt as if he were being drained to the last drop, as if she wished to incorporate him into her very being. Kai Yan, upon hearing his words, cast him an exasperated glance, but refrained from further disturbing Xiao Chen, for her intention was merely to tease him. Though Xiao Chen's aura and demeanor captivated her immensely, she was not one to lose her rationality and cling to him incessantly. The system, centered around this fragment of a sacred weapon, was instructed to synthesize all the materials at hand. As Kai Yan appeared languid, Xiao Chen took a deep breath to suppress his distracting thoughts and promptly issued the synthesis command to the system. Aside from the fragment of the Sacred King's weapon purchased from Luo, he had various materials, including the shards of Duan Yentian's Crimson Flame Sword and several other heavenly-grade profound weapon fragments, all of which he had preserved as rare resources. Now, they had finally found their purpose. Ding! The system has deducted 210,000 points and is currently synthesizing all available materials. As the system's notification faded, a burst of white light erupted. In the next moment, all the materials instantaneously melted and then coalesced, accompanied by a surge of terrifying pressure. An enigmatic spear, shimmering with the radiance of the 5 elements and enveloped in a faint black mist, materialized before Xiao Chen. With the crack of the spear, the surrounding space warped continuously, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Such a terrifying scene caused Kai Yan to widen her eyes in astonishment, awakening Mu Rong Qingxue in the process. A sacred king's weapon, the spear felt like a slumbering dragon, poised to unleash catastrophic strength at any moment. Kai Yan's pupils involuntarily contracted. She had not anticipated that not only could the young master perfect the Sacred King's technique, but he could also forge a Sacred King's weapon from a collection of profound weapon fragments. This ability was astonishing, far beyond what one would expect from a youth. The quality had only reached the lower tier of the Sacred King's weapon. Gazing at the familiar spear, Xiao Chen utilized the appraisal function to evaluate it. Although its grade did not meet his expectations, it was nonetheless more formidable than an ordinary sacred weapon. System: how many points would it require to upgrade this spear to the supreme quality of a Sacred King's weapon? Grasping the spear, Xiao Chen caressed it before inquiring of the system. Ding! It would require 460,000 points. 460,000. Upon hearing the system's response, Xiao Chen gasped sharply, his face betraying astonishment. Such a substantial expenditure of points. However, recalling that repairing the lower-tier Sacred King level Xuanhuan Sutra required 180,000 points, and synthesizing this spear cost 210,000 points. The 460,000 points needed to elevate it from lower tier to supreme quality seemed less excessive in comparison. It would have to wait for a later time to be upgraded. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chen opted not to pursue the upgrade. Instead, he stored the spear in his dantian, naming it the 5 Elements Azurus Spear. Given that his current cultivation was only at the 9th level of the Cave Heaven realm, even if he upgraded the 5 Elements Azurus Spear to supreme quality, he would not be able to unleash its full power. Therefore, it is essential to first allocate the points to areas where they can be effectively utilized, enhancing one's own abilities or those of close companions. As the thought settled, Xiao Chen retrieved the 5 Elements Wind Divine Wings and issued an upgrade command to the system. System: elevate the 5 Elements Wind Divine Wings to the Saint level premium. With a chime, the system deducted 150,000 points, commencing the upgrade of the 5 Elements Wind Divine Wings for the host. As the system's notification resonated, a radiant brilliance erupted forth. In the blink of an eye, the 5 Elements Wind Divine Wings ascended to the Saint level premium. This spectacle left Kai Yan and Mu Rong Qingxue utterly astonished. 150,000 points was still within an acceptable range. Noticing he still had over 180,000 points remaining, Xiao Chen promptly stowed away the 5 Elements Wind Divine Wings and proceeded to upgrade the armor he wore. With the expenditure of 300,000 points, he felt no pang of regret. Instead, a surge of exhilaration illuminated his countenance. With a piece of saint-level armor for protection, coupled with the 5 Elements Wind Divine Wings and the 5 Elements Sure Spear, He felt undaunted even when facing a celestial realm powerhouse, despite only possessing a cultivation level of the 9th layer of the cave heaven. Subsequently, under the incredulous gazes of Kai Yin and Mu Rong Qingxue, Xiao Chen also assisted the two in upgrading their swords and wind divine wings. Kai Yin's armor, the Scarlet Flame Profound Sword, and the Scarlet Flame Wind Divine Wings were all elevated to the Saint level premium. As for Mu Rong Qingxue, due to her relatively lower cultivation, her upgrades reached only the Heavenly Grade Premium. After this series of operations, over 500,000 points were consumed, leaving Kai Yin and Mu Rong Qingxue deeply moved. Outside the 100 Flowers Pavilion, as they observed the hall, which had been firmly shut for 3 days and nights, Duanmu Shuiying and the others felt a tinge of anxiety. Yet, none dared to intrude, nor would they risk probing with their spiritual consciousness, instead choosing to patiently wait outside. Creak. As the doors of the 100 Flowers Pavilion swung open, Xiao Chen emerged with a somewhat pale expression, his steps appearing slightly unsteady. This sight immediately startled Duanmu Shuiying and the others. Young master? Noticing Xiao Chen's considerable exhaustion, Duanmu Shuiying and the others hurriedly approached, their eyes filled with concern and worry. Cough, I am fine. I merely used a secret technique to communicate with my master for assistance in deducing a technique, which was quite taxing, hence my current state, Xiao Chen assured them with a slight cough and a wave of his hand. However, at that moment, Kai Yin and Mu Rong Qingxue also stepped forward from behind, leaving Duanmu Shuiying and the others momentarily stunned, their expressions gradually transforming into one of intrigue. Chapter 131. Preparing to depart from the Xuanhuan Gate, Duanmu Shuiying panics. Wait, why has her hair turned white? And her cultivation has actually advanced to the 8th layer of the spiritual aperture. Witnessing the transformation in Mu Rong Qingxue, both Duanmu Shuiying and Lu Hanfei could not suppress their astonishment, their gazes filled with uncertainty as they looked at one another. Only women who have cultivated the xuanhuan forgetting worries technique can gradually see their hair turn white under the nourishment of yin energy. This transformation, however, is not instantaneous. It requires the accumulation of time and effort. It is only upon reaching a minor success in the cultivation of the xuanhuan forgetting worries technique that one's hair will completely transform into a snowy white hue. Yet, Mu Rong Qingxue has only been in the 100 Flowers Pavilion for a mere 3 days. Not only has her hair turned white, but her cultivation has also advanced by leaps and bounds. Indeed, you are correct in your assumptions. Under my guidance, Qingxue has already mastered the perfected version of the xuanhuan forgetting worries sutra, and she has exhibited no signs of losing control over the yin energy during her cultivation. This technique has been thoroughly refined and has reached the lower tier of the Saint King level. As long as you all recommence your cultivation of this technique, you will no longer suffer from the backlash of yin energy. Seeing the expressions of speculation on Duanmu Shuiying and the others, Xiao Chen spoke in a calm tone, subsequently producing a scroll made of beast hide. With a gentle push of his hand, he sent it floating towards them, the lower tier of the Saint King level. Upon hearing these words, Duanmu Shuiying and the others felt as if a thunderous explosion had resonated in their minds. They gazed at the scroll in awe, their eyes trembling. Having cultivated to the celestial realm, they were well aware of the matters concerning the Saint realm, recognizing the distinctions between entering the Saint level and the Saint King level. Initially, they believed that the scripture fragment from the Xuanhuan sect was merely a technique of the entry-level Saint tier, but they were astonished to discover it had achieved the Saint King level. What was even more outrageous was that such a high-tier technique could be perfected by the esteemed master behind the young master. What kind of terrifying existence stands behind him? As she reached out to take the scroll, Duanmu Shuiying trembled with emotion. For nearly 2 millennia, the predecessors of the Xuanhuan sect had endeavored to perfect this technique, yet all had met failure, with some even falling into madness and dying tragically. Little did they expect that this inherited technique of the Xuanhuan sect would be perfected in her hands. From this moment forth, the entire Xuanhuan sect would no longer endure the torment of yin energy backlash, all thanks to Xiao Chen. Shuiying, on behalf of the ancestors of the Xuanhuan sect, expresses profound gratitude for the immense grace of the young master. Clutching the scroll of this technique, Duanmu Shuiying found it difficult to quell her inner excitement, and, in the next instant, knelt down before Xiao Chen in reverence. Upon witnessing this, Duanmu Shuiying and Lu Hanfei also followed suit, kneeling before him. Rise, there is no need for such grand gestures. As he looked at the several figures bowing before him, surrounded by a sea of white, Xiao Chen immediately addressed them. The few behind him were still his women, and such kneeling felt somewhat inappropriate. Esteemed young master, this is the foundation of the xuanhuan sect, and I hope you will accept it without disdain. After rising, Duanmu Shuiying hurriedly produced a spatial ring and handed it to Xiao Chen. Previously, she had hesitated to offer all the wealth of the xuanhuan sect to him. But now, even if she were to liquidate all the assets of the Orchid sect and hand them over to Xiao Chen, she would feel no pang of regret. The singular possession of the complete sacred king scripture before her was worth more than a dozen Orchid sects. Xiao Chen nodded in acknowledgement, devoid of any pretense, and promptly accepted the spatial ring. He had saved the Orchid sect once and resolved the hidden dangers associated with their cultivation methods. It was only fair to receive some form of compensation for providing the sacred king scripture. In the next moment, as his consciousness delved into the ring, he discovered a mountain of spirit crystals and an abundance of various resources, all of which flooded into his mind. The wealth contained therein far surpassed that of the Burning Flame Valley. The individuals from the Burning Flame Valley had evidently squandered their resources. Observing that the spirit crystals exceeded 10 million and the resources were innumerable, Xiao Chen inhaled sharply, his face alight with astonishment. Setting aside the spirit crystals, the mere presence of these resources was enough for him to reap substantial profits. System, retrieve all designated items within this spatial ring. After retaining a few materials with the xuanhuan attribute, Xiao Chen immediately issued the retrieval command to the system. Ding! The system has successfully retrieved all designated items. Congratulations. Host, you have earned 146,864 points. Xiao Chen nearly lost control of his emotions upon hearing the system's notification, nearly dragging Kai Yin and others in to celebrate. This single transaction had already compensated for his losses over the past 2 days. This was the caliber of resources one would expect from a top-tier power. Master, are you dissatisfied with the reward? Upon witnessing Xiao Chen suppressing his emotions, his face seemingly twitching, Duanmu Shuiying felt a sudden jolt of concern. The resources of the Orchid sect were limited, primarily allocated for the disciples' cultivation. Hence, the inventory of the Wanbao Pavilion was somewhat meager. If Xiao Chen was still not satisfied, she might have to resort to selling herself to repay the favor. Haha, I am quite satisfied. Seeing his points balance surge to over 270,000, Xiao Chen chuckled heartily. The sect master is indeed generous to offer such a fortune. However, spirit crystals hold little value for me. I would appreciate it if you could arrange for someone to exchange the spirit crystals within this ring for various resources. Anything of worth, be it remnants of fallen warriors, rare treasures, or beast carcasses, will suffice. With that, Xiao Chen tossed the spatial ring to Duanmu Shuiying. If he were to exchange the more than 10 million spirit crystals himself, it would require numerous trips to the trading association. Yet, entrusting it to the Orchid sect would enable Duanmu Shuiying to mobilize her disciples, ensuring far greater efficiency in the exchange process. Exchange for resources? Duanmu Shuiying was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Chen's words. However, a smile soon graced her features. Since Xiao Chen entrusted her with this task, it indicated his trust in her, leaving her feeling unexpectedly cherished. I appreciate your efforts, Master Duanmu. I shall return for my belongings in due course. Or perhaps you could send them to the Xiao family in the Cloudflow city of Huangzhou. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded slightly, responding with a faint smile. It has been over half a month since I left Cloudflow city. I wonder how the Xiao family is faring. It is indeed time for me to return and pay them a visit. The mention of the Xiao family in Huangzhou's Cloudflow city startled not only Duanmu Shuiying, but also Duanmu Shuiying and others, their expressions shifting in surprise. They had not anticipated that the young master hailed from such a remote and desolate locale. Truly, it is said that extraordinary talents often emerge from impoverished regions. Are you bidding farewell, young master? After a moment of reflection, Duanmu Shuiying seemed to realize something, her voice tinged with urgency as she inquired. The faces of Duanmu Shuiying and the others also changed, their gazes filled with concern and anxiety directed at Xiao Chen. They had only recently experienced moments of intimacy with him and had yet to savor more tender exchanges. Now he was hastily departing from the Orchid Pavilion. How difficult would it be for them to cope with his absence? Yes, I intend to return to my family and check in, as it has been some time since I left. Might there be something of pressing importance that Master Duanmu wishes to discuss? Xiao Chen nodded in response, his expression revealing curiosity as he regarded Duanmu Shuiying, perplexed by her strong reaction. Indeed, upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Duanmu Shuiying's countenance shifted slightly, determination flickering in her eyes. She raised her head and solemnly declared to Xiao Chen, I just recalled that I possess an extraordinarily valuable treasure that must be entrusted to you, young master, as a means of expressing my profound gratitude for your immense kindness. Chapter 132. Young master, allow me to assist you in breaking through to the Nirvana realm. An extraordinarily precious treasure? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback. Hasn't the Orchid Pavilion's foundation already been entrusted to him? How could there still be a precious treasure remaining? Did Duanmu Shuiying intend to keep it hidden, only to feel guilty after witnessing the transformation of her cultivation technique into the Saint King level, prompting her to bring it forth? As he pondered these thoughts, Xiao Chen found himself in a state of contemplation. This treasure is of utmost importance to me, Duanmu Shuiying explained, her tone filled with regret. I did hesitate earlier, uncertain whether to relinquish it. However, given your substantial contributions to the Orchid Pavilion and the trust you have placed in me, I believe it is wrong to continue withholding it. Seeing Xiao Chen's expression of skepticism, Duanmu Shuiying felt her cheeks warm with embarrassment as she offered her explanation. The others, including Duanmu Shuiying, looked at her with expressions of confusion. Apart from the resources of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, does the Orchid Pavilion possess other treasures? As this thought crossed their minds, Duanmu Shuiying and the others widened their eyes in realization. They recalled how Duanmu Shuiying had engaged them in conversation over the past few days, probing them for information. The gazes of Yang Ziqiong and others grew peculiar. It seemed even this esteemed senior sister could not resist temptation and was eager to deepen her connections with them. As if sensing the change in the gazes of Michelle Yeoh and others, Duanmu Shuiying's face flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Her entire body felt as if swarmed by ants. An indescribable sense of shame engulfed her, making her wish to find a hole to hide in. Since the esteemed Master Duanmu is so considerate, it would be remiss of me to decline your kind offer, Xiao Chen said, clearing his throat, his demeanor earnest. To possess a treasure and not seize it would be sheer hypocrisy, given that the other party genuinely wished to bestow a gift. What reason had he to feel embarrassed about accepting it? Yet, he couldn't help but wonder if Duanmu Shuiying's expression was a tad overly awkward. Please, young master, follow me. Duanmu Shuiying's expression brightened at Xiao Chen's words. Her heart raced like a young deer, pounding fiercely within her chest. This was the first time in over a century that she felt so nervous. After all, beside her stood the Queen Medusa, a veritable powerhouse of the sacred realm. What if she were to be unmasked? How embarrassing would that be? Is the item not with you? At Duanmu Shuiying's words, Kaiyan suddenly spoke, startling her. This item is rather special, so I have concealed it in an exceedingly discreet location. Duanmu Shuiying inhaled sharply, steeling herself to fabricate more. Moreover, this item is quite rare and requires a particular method to be fully absorbed. Therefore, I must take young master with me to facilitate the transfer. As if fearing her explanation lacked persuasiveness, Duanmu Shuiying steadied her mind and added, if young master can absorb this item, your cultivation will undoubtedly break through to the Nirvana realm. Break through to the Nirvana realm. Xiao Chen's expression shifted in surprise at her words. Was this item truly so miraculous? He had only recently advanced to the 9th layer of the Cave Heaven realm. Though he had firmly established his foundation over the past few days, breaking into the Nirvana realm was no trifling matter. Only treasures with mild medicinal properties that were easy to absorb could facilitate such a breakthrough without jeopardizing his foundation. Thus, upon hearing Duanmu Shuiying's claim, a flicker of curiosity ignited within him. However, what Xiao Chen did not realize was that the treasure Duanmu Shuiying referred to was, in fact, a veiled reference to her own primordial Yin. After all, who could fathom that the illustrious leader of the Orchid Pavilion, a transcendent being of nearly 200 years, would so quickly seek to submit herself to a youth? It was utterly absurd. Hence, Xiao Chen believed that Duanmu Shuiying was alluding to some rare heavenly material. I see, Kai Yin remarked, casting a discerning glance at Duanmu Shuiying, as if seeing through her intentions. Nevertheless, she refrained from elaborating further. After all, the essence of the other party, cultivated over a century, is indeed a rare treasure for Xiao Chen. The item resides within the secret chamber. I kindly request you to follow me, said Duanmu Shuiying, taking a deep breath to steady her trembling voice after noticing that Kai Yin had not exposed her. Upon finishing her words, before Xiao Chen could respond, she leaped gracefully, transforming into a streak of light as she soared towards the main hall of her sect. Please wait here for a moment, Xiao Chen casually remarked to Kai Yin and the others before also darting after her in a flash of light. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Chen followed Duanmu Shuiying into a grand hall, ultimately arriving before an immense bed crafted from exquisite ice silk. Ahem, Sect Master Duanmu, this must be your private chamber? He inquired, observing the grandeur of the hall, complete with bathing pools, flower gardens, and spiritual springs. Indeed, apart from Jing'er and Shuiying, no one else has ever set foot here, Duanmu Shuiying replied, her back turned to Xiao Chen, her voice betraying an unsettling calmness. Despite her status as a heavenly realm powerhouse, her heart was in turmoil over her intentions at that moment. Sect Master Duanmu, what about the treasure? Xiao Chen inquired with a faint smile, opting not to engage in idle chatter, but rather to get straight to the point. My lord, the treasure is actually on me. I deceived you earlier, Duanmu Qingying confessed, turning to face him. She then proceeded to loosen her belt. Wait, are you implying? Upon hearing Duanmu Shuiying's words and witnessing her actions, Xiao Chen could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief. He wasn't naive. He had simply not considered that possibility until now. With her current demeanor, everything became clear to him. Is this a joke? Weren't the members of the Orchid sect supposed to treat men with disdain? Yet now, they seem intent on courting him instead. What about their pride, their dignity, their morals? Even if these could be cast aside, they should at least consider my feelings. In just a few short days, I have endured countless tribulations. What man could withstand such trials? The following morning, on the deck of the Xian boat heading to the wilderness state, Xiao Chen gazed sorrowfully at the blue sky and white clouds. With Duanmu Shuiying's assistance the previous day, he successfully refined the supreme Xian Dan, breaking through to the first level of nirvana. However, the after-effects were quite pronounced. He felt a slight pain in his waist and a touch of unsteadiness in his steps. In light of this connection, Xiao Chen did not hesitate to spend a significant amount, directly investing 160,000 points to elevate Duanmu Shuiying's martial talent from top-tier heavenly level to peak entry-level saint. He also expended 10,000 points to impart the xuanhuan Yujing to her, enabling her to grasp it without the need for arduous study. As long as the other party takes some time to fully comprehend and completely transform their original cultivation method, it will not be long before they break through to the sacred realm. This revelation left Duanmu Shuiying quite astonished. After a brief explanation from him, Duanmu Shuiying chose not to probe any further. Instead, her enthusiasm for him intensified, rewarding him several times with the ice and fire 9 heavens, nearly incapacitating him on the spot. Fortunately, his robust foundation prevented any delays in their progress, and the group set off back to the wild state. Wang Qiuer requested free small gifts, hoping for everyone's support. Chapter 133. Cackling. If you awaken them, you shall all perish. My lord, we have already entered the wild state. In a few hours, we shall reach Luyan City, said Lu Hanfei, approaching as Xiao Chen gazed vacantly at the sky. Thank you for your efforts, he replied. Noticing Lu Hanfei, Li Qingying, and Yang Ziqiong, all fixated on him with an intensity that unmistakably conveyed their desires. My lord, if you are inclined, you may come and indulge us. Our doors are always open for you. This made Xiao Chen feel a shiver run down his spine. While the pleasures of intimacy are indeed captivating, excessive indulgence can be detrimental to one's health. Have there been any updates regarding your 2 junior sisters? He asked, dismissing their gazes with a light cough and a faint smile. The 6th elder of the 10,000 Flowers sect, Yun Zhuo, and the 7th elder, Li Mengru, had ventured into the 10,000 Great Mountains for a treasure hunt, and today they had suddenly lost contact with them. This left Duanmu Shuiying and the others quite anxious, especially since the 10,000 Great Mountains lay to the south of the wild state, along the same route back to Luyan City. Therefore, Yang Ziqiong and the others, in addition to seeing him off, intended to enter the 10,000 Great Mountains to search for Yun Zhuo and her companion. Not yet, replied Yang Ziqiong and Lu Hanfei, their faces betraying concern upon hearing Xiao Chen's inquiry. If not for the fact that the soul tokens of Yun Zhuo and Li Mengru had not shattered. They would have assumed the two had met with misfortune within the 10,000 Great Mountains. The most likely scenario now was that Yunzhao and Li Mengru were trapped in a location surrounded by formations that severed their connection to the outside world, which explained their complete silence. Half a day prior, deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains, a towering mountain cloaked in a chilling aura year-round bore intricate patterns resembling a spider's web, enveloping the entire desolate mountain, rendering it akin to a cage. At this moment, within the heart of this mountain, Yunzhao and Li Mengru, upon surveying their surroundings, could not help but feel their pupils constrict violently, their faces reflecting horror. As they gazed around, they beheld countless jars arranged closely, each about the size of an adult, all sealed tightly and inscribed with intricate patterns. A nauseating stench permeated the air, accompanied by a chilling aura that sent shivers down their spines. In the perception of Yunzhao and Li Mengru, each jar concealed a pulsating energy, as if a dreadful entity lay dormant within. However, these bizarre jars, while unsettling, did not instill fear in them. After all, the energy emanating from these vessels merely reached the level of the profound realm. Even if the malevolent beings within the 300 jars were to awaken simultaneously, they, as formidable practitioners of the celestial realm, would not be unduly alarmed. What truly terrified them was the presence of 18 coffins arranged within the inner circle of these 300 jars, each exuding an overwhelmingly sinister aura. The vibrations emanating from within the coffins even suggested that they housed entities of celestial caliber. This implied that within these coffins lay 18 terrifying beings of the celestial realm. Adding to the horror, at the center of these 18 coffins stood an ancient altar constructed entirely from bones, upon which rested a blood-red sarcophagus. An incredibly eerie and malevolent energy continuously seeped from this crimson coffin, seemingly nourishing the surrounding coffins and grotesque forms. Such a terrifying energy fluctuation. Could it be that a sacred realm entity slumbered within that blood-red coffin? Upon contemplating this possibility, Yunzhao and Li Mengru exchanged a glance, their pupils narrowing to pinpricks. If these malevolent beings were to be disturbed, even their strength as celestial realm practitioners would render them vulnerable to being torn apart in an instant. Cackling. Who would have thought that two purine bodies would intrude? They shall be reduced to bloodthirsty corpses. Just as Yunzhao and Li Mengru prepared to cautiously retreat from the cave, a hoarse voice suddenly echoed within. The intricate patterns that adorned the mountains shimmered with a dark luminescence at that moment. The blood-red coffin on the skeletal altar trembled slightly, releasing an overwhelming chill of corpse energy. This is not good. Seeing this scene unfold, both Yunzhao and Li Mengru immediately summoned their powers, forming a barrier of true essence around them. Cackling. If you awaken them, you shall surely perish. The choice lay in whether to gradually succumb to the corpse energy or to risk awakening these entities, with the initiative firmly in their hands. Upon sensing the surge of power from Yunzhao and Li Mengru, the hoarse voice reverberated through the cave once more, causing their expressions to darken. Yet, they refrained from launching any attacks that might disturb the slumbering entities. Instead, they stood back to back, coalescing their true essence shields to fend off the encroaching corpse energy. Disturbing these malevolent beings would mean instant death. Choosing to defend, they could endure for a time. The only hope for the disciples of the xuanhuan sect is that, upon realizing their disappearance, their fellow sisters will venture to the 10,000 Great Mountains to seek them out. Should this occur, they might still cling to a thread of survival. The image of Yunzhao, the sixth elder of the xuanhuan sect, comes to mind. It is unexpected that two elders of the celestial realm from xuanhuan sect have inadvertently stumbled into this place of hidden corpses, and now the situation has grown rather troublesome. As Yunzhao and Li Mengru find themselves ensnared in a life-and-death crisis, outside the shadowy cavern of Yin Mountain, the southern king Yang Paijun gazes at the crystal ball hovering in the hands of the cloaked elder. Recognizing Yunzhao and Li Mengru, his expression darkens, resembling still waters. Although the entire cave is ensnared in an intricate web, preventing any information from reaching the outside world, the simultaneous disappearance of two esteemed elders will undoubtedly be noticed by the others within the sect, prompting them to embark on a quest to the 10,000 Great Mountains. At that juncture, this graveyard of corpses is likely to be exposed. What is there to fear? This batch of corpse spirits has been thoroughly refined. Although I inadvertently activated the formation that allowed these two to stumble in, if they wish to avoid an early demise, they will not provoke these corpse spirits. Moreover, the mere presence of corpse chi would require at least 3 days to erode the will of the celestial realm experts and induce a transformation into corpses. Until they sense their impending doom, they will not act recklessly. During these 3 days, we shall have ample time to breach the stronghold of the Qingxiu Fox clan and seize the bloodline of the celestial fox along with the soul-devouring flower. Upon hearing Yang Pejun's words, the cloaked elder replied in a hoarse voice. The Southern King, upon hearing this, felt a shiver run through him, gradually regaining his composure. This time, he personally heads to the 10,000 Great Mountains, mobilizing all the powerful forces of the Southern King's manor, alongside the might of the Cloaked Elder's faction, sufficient to annihilate the Qingxiu Fox clan. Once they obtain the Celestial Fox bloodline and the soul-devouring flower, they will be able to concoct the soul-devouring goo, granting them complete control over all the corpse spirits within the cavern. At that point, with a saint-level corpse spirit as their trump card, along with 12 celestial realm corpse spirits and 300 profound realm corpse spirits, combined with their original strength, this force will be enough to sweep across the entire Daiqian dynasty, obliterating the imperial family and restoring the glory of the Deluo dynasty. Furthermore, Yang Pejun can shed his title as Southern King and ascend as the sovereign of this land. In order to avert any unforeseen circumstances, let us launch an assault on the Qingxiu Fox clan now. With this thought in mind, the Southern King cast his gaze deep into the 10,000 Great Mountains and spoke with a voice that resonated ominously. As you wish. I shall now summon all the powerful members of the Mo family. I hope that when the Southern King achieves success, you will not forget our agreement. The Cloaked Elder chuckled hoarsely in response, then formed a seal, enveloping the entire Een Mountain in thick mist once more. A terrifying aura of killing intent looms over the Qingxiu Fox clan. Chapter 134. My son Xiao Chen possesses the grace of a romantic hero. Unbeknownst to Xiao Chen and his companions, the crisis faced by the Qingxiu Fox clan and Yuanzhou was unfolding. After several hours of rapid flight, they finally approached Luyan City. However, as they neared the Xiao family estate, Xiao Chen sensed something amiss below. The entire Xiao family was enveloped in a crimson glow, exuding an air of impending peril. This sudden realization caused Xiao Chen's gaze to sharpen. The Senluo blood prison array had indeed been activated. Could it be that during his absence, the Xiao family had encountered a formidable attack? As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Chen waved his hand, prompting the 100 Flowers boat to plunge downward. Just as the vessel neared 100 feet above the Xiao family estate, a hoarse voice resonated in that moment. The scum of Tai's sword sect, if you wish to harm the Xiao family of Luyan City, you must first step over my corpse. As the voice echoed, an elderly man with gray hair, yet possessing a resolute visage and exuding overwhelming combat intent, soared skyward from within the Xiao estate. This man was none other than the former city lord of Tiandu and the grandfather of Murong Qingxue, Murong Bo. Grandfather? Upon witnessing Murong Bo's fierce demeanor, Xiao Chen's brow furrowed slightly, and he promptly descended from the 100 Flowers boat. Is something amiss in the Xiao family? Almost as soon as the words left his lips, Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense, detecting the presence of Xiao Zhan and other high-ranking members of the Xiao clan, as well as Xiao Mayer and Yun Shi, all of whom were within the estate and exuding a steady aura, indicating that all was well. With this, Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Young master? Upon seeing the figure soaring from the 100 Flowers boat, Murong Bo was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming in astonishment. Flying through the air was a feat achievable only by those at the Cave Heaven realm and above. Just a short while ago in Tiandu City, Xiao Chen was merely at the Spirit Aperture realm. Who could have anticipated that in less than half a month, he would have broken through to the Cave Heaven realm? What an astounding rate of advancement. Grandfather. As Murong Bo stood in shock, Murong Qingxue, aboard the 100 Flowers boat, waved eagerly at him. Qingxue? Hearing that familiar voice, Murong Bo turned his gaze toward the vessel. Upon seeing Murong Qingxue in her current state, he was rendered speechless, unable to suppress the urge to rub his eyes. What is happening? Why has Qingxue's hair turned completely white? Murong Qingxue's new appearance. No, her aura. By the heavens. The 8th level of the Spirit Aperture realm? Just moments ago, He had been puzzled by the transformation of her hair, but now, sensing her cultivation level, Murongbo felt his jaw nearly drop in disbelief. When Murong Qingxue departed Tiandu City, her cultivation had barely reached the 4th level of the Spirit Aperture realm. In less than half a month, Murong Qingxue's cultivation has unexpectedly ascended to the 8th level of the Spirit Aperture realm. Old Master, please descend for now. Observing the members of the Xiao family gazing upwards, Xiao Chen uttered a remark to Murongbo before he bent forward and dashed towards the inner courtyard of the Xiao family. As he formed a seal with his hands, the ominous blood prison formation enveloping the Xiao family was simultaneously lifted. This caused Xiao Zhan and the others below to be taken aback. What is happening? Is the formation malfunctioning? Witnessing the grand formation retracting back into the formation plate, Xiao Zhan's pupils constricted sharply, and he turned his gaze to the newcomer. Chin'er. Little Chun. Upon seeing Xiao Chun descending from above, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi exclaimed in astonishment, their faces a mixture of joy and disbelief. Father, esteemed elders, I have returned. Looking at the familiar faces before him, Xiao Chun smiled lightly. Ha ha ha, it is good to be back. We thought those ruffians from the Tai Sword sect had come knocking, but it turns out to be you, my boy. Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi approached with excitement. In the midst of their joy, as if recalling something, they hurriedly scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for someone's presence. By the way, where is Queen Medusa? Why do we not see her? After glancing around and noticing that the alluring figure was not alongside Xiao Chun, Xiao Mingyi cautiously inquired. With the enmity between the Tai Sword sect and the Xiao family, if Queen Medusa were to lend her aid, the Xiao family would have no reason to fear the Tai Sword sect. Old fellow, do you seek this king for something? Just as Xiao Mingyi finished speaking, a cold voice echoed, and Kai Yin, gripping Murong Qingxue's shoulder, materialized like a phantom. Hiss, so beautiful. Upon witnessing Kai Yin's sudden appearance behind Xiao Chun, Xiao Mingyi and the others stumbled back in shock, their expressions filled with astonishment. This uncanny ability seems even more terrifying than before. However, upon noticing several white-haired women beside Kai Yin, Xiao Mingyi gritted his teeth, ultimately refraining from uttering the name Queen Medusa. At this moment, they were unaware that Kai Yin no longer feared the exposure of her identity, believing she still had to conceal it. Kai Yin, do not be mischievous. Seeing this scene unfold, Xiao Chun felt a sense of helplessness. It was merely Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qixiong who had encouraged his daughter to associate with him. This queen seemed to still hold a grudge about it, finding amusement in frightening these two old men. After clearing his throat, Xiao Chen introduced to Xiao Zhan and the others. This is Murong Qingxue, the granddaughter of Old Master Murong, and also one of my cherished companions. These are the elders of the xuanhuan, who are likewise my esteemed confidants. What? Xuanhuan? Before Xiao Chun could finish his introduction, Xiao Zhan and the others were so startled that their legs went weak. Almost collapsing to the ground, Xiao Zhan was taken aback. The Flower Gate. This was one of the 5 foremost powers within the Great Qin dynasty, and even a single elder from their ranks could obliterate Luyin City. To his astonishment, Xiao Chun had returned with several elders from the Flower Gate. Who were these esteemed ladies? As his mind reeled from the shock, Xiao Zhan struggled to articulate his inquiry. I am Lu Hanfei, the 4th elder of the Flower Gate. I am Yang Ziqiong, the 3rd elder of the Flower Gate. I am Li Qingying, the 5th elder of the Flower Gate. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's question, Lu Hanfei and the others responded with a certain formality, their voices laced with respect. In terms of cultivation, they could extinguish Xiao Zhan with a mere flick of their finger. In terms of experience, they had ventured into the world long before Xiao Zhan was even born. However, Xiao Zhan was the father of young Master Xiao, and they could not afford to underestimate him. Elders of the Flower Gate hold ranks? Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi gasped in disbelief, their expressions reflecting utter incredulity. They had thought these individuals were merely ordinary deacon elders of the Flower Gate, not realizing they belonged to the upper echelons. As far as they knew, the top-ranked elders of the Flower Gate were all transcendents who had lived for over a century. Xiao Chen had somehow entangled himself with several transcendents of the Flower Gate. The realization sent Xiao Zhan and the others into a frenzy, their faces flushing with excitement rather than anger. Though they found it hard to comprehend why the typically aloof women of the Flower Gate would be enamored enough to return with Xiao Chen. One thing was clear, with these formidable women in their corner, who would dare challenge the Xiao family within 1,000 miles? In that moment, Xiao Zhan felt an urge to laugh joyously towards the heavens. Despite the fact that these women were significantly older than he was, all he wanted to do was proclaim, "My son Xiao Chen is a romantic genius." Chapter 135. Every matter has its cause and effect. One can only blame fate for being born in the wrong place. Has something occurred with the Xiao family? Noticing the ecstatic expressions of Xiao Zhan and the others, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow and inquired, "It is the Tai Sword sect." Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xiao Zhan sighed heavily. Less than 10 days after you left Luyan City, individuals from the Tai Sword sect approached the Xiao family. Initially, it was a young man accompanied by 2 elders who presented your likeness and questioned whether you were a member of the Xiao family. We then sensed that this was likely an enemy you had provoked, and we promptly activated the protective formation. Upon realizing the truth of your identity, the 3 of them launched an attack on the Xiao family. Fortunately, they only had 1 individual of the Transcendence realm among them, and their combined efforts could not breach our formation's defenses. Afterward, the few individuals could only leave in frustration, not anticipating that 2 days later, they would return with 2 formidable experts from the Profound Realm. Even with our protective heavenly tier formation, we could hardly withstand their onslaught. Fortunately, just as we were on the brink of collapse, the venerable Mr. Murong appeared in the nick of time, joining forces with us to successfully repel these powerful adversaries. From Mr. Murong, we learned that they were formidable members of the Tai Sword sect, along with some matters concerning you in Tiandu City. Recalling the recent crisis we faced, Xiao Zhan and the others felt a lingering dread. Had it not been for Xiao Chen leaving behind the Sunluo blood prison array, along with numerous spirit crystals and precious elixirs entrusted to Murong Bo to bring to the Xiao family in Luyan City, the Xiao family would likely have been annihilated by now. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan recount these events, Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing within. This individual truly did not know the meaning of danger. After establishing enmity in Tiandu City, he sought to trouble him through Yang Xiao. Little did he expect that upon returning to the Tai Sword sect, he would not remain idle and would come to Luyan City. It was as if he were eagerly courting death, fearing he wouldn't savor the warmth of it. "My lord, do you require me to make a trip now?" Seemingly sensing the murderous aura emanating from Xiao Chen, Kai Yin inquired in a solemn tone. "There's no rush. If these individuals are consumed by greed, they may very well return," Xiao Chen replied calmly, shaking his head. However, before he could complete his thought, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air from a distance, followed by an arrogant voice resounding, "You lowly slaves of the Xiao family, this time, I have brought several powerful experts from the Tai Sword sect to descend upon you. I shall see how your Xiao family intends to withstand us." As this proclamation echoed, a beam of sword light suddenly descended from the heavens, indiscriminately aiming to cleave down upon the Xiao family below. This scene caused Kai Yin and the others to gaze coldly, lifting their heads to discover a group standing upon a gigantic flying sword in the nearby void. The one who struck was an elderly figure in white, standing at the forefront of the flying sword. This person was Wang Yanfeng, the esteemed master of Li Hai and one of the high elders of the Tai Sword sect. His disciple had been cruelly slain, and despite coming to the Xiao family twice, he had suffered defeat each time. Since a feud with the Xiao family had already been established, the Tai Sword sect felt compelled to eliminate any future threats. Moreover, a small, remote family possessing a heavenly tier formation was a sheer waste of such treasures. Only a top-tier force like the Tai Sword sect, which holds a prominent position within the region of Huangzhou, is worthy of such a heavenly tier formation. Thus, after much persuasion, he finally convinced the upper echelons of the Tai Sword sect to expend their full strength to eradicate the Xiao family and seize that heavenly tier formation for themselves. With sufficient confidence, Wang Yanfeng was unceremonious. The moment he approached the Xiao family, he unleashed a lethal technique. Even if he could not breach the Xiao family's protective formation, he could still project an imposing aura, seeking death. Upon witnessing the descending sword light from above, Xiao Chen was immediately engulfed by a murderous intent. However, before he could utter a word, Kai Yin suddenly raised her hand. The entire expanse seemed to freeze in time. The sword light, which Wang Yanfeng had unleashed, was abruptly suspended in midair. Insects, perish. Following this, as Wang Yanfeng and his companions gazed in horror, Kai Yin calmly uttered a few words without lifting her head, merely gesturing into the void. In an instant, it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. A cataclysmic force materialized around Wang Yanfeng and Nalan Shiji, and in the next moment, it engulfed them like a tsunami. Nalan Shiji, Wang Yanfeng, and the other members of Tai's sword sect, at that moment, could not even emit a scream before being reduced to ashes by this overwhelming power. This scene left Xiao Zhan and Murong Bo, among others, utterly stunned. Their mouths gaped instinctively, and their legs trembled uncontrollably. It was known that Nalan Shiji and Wang Yanfeng were hovering 300 zhang above the Xiao family, and among them were several profound realm experts. Even those at the celestial realm could not possibly extinguish so many powerful beings from such a distance, could they? Alas, they have all turned to ash. Xiao Chen glanced at the sky, his face twitching slightly. Such a plethora of corpses was truly a waste. Young master, I have retained the spatial rings and mystical weapons. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's murmurs, Kai Yin softly responded, with a gentle wave of her right hand. Several spatial rings and swords floated downwards. Medusa Queen, dressed as a modern housewife. Indeed, next time, I must ensure they remain whole, so that I may offer them salvation. After imparting this lesson to Kai Yin, Xiao Chen casually collected the spatial rings and swords. This haul, regardless of the Tai sword sect's poverty, should net him a substantial score, perhaps over 100,000 points. Do you possess the coordinates of the Tai sword sect? Just as Xiao Zhan and the others were still in a state of shock, Kai Yin suddenly inquired, causing them to shudder. You wish to annihilate the Tai sword sect? Xiao Zhan and the others' pupils constricted, their faces reflecting sheer terror. They suddenly recalled that in recent days, rumors had circulated in Luyun City that the 5 foremost powers of the Dacian dynasty, the Flame Valley, were mysteriously obliterated overnight by an enigmatic force. Moreover, Murong Bo had mentioned that Xiao Chen had a confrontation with the Flame Valley's young master when he was in Tiandu City, coupled with Kai Yin's demonstration of devastating power. A single thought surged within Xiao Zhan and the others. Could it be that the Flame Valley was annihilated by the Medusa Queen? As the saying goes, when will grievances be resolved? Given that the conflict between the Xiao family and the Tai sword sect has reached an impasse, it might be a kindness to erase them from this world, thus liberating their descendants from a future burdened by hatred. Amidst the astonishment of Xiao Zhan and the others, Xiao Chen spoke calmly. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. The Tai sword sect has attacked the Xiao family thrice. Had I not been prepared, the Xiao family would have faced annihilation long ago. Therefore, every action has its consequence. The demise of the others from the Tai sword sect is merely a result of their unfortunate choices. Chapter 136. The astonishing impact Xiao Chen has on women is indeed terrifying. Upon acquiring the maps of the Tai sword sect and the Nalan family, Kai Yin wasted no words, effortlessly tearing through the fabric of space, leaving Xiao Zhan and the others in a state of shock. She tore through space. Is she a saint-level powerhouse? As they gazed at the mending rift in space, their voices trembled in disbelief. Indeed, Kai Yin has recently ascended to the saint realm. Xiao Chen affirmed with a nod, nearly sending Xiao Zhan and the others into a state of panic. A saint-level powerhouse. This is a figure at the pinnacle of the 7 great dynasties of the Eastern Wilderness, capable of obliterating Luyun City with a mere thought. And now, such a formidable being stands before them, a member of their Xiao family. It felt like a dream. Chinner, how far have things progressed with Queen Medusa? Immediately, as if recalling something, Xiao Zhan took a deep breath and asked with a quiver in his voice. Since Xiao Chen departed from the Xiao family, Queen Medusa had shown interest in him, and the past month and a half had left them wondering about any substantial developments between the two. She is already my woman, Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile. Though his words were not loud, they struck Xiao Zhan and the others like a thunderclap. Queen Medusa has become Xiao Chen's woman? In less than a month, he has conquered this formidable queen, who is also a saint-level powerhouse. Is Xiao Chen's ability to charm women not a bit too terrifying? Young master, we must take our leave. Yang Ziqiang and Lu Hanfei exchanged glances, their expressions serious as they addressed Xiao Chen. Although they longed to linger with him for a few days, the pressure of not having located Yunhao and Li Mengru weighed heavily upon them. Thus, they needed to hasten to the 10,000 great mountains to find the two. Very well, do take care, Xiao Chen replied, nodding without attempting to retain them. Then, as if struck by an idea, Xiao Chen produced a communication jade pendant. This communication jade pendant has been meticulously refined by me through a unique method. allowing it to disregard the restrictions of all formations below the saint level. Should you find yourselves in peril, you may use it to send word to me. As he spoke, Xiao Chen gently waved his hand, causing the pendant to float towards them. This pendant was an impulsive creation of his, upgraded at the cost of 150,000 points. He initially intended to explore whether upgrading the pendant to the saint level would enable it to possess extraordinary communication capabilities, such as transmitting messages across distances, conveying images, or even transferring objects remotely. However, it became apparent that he had overestimated its capabilities. While it could indeed transmit messages and images over distance, the transfer of objects seemed to exceed its limitations. Fortunately, this pendant could bypass heavenly-level formations and most saint-level formations, rendering his investment of 150,000 points not in vain. It might prove invaluable in critical moments. The notion that it could ignore all formations below the saint level was met with astonishment from Lu Hanfei, Yang Ziqiang, and the others as they gazed at the pendant. Yun Zhira and Li Mengru seemed to be ensnared by formations. If they could locate the two, it would be ideal for a successful rescue. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, this pendant would serve as their lifeline. Thank you, my lord. Lu Hanfei expressed her gratitude with a respectful bow as they received the pendant. Yang Ziqiang even rushed to Xiao Chen's side and gave him a quick kiss. My lord, when we return from the 10,000 mountains, we shall serve you well. Furthermore, we will bring junior sister Zhira and junior sister Mengru into your embrace as well. Without waiting for Xiao Chen's response, Yang Ziqiang and the others soared into the sky, darting towards the 10,000 mountains. Though their words were not loud, they reached the ears of Xiao Zhan and the others, leaving them in a state of disbelief, as if their worldview had shattered. Could these truly be the words of an elder from the 10,000 Flower sect? The notion that several individuals wished to serve Xiao Chen together, and even to involve two other junior sisters, was utterly bewildering. Was it the world that had gone mad, or were they simply lagging behind? The extent of Xiao Chen's allure to women was terrifying beyond measure. As Yang Ziqiang and the others departed, Xiao Chen exchanged pleasantries with Xiao Zhan and the others before assisting them in upgrading their martial arts talents. With the support of Kai Yin and the 10,000 Flower sect, coupled with his own cultivation having reached the Nirvana realm, the Xiao family could no longer offer him significant aid. Yet, out of consideration for being part of the Xiao family, Xiao Chen was not inclined to neglect them. After some effort, he elevated Xiao Zhan and the others' talents to the heavenly tears pinnacle, moving them to tears of joy. Subsequently, he produced a collection of elixirs to upgrade the heavenly fire heart-burning technique to the saint level, leaving Xiao Zhan and the others utterly moved. As long as Xiao Zhan and the others remain diligent, reaching the celestial realm will pose no challenge. Young master? Xiao Chen. Just as Xiao Chen finished assisting Xiao Zhan and the others in enhancing their talents, 3 ethereal figures appeared in the inner courtyard. These 3 were none other than Xiao Meier, Xiao Linger, and Yun Shi. During Xiao Chen's absence from the Xiao family, the 3 had missed him profoundly, their longing almost flowing like a river. Thus, upon sensing his return, they could no longer contain their excitement and rushed into the grand estate. Yun Shi, sisterling, Sister Meier? Upon seeing the 3 before him, Xiao Chen smiled gently. It's been a long time. You all have grown more beautiful. The sight of these familiar figures filled Xiao Chen's heart with warmth. Although their cultivation levels were comparatively modest, and they could not offer him substantial assistance, Xiao Linger and Xiao Meier were among his earliest companions, while Yun Shi held a unique significance as his devoted maid. In the next moment, as Xiao Chen spoke, Xiao Linger and Xiao Meier did not feign reserve. They dashed forward and embraced him, leaving Mu Rongqing, Shui momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, although Yun Shi yearned to rush forward and hug Xiao Chen, she ultimately suppressed her impulse, choosing instead to watch from behind with an expression of envy and a silly smile. Regardless, witnessing the young master's return was the greatest joy for her. Ahem. Young ones reunited after a long separation. We old fellows should not intrude, Xiao Zhan remarked, clearing his throat at the sight of this envious scene. And he was the first to exit the inner courtyard. Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Delong also understood the subtlety of the moment and chose not to linger, discreetly advising their respective daughters to seize the opportunity with Xiao Chen today. Meanwhile, Mu Rongbo perceived the situation as well and secretly advised Mu Rongqing, Shui, not to be jealous, emphasizing the importance of harmony and maintaining good relations with the two. As the group departed, only Xiao Chen and the women remained in the inner courtyard. Xiao Chen. Who is this? After Xiao Zhan and the others left, Xiao Linger and Xiao Meier finally realized their earlier lack of decorum and blushed as they stepped away from Xiao Chen's embrace, turning their curious gazes towards Mu Rongqing Shui. With her frost-like demeanor, flawless beauty, cascading white hair, and perfectly proportioned figure, she elicited gasps of admiration from both Xiao Linger and Xiao Meier. What a perfect woman, surpassing even us by a slight margin. This is Mu Rongqing Shui. Xiao Chen introduced. She is a few years younger than you both, and, like you, is my cherished confidant. Upon hearing the inquiries from Xiao Meier and Xiao Linger, Xiao Chen offered a gentle smile as he introduced himself. Indeed, Xiao Chen was blessed with an abundance of charm, having inadvertently captivated such a stunning sister during his outing. Xiao Meier cast a playful glare at Xiao Chen, playfully pinching his waist out of a hint of jealousy. Meanwhile, Xiao Linger curiously approached Morong Qingxue, intrigued by the strikingly snow-white hue of her hair, which exuded a radiant beauty and an ethereal elegance. Observing Murong Qingxue's luminous locks, Xiao Linger couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. How enchanting it would be to possess such a head of white hair, enhancing her own beauty manifold. As this thought crossed her mind, Xiao Linger began to envision herself adorned with flowing white tresses, her delicate face revealing a glimmer of hope and longing. Chapter 137. What exactly had Xiao Chen done during his outing? He had practiced the unique cultivation techniques of the xuanhuan sect, resulting in his hair turning white under the influence of yin energy. Noticing Xiao Linger, resembling a curious child, closely examining Morong Qingxue, Xiao Chen felt a sense of helplessness and explained. Initially, he had presumed this peculiar trait of hair turning white was a flaw in the technique. However, he later discovered it was a distinctive characteristic intentionally crafted by the Grand Yin Master of the Taint sect. Nonetheless, the white hair possessed its own unique charm, which Xiao Chen decided not to alter during his restoration. Xuanhuan sect. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, both Xiao Linger and Xiao Meier were taken aback, nearly doubting their own ears. The xuanhuan sect was regarded as a sacred realm of cultivation by countless women. Xiao Linger and Xiao Meier had once aspired to join, but their lack of martial talent, coupled with the staunch opposition from Xiao Mingyi and others, had thwarted their ambitions. To their astonishment, this sister Qingxue before them was actually a disciple of the xuanhuan sect? But wait, wasn't the xuanhuan sect known for prohibiting romantic entanglements among its disciples? How had Xiao Chen managed to attract a disciple of the xuanhuan sect? As they grappled with their astonishment, Xiao Meier voiced her confusion. Engaging in a secret liaison with a disciple of the xuanhuan sect was a grave offense. It was precisely due to this rule that Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qihong had vehemently opposed their participation in the entrance examination of the xuanhuan sect. That was the xuanhuan sect of the past, Morong Qingxue interjected, clarifying. The current sect leader and the top 5 elders are all women of the young master. In other words, the higher-ups of the xuanhuan sect heed the young master's wishes, allowing me to cultivate their techniques even without joining the sect. Moreover, the techniques of the xuanhuan sect have been refined with the young master's assistance. What? The commotion occurring outside had been overwhelmingly loud. To avoid causing trouble for their family, they remained hidden within the chamber, thus failing to notice Lu Hanfei and Yang Ziqiu. Upon hearing Murong Qingxue's words, Xiao Linger and Xiao Meier were utterly astonished. The senior members of the xuanhuan sect are, in fact, Xiao Chen's women. Goodness gracious! What has this younger brother of Xiao Chen been up to during his outings? I shall explain these matters to you later. If you both desire to cultivate this particular technique, I am more than capable of imparting it to you. Observing the astonished expressions on Xiao Meier and Xiao Linger's faces, Xiao Chen cleared his throat and spoke with earnestness. We can learn as well. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's statement, Xiao Meier and Xiao Linger were filled with delight. Yet, in the next moment, their expressions turned somewhat disheartened as they hesitantly remarked. Our innate talents and comprehension are rather lacking. It is likely we won't grasp such an advanced technique even after a year or more. Their appearances were indeed striking. Yet their innate talents fell short. Even their comprehension was merely mediocre, which left them feeling quite ashamed. Fear not, for I possess special methods that will allow you to comprehend the fundamentals immediately. Moreover, I have ways to enhance your martial talents. As Xiao Meier and Xiao Linger wore faces of despair, Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively. Previously, He had secretly improved their talents. And with the support of the Xiao family's resources, they had made significant breakthroughs during this time. Xiao Linger had attained the 9th level of xuanhuan, while Xiao Meyer had reached the 8th level. Although this progress was commendable in Xiao Chen's eyes, it was still far too weak, easily extinguishable with a mere flick of his hand. Their cultivation must be elevated without delay. Xiao Chen's thoughtfulness was truly remarkable. After he spoke, both Xiao Meyer and Xiao Linger gazed at him with tender eyes. Following a shared glance, they suddenly turned to Murong Qingxue and Yunxi, saying, "Qingxue, dear sister, and little Yunxi, your brother Xiao Chen will not be able to accompany you today. Let him spend time with you tomorrow instead. We have many whispered secrets to share with our brother Xiao Chen." Upon hearing Xiao Meyer and Xiao Linger speak in such perfect harmony, both Murong Qingxue and Yunxi were momentarily taken aback, as was Xiao Chen, who wore a perplexed expression. "Brother Xiao Chen, come with your sister to the chamber for a proper discussion. You must recount everything you have experienced during this time, in detail." Before Xiao Chen could respond, he was forcibly whisked away by the two. "Ah, you must be Yunxi, correct? Could you recount to me the past of young Master Xiao?" After Xiao Chen and the others departed, Murong Qingxue turned her gaze to Yunxi, gently initiating the conversation. She had heard Xiao Chen mention that Yunxi was his personal maid and one of his closest confidants. Thus, at this moment, Murong Qingxue exhibited great courtesy towards Yunxi, showing no disdain for her lack of cultivation. Inside the private chamber, under the watchful gaze of the two women, Xiao Chen recounted the events he had experienced since departing from the Xiao family. Upon concluding his narrative, Xiao Chen employed the abilities of his system to enhance the martial arts talents of the two women. Each consumed 18,000 points of system credits to elevate their talents from the earth level to the saint level. Subsequently, he expended an additional 20,000 points to directly impart the xuanhuan Yujing to them. After Xiao Chen established a gathering spirit formation to condense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Xiao Meyer and Xiao Linger began to practice the xuanhuan Yujing, transforming their inner true essence entirely into xuanhuan true essence. In a remarkably short span, their cultivation progressed rapidly, each breaking through to the spirit aperture realm, with their once black hair now transformed to pure white. Indeed, Xiao Meyer's new appearance with white hair was striking. With over 228,000 points remaining, he still had ample resources to indulge for a while longer. Observing Xiao Meyer and Xiao Linger engrossed in their cultivation, Xiao Chen refrained from interrupting them. After glancing at the remaining balance of his points, he rose and exited the chamber. Since returning from the Orchid sect, his points had surpassed 270,000, but within just 2 or 3 days, he had expended over 60,000. Fortunately, the remnants from several members of the Tai Sword sect had replenished him with over 100,000 points, allowing his balance to remain at 228,000. He contemplated visiting Yunxi, pondering whether there might be a way to assist her in awakening her bloodline in advance. As this thought settled in his mind, Xiao Chen opened the chamber door, only to discover that several individuals were already waiting outside. Chapter 138. Once everything is settled, I shall accompany you back to the Serpent People clan. Young master? Sir? Upon the door's opening, both Yunxi and Murong Qingxue displayed expressions of delight, while Xiao Chen felt a tinge of frustration. Have you both been waiting here all night? He inquired, his tone tinged with resignation upon witnessing their joyful countenances. Not at all. It was Sister Cayenne who mentioned you would be coming out, prompting us to hurry here, Murong Qingxue replied, shaking her head. Her voice tinged with a hint of shyness. They were certainly not the type to eavesdrop like curious maidens, standing foolishly outside all night. However, as she spoke, Yunxi appeared somewhat guilty. Her concern stemmed from the thought that, having returned after much difficulty, she had failed to adequately attend to Xiao Chen. The last thing she wanted was for him to accumulate frustration and vent it upon someone else, to prevent Xiao Meyer and the others from continuing to guard him. This little maid felt compelled to do something to make their young master feel the warmth of home. With this resolve settling in her heart, Yunxi's gaze grew increasingly determined, and she made a silent decision. Cayenne has returned? Upon hearing Murong Qingxue's words, Xiao Chen's eyes glimmered with a flicker of enlightenment. Almost simultaneously as his voice faded, the space ahead subtly distorted, and the figure of Cayenne emerged. Young master, this is all the resources obtained from the annihilation of the Tai Sword sect and the Nalan family. Noticing Xiao Chen's expression, Kai Yin immediately grasped the situation. She raised her hand to produce a storage ring. Indeed, well done, Xiao Chen acknowledged with a nod, accepting the ring. Soon after, as if struck by a thought, his gaze shifted towards Murong Qingxue. Qingxue, the Nailan family and the Murong family have had some historical ties. Now that the Nailan family has been eradicated, your grandfather must be feeling quite disheartened. Perhaps you should go and console him. The Nailan and Murong families were once close allies, but had gradually drifted apart over time. Now, due to the foolish actions of Nailan Shiji, the entire family had been uprooted. Even if Murong Bo deemed this action justifiable, it surely weighed heavily on his heart. Very well, I shall go check on grandfather, Murong Qingxue replied with a nod, promptly departing the courtyard. As she left, an eerie silence enveloped the garden. Kai Yin gazed up at the distant sky, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. This scene caused Xiao Chen's gaze to sharpen, as if a realization dawned upon him. Had something transpired with the Serpent people? When Kai Yin broke through to the sacred realm, she had utilized the unique secret techniques of the Medusa Queen lineage to inform the Serpent people of her survival. Now, the sorrow etched on her face suggested that she was indeed worried about the Serpent people tribe. Indeed, nothing escapes the young master's notice. Kai Yin affirmed in response to Xiao Chen's observation. Messages have arrived from the Serpent people. The Tianling dynasty is stirring. They have even dispatched several individuals into the endless desert, seemingly to gather intelligence on the Serpent people. However, as of now, there has been no significant action, merely clandestine plotting. Xiao Chen's expression grew serious as he processed this information, his gaze flickering. The endless desert, home to the Serpent people, lay at the juncture of the Dacian dynasty and the Tianling dynasty, rendering it a vulnerable position. Currently, the Dacian royal family was weakened, and with the ancestral elder in seclusion, they were unlikely to act against the Serpent people. However, the Tianling dynasty differed. Though established less than a millennium ago, it possessed a strength that subtly eclipsed that of the Dacian dynasty. Furthermore, the ancestral elder of the Tianling dynasty had long since entered the sacred realm and was at the pinnacle of his powers. Most importantly, the Tianling dynasty had always eyed the Dacian dynasty covetously, harboring intentions to extinguish the Serpent people and absorb the Dacian dynasty. The previous generation of the Medusa Queen fought valiantly, and it was through the deep-rooted heritage of the Serpent people that the tribe was preserved under the reign of the Celestial Wolf dynasty. Thus, in a certain sense, the Serpent people harbor a profound animosity towards the Celestial Wolf dynasty, which naturally includes Kai Yin, the current Medusa Queen. After all, the former Medusa Queen was her mother, whom she had never met. Once I have settled the matters concerning the Xiao family and ensured that nothing untoward occurs at the Xuanhuan gate, I will accompany you back to the Serpent people. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chen spoke with a gentle smile. What? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, both Kai Yin and Yun, she turned to him in unison. They were taken aback by the unexpected willingness of Xiao Chen to accompany her to the Serpent people, stirring feelings of warmth and gratitude within Kai Yin. She felt so moved that she contemplated marrying Xiao Chen, envisioning a wedding photo adorned with the Medusa Queen's gown. Meanwhile, Yun, she felt a mix of anxiety and reluctance. It was surprising that the young master had only returned for a couple of days before planning another journey to the Serpent people. If he were to leave this time, their separation would be prolonged. Young master, if you go to the Serpent people, may I accompany you? The thought of being without Xiao Chen felt akin to a part of her soul being missing. Yun, she looked up at him, her voice tinged with uncertainty. The endless desert is perilous. What business do you have in such a tumult? Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback by her words, affectionately ruffling her hair. As long as she could remain by the young master's side, Yun, she feared no danger. Sensing the warmth of Xiao Chen's hand, she resolutely declared, though I possess no cultivation, I will not be a burden to you. If you encounter any peril, you need not concern yourself with my fate. I would willingly stand in harm's way for you. To offer my life for your safety would be the greatest joy of my existence. Observing her delicate features as she uttered such seemingly humorous, yet somewhat bittersweet sentiments, Xiao Chen found himself momentarily speechless. He was aware of his significance to Yun, but was astonished to realize how profoundly she regarded it. The notion that she would expect to be discarded in danger, or even used as a shield, made him realize she viewed herself merely as a tool. You foolish girl, what nonsense are you saying? You have yet to awaken your bloodline. You are not worthless. Do not underestimate your own worth. While feeling a surge of emotion, Xiao Chen could not resist giving her a gentle tap on the head. Young master, is it true that there lies a powerful bloodline within me, rather than being a mere waste incapable of cultivation? Upon hearing Xiao Chen mention the bloodline again, Yunxi bit her lip and looked up, her inquiry urgent. Previously, she had believed that even without cultivation, she could remain by Xiao Chen's side, assisting him with laundry, cooking, and other tasks, contributing in every possible way to alleviate his burdens. As time progressed, Xiao Chen's cultivation grew increasingly formidable, rendering her presence somewhat superfluous, particularly upon witnessing the enchanting Medusa Queen before her, who not only could protect the young master, but also perform various tasks for him. She felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority and helplessness. This ignited within Yunxi an unprecedented yearning for power. Should she cultivate normally, she could remain by the young master's side, serving him in ways far more significant than merely pouring tea. After Yunxi posed her question, Kaiyan's gaze sharpened. Though she was not fully aware of Yunxi's circumstances, after advancing to the Saint Realm, she became acutely aware of the formidable bloodline power hidden within Yunxi. Even the bloodline of the devouring python within her sensed a certain trepidation. This suggested that the bloodline contained within Yunxi was of a higher caliber than her own. Unless her bloodline underwent further evolution, she could not hope to compare with this young girl. This sparked her curiosity. What kind of bloodline power resided within Yunxi? Since you are so eager to know, let me enlighten you, Xiao Chen said gravely, employing his identification ability on Yunxi once more. You are actually the lost imperial daughter of the ancient Moon clan, possessing the bloodline of the ancient Moon Demon Cloud Rabbit. The ancient Moon Demon Cloud Rabbit. Yunxi blinked in confusion at the unfamiliar term. However, Kaiyan's pupils constricted sharply upon hearing it. In her bloodline's ancestral memories, this was a primordial species capable of rivaling the nine-colored devouring python. Royal bloodlines of this nature could typically ascend to the supreme realm, and with certain opportunities, even surpass to the emperor realm. To think this little girl bore such an extraordinary bloodline. The ancient Moon Demon Cloud Rabbit was a savage species from antiquity, naturally able to swallow clouds and exhale mist while absorbing lunar energy, ultimately evolving into the ancient Moon clan to which her maternal lineage belonged. The royal bloodline of the ancient Moon Demon Cloud Rabbit coursed through her veins, albeit sealed by a powerful entity. This was the reason for her inability to cultivate. With his enhanced abilities, Xiao Chen could now discern more foundational information about Yunxi. What must Yunxi do to break the seal on her bloodline? I wish to become strong enough to protect the young master properly. Yunxi felt somewhat perplexed, finally lifting her head with a face full of yearning. The terms savage alien species and royal bloodline were utterly beyond her comprehension. She was equally bewildered about why she was the lost princess of the ancient Moon clan, where her biological parents were, or whether their abandonment of her was due to some unforeseen circumstance. These matters held no significance for her. After all, everything she possessed now was bestowed upon her by the Xiao family and Xiao Chen. Her sole desire was to protect Xiao Chen and the Xiao family. Another illustration of Yunxi, crafted by the author themselves, would serve as her image from then on. This bloodline seal must have been implanted by your parents. Even your sister Kaiyan would be incapable of forcibly breaking it, Xiao Chen remarked, scrutinizing Yunxi, his expression growing increasingly grave. To lift the bloodline seal, one must either find a formidable being above the supreme realm, who can unseal it without causing you harm, or allow your emotional fluctuations to reach a certain peak, stirring the dormant bloodline of the ancient Moon Demon Rabbit within you, thereby dissolving the seal during the awakening process. However, both methods are inadvisable. Just as a glimmer of excitement flickered in Yunxi's eyes, Xiao Chen doused it with cold water. The bloodline seal within you not only protects you, but also nurtures and purifies your bloodline. If you were to forcibly awaken it before the nurturing process is complete, it would merely deplete your bloodline potential. The optimal approach is to allow your bloodline to naturally mature. Once its purity reaches a certain level, the seal will naturally dissolve. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Yunxi momentarily stood in stunned silence, then uncertainly inquired, "Young master, how much longer will it take for my bloodline to fully mature?" Based on the current rate of refinement, it will take at least 10 years, and possibly as long as 20 to 30, Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile. According to his assessment, the quality of the bloodline within Yunxi was exceptionally high, belonging to the royal lineage of the ancient moon demon rabbit, albeit intermingled with human blood. This bloodline seal continuously refines her bloodline, converting the human lineage into nourishment for the ancient moon demon rabbit bloodline, making it increasingly pure. This process requires an exceptionally lengthy duration and necessitates the absorption of lunar power for transformation. 10 years at the very least, or even 20 to 30. Yunqi's face paled, her gaze dimming in an instant. Such an extended period, who could possibly endure it? Enough, there's no need for you to feel despondent. This is merely the time required for natural nurturing without external assistance. However, if we can locate treasures imbued with lunar power for you to consume and digest, the completion of your bloodline's nurturing can be expedited, and the time to lift the seal will be significantly reduced. Upon witnessing the look of disappointment on Yunqi's face, Xiao Chen gently ruffled her hair. Due to the exceptional quality of her bloodline, she had already reached the imperial tier. However, the mingling of her human ancestry rendered her bloodline impure, preventing him from enhancing it to facilitate her awakening of bloodline powers. Moreover, the points required to elevate an imperial-grade bloodline were unfathomably high, far beyond his current means. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to seek out celestial treasures infused with lunar essence, enabling Yunqi to consume them and accelerate the fusion of her bloodline. Once the bloodline of the wild moon demon rabbit within her successfully melded with her human bloodline and awakened, the seal on her bloodline would naturally be lifted. At that moment, her cultivation would soar to an astonishing realm. Really? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Yunqi looked up in surprise. It turned out that by consuming celestial treasures, she could hasten the awakening of her bloodline. However, with her current lack of cultivation, how could she embark on the quest for these treasures? Do not worry about the treasures. I shall assist you in finding them soon. In the meantime, you simply need to remain patiently at the Xiao residence and await my return to help you awaken your bloodline. Xiao Chen reassured her with a gentle smile, seemingly sensing her anxiety. Thank you, young master, Yunqi replied, her face beaming with joy. She nearly wanted to leap forward and kiss Xiao Chen, but with Cayenne present, she felt a tad embarrassed, opting instead to gaze at him with a look of happiness and gratitude. If she could awaken her bloodline powers in advance, she would be sure to repay the young master handsomely. Ah, please fetch me some bathing water. I shall indulge in a bath shortly, Xiao Chen instructed softly, observing Yunqi's excitement as he pinched her nose affectionately. Yes, young master. With a joyful expression, Yunqi scampered off to fulfill his request. This was a golden opportunity. While the young master bathed, she planned to sneak into the bath with him, hoping to enjoy the moment as her other sisters did. Young master, why consider a bath so early in the morning without even breaking a sweat? Would you like me to assist you in working up a sweat before your bath, so you can truly relax? Cayenne remarked, her gaze lingering on Xiao Chen with a hint of meaning in her tone. Her words immediately shifted Xiao Chen's expression. If there was one woman among his many confidants who was the wildest and most difficult to manage, it would undoubtedly be this Medusa queen. Her formidable strength was matched only by her insatiable desires. She never missed an opportunity to pursue him. Was the Serpent Woman Queen truly this relentless? Ding. The monthly random recovery function has been reset. May I inquire if the host wishes to proceed with the second random recovery? Just as Xiao Chen felt a mix of gratitude and trepidation, uncertain of how to decline, the system's prompt suddenly echoed, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. For the second recovery, he could select a cursed willow stake? Was it truly possible to conduct a second random recovery? Upon hearing the system's notification, Xiao Chen momentarily paused, his expression shifting to one of excitement. Time had passed swiftly. It had only been a month since he traversed into this realm. Yet the experiences he had undergone felt as if they spanned several years. In retrospect, it was rather poignant. Young master, you appear quite exhilarated, Cayenne remarked, noticing the change in Xiao Chen's demeanor, followed by a gleam of excitement. Did he perhaps find interest in engaging her in a contest of skills? Do not misunderstand. I am not contemplating such matters. Xiao Chen quickly waved his hands, realizing Cayenne's intentions as she licked her lips, seemingly eager to engage with him. I am simply excited because I can once again utilize my innate abilities. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Cayenne appeared momentarily perplexed, clearly uncertain about what abilities he referred to. It is not particularly extraordinary. I can activate my transference talent once a month, allowing me to summon a random item from the Kanglan realm before me. However, This ability has its limitations. I cannot ascertain what item will be returned. Nor can I send anything away from myself. Noticing Kai Yan's puzzled expression, Xiao Chen casually elaborated. Given that Kai Yan remained by his side, she would inevitably learn of these matters. And since she was unwaveringly devoted to him, there was no need to conceal anything aside from the system itself. Randomly returning an item within the Kanglan realm? After Xiao Chen's explanation, despite Kai Yan having recently ascended to the Saint realm and possessing a commendable mindset, she was still taken aback. It is known that the 7 great dynasties of the Eastern Wilderness encompass an immense expanse of territory. An ordinary person, even in a lifetime, could scarcely traverse 2 dynasties. Furthermore, even a typical cave heaven realm expert, capable of flight, would find it arduous to circle the Eastern Wilderness without several years of time. Most importantly, based on her ancestral memories, the Eastern Wilderness is but a corner of the Kanglan realm, a mere speck compared to other regions. Not to mention the other territories within the Kanglan realm, simply within the Eastern domain, beyond the 10,000 demons cold abyss. There are dozens of areas the size of the Eastern Wilderness. It is unfathomable that Xiao Chen's unique transference ability could randomly summon an item from any location within the Kanglan realm. This is nothing short of a divine talent. Even those who have ascended to the 9th level of the Emperor's realm, revered by the world as emperors, may find it impossible to achieve such extraordinary feats. One ought not to regard this innate ability as overly miraculous, for it is fraught with countless uncertainties. No one can predict what items will materialize upon each return. Witnessing the astonishment on Kai Yan's face, Xiao Chen waved his hand with a faint smile. The risk of inadvertently retrieving a fearsome creature could very well lead to one's obliteration. However, such occurrences are nearly negligible, as the system has previously stated that any living entity retrieved randomly is rendered immobile. Any creature capable of movement cannot be randomly collected. Thus, the likelihood of encountering trouble through the collection of living beings is exceedingly low, unless, of course, the entity suddenly breaks free from its constraints post-retrieval, potentially jeopardizing his safety. Gentlemen, I must have been collected by you using this ability, correct? After Xiao Chen uttered these 2 sentences, Kai Yan suddenly lifted her head, her expression a mixture of complexity. In truth, she had fallen out of the chaotic space before losing consciousness from her injuries. At that time, she seemed to have landed in a desolate mountainous region. After Xiao Chen saved her, she had not seen that place again, though she had harbored some doubts earlier. Her gratitude towards Xiao Chen had quelled her thoughts. Reflecting now, she realized that she had indeed been retrieved by him using this talent. Indeed, nothing escapes your perception. Xiao Chen responded with a gentle smile, intending to elaborate. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Kai Yan approached and kissed him unexpectedly on the cheek. You need not explain, I harbor no ill thoughts. To encounter you in this lifetime is a divine blessing for me. How could I possibly hold a grudge against you for not revealing the truth? Her cool, yet tender voice resonated in Xiao Chen's ears, stirring his heart while igniting a wave of impulsive desire within him. Goodness, when did this woman become so flirtatious? I nearly lost control, wanting to engage with her. Nevertheless, recalling the pressing matters at hand, Xiao Chen ultimately restrained his impulses. Meeting you is indeed a tremendous fortune for me, not a dullard. After expressing his sentiments to Kai Yan, he boldly kissed her back, eliciting a faint blush upon her cheeks, inciting her desire to overpower him. Now, let us see if I can retrieve any treasures on this second collection. Noticing the flames of fervor igniting in Kai Yan's eyes, Xiao Chen cleared his throat and distanced himself slightly. After uttering this statement, his demeanor grew increasingly solemn. The next moment, he brought his hands together and slowly closed his eyes. As if in a prayer, Kai Yan was momentarily taken aback by the sight before her. Oh, let us present another exquisite image of the Queen Medusa. A change of characters is imminent in the next chapter. Young master, shall we commence? Observing the scene, Kai Yan quickly held her breath, channeling her energy to seal off the entire inner courtyard, her expression turning vigilant in that instant. Should any unforeseen circumstance arise, she needed to ensure that she could protect Xiao Chen at a moment's notice. Spirits of heaven and earth, may the Supreme Lord manifest and grant this humble servant a complete imperial weapon. After whispering this silent prayer, Xiao Chen abruptly opened his eyes and issued a retrieval command to the system. Ding! Congratulations, host. Monthly random retrieval successful. The items from this collection are being transmitted to you. As the system's notification faded, a brilliant white light erupted forth, warping the space before Xiao Chen. Under the gaze of both individuals, an object gradually materialized, leaving them both wide-eyed in astonishment and disbelief. For what lay before them was a piece of wood. It appeared as if it had been struck by lightning, its surface charred and darkened, even emanating faint wisps of black mist. Only a slender willow branch, adorned with a few yellow-green leaves, extended from the wooden stump, seemingly symbolizing a glimmer of life, as if it had not entirely perished. Could this be a cursed willow stump? After scrutinizing the wooden stump for a considerable time, Kai Yin spoke uncertainly. In her perception, this piece of wood exhibited almost no fluctuation of spiritual energy, the remaining spark of life flickering like a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Furthermore, she sensed a profoundly malevolent aura emanating from it. The swirling black mist felt like a harbinger of some terrifying and ominous force, instilling within her an instinctual sense of dread. At this moment, Xiao Chen remained silent, activating the identification function to assess the willow stump. As a stream of information materialized, his pupils constricted sharply. Chapter 141. To save her, great losses. To not save, a heavy heart? Willow Ruasian. Originally an ordinary white poplar willow from the 100 Beasts mountain range in the eastern domain, it survived a thunder strike and subsequently gained sentience. After a century, it evolved into a spirit of the flora. After a millennium, it transformed into the essence of plants, taking form to battle in the eastern domain. Over the course of 3,600 years, it achieved the status of an emperor with a mortal willow body, revered as a deity by the beings of the 100 Beasts mountain range. In the subsequent 6,500 years, to protect the numerous spirit plants of the 100 Beasts mountain range, it engaged in numerous battles with the demon race, dragon race, human race, and magical race. Moreover, due to its unparalleled beauty and unmatched combat prowess, Willow Ruasian was venerated as the willow deity by all races. 360 years ago, the Lord of the Dark Forbidden Zone sought to transcend the Emperor's realm, intending to forcibly break through to the source of the Great Tao by using the millennium-old heart of the willow tree from Lu Ruasian as a catalyst. A fierce battle ensued in the 100 Beasts mountain range, where, due to Lu Ruasian's cultivation being only at the 8th level of the Emperor realm, she was ultimately overwhelmed by the Lord of the Dark Forbidden Zone and was compelled to sacrifice her own body. Employing the method of nirvana rebirth, she inflicted grave wounds upon the Lord, while she herself escaped into the great wilderness village to be reborn. However, due to the curse inflicted upon her by the Lord, she remained in a state of deep slumber for hundreds of years, having regained only a faint trace of life. Presently, her condition teeters on the brink of death. Should an ample essence of life be infused, it might awaken the immense vitality within her. As the information unfolded before him, Xiao Chen's heart raced uncontrollably, his face betraying an expression of disbelief. Could it be that this was a female emperor? Moreover, a being revered as the willow goddess by various races, who had cultivated herself from the essence of plant life? This was even more astonishing than discovering an imperial weapon. "Young master, what troubles you?" Kai Yin inquired, noticing the tremor in Xiao Chen's astonished visage. "Does this piece of willow would hold an extraordinary origin?" "Indeed, it does," Xiao Chen replied, taking a deep breath before uttering those few words. In the next moment, as Kai Yan's gaze sharpened, he could not resist teasing her further. "She is a formidable spirit of the plant world, currently gravely wounded and ensnared in slumber. Care to guess her cultivation level before her injuries? Perhaps the Saint King realm?" Kai Yan ventured tentatively. However, upon hearing this, Xiao Chen merely shook his head lightly. "Could it be the sovereign realm?" Kai Yan gasped, her eyes wide with shock as she regarded the willow stump. If this were a spirit of the plant world that had reached the sovereign realm, even in a wounded state, the aura of spiritual energy emanating from her would be overwhelmingly potent. Yet, all she sensed from the stump was a chillingly malevolent presence, devoid of any discernible spiritual fluctuations. This defied all logic. "No, that's not it," Xiao Chen said, shaking his head slowly as he spoke with a weighty tone. At her peak, her cultivation was at the 8th level of the Emperor realm. What? Upon hearing these final words, even Kai Yan, the Queen Medusa who had recently ascended to the Saint realm, was taken aback. The 8th level of the Emperor realm? Had this been before her awakening to the 8-colored sky-devouring python bloodline, she might not have grasped the significance of those words. After all, a frog at the bottom of a well knows not how vast the sky is, and the ignorant often remain blissfully unaware of the profound truths that lie beyond their understanding. However, after inheriting the bloodline memories of the devouring python, she has come to comprehend the vastness of the universe. Above the Saint Realm lies the Saint King, above the Saint King, the Supreme, and above the Supreme, the Emperor. Throughout the entirety of the Kanglan realm, among countless races, those who can cultivate to the Emperor level are typically extraordinary beings within their respective races. Furthermore, one must endure countless battles and gather myriad opportunities and fortuitous encounters to stand out. Each Emperor represents the pinnacle of strength in the Kanglan realm, capable of annihilating the eastern wilderness with but a thought. Moreover, the 8th stage of the Emperor realm approaches the zenith of its power. Such beings can indeed be said to possess the ability to devastate the heavens and obliterate the earth. And now, the most formidable existence of the Kanglan realm has been retrieved by Xiao Chen, appearing in a severely wounded and near-death state. The psychological impact on Kai Yin is nothing short of astonishing and overwhelming. Since the spirit of the Willow has yet to take form, let us envision a white-haired version of Queen Medusa. Young master, the bathwater is ready. Do you wish to wash now? At this moment, as Kai Yan's shock dissipated, she skipped over. However, upon seeing Xiao Chen and Kai Yan both fixated on a wooden stake, she momentarily froze. Young master, what are you staring at that piece of wood for? Are you planning to chop it for firewood? Noticing Xiao Chen's furrowed brows, seemingly lost in thought, she innocently inquired. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, Kai Yan covered her mouth. Do not speak carelessly. That is an exceedingly terrifying powerhouse, capable of annihilating the eastern wilderness with a mere thought. Hearing Kai Yan's words, Shi's face turned pale with fear. A mere thought could destroy the eastern wilderness. This surpassed her understanding, leaving her to stare blankly at the wooden stake. Young master, do you intend to save her? After covering Shi's mouth, Kai Yan regarded Xiao Chen with a serious expression, as though weighing something. At this moment, Kai Yan appeared contemplative and gravely posed her question. Setting aside whether we can indeed save her, the fact remains that she is a being of the Emperor realm, a spirit of flora, tainted by an ominous force. Should Xiao Chen succeed in reviving her and inadvertently provoke that ominous power, leading her to lose control, even a severely injured emperor could obliterate the entire flowing cloud city with a single thought. There is no need for concern. Upon hearing Kai Yan's words and observing her solemn demeanor, Xiao Chen surmised her thoughts. She has utilized a method of nirvana to transcend her own existence, and now her cultivation is entirely diminished, her form returned to its primordial state. Even if I were to heal her injuries, she would pose no threat to us. Yet, the cost of restoring her is exceedingly grave, which is why I find myself hesitant. Just moments ago, after meticulously assessing Lu Ruoxian's condition, Xiao Chen had inquired of the system regarding the restoration of her body. How many points must one expend? The system's answer left him utterly bewildered. 2 million points. Moreover, it could merely assist in restoring the body of the individual, without reviving any of their cultivation, nor lifting the ominous curse that plagued them. This revelation stunned Xiao Chen, leaving him momentarily disoriented. It is well known that healing the injuries of a celestial realm expert typically requires only around 10 to 20,000 points. To his astonishment, mending the wounds of an Emperor Realm powerhouse demanded a staggering 2 million points, especially given that the individual had resorted to the method of nirvana rebirth, which significantly diminished their corporeal form. Otherwise, the required points would multiply several-fold. However, what troubled Xiao Chen most was not the sheer number of points required, but rather the question of whether the esteemed Lady Lu would choose to remain by his side after he had saved her. This was indeed a matter deserving of his utmost consideration. After all, those who attain the Emperor realm possess formidable mental fortitude. Although the system's favorability contract could deepen their affection, it could not forcibly bind her will. She would still retain her own subjective thoughts, fostering trust and closeness in her heart towards him. Yet whether she would choose to stay was still an enigma. What if, once her injuries healed, Lu Ruoxian decided to return to the 100 Beasts mountain range, promising to repay him at a later date? Would he not find himself at a profound loss? He might even unwittingly find himself embroiled in a pursuit of affection, or rather, a chase for debts. Thus, Xiao Chen found himself ensnared in a web of indecision concerning this matter. Chapter 142. The unparalleled Lu Ruoxian and the Queen Medusa's sense of crisis in the vastness of the Kanglan realm. Encountering one such as myself is indeed a fortuitous bond between us. Given this, I shall invest my all to awaken you from your slumber. Gazing at the wooden stake before him, Xiao Chen pondered for a moment, his eyes revealing a flicker of resolve. As the saying goes, high risk begets high reward. This was a critically injured female emperor, one of the most formidable beings within the Kanglan realm. Should he succeed in saving her, garnering her favor, and persuading her to willingly stand by his side, it would be akin to possessing a trump card. There existed the possibility that, much like Queen Medusa, in the course of their interactions, she could become his beloved. Thus, if he could exchange 2 million points for the allegiance of an empress, it would undoubtedly be an investment with guaranteed returns. With this thought solidifying in his mind, Xiao Chen slowly approached the wooden stake. Observing the tendrils of dark energy swirling about it, his expression growing profoundly serious. This was the ominous curse left behind by the master of the dark forbidden zone, capable of severely eroding one's soul and body. Even a supreme realm expert, once tainted by this malevolent force, would ultimately succumb to its insidious grasp. Although Lu Ruoxian was barely subdued by the ancient Willow core, her physical form and soul remained severely eroded. Now, in order to restore her, he must make contact, which poses quite a challenging dilemma. Despite the protective imprint of a renowned blade upon him, should he become tainted by this ominous force, it would merely delay his demise by 3 seconds. Here lies a leaf untouched by the malevolent energy. Just as Xiao Chen pondered how to proceed, a flicker of surprise crossed his face as his peripheral gaze swept over the willow branch. Most of the leaves on this branch had already turned yellow, shrouded in an evil, dark aura. Yet, at the very tip, there remained a tender leaf, akin to a sanctuary amidst a dark abyss. "Young master, what is he doing?" Yun Shi inquired, observing Xiao Chen standing before the willow stump, gazing at the darkened branch with curiosity. "Sir, he intends to assist that powerful being in mending her injuries and reconstructing her body." Kai Yin responded gravely, taking a deep breath. As her words echoed, Xiao Chen gently grasped the vibrant green willow leaf, inhaled deeply, and issued a repair command to the system. Ding! The system has deducted 2 million points and is currently repairing Lu Ruoxian's injuries. Upon hearing the notification from the system, Xiao Chen's face twitched involuntarily. 2 million points. This was a hard-earned accumulation over time. He hoped that the Lu goddess would not disappoint him henceforth. As Xiao Chen's thoughts settled, a radiant white light erupted. In that moment, the willow stump burst forth with a tremendous vitality, as the once yellowed leaves tainted by the ominous force glimmered with emerald brilliance. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of Xiao Chen and Kai Yin, the willow branches sprouted vigorously, akin to bamboo shoots after a spring rain. An aura, reminiscent of a divine nature spirit, swept through the air like a tempest. The entire Xiao family looked on in astonishment, their gazes fixed upon Xiao Chen's courtyard. At this moment, Kai Yan's eyes flashed slightly as she raised her hand, unleashing the might of the sacred realm, instantly sealing the surrounding void. In this brief interlude, the willow stump underwent a remarkable transformation. Branches swayed and grew wildly. Even roots began to emerge from the base of the stump, fervently burrowing into the earth, voraciously consuming the spiritual essence of the world. Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow at this spectacle, swiftly casting forth mountains of spirit crystals. In an instant, all the crystals were ground to powder, transforming into a vast stream of spiritual energy absorbed by the willow. As time progressed, the once 3-foot-high willow stump astonishingly ascended to a height of 10 zhong, becoming a towering willow tree visible throughout the Xiao estate. The entity known as Lu Ruoxian underwent a remarkable transformation, evolving from a being devoid of any cultivation aura to ascending through several significant realms in less than a quarter of an hour, ultimately reaching the level of the Tongxian realm. This exemplifies the terrifying prowess of an emperor-level existence. Even when employing forbidden methods that obliterate one's cultivation, the moment the physical body begins to heal, it can still summon the essence of heaven and earth to nourish itself, allowing for a modicum of strength to be regained. As Lu Mu grew to a height of 10 zhang, her growth ceased, and her cultivation stabilized firmly at the 9th layer of the Tongxian realm. Xiao Chen's gaze sharpened slightly. In the next instant, a burst of emerald light erupted, revealing a stunning woman clad in silver and green robes, adorned with gilded accessories, and possessing an unparalleled beauty and an alluring figure. She was none other than Lu Ruoxian, the guardian spirit of the flora and fauna of the 100 Beasts Mountain, revered by numerous powerful clans as the spirit of Lu. From now on, Lu Ruoxian shall be depicted as the spirit of Lu, if there are no objections. Wow, this elder sister is so beautiful, just like Sister Kai Yin. As the verdant light gradually faded, Yunxi gazed at Lu Ruoxian in awe. In terms of appearance, Lu Ruoxian was no less stunning than the Medusa Queen. Both women possessed a generous allure that evoked envy in Yunxi. Indeed, she is breathtaking, Xiao Chen remarked, unable to contain his admiration upon seeing Lu Ruoxian. If Kai Yin, the Medusa Queen, embodied a wild and seductive beauty that inspired a desire for conquest, Lu Ruoxian represented the antithesis. Her ethereal grace and exquisite demeanor, reminiscent of a natural goddess birthed by this realm, evoked an irresistible urge for closeness in those who beheld her. This represented two distinctly different forms of beauty. Despite Xiao Chen having encountered numerous beautiful women, he felt a flutter in his heart at that moment. Conversely, upon her first glance at Lu Ruoxian, Kai Yin was overwhelmed by a potent sense of danger. With a face equally as stunning and a figure just as alluring, yet with a demeanor that was both noble and fundamentally different, Lu Ruoxian posed a significant threat. Most alarming was the fact that this woman's cultivation far surpassed her own. Though currently stripped of her power and restored only to the Tongxian realm, given time, it would be effortless for her to transcend to the Saint realm. However, Kai Yan's sense of peril extended beyond mere cultivation. It was the intense allure this woman held over all men, including Xiao Chen, that troubled her. If Xiao Chen were to fall under this woman's spell, warning Lu Ruoxian, as she had previously cautioned Duanmu Shuiying and others, would be an impractical endeavor. This meant that when facing Lu Ruoxian, even as a queen herself, she would find it impossible to assert dominance. After all, she is a genuine empress. Contemplating this, Kai Yin felt an overwhelming pressure, and her expression grew increasingly grave. Although Xiao Chen had not yet taken action against this woman, it was crucial to contemplate how to interact with her in the future. Meanwhile, under the watchful gazes of Xiao Chen and Kai Yin, Lu Ruoxian exhibited little reaction at that moment. She merely stood silently in the courtyard, seemingly lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, Lu Ruoxian sighed, as if recalling various events from before her slumber, a hint of sorrow appearing on her brow. However, in the next instant, upon realizing her current circumstances, she suppressed her emotions and directed her gaze toward Xiao Chen. Moreover, the title of this book is undergoing a renaming test, and the data during this period is vital. I sincerely hope everyone can offer a small token of support or leave a favorable review, as it greatly impacts the continuation of this narrative. I will strive to find more exquisite illustrations, and I humbly request your assistance. Thank you. Chapter 143. The Great Transformation of the 10,000 Mountains, the crisis of the Qingqiu Fox clan at the same time. As Lu Ruoxian recovered from her injuries and fully transformed into human form, a crisis quietly approached the Qingqiu Fox clan, as well as the trapped Yun Zhiruo and Li Mengru within the cave. Within the Qingqiu Fox clan, Bai Suqin eagerly observed her elder sister, Bai Suqin, a strikingly beautiful Fox clan woman, whose complexion appeared unusually pale. Bai Suqin, the eldest daughter of the clan leader, had been born 126 years earlier and possessed a celestial fox bloodline, second only to Bai Suqin's. Thus, Bai Suqin had attained the 4th realm of the celestial being, making her a formidable elder within the Qingqiu Fox clan. However, some time ago, while approaching a mist-shrouded Yin mountain, Bai Suqin was suddenly ambushed and severely injured by several cloaked figures. Although she ultimately escaped using a special evasion technique, she became afflicted with a dreadful toxin. Upon returning to the Qingqiu Fox clan, she had no time to explain the circumstances before succumbing to her injuries and the relentless poison, collapsing on the spot. Fortunately, her father, the clan leader, intervened, and with the assistance of several elders, they barely stabilized Bai Suqin's condition. Yet the toxin proved exceedingly domineering, despite the clan's exhaustive efforts. They could only manage to suppress it temporarily. Subsequently, Bai Suqin, deeply concerned for Bai Suqin's well-being, sought permission from the clan's elders to venture outside the mountains with one of the elders to the desolate regions of the Daiqian dynasty in search of remedies for healing and detoxification. This quest eventually led to a series of events culminating in her encounter with Xiao Chen at an auction in Tiandu City. Feeling a surge of medicinal energy coursing through her body, Bai Suqin slowly opened her eyes to behold Bai Suqin, her father, and numerous elders surrounding her. In a weak voice, she inquired, "How long have I been unconscious?" Had it not been for the unique evasion technique of the Fox clan and her cultivation at the 4th level of the celestial realm, she might have perished outside. "It has been over half a month." A middle-aged man responded gravely upon hearing Bai Suqin's words. "What exactly transpired that day? How did you fall victim to corpse poison?" The speaker was Bai Haoyan, the father of Bai Suqin and Bai Suqin, as well as the patriarch of the Qingqiu Fox clan. Having cultivated for over 400 years, he remained stuck at the 9th level of the celestial realm, unable to ascend to the holy realm. Some time ago, upon witnessing his daughter return gravely injured and unconscious, he had ventured into the 10,000 great mountains to search for her. After all, it was no trivial matter for a 4th-level celestial realm expert to be severely injured and poisoned. However, after several days of searching without any leads, he had no choice but to return to the clan and wait for Bai Suqin to awaken. As Bai Haoyan posed his question, Bai Suqin seemed to recall something, her pupils dilating sharply. "That day, I discovered a fog-shrouded mountain within the 10,000 great mountains, its vicinity enveloped by a celestial grade formation. Driven by curiosity, I used the Spirit Fox method to probe this mountain, initially believing it to be the lair of a powerful being. To my astonishment, after breaking through the layered illusions, I found that this mountain was, in fact, a place for raising corpses. Inside, there were not only 300 corpse lords of the profound realm, but also 12 from the celestial realm, and even one from the sacred realm." "What?" Upon hearing Bai Suqin's revelation, Bai Haoyan and the assembled elders were struck with shock, their expressions shifting dramatically. Even Bai Suqin turned pale with fear. It was unfathomable that such a place for raising corpses existed within the 10,000 great mountains. A single sacred realm corpse lord, 12 from the celestial realm, and 300 from the profound realm. Should they fall under the control of malevolent forces, the world would surely be engulfed in bloodshed. Bai Haoyan's face darkened, his voice laced with concern. This was not merely a matter of concern for the populace. Rather, the location of this necromantic site was perilously close to the 10,000 great mountains, and it was unfortunate that Bai Suqin had stumbled upon it. If the vile forces behind this corpse raising were to fully awaken those corpse lords, the Qingqiu Fox clan would likely bear the brunt of the disaster. After all, apart from the beasts within the mountains, the only remaining faction was the Qingqiu Fox clan. Should calamity befall them, the Fox clan would find it impossible to remain uninvolved. "Qiner, do you remember the precise location of this mountain?" Bai Haoyan inquired, his tone heavy with urgency. "Patriarch." Upon hearing Bai Haoyan's words, the surrounding elders were taken aback, clearly realizing that the other party intended to probe their intentions. However, in their view, even if someone were raising a corpse king within the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains, as long as it did not provoke the Qingqiu Fox clan, their ulterior motives were of no concern to them. After all, one should tend to their own doorstep rather than meddle in the affairs of others. Pursuing certain matters would only invite unnecessary troubles. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the outside, causing the entire valley to tremble. Bai Suqin, about to speak, was interrupted by the sudden cacophony. "Not good. Someone is attacking the protective mountain formation. All elders, follow me." Realizing that the protective array was under siege, Bai Haoyan and all the elders present disregarded the matter of the corpse king and erupted with their cultivation, rushing out of the cave. Bai Suqin, despite her injuries, suppressed her discomfort and joined the fray, prompting Bai Suqin, who was left behind, to worry as she followed closely behind. Outside the Fox clan's valley, a group hovered in the air, each member clad in various garments, exuding formidable cultivation auras. Astonishingly, they were all celestial realm experts. Leading them was a man in a purple gold python robe, radiating an overwhelming aura of celestial 9th level. This man was none other than the Southern Guardian King, Yang Pejun. Following this formidable leader was 1,000 soldiers, each capable of levitating and imbued with a terrifying killing intent. They were the notorious Black Scale Guards of the Southern Guardianess Mansion, each soldier possessing a minimum cultivation of Nirvana realm, with several reaching the profound transformation realm. When united in formation, they could even confront celestial realm experts head-on. On the other side, a dozen black-robed figures floated ominously in the void, each enveloped in a chilling aura that suggested a long-standing association with the dead. Their pupils appeared somewhat pale, exuding a terrifying presence. Leading them was an elderly figure in black robes, cradling a crystal skull. This man was the sinister elder who had struck a nefarious deal with the Southern Guardian King, the head of the corpse refining lineage of the reclusive Mo family. Mo Chung, who are you? Why do you dare to infringe upon the Qingxiu Fox clan? Bai Haotian bellowed with a heavy voice, momentarily failing to recognize the Southern Guardian King. Hiss, it's them. They are the ones who ambushed me that day on Yin Mountain. Just as Bai Haotian's words fell, Bai Suqin, arriving from the cave, exclaimed in shock upon seeing Mo Chung and his entourage. What? Upon hearing Bai Suqin's revelation, Bai Haotian and the others' expressions changed dramatically, as if a thunderous explosion had resonated within their minds. The malevolent force that raises the Corpse King has audaciously targeted the Qingxiu Fox clan. Could it be that they intend to silence witnesses after Bai Suqin uncovered their necromantic sanctuary? No, that theory falters. If that were the case, they would have struck on the day of their exposure, rather than waiting over half a month to act. Is it possible that their motives lie in the pursuit of the celestial fox bloodline and the soul-capturing flower? As this thought crystallized, Bai Haotian, seemingly struck by a revelation, bellowed in fury, "If you do not mind, my lord, I wish to remain by your side." The Qingxiu Tianhu clan is renowned for their innate mastery of soul enchantment, a fact well recognized in the outside world. The soul-capturing flower, a rare treasure of spiritual essence, possesses formidable soul-capturing powers when it blooms, challenging even the mightiest of celestial beings. Originally, the existence of such a treasure within the Qingxiu Fox clan was a closely guarded secret. However, over a century ago, the news of the soul-capturing flower's existence was leaked to the Qin dynasty, prompting various factions to covet this precious artifact. Fortunately, the Qingxiu Fox clan's overall strength rivaled that of the 5 premier factions within the Qin dynasty. Thus, after displaying their extraordinary power and vanquishing the greedy cultivators, the unrest caused by the soul-capturing flower gradually subsided within the dynasty. Yet, peace was ephemeral. Soon after, a nefarious individual proclaimed that the fusion of the celestial fox bloodline with the soul-capturing flower could yield elixirs capable of manipulating souls or breeding controlling insects. Consequently, over the ensuing decades, various malevolent figures set their sights on the Qingxiu Fox clan. Thankfully, these individuals were wary of the clan's prowess. And with the Fox clan retreating into seclusion, no significant disturbances ensued. Now, as 2 factions converge, one of which consists of the necromancers raising the Corpse King, Bai Haotian's mind ignited with fury as he connected the dots. It seems the tales of the Fox clan's beauty and intellect were not mere exaggerations, he mused, a hint of grudging respect in his tone. Upon hearing Bai Haotian's outburst, Yang Pejuan could not help but sneer. You are the Southern King? As Yang Pejuan referred to himself as this king, Bai Haotian and his companions exchanged astonished glances, realizing the implications. In the southern region of the Qin dynasty, the only one bold enough to claim such a title was none other than the Southern King, Yang Pejuan. It was unexpected that these necromancers would ally themselves with the Southern Duke's residents. Or perhaps this group of malevolent practitioners was cultivated by the Southtown King's manor. Since you are aware of the purpose of our visit, you should deactivate the protective mountain array and surrender the soul-capturing flower, along with your heavenly fox bloodline. Perhaps I, in my mercy, can ensure that a fragment of the fox lineage remains for your Qingxiu Fox clan. As the hearts of Bai Haotian and the others trembled with dread, Yang Pejuan's voice reverberated ominously. To obtain the heavenly fox bloodline and the soul-capturing flower without bloodshed would undoubtedly be the most favorable outcome for them. After all, should they resort to a forceful assault, it would be entirely possible that the Qingxiu Fox clan, driven to desperation, might inadvertently destroy the soul-capturing flower, which would pose a significant dilemma for them. The soul-capturing flower is the treasured heirloom of our Qingxiu Fox clan. How could we possibly relinquish it to you greedy thieves? if you wish to seize the soul-capturing flower and plunder our heavenly fox bloodline. You may discuss it after breaching the array. Bai Haoyan cast a cold gaze upon Yang Pejun and his companions. In the next moment, as he shifted his hands to form a seal, the protective mountain array began to transform. Illusions materialized upon the array's luminous surface, completely concealing the scenery within the Qingqiu Valley. Xiner, take your sister and Elder Wu, select some core members of the fox lineage, and prepare to relocate to the sacred land of the soul, capturing flower. After severing our connection to the valley's exterior through the array, Bai Haoyan gravely addressed the others. His words instantly altered the expressions of Bai Suxin, Bai Suqin, and the others. Father, I wish to remain and stand with the Fox clan. Upon hearing Bai Haoyan's command, Bai Suxin clenched her teeth and spoke in a low voice. Foolishness. Before Bai Suxin could finish her statement, she was abruptly interrupted by Bai Haoyan. You are the only one in our Fox clan in millennia to possess a bloodline return, bearing the eight-tailed heavenly fox bloodline. You are the sole individual capable of inheriting our ancestors' legacy, unraveling the mysteries of the Qingqiu Fox clan, and shouldering the monumental task of our clan's resurgence. In matters concerning the survival of our race, how can you act recklessly out of emotion? Observing Bai Suxin's gradually paling face after his reprimand, Bai Haoyan continued in a grave tone. The Southtown King and that group of malevolent practitioners have evidently come prepared. There is an 80 to 90% chance they will breach our protective mountain array, and we old fellows can only strive to delay them. As the future young patriarch of the Qingqiu Fox clan, the soul-capturing flower is crucial to the awakening of our bloodline. What you must do now is relocate your kin and the soul-capturing flower from the sacred land before they breach the array. Thunderous roars erupted almost simultaneously with the conclusion of Bai Haoyan's words, shaking the entire valley. The array's luminous barrier, enveloping the valley, twisted under the weight of various illusions. Bai Haoyan and several elders suddenly changed their expressions, and at that moment, they unleashed their cultivation into the array, managing to stabilize the luminous barrier, albeit temporarily. Why are you still here? Hurry and leave. At that moment, Bai Haoyan shouted, his voice reverberating through the air. The sudden outburst caused Bai Suxin and Bai Suqin to tremble, tears cascading down their pale faces. Without uttering a word, the two turned and departed. Along with the elderly matron with white hair, Bai Haoyan was indeed correct. When it came to the survival of their racial lineage, no matter how reluctant they felt, they had to prioritize the well-being of their entire race. Beyond the formation, all the powerful individuals of the Southern King's residence, including the Celestial Realm offerings and numerous military leaders, unleashed their formidable abilities, relentlessly bombarding the shimmering barrier of the array. The protective mountain formation quaked under their onslaught. Old Mo, what is the meaning of your people not taking action? Yang Pejuan's voice was laced with a somber tone as he observed Mo Chung and his group hovering without any intention of intervening. Calm yourself, Mo Chung replied, raising his withered visage, his eyes glowing like two flickering will-o'-the-wisps. Some troublesome figures have arrived from the Corpse King In Mountain. I must ally with them to activate the formation from a distance and confine these individuals within the In Mountain cave. What? Upon hearing Mo Cheng's words, Yang Pejuan's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be those women from the Flower Gate? It is said that the women of the Flower Gate cultivate the same technique and can sense each other within a certain range. It's astonishing that they could locate someone within the vast expanse of the 10,000 mountains in such a short time. Apart from the Celestial Realm elders from the Flower Gate, I can't think of anyone else. It is indeed them, Mo Chung rasped, before settling into a meditative posture in the void. The surrounding black-robed experts positioned themselves in a unique formation, intricate runes spreading outwards to envelop Mo Chung at the center of the array. As this peculiar formation illuminated, a skull crystal orb floated before him, revealing the misty visage of the In Mountain. Three figures, with snow-white hair, ethereal beauty, and voluptuous forms, were reflected within the skull crystal orb. Meanwhile, as the Qingqiu Fox clan faced an assault, Yang Ziqiong and the others were on the verge of crisis, yet Xiao Chen remained blissfully unaware. When he caught sight of Lu Ruoxian's gaze upon him, an inexplicable sense of tension surged within him. However, the feeling dissipated almost instantly after he cleared his throat. After exchanging a glance with Xiao Chen, Lu Ruoxian spoke, her voice flowing like a clear stream. Thank you for your assistance, young master. It is only through your help that I have been revived. Such a great favor. If you do not mind, I wish to remain by your side and become your protector. How could one not adore such a goddess as Lu? Chapter 145. Reluctantly playing the role of a sage. The conclusion of the previous chapter has been altered. I urge everyone to revisit it to maintain the continuity of the narrative. Additionally, the original illustration from the preceding chapter has been released and should now be visible. Do you wish to become my guardian? Upon hearing such candid words from Lu Ruoxian, both Xiao Chen and Kai Yin were taken aback. After all, she was an empress. One of the most formidable beings in the Kanglan realm, a force capable of annihilating the cosmos with a mere gesture at her zenith. To express a desire to become his protector seemed an utter diminishment of her stature. While Xiao Chen had sensed a significant increase in her fondness for him following her healing, he could never have anticipated it would manifest in such an extraordinary manner. Before he could formulate a response to persuade her to remain, she had already expressed her wish to stay by his side. Was the bond of affection so overwhelmingly potent that even an emperor's resolve could falter? As myriad thoughts raced through his mind, Xiao Chen fell into a contemplative silence. Rest assured, my lord, Lu Ruoxian continued, her voice soft and soothing. Though I am afflicted by a certain dark and ominous power, my cultivation has only recently returned to the 9th layer of the profound realm. However, my physical injuries have completely healed, and with just another month to recuperate, I should be able to restore my cultivation to the 9th layer of the Saint Realm. Noticing Xiao Chen's silence, Lu Ruoxian assumed he harbored reservations and gently elaborated. Furthermore, I conceal my own aura. As long as I do not exert my imperial strength, none of my past enemies who covet my power will be able to sense or locate me. Hence, you need not worry about being implicated due to my presence. Should misfortune befall me and I be discovered by my adversaries, I shall sever any ties with you and draw them away, allowing you to remain unharmed. I hope you will not despise me and permit me to repay this debt of gratitude. At the conclusion of her words, Xiao Chen felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Even Kai Yin and Yunxi were rendered speechless by the audacity of her proposition. It was overwhelmingly forward, leaving them bewildered and suspicious of her intentions. After all, a being of imperial caliber would not so readily cast aside their dignity to serve as a guardian, even out of gratitude. Surely, there was some ulterior motive at play. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's mind raced with a revelation. Wait a moment. Weren't you just in a state of slumber? How could you possibly know that it was I who saved you? Amidst the astonishment and confusion, he recognized a crucial detail. There were 3 individuals in this courtyard. He could dismiss Yunxi, as she possessed no cultivation whatsoever. However, he and Kai Yin were both cultivators. One at the 1st layer of Nirvana and the other at the 3rd layer of the Saint Realm. A normal individual would naturally presume that only someone of greater cultivation could have successfully healed her. After Lu Ruoxian's revival and transformation, she merely glanced at the 2 individuals before directly concluding that he was the one who had rescued the other, as if she possessed complete knowledge of all that had transpired. This left Xiao Chen feeling quite unsettled. The cluster of willow leaves contained a fragment of the true spirit of the emperor, which recorded all surrounding events during the emperor's slumber. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's inquiry, Lu Ruoxian calmly responded. After her revival, she had stood dazed, absorbing everything recorded by the willow leaves, including the scene of Xiao Chen healing her and the peculiar sensation when he touched the leaves. This revelation was utterly unexpected for Lu Ruoxian. Driven to the brink by the Lord of the Dark Forbidden Zone, she had undergone a process of dissolution and rebirth, only to be aided by a mere youth of the human race, possessing only the cultivation of the Nirvana realm. He had transported her from billions of miles away in the eastern domain to this forsaken land of the eastern wilderness. Furthermore, with just a gentle touch upon her true form, he effortlessly healed her wounds, allowing her to reconstruct her spirit and regain human form. Such a life-saving grace, combined with such mysterious methods, not only instilled a sense of gratitude in her, but also ignited her curiosity towards Xiao Chen. Additionally, with the destruction of the 100-Beast Mountain, she had become a rootless wanderer. The eastern wilderness, marred by the fierce battles of ancient times, was a realm where the energies were chaotic, and the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth was exceedingly sparse, far removed from both the eastern and central domains. Generally, those above the Sacred King realm would not venture here lightly. As long as she concealed her own aura, Her former enemies would find it akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Thus, after some contemplation, Lu Ruoxian resolved to remain by Xiao Chen's side. On one hand, it was to evade her enemies as she regained her power and to completely eradicate the dark and ominous curse upon her. On the other hand, she wished to delve deeper into understanding Xiao Chen and, in return, protect him as a means of repaying her debt of life. The modern attire of Lu Shun was exquisite, and there would be more appearances of the queen thereafter. After hearing Lu Ruoxian's explanation, Xiao Chen let out a slight sigh of relief. He had initially thought she might employ some form of divination, but it turned out that the leaves had recorded everything. Since Miss Lu has said so, you shall stay by my side from now on, and I will find a way to help you restore your powers, he said with a gentle smile after a moment of contemplation. He had anticipated needing to persuade her to stay, but unexpectedly, her eagerness saved him considerable effort. Does the young master know of my origins? Just as Xiao Chen finished speaking, Lu Ruoxian's pupils slightly contracted. Her gaze fixed intently on him as she asked in a subdued tone. She had not disclosed her surname until now. Yet Xiao Chen had naturally referred to her as Miss Lu. It seemed as though he had known her name from the very beginning. Within the realm of Kanglin, the sole individual who has ascended to the rank of emperor through the mortal form of a willow is none other than the divine Willow of the 100 Beasts Mountain. Coupled with the sinister and ominous power that resides within you, and taking into account the upheaval that transpired over 3 centuries ago in the eastern domain's 100 Beasts Mountain, discerning your identity is not a formidable challenge. Observing the astonishment etched upon Lu Ruoxian's face, Xiao Chen let out a sigh, compelled to don the guise of a sage. Rest assured, the millennium-old willow heart coursing through your veins, while indeed an unparalleled treasure coveted by emperors, holds little allure for me. Otherwise, I would not have rescued you from the brink of death, for if I desired such a thing, I could effortlessly procure it myself. As he spoke, Xiao Chen raised his right hand slightly, drawing a blade of grass from the earth. In the next moment, with a burst of white light emanating from his palm, he transformed that ordinary blade of grass into a spiritual herb of the profound tier. This display caused Lu Ruoxian's pupils to constrict sharply, her expression betraying disbelief. As a formidable emperor-level cultivator, born of the essence of flora, she too possessed the ability to enlighten plants. However, such a skill typically manifested only upon reaching the saint realm, especially given her origin as a spirit of vegetation. The transformation of other plants necessitated the expenditure of spiritual energy with each use. Yet here stood Xiao Chen, whose cultivation was merely at the first stage of nirvana, effortlessly enlightening ordinary grass into a profound-tier spiritual herb. The ease with which he performed this feat, devoid of any discernible fluctuation of spiritual energy, was utterly unfathomable to her. I have chosen to assist you solely out of recognition of our fated connection. As for your desire to remain, I shall not impose. Witnessing the shock on the face of this female emperor, a slight smile graced Xiao Chen's lips. After pausing for a moment, he continued, You have nearly exhausted all your potential in refining your mortal willow form to this extent. Without further transformation, it will be exceedingly difficult for you to break through to the 9th stage of emperor. However, I am confident that in the future, I can aid you in transcending your limitations. Chapter 146. A display of superiority that thoroughly astounds Lu Ruoxian. What? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's audacious claims, Lu Ruoxian's expression shifted slightly, her gaze fixed upon him in disbelief. How could a cultivator at the nirvana stage dare to assert that he could assist an emperor in breaking through their realm? This individual, if not ignorant, must possess some extraordinary means. Your words ring true, remarked Cayenne, unable to contain herself at the sight of Lu Ruoxian's incredulity. Originally, I bore the bloodline of the 7-colored sky-devouring python, destined to be trapped in the human realm for an eternity unless an immense opportunity were to present itself. It is the young master who has instigated a transformation in my bloodline, enabling my cultivation to break through the saint realm. Originally, Cayenne had no intention of interjecting in the conversation between the two, yet she could not bear to witness Xiao Chen being questioned. Thus, she stepped forth to support him. Upon hearing Cayenne's unexpected interjection, a look of surprise crossed Xiao Chen's face. He had assumed that Cayenne would feel threatened by Lu Ruoxian's presence, potentially leading her to reject Lu. To his astonishment, Cayenne seemed entirely unconcerned by this aspect, and instead sought to help him assert dominance over Lu Ruoxian, ensuring the initiative remained in his grasp. This Medusa Queen truly lives up to her role as his capable assistant. Next time, he shall reward her with a few more essences of life to fully satisfy her desires. Having neglected to share images of the queen, let us now behold the crimson-clad version of her. Is it a dual cultivation of yin and yang? After Kai Yin articulated her thoughts, Lu Ruoxian's gaze flitted between the two before she inquired with an oddly inquisitive tone. In her perception, Kai Yin was no longer a maiden, and she bore Xiao Chen's unique aura, suggesting a deeper connection between them. Thus, the method Xiao Chen mentioned for aiding her breakthrough could not possibly entail a dual cultivation. Could it? How intriguing. She had intended to act as a protector for him. Yet it appeared he was not merely enamored by her precious ancient willow heart, but rather by her ancient primordial essence. Upon this realization, Lu Ruoxian's expression shifted to one of caution. Although she harbored a fondness for Xiao Chen, it had not yet reached the level of readiness for dual cultivation. Let there be no misunderstanding. While dual cultivation can indeed facilitate breakthroughs in realms, this young master does not confine himself to such methods. Hearing Lu Ruoxian's forthright inquiry, Xiao Chen could not help but feel a twinge of embarrassment, clearing his throat to provide a mild explanation. In the next moment, as thoughts swirled in his mind, Xiao Chen seemed to recall something and retrieved a medicinal pill with a flick of his right hand, seamlessly shifting the topic. This is an 8th grade supreme revitalizing purple pill, capable of assisting powerful beings in recovering their diminished cultivation, with the potential to restore one to the 9th heaven realm. Your kindness is appreciated, Lu Ruoxian responded, suddenly shaking her head and speaking in a calm tone. With just a few days, it will not be difficult to return to the celestial realm. You may keep this pill for someone in greater need. There is no pressing matter at hand. I can afford to restore my cultivation at a leisurely pace. Using a pill to hasten a few days would merely be a waste. No. I intend to use it to help you return to the 9th level of the Saint Realm. Upon hearing Lu Ruoxian's words, Xiao Chen immediately waved his hand. Having resolved to play the role of a sage and establish dominance over this goddess empress, he was determined to deliver a more astonishing performance. As long as he could thoroughly captivate her curiosity, he would have succeeded in his endeavor. As Lu Ruoxian remained by his side, she could only succumb step by step. A top-tier 8th grade elixir can restore me to the 9th level of the Saint Realm? Lu Ruoxian was momentarily taken aback, casting a doubtful glance at Xiao Chen. Internally, she found it hard to believe, yet she refrained from voicing her objections, silently observing his performance. Xiao Chen, in turn, offered no further explanations. Instead, he enveloped the revitalizing purple elixir with his true essence and promptly issued a command to the system. Ding! The system has deducted 160,000 points and is currently upgrading the revitalizing purple elixir. As the system's notification faded, a brilliant white light erupted from Xiao Chen. The revitalizing purple elixir, as if divinely inspired, radiated an extraordinarily dazzling purple glow. Patterns of the elixir flickered and pulsed, forming a mist around it. This was the elixir cloud that only materializes when a saint-grade elixir reaches its pinnacle. This young Master Xiao was astonishingly capable of transforming an 8th grade elite elixir into a 9th grade elite elixir in mere moments, akin to the divine awakening of Flora moments prior. Even some alchemists of the Emperor realm would struggle to achieve such a feat, yet here stood Xiao Chen, who had only reached the 1st level of nirvana. Had he mastered some extraordinary principle that transfigured decay into the miraculous? Otherwise, it was inconceivable to explain the extraordinary events unfolding before her. But wait, why was there no heavenly tribulation descending? As tumultuous waves surged within her heart, Lu Ruoxian seemed to realize something. She cast her gaze toward the clear sky above. Within the Kanglan realm, any entity whose quality ascended to the saint tier would evoke a response from the heavens, resulting in a thunderous tribulation. Only by withstanding the trial could such a being endure. Failure would lead to its utter obliteration. This had been the way since time immemorial. Why was there no tribulation now? No need to look further. This young master has severed the connection between this object and the heavens, thus preventing any heavenly tribulation from manifesting. Noticing Lu Ruoxian's upward gaze, Xiao Chen discerned her confusion and replied nonchalantly. This is a unique ability of the system. While upgrading certain items, it can sever their ties to the heavens. Otherwise, when assisting Kai Yin in elevating her bloodline to the saint level, a heavenly response would have been invoked immediately, not waiting until her cultivation breakthrough to trigger the heavenly tribulation. You can sever the connection to the heavens. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Lu Ruoxian was once again astounded. To sever the connection with the heavens was an act against the natural order. Even a powerful being in the Emperor realm would pay a hefty price to temporarily sever such ties. Yet, should the heavens later sense this disconnection, it would undoubtedly invoke their wrath, leading to a thunderous tribulation. Rest assured, as long as the heavenly secrets are successfully concealed, the heavens will remain oblivious unless the next ascension of quality evokes a response from the cosmos. However, this ability is limited. I can only sever the connection to the heavens at the moment of enlightening an object. During ordinary times, I possess no means to obscure the heavenly secrets. Observing Lu Ruoxian's astonishment, just as she was about to inquire further, Xiao Chen seemed to discern her thoughts and preemptively elucidated the situation. Since you intend to remain by my side as a guardian, first restore your cultivation to the 9th level of the Saint Realm. Subsequently, I shall assist you in locating rare treasures capable of purifying the curse upon your soul, enabling you to swiftly regain your cultivation to the level of an emperor. According to the information he had assessed, if the dark and ominous force residing within Lu Ruoxian was not eradicated, both her cultivation and soul power would be suppressed by this malevolent energy. Even if restoration were possible, it would only allow her to reach the 9th level of the Supreme Realm, rendering entry into the Emperor realm utterly impossible. Therefore, moving forward, he must gather resources while simultaneously seeking soul treasures capable of dispelling the dark curse. Young master, who exactly are you? After Xiao Chen finished speaking, Lu Ruoxian, holding the purifying spirit purple pill and feeling the overwhelming medicinal power within, asked him in a subdued tone. Having witnessed such extraordinary methods, anyone could deduce that he was no ordinary individual. Could it be that Xiao Chen is the reincarnation of an unparalleled emperor? Only someone who has reached the pinnacle of the emperor realm and touched upon another level of existence could exhibit such extraordinary capabilities. Chapter 147. The golden scales are not mere fish in the pond. When encountering wind and clouds, they transform into dragons. Upon hearing Lu Ruoxian's words, Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback, a mysterious smile gracing his face. I come from a distant place. Staring into the distant void, Xiao Chen appeared contemplative. This simple statement, coupled with his expression of wistfulness, seemed to unveil the vicissitudes of the world, causing both Lu Ruoxian and Kai Yin to shudder profoundly. Indeed, the young master is perhaps the reincarnation of an unparalleled emperor, or even someone beyond that status is not out of the question. In that instant, even Lu Ruoxian, a powerful figure who had lived for over 10,000 years in the emperor realm, could not help but display a trace of reverence. Initially, her intention to serve as Xiao Chen's guardian was merely to uncover his secrets and repay a debt of karma. Yet now, an unexpected desire to follow him began to swell within her, leaving her somewhat incredulous. Young master, I shall first go and restore my cultivation. Taking a deep breath to suppress her inner astonishment, Lu Ruoxian spoke respectfully. With the aid of the purifying spirit purple pill and her unique ability to refine elixirs, she would only require less than half a day to return to the 9th level of the Saint Realm. Subsequently, even the dark and ominous forces that sought to retaliate and continue their insidious erosion of her have found it far less facile than before. Unexpectedly, after 3 long centuries of unrelenting injuries, everything began to change upon her encounter with Xiao Chen. The weight of this fate is truly monumental. Very well, go ahead, Xiao Chen replied, slightly nodding, as if emerging from a reverie. It was not his intention to project an air of superiority. Rather, a misunderstanding had arisen, compelling him to adopt the guise of a sage. However, after this display, he had effectively subdued the Empress. Henceforth, should he reveal any further capabilities, she would likely be more amenable to accepting them and would gradually come to admire him. Within such admiration, affection would undoubtedly flourish rapidly. Perhaps it would not be long before he could win over this Empress, though perhaps he was indulging in fanciful thoughts. The essence of the ancient and powerful emperor, a treasure of 10,000 years, was far beyond his current capacity to endure. Such terrifying energy, if his body could not withstand it, might very well lead to catastrophic consequences. Young master, you hail from a distant land. What does that mean? As Lu Ruoxian entered the adjacent chamber to commence the refining of the resurrection purple pill, Yunxi looked up with a perplexed expression. Ahem, little girl, do not pry. Xiao Chen replied with a cough, refraining from offering any explanations and merely ruffling her hair. At that moment, Kai Yin also lifted the surrounding barriers. Not long after, Murong Qingxue and Xiao Zhan, among others, arrived at the courtyard. Chener, what transpired just now? How did a towering tree sprout in your courtyard only to vanish in a flash of green light? Upon entering and seeing Xiao Chen and Kai Yin together, remnants of roots still evident in the courtyard, Xiao Zhan asked gravely. The vast aura that had erupted earlier had indeed frightened them considerably. Now, witnessing that no great calamity had befallen them, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It is nothing of great consequence, Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile, quickly fabricating a reason. My other senior sister came to seek me, but sustained some injuries on her way here, which is why there was some commotion earlier. He refrained from disclosing that he had found a gravely injured, powerful individual who fell from the heavens, fearing that the Xiao clan might worry about becoming embroiled in a web of grievances. After all, a gravely wounded figure of unknown origins could not simply be rescued without consequence. In this world, many families that aided such enigmatic, injured beings had soared to great heights of fortune, yet many others had met with complete annihilation. Typically, the latter was far more prevalent. Thus, to alleviate the concerns of Xiao Zhan and the others, and to avoid excessive explanations, Xiao Chen could only falsely claim that Lu Ruoxian was merely another of his senior sisters. Thus, many matters can be elucidated, alleviating some of the concerns held by Xiao Zhan and the others. At this moment, Kai Yan's gaze flickered slightly, and she immediately comprehended Xiao Chen's various apprehensions. While the young girl Yun, she remained somewhat perplexed. Fortunately, her naive demeanor did not prevent her from discerning what should and should not be said. Although she harbored some doubts, she refrained from voicing them. Your other senior sister. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xiao Zhan and the others exchanged bewildered glances. They had not anticipated that Xiao Chen had another senior sister apart from the Queen Medusa. Chener, what is the cultivation level of this senior sister of yours? Intrigued after the initial shock, Xiao Zhan and the others inquired. Queen Medusa has now broken through to the Saint Entry realm. Your other senior sister must possess formidable strength as well, correct? Well, due to a slight injury, she is currently at the 9th level of the Saint Entry realm. Xiao Chen replied with a casual wave of his hand, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. 9th level of the Saint Entry realm. Hearing Xiao Chen's calm statement, Xiao Zhan and the others initially failed to grasp its significance. Once they confirmed they had not misheard, they were nearly rendered unconscious by the revelation. 9th level of the Saint Entry realm. After the Queen Medusa's breakthrough to the Saint realm, they learned that above the heavenly realm lies the so-called Saint Entry realm. Such powerful individuals are exceedingly rare throughout the entire Daqian Empire. Even the imperial ancestor of the Daqian Empire has only reached the 2nd level of the Saint Entry realm. Despite this, it has allowed the Huang family to dominate this land for nearly 2 millennia. The fact that Xiao Chen's newly arrived senior sister has achieved the 9th level of the Saint Entry realm is utterly terrifying. It is likely that even a mere fart could obliterate the Xiao family. You need not worry, my senior sister will not linger for long. Kai Yin and I will be departing with her for a time, Xiao Chen reassured, observing the fearful expressions of Xiao Zhan and the others. At times, a significant disparity in cultivation can indeed instill trepidation in others. After all, a mere glance from such a person could extinguish your existence. How could one not feel fear while standing beside them? You are leaving the Xiao family once more. Xiao Zhan and the others were taken aback. Yet none spoke up. Ultimately, Xiao Zhan could only pat Xiao Chen's shoulder. The golden scales are not mere pond fish. Once they encounter the storm, they transform into dragons. With Xiao Chen's extraordinary growth rate, it is destined that he will not remain within the confines of the Xiao family. After all, the Xiao family is too weak to foster his development. What they can do is to ensure the family's stability and quietly promote the growth of the Xiao family, so as not to hinder Xiao Chen's progress. This would be a worthy return for Xiao Chen's nurturing. After a brief exchange, Xiao Zhan and the others gradually departed. In the courtyard, only Xiao Chen, Kai Yin, Yunxi, and Murong Qingxue remained. Young master, the bathwater is getting cold. Yunxi is here to assist you with your bath. Sensing a sudden stillness in the atmosphere, Yunxi's cheeks flushed slightly as she mustered her courage to speak to Xiao Chen. She yearned to serve him during his bath, hoping to ignite a spark between them. However, unexpectedly, a wooden stump transformed into an enchanting beauty, disrupting all her delicate thoughts. After patiently waiting for Xiao Chen to finish his tasks, she now found herself flanked by two stunning women, both watching him intently, which left little Yunxi feeling quite distressed. Just then, the prince expressed his own desire for a bath. "How about we bathe together?" Upon hearing Yunxi's words, Cayenne licked her lips and remarked. This statement immediately caused Murong Qinshue's face to redden slightly, while Yunxi stood there, utterly astonished. Chapter 148. The plea for help from Michelle Yeoh and others. Heading to the 10,000 Great Mountains to reap. Upon hearing Cayenne's words, Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. Was the allure becoming increasingly irresistible? Even during bath time, she sought to tease him. Could this Medusa queen not act like a proper person? "Little one, do you mind having 2 more people join us?" As Xiao Chen felt a mix of exasperation, Cayenne's gaze fell upon Yunxi, causing the latter to blush furiously. She was still a naive girl, largely innocent regarding matters of intimacy. The last time she helped Xiao Chen bathe and change. Merely witnessing his silhouette had caused her to uncontrollably bleed from her nose. Upon returning, she seemed to have developed a fever, feeling flushed all over, and had a restless night, even wetting her bed. If this time, the scene escalated dramatically, would she not faint on the spot? Do not tease her. She is still young. Observing Yunxi's flustered expression, Xiao Chen shot Cayenne a helpless glance. However, before he could finish his thought, Yunxi suddenly lifted her head as if spurred by a sudden burst of confidence. Despite her face being aflame, she bravely declared, "Young master, I am not a child anymore." This declaration momentarily stunned both Cayenne and Murong Qinshuo, while Xiao Chen's lips twitched with amusement. How could this little girl not recognize her own limitations? Her stature was merely a tad taller than his, and compared to Cayenne and Murong Qinshuo, she was significantly lacking. After all, those two were far beyond his control, while Yunxi remained quite tender and easily subdued. Yet, just as Xiao Chen contemplated saying something, a jade pendant at his waist suddenly glowed. A message surged into his mind, darkening his expression. "Young master, is something amiss?" Sensing the shift in his demeanor, Cayenne also tempered her tone, her voice now laden with concern. Playfulness aside, the gravity of the situation loomed. Should any unforeseen events arise, the matter at hand must take precedence. It was a message of distress from Ziqiong and her companions. Upon hearing Cayenne's words, Xiao Chen promptly produced a jade pendant. With a radiant glow, an image materialized before him. The scene depicted a dark cavern, suffused with an oppressive atmosphere. The air was filled with a cacophony of howls, as jars shattered violently, revealing grotesque, blue-faced corpses. Surrounding these jars were coffins that also erupted, unleashing terrifying entities clad in ashen fur, who let out deafening roars towards the heavens. In the line of sight of these monstrous beings, Yang Ziqiong, Lu Hanfei, and others huddled together, channeling their essence to form a defensive array of the myriad floral swords, steadfast against the onslaught of the undead. "Young master, we have been ensnared by treachery and drawn into a cavern filled with hundreds of these corpses. There are 12 from the celestial realm, 300 from the profound realm, and even one that has reached the saintly realm." Yang Ziqiong conveyed this urgent information as soon as the jade pendant established contact with Xiao Chen. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the image, precluding any response from Xiao Chen. The recently awakened corpses charged forth with a menacing ferocity, leaving Yang Ziqiong and her companions aghast. With no time to maintain contact with Xiao Chen, they unleashed their full power, desperately defending against the assault. Amidst the resounding explosions within the cavern, the entire mountain of corpses trembled violently. Fortunately, due to the numerous celestial-level formations set by Mo Chung and others, the mountain withstood the furious onslaught, simultaneously extinguishing any hope Yang Ziqiong and her group might have had of breaking free. The most alarming development was the slight tremor of the blood-colored coffin upon the skeletal altar, emanating a terrifying aura, as if the saintly realm corpse within were on the verge of awakening. Fortunately, the flickering blood-red runes on the coffin gradually suppressed these signs of revival. 300 corpses from the profound realm, 12 from the celestial realm, and 1 from the saintly realm. Which nefarious sect's lair had these women trespassed into? Witnessing Yang Ziqiang and her companions embroiled in battle, Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. Should that saintly realm corpse awaken, their lives would be in peril. Yunqi, once that elder sister emerges from her seclusion, deliver this jade slip to her. With this thought, Xiao Chen marked the location of the mountain of corpses on the map of the 10,000 Great Mountains, guided by the coordinates from the jade pendant. Subsequently, a message was inscribed, forever engraved within the jade slip. Although the formidable presence of the saintly figure, Kai Yin, ensured that this endeavor would likely proceed without incident, Xiao Chen deemed it prudent to inform Lu Ruoxian. After entrusting the jade slip to Yunqi, Xiao Chen turned his gaze toward Kai Yin, who, in silent understanding, tore through the fabric of space, transporting Xiao Chen toward the 10,000 Great Mountains. The Medusa Queen, in her form clad in long, fashionable denim, exuded an aura of coolness. How infuriating it was that the communication jade pendants wielded by these women could bypass the array's restrictions and establish contact with the outside world. As Xiao Chen and Kai Yin journeyed to the 10,000 Great Mountains, Mo Chung observed the scene within the skeletal crystal ball, his expression contorting with disbelief. How could there exist a communication jade pendant capable of breaching the array's defenses? Could it be that this particular pendant possessed a grade that reached the saintly tier? The mere thought caused Mo Cheng's pupils to constrict slightly. What is happening? He muttered, his face registering a shift as Yang Pejun could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "The Corpse Lord's presence has been revealed. I must hasten there to coordinate with the array and eliminate those intruders, re-establishing control over all the Corpse Lords." Upon hearing Yang Pejun's urgent words, Mo Chung raised his head, his voice rasping. "You must swiftly breach the defenses of the Qingxiu Fox clan and seize the celestial fox bloodline along with the soul-capturing flower of the demon spirits. Otherwise, should that saintly realm Corpse Lord awaken, all the Corpse Lords will slip from our grasp." With these final words, Mo Chung and his companions transformed into streams of light, propelling themselves toward Corpse Lord's Mountain. This unforeseen turn of events left the King of the South in utter disbelief. Cursed fate! Do you expect us to breach the Qingxiu Fox clan alone, as if these foxes were mere easy prey? He bellowed in frustration, watching Mo Cheng's retreating figure. This man had assured him that the Corpse Lord's Mountain was fortified with several heavenly tier arrays capable of restraining multiple celestial realm powerhouses, preventing any leaks about the corpse rearing grounds. Yet now, calamity had struck. However, in the face of Yang Pejun's furious outcry, Mo Chung and his group seemed oblivious, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. Curse it all. Unleash your full might. Break through this impenetrable shell. Yang Pejun turned, his countenance darkened. As he roared at his subordinates, his own power surging explosively. In a fleeting moment, the purple-gold radiance illuminated the void. Yang Pejun summoned a purple-gold dragon-patterned spear, accompanied by the apparition of a purple-gold flood dragon manifesting behind him. The overwhelming might of his divine attack, combined with the onslaught from others, crashed against the array's barriers surrounding the Qingxiu Fox clan. Amidst the thunderous cacophony, the illusory veil of the array began to shatter. Tiny fissures, akin to a spider's web, sprawled across the contorting barrier, suggesting that it would not be long before the array would be breached. Chapter 149. Either let me take a risk, or watch my kin perish. 100 miles southwest of the Fox Clan Valley, a sudden flash of light distorted the fabric of space. Bai Suqin, and several core members of the Fox Clan materialized at that very moment. Within the valley of the Qingxiu Fox Clan, the first-generation ancestor of the Fox Clan, while bequeathing their legacy, had inscribed a spatial teleportation array within the valley. However, due to the ancestors' limited proficiency in the spatial arts, this teleportation array bore certain flaws. It could only transport individuals out within a radius of 100 miles, and each activation was restricted to 30 people at a time. After each use, the array would become temporarily inoperative, requiring a full day to recharge. This was the reason why Bai Haoyan did not lead all the clan's folk in their exodus. Instead, he permitted Bai Suqin and others to evacuate only the core members. As the group emerged from the valley, they found themselves temporarily safe. Yet, the faces of Bai Suqin and her companions bore no traces of joy, only expressions of profound sorrow and despair. Two formidable forces were simultaneously besieging the Qingxiu Fox clan, with over a dozen celestial realm experts among them, not to mention numerous adept practitioners of the profound realm. Should the valley's defenses be breached, Xiao and the others would undoubtedly face a massacre. Their own weakness rendered them helpless, forcing them to flee the valley. What a humiliating predicament. Aunt Yun, you take the clan's folk to Yusin Valley for refuge. My sister and I will go rescue our father and the elders. In this atmosphere of crushing weight, Bai Suxin's gaze flickered with determination as she spoke in a low voice. Her words immediately transformed the expressions of the white-haired matriarch and Bai Suxin, leaving the surrounding Fox clan members aghast. After exerting great effort to escape the valley through the array, were the two now intent on returning to their doom? Do not worry about me acting foolishly. My aim is not the Fox Clan Valley, but rather the corpse Qi'in Mountain. Observing the shocked faces of her companions, Bai Suxin raised her hand to silence their impending council and explained in a grave tone. Currently, the king of Southern Town and his cohort of black-robed figures are relentlessly assaulting the Fox Clan Valley, which likely leaves the defenses of corpse Qi'in Mountain vulnerable. Their attack on the Qingqiu Fox Clan Valley is motivated by the desire for the Heavenly Fox bloodline and the soul-capturing flower. This indicates that they have yet to fully harness the powers of these corpses, especially that of the Sacred Realm corpse. Thus, if my sister and I can approach the corpse Qi'in Mountain, awakening and unleashing these corpses, the black-robed strongmen will undoubtedly be compelled to return to suppress the chaos. If we can divert their attention, leaving only the king of Southern Town's group to attack the valley, the pressure on our father and the others will be significantly alleviated. Even if the protective array is utterly breached, they will still possess a chance to escape the encirclement. Upon hearing Bai Suxin's words, Bai Suxin and the others trembled, their eyes glinting with a flash of brilliance. This plan is feasible, as long as we can create chaos and disperse the enemy's ranks. The Fox clan will have a greater chance of survival. Saintess, allow Elder Suxin and me to proceed. You should stay with the clan, the elderly matriarch rasped. However, her words were abruptly interrupted by Bai Suxin. No, I carry the bloodline of the eight-tailed celestial fox, adept in soul manipulation. If those corpse fiends have not been completely subjugated, I might be able to control them with my soul secrets. Even if I can only dominate one or two celestial realm corpse fiends, it would be sufficient to turn the tide of this situation. Upon hearing Bai Suxin's declaration, Bai Suxin and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. They were taken aback by her audacity, knowing her current cultivation was merely at the 7th layer of the cave heaven realm. Attempting to control celestial realm corpse fiends at such a level was perilous and could lead to severe backlash. The Fox clan is facing a life-and-death crisis. We cannot afford to hesitate any longer. Let me take this risk, or we will watch our kin perish. Observing the struggle on the faces of the elderly matriarch and Bai Suxin, seemingly opposed to their saintess undertaking this perilous venture, Bai Suxin firmly commanded, causing them to shudder. Saintess, let us accompany them to Yunshin Valley. You should go with the 4th elder and the 6th elder. This way, we stand a better chance of returning safely. With Bai Suxin's unwavering resolve, two figures stepped forward from behind Bai Suxin, a man and a woman, the Fox clan's most promising elder disciples. Although their current cultivation was only at the profound realm, they were poised to break through to the celestial realm in the future. Time is of the essence. We must depart immediately. After hearing their words, Bai Suxin spoke once more. At this moment, Bai Suxin and the elderly matriarch had no objections and promptly unleashed their cultivation. Vanishing into the forest, the group advanced relentlessly toward the corpse fiend's Yin Mountain. Simultaneously, within the depths of the Yin Mountain, despite Mo Chung and his companions' reluctance to allow the resurrection of the Saint Realm corpse fiends and their efforts to sever connections with the outside world through formations, 12 Celestial Realm corpse fiends and 300 Profound Realm corpse fiends were rampaging like mad beasts, unleashing chaos upon Yang Ziqiang and her companions. In less than 15 minutes, despite the protective formations, the group began to feel overwhelmed, each sustaining considerable injuries amidst the onslaught. Particularly affected were Yuan Zhuo and Li Mengru, who had been trapped in the cave for a day and a night. They were now being corroded by the corpse aura, with terrifying corpse poison accumulating within them. Their complexions grew increasingly pale, their eyes flickering with a ghostly light, and even their nails began to sharpen ominously, as if one were to undergo a transformation into a monstrous corpse. Senior sister, I can scarcely hold on any longer, Li Mengru spoke weakly, feeling her body gradually mutate under the strain of her injuries. Her cultivation was merely at the 3rd level of the celestial realm, making her the youngest and weakest among the elders of the xuanhuan. In her currently weakened state, compounded by her wounds, she could not endure for much longer. Hold on. The young master has received our distress signal. He and Queen Medusa are surely on their way, came the urgent words of Yang Ziqiang. As long as we can withstand until their arrival, these undead monsters pose no true threat. Observing Li Mengru's deteriorating condition, nearly caught by a celestial realm corpse, Yang Ziqiang unleashed her power to repel the foe, her voice urgently reaching the ears of her companions, providing a momentary reprieve. The young master? Queen Medusa? Li Mengru and Yun Zhihua exchanged puzzled glances at Yang Ziqiang's declaration. Yet, before they could voice their inquiries, the entire corpse mountain quaked violently. A raspy voice echoed ominously. If you wish for aid, allow me to transform into a corpse first. With those words, the formations inscribed within the mountain were activated. A series of terrifying attacks erupted within the cavern. The distance from the corpse mountain to the Qingqiu Fox Clan Valley was not great, allowing Mo Cheng and his companions to arrive within mere minutes. Upon their arrival at the corpse mountain, Mo Cheng and his group wasted no time. As their words fell, they initiated the formations, launching an assault against Yang Ziqiang and the others. Though they could manipulate the formations from afar to either activate or seal them, they could not unleash their destructive power from such a distance. However, with their arrival, the entire corpse mountain transformed into a formidable weapon. All formations activated simultaneously, in conjunction with the multitude of corpses within, sufficient to annihilate several cultivators at the 9th level of the celestial realm. Chapter 150, Secrets of the Eastern Wilderness Surface. This wave will yield immense rewards. Finished. Hearing that raspy voice and witnessing the eruption of attacks from the surrounding mountains, as well as the hordes of corpses closing in, Yang Ziqiang and her companions' pupils constricted sharply, their faces paling in that instant. They realized they would not last until Xiao Chen and Kai Yin arrived. In that moment, both Yun Zhihua and Li Mengru revealed expressions of desperation. With sudden cries, an endless radiance erupted from their forms, a wave of destructive energy sweeping forth. No. In that fleeting moment, seeing their reaction, Yang Ziqiang and Lu Hanfei's pupils dilated in horror, understanding that Yun Zhihua and Li Mengru sought to use self-detonation as a final gambit for survival. As they came to this realization, it was already too late to prevent the two from self-destructing. They could only watch helplessly as the pair charged out of the sword formation, heading straight for the numerous corpses and the array's attacks. Just then, as the voices of Yang Ziqiang and the others still echoed in the air, the space before Yun Zhihua and Li Mengru was suddenly torn apart. With a burst of radiant light, an overwhelming pressure erupted like a tempest. Two delicate hands, adorned with striking red nails, gently pressed down on Yun Zhihua and Li Mengru. In that fleeting moment, the raging energy within the two was forcefully suppressed. A crimson light transformed into a protective barrier, enveloping everyone. Instantly, the array's attacks and the multitude of corpses crashed violently against the shield. Boom. In the next moment, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the entire Yin mountain shook violently. The devastating force of the storm rampaged through the cavern. Many corpses were swept away, crashing violently into the mountainside. Numerous array patterns within the mountain also crumbled at that moment. Even the red coffin on the altar trembled violently, awakening the sacred realm corpse once more. To tear apart space with such ease, this is a formidable being from the sacred realm. The sudden upheaval within the Yin mountain cavern twisted Mo Cheng's aged face in disbelief. How could a sacred realm expert appear? Could it be that the ancient figures from the other hidden families have come to stir chaos? Fortunately, they arrived just in time. As Mo Cheng's expression contorted in shock, within the protective barrier, Xiao Chen finally sighed in relief. Luyin City was tens of thousands of miles away, and even though Kai Yin could tear through space for relocation, it still consumed considerable time. Thankfully, they made it at the last moment. Otherwise, they would have lost two women. Cough. It could have been a tragic outcome. Young master? Upon seeing the arrival of Xiao Chen and Kai Yin, Yang Ziqiang and the others were filled with ecstatic delight, their hearts overwhelmed with emotion. If it weren't for the inappropriateness of the situation, they would have rushed forward to embrace Xiao Chen. To travel such a vast distance in a mere quarter hour to save them, truly, they must have accumulated great virtue in their past lives to be worthy of such a young master. Queen Medusa? This moment surely demands an illustration of the strikingly beautiful yet cold Queen Medusa. As Xuanhuan and Li Mengru lifted their gazes towards that exquisite visage, disbelief washed over their faces. They could hardly fathom that the formidable being who had forcefully suppressed their self-destruction and rescued them from the brink of death was none other than the Queen Medusa, who had relentlessly pursued them for 15 years. Had she truly broken through to the sacred realm? Due to the urgency of the situation, Xuanhuan and Li Mengru were unaware of Kai Yan's involvement. At this moment, upon witnessing the colorful smoke, both individuals were profoundly astonished. Who are you? Why do you interfere in the affairs of the Xuanhuan Mo family? As Michelle Yeoh and Xuanhuan reveled in shock and excitement, Mo Cheng's hoarse and furious voice resonated throughout the air. This utterance caused a subtle shift in the expression of the colorful smoke. The Xuanhuan Mo family, one of the 3 hidden families of Dongwang. At this juncture, the colorful smoke abruptly lifted her gaze, her eyes seemingly piercing through the mountain, looking towards Mo Cheng and others beyond the Yin Mountain. Her demeanor grew increasingly grave. The Xuanhuan Mo family. While ordinary factions might be unfamiliar with this name, only the most formidable powers within the great Qian dynasty would possess any knowledge of this family, perhaps even feeling a tinge of fear. The 3 hidden families are the Xuanhuan Mo family, the Tianyuan Ming family, and the Dongyuanhua family. These 3 families are the true dominators of Dongwang, each boasting several formidable sages within their ranks. The 7 great dynasties of Dongwang serve merely as tools they manipulate from behind the scenes to control and harvest resources from their governed territories. As far as she knew, the Dongyuanhua family, the mightiest among the 3 hidden families, stood behind the great Qian royal family and was the sole family to dominate all 3 great dynasties. The Xuanhuan Mo family and the Tianyuan Ming family were evenly matched, each covertly controlling 2 of the dynasties. Furthermore, the Xuanhuan Mo family is the puppeteer behind the Tianlang dynasty. Why then, within the vast mountains of the great Qian dynasty, would a member of the Xuanhuan Mo family be conducting a ritual to refine the corpse qi? Could there be some underlying conspiracy? Or is it possible that the Xuanhuan Mo family intends to use the great Qian dynasty as a foothold to secretly strike against the Dongyuanhua family? In a fleeting moment, as Mo Cheng invoked this name, a torrent of thoughts surged through the mind of the colorful smoke, causing her expression to involuntarily fluctuate. What is it? Is the Xuanhuan Mo family truly that formidable? Observing the change in the expression of the colorful smoke, Xiao Chen seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and immediately inquired, is it truly that troublesome? Though somewhat daunting, it should pose no significant challenge for the young master. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's question, the colorful smoke gradually regained her composure and softly replied, had you not encountered that Lady Lu, it would have been exceedingly difficult for me to contend with these hidden families. However, with Lu Ruoxian, a former emperor-level powerhouse, even if her powers have temporarily regressed to the 9th level of the Sage Realm, we need not fear these hidden families. If it poses no significant challenge, then let's proceed to eliminate these corpse qis. Remember, we can shatter them into countless pieces with brute force, but we must refrain from incinerating them with crimson flames. Xiao Chen, undeterred by her words, responded with enthusiasm. These corpse qis are the remains of powerful beings, meticulously crafted through the fusion of various rare materials and cruel methods. In a certain sense, they were not mere flesh and blood beings, but rather mutated corpses of the undead. If he could completely annihilate this group of cadaverous fiends, it would be an extraordinary gain for him. However, Xiao Chen was not inclined to exchange them for points. Instead, he envisioned dismembering these undead and combining them with various rare materials for synthesis. Should this idea prove feasible, he could forge weapons from these corpses, even imbuing them with innate sentience. Furthermore, through the system's favorability contract, he could gain complete control over these entities with rudimentary awareness. This, without a doubt, would equate to acquiring a legion of fearless killing machines. Chapter 151. What audacity! Did it truly consume all of my corpses? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's admonition, Kai Yan merely nodded slightly, her gaze fixed on the multitude of cadaverous beings ahead. In the next moment, she raised her right hand, and a blaze of crimson flames ignited. A devastating surge of power erupted within the cavern. If you dare to touch these corpses, even as a saint-level powerhouse, my Hungshan Mo clan shall not spare you. Feeling the terrifying energy emanating from Kai Yan, Mo Cheng's pupils involuntarily contracted. His expression a mix of fury and fear as he bellowed at the mountainside. As his words echoed through the cavern, he and the other robed figures formed seals, once more activating the Yinshan formation, causing all the arrays within the cave to radiate light. The blood-soaked coffin on the skeletal altar was violently lifted by a bloodied hand. Shatter them to pieces. Kai Yan observed the scene before her, her expression remaining largely unchanged. Almost as soon as her whisper departed her lips, the crimson flame in her hand coalesced to its zenith. With a fierce grasp of her right hand, she detonated the flame, instantly transforming it into countless fiery sparks. In the next moment, these sparks erupted with terrifying sword intent, each one morphing into a streak of crimson light. In an instant, it was as if myriad swords swept across the heavens, directly tearing through space and cleaving towards all the undead. Are you not merely a saint-level powerhouse? Through the skeletal crystal ball, Mo Cheng's visage contorted upon witnessing this cataclysmic strike. No. Amidst his frenzied howls, the beams of light struck every cadaverous fiend as if slicing through mere parchment. The 300 transcendent realm corpses and the 12 celestial realm corpses were all reduced to dismembered fragments as the space was rent asunder. Yet this was not the end. After decimating the multitude of undead, the beams continued to bombard the surrounding rocky walls, causing the entire Yinshan of the undead to erupt with a deafening roar. All formations etched into the mountainside were effortlessly obliterated, and the entire Yinshan crumbled in the ensuing chaos. Cursed be this. You dare to destroy years of my painstaking efforts? As the entire Yin mountain began to collapse, Mo Cheng unleashed a thunderous roar. Amidst this piercing cry, he formed a hand seal and pressed it against the crystal ball. With an explosion of ethereal light, a beam surged into the crumbling depths of the Corpse King's Yin mountain, enveloping the recently revived Sacred Realm Corpse King. In the next moment, as a chilling howl echoed, a crimson pillar of light erupted skyward. A terrifying Corpse King, with a pallid visage and protruding fangs, draped in blood-red fur, stood like a demon upon the skeletal altar, sweeping aside the surrounding rubble with ease. However, as its roar reverberated through the air, an insatiable force of devouring energy emanated from its mouth. All the dismembered remnants, severed by the colorful smoke, were drawn into a relentless torrent, consumed by this formidable entity. The aura of the Corpse King surged, transcending from the second to the third realm of the sacred entry, and it continued to rise at an alarming rate. What the hell? It has devoured all my Corpse Kings. Xiao Chen couldn't help but exclaim at the unfolding scene. Kai Yan's gaze turned icy as she pointed a finger, summoning a terrifying phantom of the devouring python, which lunged towards the Corpse King. The devouring python. So, you are the Medusa queen of the serpent people. Mo Cheng's voice dripped with venomous resentment upon witnessing this. Dare to provoke the Mo family of Hungshan, and all your serpent clan's formidable warriors shall become mere corpse kings. With a thunderous boom, the phantom of the devouring python struck the Corpse King fiercely, eliciting an earth-shattering roar from the creature. At that moment, the Corpse King's devouring technique concluded, and its cultivation surged to the fourth realm of the sacred entry. As it was driven into the ground, a terrifying aura transformed into a vast black mist, sweeping across the landscape like a tsunami. This noxious fog contained dreadful toxic energies that could corrupt even those at the sacred entry level, turning them into fearsome Corpse Kings. Subsequently, the crimson-eyed Sacred Realm Corpse King raised its head, letting out a roar at Kai Yan and the others before tearing through the void to attack them. Kai Yan's expression grew exceedingly grave, though she displayed no signs of panic as she pushed her cultivation to its utmost. With a lift of her hands, two devouring pythons soared into the sky, swirling around her like twin dragons playing with a pearl, forming a formidable protective barrier. As the thunderous sound reverberated for miles, the space within 1,000 feet was torn asunder. The destructive force of the tempest filled Mo Cheng and his companions with dread, causing them to involuntarily retreat. What a terrifying fluctuation of true essence. Is this the battle of Sacred Realm warriors? This unfolded more than 10 miles away from the Corpse King's Yin mountain. From a distance, They gazed in horror at the terrifying collision, their figures momentarily frozen, faces displaying a profound astonishment. It was the sky-swallowing python. Could it be the young master and the Medusa Queen? Upon catching sight of the ethereal shield formed by the two sky-swallowing pythons, Bai Suxin's expression swiftly transformed from shock to joy and disbelief. Within the great Qin dynasty, only the Medusa Queen possessed the bloodline of the sky-swallowing python. Although she was unaware of how the Medusa Queen had ascended to the sacred realm, persuading her to lend assistance could indeed save the Qingqiu Fox clan. "Let us approach," she declared decisively, startling her sister. "I have met the Medusa Queen on several occasions. If that sacred realm powerhouse is truly her, I might be able to persuade her to aid us." Bai Suxin's body trembled slightly upon hearing her sister's words, clearly taken aback that her younger sibling was acquainted with the Medusa Queen of the Serpent people. After a brief exchange, the group made their way toward the battlefield. Meanwhile, above the Corpse King Mountain, a terrifying storm had transformed into a tornado, enveloping the area within thousands of feet. The sacred realm Corpse King raged with madness, relentlessly bombarding the shield. Kai Yin maintained a cold demeanor as she upheld the protective barrier, refraining from launching any attacks against the sacred realm Corpse King. After all, Xiao Chen and the others were still by her side, and the battles at the sacred realm level were exceedingly perilous. A single misstep could lead to their demise. "Medusa Queen, if you are willing to submit to my Xuanhuan clan, I can overlook the previous incident and command this Corpse King to cease its assault. Otherwise, even if you break through to the sacred realm, you will not withstand the wrath of my Mo clan. Surely, you would not wish to see the Serpent people suffer due to your actions, would you?" As Kai Yin passively defended against the relentless onslaught of the sacred realm Corpse King, Mo Cheng's face contorted into a sinister grin, his hoarse voice ringing out. However, in response to Mo Cheng's threats, Kai Yin did not succumb to rage. She merely cast a cold glance at him and his companions, her indifferent gaze reminiscent of one observing corpses, before returning to her quiet task of maintaining the true essence barrier. "My lord, it is we who have burdened you." Within the shield, Yang Ziqiang and Lu Hanfei's faces showed a trace of guilt. They had not anticipated that the sacred realm Corpse King, upon awakening, could devour other Corpse Kings, elevating itself to the fourth layer of the sacred realm, surpassing even the Medusa Queen in strength. The Medusa Queen, constrained by the need to protect them, was forced into a position of passive defense, which weighed heavily on their hearts. Chapter 152. No need. "She has arrived, do not worry. They will not be rampant for long." Seeing the worry etched on the faces of Yang Ziqiang and others, Xiao Chen merely waved his hand with an air of tranquility. The formidable Corpse King had now ascended to the fourth level of the Saint Realm, while Kai Yin found herself unable to unleash her full potential due to their constraints. Although the situation appeared to be under control, it was essential to remember that he had resources beyond Kai Yin. As long as they could maintain the status quo until Lu Ruoxian arrived after refining her elixir, both Mo Cheng's group and the Corpse King would undoubtedly meet their demise. Contemplating this, Xiao Chen felt a sense of gratitude for his foresight in preparing for unforeseen circumstances before venturing into the 10,000 Great Mountains. Had he not taken precautions, the situation could have indeed turned dire. Kai Yin, attuned to Xiao Chen's thoughts, minimized her energy expenditure merely to sustain the defensive barrier. Both of them bore significant injuries, and he resolved to assist them in healing. With this thought in mind, Xiao Chen turned his gaze towards Yunzhao and Li Mengru, whose faces were ashen, their wounds exacerbated by the corrosive effects of the corpse poison rapidly deteriorating. After assessing their injuries, he glanced at his remaining points and found them nearly depleted, with just over 68,000 points left. However, this amount should suffice to mend their ailments. As Xiao Chen's words resonated, Yang Ziqiang and others erupted with joy, unleashing their cultivation to restrain Yunzhao and Li Mengru, preventing them from losing control due to chaotic true essence and inadvertently harming Xiao Chen. In the midst of their confusion, Xiao Chen approached them, unleashing his power as he touched their hearts on either side. In the next moment, as their pupils constricted and their true essence instinctively surged, a brilliant white light illuminated the scene. Xiao Chen expended 66,000 points to heal all their injuries and hidden afflictions. "Wow, my injuries have completely healed." The once feeble Yunzhao and Li Mengru felt their bodies rejuvenate instantaneously, as if resurrected. Their eyes widened in astonishment, gazing incredulously at Xiao Chen. To think that someone could restore their injuries in an instant. What extraordinary skill was this? It was no wonder that Yang Ziqiang had previously remarked that as long as Xiao Chen and the Queen Medusa arrived, they would be saved. Now, it seemed that her words held true, a reality almost beyond comprehension. While your wounds have mended, the corpse poison within you remains, and you must channel your energy to suppress it. Once we deal with these adversaries, I will arrange for someone to assist in expelling it, he stated, leaving behind an enigmatic figure as he paid no further heed to Yunzhao and Li Mengru. Senior sister, who exactly is he? Pondered Yunzhao and Li Mengru. Their curiosity piqued. After temporarily suppressing the poisonous energy within her body, her gaze turned to Yang Ziqiang and the others, filled with astonishment. In this moment, despite their typically icy demeanor, they were inexplicably intrigued by Xiao Chen. The matter is somewhat intricate, and I shall elaborate later. For now, all I can reveal is that the young master is not only a benefactor of the Xuanhuan sect, but also the partner of several senior sisters, including the sect leader and the Grand Elder. Upon hearing this, Yang Ziqiang's eyes narrowed slightly, her gaze fervently directed at Xiao Chen, and she spoke in a hushed tone. Boom. Although her words were not particularly loud, they resonated in the minds of Yunzhao and Li Mengru like a thunderclap in an abyss of silence. Not only is he the benefactor of the Xuanhuan sect, but he is also the partner of several senior sisters. The most astonishing part is that these senior sisters include Duanmu Shuiying and Duanmu Shuiying. If even these two sisters have succumbed, does that not mean that the entire Xuanhuan sect must obey this man before them? What on earth has transpired in the Xuanhuan sect during their excursion to the 10,000 Great Mountains? In just a brief moment, the minds of Yunzhao and Li Mengru were left in a tumult of shock. Amidst their astonishment, outside the protective barrier, the Holy Realm Corpse King had completely gone berserk. Its sharp claws relentlessly struck against the crimson shield, causing it to twist and crack. Although Kai Yan's true essence erupted and immediately repaired the barrier, as time progressed, the Corpse King gradually mastered its swelling power, each strike becoming faster and more ferocious, pushing the protective barrier to its limits. To withstand such relentless assault from this Corpse King for so long, one indeed lives up to the reputation of the Medusa Queen of the Serpent Clan. However, your obstinacy leaves no room for mercy. Just as Kai Yan's expression grew increasingly grave, Emo Cheng and his group, braving the terrifying storm, forced their way within several hundred feet of Kai Yan and the others. As their hoarse voices echoed, Emo Cheng and his companions unleashed their true powers. In the next moment, several celestial beings struck together, their divine abilities converging into a torrent, immediately crashing towards Xiao Chen and the others. Protect the young master. Upon witnessing this, a glint of coldness flashed in Kai Yan's eyes, and she urgently called out to Yang Ziqiang and the others. Her true essence barrier, already at its limit from enduring the Corpse King's attacks, would undoubtedly shatter if subjected to Emo Cheng and his comrades' assault as well. Hearing this, Yang Ziqiang and the others' expressions changed drastically. Each of them surged with their true essence, forming a protective barrier around Xiao Chen. Almost in that instant, a smile curved at the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth, as if sensing something. He spoke lightly with a hint of amusement. No need for concern, she has arrived. Bang! As Xiao Chen uttered the words, she has arrived, the space before Emo Cheng and his companions suddenly shattered like a mirror. A figure emerged from the broken void, exuding an ethereal beauty and grace. Adorned in a form-fitting blue and silver garment, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. The unparalleled elegance of the Willow goddess, with her gentle demeanor, stood before them. The radiant aura emanating from her body effortlessly extinguished the attacks from Emo Cheng and his companions. Such a terrifying scene nearly caused their eyes to burst with shock, their faces reflecting utter horror. "Who are you?" Emo Cheng exclaimed. "We are from the Emo family of Hongshan. If you see this figure before you." In a frantic, instinctive retreat, he felt the overwhelming presence of power radiating from her, akin to that of the Emo family's ancestors. However, in his recollection, none of the sacred realm experts from the three hidden families resembled her. Today must be cursed. How could I encounter such formidable sacred realm beings consecutively, each more terrifying than the last? Just as Emo Cheng's astonishment reached its peak, Lu Ruoxian suddenly raised her right hand, with a gentle pinch toward the void. A willow leaf coalesced at her fingertips, only to be casually flicked away the next moment. In an instant, the leaf pierced through space, catching up to Mo Chung and his group in the blink of an eye, effortlessly penetrating their foreheads as if they were mere tofu. In that brief encounter, Mo Chung and his companions all perished. The chilling spectacle left Yang Ziqiang, Lu Hanfei, and Bai Suxin, who had just approached the battlefield's edge, utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 153. This king will ensure the young master has an unforgettable experience. What an incredibly terrifying woman. Merely raising her right hand and flicking a willow leaf was enough to annihilate 7 heavenly realm experts. She undoubtedly possessed power surpassing that of the Queen Medusa. In that fleeting moment, the thought surged through Yang Ziqiang and the others' minds. Could this person be the one the young master spoke of, another beauty in his life? Truly, as the Willow Goddess, a former Emperor Realm powerhouse, her actions were remarkably decisive and efficient. Gazing at her silhouette, Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. The Willow Goddess's figure. Though he had not seen her face, her form was undeniably captivating. She appeared strong, exuding a sense of security, and seemed like a suitable candidate for motherhood. Cough, cough, cough. Realizing his thoughts had strayed, Xiao Chen quickly cleared his throat to dispel the distracting notions. Outside the protective barrier, not only were Yang Ziqiang and the others startled, but even the Sacred Realm Corpse fiends sensed a looming threat. Rather than launching a frenzied assault on the barrier, it fixed its crimson gaze upon Lu Ruoxian. Roar! In the next moment, the Corpse King emitted a furious roar, its form transforming into a fleeting shadow as it lunged towards Lu Ruoxian. Although it was a Corpse King of the Saint Realm, its consciousness was little more than a bloodthirsty instinct, devoid of any semblance of reason. Thus, upon sensing the threat posed by Lu Ruoxian, its primal reaction was to utterly rend its opponent apart. As the Corpse King tore through the fabric of space, Lu Ruoxian merely turned in astonishment. In the next moment, she raised her hand and pressed down upon the Corpse King, causing the void behind her to collapse dramatically. Tendrils resembling chains of order, extending from the heavens, swiftly ensnared the saintly Corpse King. This provoked a furious roar from the creature as its formidable claws swirled, unleashing a fearsome aura as it attempted to sever the encroaching tendrils. However, as more and more tendrils emerged from the void, the Corpse King found itself overwhelmed, its limbs tightly bound, leaving it to thrash and bellow in futility. A cataclysmic storm erupted around it, yet it remained unable to escape the binding tendrils. In mere moments, this formidable Corpse King, which could rival the likes of Kai Yin, was completely immobilized by Lu Ruoxian in that ethereal realm. This terrifying spectacle left Yang Ziqiang, Bai Suxin, and others utterly stunned. In just a few breaths, a Corpse King was subdued with such ease. To what extent did this unfamiliar woman's power extend? Seeing this, Kai Yin also lowered her protective barrier, though her expression was complex, revealing a profound yearning in her eyes. Yet, it was not Lu Ruoxian's prowess she coveted, but rather the desire to possess a strength akin to hers. If her cultivation were equally formidable, she would not have needed Lu Ruoxian's assistance today. She could have resolved all troubles with a mere gesture, allowing Xiao Chen to remain safely under her protection. Seemingly sensing Kai Yan's unsettling thoughts, Xiao Chen turned his head with a gentle smile and spoke. After all, she was once a powerful figure of the Emperor realm, having cultivated for nearly 10,000 years. Her foundation and experience far exceed yours. It is only natural that she appears stronger at this moment. However, both of you possess your own unique merits, each holding different significance for me. Thus, there is no need for comparison. Noticing Kai Yan's slight tremor and the quiver in her gaze, Xiao Chen paused briefly before continuing in a soft tone. Should you wish to ascend to the Supreme Realm, I shall assist you in breaking through. If your ambition lies in achieving the Emperor Realm, I will facilitate that as well. With my support, nothing is insurmountable. You merely lack time. Boom. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, the heart of Kai Yin felt as though it had been struck by lightning, a warm current flowing through her at that moment. She never anticipated that, in a fleeting moment of overthinking, Xiao Chen would extend such comforting words, leaving her profoundly moved. At that instant, her emotions surged, nearly prompting her to reward Xiao Chen. Thank you, young master, she said with a gentle smile after a brief silence, stabilizing her emotions. Once we return, We shall indulge in some thrilling escapades. I shall ensure you have an unparalleled experience." After expressing her gratitude, she discreetly conveyed another message to Xiao Chen, causing his expression to suddenly stiffen, his lips twitching involuntarily, as though he had recalled something dreadful. Meanwhile, as Kai Yin and Xiao Chen exchanged words, the corpse king in the void was already beyond the point of struggle, bound ever tighter by the willows. In the next moment, amidst the corpse king's furious roars, the leaves of the willow branches erupted with a terrifying brilliance, slicing through the corpse king as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Its anguished cries abruptly ceased, sending a shiver down Xiao Chen's spine as he seemed to grasp something profound. However, the next instant, upon witnessing the divine light emanating from Lu Ruoxian, who appeared intent on obliterating the remnants of the corpse, Xiao Chen was startled. "Do not destroy these remains. They hold significant potential." As his voice reverberated, not only did Lu Ruoxian freeze in shock, but even Yang Ziqiong and the others were left astounded. The remains can still be of use. How so? The crucial point being, this corpse king was male. Do not misunderstand. This corpse king has been refined from the remains of a formidable foe. If properly transformed, it could become a fearsome sacred weapon. Observing the peculiar expressions on their faces, Xiao Chen cleared his throat and explained, "You can refine corpses." The others were once again taken aback by his words. Refining corpses requires the blood sacrifice of living beings, condensing immense resentment and the essence of death to create a corpse king. In other words, it is a cruel method that defies the heavens, necessitating unthinkable means to wreak havoc. Rest assured, I shall refine this corpse king through the art of weapon crafting. You need not worry about me straying onto a dark path. Noticing their anxious expressions, Xiao Chen waved his hand reassuringly. Subsequently, with excitement, he began to gather the remains in their presence. If these remnants could be fused with crafting materials for resynthesis, he would gain a formidable ally. Kai Yin, ever thoughtful, swiftly collected the bodies and storage rings of Mo Cheng and his companions, presenting them to Xiao Chen, which brought him immense solace. There exists a queen of unparalleled beauty and formidable strength, who serves him with such tenderness. The sensation is truly exhilarating. Have you all observed long enough from your hiding place? Just as Xiao Chen was lost in contemplation, Lu Ruoxian cast her gaze towards the distant mountains and spoke, her voice resonating with a hint of melancholy. Chapter 154. I share a bond with your fox clan. Thus, I shall assist you this once. Indeed, it is no surprise that a being of the sacred realm would detect them instantly. Upon hearing Lu Ruoxian's words echoing in the void, Bai Suqin and the elderly woman with white hair exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Despite their careful concealment, they had not anticipated being discovered by such a powerful entity. Let us reveal ourselves. In contrast to the two, Bai Suqin exuded a calm demeanor. After taking a deep breath, she soared towards Xiao Chen and his companions. After all, she had shared a brief encounter with Xiao Chen, establishing a connection of sorts. "Young Master Xiao, we meet again." As she approached, Bai Suqin was the first to speak, anxious that Lu Ruoxian might not recognize them and might casually eliminate them with a flick of a leaf. "So it's you, little fox maiden." "Oh." There is still a need for another depiction of Bai Suqin. Observing Bai Suqin and her companions approaching from afar, Xiao Chen displayed a look of surprise. Who would have thought he would encounter this little fox maiden in such a desolate wilderness? Could it be that he shares a fate with her? Lu Ruoxian, upon realizing the acquaintance between Bai Suqin and Xiao Chen, chose to disregard them for the moment, swiftly appearing beside Xiao Chen instead, her gaze fixed on him with an unusual intensity. She had overheard their conversation with Queen Medusa in its entirety. To her astonishment, Xiao Chen had spoken with such audacity, declaring that should Medusa wish to ascend to the supreme, he would assist her, and should she aspire to become an emperor, he would aid her in that endeavor as well. Such assertive declarations, even for her as an emperor, were shocking. What was most significant was that this was no mere boast. After witnessing Xiao Chen's various abilities, Lu Ruoxian was entirely convinced of his potential, which only deepened her intrigue towards him. "Please help treat them. This venom should pose no challenge for you." Noticing Lu Ruoxian's peculiar gaze directed at him, Xiao Chen felt slightly bewildered and could only clear his throat and respond with a casual tone. Was that peculiar look a sign of interest? Indeed, being extraordinarily handsome can be a burden. This incessant attention is relentless. Alas, given his current cultivation and physical resilience. He was not yet equipped to endure the millennium-old primal Yin. For now, he would have to bide his time and maintain the guise of an adept. Lu Ruoxian, upon hearing his words, exhibited no dissatisfaction. Like a gentle elder sister, she nodded and turned her attention toward Yunzhao and Li Mengru. In the next moment, Lu Ruoxian gently lifted her right hand, effortlessly conjuring a willow leaf. With a flick of her index finger, it transformed into two streams of radiant light. As Yun Jiyue and Li Mengru's pupils constricted in shock, the light penetrated their bodies, causing them to shudder. Almost immediately, a brilliant emerald glow erupted from their forms, and their expressions shifted as they expelled dark blood, trembling in the aftermath. This scene caused Bai Suxin and Bai Suqin to involuntarily narrow their eyes. Previously, a mere flick of a willow leaf had effortlessly vanquished several celestial beings. Now, another leaf had purified the toxins within two celestial realm warriors. How terrifying must this gentle woman's cultivation be? Young master, who is this sister? Upon witnessing that Yun Jiyue and Li Mengru were unharmed, Yang Ziqiang and the others inhaled deeply, their voices tinged with reverence as they inquired. They were astonished to discover that, aside from the Queen Medusa, the young master was accompanied by such a formidable beauty. In comparison, they felt woefully inadequate. They had once regarded the celestial realm as impressive, yet their encounters with Xiao Chen had illuminated their own insignificance. Her name is Lu Ruoxian. She is my senior sister and my protector. Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile, casually offering an explanation before turning his gaze towards Bai Suxin and the others. Is there something you need? Noticing the anxious expressions on their faces, Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. It seemed the Qingqiu Fox clan was situated within the 10,000 Great Mountains, and these individuals appeared tense. Could it be that the Qingqiu Fox clan was in peril? The Qingqiu Fox clan is in crisis. We implore you to lend your assistance. Finally, when Xiao Chen spoke, Bai Suxin wasted no time and addressed him directly. The Duke of Xuanhuan and his cohort of black-cloaked warriors intend to assault the Fox clan's valley to seize the bloodline of the Celestial Fox and the clan's treasures. My sister and I had planned to create disturbances at the Corpse Demon Mountain to divert their forces and alleviate the threat to the valley. We did not anticipate finding you here, nor did we foresee you eliminating those foes. However, the Duke's forces remain formidable. We earnestly request your aid for our clan. Should the Qingqiu Fox clan survive this crisis, we will ensure you are well rewarded. After steadying her nerves, Bai Suxin recounted the events of the day, her gaze both tense and hopeful as it lingered on Xiao Chen. Her sister's injuries were not yet healed, and Aunt Yun had accompanied them as well. Currently, the Qingqiu Fox clan's valley was defended by only 5 Celestial Realm warriors, while the Duke's entourage boasted 7, bolstered further by the collaboration of the Black Scale Army, which could unleash the full might of celestial power. Thus, while the valley could hold out for a time, the ultimate outcome would likely be grim. Should their formation be breached, they would inevitably be thrust into a brutal conflict. If Xiao Chen were to extend his assistance, the Qingqiu Fox clan would not only be able to navigate this impending crisis unscathed, but her father and several esteemed elders would also remain unharmed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen of the Xuanhuan Wangfu raised an eyebrow slightly. He recalled that not long ago, Yang Xiao, the heir of Xuanhuan Wangfu, met his demise at the hands of their party. To his surprise, deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains, he would encounter the father of the deceased, who was now attacking the Qingqiu Fox clan. It was no wonder that, despite losing his son, no one had sought retribution against him. This is a part of our clan's heritage. If you could assist us in overcoming this crisis, xuanhuan would be more than willing to fulfill your desires thereafter. Noticing Xiao Chen's sudden silence, Bai Xuanhuan recalled their previous transaction and promptly removed a storage ring from her hand, hoping to sway him with this offering. Indeed, Xiao Chen was a man of substance. Upon seeing the ring, his eyes brightened with interest. Without pretense, he accepted the ring. He had not originally intended to spare the Xuanhuan Wangfu, yet with an opportunity for gain, it was undeniably advantageous. Is this your agreement? Bai Xuanhuan exclaimed joyfully upon witnessing Xiao Chen accept the ring. Very well, considering the connection between myself and your clan, I shall assist you in navigating this predicament. Xiao Chen replied, glancing at the storage ring and the abundant resources within. He smiled faintly, gesturing dismissively. With his own points nearly depleted, Annihilating the Zhun and Wangfu would not only eradicate future threats, but also yield considerable resources, potentially allowing him to subjugate the Qingqiu Fox clan. Truly a threefold benefit. By the way, what is the treasure of the Fox clan that you mentioned earlier? Just as Xiao Chen motioned for his group to head towards the valley of the Qingqiu Fox clan, a sudden curiosity sparked within him. This question prompted a noticeable shift in the expressions of Baisu, Xin, and the others. The Yaoling Shihan flower was indeed the Fox clan's treasure, pivotal to the awakening of their bloodline. If Xiao Chen were to learn about the Yaoling Shihan flower and harbor intentions of possession, would they not be inviting a wolf into their den? Chapter 155. He merely intended to make a simple action, yet the opponent unexpectedly unleashed a powerful move. The Fox clan's treasure, the Yaoling Shihan flower, is an exceedingly rare, soul-oriented treasure. When it blooms, it possesses an extraordinarily potent soul-capturing power, easily ensnaring individuals in illusions. However, this very characteristic makes the plant highly capable of stimulating the Fox clan's innate bloodline abilities, which is why the Qingqiu Fox clan has always regarded it as a treasure of legacy. As Baisu Xin and the others' expressions shifted, Kai Yen, standing to the side, suddenly began to elucidate the matter. This revelation caused Xiao Chen's eyes to gleam with excitement. Soul-oriented treasures are indeed scarce, each possessing unique and extraordinary purposes. Some can restore soul power, others can purify soul curses, and some can awaken the innate spiritual essence of flesh. Regardless of their effects, each holds immense utility for him. As the thoughts settled, a faint smile graced Xiao Chen's lips as his gaze turned towards Baisu Xin. Little Fox. After this young master assists the Fox clan in overcoming their crisis, might I be granted the privilege of glimpsing your clan's treasured artifact? Upon hearing these words from Xiao Chen, Baisu Xin and her companion's expressions shifted once more. Indeed, they had been targeted. Young master, the soul-binding flower is our clan's most cherished treasure, vital to the lineage of the Foxes. Might you consider a different request? After a moment of contemplation, Baisu Xin clenched her teeth and implored Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen were to harbor ill intentions towards the Qingqiu Fox clan due to the soul-binding flower, it would spell unimaginable disaster. Oh, what alternative request do you propose? Perhaps the one I mentioned previously? Observing Baisu Xin's palpable anxiety, Xiao Chen felt a mischievous delight surge within him, unable to resist teasing her. Upon hearing his words, Baisu Xin abruptly lifted her head, her cheeks flushing crimson. Coupled with her exquisite, picturesque visage and the several fluffy tails behind her, she possessed a unique allure characteristic of a fox spirit. If you relinquish your claim to the soul-binding flower, Su Xin shall agree to your request and become your woman. Gasp! Not only were Baisu Xin and the others taken aback by Baisu Xin's declaration, but even Xiao Chen found himself momentarily speechless. Was there a misunderstanding? His previous request had merely been to touch her tail. How had it transformed in Baisu Xin's words into a proposition for her to become his woman? He had only intended a simple interaction, yet she escalated the stakes? This was utterly against the unwritten rules of engagement. At that moment, Kai Yen and Lu Hanfei exchanged astonished glances. So, Xiao Chen had indeed intended to woo Baisu Xin as a companion? Did Baisu Xin's subsequent departure, blushing with embarrassment, indicate that she had rejected his advances? Cough, cough. You little fox, I merely intended to touch your tail last time. When did it transform into a request for you to become my woman? Faced with the peculiar gazes from Kai Yen and Lu Hanfei, even Xiao Chen felt his cheeks flush, awkwardly clearing his throat. The tail of a Fox clan woman may only be touched by her partner. Thus, your request is, in essence, no different from asking Su Xin to be your woman. Baisu Xin replied softly, her head bowed in contemplation. Rest assured, I shall not claim your clan's treasure. I only wish to assess its qualities when the time comes, ensuring the preservation of your lineage. Noticing Baisu Xin's resigned demeanor, Xiao Chen promptly waved his hand to change the subject. Though he had an appreciation for beauty, he would not contravene the wishes of the individual, compelling her into a relationship against her will. After all, he was not lacking in stunning companions and had no need to diminish his worth over such matters. Assess its qualities? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Baisu Xin abruptly lifted her head, her face awash with astonishment. To learn that the Fox clan possessed soul-related treasures of heaven and earth, yet he merely sought to appraise them rather than seize them, seemed rather implausible. We must be off. Lingering here any longer will only lead to the demise of your kin, Xiao Chen declared, dismissing the topic with a wave of his hand. His words caused by Su Xin and her companions to exchange glances, their expressions shifting, before they pointed out the direction to the Fox Clan's valley. In the next moment, Kai Yin and Lu Ruoxian exchanged a brief glance, and together they tore open a rift in space, leading the group towards the Fox Clan's valley. Last night, I dreamt of the queen kneeling before me, proposing marriage, declaring that she would marry no one but me in this lifetime. Oh, how touching. Meanwhile, above the Qingxiu Fox Clan's valley, with the Southern King and his entourage attacking like madmen, the protective formation of the Fox Clan was on the brink of collapse. Cracks continuously spread across it, and despite the efforts of Bai Haoyin and others to exert their cultivation to suppress the chaos, the formation was nearing its breaking point. Chief, I can hardly hold on any longer, one elder of the Fox Clan spoke, his face pale as he gazed at the storm of devastation assaulting the formation. Although there had been no direct confrontation, the prolonged overexertion of their cultivation to maintain the protective array had inflicted severe backlash on their meridians. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before they were gravely injured by the recoil. Hold on, Bai Haoyin's voice, hoarse and strained, echoed in the ears of his companions. As several elders began to falter, the brunt of the assaults and the ensuing backlash bore down heavily upon him. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, Bai Haoyin had no intention of retreating, for if they were to be defeated and scatter, those clansmen left behind in the valley would undoubtedly face annihilation. As the clan leader, although he could not ensure the survival of every member of the Fox Clan, he could choose to fight until the very last moment for those who remained. This was his responsibility as a leader, as well as his only opportunity for atonement for those forsaken in the valley. You wretched old foxes, truly unrepentant and unforgivable. Upon witnessing the formation's imminent collapse, yet still holding firm, Yang Pejun completely lost his composure. As his furious roar reverberated through the void, a phantom of a purple-scaled demonic fire dragon emerged behind him, wreathed in a terrifying purple-golden flame. A terrifying pressure swept across the scene, and the dragon-patterned spear in his hand transformed into a crimson hue. In the next instant, amidst the roar of the dragon, Yang Pejun unleashed a strike with an invincible demeanor, the spear light instantly traversing the heavens and the earth. It surged forth like a true dragon of annihilation, crashing into the formation. The others around him, feeling the fury of Yang Pejun's roar, erupted with all their might. Their attacks coalescing into a torrent of divine power far more terrifying than before, crashing violently against the Fox Clan's protective formation, prepared for a desperate battle. They could not withstand it. In the face of this spectacle, Bai Haoyin bellowed loudly. With a thunderous roar, akin to the wrath of the heavens, the sound reverberated throughout the realm. The devastating force of the storm swept through like a tsunami. The Fox Clan's protective formation shattered completely, and Bai Haoyin, suffering grievous injuries, was sent reeling, blood spraying as he crashed into the valley. Even the void at the epicenter of the collision twisted and cracked under the impact. Strangely, the previously tearing spatial rift, which should have begun to heal, appeared to be frozen in place by some unseen force, only to be violently rent apart again. At this moment, Yang Pejun remained oblivious, a hoarse and sinister laughter escaping him. Chapter 156. Young Master, I am the Prince of Southern Town, and I am willing to be your loyal dog. A foolish endeavor, a hubristic ambition. Today, the Fox Clan shall descend into the abyss of torment due to your stubbornness. After utterly demolishing the Fox Clan's protective grand formation, as he beheld the valley of the Fox Clan laid bare before him, Yang Pejun declared in a voice reminiscent of a demon. Clutching his blood-red spear, his long black hair whipped about like raging serpents. He appeared as a malevolent entity emerging from the depths of the abyss. Your Highness, look at the center of that true essence storm. The spatial rift is expanding. Just as Yang Pejun finished his roar, a voice, tinged with astonishment, cried out. What? Upon hearing this, Yang Pejun's expression changed abruptly, his gaze fixed on the heart of the storm. To tear the fabric of space, one must possess the power of the Saint Realm. In the fierce clash of beings at the 9th level of the celestial realm, when the collisions of true essence become exceedingly violent, it can indeed reach the limits of spatial tolerance, resulting in temporary rifts. However, due to the lack of sustained force and the laws governing restoration, the void would quickly heal. to maintain a spatial rift without it mending. Only the power beyond the Saint Realm can achieve such a feat. Could it be that a Saint Realm powerhouse is about to descend? Buzz. In the next moment, as Yang Pujuan's thoughts settled, the sound of a resonant hum filled the air, and the spatial rift began to ripple. Figures emerged from within the fissures of space. What a ferocious tempest of energy. Have we arrived too late? Observing the rampant true essence storm around them, Xiao Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing these words, both Bai Suxin and Bai Suqin's expressions shifted dramatically as their gazes turned towards the valley of the Qingqiu Fox clan. However, upon seeing that most of the caves remained intact and that Bai Haoyan and the others were still alive, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. A powerful sage has been summoned by the Qingqiu Fox clan. Meanwhile, upon spotting this group, Yang Pejun's pupils constricted sharply, and without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his full power, darting towards the depths of the 10,000 mountains, abandoning his subordinates without a second thought. A sage. This represents the pinnacle of combat prowess in the eastern wilderness. Regardless of how formidable his strength may be within the human realm, facing any sage would be akin to a child confronting an adult, with no hope of triumph whatsoever. This was precisely why he, along with Mo Cheng and others, sought to assault the Fox clan's valley, to seize the celestial fox bloodline and the soul-capturing flower, thereby gaining complete control over the sage corpse. Thus, the most prudent course of action at this moment was to turn and flee without hesitation. If he could run swiftly enough, perhaps there might still be a chance for survival. However, just as he propelled himself forward, a chilling voice echoed, "None of you may leave until my master has spoken." At that moment, the space before Yang Pejun twisted, and the figure of Kai Yin emerged, ethereal and haunting. "You are Queen Medusa?" Upon seeing the strikingly beautiful woman before him, exuding an air of nobility, Yang Pejun immediately recognized her, his pupils narrowing into pinpricks as he shouted in disbelief. "This is impossible. You were ambushed by Duan Yintian and perished in the endless desert, were you not?" Recalling how Duan Yintian had instructed him to send powerful allies to besiege the Xuanhuan Gate, Yang Pejun felt as though he were witnessing a ghost in broad daylight. Duan Yintian's son had died, prompting a plea for aid. There was no reason for deceit at such a critical juncture. Additionally, he had received reports confirming that Queen Medusa had indeed encountered an incident in the endless desert. Yet now, this supposed deceased Queen Medusa stood alive before him, and her cultivation had even ascended to the sacred realm. This was utterly preposterous. "It is you, the prince of the southern kingdom of Dakian." Upon recognizing Yang Pejun, Kai Yan's expression turned icy. 8 years ago, you trespassed into the endless desert and slaughtered numerous powerful members of my Serpent clan. Today, I shall finally settle this score. The memories of the fallen Serpent clan warriors surged within her, and an icy, bone-chilling killing intent emanated from her. For the past 8 years, she had never forgotten this debt. However, due to the location of the southern town prince's residence deep within the heart of the great Qin dynasty, and the fact that Yang Pejun's cultivation and combat prowess were on par with hers, she found herself unable to infiltrate the imperial court alone to carry out an assassination. Thus, this debt had lingered for a full 8 years. Today, at last, she had the opportunity to settle the score. Last night in her dream, after I rejected the proposal of the Medusa Queen, she had the audacity to slam her hand on the table in an attempt to intimidate me. How fearsome she was! Who would dare to marry her? It turned out that there was a history between them. Upon hearing the exchange between Kai Yin and Yang Pejun, Xiao Chen inquired with a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that Kai Yin had a grudge against the southern town prince. This revelation caught him off guard, as she had never mentioned it before. Previously, Kai Yin had refrained from clarifying due to her concern for the young master. At these words, Kai Yin offered a gentle smile and a soft response. This scene caused Yang Pejun's pupils to contract once more, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. The Medusa Queen, who had ascended to the sacred realm, was surprisingly obedient and gentle toward a young human male. Could it be that he was a descendant of the esteemed Hua family from Danyuan? "Master, I am the southern town prince of Great Qian, and I am willing to be your loyal servant. I beseech you to help the Medusa Queen and me resolve our past grievances. I vow by the heavenly principles that I will follow you faithfully, unafraid of any trials or tribulations." With this thought resonating in his heart, Yang Pejun swore an oath to the heavens, kneeling in the void. This spectacle left not only Xiao Chen dumbfounded, but also astonished by Su Exine, Yang Ziqiong, and the others, as well as by Hao Tian and his companions below. Was this truly the southern town prince of the great Qin dynasty? Not merely a subservient wretch. He was not only capable of humility, but also bore the weight of humiliation with grace. Indeed, like father, like son. It seemed that the deceased son of his was undeniably of his blood. Observing the striking resemblance to Yang Xiao, Xiao Chen couldn't help but clap his hands in admiration. The hypocritical demeanor of Yang Xiao had previously disgusted him to no end, and now he discovered that his father bore a similar disposition. Do you know my rebellious son? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Yang Pejun's countenance shifted to one of panic, as if he had come to a realization. His voice trembled with astonishment as he spoke. Master, that rebellious son has always been unruly and has offended you. His demise at your hands was indeed deserved. If he were still alive, I would surely assist you in sending him back, ensuring he would never tarnish your sight. In his desperate bid for survival and a safe passage out of the treacherous mountains, Yang Pejun cast aside all dignity, roaring like a broken slave. This scene once again shattered the crowd's perception of the southern town prince, revealing that the once imperious ruler now appeared as humble as a mere flesh peddler. Truly deserving of the title king of the south, your words bring me a sense of satisfaction, remarked Xiao Chen, gazing at the kneeling Yang Pejun and the surrounding crowd of stunned powerful figures. With a gentle smile, he continued, given your earnestness, I shall show you mercy. How about I grant you the favor of a complete corpse? As the words left Xiao Chen's lips, Yang Pejun's expression froze, and he desperately pleaded, young master, my life is far more valuable alive than dead. I implore you to spare me. It had been years since he had felt such fear, his body trembled, and his face turned pale with terror. After enduring arduous training to reach the 9th level of the celestial realm, he had become a formidable force within the Daiqian dynasty, capable of annihilating millions in a fit of rage. He had even allied with the Mo family through Mo Cheng, hoping to overthrow the Daiqian royal family's rule and restore the former glory of the Deluo dynasty. Just as his plans were on the brink of fruition, this unexpected group had emerged, shattering his ambitions and plunging him into a life-or-death crisis. Yang Pejun was unwilling to accept this fate. Send them on their way, but strive to leave a complete corpse, Xiao Chen commanded coldly, showing no sign of compassion despite Yang Pejun's frantic demeanor. No, my allies are the Hongshan Mo family. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, it would mean war with them. Upon hearing this, Yang Pejun's face contorted in anguish. As his words echoed through the heavens and earth, he surged toward the 10,000 great mountains. Go to hell, Xiao Chen remarked, observing how a once formidable adversary had devolved into a terrified wretch. Kaiyan, unable to contain herself, pointed a finger, unleashing her Saint Realm power. A beam of sword light, akin to a radiant rainbow, surged forth, piercing the heavens toward Yang Pejun. The overwhelming force of the attack etched despair upon his face. Yet, in an instant, that despair morphed into boundless madness. If you seek my death, you shall accompany me to the grave, he roared. In that moment of fury, Yang Pejun ignited his cultivation, channeling his essence into the blood-red spear, which he hurled fiercely at Xiao Chen. In that fleeting moment, as the sword light from Kaiyan pierced his chest, the blood-red spear transformed into a streak of light, distorting space as it hurtled toward Xiao Chen. Even though Kaiyan was a Saint Realm powerhouse, she could not intercept the attack in time. This young master was undoubtedly doomed. Feeling the life force ebbing as his chest was pierced, Yang Pejun wore a grimace of satisfaction. It seemed that taking Xiao Chen down with him was the final glimmer of glory in the twilight of his life. You wish to drag me down with you? Regrettably, I am under the protection of the Empress. What can you possibly do to me? As the crimson spear hurtled towards him with alarming speed, Xiao Chen maintained an air of tranquility, even displaying a hint of derision in his eyes. Almost simultaneously with his whispered words, the blood-red spear approached him, and amidst a flicker of emerald light, the enchanting figure of Lu Ruoxian appeared before him as if conjured by a specter. In the next moment, Lu Ruoxian merely raised her right hand, effortlessly pinching the spear between her two fingers. The devastating force of the tempest erupted, yet upon striking Lu Ruoxian, it merely tousled her hair. When the force reached Xiao Chen, It felt like a gentle breeze caressing him, filled with the delightful fragrance of a woman, almost igniting a flicker of wickedness within him. Another formidable being of the Saint realm. This was inconceivable. Witnessing Lu Ruoxian materialize before Xiao Chen, Yang Pujuan's expression of delight instantly froze, his pupils widening in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that this seemingly privileged young man was accompanied by not one, but two powerful Saint realm warriors. Who on earth was he? As this thought crossed his mind, Yang Pujuan's fate was sealed, and his form plummeted from the void. The esteemed southern king of the Dacian dynasty had met an inexplicable end, evoking a sense of melancholy. Almost concurrently with Yang Pujuan's demise, Kai Yin unleashed her fury. As her figure flickered among the entourage of the southern king, shadows fell like dumplings, one after another. An overwhelming sense of despair engulfed everyone, leading them to wail and plead for mercy from Xiao Chen. Yet his countenance remained impassive, devoid of any semblance of sympathy. The killer is eternally pursued by the wrath of others. This group, along with Mo Cheng's faction, had aimed to annihilate the Qingqiu Fox clan. They should have anticipated that one day, they too could face a similar fate. After all, fortunes shift like the tides. Who can guarantee their survival until tomorrow? Even Xiao Chen was not exempt from this truth. Today, he could command Kai Yin and the others to eliminate Yang Pujuan and his cohort. But who could say that others would not do the same to them in the future? The only course of action he could take was to grow stronger, or to empower those around him. Otherwise, should he fall to others in the future, he could only blame his own ignorance. Today, after visiting the hospital for a cold, I encountered a nurse who bore an uncanny resemblance to my girlfriend. So, the Southern King has fallen just like that? In the valley below, Bai Haoyan and his companions were left in shock and disbelief as they witnessed the swift annihilation of Yang Pujuan and his entourage. They had anticipated a desperate struggle following the breach of their defensive formation, believing their fate to be sealed in annihilation at the hands of the Qingqiu Fox clan. Little did they anticipate that with the arrival of Xiao Chen and his companions, the entire battlefield would undergo a dramatic reversal. Astonishingly, none of the Qingqiu Fox clan perished. They emerged unscathed from this calamity. It felt as though they were ensnared in a dream. As Bai Haoyan and the others reflected on this, Kai Yin had completed the task of clearing the battlefield, presenting the corpses of Yang Pujuan and his companions, along with the enemy's storage rings, to Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen chose not to reclaim them at that moment. Instead, he temporarily stored the bodies and rings away. He pondered whether the corpses of the recently deceased and the remnants of the corpse king could be fused together. It is important to note that corpses are refined using sinister energies, having transformed into a unique form of undead. Although they appear as flesh and blood, their essence has undergone a metamorphosis, distinguishing them entirely from living beings. They are essentially two disparate attributes, and he wondered if their amalgamation would result in some form of conflict. It seemed he would have to experiment with this notion. Yet, such fusion appeared to contravene the natural order, leading him to question whether he might be branded a demon. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen quelled the distractions in his mind and turned his gaze toward Bai Haoyan and the others. To realize the vision that resided in his mind, he would require soul-related treasures. The system's fusion and upgrading capabilities were ineffective against sentient beings. This implies that if he utilized the corpses of living entities for fusion, the resultant products would be lifeless. Even if they achieved a holy tier, they would only possess a modicum of spirituality, lacking the capacity for independent consciousness. However, by integrating soul-related treasures, this rudimentary spirituality might evolve into a rudimentary consciousness. Although this process would demand a considerable amount of time, it would ultimately dismantle the constraints of growth. Therefore, if Xiao Chen aspired to create sentient weapons with independent combat capabilities, he must incorporate precious soul-related treasures. I am Bai Haoyan, the chieftain of the Qingqiu Fox clan. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your rescue, esteemed sir. If it pleases you, I invite you and your distinguished companions to the valley below. I assure you that all my kin will express their gratitude appropriately, Bai Haoyan respectfully addressed, momentarily suppressing his injuries with a countenance of reverence, accompanied by several elders of the Fox clan. Chapter 158. The high-ranking members of the Fox clan demonstrate their understanding since Chieftain Bai has expressed such goodwill. I shall not be remiss in accepting it. Xiao Chen did not decline Bai Haoyan's kind offer. After a brief pause, he cast a glance at Bai Suxin and, with a gentle smile, continued, "However, I must remind Miss Suxin not to forget our agreement." These words caused Bai Suxin and Bai Suqin to exhibit subtle changes in expression, while Bai Haoyan and the others furrowed their brows at this revelation. Was there indeed an agreement between this young nobleman and Suxin? Could it be that Bai Suxin must pledge herself in devotion before the young master is willing to extend his assistance to the Fox clan? Contemplating this, Bai Haoyan's expression grew grave, and he immediately transmitted a message to Bai Suxin. "Suxin, what agreement do you have with this young master? Surely it cannot be a lifelong commitment." Upon hearing these words from Bai Haoyan, Bai Suxin quivered slightly, a bittersweet smile appearing on her face. At that moment, she had resigned herself to the notion of dedicating her life. Who could have anticipated that Xiao Chen would be disinterested? What he truly desired was merely the treasured possession of the Fox clan. No, he mentioned wanting to appraise the demon spirit soul-collecting flower. What? Bai Haoyan's countenance changed abruptly upon hearing Bai Suxin's words. The underlying meaning of that statement required a few words to be omitted. Realizing that this young master had set his sights on the Fox clan's treasure, trouble was certainly brewing. Is there an issue? Noticing the sudden shift in Bai Haoyan's demeanor, Xiao Chen turned his gaze towards him, inquiring lightly with a hint of a smile. Yet, his gaze seemed to penetrate all facades. "No, I merely recalled that the young master and his entourage assisted our Fox clan, sparing us from impending doom. If we fail to demonstrate our gratitude, it may appear that we are rather petty." As Bai Haoyan spoke, he solemnly declared. Afterward, he swiftly removed the spatial ring from his hand, gently waving it toward Xiao Chen. "This is a modest offering from my collection. I hope the young master will not find it lacking." Sensing that this might not suffice, Bai Haoyan cast a glance at several elders and discreetly transmitted a message to them. "What are you all waiting for? Present your gifts." Given that Xiao Chen had his sights set on the demon spirit's soul-collecting flower, there was a possibility of him turning against them in the future. However, unlike Yang Pejun and his group, they had not attacked immediately, indicating that they still possessed some moral restraint or perhaps a connection with Bai Suxin. Yet, such a connection was tenuous at best. What truly unsettled Bai Haoyan was the presence of two formidable beings at the saint level within their midst. If they were to resort to outright theft, the Fox clan would be utterly defenseless. Therefore, if the Fox clan sought to preserve their safety, they must earnestly seek to curry favor with the young master. If sufficient goodwill could be fostered, even should Xiao Chen desire the Fox clan's treasures, he would not resort to extreme measures against them. Upon hearing Bai Haoyan's grave words, the other elders, being far from foolish, quickly comprehended his earnest intentions. In the next moment, though their expressions bore a hint of sorrow, the esteemed elders smiled as they removed their spatial rings, each presenting Xiao Chen with a significant tribute. "You truly have a thoughtful disposition," Xiao Chen remarked, his eyes brightening slightly as he graciously accepted the offerings. It must be said, the high-ranking members of the Fox clan displayed a commendable understanding of the situation. This experience has indeed fostered a slight fondness within him. While hospitalized with a fever, that nurse visited me, even changing into a different outfit and inquiring if I would like to go on a date with her. How utterly superficial, given your thoughtfulness. I could grant you a singular opportunity to cleanse your marrow and open your meridians, elevating your celestial fox bloodline to the 8th tail level. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Chen addressed Bai Haoyan. The Qingxiu Fox clan is a lineage of considerable merit. The 9-tailed celestial fox is as formidable as the 9-colored devouring python, both being extraordinary species capable of contending with the pure-blooded true dragons. Furthermore, Bai Haoyan is the chieftain of the Qingxiu Fox clan. Nurturing his ability to command this lineage may prove advantageous in the future. After all, the true protagonist should cultivate friendships across the lands, effortlessly rallying support from various tribes with a mere wave of his hand. In contrast, a false protagonist faces hostility from all corners of the world, with friends and confidants living in constant trepidation, never knowing when they might be sacrificed. Such a life is painfully arduous. Thus, should his influence spread widely enough, even small acts of kindness could win over an entire tribe. Even if he were to find himself away from friends or cherished ones, should they encounter difficulties, those he has aided would invariably extend their assistance at crucial moments. "Assist me in cleansing my marrow and opening my meridians, elevating the celestial fox bloodline to the 8th tail level." Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Bai Haoyan was visibly shaken, his gaze filled with astonishment and skepticism. Although he possessed exceptional talent, having reached the pinnacle of the celestial tier, his celestial fox bloodline was limited to 7 tails. While the 8th tail was within reach, that single step had eluded him for centuries. Without an extraordinary stroke of fortune in this lifetime, he deemed it impossible to transcend that barrier. Yet now, Xiao Chen's assertion of being able to help him break free from his constraints was almost beyond belief. Bai Su Xian and the numerous elders of the Fox clan shared a similar expression of disbelief. If the limitations of bloodlines were so easily surmountable, the Qingxiu Fox clan would not have gone millennia without the emergence of another saint-level powerhouse, save for the ancient ancestor from the eastern domain. However, despite such thoughts, they clung to a glimmer of hope, for Xiao Chen was accompanied by 2 formidable saint-level beings. Perhaps he possessed some extraordinary means. Please wait a moment. Observing the incredulous expressions of Bai Haoyan and the others, Xiao Chen merely uttered these words. He then extended his consciousness into the storage rings provided by Bai Haoyan and the others. After selecting some useful items, he issued a recovery command to the system. Ding! The system has recovered all specified items. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 136,785 points. Upon hearing the system's notification, a satisfied expression graced Xiao Chen's face. Merely the spatial rings entrusted to him by Su Xin and a few others from Bai Haoyan could yield over 130,000 points. The Qingxiu Fox clan, nestled within the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains, had amassed a considerable wealth of resources, surpassing the financial foundation of the Orchid Pavilion by a significant margin. Approach, relax, do not resist. With a gaze fixated on the soaring balance of points, Xiao Chen addressed Bai Haoyan with an air of undeniable authority. Following his command, Kai Yin and Lu Ruoxian turned their attention towards Bai Haoyan, causing this celestial-level powerhouse to tremble in fear. Hesitantly, he approached Xiao Chen, his demeanor betraying his trepidation. "Thank you, young master," he uttered, taking a deep breath to suppress his tumultuous thoughts, and at that moment, he resolved to lower his defenses completely. Even if Xiao Chen intended to strike him down, he would not resist. Understood. Xiao Chen nodded in acknowledgement, shifting his posture to unleash his cultivation. With a single hand, he formed a seal and pressed it against Bai Haoyan's chest, issuing an upgrade command to the system. Upon his arrival in this realm, he had been cautious in assisting others with their talents or bloodlines, wary of potential ulterior motives. Yet now, with a queen and an empress by his side, he felt emboldened. While he could not act with complete impunity across the eastern wasteland, there was no longer a need for subterfuge. Of course, Xiao Chen was merely elevating Bai Haoyan's bloodline to the saint level, not to the pinnacle of the Saint King level as he had done for Kai Yin. However, even this modest enhancement would trigger a transformation within Bai Haoyan's bloodline. Chapter 159. Rest assured, I shall not neglect you. Ding. The system has deducted 160,000 points, upgrading the talent of Bai Haoyan. As the system notification echoed, a resplendent white light enveloped Xiao Chen, rendering him akin to a divine figure clad in white, radiating an ethereal aura. This spectacle caused Bai Su Xin and the others to shudder, while Lu Ruoxian's expression turned solemn. Roar! In the next moment, as a mysterious force surged into Bai Haoyan's being, the celestial fox bloodline within him erupted with vitality. His previously human form began to shift, a layer of white from manifesting across his visage. Tails, one after another, began to emerge from behind him, enveloped in dazzling white light. 1, 2, 3, until the 8th tail appeared, swaying like a pillar of heaven. A colossal 8-tailed celestial fox apparition materialized amidst the luminous glow, unleashing a terrifying pressure that swept through the vicinity like a tempest. Apart from Kai Yin and Lu Ruoxian, the others present were left aghast. An 8-tailed celestial fox. The clan leader has truly ascended to the realm of the 8-tailed celestial fox. Witnessing this extraordinary scene, they were left in a state of astonishment. The elders of the Fox clan cried out in astonishment, as if witnessing a ghost in broad daylight. Even Bai Su Xin and Bai Su Qin were left utterly dumbfounded. The 8-tailed celestial fox bloodline had not manifested in nearly 2 millennia, save for the late ancestor and the present Bai Su Xin. Yet now, merely with a casual press from Xiao Chen, Bai Haoyan had shattered the shackles of his bloodline. achieving the transformation into an 8-tailed fox. What extraordinary technique is this? It appears he truly possesses the ability to facilitate transcendence and breakthrough. Beside them, Lu Ruoxian, upon witnessing this spectacle, was equally captivated. Xiao Chen had previously mentioned his intention to elevate her to the 9th tier of the Emperor's realm, a claim she had held some skepticism towards until this moment. Now, witnessing Bai Haoyan's metamorphosis, her heart surged with excitement. Such an unfathomable method transcended conventional understanding. The young master must undoubtedly be a reincarnation of an unparalleled being. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for someone of such youth to wield such extraordinary abilities. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming aura erupted into the sky. Bai Haoyan, who had been trapped in the 9th tier of the celestial realm for years, finally broke through this barrier, entering the sacred realm. The air was filled with reverberating booms as dark clouds surged from all directions. This terrifying scene left everyone in sheer astonishment. The tribulation of heaven and earth was upon them. The clan leader had ascended to the sacred realm. As the ominous black clouds loomed in the void, the terrifying pressure felt as though the heavens themselves were crumbling. The elders of the Fox clan were once again struck with disbelief, their excitement mingled with worry. The entrance to the sacred realm signifies a transformation in the essence of life, requiring the candidate to endure the trials set forth by the heavens. If one's foundation is not sufficiently solid, it would be exceedingly difficult to survive the tribulation. Should he fail to withstand the thunderous trial, even if he achieved the sacred realm, it would merely be a fleeting illusion. Young master, I shall now face the thunderous tribulation. Upon my return, I will express my gratitude properly. Just as the crowd was engulfed in fear and concern, the ethereal form of the 8-tailed celestial fox merged with Bai Haoyan. He transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the depths of the 10,000 great mountains, his voice echoing joyfully through the valley of the Fox clan. Do not worry. He has immersed himself in the 9th tier of the celestial realm for many years, solidifying his foundation. Moreover, I have refined his bloodline. He is fully capable of overcoming the tribulation. Observing the anxious expressions of Bai Suxin and the others, Xiao Chen waved his hand reassuringly. Although he had merely upgraded Bai Haoyan's bloodline to the pinnacle of the sacred level, it paled in comparison to the likes of the Medusa Queen, Kai Yan. Yet, it is sufficient to allow the other party to calmly endure the tribulation of thunder. This is the terrifying nature of the system. Young master, since my father is currently undergoing the heavenly thunder tribulation, I kindly invite you to step into the cave dwelling. After my father has successfully navigated through the tribulation, I shall take you to view the treasured relics of the Fox clan. As the ominous black clouds surged forth with the departure of Bai Haoyan, they also rolled ominously towards the depths of the 10,000 great mountains. Bai Suxin inhaled deeply, her voice trembling as she spoke to Xiao Chen. Initially, she believed he was merely a talented young master who had always relied on others for sustenance. But to her astonishment, he possessed such extraordinary capabilities. No wonder the Medusa Queen, who was similarly trapped at the 9th level of the human realm like her father, managed to break through to the sacred realm during this period, evidently receiving substantial support from this young master. Whoever manages to align themselves with Xiao Chen will undoubtedly find their martial path extending further in the future. As this thought crossed her mind, a peculiar glint flickered in Bai Suxin's eyes, now filled with profound admiration for Xiao Chen. Even Bai Suxin and the other elders of the Fox clan regarded Xiao Chen with unusual gazes. Having witnessed Bai Haoyan's transformation firsthand, they too aspired to become the next Bai Haoyan. Yet, due to the trepidation in their hearts, they hesitated to voice their thoughts. Even Yang Ziqiang and her companions experienced inner turbulence. Several of them had witnessed Xiao Chen facilitating such transformations before. It would be disingenuous to claim they felt no envy. For who among them did not wish to ascend to the sacred realm? Though they were Xiao Chen's women, they dared not openly impose moral obligations upon him. Rest assured, young master will not treat you poorly. Once your cultivation reaches the 9th level of the human realm, or when suitable opportunities arise in the future, I shall assist you in cleansing your marrow and refining your veins. Xiao Chen remarked with an easy smile as he descended towards the valley of the Fox clan. Observing the eager expressions of Yang Ziqiang and the others, who were too shy to express their desires directly, the moment these words fell, Yang Ziqiang and her companions were filled with uncontainable joy, almost wishing to rush forward to embrace Xiao Chen. However, seeing Kai Yin and Lu Ruoxian flanking him on either side, they ultimately refrained from being too forward, recognizing that these two were the true leaders. Young master, this is the genuine core area of our Fox clan's cave dwelling, Bai Suxin said respectfully as they entered a realm resembling a paradise. Although the Qingxiu Fox clan secluded themselves deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains, this chosen valley was far from inhospitable. On the contrary, it was a blessed land rich in spiritual veins. The spiritual energy within the valley was denser than that of the outside world, and it nurtured various rare treasures. This was why the Qingxiu Fox clan, despite not plundering resources extensively, was still able to provide Xiao Chen with a significant amount of points. Young master, please take a moment to rest in this cave abode while we prepare the banquet to welcome you, Bai Suxin said, her voice tinged with nervousness after briefly introducing Xiao Chen. There's no need, Xiao Chen replied with a gentle wave of his hand, a calm smile gracing his lips. I may not linger long within the Fox clan. Once you have resolved your matters, I wish to behold the spirit-capturing flower. After that, I shall depart from the 10,000 Great Mountains. Moreover, he had to organize and retrieve the spoils from Mo Cheng and others, and perhaps attempt to forge a formidable corpse to protect the Xiao family. Following that, he planned to visit the Great Qian Imperial City to ascertain the resources gathered by the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce and to erase the Southern King's manor from existence. Truly a busy individual. With a lingering fever, the nurse approached once more, suggesting acupuncture therapy. Was she being truthful? Chapter 160. If Suxin cannot manage alone, let her sister join. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words about leaving the Fox clan after viewing the spirit-capturing flower, Bai Suxin lifted her gaze slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. She had anticipated Xiao Chen would remain in the valley for a few days, not realizing he had no inclination to stay. This unexpected revelation left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Had the allure of the Fox clan's beauties waned, failing to captivate this young master? There are matters that require my attention, thus I cannot tarry long with the Fox clan, Xiao Chen remarked with a gentle smile, noticing Bai Suxin's astonishment. I have exerted myself greatly. I shall rest here for a while. Once your clan has settled everything, please inform me when the spirit-capturing flower is ready for appraisal. After exchanging a few brief words, Xiao Chen retreated to the cave to rest. Meanwhile, Yang Ziqiang and the others refrained from pestering him, opting instead to engage with Lu Ruoxian through Kai Yin. The group conversed in the courtyard outside the cave, their exquisite looks and figures harmonizing beautifully with the surrounding flora, akin to celestial beings in a painting. Unbeknownst to Xiao Chen, who had entered the cave alone, he retrieved several storage rings, a glimmer of anticipation lighting his face. Yang Pejun, the southern king of Great Qian, must have amassed considerable treasures. Additionally, Mo Cheng and his companions, upon arriving at the Fox Clan Valley, had come from a hidden family with ties to several imperial dynasties. Even if their status within the family was not particularly high, their history of pillaging and refining corpses suggested that their storage rings likely contained a wealth of resources. With a piercing gaze, one cannot help but wonder how much suffering the Lord of Southern Town must have inflicted upon others to amass such vast wealth. As my consciousness delves into the storage ring, I behold an astonishing accumulation of spirit crystals, exceeding 40 to 50 million, stacked like a colossal mountain of spiritual essence. Even Xiao Chen is momentarily taken aback. The sheer volume of spirit crystals surpasses the combined wealth of the Xuanhuan sect and the Fenyangu Valley, which explains why that old rascal Yang Pejun dares to rebel. His fortune is simply too considerable. This, however, is merely the spirit crystals. Other resources remain unaccounted for. In the next instant, as my consciousness sweeps across the remaining items, a grin nearly breaks out on Xiao Chen's face. An array of resources, including elixirs, techniques, mystical weapons, formation discs, demonic cores, and spiritual materials, are all present in abundance. Over 80% of these treasures are intact, with most graded above the earthly level. The wealth of resources in this space fills Xiao Chen with ecstatic joy. These items must be worth more than 30 million spirit crystals. Taking a deep breath while surveying the treasures, Xiao Chen categorizes them, retaining the majority that would be advantageous to him, before issuing a recovery command to the system. Ding! The system has successfully retrieved all designated items. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 156,398 points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xiao Chen's eyes gleam with excitement. Unexpectedly, after reserving some high-tier treasures for future synthesis, the leftover inferior items still yield a substantial amount of points. Indeed, this Lord of Southern Town is a true magnate. Subsequently, after addressing Yang Pajun's storage ring, Xiao Chen turns his attention to the other rings. Last night, I dreamt of confronting the goddess Lu, yet she appeared utterly unfazed, which left me quite vexed. Meanwhile, with the final bolt of thunder crashing down, Bai Haoyan successfully endures the tribulation. In the next moment, he lets out a triumphant roar, voraciously absorbing the transformative power of the heavenly tribulation. His previously charred form is restored to its original state, and his cultivation aura surges upward. Not only does he solidify the foundation of his cultivation, but he also ascends to the pinnacle of the first stage of sainthood. Although he cannot compare to Kai Yin, who, after overcoming the tribulation, has surged through 2 minor realms to reach the 3rd stage of sainthood, Bai Haoyan is nonetheless a formidable presence at the first stage. It is truly miraculous. This young Master Xiao is nothing short of extraordinary. Transformed into human form, Bai Haoyan feels the surging power of the saintly realm within him, a fervent expression gracing his features. Regardless of how Xiao Chen achieved such prowess, the mere existence of such an ability is enough to drive countless individuals to madness. If only he could firmly grasp this powerful ally, the Qingqiu Fox clan would surely have no reason to despair of their hopes for ascendance. With this thought, a glimmer of determination flashes across Bai Haoyan's face, and he resolves to have Bai Suxin entice Xiao Chen. No verbal camaraderie or entanglement of interests can compare to the solace offered by a beloved beside one's pillow. Therefore, should Bai Suxin become Xiao Chen's woman, it would not only bring immense benefits to herself, but also to the Qingqiu Fox clan. However, Bai Haoyan harbored concerns that Xiao Chen might not be easily swayed. After all, this young gentleman is surrounded by breathtaking beauties, not to mention the 2 peerless sacred realm powerhouses. Even the several silver-haired maidens from the Orchid sect are not inferior to the enchanting women of their Fox clan. Most importantly, each of them possesses a pure Yin body, which, once defiled, would prove to be far more enticing than an ordinary woman. It is quite possible that such a lure might spoil this young gentleman's taste. Thus, Xiao Chen is likely to exhibit considerable resistance to stunning women. What is there to ponder? If Suxin cannot manage it alone, why not have her sister join in? If a suitable opportunity does not present itself, then one must create an opportunity for them. As this thought crossed his mind, a look of exhilaration illuminated Bai Haoyan's face, as if he had conceived a brilliant idea. Yet, the next moment, a frown creased his brow. He pondered this plan, but he was uncertain whether these 2 young ladies would consent to his scheme. One seeks to break the shackles of her bloodline to become an 8-tailed celestial fox, having even practiced secret techniques to lock her primordial Yin, refining her fox bloodline without ever having interacted with a man. The other, being comparatively younger, has unexpectedly experienced a return to her ancestral bloodline. In matters of romance, she is but a blank slate. To expect these 2 maidens to seduce a human male seems an arduous task indeed. He must first communicate with them, hoping they can comprehend the earnest intentions of this old man. As this thought settled in his mind, Bai Haoyan tore through the void and sped towards the Fox Clan Valley. Meanwhile, within the Fox Clan Valley, after briefly organizing clan affairs, Bai Suxin suddenly spotted her elder sister standing alone in a pavilion, her gaze fixed intently ahead. Several fluffy tails swayed behind her, seemingly reflecting her fluctuating thoughts. This scene caused Bai Suxin's eyes to narrow slightly, revealing a mix of intrigue and peculiarity, for she alone knew that her sister had always disliked wagging her tail, having once remarked that it resembled a display of submission. Thus, during ordinary moments, Bai Suxin would expertly restrain her tails, ensuring they did not sway in front of outsiders. Only when her heart was thoroughly unsettled would the tails move naturally. Could it be that her sister is troubled by something? Following her sister's gaze, Bai Suxin soon realized she was fixated on a certain cave, which unmistakably served as Xiao Chen's quarters. A chill coursed through Bai Suxin's heart at the thought that her elder sister might be harboring inappropriate feelings for the young master Xiao Chen after the recent events. As this notion settled in her mind, she hastened towards the pavilion. Chapter 161. Am I really so muddled? To contemplate kidnapping young Master Xiao? Is my sister burdened by some concern? Upon entering the pavilion, Bai Suqin took the initiative to speak, startling Bai Suqin. Suqin? Bai Suqin was taken aback to see her younger sister enter without her noticing. Quickly, she reined in her distractions, her tail ceasing its wagging motion. Have matters in the valley been arranged appropriately? It seemed she was attempting to divert the conversation. Despite being several years her elder, Bai Suqin did not underestimate her younger sister. Instead, she often sought Suqin's counsel. After all, Suqin bore the bloodline of the eight-tailed celestial fox and was the only saintess of the Qingxiu fox clan, a status far more esteemed than her own. Thanks to young Master Zhao's timely assistance, our clan suffered no significant losses. The protective mountain array was completely destroyed, and several elders experienced backlash, but otherwise, there were no serious issues. Noticing her sister's evident attempt to change the subject, Bai Suqin hesitated before asking, "But you seem troubled. Have you encountered some difficulty?" "Not at all." Bai Suqin's expression shifted at this inquiry, and she quickly denied it. "I am merely concerned about whether father can successfully navigate the tribulation." Although she spoke confidently, a hint of unease flickered in her eyes. Unintentionally, her gaze drifted towards the cave where Xiao Chen resided, a detail that did not escape Bai Suqin's notice. "Sister, you aren't contemplating something regarding young Master Xiao, are you?" After taking a deep breath, Bai Suqin cautiously probed. The moment her words fell, Bai Suqin seemed to be provoked, her fluffy tail quivering in agitation. "I am not." After a sharp denial, Bai Suqin realized her reaction had been overly intense. She had become flustered. "I am merely pondering who this young Master Xiao truly is. How can he possess such extraordinary abilities at such a young age, effortlessly breaking my father's bloodline shackles?" Feeling Bai Suqin's gaze upon her, Bai Suqin began to feel uneasy, ultimately offering a hesitant explanation. These words caused Bai Suqin to narrow her eyes, and she let out a soft sigh. "Though my encounters with young Master Xiao have been few, he is indeed an extraordinary individual." Subsequently, Bai Suqin recounted the entirety of her acquaintance with Xiao Chen, which stirred a ripple of emotions within Bai Suqin. To her astonishment, the mystical Qingxiu snow lotus pill that had saved her life was indeed provided by this young Master Xiao. This implies that had Xiao Chen been unwilling to relinquish the elixir at that critical moment, she might have succumbed to her grievous injuries and never awakened from her unconscious state. There was even a grave possibility that, infected by the corpse poison, she could have transformed into a lifeless puppet. Thus, in a certain sense, Xiao Chen was her savior. Could this be destiny? Contemplating this notion, Bai Suqin's expression shifted subtly, and her foxtail began to sway uncontrollably. This minute change in demeanor left Bai Suqin somewhat incredulous, for in her understanding, Bai Suqin had always been a fervent practitioner, entirely indifferent to matters of romantic affection. Otherwise, she would not have pursued secret techniques to seal her essence and refine her bloodline's power. Yet now, Bai Suqin seemed genuinely intrigued by Xiao Chen, as if drawn to him, which bewildered Bai Suqin. It appears that after my forceful wall slam for 10 minutes, Miss Lucian has become shy." Just as Bai Suqin marveled at this unexpected turn and was about to voice her curiosity, a gentle voice resonated, and the void outside the pavilion was suddenly torn apart as Bai Haoyan emerged, beaming with vitality. "Father!" Upon witnessing the figure that had pierced through the void, both Bai Suqin and Bai Suqin displayed expressions of joy. They had not anticipated that merely a little over half an hour had passed, and Bai Haoyan had successfully weathered the thunder tribulation. He was the second figure in the history of the Qingxiu fox clan, aside from their revered ancestor, to ascend to the sacred realm. With the presence of a sacred realm powerhouse, the Qingxiu fox clan, even if they were to venture beyond the 10,000 great mountains, would no longer be easily provoked by the Deqian imperial family. This was a long-held aspiration of the fox tribe, and it was astonishing that it was so effortlessly realized due to a human youth. "Where is young Master Xiao?" Casting a glance at his two daughters, Bai Haoyan inquired, somewhat perplexed. Given that two sacred realm experts were in Xiao Chen's company, he dared not recklessly lock onto their aura, as it would be exceedingly disrespectful and could potentially provoke their ire. "Young Master Xiao is currently resting in his cave abode, waiting for you to return after overcoming your tribulation." He mentioned that he would assess the soul capture flower before departing from the 10,000 great mountains. Bai Suqin succinctly responded to Bai Haoyan's query. "What? Is he leaving so soon?" Both Bai Haoyan and Bai Suqin were taken aback by this revelation, exchanging incredulous glances with Bai Suqin. Had the Fox clan inadvertently slighted young Master Xiao, prompting his hasty desire to depart? No, Bai Suqin shook her head, her tone tinged with regret. It seems that young Master Xiao has pressing matters to attend to, thus making it inconvenient for him to linger within the Fox clan. In truth, she harbored a certain curiosity about Xiao Chen as well. She yearned for the other party to linger a while longer, allowing her the opportunity to delve deeper into the enigma that he presented. Alas, he wished to depart, and she found herself powerless to detain him. With pressing matters at hand, it seemed that this opportunity was singular. Upon hearing Bai Su Xian's explanation, Bai Hao Tian muttered softly, startling both Bai Su Xian and Bai Suqin. "Father, what opportunity is singular? You cannot possibly be contemplating abducting young Master Xiao in secret, can you? If Bai Hao Tian were to break through to the sacred realm and succumb to his inflated desires regarding Xiao Chen, it could spell doom for our clan. What are you two imagining? Do you think me so foolish as to consider kidnapping young Master Xiao?" Bai Hao Tian's expression darkened at his daughter's words, but soon transformed into a serious demeanor. "Since you are both present, there is a matter of great importance that I must discuss with you. This pertains to the future prosperity or decline of our Qingtian Fox clan, and whether you two can shoulder this heavy responsibility." With those words, Bai Su Xian and Bai Suqin's expressions grew serious, their eyes narrowing in anticipation. "Please, father, speak plainly. Whatever the matter, we shall not shy away if it involves the fate of the Fox clan. Indeed, you are truly my daughters." Bai Hao Tian surveyed them both before conjuring a soundproof barrier to ensure their conversation remained confidential, shielded from prying ears like Kai Yan's. "I need you to win over young Master Xiao. In simpler terms, I ask that you seduce him and become his women." "What?" In disbelief, Bai Su Xian and Bai Suqin gasped, their heads snapping up in shock. "You wish for both of your daughters to entice the same man? Is this truly something a father would suggest? This is utterly outrageous." Chapter 162. If this action concerns the rise or fall of the Fox clan, then I am willing to pursue young Master Xiao. "Do not be so astonished. I am not mad," Bai Hao Tian interjected, waving his hands as he sought to clarify. "At first glance, this proposal may seem morally questionable. However, if you can comprehend my intentions, you will understand the reasoning behind it." With that, Bai Hao Tian cast a glance towards the cavern where Xiao Chen resided, his expression shifting to one of respect and fervor. "This young Master Xiao is the most extraordinary individual I have encountered in my several centuries of existence. In terms of appearance, though he is of the human race, he surpasses even the finest of our Fox clan. As for talent, while I cannot ascertain his precise age, he appears to be no older than 20. To achieve a breakthrough to the Nirvana realm at such a tender age indicates that his potential far exceeds that of Su Xian, possibly even possessing the rumored imperial-level talent. As for my abilities, I remain uncertain about other aspects, but solely relying on young Master Zhao's assistance today in breaking the shackles of my bloodline is sufficient to astound any race. In terms of temperament, his demeanor is marked by neither subservience nor arrogance. Despite possessing overwhelming strength capable of crushing our Fox tribe and trampling upon us with impunity, young Master Xiao has not allowed power or status to cloud his judgment. His words and actions exude the grace of a true gentleman. Such an exceptional man is undoubtedly the dream suitor of countless women, hence he is surrounded by enchanting ladies. At this, Bai Haoyan cast his gaze toward Bai Suqin and Bai Suqin, noting that both appeared to be still in a daze. After a brief pause, he continued, "Thus, I suggest that the two of you attempt to allure young Master Xiao and find a way to become his partners. This is not an endeavor to put you in harm's way. Although you have yet to forge any connection, feelings can be cultivated over time. Some opportunities, once missed, may never present themselves again in one's lifetime. Of course, this is merely a suggestion. I would never compel you to make sacrifices. If you truly do not wish to pursue young Master Xiao, I shall seek other Fox maidens to forge connections with him." Having expressed this heartfelt counsel, Bai Haoyan's face reflected a sense of melancholy. This decision was reached after profound contemplation. As a father, he naturally yearned for his daughters to find reliable partners capable of safeguarding them. As a clan leader, he aspired for his tribe to grow stronger. If his daughters could find trustworthy men who could also contribute to the prosperity of the Qingqiu Fox tribe, it would indeed be the epitome of perfection. Previously, this notion had only been a distant dream, but now, with the emergence of Xiao Chen, it has become a tangible possibility. It ultimately depends on how his daughters perceive this matter. A new female classmate named Medusa has joined, exuding an air of pride. Encouraging the other fox maidens to seduce young Master Xiao? Absolutely not. At the conclusion of Bai Haoyan's words, Bai Suqin abruptly raised her head and, without a moment's hesitation, proclaimed, "If this endeavor concerns the fate of our tribe, I am willing to allure young Master Xiao." Her unexpected declaration caught Bai Haoyan and Bai Suqin off guard, clearly unprepared for such a bold reaction from Bai Suqin. Upon witnessing their astonished expressions, Bai Suqin's cheeks flushed crimson as she steeled herself and continued, "Sister, you?" Bai Suqin exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. It was as if I were meeting Bai Suqin for the first time. How absurd. Is this truly the same fervent cultivator who aspired to transcend the eight-tailed fox? How could she consent to seduce a human male? Ha ha ha, my dear daughter. It brings me immense joy to see you think this way. Bai Haoyan, after a brief moment of astonishment, burst into hearty laughter. With his vast experience, he could easily discern that Bai Suqin had willingly made this decision, not out of a sense of duty or sacrifice. Although he found it perplexing, he couldn't understand when Bai Suqin had begun to harbor certain affections for Xiao Chen. Nonetheless, her willingness to embrace her role as Xiao Chen's partner was a tremendous boon for both her and the Qingxiu Fox clan. And what about you, xuanhuan? After the initial delight, Bai Haoyan turned to the still-dazed Bai xuanhuan. Among his two daughters, Bai xuanhuan was the most exceptional. It was unlikely that any man within the Qingxiu Fox clan could match her, with only Xiao Chen, the young human, standing out as a suitable candidate. Therefore, Bai Haoyan hoped she would not let this opportunity slip away. However, if Bai xuanhuan was unwilling, he would not press her further. Upon hearing Bai Haoyan's words, Bai xuanhuan found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. She had only interacted with Xiao Chen twice. Although he had playfully teased her on both occasions, she felt no aversion, yet neither did she experience any inexplicable affection. Let's rephrase the question, shall we? Noticing Bai xuanhuan's hesitation and confusion rather than outright rejection, Bai Haoyan's eyes glimmered with a cunning light. Do you harbor any dislike for young Master Xiao? As soon as he posed this question, Bai xuanhuan shook her head. Then, if you were to choose a young gentleman from all the males you know, whom would you consider most compatible as your partner? Observing Bai xuanhuan, Bai Haoyan pressed on. Young Master Xiao. Bai xuanhuan furrowed her brow at the mention of his name, contemplating deeply before tentatively voicing it. Among all the males she knew, Xiao Chen indeed seemed to be the most distinguished. Ha ha ha, since you do not dislike young Master Xiao and believe him to be your best match, why not give yourself a chance? Just like your sister, embrace young Master Xiao and alter the course of your destiny. Upon hearing Bai xuanhuan's response, Bai Haoyan laughed heartily. This left Bai xuanhuan in silence, her heart stirred with ripples of emotion. However, Father, this is merely your own wishful thinking. Young Master Xiao may not be interested in either of us. After a moment of reflection, Bai xuanhuan articulated a crucial point with a hint of resignation in her voice. Xiao Chen will soon depart. In such a brief time, even if she and her sister attempted to allure him, they would be unable to cultivate any meaningful relationship. It is inconceivable to employ the art of seduction on Xiao Chen, directly consummating matters without his consent, is it not? Fear not, dear child, for I shall create the opportunity for you. Upon hearing Bai xuanhuan's words, Bai Haoyan waved his hand, his tone somber as he spoke. The soul-capturing flower possesses a formidable power to ensnare souls. Even a mere hint of its fragrance can induce various illusions in beings below the celestial realm. Consequently, I shall subtly manipulate the soul-capturing flower to emit a scent that incites desires, after which I will devise a reason for you all to be alone together. This hallucinatory state will not harm anyone else's soul. It will then depend on whether you two can seize the moment. As these words settled, both Bai xuanhuan and Bai Suqin wore expressions of astonishment, clearly unprepared for Bai Haoyan's straightforwardness. This revelation caused a wave of anxiety within them. Should anything go awry, it could very well backfire. Rest assured, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, xuanhuan, you shall call upon me through our bloodline connection, and I will manage the situations unfolding. As long as Xiao Gongzi remains unharmed, All disturbances can be attributed to the unusual behavior of the soul-capturing flower, thus preventing any significant chaos. Observing the shocked expressions on by Su Xin and by Su Qin, Bai Hao Tian waved his hand once more and proceeded to share all his plans and the precautions they should be mindful of. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Bai Hao Tian and the others began their preparations, Xiao Chen, after toiling for the better part of an hour, finally cleared all the spoils. As for Mo Chung and the others, though none possessed the wealth of Yang Pejun, the collective strength of over 10 celestial realm warriors, coupled with some miscellaneous figures from the profound realm, provided a considerable quantity of resources. After setting aside some useful items, even the remaining lesser quality goods yielded him over 280,000 points. Adding this to his previous total, his point balance should surpass the 5 million mark. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Chen promptly opened his attribute panel to ascertain the exact number of points. Host, Xiao Chen Physique, Innate Tao Body. Bodhi Enlightenment Soul Cultivation, Nirvana First Realm Technique. Creation of the Universe Art Abilities, Shadowless Step of the Celestial Demon, True Dragon Fist of the Great Wilderness. 5 Elements Overturning Seal, 9 Turns Golden Body Shield, 5 Elements Slaughter Technique, Yin Yang Mysterious Tao Art Points. 5. 207, 758. Alas, I crouched on the ground scavenging, only to be caught by Medusa, who presumed I was spying on her. I am truly wronged. To think I have amassed 520,000 points. Upon witnessing the specific balance, a wave of ecstatic joy washed over Xiao Chen's face. He had not anticipated that a mere excursion into the 10,000 Great Mountains would yield such a substantial harvest of points. It seems that aiding Lu Ruoxian in her recovery was indeed his most astute decision. Without the presence of Lu Ruoxian, a superlative powerhouse at the 9th realm of sainthood merely relying on the vibrant smoke alone, it would undoubtedly be significantly more challenging to amass such a wealth of points, potentially even at a considerable cost. Yet, at this moment, it seems effortless. Everything comes so easily. With such an abundance of points, one can now indulge extravagantly. After casting a glance at the attribute panel, Xiao Chen felt a surge of eagerness. Points displayed on the attribute panel are merely a string of numbers. Only by transforming them into strength or foundation can these points truly manifest their worth. My lord, Bai Haoyan has returned from the tribulation. Just as Xiao Chen pondered how to utilize this bounty of points, Kai Yan's voice unexpectedly echoed from outside the cave. This prompted Xiao Chen to raise his head slightly, a hint of surprise crossing his face. He hadn't anticipated that the other party would complete the tribulation so swiftly, evidently. The difficulty of the heavenly tribulation was less than that of Kai Yan's. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Chen rose and exited the cave. Upon opening the cave door, a multitude of figures came into view. Thank you, my lord, for your benevolent revival. From this day forth, should my lord have any commands, as long as it is within my capability, I shall serve you with utmost loyalty. Upon Xiao Chen's emergence, Bai Haoyan's eyes gleamed with fervor, and he immediately bowed deeply to him. After showering him with flattery, he produced a spatial ring and presented it to Xiao Chen. My lord, this is the last remnant of the Fox Clan's foundation, a small token of my gratitude for your assistance. You are quite thoughtful. Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile, accepting the spatial ring. He had aided Bai Haoyan in breaking through to the Saint Realm. The value that Bai could create in the future would far surpass the current resources of the Fox Clan. Thus, he felt entirely justified in accepting these resources. By the way, where is the soul-capturing flower of the demonic spirit? Present it to me for appraisal. After witnessing your clan's treasured possession, I shall be ready to depart the 10,000 Great Mountains. Upon recalling the soul-capturing flower, Xiao Chen inquired with anticipation. My lord, the soul-capturing flower has stringent environmental requirements. It must dwell in a place imbued with soul energy, and exposure to sunlight would scorch it. Moreover, the roots of the soul-capturing flower are exceedingly fragile. Each movement significantly depletes its vitality. Bai Haoyan paused for a moment, his gaze flickering. Due to the recent crisis faced by the Fox Clan, to preserve our heritage, I instructed my daughter to relocate the soul-capturing flower. Although it has been returned to the sacred land for nurturing, it has sustained some damage and is currently inconvenient to move again. At this revelation, Xiao Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Just as he thought Bai Haoyan might refuse, to his surprise, the latter immediately continued speaking. If it is not too much trouble, Allow my daughter to escort the young master to our clan's sacred ground for a meticulous appraisal of this soul-capturing flower. Upon finishing his statement, Bai Haoyan's expression flickered with a hint of anxiety, while the two sisters, Bai Suxin and Bai Suqin, could not help but lower their heads at that moment. Should Xiao Chen be unwilling to take a step forward, then regardless of the preparations made behind them, their plans would inevitably meet a premature demise. To your clan's sacred ground? Xiao Chen inquired, his brow furrowing slightly, a look of perplexity gracing his countenance. The Qingqiu Fox clan possesses a sacred ground? In essence, this so-called sacred ground is the site of the first generation of the Fox clan's ancestors, a place inscribed with the history of the Qingqiu Fox clan. It is also the very source of the clan's spiritual veins, which is why we refer to it as our sacred ground. Observing the confusion on Xiao Chen's face, Bai Haoyan promptly offered an explanation. Very well, lead the way then, Xiao Chen replied, not wishing to ponder too deeply on the matter. He resolved to visit this so-called Fox clan's sacred ground, intending to devise a plan to discreetly dismiss others when the time came to dissect, appraise the soul-capturing flower. With that, he gestured for Bai Haoyan to proceed. Shortly thereafter, under Bai Haoyan's guidance, Xiao Chen and his companions arrived before a cave dwelling in the Fox clan's valley. Bai Haoyan's gaze flickered momentarily before he addressed Xiao Chen. Young master, this sacred ground is encased in a formation that permits no more than 3 individuals to enter at once. Should the number exceed this limit, the formation will activate and seal the entrance. Moreover, this formation was set by the ancestors of the Fox clan, and only those possessing fox blood can enter without incident. For outsiders to gain entrance, 2 clan members with the bloodline of the 7-tailed celestial fox must use their own essence to mask the intruder's presence, thus allowing safe passage into the heart of the sacred ground without triggering the formation. As Bai Haoyan spoke, he noticed Xiao Chen's brow furrowing and glanced towards Bai Suxin and Bai Suqin, then smiled gently at Xiao Chen. Why not allow Suxin and Suqin to accompany the young master inside? We shall wait here outside the cave. After all, the young master's appraisal of the soul-capturing flower shouldn't take too long. Both Suxin and Suqin are the finest among our clan and can surely address any queries you may have. At the mention of this, Xiao Chen's gaze sharpened slightly, as if discerning an unusual undertone. He turned to Bai Haoyan with a look of surprise, yet refrained from saying much, simply responding with a faint smile. Then let it be as the clan leader suggests, allow them to accompany me inside. This sensation reminded him of a past encounter in the Murong family of Tiandu City when Murong Bo had suggested he take Murong Qingxue out. Could it be that Bai Haoyan, the clan leader of the Foxes, intended to offer him companionship in such a manner? And not just one, but 2 at once? However, this seems implausible. Even if Bai Haoyan wished to pursue such a course, his 2 daughters are certainly not naive. How could they dare to entrust their lives so soon after becoming acquainted with him? Please, follow us, said Xiao Chen. As his words fell, Bai Suxin and Bai Suqin exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with a hint of anxiety and embarrassment. After uttering a brief remark to Xiao Chen, they bowed their heads and led each other into the cave. That old fellow certainly possesses some audacity. How dare he entice my 2 daughters? Plotting to take advantage of the situation against the young master? Just as Xiao Chen, Bai Suxin, and Bai Suqin entered the cave, the door sealed shut with a flicker of the formation's light. At that moment, Kai Yan, who had remained silent, began to fiddle with her nails and spoke in a somewhat ethereal tone. The implications of her words caused Bai Haoyan's expression to shift dramatically, and even Yang Ziqiang and the others were taken aback. Chapter 164, The Sisters' Subtle Maneuvers. Has Xiao Chen fallen victim? Did Bai Haoyan intend to strike against the young master? Yang Ziqiang and the others felt a chill run down their spines. At first, they assumed Bai Haoyan was in a state of despair, intending to imprison Xiao Chen within the cave. However, upon seeing Kai Yan and Lu Ruoxian's calm demeanor, they swiftly dismissed that notion. With 2 formidable Sacred Realm experts present, Bai Haoyan would have to be mad to act against his own interests. Recalling their past experiences of unreciprocated affection, Yang Ziqiang and Lu Hanfei exchanged peculiar glances, their expressions becoming rather strange. This leader of the Fox clan is indeed ruthless in his quest to align himself with the young master. He is even willing to sacrifice his cherished daughters. As for Yun Zhao and Li Mengru, both of whom had yet to experience such unrequited endeavors, Their expressions remained somewhat bewildered. Ha ha ha. The queen's words have left me somewhat perplexed. Bai Haoyan laughed after a brief moment of stiffness. The young master is the savior of my Qingxiu Fox clan, and with you two guardians by his side, how could I ever dare to act against him? After a momentary pause, he attempted to feign ignorance. There was no need for such ruse. The tactic you employ has already been used on the young master by the women beside me, Kai Yin remarked with a cold smile. The weight of her words instantly froze Bai Haoyan's expression, leaving him in shock as he turned to look at Yang Ziqiong and the others. Yang Ziqiong, Lu Hanfei, and Li Qingying were immediately engulfed in embarrassment. The mention of their previous unreciprocated affections made even these celestial realm experts feel a wave of shame wash over them. As for Yunzhao and Li Mingru, upon hearing such secrets, they widened their eyes in disbelief, staring incredulously at their senior sister. They had never imagined that such explosive events had transpired after their departure from the Xuanhuan. It shattered their perception of individuals like Michelle Yeoh. Rest assured, as long as you harbor no ill intentions towards the young master and do not cause him even the slightest harm, this king can turn a blind eye. However, this is contingent upon the young master expressing interest in your two daughters. Should the young master show no interest, I regret to inform you that any attempts to enchant him will result in my immediate expulsion of your Fox clan from its sacred grounds. Observing Bai Haoyan's palpable anxiety, Kai Yin straightforwardly articulated her stance. She had previously stated that she could accept any woman associated with Xiao Chen, provided that Xiao Chen reciprocated that interest and that these women harbored no ulterior motives. White expresses gratitude for the queen's understanding, Bai Haoyan replied with a wry smile. Opting for candor, his actions, though somewhat lacking in decorum, would in no way cause any harm to young Master Xiao. Even if Su Xian and Su Qin were to genuinely develop feelings for him, Bai would ensure they were strictly guided, preventing any misguided intentions. In the future, it would be the queen and this esteemed lady who would hold the primary influence. Furthermore, the Qingxiu Fox clan is willing to ally with the Serpent clan. Should they encounter any difficulties, the Fox clan shall not hesitate to offer our assistance. Having been thoroughly exposed by Kai Yin, denying the truth bore little significance. It was far better to be forthright and demonstrate sincerity, perhaps making it easier for Kai Yin and others to accept by Su Xian and by Su Qin. After all, it was evident that the formidable Medusa queen and the gentle lady were undoubtedly Xiao Chen's most cherished confidants, wielding considerable influence within the harem. Gaining the approval of these two would ensure that by Su Xian and by Su Qin's future relationship with Xiao Chen would be free from discord. Kai Yin nodded subtly at his words, her gaze shifting towards the interior of the cave. The next step was to sense the situation inside, should anything appear amiss. She would not hesitate to intervene. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoxian, upon hearing Bai Haoyan's remarks, felt a ripple of surprise. Did he truly consider her one of Xiao Chen's women, occupying a significant position? Nevertheless, Lu Ruoxian dismissed the thought, calmly focusing her attention on the cave. As Xiao Chen's protector, it was her duty to ensure his safety, regardless of the endeavors he might pursue. Unbeknownst to him, outside the cave, Xiao Chen remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Upon entering the cave alongside by Su Xian and by Su Qin, the two sisters awakened their celestial fox bloodline, enveloping Xiao Chen in a shimmering white light. After traversing a narrow passage, a group of individuals found themselves within a vast cavern. The walls of the cave were adorned with shimmering crystals, casting an ethereal glow throughout the space. At the heart of the cavern stood an extraordinary plant, towering at the height of a person, with dark purple flowers that emitted a soft luminescence. This was the rare soul-devouring flower, a treasure of the highest celestial rank, teetering on the brink of transformation into a divine medicinal herb. My lord, this is the soul-devouring flower, our Fox clan's cherished heirloom, White Sushin cautioned, her voice low and serious as she noticed Xiao Chen's intense gaze fixed upon the flower. However, it is exceedingly perilous. Its fragrance possesses formidable soul-capturing and hallucinogenic properties. You must exercise great caution not to fall under its influence. She exchanged a knowing glance with her sister, White Suqin, who, understanding the unspoken message, clenched her teeth and subtly shifted her stance. As the power of her cultivation at the fourth level of the celestial realm surged subtly, a tremor rippled through the ground beneath them. The soul-devouring flower swayed slightly, releasing its peculiar fragrance into the air. Unperturbed by their discreet actions, Xiao Chen had activated the system's identification function upon entering the cave, scrutinizing the enigmatic plant as lines of information materialized before his eyes. Soul-devouring flower, a special type of soul-related treasure. The fragrance possesses a potent ability to captivate souls and induce hallucinations. The flower contains immense medicinal power that can enhance one's soul strength upon consumption. The roots possess a powerful awakening ability, capable of devouring or merging with certain materials, with a chance to yield a spark of sentience. However, this ability is contingent upon the quality of the materials. If there is a significant disparity in rank, the likelihood of generating sentience is almost negligible. The flower's ability to ensnare souls and induce hallucinations, coupled with its potential to enhance soul strength and its root's capacity for awakening, marked it as a true treasure. Upon absorbing this information, a wave of elation washed over Xiao Chen's face. He was in dire need of a soul-related treasure to integrate into the remnants of a corpse puppet, hoping to awaken its latent sentience. The fact that the roots of the soul-devouring flower possessed the very awakening properties he sought was fortuitous, akin to receiving a pillow just as one begins to doze off. Such a windfall required no effort at all. Suddenly, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, and Xiao Chen became acutely aware of the peculiar scent emanating from the soul-devouring flower, causing a disturbance within his soul and rendering his senses somewhat dazed. Sister, now is the moment. As Xiao Chen's body swayed slightly, Bai Suxin and Bai Suqin exchanged glances, their expressions sharpening with intent. At that moment, both unleashed their enchanting sorcery. A wave of peculiar spiritual fluctuations intermingled with the carnal desires of this world, which directly enveloped Xiao Chen. He shuddered once more, as if ensnared by an illusion, his demeanor growing increasingly dazed, his gaze turning a shade of crimson as he turned to face them. Has it succeeded? Witnessing this scene, both Bai Suxin and Bai Suqin felt a surge of elation, quickly followed by a tinge of embarrassment. The successful manifestation of their soul illusion had ensnared Xiao Chen within a dreamscape, igniting the passions within him. It was now time for them to make a choice, to fully merge with Xiao Chen. Yet, in the very next instant, a formidable wave of spiritual energy erupted from Xiao Chen, shattering the illusion they had conjured. A fierce backlash surged forth, causing a sharp pain to throb in their minds. This sudden turn of events left the two sisters utterly astounded.